This is a world where ferocious beasts roam and martial arts are honored, and you were thought to be incapable of practicing for the rest of your life due to an eye disease. But no one knows that not only do you possess all the abilities of the Pirate King Fujikyu, but you are even one of the top powerhouses in this world. However, your sister, who knew nothing about it, lost her chance to pursue her dream of martial arts due to an unfair martial arts test. At this moment, you are walking on the not-so-busy village road. At this time, a bold voice came. "White boy, your family Xiaoyu seems to be back. It looks a bit wrong. Don't you hurry back to take a look." You tilt your head in the direction the voice came from. "Uncle De Bao, are you telling the truth?" Uncle De Bao is the butcher of the village, and he takes very good care of you and Xiaoyu on weekdays. "Yes, when Xiaoyu came back from here just now, she didn't even answer me when I called out, and she looked like she had some bruises on her body." Hearing this, you opened your eyes, revealing a white color. Although you couldn't see anything, relying on your perception, you were able to feel the worry on Uncle De Bao's face. "Uncle De Bao, then I'll go back and take a look first." "You go quickly." Zhang De Bao put down the pork knife in his hand, and seeing your hurried steps, he also admonished you twice. "You walk a little slower, the road is gravelly." And at this point, you were more than just walking faster. You were practically running. If you weren't afraid that the other people in the village would know your true situation, you probably would have just used the ability of gravity to fly there. And the purpose of your disguise was really only one, and that was not wanting Xiaoyu to know your true situation. Xiaoyu is an orphan you just met when you were reborn into this world. You two grew up together and have been together for 10 years now. Xiaoyu has been gentle and strong since childhood. If you let her know your real strength, she will not know how strong she will be angry, and may even leave silently. And this is what you can't accept. The village is small, and you soon come to a wooden house with a courtyard. The wooden door presents itself half-covered, and you know that Koyuki has indeed returned. Inside your perception, a girl with her head buried is lying on top of a table. Instead of pushing the door directly, you pretended to cough twice so that Xiaoyu would know you were back. Then there was a rustling sound from inside, and you knew it was the movement of Yu's hands as she fumbled to organize her clothing. The door was then pushed open and you walked in from outside. Inside you're seeing color aura. You had a clear view of Koyuki's condition. Her originally clean clothes had become dusty, and there was even a trace of blood, with some bruises on the tops of her arms. Your grip on the palm of your walking stick tightened a bit. "Bye, you're back." Seeing you coming through the door, Xiaoyu hurriedly wipes the corners of her eyes and tries to return to her usual appearance before getting up and coming over to help you. You extended your palm and didn't refuse, sitting on the stool under Xiaoyu's support. "Kazuki, are you up to something today?" After being asked this, Koyuki froze for a moment, a tangled look flickering across her face. "No, nothing." You weren't surprised to get this answer. You knew that even if Xiaoyu had something difficult to say, it was basically impossible for the strong-minded her to tell herself. "Didn't you say today was the day of the martial arts exam? How did it go?" After hearing the words martial arts exam, Xiaoyu's mood lowered and she slowly uttered two words. "Grade A. Very good. Worthy of being my family's Xiaoyu." You are not surprised at all. After all, with Xiaoyu's talent, not to mention the top of this town, even if it's a real metropolis, those who exceed Xiaoyu are only a handful. Yet you fall silent when she hears your words, and you know that things might not be as rosy as you thought. You realize that grade A is already the best grade in the martial arts exams, and this grade is perfectly fine for applying to the best batch of academies. However, you are not sure why, so you continue to ask. "What? Aren't you happy? You should be able to go to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, which you desire the most, if you're A class." Hearing those words, Koyuki's eyes visibly lit up, but quickly dimmed. Xiaoyu was silent and you didn't ask again. The atmosphere became heavy for a while. Just as soon as Xiaoyu couldn't hold herself together, her fingertips gently wiped the corners of her eyes, forcing back tears with a sobbing voice. "Xiaobai, I've let you down. I can't go to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." This information boomed and exploded inside your mind. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University has always been Xiaoyu's dream. 3 years of cultivation in the martial arts high school, plus also entering the depths of the mountains from time to time to look for ferocious beasts to practice, and eating so much pain and suffering so much, just for the sake of one day taking the test for the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. But now I can't go. Why? At the age of 16, with a strength of the 4th rank, even enrolling in all martial arts academies should be more than enough. But as a result, now you're saying that you can't go to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Are you kidding me? You hold back the violent ups and downs of your heart, and gently pat Xiaoyu's shoulder with your palm. "It's fine. Xiaoyu is already very good. It's just a broken school. It's fine if you don't go to it." After hearing your consolation, Xiaoyu instead became even more taut and directly burst into tears. But that's the holy land of martial arts in the great Qian country. As long as you graduate from it, you'll be able to get ahead. We'll be able to live a good life. And you'll be able to find a cure for your eyes. You shuddered inwardly, the movements of your hands unconsciously stopping. It turned out that Xiaoyu had been thinking about this all along, and had been worried that the eye disease would affect your future path of martial arts. But in fact, your own strength was no longer something that could be judged by blindness. Your palm continues to caress gently. Xiaoyu, it's fine. In fact, my eye disease is also a gift. It's a special kind of physique. It basically doesn't affect normal life now, and my strength might not be weaker than yours anymore. Oh, really? Xiaoyu raised her head, not daring to believe. Really? Don't believe me. Touch it, said Yu as you held out your palm. Xiaoyu held her palm and felt it. It was an energy fluctuation not weaker than the third rank. Really? I can't believe it's true. Kahaku, you, Koyuki said in even more disbelief. Little White had actually silently cultivated to a strength of at least the third rank or above. Though she couldn't believe it, the energy fluctuations she felt in person didn't lie. But even so, then your eyes. It's okay. Great. Koyuki hugged him. Originally, you refused to let you go to school together, but now that you're this strong, now we can finally take the Wushu University exam together. Feeling the softness in his arms, and the faint fragrance that kept drilling into his nose, White Knight didn't dare to move. But the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. It doesn't matter. As long as there's Xiaobai around, any martial arts university will do. It's really quite good. But I'd like to know why you won't be able to go to the Imperial Martial Arts University with your grades? Well, after the joy, hearing the words, you loosened her embrace and fell silent. Yeah, why? But none of this should matter. As long as Xiaobai's cultivation path is fine, there is no reason law, just someone's talent, is better than mine, said his voice fading. So even Koyuki herself felt like her excuse was rather lame. There shouldn't be many talented seedlings in a place like this. Just, forget it. Really, that's too bad. With such a lame explanation, White Knight didn't poke holes in it, but instead comforted it. It's fine. If you can't go to the Imperial Martial Arts University, you can go to a very good martial arts academy. Aha! Xiaoyu nodded fiercely, not wanting White Knight to delve deeper on top of this matter, because she didn't want White Knight to worry. Things look like they're just going to go away. Into the night, White Knight soothed Little Moon inside her sleep. Walking out of Xiaoyu's room, he didn't go back inside his own room, but gently opened the door of the cabin. This little bit of movement was hidden by White Knight using his seeing color bay. Xiaoyu, who was in the middle of her sleep, was completely unaware that White Knight had already gone out, and with a chill. During the day it looked like he didn't pursue the matter at all, and had no attachment to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy at all. But that what the Imperial Martial Arts University he was not interested in. He only wanted to know why Xiaoyu's grades could not go. It's one thing to want to go or not. Whether or not you can go is another matter. He didn't believe that Xiaoyu's talent wasn't enough to qualify. Though Koyuki explains that it's the existence of someone with better talent than her. But that explanation wasn't even believable to Koyuki herself, let alone him. And the most important thing is, why does Koyuki have bruises on her body? Even if you can't go to the Imperial Wudu University you won't be harmed, right? It was a question that he didn't ask in front of you, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care. He cares. Even more than not being able to go to the Imperial Wudon University is a concern. So he had to find out. Taking advantage of the night, White Knight followed the route he remembered and arrived at the martial arts high school above the town. It wasn't really very late at this hour. It was just that you was in bad shape to go to bed early today. At this point, there were no more students inside the school, and even the teachers were few and far between, and he was looking for the old principal inside this school who usually seemed to do his job. He guessed that the old principal shouldn't have left the school yet at this time. Beneath the sky, White Knight relied on his gravity ability to levitate over the high school, seeing the color unfolded and instantly enveloped the entire school in it. Soon, he captured a pale figure inside the office. With a movement of his body, White Knight landed outside the office. Who is it? A wary voice came from inside the office. Chapter 4, I'll tell you why. The old schoolmaster. White Knight shouted, and then the sound of hurried walking came from inside the office. There was a creak and the door to the office was opened. Are you, White Knight? The old principal was a kindly old man whose heavy workload made him look extraordinarily haggard. Even if he already had the strength of the 6th rank, he could not resist the erosion of the years after all. At this moment, he was taken aback when he saw the visitor clearly. Just now, inside the office, he had heard a voice that sounded a bit familiar. I didn't realize it was him. A young man I had seen when I first enrolled in school was quite impressive. The reason why he still had an impression now was really because of a student named Cold Moon inside their school. As the most gifted student in their school, she had heard her mention this man from time to time, impressed him quite well, just a bit of a shame to suffer from an eye disease, but now this big knight suddenly appeared here. "What's the matter with you?" Out of politeness, he asked anyway. "Old principal, I took the liberty of coming here today just to ask about one thing." White Knight resisted his cane and faced the old principal squarely, faintly stating his purpose. "What is it?" The old principal frowned. Seeing this young man like this, he had a bad feeling. This point in time was the day when the results of the martial arts exam came out. Could it be related to that talented student, Cold Moon? After the speculation appeared inside his mind, the old principal's pupils shrunk. The old principal's dissimilarity naturally couldn't escape White Knight's perception at all. At the same time he was sure of one thing. Things really aren't as simple as they seem with Koyuki, so he asked the doubt in his mind directly. "Old headmaster, what I want to ask is, why can't Xiaoyu go to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy with her grades?" Sure enough, the old principal's heart stuttered. It really does have something to do with this trouble. This, in the face of White Knight's questioning. For a moment the old principal actually didn't know how to respond. After sensing the old principal's hesitation, White Knight's demeanor condensed and he slightly released a little bit of his aura. "Old headmaster, you should know something about it, right?" "Well, right." The old principal saw the teenage young man in front of him, and for some reason, spoke the truth with a shock. He was in a bit of a trance. It seems like there was a sudden flash of a very strong aura just now. It was so brief that he even thought it was an illusion. Soon, however, he didn't have time to think about that, because of the problems that ensue on White Knights. "Old headmaster, Xiaoyu, her talent should be okay, right?" The old principal looked back, recalling a green and lively figure, Cold Moon, this genius that he considered to be a once-in-a-century talent. Not only is it possible, it's arguably the most talented person I've ever seen within all my years of coaching. Then Koyuki's grades should be pretty good, right? Very good. A solid first place for the entire Budo High School. Is that so? Then can the old principal tell us why such achievements, such talent, why he can't go to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy? The old principal was momentarily speechless when he heard that last question. Yeah, why? Obviously gifted with top grades, obviously a student he recognized as well. Why can't you go to the legendary Holy Land of martial arts? Naturally, the old principal remembered the figure with a small, delicate hammer embroidered on its cuffs. Why? It's nothing more than strength in numbers. He knew why, but he couldn't say. Cold Moon, the student, is a good kid. The young man in front of him was also quite good and shouldn't have died an early death. It shouldn't be like it was a few years ago. So, White Knight, came the pale voice. After the old principal thought about it, it was as if he thought of something else, as if he had aged several years in an instant. There was exhaustion within his voice. Xiaoyu is indeed the most talented student I've ever seen. Honestly, she has a great future wherever she goes with her talent. But, the only thing is that you can't go to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, or you can't go. Why? White Knight asked why again, his voice rising a bit. Talent, accomplishments, all first. It was even recognized by the old principal. Why not yet? Because, forget it. The old principal held his breath inside and almost said it in passing. But after thinking about the consequences afterward, he hesitated. White Knight, it's better to forget about it and bring Cold Moon despite defecting with other academies. You'll get ahead wherever you go. There's no need to hold on to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. There is no place for you or for us. You're young. It's a big world. Let's just forget about it. With that, the old principal looked to the sky outside the office building. Dark clouds covered the moon and it was a gloomy night. Memories came flooding back instantly. Old headmaster, White Knight's eyes opened slightly, and with a thud, he struck the walking stick in his hand heavily on the ground. The voice was loud, instantly pulling the old principal back from his memories. The old principal looked back, only to find that the young man who had been standing here was gone. In its place was a huge, imposing white tiger. Roar! Like a time-honored roar sounded inside his head. He snapped out of his trance, blinked, the white tiger was gone, and standing there was the same unassuming young man. This, he said, somewhat incredulously, is it even possible to doubt that you have aged to this point? Old headmaster, I want to know the truth of the matter. Please do tell me. A light tone, but a powerful feeling. The old principal was stunned by the sudden aura of awe. It was a long time before a sound finally came out. White Knight, for some reason, At this time he had absolutely no way to treat this person as a small child. Are you sure you want to know? Okay, good. The old principal also looked as if he had made up his mind, both eyebrows raised. I'll tell you why. Because the places in the Imperial Martial Arts Academy are inside civilian martial arts high schools like ours. Only one. Once upon a time such places were still given on merit first. But now, this quota is nothing more than a decoration. It's just a shortcut used by the sons of imperial capital families to advance to the Imperial Capital Martial University. Do you know why Xiaoyu can't even be promoted to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University with a talent score like that? It's because the spot has been booked in advance by the bigwigs of the Imperial Capital family. Can we, a small civilian martial arts high school, have a choice? Can't even fight back. Chapter 5. I can. There's only one spot, being booked in advance. The big man of the Imperial Capital. The remnants of the old principal's voice still surrounded White Knight's ears. As he spoke, the old principal became more and more agitated, and his face turned red. It was still a long time after the barrage of messages bombarded him. Instead, his own recognized students could not get a place at the Imperial Martial Arts University. This is the kind of thing you think he's good for? How long has this humiliation been going on? Do you think he doesn't know? But what can he do? They're just an ordinary, no-nonsense, civilian neighborhood martial arts high school. Faculty, facilities, every single thing is missing. Even the only hope for most trainees, a helicopter spot at the Imperial Martial Arts University. He can't even grasp it in himself. He's a principal for. What a failure. The old principal couldn't help but secretly scoff. Yeah, a faint voice came. White Knight appeared calm and unperturbed on the surface, yet the whitened palms gripping his walking stick appeared that he wasn't so calm. He thought that with the prevalence of martial arts in this world, this kind of underhandedness would be hard to come by. I didn't realize that it would instead intensify even more. But yeah, in the world of martial arts, the strong are honored. To be able to have an existence like the Martial Arts Academy was already an environment that countless people dreamed of. What more could anyone else ask for? Maybe inside this Budo high school. Other than this old principal, everyone else had even become indifferent. The great families of the imperial capital. Not something a civilian like them could afford to mess with. That's the general consensus. But, no one else can. Doesn't mean he can't. Stronger is honored, is it? White Knight snorted coldly inside. Since the rules of this world were like this, then he would follow the rules of this world completely. May I know what family? Old principal? The Tang family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital. Having said that, the old principal did not hide anymore, and said the word Tang family with a hard head. The Don family, even the imperial capital, where powerful people walked everywhere, was a behemoth-like existence. Even his voice trembled when he said those two words. Got it. Thanks. White Knight deeply memorized the name and nodded his head in appreciation. Then, with a scowl, he asked the other thing that concerned him most. Old headmaster, I have one more question. You say, the old principal was infected by White Knight's emotions, and for some reason, suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing. The injuries on Xiaoyu's body, were they also caused by these people? This time, the old principal finally saw a hint of huffing and puffing from above that calm and unruffled clear face. Gulp! The old principal moved his dry throat, feeling that the atmosphere was even more wrong. That's right. So, in this atmosphere, he actually didn't even exist to hesitate for a moment before giving an affirmative answer. Yeah. After an emotionless response, nothing more came out. The entire inside of the building was awfully quiet, and even the insects chirping in the trees outside the office building had disappeared. Old schoolmaster, so, did you get the injury above your arm at that time, too? The old principal froze for a moment when he was suddenly asked such a question, and subconsciously shrunk his arm inside his sleeve. Two bitter laughs followed. At that time, that cadet of the Tang family, there was also a guard by his side. So, got it. White Knight nodded again. He instantly understood what the old principal meant. Beneath the color of his perception, the old principal's arm was blackened and badly injured. This kind of injury was obviously not something that Koyuki could cause, so there's only one possibility. That was when the old principal stepped in to stop Xiaoyu in the middle of her argument with this Tang clan's son. But he was severely injured by the guards accompanying him, and even injured Xiaoyu. Got it. Everything is clear. The old principal wasn't lying, and under the color of his perception, one's emotions were easily able to be discerned. So the culprits for Xiaoyu's appearance were the Tang family. White Knight, do you have any more questions? The old principal was inexplicably a bit nervous as he looked at White Knight in this manner. Not for now. White Knight retracted his gaze from the sky outside and faced the old principal squarely. Then he bowed deeply and said in an unusually sincere tone, "Thanks." He was grateful that the old principal had stepped up to the plate at the time. Otherwise it felt like you might have been hurt in more ways than one. Just a part of the job. Can't afford it. The old principal smiled bitterly and waved his hand. At that time, the situation actually didn't completely protect Coldmoon, a talented student. So in the face of such a solemn thank you, he felt that he had been wronged. I can afford it. The fact that he didn't let Koyuki get hurt more was the biggest favor he could have done. So, a drop of kindness is returned by a spring of water. Getting up, White Knight poked his cane down above the ground and took a few steps. White Knight, where are you going? Naturally, I'm going to seek justice. Calm down. It's impossible for you alone to fight against a big family like the Tang family. The old principal hurriedly persuaded by Knight a few times when he saw him turn to leave. What's the difference between a man going looking for trouble and hitting a rock with an egg? However, White Knight's footsteps did not pause due to the old principal's persuasion, but instead stepped even more firmly. I can. 3 simple words drifted through the air. Firm. Confidence. White Knight rose out of thin air and then broke through the air, leaving behind only a back that was drastically shrinking. Ah, said the old principal, holding out his palm, and was trying to retain it. The result was this shocking scene to watch. Sentinel. It's Mikado. Returning to his senses, he uttered these 2 words with a sudden thrill of excitement that shook his whole body. He couldn't believe his eyes. What did he see? Sentinel. That's a royal flight. An ability only possessed by a martial emperor level existence. Martial emperor. Martial emperor? Martial emperor. How can White Knight be a martial emperor level existence? The old principal's brain had stopped thinking. Not even sure I'm still dreaming. How did a martial emperor level existence appear above their tiny town? And wasn't White Knight the same age as this cadet, Cold Moon? How is that possible? Martial emperor. That was a figure that was at the level of an ancestor even within the great families of the imperial capital. That teenager who looked ordinary and still suffered from an eye disease was actually a martial emperor? However, everything that is happening now speaks to that fact. If that was the case, it seemed like everything that was different just now could be explained. Why was it that in the beginning, as a 6th-ranked martial artist, he actually did not sense any traces of someone descending? Why did he subconsciously treat that teenager as an equal or even stronger being? Why did he see a white tiger silhouette with an appalling aura? Why was it that he actually told everything without too much hesitation under this person's questioning? And why this person was able to say the words "I can" at the end? This is the legendary martial emperor. What's not to like? Yet in his excitement, he was a little chagrined. It was because just a moment ago, he had actually lived to receive a bow from the martial emperor. Oops, he slapped his head hard. How dare you? How do you qualify for this? While the old principal was still complaining that he shouldn't have received this salute, he suddenly realized that there was an extra object where White Knight was originally standing. With a puzzled look, he crouched down. This is, he said, shakily picking up the small golden bead-like object on the ground and momentarily losing his voice. The inner elixir of a 9th-ranked ferocious beast. On the other side, White Knight had already recognized the direction of the imperial capital and was traveling at an extremely fast speed through the air. At this point, his face, it was terribly gloomy. Chapter 6, Asking for Directions. Martial Emperor. He really didn't have much of a problem if it was by the standards of strength recognized in this world. He also did master the skill of traveling through the air, and with the gravity ability, although he hadn't seen any other martial emperor level existences, his flying speed was much faster than these people. The small village he and Koyuki were in was not very far from the imperial capital. If you're traveling by car, it's about a day's journey, and he is now under the imperial air. Just half an hour. At this moment, he had already arrived in the sky above the imperial capital, and because of his surprise visit, there was a group of people who simply couldn't sit still. Inside an institution somewhere in the imperial capital, suddenly, the sirens blared. Woo woo, the originally calm place was immediately disturbed. What's going on? What's going on? Where's the alarm? There's a target incursion over the imperial capital. What? What is it? A ferocious beast? Still detecting. Come on, it's coming out. It should be a human energy source. Turn the energy source screen around. Yes. Then, everyone saw a reddish-black energy dot moving rapidly on top of a large screen map. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? This is at least a king level or higher ability reaction, right? What's going on? Which martial king is directly barging into the imperial capital at this time? Is the breath documented? No. Quickly, report this up. While the crowd's hands were busy, White Knight's side had already fallen from the air. Here, it's the most prosperous metropolis in the great Xian country. It wasn't far away. but the aloofness of his nature hadn't really gotten to him. Of course, at this point, he was in no mood to enjoy the night view of the place. His purpose in coming here was not to swim. Rather, I've come to seek justice, but he only knew the approximate direction of the imperial capital, and didn't know where the so-called Tang clan was located. So, he came down. It seems to be in a bit of a bad position though. It doesn't look like there's much here. No, there is. While White Knight was preparing to change places, a few people suddenly came out from the corner in front of him. So White Knight pretended to be a passerby, holding a walking stick, while scouting ahead towards those few people. It didn't take long for him to meet up with the wave. Hello. White Knight tried to say hello out of politeness. However, he was interrupted by the set of people who were the first to interrupt him. Hey, blind, you're in my way. The man who spoke, with a face full of crossmeat, was dressed like a punk. So this is how you're treated when you first come to the imperial capital? White Knight secretly scoffed. Although the other party had spoken out of turn and was even called blind, he didn't really care. He'd said long ago that he didn't mind being called blind, because it really is a fact, and blindness is nothing more than a description of the fact. Plus, even in his previous life, he was used to the term blind. It would feel even less so here. Never should have said that crap to him at this time. He just wanted to ask where the Tang family was located, thinking that the Tang family was so famous in the imperial capital. Theoretically everyone should know where it was. Punks and whatnot didn't really care with his strength. He cares about wasting his time, so he decided to communicate in a different way. White Knight raised his head slightly, his eyes opened a bit, revealing a white color, and then looked over. Roar! As he moved, a massive aura heaved down from his side. The man who bore the brunt of the conversation was the one who spoke. The complexion of the god became instantly horrified with the naked eye, and the hairs on his body stood straight up in sweat. The body can't help but tremble as it slowly descends and finally flopped down on his knees. With the first person kneeling down after that, the others could not hold on to their knees one after another. This is what this is. They also had cultivation in them, and they were strongly bracing themselves to try to stand up, but it didn't work. That aura was like something substantial, pressing down on them so much that they simply couldn't breathe, let alone stand up. They are now gutted. It was just a random flirtation with a blind man who happened to come across it. I can't believe I met such a perverted existence. They were just barely middle third order scum. Now this person gave them the feeling of definitely having upper third order strength. Really, it's not going to hold up. The man with the fleshy face struggled to hold on with his arms, the veins on them bulging. He felt like he was going to be crushed whole. Now, can we talk properly? The emotionless voice came out, making their hearts even colder. But it was the same sentence that was like a lifesaver for them to grab onto. Former seniors, spare your life. After spitting out a few words with difficulty, the breath he had been holding came out with it, and his arm almost bent without holding it at once. I ask, you answer. Suddenly the cross-faced man felt his arms loosen and actually propped his body up easily. There was still pressure, but it was nothing like the suffocating feeling from earlier. He knew that they were saved, so he didn't let go of this opportunity and hurriedly answered in a loud voice. Yes, senior, feel free to ask. You know the Tang family, right? That Tang family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital? The cross-faced man's pupils shrank, taken aback, but he didn't dare look up to see the big man's face. He was now very aware of his situation. Big brother asks questions, he answers. Other superfluous things are best left alone. That's right. After receiving an affirmative answer, the cross-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. If it's this Tang family, then he must know, or there shouldn't be anyone inside the imperial capital who didn't know, because the location of the Tang family is very conspicuous. Elder is looking for the Tang clan? That's right. Do you know where it is? No, he answered in a loud voice, fearing that saying a step slower would cause the big brother to be displeased. Then, adjusting his position, he briefly looked up in one direction. Did Elder see that mountain peak? Aha! That's the Tang clan's family compound. Yes. As the word good fell, they felt the pressure disappear without a trace. When I looked up again, I realized that the big man from earlier had disappeared. A kind of emotion after the robbery suddenly appeared in the hearts of several of them. One must know that in the martial world where the strongest is the most respected, even if a high-ranked existence kills them, the probability is that nothing will happen to them. They're just a bunch of nobodies. After waiting a little longer and still nothing happened, everyone breathed a sigh of relief in unison. However, besides those of them, there was a group of people who were also relieved. Team Captain, want to chase? Ha! The man known as the captain turned his head and glanced coldly at the questioner. Do I look like to you? No, Not like that. Then you told me to go after them? You're in over your head. People didn't kill a single person. Just asking a question. Is it excessive? Most importantly, that's a martial emperor level existence, right? So you told me to go after it? Is it you who don't want to live or me who don't want to live? Said the captain as his hands did not stop cracking and snapping as he kept landing his slaps on top of the head of the team member just now. Sentinel, martial emperor. That was a figure that was enough to rival the level of a hall master. Calling him a little captain to go after it? Crazy? Let's not even talk about seeing this big man traveling in the air. It was the little bit of aura that this person leaked out just now. Even if the main target wasn't him, as an upper third order existence, he came out in a cold sweat. So, this matter was beyond his ability to handle. How long had it been since he had encountered a big brother at the martial emperor level? And look at the visitor. I don't know who was so unlucky to have the existence of a hallowed martial emperor personally come to his door. Look in that direction then. The Tang family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital. Chapter 7, A Knife. Ignoring the group of people hidden off to the side, White Knight left directly after knowing the direction of the Tang clan. That group of people in hiding he'd spotted a long time ago. The uniform is not weak. At a glance, it was clear that they were from the same organization. But since these people didn't come out to stop him, he didn't bother. Like he had absolutely no interest in killing the punks. A mole-like existence was not worthy of his personal action. And at that moment, he had already arrived in the sky above that mountain peak. Then he realized that the entire majestic mountain was actually surrounded by a not-so-weak energy. Formation? White Knight had also heard a little about things like formations. However, this kind of thing, though he did not understand it, did not constitute a hindrance to him at all. It's just a new realization about these big family powers. It's called the Dawn family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital. It was amazing that he could occupy such a large mountain peak in a place like the imperial capital, where every inch of land is gold. It's no wonder the arrogance underneath is habitual. But he didn't want to comment on how the Tang family's approach was. He was just here to seek justice. Just an answer he wanted. It would be best if it could be resolved decently. If you can't, then help them be decent. So he landed not far from the gate without the guards noticing. Pop! The walking stick in White Knight's hand gently tapped on the top of the steps as he slowly walked towards the front door. With the deliberate noise he made, the two guards at the gate finally realized his presence. The two guards were not weak. There's a middle third order of strength. Of course, this is relative to the average person. In White Knight's eyes it was similar to the punks and unknown organizations people he had met before. What man? One of the guards cried out in alarm after realizing that a person had suddenly appeared. Then, a teenager on crutches was seen slowly walking in their direction. Ha! The two men looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. When did this person show up? They couldn't even detect any scent until they heard the commotion. And it's actually a blind. What the hell? They frowned and sensed the scent of the person coming. Ordinary people? Now they were even more puzzled. Among their senses, there really was no difference between this person and an ordinary person. Could it be an ordinary person who inadvertently stumbled into this place? They subconsciously ventured this thought, but it was soon behind them. What a joke! What is this place? This is their Tang family's home base. With the treacherousness of this mountain peak, not to mention ordinary people, even if a cultivator with some cultivation level wanted to come up, it wouldn't be easy. The man who has now appeared is a blind man. The most important thing was that they actually didn't notice this person's movements at all before. This is not a normal phenomenon. If the family inside the person, there is absolutely no way so sneaky. When they thought of this, they were instantly energized. Stop! They bellowed once again and simultaneously raised the halberds in their hands and pointed them over. Yet the man walked on as if he could not hear the voice, keeping to himself, without a single hesitation in his steps. So they got even more nervous. This is the Tang clan's important land. Who are you? And please state your name. The two of them swung the halberds in their hands in the air, and an invisible aura pressed over. At this point, they had realized that things were a bit off, but the professionally trained ones didn't directly badmouth or attack, but inquired first. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. That's their consensus so far. How can an ordinary person have this kind of temperament? And, after the aura they released came into contact with this blind teenager, it was like a fresh breeze brushing against his face, having no effect whatsoever. Your Excellency, stay back. Any further and we'll have to attack. The two men wanted to make a final warning. However, before they could finish their words, they were stuck inside their throats and couldn't get them out. At this moment, if other outsiders existed, they would be able to tell that these two were different. The two guards held their halberds fixed there motionless. If you looked closer, You could see the look of horror on both of their faces. At the same time the eyes rolled white inside, lifeless and apparently unconscious. Puff, puff, the two men then collapsed to the ground, and the halberds in their hands fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Inside their last consciousness, it was as if they saw a huge white tiger silhouette. Then it was plunged into endless darkness. White Knight was still unhurriedly tapping the ground with his walking stick, taking one step at a time. Coming to the two guards, he crossed straight over without looking and entered inside a huge pagoda. Above the plaque were written two large golden letters, "The Dawn Family." This time, White Knight didn't have any reservations and directly used his aura to stun the two guards. He didn't just kill the two, it was just two guards, and it wasn't the two he was looking for that were wronged. So, without stopping his steps, he continued to tread steadily up the steps. He hadn't met many other people along the way. Maybe the one just now wasn't really inside the Tang clan's range either? White Knight guessed, for he now stopped above a place. There is also a plaque here, and it is much more elaborate. Most importantly, he saw the presence of a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye in front of him. Formation. This is where the Tang clan's real quarters are. However, I don't know if it was because the Tang family was too confident in their own family's formations, but there was actually not a single person guarding them. Very confident, White Knight commented lightly. Among his perceptions, the energy fluctuation of this formation was indeed not weak. At least he felt that blocking king-level ferocious beasts was not a problem, but trying to block him, it's still not enough. It could only cause him some trouble. So, he stopped, then picked up the cane in his hand. How many years has it been? White Knight felt the touch on top of the straight cane, a feeling of blood being thicker than water. Inside that small mountain village, how long had it been since he had been serious since he had encountered that 9th-ranked ferocious beast? But the feeling hadn't diminished in the slightest. He gripped the cane in his left hand just above the center, and his other palm was backhanded at the tip, slightly harder. Ka! There was a flash of white on top of the cane. His walking stick wasn't really a walking stick either, but a staff knife. It had been a long time since he had pulled this blade out. However, after so many years, the staff blade had not become corrupted but rather brighter and sharper. And as he gently pulled the staff blade out a bit, an appalling aura bubbled up from his body. And the aura has a tendency to grow stronger. If someone were to look over here at this moment, they would be able to see what looked like a black fluctuation emanating from White Knight's side, distorting the surrounding image a bit. The momentum is still brewing. Ka! The floor he was standing on cracked into several pieces and the trees rustled around him. As he brewed his aura to its peak, eyes snapped open. The empty whites of his eyes seemed to radiate a lurid light from within. Then, drawl! A huge black blade aura several meters long chopped out from inside the staff blade. After the blade on appeared, it flickered and fiercely impacted on top of the formation. Put! A knife! The formation broke. Chapter 8. Don't come over. Ka! The staff knife is returned to its sheath. White Knight put his long sword down and waited quietly. It didn't take long for a dozen or so people armed with swords to appear inside the forest path with a swish. Who is it? Dare to trespass on our Tang family's important land? Above the main road, a middle-aged man snapped after appearing. The formation suddenly broke. How long has it been since this has happened? Being on patrol they were here first thing. By the way, he sent someone to report to the clan for support. Although he himself had the strength of the upper third order, he felt that it was still not enough to cope with the current unexpected situation. One must know that the formation that enveloped the clan was enough to block king-level ferocious beasts. So when the formation broke, he thought that it was a beast-tide invasion or some great power attacking. As a result, at that moment, he froze after seeing the person in front of him clearly. This is a blind, no companions, and teenagers who seem to be in their teens. What the hell? The middle-aged man was a bit confused. This irregularity prevented him from ordering an attack on the spot. The man stood there motionless, and he was a bit confused as to what was going on, so he simply waved his hand, and a dozen or so people surrounded the man. Although I don't know who you are, but to appear here in such a grand manner, is it looking down on our Tang family? The middle-aged man questioned, vigilantly taking up the long sword in his hand. He didn't take the man lightly just because he looked unassuming, or even blind, because so far the only person he was able to spot destroying the mountain protector formation was this blind teenager in front of him. Although inside his perception, this person was like an ordinary person. However, ordinary people can't get here. Do you think the guards at the gates outside are for real? It was just that he wasn't sure if this matter was made by this teenager in front of him, or if there were some other experts hiding around. So he also divided some of his energy to be alert to his surroundings. I came over here today just looking for two people. The blind teenager spoke, and the middle-aged man immediately raised his spirits. The childish voices were all telling them that this was just a teenager, but at this time, he was relieved instead. Now that we're talking, it means we can still communicate. So, he took the opportunity to ask his question in a hurry. Your Excellency can speak frankly about anything, and I can convey it on your behalf. His tone was as polite as it could be, with no thought of provoking the man in front of him, because he knows it well. If the force destroying the Grand Formation was still in this vicinity, these people of theirs would definitely be no match. So he's going to just drag it out until the clan's best come over. At that time, no matter why this person had come here, he would be made to know what would happen if he offended the Tang family. It was just that he hadn't thought of speaking out of turn, and after that teenager on the opposite side of the room came out with a sentence, it instead stirred up his anger. Call someone you can talk to. You're not qualified. Not qualified enough? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and almost laughed in anger. Do you know what this place is? This is the residence of the Tang family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital. No matter who you are, even if it's a martial king descending, you'll have to give our Tang family an explanation. Yes? White Knight's eyes opened a slit, his tone devoid of any emotion. What do you want me to tell you? That's not up to you. The middle-aged man flashed a hideous color and waved his hand. Go! Tackle him. Let him know what kind of existence our Tang family really is. Yes! With a neat shout, a dozen or so people took up a stance and rushed over with a little bit of footwork in the air. Ka! White Knight sensed the scent of the dozen or so people around him, and the staff knife in his hand gently pulled out an inch. Immediately following, boom! A mountainous gravity appeared out of nowhere. Boom! 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 Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? So heavy. Many of the patrol members who were still in midair looked like they had been slapped down from the sky for a moment, and a dent appeared on the ground, and an unknown force heaved them to the ground, unable to move. Boo! After an interval of some time, there was again the sound of crashing to the ground. It was the middle-aged man, the patrol leader, who got it out. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground with a grimace on his face, his longsword heavily planted on the ground. The weight of his entire body was pressed on top of the longsword, bending it. It's him! The middle-aged man's heart tumbled. This power. Can't go wrong. That's him. It's the blind teenager in front of me. He's the one who destroyed the mountain protection formation. Definitely above king-level strength. It was actually possible to press the upper third ranked him to the point where he couldn't move. What kind of power is this? Why is it so heavy? Awakened? His pupils contracted hard at the thought of those three words. When did such a powerful awakened appear in the imperial capital? And most importantly, this person came in a bad way. When did their Tang family provoke such a powerful enemy? 1. This youthful appearance is definitely a disguise, right? What kind of old monster disguised as a teenager was teasing them? You're pretty good. White Knight walked up to the middle-aged man and looked down on him condescendingly. You. The middle-aged man wanted to have some kind of movement, but just resisting the gravity on his body was already doing his best. How could he still have the strength to move a finger? But White Knight aggravated the ranged gravity effect. You're better off on your back. Boo! The middle-aged man was slapped hard on the ground by the suddenly intensified gravity. Cough. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Now, he couldn't even speak. Wait! The middle-aged man struggled to hold on, the faith in his heart still encouraging him. They're just patrolmen. Waiting. The people from the law enforcement hall will be here soon, even if it's a martial king, and it definitely won't go down without a fight. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distance, and the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't turn his head to see what was coming, he knew by the sound. This is the guardian spirit animal of the law enforcement hall. Fire Cloud Lion. Strength is King class. Backup is coming. The Fire Cloud Lion was faster, and behind it were definitely the experts of the law enforcement hall, and even the hall master himself. Now that's steady. The middle-aged man's eyes glowed with hope, and the direction the roar came from. White Knight also looked over. Then he saw a huge lion that had to be 2 stories high, with a fiery red flame tiger under his feet. After a slight leap on the ground, he ran this way at a very fast speed. White Knight subconsciously opened his eyes a little wider to meet those lantern-like eyes that glowed with a ferocious aura. A king-level, ferocious beast? White Knight was a bit puzzled. This kind of aura was perceived much differently than the ferocious beasts he had met before. Most of the time he was inside the small mountain village, never appearing in other places. He temporarily did not understand what this kind of existence that looked like a ferocious beast was. But, whether it was a ferocious beast or whatever, it made no difference to him. By now, that giant lion had already come inside a range of a dozen meters. Put! The huge feet stepped on the ground without making much noise, but it was the oncoming gust of wind that blew the corners of White Knight's coat a bit. Very cautious. White Knight praised. This is actually quite humane, and after seeing the situation over here, it did not come over rashly, but instead wandered back and forth over 10 meters away. It's like a beast that hunts its prey. But, a dozen meters? White Knight's body curved down slightly. This sudden movement caused the fire cloud lion not far away to appear humanely alert. Then, the human standing over there was seen jerking his long sword halfway out. Boom! Boo! The fire cloud lion was directly crushed to the ground, and its face became terrified as it was visible to the naked eye. Ooh-hoo! A low whimpering sound came and reached the ears of the middle-aged man who was the patrol leader, causing him to freeze in his heart. This voice, Fire Cloud Lion? It so happened that at this time, he felt the pressure on his body somehow lessen, so much so that he was barely able to move his neck, so he did his best to twist his head around, and then he saw this shocking scene. Fiery Lion. I can't believe I'm also pinned to the ground and can't move? This is a king-level spirit beast. Could it be? The middle-aged man's pupils shrunk to the size of a pinpoint, his face full of incredulity. This blind teenager, is it a martial emperor-level existence? And at that moment, inside his pupils, another picture was reflected. The law enforcement hall's hall master, Tang Lai, was flying over with a kind of law enforcement hall's experts and came within his line of sight. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged man's eyes stared blankly as an ominous feeling of foreboding enveloped him, so he used all his strength and held his neck red. It took several seconds to stifle a word, but it came out as loud a shout as he could muster. You guys, stay back. Chapter 9, what is this thing? Aha! After the middle-aged man shouted those words, he felt the heavy pressure reappear and even become heavier, so much so that his cheeks were now pressed firmly to the ground and he could no longer utter a word. Not far away, White Knight only lightly turned his head to glance at the group of people who had already arrived behind the giant lion. This batch of people were a lot stronger than the ones from earlier, and the uniforms are unified, so they look a lot more advanced, especially the delicate little hammer at the cuff. Looks like some more important people have finally come. White Knight secretly nodded. The commotion he had made was indeed able to attract these people over, but is still not enough. The person at the head of the group was no more than a king-level existence, and appeared to be nothing more than a fighter or something like that, not a true core figure of the Tang family. Who the hell is your excellency? Why are you hurting people for no reason? Law Enforcement Hall Master Tang Lai looked over from afar and reached out to stop the Law Enforcement Hall members who wanted to rush over. He heard that loud cry just now, and the person who made the noise was somewhat familiar to him. Someone from the patrol. The strength isn't bad, upper third order, but at this moment it was like a child with no hands, pressed to the ground and unable to move, especially inside that shout. He actually heard desperation in it. What is it that makes a patrol leader of the upper third order feel irresistible? However, he didn't need to be reminded by the others to understand. In front of them a 2-story tall figure blocked their path. The figure was more than familiar to them. Fire Cloud Lion, king-level spirit beasts. At this point, like those on the patrol, they were also motionless. It's going to get worse. A large crater appeared in the spot, and blood spilled from the Fire Cloud Lion's body. What's going on? Cold sweat oozed from Tang Lai's forehead. The scene was a bit beyond his comprehension. After receiving a message from the patrol, they came over at a moment's notice, even in person themselves. This was because he knew that an existence that could destroy the mountain protection formation was definitely not something that ordinary members of the law enforcement hall could handle. To be on the safe side, even the king-level spirit beasts were sent over. However, after coming here, none of the patrol members were left, all of them were suppressed. Even the Fire Cloud Lion was in this miserable state. What kind of existence had their Tang family provoked? Church, Master, what to do? What to do? Tang Lai couldn't help but repeat when he heard the henchman next to him ask rather nervously. What to do? He also wanted to know what to do. Even the Fire Cloud Lion had been suppressed, and he was only a shade stronger than the Fire Cloud Lion. And that blind teenager on the opposite side was actually able to suppress the Fire Cloud easily, so he probably couldn't do any good either. And I don't know what the strength is. Even he could not fully sense the depths of this person. Murphy. Suddenly his eyes widened as he thought of something. It can't be an existence at the level of the old ancestor, can it? After this ridiculous thought came out, even he was shocked. There were only a few Imperial-level old ancestors in the Imperial capital, all of whom he had met, and it was obvious that this blind teenager was not one of them. It's best not to. Tang Lai realized that his palms were all covered in cold sweat after this guess appeared. Emperor-level old man. What kind of being it was he couldn't have been clearer. If it were true. He shook his head hurriedly. No way, no how. It was just that despite this thought, The tone of his mouth was unconsciously polite. Your Excellency is here. Why don't you sit down and have a good. Oops. Tang Lai suddenly stifled a grunt, and before he could say anything, a massive gravity descended on his body. Boom! The members of the law enforcement hall that he had brought with him were completely defenseless, and they were all slapped to the ground. And it's no better. This power, definitely more than just king level. Tang Lai roared inwardly. What kind of monster did the Tang family provoke? A bright layer of protective aura presented itself on his body as he effortlessly half-kneeled on the ground. However, it only held him up for a little while longer. Put! The protective aura broke. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Tang Lai, and he was then heavily pressed to the ground. A Tang family martial king level existence. No resistance. Tap. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming and tried to look up, but couldn't move. You're not qualified either. This was the first sentence Tang Lai heard after the footsteps stopped, nearly causing a mouthful of old blood to spurt out again. I can't believe. To actually say that his hallowed martial king level existence was not qualified enough. However, the reality is harsh. As a martial king level existence, he actually had no power to put up resistance at this time. Just like those middle third order patrol members. This strength, it was definitely at the level of a martial emperor level old ancestor. Was the commotion not loud enough? White Knight glanced indifferently at the king-ranked Tang clan members sprawled on the ground, then looked high into the sky and said indifferently, "That's not enough. These people were just pawns of the Tang family, and the real talkers didn't show up. Looks like it's still not making enough noise." Then, try it. White Knight's eyes, which only had the whites of his eyes, looked into the endless sky. Choke. White Knight slowly pulled his staff sword out. It was a move he hadn't used once since he had mastered that card's ability, because never met a being that could make him use this, and he also felt that the damage caused by this move could be huge if it was actually used, so he never got a chance to use it. But there's no better chance than this move if now, right? It's just a little rusty and needs to be familiarized. Choke. The staff knife was fully drawn. Tang Lai, who heard the commotion, couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. This voice, it's not going to be a pain in the ass for him, is it? Is this person really an enemy of the Tang family? I can't believe you started without even asking? Tang Lai once again exerted his strength, trying to struggle up, yet the pressure that pressed down on him was like a huge mountain, weighing him down. It didn't work. Can't get up. Is that all there is to it? Suddenly an emotion called despair flooded the mind. Close your eyes for a long time. Found out that nothing actually happened. If he had been able to see it, he would have realized that White Knight wasn't trying to kill anyone by drawing his sword. At this moment, he raised his long sword high in the air, while an invisible force spread out in a circle from above the staff blade, toward the heights, fading away. Perception of color. It was the best ability he had ever mastered, and it was at this point that his power was realized. After a while, the color of his perception had spread to nowhere, and he stopped when he realized the image of the meteorite that appeared inside his mind. Meteorite fragments, large and small, circled around and slowly rotated. Then, this one. White Knight selected a small meteorite of roughly a dozen meters. Then the power of traction exploded with full force. Give me. Down. Boom. All of White Knight's consciousness quaked hard. Then a meteorite the size of a dozen meters landed quickly from the sky and grew faster and faster. Tang Lai, who realized that there hadn't been any movement for a long time, couldn't help but pop a question mark. What the hell happened? How come no sound comes out? Nope, there seems to be a sound. This is. Tang Lai frowned, feeling the movement above him in astonishment. What a sound! A rumbling sound kept coming, and it's a long way away. Is this thunder? Tang Lai's heart bubbled with intense curiosity. Yet unable to move, he pressed on, unable to turn around and go over to get a better look. Boom! Rumble! No! He suddenly had an ominous feeling. How is the sound getting closer? And just then, he realized that the pressure on himself loosened a bit. What the hell? Watching this opportunity, he riveted his strength to hold his body up for a fraction of a second. Drink! The body drew up again, rising a few centimeters from above the ground. That's enough. With difficulty, he turned his head and looked into the air, in the direction from which the voice had come. Then, just stay right there on the spot. This is. What the hell? Chapter 10, Ancestral Beast Qilin. Hoo-hoo! Huge meteorites more than 10 meters wide in diameter fell from the sky with blazing flames. The massive pressure pushed the air around them as if they were getting faster and faster. Meteorites fall from the sky. This was the ability that White Knight had acquired after completely mastering the card. It's also the first time the ability has been used. The results were surprisingly satisfying. With this effect, not to mention the Tang family, the entire imperial capital would probably be able to see it clearly. there was no need to mention the power. Just looking at the growing meteorite alone gave a heavy sense of oppression. At the very least, destroying this square dozens of meters wasn't a problem. As for the question of whether innocent people will be hurt, he was aware of the news that the Tang family had a martial emperor-level ancestor. If it's all that and it doesn't come out, it's only, if it's ruined, it's ruined. Who asked these people to be from the Tang family? And the Tang family had provoked him. He, White Knight, acted in this life without questioning right or wrong. At that moment, a scorching wave of air began to travel down from above. It's close enough. The Tang clan had obviously noticed the commotion a long time ago. Not only was there a strange cry from the person he was now pinning to the ground, but even the top of the mountain peak was filled with curses if anything. What's going on? What is this? Hurry! Evacuate! Where's the mountain protection array? How did it stop? Ah! Run! Shut up! Don't cause a disturbance. Where are the people from the law enforcement hall? What are they doing? Hurry! It's too late. Clansmen above the middle third order organized to attack. Hurry! Afterwards, White Knight saw all sorts of colorful pillars of light striking on top of the meteorite that was about to fall. However, the meteorite's great power had already been established, and with these painless attacks couldn't create any waves at all. Even an attack at the level of a martial king was merely shaken for a moment before being bounced off. The meteorite descended relentlessly with unrivaled might, crushing the trees on the hill and lowering their heads. The heat wave came and blew the clothes of countless Tang family members. Dry trees began to spontaneously combust. What the hell? Why is there a meteorite coming down over the imperial capital? This thing, is it really humanly possible to resist? A portion of the clansmen with low cultivation had already gone blank, giving up thinking and even dropping the movements in their hands. This meteorite was a relatively small one that White Knight had picked out, yet in the eyes of the Tang family members, this is a behemoth. What's the concept of a dozen meters in diameter? It's comparable to a 4 or 5-story house. With such a large piece of meteorite smashing down, this mountain peak of theirs was probably going to collapse most of the way. Houses, grass, trees, and ordinary people are absolutely not spared. Even those of them with a certain level of cultivation didn't dare to say that they had survived under the fallout of the meteorite. This attack, it's already on the level of a natural disaster. Halfway up the mountain, this was the main gathering place for the Tang family members. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a long beard stood at the top of a tree, frowning as he looked at the meteorite above his head. Master of the house, how's it going? Behind him also came up a person. Tang Qingfeng asked with his hands behind his back. As the head of the Tang family, even at times like now, he was able to maintain absolute calm, arranging for the clan to take refuge, organizing the clan to attack, as well as dispatching one of the clan's elders to the thunder pool at the top of the mountain. Lord Ancestral Beast has awakened. Good. Upon hearing this news, Tang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, and the worry in his heart suddenly decreased by a few points. Ancestral Beast of the Tang family, an existence on the same level as the old ancestor. Pass the order down. Everyone stop attacking and all enter inside the refuge cave. Yes. After hearing the response, Tang Qingfeng looked up at the meteorite that was already very close to the mountain peak. The lines and flames on it, as well as the scars caused by the clan's attack just now, were already visible. By now, the people behind them had left. Most of the clansmen who were originally attacking also left. Seeing this situation, he secretly nodded before taking out a token, an antique wood color with a figure drawn in the middle by a blue line. Taking the token in his hand, he no longer hesitated and raised it high, while at the same time transporting enough aura to pour it inside the token. The spirit beast pattern in the center of the token blazed with blue light. Please, Lord Ancestral Beast. The sound spread out from Tang Qingfeng's side and reached the ears of the clan, causing everyone to look uplifted. Ancestral Beast of the Tang family, a legend-level existence that lived in the hearts of countless clansmen. The voice swept through the clan and traveled inside a thunder pool on top of the mountain. A pair of purple eyes snapped open underneath the roiling thunder and lightning, bringing up a burst of thunder. Splat! Above the top of the mountain, a demonic beast figure as tall as a 3 or 4-story building was revealed as a bolt of lightning struck down. Roar! As the demonic beast figure appeared, a loud roar suddenly brought up a gust of wind. Tang Qingfeng looked with reverence at the extraordinary figure that had suddenly appeared. This is the ancestral beast that has been passed down from their Tang family for thousands of years. Thunder Unicorn, legendary ancient spirit beast, emperor-level existence. Even he had only seen it once, not to mention the other clansmen. Some sneaked out from inside the refuge cave and looked at the Thunder Qilin for a long time. Such majesty, it's worthy of being the ancestral beast of the Tang family. It's safe. They felt that as long as this figure existed, even the greatest disaster could be turned into a great one. And the ancestral beast Thunder Unicorn also responded to the expectations of all Tang family members with practical actions. Roar! As the Thunder Qilin roared once again, in the sky, uncountable blue thunderbolts suddenly appeared. The lightning wrapped the meteorite so tightly that even the momentum of smashing down was reduced. Dense lightning continued to bombard the top of the meteorite, and for a time, debris flew about. It's not enough. This was Tang Qingfeng's most intuitive feeling. The ancestral beast lord's attack was strong, but it was still completely insufficient for this huge meteorite. At most, the meteorite will be worn down to a smaller size. So Thunder Unicorn also realized the problem. The power of this meteorite was beyond his expectations. As a result, the thunderous light on its body flourished, and its two copperbell eyes bubbled with an oozing light. The scales on his back flashed purple for a moment, then snapped his mouth open. A pelvic thick pillar of purple light erupted out with a bang, with black unidentified thunderbolts wrapped around it in a circle. Talented techniques, silent thunder, an extremely fast attack blinked and hit the top of the meteorite. Put! Boom! A huge meteorite was first penetrated with a huge gaping hole, then it exploded. The meteorite was blown into countless pieces of varying sizes. In the end, the blasted fragments were shattered into pieces again under the roiling lightning, and then dissipated. In the air, bits and pieces of the meteorite's powder drifted down sporadically. There were constantly clansmen running out from inside the refuge cave, and after seeing this scene, all of them had their mouths wide open and were filled with disbelief. Even Tang Qingfeng's face became shocked. At the same time an idea popped up inside his head. This is the ancestral beast. This is the ancestral beast that has protected the Tang family for thousands of years. Even a natural disaster like a meteorite seems unbeatable in front of it. This was the second time he had seen the ancestral beast's figure, and it had left him with an indelible and invincible presence. Unfortunately, this was not a rare occurrence, and the ancestral beast lord would probably return to slumber again. As always, only when the Tang family is in a life and death situation will they show up to save the day. As Tang Qingfeng ventured this thought, he suddenly froze, because he saw that the ancestral beast Qilin actually did not return to the thunder pool, but, coming his way? The speed of the Thunder Unicorn is very fast, and it has come to him in the time between his breaths. A pair of majestic purple eyes glanced at him faintly before crossing indifferently over to where he stood and coming to the front. Ancestral beast lord. Tang Qingfeng bowed somewhat nervously. He's already starting to talk a little too much. At this moment, the ancestral beast Qilin hadn't put away its own massive might at all, especially after indifferently glancing at him just now, sending chills through his body. He was tempted to ask the ancestral beast Kirin what his orders were for coming down, yet the ancestral beast paid no attention to him, and just came straight in front of him. Tang Qingfeng stiffly wanted to ask once more, only to have his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints after seeing the place in front of the ancestral beast Qilin. A silhouette rose from the ground and traveled through the air, coming to rest. Chapter 11, Only One Request. Overwhelmed. Martial Emperor level existence. These words instantly appeared in Tang Qingfeng's mind. At the same time, he understood a lot of things. Why would their Tang family's mountain protection formation suddenly break? Why is the Law Enforcement Hall of Fame pressed to find it? Why would a meteorite actually fall over a place like the imperial capital? It's this guy. Definitely him. A blind man who looked like a teenager. When did their Tang family provoke a martial emperor-level ancestor-like existence? Tang Qingfeng's heart burst with anger. He was the head of the Tang clan, but he actually only realized what had happened now. Why? Why would a martial emperor-level ancestor suddenly attack their Tang family's compound? It doesn't even come with any disguise. If the meteorite was manipulated by this martial emperor-level senior, is this the point where they are going to destroy their Tang family as soon as they come up? One must know that with such a large meteorite, without the ancestral beast lord stepping in to solve it, less than half of the elite clansmen would die. Is this behavior running towards extermination? Anger washed over him. Almost. Their Tang family was going to lose a lot of money. He wanted to question this unfamiliar martial emperor-level old ancestor face to face now. By what right did they suddenly attack their Tang family's compound? Do you really think that their Tang family doesn't have an imperial-level existence? Who is your honor? Why did you offend my Tang family? Up ahead, an ear-shattering buzzing sound came from the front, asking the doubts in Tang Qingfeng's mind. The Thunder Qilin similarly floated in the air and came in front of Tang Qingfeng, facing Bai Yi. Spit out human words. Overwhelming. It's an imperial-level ferocious beast. White Knight instantly made this judgment. Another existence similar to that giant lion, resembling a ferocious beast without being a ferocious beast. And on top of that, it actually spits. Rather a bit of a rarity. However, this was clearly not the focus of Baiye's attention. His focus was still just to bring justice to Xiao Yu. So what if it's an emperor-level ferocious beast? Get in his way and perish just the same. However, at this moment, his attention was more on the long-bearded man who was placed behind this Qilin fierce beast. If he hadn't heard correctly, this was the Tang family's family head, right? That is, the people he thinks are telling the truth. The Tang family? Head of the family? White Knight asked blandly. Then a huge aura descended from the sky. Boom! Originally, Tang Qingfeng, who had heard the questioning, felt that things were not going well, but as a result, before he could answer, a mind-numbing aura of fear enveloped him. He felt like the entire sky had darkened, as if even the figure of the ancestral beast Qilin had disappeared. Humph! Suddenly, with a muffled grunt, Tang Qingfeng awoke from the darkness and his vision returned. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Thank you, Lord Ancestral Beast. He hastened to be grateful. If it wasn't for the ancestral beast Qilin waking him up from the pressure of his aura, it might not be certain that he would have sunk down there. At the same time, the gaze towards the thin figure in the distance became even more scornful. Sure enough, it's true. This was a martial emperor-level existence. His aura alone crushed the king-level strength to the point where he could not breathe. Humph, a mere human. How dare you be so arrogant? Then go to hell. Obviously, White Knight's disregard for the ancestral beast Qilin had enraged it. Before Tang Qingfeng could speak, it lifted its claws and thunder light coalesced. Thunder Blade! 3 1-meter-long blue claw blades flew out. The target was none other than White Knight in mid-air. Encountering the sudden attack, White Knight didn't panic and didn't even pull out his staff sword. It was just to block with the knife and the sheath towards the front. An invisible force erupted from in front of him. The invisible wave met the claw blade in an instant, and then the claw blade became slowed down until it stopped. White Knight waved his hand and invisible fluctuations erupted out. Gravity bounce. The claw blade suddenly flew backward towards the way it came. What? The ancestral beast Qilin was startled for a moment, not expecting this to be the case. With his hands full, he once again flew 3 claw blades to cancel them out. The attack was casually blocked by it though, but it wasn't in a relaxed mood at all. Although it was a casual strike on his part, this human across the street casually cracked it as well. It seemed that this human was more powerful than he thought. No wonder he dared to attack the Tang family alone. For the time being, let's wait and see what happens, was the thought of the ancestral beast Qilin. There's no need to fight to the death when you don't even know what people are up to. Therefore, he glanced at Tang Qingfeng behind him. Tang Qingfeng comprehended the ancestral beast Qilin's meaning and moved forward a bit to the top of the tree a bit in front of him. Elder, if you're looking for the Tang family head, I am. Tang Qingfeng was protected by the ancestral beast Qilin and was no longer nervous, responding out graciously. Dare I ask, senior, what is the purpose of coming to my Tang family? The tone of speech was quite polite, not even daring to bring up the matter that had simply almost left their Tang family members dead or injured, because he knew that he was facing a martial emperor-level existence. If the enemy is strong and he is weak, then he is not even qualified to complain. Yes, White Knight nodded faintly before stating his purpose. I'm here for one purpose. Justice. Justice? Tang Qingfeng frowned, his heart thumping. Sure enough, this person did have a grudge against their Tang family. Trouble. I just don't know where our Tang family has provoked, senior. As long as the situation is true, our Tang family will definitely prepare a generous gift to sincerely make amends and apologize. At this time for Tang Qingfeng, there was already some softening, just because he was facing a martial emperor-level existence. So even if he had the backing of the ancestral beast Qilin of the same strength, he didn't dare to question it out loud. The opposite party was all alone, and their family was so large that they were completely unable to resist the wrath of a martial emperor level. Even if they were barely repelled, they would only hurt their bones and not be half as beneficial to the family. The reasoning that it was better to do more than less. As the head of the Tang family, he still understood it very well. So, he volunteered to be soft. I'm looking for 2 people. White Knight didn't feel any favor because of the Tang family head's attitude, and just indifferently held up 2 fingers. What man? A cadet from the Tang family's Kaftown Civilian Martial Arts High School, and an accompanying escort. Martial Arts High School students? Tang Qingfeng frowned. With so many people in their family, who knows which one they're talking about? But the joint of the problem should have been found. It should be the so-called this cadet and the accompanying guards who had provoked this person. He knew the family must have some bossy people out there. He just didn't expect it to be this outrageous. To actually be blind enough to mess with a martial emperor-level existence? No brains? But as it was, the punishment would come later. And the most important thing now was to take care of this matter. I don't know what these 2 have been rude about. Your Excellency can just say it. They're all juniors who don't know how to behave. If they offend your excellency, I'll definitely punish them heavily." The words weren't full, and Tang Qingfeng's attitude showed quite a bit of sincerity, and explicitly and implicitly implied that these were just kids who didn't know any better, and that there was no need for you, a martial emperor level existence, to have a general understanding with the juniors. This layer of meaning was also heard by White Knight, but it didn't change what he had originally thought. It would be fine if it was just robbing Xiao Yu's place in the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, but injuring Xiao Yu, these two, they must die. Therefore, White Knight didn't give a good face at all in the face of the Tang family head's face of sincerity. Don't even want to give face at all. I don't want to talk about what these two did. I only have one request. What demands? Die. What? Tang Qingfeng exclaimed, his face grimacing after realizing that he hadn't heard wrong. How long had it been since anyone had dared to decide the death or life of a member of the Tang clan right in front of him? Even an insignificant bottom-feeder clan member. Who are they? They were the Tang family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital. The Tang clan that possessed the martial emperor-level ancestral beast Qilin and the old ancestor. And so the anger began to burn, even overpowering the anger towards the unknown clan member. Your excellency, don't bully people too much. If a son or daughter of this clan commits any wrongdoings, there are naturally clan rules to deal with them. Even if you're a martial emperor-level ancestor, you have no right to interfere in our family's internal affairs. A martial emperor-level existence. It's not like we don't have one in the Tang family. Roar! As if responding to Tang Qingfeng, the ancestral beast Qilin roared, and a wave of might formed a wave of air that pounced over. Humph! White Knight smiled disdainfully, allowing the might of the ancestral beast Qilin to swing past him. Didn't even move the corner of his shirt. So what if there was an emperor-level existence? Even the strength of an emperor-level existence was also of a higher or lower level. It was merely a ferocious beast in the middle stage of a mere martial emperor that actually wanted to shake him with its might. His strength converted to this world system is equivalent to peak martial emperor level. And you're a bully, aren't you? Why didn't you say that when your Tang family seized the Imperial Martial Arts University helicopter quota based on their power? Why didn't you say so when your Tang family injured Xiao Yu with the strength of their guards? Now you're talking to him about bullying? Then, choke. White Knight pulled out the staff blade as soon as he could. The eyes opened to reveal the whites of his eyes, and the top of his merciless face was as cold as ice, while an even more massive aura recoiled back. Then it's a bully. So what? Chapter 12 Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. After White Knight finished speaking, the staff blade was flung, and an unknown force began to coalesce above the blade. Humph! Your excellency is truly a great one. Tang Qingfeng was pushed into a sorry state by the sudden wave of air, and only barely managed to stabilize himself with the help of the ancestral beast Qilin. After stabilizing, he said with a hard look on his face. At this point, he hadn't realized the gravity of the situation and was about to say something else. Roar! After a gruff roar, an azure-colored shield appeared directly in front of him. Ancestral Beast Lord? He asked suspiciously. Stand down. The buzzing sounded again and seemed impatient. But, stand down. Yes. Sensing the emotions of the ancestral beast Qilin, Tang Qingfeng reluctantly stepped back. On his way out, he glanced at the blind teenage-looking man over there. That's what? He couldn't help but stare. What did he see? He saw a cloud of distorted space? Is that why Lord Ancestral Beast couldn't wait to tell him to stand down? That's right. This was the reason why the Ancestral Beast Griffin was very impatient. Because at this moment, when he sensed the movement over there, even though it was also a martial emperor-level existence, it pinched a cold sweat. Space. Twisted. That meteorite just now was actually not this person's full strength. It couldn't figure out at all what kind of attack could distort space. Even its natural skill Silent Thunderlight could not do this effect at all. What is this person really? The ancestral beast Qilin didn't dare to relax his mind at all anymore, which was why he told the Tang clan's family head to hurry up and back off. With an attack like that, it couldn't possibly protect an outsider. Even if it takes this attack on its own, its eyes instantly became glazed over. It's hard to tell. It was intuitively able to feel the energy fluctuations above that long knife. Even likely, can't catch a break. But there's no turning back on things. This human was clearly getting impatient. There was absolutely no desire to communicate down from that childish face. It was very likely that this person's strength was above the mid-royal level. Spell it out. Roar. With a loud roar, the ancestral beast Qilin crouched its body down, and the scales on its back began to shine with a purple light. At the same time, layers upon layers of purple scales made up of aura were intertwined on its body, covering it completely. On the other hand, White Knight quietly watched the unicorn ferocious beast's movements and didn't make a move to stop it. Just let it keep building up. and he, too, was building up his strength. At that moment, his arm trembled violently, and it took a great deal of effort to control it. A ball of gravity compressed countless times coalesced above the staff blade held in his right hand. The space around them became distorted. It wasn't heat distorting the light kind of effect, but actually distorting the space here. It was one of the skills he had acquired since he had fully mastered that card, and had never used it. Now for the first time, because all along, he had never met an existence that could make him go all out. Today's words, this mid-royal level unicorn ferocious beast, enough to qualify him to go all out. So, don't ever die, White Knight murmured faintly. Then, raising the staff blade in his hand slowly, coming above the ancestral beast Qilin's hideous face, a pair of eyes stared at White Knight, completely not daring to be the slightest bit careless. At this moment, after seeing White Knight make a move, all of his attention was focused on it, because the long blade that distorted space was held across his chest. White Knight raised his staff blade up while a sudden burst of appalling energy erupted from his body. Both eyebrows were raised, and beside the empty whites of his eyes, veins popped. Obviously, even for him to use this move would take a considerable amount of effort. His body bowed slightly, and a powerful energy gushed out from the soles of his feet. Boom! The ground right below shattered with a loud bang, and White Knight was ready, swinging his staff blade down hard in the direction of the ancestral beast Qilin. Gravity knife. Manticore. Shoo! A twisted mass of energy broke through. Everywhere it went, space was distorted. Silent thunder. At the same time, a basin-sized pillar of purple light sprayed over. Put! The purple pillar of light was broken right through inside the distorted space. Crap! After the ancestral beast Qilin attacked out, its pupils shrank when it saw this scene. Unstoppable. Its silent thunder light was completely destroyed and broken apart. What an attack! It was actually able to distort space. Its previous judgment was completely wrong. What might not catch? It's a complete block for a breath. The remaining momentum of that massive twisted energy did not diminish, and it shot straight toward it. Instinctive scale armor. It roared angrily, and layers of purple scales on its body suddenly sprouted a dazzling blood-colored light. He had even used his watchful eye. Then it hit the speedy twisted energy head-on. It's too fast. Can't hide. And, ka! The crisp sound came, making its face turn ashen. Natal scale armor. Broken. It only lasted 3 breaths. Several layers of scale armor. And in 3 breaths of time the last layer was actually left. Die. The ancestral unicorn looked as if it had seen the word death cover a large bucket. This is the smell of death. How is that possible? It was an ancient demonic beast, but it actually had a day when it faced death? What a joke. Roar. Talented techniques. Burning blood. Launch. It couldn't help but let out a mournful cry, and its body suddenly became hot, as if something was burning. Then, a layer of golden light was attached to the top of the last layer of scale armor. It would burn its bloodline in exchange for a powerful origin power, though this move would even set it back in its realm. For an ancient demonic beast like it, a small realm would take countless years to accumulate. It didn't dare to imagine at all the extent to which it would degrade itself after burning its bloodline. But, no desperation. It's death. It has no choice. The golden light hardened against the twisted mass of energy, and there was a stalemate. Roar. It's okay. The ancestral beast Qilin roared with fury and exerted all its strength. And at that moment, he took a moment to glance at the human in the distance, whose newly renewed vitality had suddenly gone dead. There, that human. Raising his arm, he swung another blow. The same twisted energy. How can that be? It cried out in disbelief. How could such an attack even deliver a second blow? Even the first strike had used all of its life-preserving means to barely withstand it. Now the second strike is actually coming again. It's over. It could no longer afford to resist at all. And now there was only one thought left inside its mind. Dead. Inside his pupils, he looked ahead listlessly, reflecting a cloud of distorted energy coming from far and near, and it no longer had any defenses at its disposal. Immovable golden body. Bright Emperor Bell. Drink. Just as the ancestral beast Qilin was in despair, a rough voice came. Then, a gigantic golden body phantom manifested, joining it in fending off the twisted energy that came from the second strike. On top of that, there was also an ancient translucent crashing bell silhouette protecting them firmly. Tang Clan Kid. The ancestral beast Qilin's expression perked up after seeing the visitor clearly. This is the present-day ancestor of the Tang family, Tang Yen. It was also at the emperor level of strength, and the Zhu where, Ming Wang Chung. There is hope. New hope glowed in its eyes. The second blow came as expected, but was blocked. It can be blocked. It could block such an attack together with the Tang clan's old man, as long as there is no third strike. It looked up and froze there on the spot, muttering under its breath. How? How? Strike 3. Here we go. Ka! The outermost crashing bell silhouette directly shattered. Subsequently, the man and beast had absolutely no power to resist being broken through the defenses on their bodies, and the twisted energy took a direct hit. Put! Put! 2 pillars of blood sprayed out of the sky, and both bodies twisted for a moment. Bones, muscles, scales, guts, it's all twisted. Boo! The 2 figures fell from the air and smashed down heavily, smashing out 2 large craters. There wasn't a single good spot on the ancestral beast Chilin's body, and none of the scales on its entire body were intact. One side of the horns was broken in 2, and some parts of the upper part of the body were twisted into an exaggerated angle. Inside that bloody mouth, golden blood gushed out crazily as if it didn't need money, and the Tang clan's old man didn't fare any better. The golden light phantom dispersed, and blood flowed all over the place. Equally miserable, a man and a beast took White Knight's move gravity blade mighty tiger head on. Serious injuries. Now, I'll give you Tang family 3 minutes. Bring those 2 here. Chapter 13, Dirtying His Hands. Elder Ancestor, Lord Ancestral Beast. Under the field, Tang Qingfeng was no longer as decent as he was a moment ago. Looking at the 2 wretched figures falling from the sky, he stared at them with wide eyes for a long time. Is that the unbeatable Ancestral Beast Lord who blocked the meteorite before? That's the old ancestor that their Tang family relies on? At that moment, half dead, half lying and propped up, his face was in shock. At this instant, he felt that the sky of their Tang family collapsed. In his place was an unknown blind teenage look-alike. The somewhat slim figure stood tall and looked at him coldly. The emotionless words that came out of its mouth are still ringing in our ears. Now it sounds like a death note. That heavy, that way, is irresistible. The miserable state of the ancestral beast lord and the old ancestor reminded him of this every now and then. This was an existence that their Tang clan could not resist, and now he is given only 3 minutes. He looked at the figure in the upper air, and his face went green and white for a while. Want to maintain the dignity of the Tang family, but how do you resist? Did you drag the Tang family with you to the funeral? What a joke! How can the Tang family be broken in his hands? Ryoga sighed heavily anyway. It was like exhaling all the strength out of his body, and the whole thing stumbled a little. Come on people, family, master. The Tang family elder-ranked figure who had just passed on the message came up to assist at the right time. Bring those 2 people that this senior said. Well, yes. Tang Ming glanced somewhat fearfully at the figure above him and answered. This look should be fine, right? Tang Qingfeng looked as if he had put down some burden. All relaxed. The Don family's accusations are his to bear. All the naysayers are his to bear. He couldn't cut off the future of the Tang family for the sake of 1 or 2 people and the backbone of the Tang family. He can't afford to gamble. This person definitely had the strength to wipe out the Tang family. So, he is really soft this time. Even broke the spine. Therefore, when the decision was spoken just now, the voice spread into the air through the aura. His statement was clear enough. They Tang family conceded, but pleaded to let their Tang family live. Without the emperor-level existence of the old ancestor and ancestral beast lord, they were fish and meat on the chopping block. Whether they could live or not all depended on the mood of others. A feeling of humiliation came over him. House master, have mercy. Master of the house, it's none of my business. Master of the house, please. Howard's crime is not worthy of death. Behind them came the sound of voices shouting in terror and pleading for mercy. Family master, Tang Ming shouted at Tang Qingfeng after bringing the 2 men in. Tang Qingfeng turned around, ignoring the weeping cries, and looked down coldly. There were a total of 3 men kneeling before him, a teenage boy, an accompanying escort, and an old woman. The eyes swept over the 3, finally resting on the teenage boy. It was this one family descendant who had ungratefully messed with a martial emperor-level existence. How dare he? Could it be that the young people of this generation now thought that their Tang family was so big that they could completely ignore the point of the martial emperor's wrath? When did the people who walked out of their Tang family become arrogant to such an extent? It was because of this person that the entire Tang clan and even Lord Lai ancestral beast and old ancestor had suffered unexplained damage. House master, have mercy. I don't know this senior. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Ha! Misunderstanding? Tang Qingfeng ignored the young man who kept tugging at his coattails and sneered. The family's 2 major imperial-level combatants were seriously injured and on the verge of death. You're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Let alone whether there was any misunderstanding. Even if there was no misunderstanding, these 2 people had to die. How else could one calm the anger of a martial emperor-level existence? Although so far he still didn't even know what this martial emperor senior had struck because of. But he didn't dare ask. This is the world of the strongest. You're not wrong. People are more powerful than you and say you are wrong. You bite your teeth and swallow them. There are no mistakes, and making mistakes gives the attitude of recognizing them. That's the rule of this world. It was also a rule that their Tang family used to follow. Looking at the family dude at his feet with tears and snot running down his face, his eyes grew colder and colder. He didn't know what the person's name was, and he didn't want to know. If he could, he even wanted to just slap this person to death and forget about it. But he couldn't, because the initiative of the matter was not in his hands. Instead, it sat. The unknown martial emperor in the air was on top of it, and at that moment, White Knight had already come down from the air. After coming down, he didn't even glance at the two Tang clan martial emperor level existences, but instead went straight to the two people who had been brought in. Even though Bai Yi had already put away his own aura, it was still as if the Tang clan head and the others had seen something terrifying. Hastily lowering his head to hide his fear, he silently took 2 steps back to make enough room for this person. Seniors, elder, this is definitely a misunderstanding. I've never met with senior. Even if I were given a few dog guts I wouldn't dare to offend senior. With a handful of tears and a snotty nose, that dude cried out to White Knight. He even kowtowed directly. I kowtow to you. Elder, spare your life. Ka! Tang Qingfeng clenched his fists tightly if he could, constantly suppressing the anger in his heart. If he didn't have any scruples, he would have absolutely slapped this family descendant to death on the spot. But with this senior here, he didn't dare to make any moves at all. Not even the anger in his heart dared to show half of it. The face of their Dawn family sort of lost it all. However, White Knight clearly didn't care about these things and just avoided them for a bit in disgust. I ask, you answer. Yes, yes, yes. Elder, please speak. When he heard these words, the dude answered back and forth as if he had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw, not even realizing that this was actually the straw that hastened his life. Wasn't that Tang clan cadet from Kaftown you? Yes, it's me. Wasn't it you who seized that Imperial Martial Arts University slot? Yes, it's also me. Originally, this person wanted to hesitate for a bit, but as a result, after being coldly glanced at by White Knight, he didn't dare to hide anything at all. And Tang Qingfeng probably knew what it was about. It was actually related to the Imperial Martial Arts University helicopter quota. He was also aware of this kind of thing. It was just in favor of the Tang family, so he turned a blind eye. I didn't realize that a moment of inattention had actually brought about such a great disaster. I'm sorry for what I've done. He somewhat regretted that he was too radical after all, thinking that he would be able to lead the family to the next level after breaking through the ancestral training. It turned out that way. And White Knight ignored this family head's inner thoughts as he continued to ask, then isn't the person who injured a girl inside the school also you? These words were asked by White Knight, almost suppressing his own anger. A girl? The dude froze for a moment, then recalled a stunning face. This one girl he once couldn't even take using the Tang family's conditions, and a talented student at that Budo high school. He was also the cadet who had taken the Imperial Martial Arts University spot that had belonged to her. For this reason, the girl also beat him up. It turned out that she was still no match at all, and it was the guards accompanying her who struck out and injured her. Then this man in the mouth of this predecessor, seniors, he looked up with an ugly smile and tried to argue something. Say, Buzz. A low drink came, jolting his mind for a moment. It was me, he said with hollow eyes and indifference. Then the eyes quickly regained their gleam, and upon perceiving his behavior, his face turned pale. Yourself. I can't believe I admitted it myself. Seniors, you listen to me. While he was still trying to fight for it, a sudden irresistible pressure appeared around him. The sound came to the inside of his throat and was instantly squeezed out of existence. Afterwards, only a poof was heard, and a shower of blood floated up in the sky. Put. After casually killing that Tang clan son, he didn't even have the desire to listen to the guard's words, and directly waved his hand to squeeze this person into a mass of flesh and blood with gravity. He then turned around without even looking at the two inhumanly shaped masses of flesh and blood on the ground and tried to leave. He didn't even want his palms to touch these two scums, and it would be an insult to him to make a sword. Such a person was not worthy of his hand. However, there was no point in existing in this world if you hurt you, and just as he was about to leave, suddenly a mournful cry came from behind him. You goddamned bastard, give my son back. Isn't it just wounding that? How dare you kill my son? I'll fight you. Chapter 14, I just don't like the Tang family. Bitch, person? White Knight's footsteps that were about to go lurched, a ball of anger suddenly filling his heart. Turning his head, he saw a heavily made-up old woman rushing towards him with a frantic face. There was a constant stream of invective under his breath as he did so. That's right, it's How can a country girl be compared to my son, even if you are? Put. A splash of blood splattered not far from White Knight's feet. He coldly looked at the Tang family head on the side. People, he didn't kill them. Instead, it was the hand of the Don's family. Before he could draw his hand from his anger, he took the lead in killing this old woman from the Tang clan. Elder, this is improper family control. It's not necessary for you to personally take action. Noticing by Knight's gaze, Tang Qingfeng was a bit flustered and explained a bit. And this person's remarks have absolutely nothing to do with this clan. He didn't even look much at the old woman on the ground whose head he had smashed with a slap. He only cared about how to calm the anger of this martial emperor level senior in front of him. He had his heart above his throat now. At the same time, the old woman, who was not dead enough, was riddled with curses in her mind. Asshole. He didn't know how many humiliating decisions he had just made in order to quell the anger of this martial emperor level existence. It all turned out to be for naught because of this old man's nonsense. At this moment, the face of this martial emperor level senior was even more terrifying than before. He kind of got it. This person wasn't even looking for the door because of the so-called Imperial Martial Arts University quota. Rather, it was because of what this person described. A girl from the same Budokai High School. It could be the closest person or something. It must have been very important to this senior anyway. And someone from their family injured the girl. That is the root of the problem. And now, this clan member, whose name he didn't even know, was there to yell asterisk 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 asterisk? Even if you don't want to live, don't drag their entire Tang family to be buried with you. X. Seeing that his predecessor didn't respond, he asked cautiously, your Tang family is very good. White Knight propped his staff knife on the ground and didn't walk away. The anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by an expressionless one, but it just shows that his anger is so built up that he doesn't want to show it. He is now. No explanations will be accepted. Even though the Tang clan's family head wasn't slow and took the lead in killing this person, it wasn't enough. Other people might not necessarily react even if they pointed at his nose and yelled at him for being blind, but insulting the little moon. There's still no need for the Tang family to exist. The icy voice reached Tang Qingfeng's ears and his face went white. Done. The explanation this martial emperor level existence had just given was completely inaudible. Immediately after that, before he could make a move, a sudden huge wave of gravity fell from the sky. Boom! The entire mountain shook violently because of this. Former, seniors, elder, calm down. This person's remarks are definitely not related to my Tang family. Because the range of gravity wasn't small, this Tang family head was still able to speak even though he was on the ground. It's still making a last stand at this point. As long as senior spares our Tang clan, this clan is willing to pay any price. Feeling the pressure on his body, his heart plummeted straight to the bottom. At the same time, the mind was horrified. This kind of martial emperor level existence of unknown origin was the most terrifying. Out of the blue, without a care in the world, say exterminate the clan without a moment's hesitation. Even the divine martial palace wouldn't dare to do such a messy thing. But this one, he was sure of it. Definitely do it. Asshole. Tang Qingfeng cursed. Because of the old woman and because of his own helplessness, the large Tang family looked weak in front of the martial emperor level. Even racking my brain, I couldn't come up with any solutions. One can only hope that the temple of the divine warrior, with such a big commotion, the divine martial palace should have discovered it no matter how slow they were. How come it hasn't shown up yet? It's definitely not a good thing for them that the Tang family has disappeared either, right? Your Excellency, leave me alone. Just as he was complaining, a voice suddenly rang out. This voice, Tang Qingfeng's eyes lit up. The temple of the divine warrior. White Knight looked up with an expressionless face, only to see a silhouette in the air, traveling through the air, then landing steadily nearby. This is another martial emperor level existence. Who are you? In my name, Deputy Temple Master of the Divine Martial Hall, Hong Qianqiu. This was a cloaked man with a bushy beard who looked wild and unruly. White Knight didn't put away his gravity just because of this person's words. Mid-royal level. Probably the strength of this person who suddenly appeared. Before that, there were two other martial emperor level existences similar to him lying on the ground. So, the Divine Martial Hall? That's right. Hong Qianqiu smiled proudly. The name of the Deputy Temple Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Looking at the entire Great Qian country, who didn't know? Except for one. However, never heard of it, White Knight said without thinking. Before he had even set foot in the imperial capital. What with the stream of the Tang family Divine Martial Hall, he hadn't even heard of it and was too lazy to inquire. What? Never said that? Hong Qianqiu looked over incredulously. No? Is this man amusing him? As the official designated force agency of the Great Qian country, I can't believe there are still people who don't know. How is that possible? However, after he took a good look at the person's face, there was a moment of silence. It really doesn't look like a scam. And he glanced at the two Tang clan martial emperor level existences not far away and gulped. It's the same existence of a mid-martial emperor. I can't believe that I'm seriously injured and on the verge of death. People like that don't even bother or have to lie. It's hard to get. He secretly wiped away a cold sweat. Originally, he had thought that with the name of the Divine Martial Hall, he would make this person calm down for a while, and then he would mediate from there. And perhaps he would succeed in resolving this feud. Results now. No one else had even heard of the existence of the Divine Martial Hall. How can you not have heard of it? He was very puzzled. It wouldn't be an old monster who's been in seclusion for years, would it? He peeked around and realized that the man was indeed excessively young minus the eye disease he suffered from. No way. The real age is definitely not the look on display right now. Maybe it's just special feats or something? If someone had told him that there were teenage martial emperor level existences in this world, he would have thought that this person was crazy. So, if it's a reclusive old monster, more trouble. His scalp went numb just thinking about it alone. This kind of person was different from a situation like the Tang clan's ancestor. Old monsters who lived in seclusion and stayed out of the world usually had no attachments, or very few, acting completely out of character and depending on his mood. It's the toughest kind of people to deal with. Most importantly, this person was also ridiculously strong. He feels he's probably no match for. No, definitely no match. Whether he can get away with it if he fights is another story. It doesn't matter if this hasn't been heard of. Hong Qianqiu slowed down and felt that he still had to say something. It's just an official organization of the Great Qian country. For an existence like Your Excellency, it is naturally commonplace. I just don't know why Your Excellency is making such a big deal out of this that you want to put the Tang family to death? Yeah, White Knight said undeniably. The official body of the Great Qian Kingdom. So it is. The imperial capital is probably someone's lair. Having made such a big commotion themselves, theoretically these existences should have come out to mediate. But to actually ask him why he wanted to put the Tang family to death? Joke. Does he need to explain to anyone what he does? So, nothing. It's just that I don't like looking at the Tang family. Chapter 15, Garbage. Not upset? Hong Qianqiu sucked in a breath of cool air and stared wide-eyed. Beat someone's old ancestor and town spirit beast to life and death. And you're telling me it's just because you're upset? The perfunctory attitude is too obvious. Well, he opened his mouth to speak, though he knew very well it couldn't be because of that. He couldn't ask. In the eyes of ordinary people and even existences like the Tang clan, he was the Lord Vice Lord of the hallowed Divine Martial Hall. But in the eyes of this unknown martial emperor being, he was just about as much of a presence as the two men lying on the ground. Such a person is indeed qualified to say such things to him. Hiss. He took a deep breath to calm down and stated the purpose of his trip. No matter what reason Your Excellency is lashing out for, the Tang clan has also paid the appropriate price. How about giving my Divine Martial Palace face and releasing the Tang clan? Ha! The corner of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly. Release the Tang family? Who the hell is the Divine Martial Hall? This. Hong Qianqiu was choked for a moment. A trace of anger rose in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it at all. He's here to mediate, not to make things worse. Moreover, he wasn't necessarily a match for this person, but it wasn't like the Tang clan's existence was allowed to be completely wiped out. Tough. But even if it's harder, he's going to have to talk about it. What if the Divine Martial Hall, must preserve the Tang family? It seems like your so-called Divine Martial Hall is determined to intervene in this matter? Well, that's right. Hong Qianqiu clenched his teeth and still nodded down. Now this particular time, nothing can happen to the Tang family. So even if this person was powerful, he would still have to give it a try. You can try. White Knight's face instantly turned cold, with the appearance of a big fight at the drop of a hat. Your Excellency, calm down. Seeing that the other party was about to draw his sword, Hong Qianqiu couldn't tense up and spoke out repeatedly. I do not wish to cause a dispute, and there was no intention of inviting Your Excellency. Only, if Your Excellency has any conditions, just mention them. Just leave the Tang family alone. Yes? White Knight rested the staff blade in his hand against the ground again, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. It's not impossible to spare the Tang family. Originally, he didn't hold out much hope. But Hong Qianqiu heard these words unexpectedly. An expression of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Yet before he could say something like thank you out, he heard the other party's voice change. But, it depends on whether you have the qualifications. What conditions? Take my blow. Hong Qianqiu's pupils shrunk. Sure enough, it's not that easy. One hit. He glanced at the old Tang family ancestor lying over there and gulped. But it's just one strike then. Yes, Hong Qianqiu agreed stiffly. Although there was a lesson from the past, but it was only a single blow. It was unreasonable that he couldn't even receive a single blow with the strength of a mid-stage martial emperor, right? Come on, determined only, he directly set up his stance, and the aura on his body began to coalesce. On his body, a layer of earth-colored armor wrapped him tightly. That's his claim to fame, Earth Emperor armor. It was also his strongest move in terms of defense. It could even withstand the full force of the Temple Master's strike. Against this situation, even if this person's strength was comparable to that of a palace master, he had a great deal of certainty that he would be next. Very good. Not far away, White Knight saw the other party getting ready. Without further ado, the staff knife was drawn, the horizontal blade was flung, and a terrifying gravity began to coalesce on top of the blade. Space, twisted. This is, on the other side, when Hong Qianqiu saw the movement of this person's strike, his heart flipped. What the kind of attack is that? Space is all twisted? Is that what you call a hit? That energy. Hiss. Unstoppable. He made a split-second judgment. Coming. Wait. Hong Qianqiu wanted to pause for a moment, and he suddenly regretted it a little. However, White Knight simply ignored him and raised his staff blade up and swung it down viciously. Gravity knife. Manticore. Shoo. A twisted mass of energy broke through. Yen percent hashtag dollar hashtag. Hashtag. Cursing some unknown words under his breath, Hong Qianqiu was tempted to say that he didn't want to be involved in this matter. Who cares? It's not even good enough for the master of the temple to come. Was this kind of attack really something that an emperor-level existence could send out? But, apparently it's too late. He had to deflect the blow. Spell it out. Then his eyes became red, and the armor on his body became more solid. Buzz. The attack came in the blink of an eye. He felt his mind buzzing. Then, ka! A crunching sound made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. Armor. Broken. No good. He gave a dark cry, then quickly took out a bronze mirror from his body. Empty mirror. A supreme treasure powerful enough to break through space. A white haze appeared in front of him as he galvanized. If you look at it from the side, it looks like a space break. But, it's still not enough. Splat. Space looked like it had been churned up. The aura in his body felt like it didn't want any money, and it surged into it crazily. The fractured space in front of him barely stabilized. Yes, after seeing that he could barely resist, Hong Qianqiu was slightly relieved. Ryoga finally wore down the mass of twisted energy. Finally, blocked it, as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt that he could finally relax completely. Suddenly there was a click. The empty mirror. Broken. Along with the brokenness came his heart. The divine martial hall as supreme treasure. The empty mirror. Actually shattered. He stared blankly at the broken bronze mirror in his hand. Transfixed. This was a late Imperial level spirit weapon. Because of the special properties of this bronze mirror, it was simply comparable to a peak Imperial level spirit weapon. Now, broken? His heart skipped a beat. Just one hit. It's broken. He still underestimated the strength of this unknown martial emperor. With this kind of strength, even the temple lord was not too far behind. At this moment, his heart was fluctuating and he could not calm down for a long time. When did such a strong person appear in the great Qian country? The question kept popping up inside his head. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. This is not the time to think about that. He lost a bit of ground, but he did block the blow in one piece. This unknown martial emperor being's request. He completed it. So, what does your honor say? He asked as he put away the bronze mirror and hid the look of flesh on his face. White Knight was silent as he looked at this divine martial hall person. The strength of this person, he left aside for now. He was concerned that the bronze mirror, it was actually able to block his full force strike. It seemed that there was still a lot he didn't understand about this world. However, since he blocked it, he had no intention of going back on his word. A block is a block. It has nothing to do with the process. He only looks at the result. Now it turns out that his request for people was met. It was just a Tang family. It wasn't worth breaking his word. So, he put his staff blade away, and the endless pressure of the entire mountain suddenly disappeared without a trace. Saved. Tang Qingfeng felt a sigh of relief come over him and exhaled. The whole thing was in his sights, though he was powerless to intervene. The deputy hall master of the divine martial hall managed to save them from the crisis of extermination. It seems that Tang family cannot hesitate. He knew that people didn't save the Tang clan because of how good the Tang clan's relationship with the divine martial hall was, purely because the Tang family was also an integral part of that matter above. How else could they not risk offending an existence above the martial empress stage and help their Tang family to save the day, but just survive? Your Excellency is indeed a man who keeps his word. Admirable. Hong Qianqiu not so smallly flattered. he now sort of understood how the Tang family had failed. That kind of attack. He recalled the cloud of twisted energy. It's still a little heartbreaking to think about. This person absolutely cannot be crossed. He secretly made up his mind. White Knight didn't look any better because of Hong Qianqiu's attitude. He just kept his promise. A mid-martial emperor existence had blocked his full force strike, a result he recognized. Anyway, the culprit who had injured Xiao Yu had already been killed, and the Tang family had paid the appropriate price, so the rest didn't matter. At the same time, the purpose had been achieved, and he had no desire to stay here. Turning, without looking at the men, he probed on his crutches and took 2 steps. As he tried to rise up in the air, the Tang family's family head suddenly called out to him, "Senpai." White Knight sidled his head slightly. "Many thanks to Senior for not killing me." White Knight didn't reply, so Tang Qingfeng hurriedly continued while taking out an invitation-like object from his arms. "Senior, if any of your juniors want to enter the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, I have an invitation here. Holding this item can directly break the rules." Shoo! A sheet of something flew over. White Knight turned his back and stretched out 2 fingers to hold it steadily. An invitation from the Imperial Martial Arts University? White Knight didn't say anything as he felt the touch coming from his fingers. Is this the Tang family trying to curry favor with him? Ha! Sure enough, as long as they were strong enough, even if he almost destroyed the Tang family, these people wouldn't dare to turn on him. That's the rule of this world. However, the invitation from the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Rubbish! White Knight didn't even have any interest in opening the invitation. His fingers slightly exerted force, and the invitation was instantly torn into pieces under the misplaced gravity. Then, without looking at the people behind him, he directly broke into the air and flew away, leaving a group of people behind him looking at each other with wide eyes. Chapter 16, Behave Yourself. Rubbish. Garbage? Tang Qingfeng looked at the fragments of invitations that spilled down from the air, and his words were swallowed back at the edge of his mouth. He was tempted to say that the invitation to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy was precious. This kind of thing was extremely rare even for their Tang family, but after seeing this attitude of the other party, the eyes suddenly darkened. Yeah, how could such an existence look at a mere invitation to the Martial Arts Academy? Ha! He gave a self-deprecating laugh. They, the Tang family, one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital, were just bigger ants in someone else's eyes. There's that mind now, saying that you'll destroy the Tang family just to destroy the Tang family. Now just because of a verbal promise, it actually really let the Tang family off the hook. In this person's eyes, the life of the entire Tang family was no more important than a promise made by someone else. Survive. That's all. Don't dare ask for too much. So he hurriedly greeted the people inside the clan and hurriedly helped the old ancestor and Lord Ancestral Beast down to heal their wounds. After simply disposing of the matter, he patted his coat and resumed a few moments of the dignified appearance of a householder. Then he cupped his fists and bowed deeply towards Hong Qianqiu. Thank you, Hall Master Hong, for rescuing me. The Tang family will certainly prepare a generous gift in return. Stop. However, before Tang Qingfeng could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted. Hong Qianqiu's face was filled with impatience. Don't give me that crap. This time, your Tang family will explain this matter to our Hall Master yourself. I don't need your Tang family's repayment, nor do I need your explanation. Your Tang family. Be well. Hong Qianqiu flung his sleeve fiercely, completely unconcerned about the Tang family head, whose face was getting uglier and uglier. Turn around and break into a run. He didn't have the heart to fudge with the Tang family right now. This was a matter he had to inform the temple master of immediately. An unknown peak martial emperor level existence must draw the attention of the entire divine martial hall. Peak martial emperor level. That person definitely has the power. It was comparable to the strength of their divine martial hall master. The good thing is, things aren't that big of a deal. Although this person acted somewhat as he pleased, he at least kept his word and didn't bother with ordinary people. So, although he looked like he was in a hurry, he wasn't really that worried. It was just imperative that the men under his command memorize the characteristics of this man. Blind, staff knife, couldn't be a more obvious feature. Don't mess with this man unkindly. The anger of a peak martial emperor level, even their divine martial hall did not dare to bear it easily. So, he's now upset that the mirror of emptiness shattered. Just for the Don family, let the empty mirror shatter. This was the reason why he didn't give the Tang family any good looks. But without giving a good face, the Tang family could only suffer. Not to mention that the Tang family's martial emperor level combatants were both seriously injured. Even if they were in their peak state, they wouldn't dare to confront the divine martial hall head on even if they were given a few guts. Though he spoke casually with the big guy. What a poofy official body. That's for people who are bigots. the only official institution of martial arts in the Great Qian country. Crushing the Tang family was like crushing an ant. Do you really think that their divine martial hall is some kind of good? Therefore, at this moment, Tang Qingfeng looked at Hong Qianxiu's departing back and clenched his teeth, not daring to say anything or have an opinion. A senior who was suspected to be in the late martial emperor rank realm. One was the fierce and renowned vice-lord of the divine martial hall. He couldn't afford to mess with either side. In the face of absolute strength, their Tang family was nothing. After a long time, he stood up straight. The surrounding area had been empty of any human presence. He looked away for a moment, watching the clansmen packing up the crumbling family compound. Although that senior had spared their Tang family, that last blow had still collapsed a lot of houses and stuff. Another piece of trouble. This time, their Tang family had really hurt the root. He didn't leave. He just watched the family in silence. After a long time, someone came to him. Family master. Old ancestor summoned. Old ancestor? Tang Qingfeng turned his head and his heart thumped. Inside the Tang family's main hall, Tang Qingfeng, as well as a group of high-ranking elders and such, knelt on the ground in unison. Above the main seat, an angular bald old man sat. This is Tang Yan, the oldest ancestor of the Tang family. At this time, after countless elixirs, the injuries had barely stabilized. He was lucky that he had the ancestral artifact Manhwa clock to protect his body. Keeping his life was not a problem. It's a pity about this treasure of the town. The ancestral beast Qilin was the worst, with its realm knocked down. But, live and let live. He still has his heart in his mouth. He was actually completely defenseless in the face of that blind teenager lookalike. And on top of that, he didn't know what had happened until the clan reported it. The life and death crisis of the Tang family caused him to forcefully end his seclusion and come out. It turned out to be nothing more than people not bothering to go back on their words and letting their Tang family off the hook. This strength exists. How in the world did they invite the Tang family up there? So, his sharp gaze scraped down hard. The crowd at the bottom only felt a chill run through their scalps. Even the old ancestor was less than 0.1% away from regaining his full strength at this point. But, the might of an emperor-level existence was not yet something that those of them below the king level could withstand. That's why one or two of them didn't dare to take a breath. Boo! Tang Yan slapped the chair handle heavily. Waste! Bunch of losers! What did I command you before? Our Tang family is a large family, occupying a place in a place like the imperial capital. But, this is the family son that you taught? Forcibly grabbing a helicopter spot from a civilian martial arts high school. Our Tang family, need to do such a petty thing? You guys, cough. The more Tang Yan spoke, the more agitated he became. And when he said the latter even involved his injuries, a mouthful of bruised blood sprayed out. Old ancestor, take care of your health. The people below were shocked when they saw the scene. In particular, Tang Qingfeng, who was at the front, got up and was about to go up to help, but it was stopped. Don't move! On your knees! Tang Yan covered his chest. The color of pain flashed across his face, and he swallowed the mouthful of blood behind him stiffly. After a moment's reprieve, the splits were followed by another burst of output. The Don family. That's so awesome. Blind to mess with a martial emperor level existence? Do you really think that old ancestor I am invincible? A being like that, even old ancestor I can only look up to him. Especially you, Qingfeng. How many times have I emphasized this? Sooner or later something big will happen if the family's culture doesn't change. And what did I say before I closed? The world is dangerous these days. Make sure to restrain the clan's children from causing trouble. Is that what it turned out to be? Old ancestor. Tang Qingfeng pressed his head against the ground. He couldn't wait to dig a hole and drill into it. Having gotten the family into such a state himself, he simply had no face to face his old ancestor who had high hopes for him. Cough. Tang Yan coughed lightly and closed his eyes to take a hard breath. Anything more than that he didn't want to say anything else. But, this one fault doesn't want to be pursued. But, old ancestor please command. Tang Qingfeng took over the topic with a good eye. First, remember the appearance of that being and never provoke this person again. Second, that branch of the clan. I don't want to see them. Yes, Tang Qingfeng replied heavily. What the old ancestor said, he recognized very well. He also knew what old ancestor meant by that branch of the clan. It was the lineage of the old woman who had spoken out in the first place. It was because of that man that he almost brought about the extermination of his family. And the first point, even if the old ancestor didn't say anything, he planned to give him strict instructions once he went down there. Never mess with this person again. That blind teenager. Tang Qingfeng recalled that cold back, and not a trace of resistance could be born inside his heart. They can't afford to mess with it. And at this time, the terrifying existence of by night in the eyes of the crowd in his Tang family's eyes, that unrivaled might had long since disappeared to the point of no return, because by this time, he was back inside his small home in the small mountain village, and when he opened the door, he was embarrassed to see the sane push out Koyuki. Chapter 17, Letter from the Old Principal. White, where were you in the middle of the night? You rubbed her sleepy eyes. After getting up and realizing that White Knight was gone, he had wanted to come out and look for it, but then he pushed open the door. Well, White Knight's palm was still resting on top of the doorknob, not retracting it for a moment. Why didn't he know ahead of time that you was behind the door? Because he felt that Koyuki should still be sleeping at this hour, and because he wasn't a big fan of prying into other people's privacy. Between two people he feels there should be space, so it created such an awkward scene. Ha! White Knight lowered his head and put his palm back, not knowing how to explain. Yeah, where to go in the middle of the night? Could it be that he made a trip to the imperial capital, killed the two men who injured her, and then nearly destroyed the Tang family? Obviously, not reliable. So, went to Uncle Debayo's place and took some ferocious beast meat. White Knight hurriedly lifted a bunch of meat from a ferocious beast in his hand. Okay, luckily, he happened to see Uncle Debayo already there when he returned, preparing the ferocious beast meat for the daytime sale, so went along and asked for a piece. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain it. Fierce beast meat? Xiaoyu frowned and her nose twitched. Did smell a faint odor of blood. Really? You didn't lie to me? Hands crossed at the waist, a little skeptical. Something didn't feel right to her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Really? White Knight nodded without blushing. It wasn't a deception. There was nothing to be ashamed of. He did go to Uncle Debayo's place, albeit on his way back. Uncle Debayo seems to have gotten a relatively rare ferocious beast today. Yes? Which kind of ferocious beast? Xiaoyu took the string from White Knight's hand and lifted her loose hair behind her ear with the palm of her other hand. This scene left White Knight dumbfounded for a moment. He'd always thought Koyuki looked better with her hair down for a while, but she wouldn't. White Knight? White Knight? White Knight looked back and covered up his irrational movements. What's wrong? I asked what kind of ferocious beast you are. Oh who? White Knight remembered. It seemed like it did come up, but you, who pretended to be angry, gave him a cute feeling instead, so he didn't take Xiaoyu's slightly heavier tone to heart at all. As for what kind of beast it is, it's one of those little white rabbits with a little horn on top of its head. White Knight gestured. It's one of those cute and cuddly bunnies? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and White Knight lowered his gesticulating palm. Somewhat helpless. Girls and boys really do have different concerns. Right, that's the one. White Knight spread his palms. Then I'll have to cook a good meal today before I do. Good. Go in first. It's cool outside. You have to finish it. Yes. Get in there. By the way, White Knight, it suddenly occurred to me. How did you know that Uncle Debayo had this kind of rabbit's meat? Yes. Don't worry about these details. The two ended up back inside the room. Xiaoyu really didn't say anything more about these details. After all, her attention was probably all on that ferocious beast meat. The meat of this ferocious beast, which they had eaten a few times, was indeed good, but it's rare in this neighborhood. Of course, it can't be cooking now in the middle of the night. It's time to go to bed. Little Moon is growing up and is rather sleepy. As for the ferocious beast meat, it went straight to the fridge. This world, somewhat similar to the ancient times combined with modern times in his previous life. Those people from the Tang clan and the Divine Martial Hall gave him the feeling of being like the ancient Jianghu people. However, there is no shortage of some modern appliances and stuff, even more advanced. After all, this world has an energy that didn't exist in previous lives. And there's that bronze mirror and stuff. The world really wasn't as simple as he thought it was. However, he didn't worry too much about it. The only person he had in mind was Xiaoyu, and no matter what happened, it was still fine to ensure safety. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. It hadn't been a long trip to the imperial capital, but it had revealed something different. The Dawn family, the temple of the divine warrior, an unknown presence with the scent of a ferocious beast. It looks like, still needs to go on more walks before it's too late, but that's the plan afterward. Words for now. He gripped the staff knife in his hand, feeling the warm touch on it. It feels different. Sure enough, or do you have to go through battles to find out what's wrong with you? This trip to the imperial capital was also quite rewarding, and he felt that he had touched the path after completely absorbing that card. Sitting down, he laid his staff blade across his lap and began to realize something. The night was uneventful, and the next day White Knight got up early. Coming inside the courtyard, he began to water the plants and flowers on the ground. It wasn't planted by him, it's just wildflowers. It's just that Koyuki liked it better and kept it. Wildflowers and weeds, the sound of dripping water, easy on the feet. White Knight had a carefree look, completely lacking the ferocious feeling he had last night. By this time, he had already eaten breakfast. The meat of that kind of ferocious beast is indeed very tasty. However, Xiaoyu was not at home at this time, but had been sent by the old principal to summon him to school. He didn't worry about it too much. He still had a lot of respect for the old principal. But at noon, Xiaoyu came back with some unexpected news. A letter for me? White Knight took an unopened letter from his hand with doubt. That's right, the old principal even said something about making sure to hand it over to you. That said, when did you and the old principal become so familiar? Xiaoyu recalled the old principal's attitude and frowned. It's not right. It's very wrong. That tone of voice, like you're dealing with some very respectful person. But it shouldn't be. White and the old principal met just once. White Knight ignored Xiaoyu's wild speculations and opened the letter, which contained something like a jade tablet. He was a little puzzled. A jade tablet? After a sensory color sweep, he knew what was going on. Placing the jade tablet on top of his head, a stream of information didn't enter inside his mind. He was about to say that he didn't know how to explain his situation if he could see the information inside the letter. But it turned out that the old principal directly gave this thing. Ginger is still hot. Looks like the old principal guessed something. As the information continued to pour inside his mind, it gradually dawned on White Knight. When the information was completely absorbed, the jade tablet snapped and broke into several pieces. White Knight placed the shard on top of the table, and there was something else on the table. A box, sealed with something. However, it is obvious that this cannot be hidden from the eyes of the White Knight. Inside the box is the inner elixir of the ninth order fierce beast. And beyond that, there's... White Knight inclined his head and looked at the top of the bamboo chair on the other side. There sat a little girl who was a bit rattled. Chapter 18, I want to go to the Divine Martial Academy as well. The little girl didn't look very old. She should be younger than them. What the old principal's message said inside was that this was a martial arts high school student who was 1 year younger than Koyuki. According to the old principal, that inner elixir of a ninth-ranked ferocious beast was something he was ashamed of, so took it back as is and said he hoped to do him a favor if he could. Escort this little girl to the Shinwu Budo Academy. Your name is Su Xiaoyun, right? White Knight asked. Yes, brother White Knight. After hearing the question, the little girl hurriedly sat up on her end. Aha! White Knight nodded faintly. It seemed that the old principal had told the little girl something about him probably. But, White Knight inclined his head. Don't make a face. Yun is considered my schoolmate. Well, okay. White Knight laughed a little, and the space seemed to heat up a few degrees. At least that's how it felt to Su Xiaoyun. This man, she wondered as she carefully surveyed the teenager suffering from an eye condition. Not much older than her, but she never forgets what the old principal instructed her to do. Follow him. He can safely escort you to the Divine Martial Academy. Whatever organization is coming after you. Just what kind of person would make the old principal show an expression of adoration? It turned out to be even more curious after seeing it in real life. A teenager with an eye condition. She was tempted to ask the teenager she called Brother White Knight who he really was. She didn't dare though. She was a bit rattled just sitting here now. That's just the way her personality is. A little skittish. Luckily, after seeing that clear face smile, it was as if she was infected as well, and the constriction in her heart eased quite a bit. Divine Martial Academy. You're going there, aren't you? Yes. Su Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment and looked up. Won't you ask what it's about? Hadn't the principal's grandfather made her situation clear? But, what? What's the problem? White Knight's eyes opened slightly. I may have some not-so-small trouble behind me. Never mind. It's okay. The 3 words struck Su Xiaoyun's heart heavily. The confidence that came over her gave her a feeling she had never felt before. For the first time in years, she felt so at ease. What is this teenager? Really? Obviously. Though, she didn't have the heart to pursue that right now. A wave of emotions rushed over her, and she could only bite her lip and clench her palms. Thanks. Grandpa Principal was right. This is a very reliable person. Listening to the nearly choked voice, White Knight didn't say anything. The little girl's situation, which the old principal did mention. Both parents are dead, hunted by an unknown organization. It's all he knows, but he didn't care. The old principal had been kind to Xiaoyu, and that meant he had been kind to him. The old principal of the Ninth Order Inner Pill refused to accept it. Then this kind of small incidental matter. He, White Knight, took it. Although he didn't make any promises. This person, he would definitely escort safely to the Divine Martial Arts University. As for why it's incidental, White Knight turned his head to look at Koyuki, Little Moon. However, before he could say anything, a figure pounced over. with a light fragrance. Great White, so you promise? Wait. White Knight spread his hands, didn't dare to move. What promise? Promise Xiao Yun to go to Divine Martial Academy with us. Well, okay. White Knight nodded helplessly. He knew it. Why would the old principal make such a request? It turned out that Xiao Yu had decided to go to the Divine Martial Arts Academy. He wasn't too surprised, though. He'd had a guess. Shinwu Martial Arts Academy and the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy are known as the two topmost academies in the Great Qian country. This is something he still knows. Therefore, he himself was interested in letting Xiao Yu go to the Divine Martial Academy. The ethos of the Divine Warrior Academy is much more open. Don't ask where it came from. No question of origin. As long as you don't exceed the age limit and have enough talent to pass the test, everyone can enter the Divine Martial Arts Academy. So, theoretically, he could also just get inside that way. Wait, us? Xiao Yu, you mean? I'm also going to take this Divine Martial Academy? White Knight pointed at himself with a confused expression. Little Moon came out of White Knight's arms, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. That's right. Well, happy? This. White Knight opened his mouth. Happy was happy, and it wouldn't have mattered where he went with Koyuki, but let him take the Divine Warrior Academy. What a joke. He's a peak martial emperor level combatant going to college with a bunch of brats? So, Little Moon, just go. I wouldn't have to. White Knight, came a cool voice. White Knight sucked in a breath of cool air. Full name Kill was as imposing as ever. He couldn't help but lean back a bit as an exquisite face pressed down. Only centimeters separating the two. How? What's wrong? White Knight, who didn't even vainly face an imperial level existence, actually had some inexplicable panic at this time. You have to go. Why? That's the Divine Martial Academy. I know, but aren't I already fine? Even can practice. It's precisely because you can practice that it's all the more important to go. Well, White Knight was powerless to refute. This reason was seamless. I really am fine. No way. The usually well-behaved and obedient Xiao Yu unexpectedly insisted at this moment. Third-rank cultivation is far from enough. You can't even beat me. And the Divine Martial Academy is an academy that's good enough to rival the Imperial Capital Martial University. There must be something in here that can cure your eye disease, as long as, you blinked her moist eyes, not wanting her emotions to show. Good. I'll go. Seeing this, White Knight was completely taut. Is it okay for him to go? Looking at Xiao Yu's choked up appearance, suddenly his heart burst with inexplicable heartache. He didn't say anything about whether he could fight or not. He just thought that Xiao Yu was always looking out for him. His heart warmed up and his face couldn't help but smile. However, the smile didn't last long before it froze on his face. Yes, it's a deal. White, you're not allowed to back out. Xiao Yu, who was in front of her eyes, suddenly poofed out a laugh, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and scowled at White Knight. Hiss. White Knight couldn't help but open his eyes, revealing a dumbfounded expression. Xiao Yu, when did you learn to be bad? I can't believe I'm still going to set him up. Xiao Yu, you've gotten worse. White Knight said breathlessly. What? Can't you? Xiao Yu spat out her cute tongue with a triumphant look on her face. She knew that as long as it was something White Knight had promised him, is definitely going to do it. So, okay. White Knight rubbed his temples. What else can be done? Naturally, it's just a matter of you being happy, just going to school. That said, this body of his was just shy of 16, and it was indeed school age, and it was true that Koyuki cared for him, setting aside the condescension towards him. Curing his eye disease had always been on Yu's mind, come what may. So, that's decided then. Together with Koyuki, they were admitted to the Divine Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 19, I'll take care of this guy. On the other side, Su Xiaoyun stared at the two in a daze with her mouth wide open. Is this still the same gentle and lovely Koyuki-senpai? Is this still the mysterious and powerful brother White Knight? At the same time she blushed a bit oddly. Seemingly, it looks like Koyuki-senpai doesn't know much about Shirayuki brothers' situation yet. Otherwise you wouldn't have to say things like you can't beat it. Third order? This teenager who was doubly admired by his principal's grandfather. How can it be only the third order? But, she saw a glance over. Hands shook and heads nodded down like chicken pecks. The meaning of the gaze was completely understood by her. Never tell Kazuki-senpai what's unreasonable. Ru, what's wrong? Noticing that something was wrong, you turned around and asked. No, nothing. Su Xiaoyun tugged nervously at her palms, staring at the ground without looking away. Xiaoyu slowly ventured a question, but her attention was quickly drawn to other things. There were still a lot of things to prepare for going to the Divine Martial Academy. It was because the Divine Martial Academy was located in the south of the Great Qian country. and the location they were in now was the north of the Great Qian country. It's also where the Imperial Martial Arts University exists. So, this goes a long way. After this departure, there's no telling when I'll be able to return. Lots of things to prepare for. And this little mountain village where I've lived for 10 years. Old village chief, Uncle DeBeo. Wait for the people who have been taking care of them. She wanted to go say goodbye. White, I'm going out with Rue for a bit. Okay, be safe. White Knight understood Xiao Yu's mood like this and didn't say anything else. The people inside the small village did treat them all well. So, he has to prepare something too. The eyes looked through the cabin and into the depths of the mountain range. After Xiao Yu went out, he also moved. And not long after he left, a silhouette cautiously landed inside the courtyard outside the cabin. A black leotard with a chiseled figure showed that this was a woman. The woman stretched out her slender fingers towards the air and pinched them gently. A pink stream of air appeared in her hand. This should be it, but left. That was the first judgment she made, as well as the time it took the target to leave the area. It won't be too long. So, swish, the woman disappeared into thin air. The sun was fierce, but the woman was clearly well versed in the ways of concealment. Roof, grass, even the shadow of a flying bird. It's all her means of hiding her form. It didn't take long for her to hide above a roof and look down. A bit of a dark face, a restrained form, and most importantly a butterfly-like birthmark on the top of his neck. That's what she was looking for, though there was a delightful-looking little girl next to her, and a noble fat man. But, doesn't matter, as long as the goal is set. The principle of their organization is, accountable only for goals. Ignore anything that is not related to the goal. So, she needs to wait for an opportunity. So she gathered her breath if nothing else, and dropped down from above the roof to a crooked neck tree, her whole body blending into the ground as if it were above the shadows. If you don't look closely, you have absolutely no idea that there is a living, breathing person here. Eyes closed, perception spread out silently. A good long time, her eyes snapped open, moved, swish, she disappeared into thin air with it. On the other hand, Xiao Yu was helplessly carrying a few skewers of meat from ferocious beasts after chatting with Uncle DeBeo for a few moments. I've said I don't need it, but Uncle DeBeo is dead set on shoving it into her hand. The people in our village are still very kind, aren't they, Rue? Didn't wait for a reply. Koyuki turned her head to look. Rue, immediately. The pupils shrunk. It's just that Rue, who is a length behind her. Negative. On the wilderness, a delicate figure flew with a fainted young girl in her hands. A hit. When you get it, you never stay. It had gone so smoothly that she hadn't even been able to react to the people around her before she had gotten her hands on it. She also snorted disdainfully as she darted around. It's just amazing that a list of this magnitude is given such a generous payout. It's too easy. Bunch of losers inside the organization. It's just a matter of capturing a third-order target, and one or the other wouldn't dare take the order. The last guy who took the order was even more of a loser. I can't believe it failed. This wasn't even a place like the imperial capital. It was just a small mountain village in the middle of nowhere. I heard earlier that the target was supposed to be inside civilian Budo High School. But, is there a difference? A hallowed existence of the upper third order actually failed. Scared her like she thought there was some hidden bigot or something here. Results. Easy to get. With her cultivation of the ninth order, doing this kind of thing is simply a big and small use. Suddenly, she came to a skidding, violent stop. What a guy. Just now she suddenly had a palpitating feeling, so much so that she subconsciously assumed a fighting stance. At the same time, he also spotted a silhouette walking head-on in front of him. Duck, 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 duck. With the sound coming from the ground where her cane hit, she finally got a good look at the visitor. Blind? And it's teenage looking. A frown creased his brow for a moment, followed quickly by a stretch. I thought it was this young girl on my hand who had invited help, but I didn't realize it was just a blind man. The alertness was half gone, and she returned to her usual flirtatious self. Blind handsome, get out of my way, will you? Roar. A huge aura suddenly descended from the sky. It suddenly went dark. What's going on? A heart sank straight to the bottom, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. My eyes. Where is this place? His legs went limp and he went straight to the ground. The whole thing was like being in the middle of infinite darkness, unable to tell where was up and where was down. It's also hard to tell where the ground really is. There is only a constant fall towards an even deeper abyss. Fall. Wow. Suddenly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, she drew herself out of the darkness. Hoo-hoo. She braced her hands on the ground, all the weight of her upper body pressing up. As for the lower body, it was completely paralyzed. On the ground, cold sweaty ground dripped and pooled into a puddle. What the hell just happened? She stared in horror, still not having gotten over what had just happened. Immediately afterward, an icy voice made her shake with a jolt. Go back and tell your master, the man you're looking for. I bailed. Chapter 20, Mediocre Pollution. She jerked her head up to see an expressionless face. A wave of despair gripped his heart. This teenager. It's horrible. Go. It has to go. If you don't leave, you'll definitely die here. So she braced herself and tried to get up. Aha! Nearly paralyzed again as his legs gave out. After staggering a few steps, he managed to stabilize himself and took a deep breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the young girl not far from him. A bite. Go! Swish! The woman disappeared into thin air, leaving only a puddle of sweat stains to show the mess she had just made. This list, she'd just have to give up. In the presence of such an existence, there was not even the power to resist, let alone escape. What kind of being is this? King level? Or on top of that? She didn't dare think about it. This list, she knew, she would never touch again, even if it makes her 100% completion rate flawed. Even she wanted to abuse the person who sent out this list badly, and the guy who rated it. Blind? Is this a B sheet? Definitely A+, right? Turning back, heartily, he looked in the same direction in which he had left. Although no energy fluctuations could be felt now, the depths of the jungle were still like a black tiger waiting to be devoured. He was blind himself. Seeing that the man was blind and teenage-looking, he let his guard down. It's definitely some old monster living in seclusion here. If people didn't need her to go back and report the news, maybe she's a corpse by now. If it's true what this person says, that mission target, the Shadow Scythe organization may not be able to touch. The man gave him the feeling of being like the chief. Still, it was a matter for the chief to decide, and she was merely the executor. On the other side, looking at the direction the unknown woman left, White Knight put away his cold expression. Where the original woman had been standing, Su Xiaoyun was lying there quietly. However, if you look closely you will see it. Su Xiaoyun's entire body was floating in the air, a certain distance from the ground. This was White Knight's tactic. Is this the organization the old principal said came looking for trouble? White Knight pondered briefly for a moment. That woman's strength was quite good, with a 9th order strength. And that's just one of the members of this organization. It seems the trouble is still a big one, but that's for the average person. It's just smooth sailing for him, too. If this organization's hands extended too far, he wouldn't mind making a trip to chop their claws off himself. As for the name of this organization, he was not interested in knowing it for the time being. His current goal was to allow Little Moon to enter the Divine Martial Academy peacefully, and before that, so any accidents affecting this matter, he would have to eradicate. Now that he was almost ready for what he had to prepare, it was time to go back. So with a wave of his hand, an invisible gravity wrapped Su Xiaoyun on the ground. Gravity manipulation, an ability so familiar it feels like your own arm, and the reason for that was because, other than Koyuki, he simply didn't want to touch any other girl's body, just like the woman inside the unknown organization just now. Mediocre powder is no match for a piece of Koyuki's fingernail. The staff knife probed the ground, took 2 steps, and then rose into the air. Directions. Exactly the direction of the small mountain village. When he was very close to the small mountain village, White Knight landed, and along with him was Su Xiaoyun, who he had lifted up with gravity, placing Su Xiaoyun slowly on the ground. With a thought, an invisible wave swept past her. Well, oh. Su Xiaoyun slowly woke up and touched her sore neck, then opened his eyes and saw a strange place. Swish! She hurriedly climbed up. The first thought was that they had encountered those of the unknown organization. Looking around, however, nothing happened but a figure on crutches. White Knight brother? White Knight nodded faintly. Is it you who saved me? Su Xiaoyun was agitated. She still remembered some of what happened before the vertigo, and she felt like she should have been taken captive. But now instead of seeing the person who took her, she saw Brother White Knight instead. This means that it must have been Brother White Knight who saved her. But obviously, White Knight wasn't going to respond to such a boring question. If there's nothing else, let's go. Saying that, he did not wait for Su Xiaoyun and slowly walked towards the inside of the village with his own staff knife. Okay. Su Xiaoyun didn't expect to be so dry and didn't even bother to answer her question and hurriedly followed. Thank you, Brother White Knight. When she came behind White Knight, she whispered her thanks. However, no response was heard. She looked over with curiosity, but could only see a steady, determined back. Something called security came to mind. Sure enough, only someone like Koyuki-senpai is worthy of White Knight brother. Inside, she couldn't help but let out this sentiment. The same age as them, but with an extraordinary steadiness. Most importantly, the strength is unfathomable. She still doesn't know what happened to the man who took her. It's probably already been taken care of by Brother White Knight. Grandpa Principal was right. She could definitely make it to Divine Martial Academy unharmed by following Brother White Knight, and then defected to the only family she had left. Thanks. In an even smaller voice, she thanked her grandfather, the principal, who had always treated her like a granddaughter. It was just that no matter how small the voice was, there was no way it could be hidden from White Knight's ears. It was just that he wasn't interested in any of that, and whether people thanked or hated it, that was someone else's business. It has nothing to do with him. He is more concerned about the little month. At this moment, among his senses, Xiaoyu kept running around inside the village, obviously looking for the young girl behind him now, so he found his way over. Luna, Koyuki, who was still constantly searching, suddenly heard someone shout and turned back. Then she saw two figures, one in front of the other, appear in her field of vision. White, and Ru. You rushed over. Ru, are you okay? After briefly sizing up the two men, Koyuki was relieved to find that neither was doing anything, but she was a little puzzled. How come Ru came back with White? White, where did you two run off to just now? It's nothing. It's just that Ru got lost and happened to run into me. Is it? Just like that? Not in any kind of danger? Ru turned her eyes and disappeared. She thought something had happened. Turned out to be just lost? Is that so? Xiaoyu cocked her head and asked in Ru's direction. Su Xiaoyun, who was some way in the back, froze for a moment, then looked at junior sister Xiaoyu, and then at Brother White Knight. A glance glanced over. Got it, that's right, it is, okay. After hearing Su Xiaoyun say this, Xiaoyu didn't think much about it. White Knight's head tilted back slightly after realizing that you wasn't paying attention to this anymore. He really didn't want you to know what had just happened. An unknown organization. He didn't want you to worry. Then the rest is simple. Pack up and say goodbye to the people inside the village. But the process of saying goodbye was not there for White Knight. He didn't like the vibe. Place at the entrance of the village, where he stood waiting in silence. It didn't take long for the voices of two girls to come from behind them. The footsteps came closer and closer until they came to him. Bye. Are you really not going to say goodbye to Uncle DeBeo and the others? Nah, don't like it. Okay. Xiaoyu understood what White Knight meant. It's not that I don't like the village, I just don't like the way it is. Go. With White Knight having said that, Xiaoyu stepped forward to assist. There was no sign of luggage on them. Instead, each had a ring on their hand. Space ring, a very common thing in this world. Behind him followed Su Xiaoyun, who was no longer so formal. After they left, inside the village, boo! Uncle DeBeo chopped the pork knife in his hand heavily. The large knife didn't go into the top of the anvil and stood firmly in place. Closing early today. Ever since that girl Xiaoyu left, I don't know why my heart was empty, and I had absolutely no desire to work. It was that kid, White Knight, who actually refused to come and see him one last time. He knows that the Divine Warrior Academy, an academy far away on the other side of the Great Qian country, going forward, there probably won't be much of a chance to see each other again. Gathering his things and wiping his palms, he returned inside his room and made his way to the kitchen. I thought of frying 2 small dishes and drinking 2 glasses of wine to relieve my worries, but as he stepped into the kitchen, he suddenly stopped, his eyes gradually widening. This is the corpse of a 6th-ranked ferocious beast. Chapter 21, These are the rules here. Shinwu City, a large city with a backdrop of the Sunset Mountain Range and the Abyssal Sea. It's large enough to rival the imperial capital. Behind it, there was also the shadow of the Divine Martial Hall. This was the first time White Knight had known about this news. The imperial capital is the command structure of the Divine Warrior Temple, and the Divine Warrior City. It was only where the main forces of the Divine Martial Palace were stationed, so the background of the Divine Martial Academy was undoubtedly the Divine Martial Hall. No wonder it could be called the 2 major martial arts academies alongside the imperial capital Martial Arts University. Even the scale of the enclosure is not comparable to that of an ordinary city. White Knight's group arrived outside the entrance to Divine Martial City. This is Shinwu City. Looking up, one could see the 3 big gold characters Shinwu City above the huge city gate. Next to them, stood Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyun. The 2 men surveyed the majestic city with the same look of curiosity. They finally arrived at this place after almost a week's-long journey. It was a long time, because they were using the common way of rushing. Hire an escort. Using a demonic beast called a horned horse as transportation. Demonic beasts. This was something White Knight knew after this incident. He also understood what the creature with the aura of a ferocious beast was that he had encountered in the Tang family in the imperial capital. It's the demonic beast. And the reason why they had to rush like this was because the roads between cities were basically occupied by ferocious beasts, and were filled with danger everywhere. Although White Knight felt that there was actually no need for this, including Su Xiaoyun, who also felt that there was no need to hire an escort, but it couldn't be helped that Xiaoyu strongly requested it. So, it took them a week to get here. Luckily, there weren't any big surprises along the way. Even if there were ferocious beasts that came to harass him, he would be able to scare them away just by releasing a bit of his aura without thinking. On the way, after those escorts learned that they were heading to Divine Martial Academy, they did chat about some things. The words were full of adoration. And now that he was now standing in front of the gates of Shenwu City, the first thing he felt was, it does live up to its name. Shenwu City, a city where martial arts is prevalent. It's also another martial arts mecca. Unlike the imperial capital, there is more compatibility here. Whether you are a civilian, a family power, or a person from a variety of organizations, you can live here. And the Divine Martial Academy, adhering to the principles of fair competition and heavenly rewards, attracted elites from all over the Great Qian country to this place. White Knight and his party, as part of it, were currently lining up in front of the main gate of Divine Martial City. Although Shenwu City was highly compatible, simple information registration was still required. The procession was full of people of all shapes and sizes. There were those who were dressed in plain clothes like White Knight and the others, and there were also those who looked entitled and powerful in fancy clothes. But without exception all are lining up. These are the rules of Shenwu City. As for White Knight, they were new to this kind of not too troublesome matter and had no intention of making a spectacle of themselves. All walked peacefully inside the group as well. Soon, it was their turn. Xiaoyu felt that White Knight wasn't too convenient for her own sake and walked ahead. At this time she helped White Knight to the registration place. Name: Cold Moon. HM? Suddenly the staff member who was registering raised his head, revealing a chiseled face with some pockmarks on it. Originally, Chen Jun was doing repetitive work with his head down. The scorching heat, and the noisy pedestrians, would have made him a little sleepy. Now suddenly hearing a sweet voice was like taking a mouthful of chilled watermelon in the middle of summer. It was soothing and refreshing. Lifting his head, he couldn't help but see his eyes light up. What a young girl this is. The top of the absolutely beautiful face revealed gentleness, while the eyebrows were slightly rigid. Most importantly, it seemed to him with his eye for reading people, this young girl's face was completely devoid of any makeup, and even her body was only dressed in plain clothes. But it still can't hide the gaudy glow. No, the word voluptuous was simply an insult to this young girl. She's not like the sultry ES in town. In short, Chen Jun was attracted to this person at first glance. So much so that for several seconds he stared at Koyuki in awe. Until, White Knight, please hurry. It wasn't until a piercing sound came from the pen Chen Jun was holding in his hand that he snapped back to his senses. Turn your head and look. A teenager came into view. Still handsome. 3 times as handsome as he is. He subconsciously ventured this thought, but quickly realized it was wrong. It's a blind man? And that blind man was actually sticking so close to the young girl from earlier, and even one of his palms was holding each other. His face sank instantly. Please line up in order. Doesn't that even make sense? That's the rule here. Yeah, White Knight looked undeniable. The registrar's abnormality was obvious to his senses, so he voiced an interruption and moved up a body position to block Koyuki behind him. Now that we've given our names, can we leave? He knew that Koyuki often got into these troubles because of her good looks, and he had solved them in the past by hand. Today's words were actually something he didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to head to Divine Martial Academy as quickly as possible. If the enrollment martial examination of the Divine Martial Academy was delayed because of what happened here, Xiaoyu would be sad. It was just that he didn't want to be too calculating, and the other party didn't want to let them go instead. No, you can't leave. In the heat of the moment, Chen Jun subconsciously stopped White Knight. On what grounds? White Knight hadn't said anything yet, but Su Xiaoyun at the back couldn't help it. Everyone else was able to give their name and pass. Why can't we? At this time, the people in front or behind all noticed the difference here and turned back. Some watched with interest. Someone frowned but didn't say anything. Some people know it by heart, but don't want to make a sound. Apparently, whoever it was, didn't look like they wanted to intervene. After all, this is someone else's land. Who didn't know that Divine Martial City was backed by the Divine Martial Hall, and that the staff registering at the gate were people from the Divine Martial Hall? Why? Questioned. Chen Jun choked. Indeed, the people before him he just registered a name and went in. The words don't seem to make sense now, but his eyes couldn't help but look at the young girl. For some reason seeing such a beautiful young girl get together with a blind man caused inexplicable anger to rise in his heart. On the basis of what? Why should a blind man be allowed to get so close to this young girl? This person should be replaced with him. So, his eyes rolled for a moment, and suddenly he had a flash of insight. Why? I'll tell you why. I now suspect that several of you are cultists trying to infiltrate Divine Martial City. Chapter 22, The Reasonable Man. Cults. White Knight couldn't help but open his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of this term, but it was obvious that it should be an infamous force within Divine Martial City. But that's not the point. The point is that several of them are actually suspected of being in this organization. It's ridiculous. He also knew from the eyes of the others that these same people found it absurd, but it's just been dubbed in a dignified manner. So, this person had no intention of letting them leave in the first place. Sure enough, it didn't matter if it was the Imperial Capital or the enlightened Shinwu City. There's never a shortage of bad odors. The world is still the world. White Knight was a bit emotional. The world didn't change just because they switched places. So, that's your rule here too? That's right. Chen Jun couldn't help but smile. He thought he had made a good excuse for this, and couldn't help but marvel at his own resourcefulness. Rules? He, Chen Jun, says the rules. It was just a group of country bumpkins, and the highest strength of the three was only the 4th rank. As long as he took it and brought it back to the warden, it wasn't up to him to decide how to hold it. If I say you are a cult, then you are a cult. Not convinced? Stinking blind man. At the end of his words, Chen Jun revealed a hideous smile. After understanding the crux of it, he was already too lazy to hide it. Show some respect. Xiaoyu stepped forward and shouted angrily. Even she couldn't bear to shout the word blind in front of White Knight. This asshole. Hey, this girl shouldn't get excited. I'm just telling the truth. Chen Jun instantly changed into a scoundrel's face and had a flash of jealousy in his eyes. What is the virtue of that blind man that this beautiful maiden should be so defended? This way, it's all the more reason not to let you guys go. Making up his mind, his face changed and became serious, with a businesslike appearance. Please cooperate with our Divine Martial Palace. Just come with us. He also specifically emphasized the words Divine Martial Palace. However, his side comment was purely in vain. Xiaoyu didn't even know what the Divine Martial Hall was, and White Knight knew what the Divine Martial Hall was, but didn't put it in his eyes at all. On the contrary, Su Xiaoyun had heard about it slightly, and at this time, she somewhat nervously tugged on by Knight's cuff. White Knight brother, what to do? She wasn't so scared of life after all these days together. She knew that White Knight was powerful and could even solve the trouble behind her. But this is the Divine Martial Hall. Even she had heard of the organization. It's full of strong people. She was worried about whether brother White Knight could handle it. It's okay. We're all reasonable people. As long as we walk the walk, nothing can be done to us. That's right. Chen Jun smiled with his palm. But inside, there was a disdainful snort. Sure is a redneck. Never seen the world. Not yet aware of the dangers of the world. It was for the best though. His favorite thing was to bully people like that. So, take a walk. With a wave of his hand, 2 of his men came up behind him and drew their standard long knives with a choke. What do you want? Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiaoyu hurriedly protected both Bai Yi and Su Xiaoyun. She kind of got it now. The damn registrar didn't even try to let them go. It's so blatant in broad daylight. Nothing much, just inviting you guys to come along. Chen Jun made a pleased gesture. Girl, don't get excited. If you hurt you, it won't be good. You're flat out making false accusations. Oh, is that so? And how do you prove it? When had Xiaoyu ever encountered such a person? She was immediately choked speechless. She felt something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it. Xiaoyu, White Knight called out gently. Then he pulled you behind himself. It's okay, go with them then. But, it's okay. White Knight soothed. Great, you boys know your stuff. I like it. Next time I won't call you stinking blind. Ha ha. Chen Jun had a cold smile on his face that didn't match the words coming out of his mouth at all. Koyuki wanted to theorize something else, but was pulled by Shiroyuki. Looking back, he saw White Knight shaking his head and letting it go. She basically listened to White Knight above the big things. Since White Knight decided this, there should be a solution. That's right, White Knight did have a solution already. Or maybe he hadn't been paying much attention to that sort of thing. A mid-third order scum is just that. He can crush them with his hand. And this person did get added to his death list. The only reason he even agreed to follow these people was to see the darker side of the city. What's a minion? It's the man behind him that counts. Addressing the immediate dregs doesn't solve the underlying problem. It just makes things more and more problematic. Time, on the other hand, is exactly what they need the most. 3 days later, the Divine Martial Academy was going to start its entrance martial examination, so he wanted to settle this farce once and for all. Of course, another reason was that he didn't want Xiaoyu to see the scene of blood in the sky. He's a civilized man. He's reasonable, just like at the Don's house at the time. It's just using the reasoning of this world. Under the guard of 2 of his men, the 3 white knights entered the gates of Divine Martial City along with the registrar. Chen Jun walked ahead with his hands behind his back, already beginning to fantasize about doing whatever he wanted when he returned to the warden. And White Knight followed, his staff blade tapping rhythmically on the ground. Behind them were the slightly worried Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyun. It's ironic. This was the first time they had ever stepped through the gates of the so-called enlightened Shenwu city, and it would actually be this way. After White Knight and the others left, immediately, someone took over from Chen Jun, and the team returned to its usual order. A young man who appeared to be a guard standing at the city gates watched as White Knight and his group drifted away, stretching out his palm to say something, but a thick palm ripped him off. At the same time a warm voice came. What are you doing, Uncle Jia? Just watch them being taken away? Don't be nosy. The middle-aged man lowered his voice in warning. His old man is the director of the warden's office, not something you or I can mess with. Chapter 23, Tummy Ache, Goodbye. Warden's office, the institution that guards the prisoners in the Temple of God's War. In contrast to the tall buildings around it was not the most majestic, but certainly the most somber. A tower-like building stood out against the other ordinary houses. And this, too, was just one of the Divine Martial Palace's wards. White Knight's group, along with that registrar, walked in. Inside the first level, there is not a lot of space, but not a lot of staff. There were only a few of them, all of which were of the middle third order. After seeing Bai Yi and the others come in, especially seeing the leader, Chen Jun, someone immediately ran over. You're back, young master? Aha! Chen Jun faintly responded. Where's my dad? The director, his old man, went out and hasn't come back yet. Help me arrange that person in the back. Chen Jun glanced back and emphasized the word arrange. The henchman looked sideways. A shy young girl, a blind man, and a stunningly beautiful young girl. Got it, I'll be sure to set you up. Good. After seeing that his men understood his meaning, Chen Jun revealed a smile. If we were outside we might even look after our hands. But here, he's still at his mercy. This is his territory. Then I'll meet you on the 3rd floor of. Young master, don't worry. It definitely won't be a long wait. Great. Watching Chen Jun walk further and further away, Chen's calculating face withdrew its fawning smile and turned into a hideous appearance. Turning his head, he looked at the 3 men who had been brought in. You're the prisoners in this one, aren't you, prisoner? White Knight inclined his head. I thought you said you were cooperating with the investigation. What makes you a prisoner? Ha! Chandler slapped his head and laughed. Almost forgot. The warden's office has an investigation process going on. You're right. Investigate. Yes, that's the survey. So now we've investigated. You are the prisoners. What's the charge? White Knight stopped the 2 agitated Xiaoyu and asked indifferently. The charge is of course charging my young master. So there is such a charge? Well, if you don't like it, you can change it. Understood. White Knight nodded bashfully. It does make sense. It's just an excuse to call it what it is. Anyway, we're already in someone else's territory, so we don't even cover it up anymore, right? Just in time. He didn't want to hide it either. Come on, man. Before White Knight could make a move, Chen De clapped his palms together, and a group of people came out from who knows where. 10 of them. Most of them were 6th order, and a few were 7th order beings. After sensing the group's appearance, White Knight understood one more thing. It turned out that these few middle 3rd order losers were just lapdogs. The true power of the Divine Martial Palace Warden, which terrorized ordinary people on the outside, would be these people. Not only was the equipment as good as it could be, but the overall aura was clearly not comparable to the few people just now. It's the elite of the warden's office. It's just that this group of elites seems to look impatient. What again? Led by a big man with a bare chest and a toothpick in his mouth, his eyes glaring with a look of impatience. Chenda was glared at and his neck subconsciously shrank. Then realizing that this is a prison house, one has the backing of the young master. There is absolutely no need to be afraid of these fierce and vicious people. Then a sinister color flashed inside his eyes. Sooner or later, I'll make these people pay, but right now it's still important to do the young master's business. There are prisoners here, don't take it yet. The words were loud and used to cover up his heart. What are you yelling so loud for? The big man ruffled his ears and blew his fingers. It's not like you can't hear it. Why don't you get a move on when you hear me? Che, who are we to take orders from you? Pan who? Chende is obviously very experienced with this kind of situation, and is not angry, but instead reveals a smile. Don't you forget where this place is, Humph. The big man known as Pan, whose face turned ugly after hearing these words and did not retort. He was just a 7th-ranked squad leader, and even though he didn't quite see eye to eye with the warden here, they were theoretically obligated to cooperate with the job. Most importantly, the strength of the warden here is 9th order. That is why they dare not complain. This kind of drama had been played out many times, and he knew what kind of people were inside the warden's house. More than anything, I know what this dogged henchman is all about. However, one has to bow down under the roof. Who told them to be less powerful than others and not enter the true core of the divine martial hall? So, let's show him which unlucky guy it is this time. Manhwa frowned and looked over. 3 in all. It's all young. It was already not strange. It was recently the time for the Divine Martial Academy's entrance martial examination, and there were many more young people like this lately. It's just surprising that no adults are accompanying them. Still too young. He shook his head. 3 people, 2 little girls, and a blind man, especially the young girl among them. After seeing this person, he knew why these 3 people were here. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. He cursed. Again. But there was nothing he could do to change things here. Aside from the true elites of the Divine Martial Palace, things underneath Divine Martial City were never like this. It's supposed to be a world of the weak and the strong. Blame it on these youngsters who don't read the calendar when they go out. Ha! 2 girls, even so, and they brought a blind man with them. It's so unaware of death. And so on. Suddenly, Pan, whose eyes widened as if he had remembered something. The eyes looked over again, focusing on the blind teenager at the front of the line. Teenage look-alike. On crutches. It's a blind man. Gulp. He couldn't help the roll of his throat. This distinctive feature. He suddenly remembered. The time when he was notified. Memorize this man's features. Suffers from eye disease. Teenage look-alike. On crutches. A direct order from the Vice Hall Master himself. When you see this man, you must not be offended. When he asked why, the one who had delivered the instruction said only a simple sentence. That's a Martial Emperor Senior. Martial Emperor. A legendary existence like the Divine Martial Hall Master. A realm that he could only look up to as well. Just hearing those 2 words was enough to make him unable to muster a single emotion of resistance. Now he sees teenagers. Wasn't that the one who was specifically instructed from above? 4. Why is it here? He really couldn't figure out that this teenager, who was regarded as a taboo by the Divine Martial Palace, why it's here. And after the delayed action on his side, Chende couldn't hold back. Captain Pan, don't do it yet? A shout roused Manhwa from his outburst. At the same time he understood why. Isn't this senior, the so-called prisoner who was captured by Chende? Manhwa was a bit skeptical. Do you guys even realize what you've captured back there? Do you understand what you're doing? Treating a martial emperor level being as a prisoner? He then blinked his eyes for a moment, and his gaze moved away from that senior and came to Chende. Then the palm of his hand covered his stomach. Tummy ache. Inconvenient. Farewell. Chapter 24, I can handle myself. Watching Manhwa and the others open the gate and leave the warden house, the group froze wide-eyed. Especially Chende. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open, full of disbelief. Manhwa actually left. He actually, for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. It's a reversal. A few vassals in the district actually dared to disobey the orders of their wardens. With this sudden surprise, not only Chende and the others, but even White Knight and the others couldn't understand it. From the beginning out came a group of personnel who didn't look like they were in good hands, with expressions of displeasure, to impatience, to finally leaving this operation. Even White Knight didn't read it. Even though the group didn't look like they were dealing with the warden's office, the back was ready to make a move. How did the scenario suddenly change so drastically? And at this moment, the object of the crowd's confusion, Manhwa and the others, were hurriedly walking on top of the street at this moment. Team, Captain, what's going on? The team behind them had to speed up as well in order to keep up with their own captain, but they also don't know what's going on with the captain. I can't believe I had to leave the warden's office without using such a lame excuse as a stomachache. Not to mention the fact that the captain was now as fit as a fiddle. It was something like a 7th order cultivator would suddenly get a stomachache that would make the others laugh their asses off. So, they are very puzzled. But looking at the captain's face, it seems something is very wrong. Faster, get to the Divine Martial Hall as soon as possible. Manhwa ran ahead, his face grave. Captain, what the hell is going on? More than that I don't want to say. You guys will know later. Manhwa's footsteps did not stop. With no intention of wanting to explain in detail, I can only tell you, If we don't run from inside the warden house again, then we all die. Hearing their captain say such words so seriously, the team members looked at each other for a moment. I can't believe, is so serious? On the other side, Chende clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. It's just a couple of third and fourth order teens. With or without Panhu they make no difference. He can take care of these guys himself. He then beckoned, and the remaining few men joined him to instantly surround White Knight and the others. White, what should we do? Should we rush out? But Sister Xiaoye, will this look be wanted in the whole city? On what grounds? We obviously didn't do anything. But, what do you say, Brother White Knight? Su Xiaoyun, who also hadn't seen much of the world, could only place her expectations on by night at this point. However, a wave of drowsiness suddenly struck. So sleepy, Su Xiaoyun couldn't help but yawn and look beside her, realizing that Sister Xiaoyu was in a similar situation. In no time at all, the two men's consciousness gradually drifted. Then the body went limp and there came the sound of steady breathing. Finally a familiar and reassuring voice was heard reaching his ears. Get some sleep first, I'll fix it. With that, the two fell into an intoxicated sleep. The slowly falling body was wrapped in a soft force and floated to the ground. White Knight closed his eyes and put away his domineering aura. This way of utilizing his dominance was something he had figured out on his own. It wasn't as if the girls had fainted. They were just asleep. The effect is harmless and couldn't be more appropriate in this case. He had never wanted Xiaoyu to know his true strength, so it'll have to do. All you needed to know was that he was just a teenager who was always weaker than herself and needed to be taken care of. Anything else? Just let him take it. Like the blood that's about to fill the sky right now. This is something that has had no wiggle room since they were brought here. And from the mouth of the big man named Pan who just now, we can learn that their situation is not an exception. It's self-evident what the agenda is in bringing them back here. This kind of potential threat that is harmful to Koyuki. He has to eradicate it. It just seemed like the power behind the pockmarked man wasn't around, which was a shame. As for the few people who ran away just now, they had nothing to do with this matter, so White Knight didn't care. And the people now surrounding them and the pockmarked man who had just recently left, there wouldn't be a single innocent. What is going on? Chende suddenly panicked in his heart, feeling as if the atmosphere had changed in an unpredictable direction. Two of the teenager's female companions suddenly fainted and a palpitation sensation came over them. It was clear that they, a few burly middle third-order cultivators, had surrounded just a few low-order brats, but why was there a very oppressive feeling? And the teenager, it gave him a completely different feeling. It was as gloomy as darkness. Su Xiaoyun and the girls would have had the same shock if they hadn't slept at this time, because such a White Knight, they have never seen before, especially Su Xiaoyun. In her impression Brother White Knight should be a very gentle person, as warm as a big brother, occasionally naughty, then a sunny teenager who was bullied like by her little moon sister. But this is what it looks like now. So scary. Even Chende inexplicably felt this way, but the arrow had to be fired, and it could only be done with a stiff wave of the hand. Go! However, the others did not listen to his orders. Everyone else, no matter how stupid, realized something was wrong, and at that moment, White Knight slowly opened his eyes, revealing the whites of his eyes. An invisible aura slowly coalesced. Boom! How? What's going on? The warden tower seems to be shaking. How did the ground crack? This was followed by the sound of flop, flop, and flop. Those who surrounded White Knight collapsed almost simultaneously. It was a real swoon. However, White Knight didn't focus on the surrounding personnel. It was just that these people couldn't withstand his aura. His main power was used on top of this high tower. He figured that once the entire tower was destroyed, he'd probably be able to meet the person supposedly behind it. So under his slow power, the entire tower shook, and just as he was about to increase his power, an anxious voice came. Your Excellency, wait, have mercy. The voice comes first but not the person. White Knight sensed the movement and inclined his head. At the gate of the tower, a middle-aged man wearing a blood-colored robe with a resolute face hurriedly walked in. Once he came in he clasped his hands and bowed slightly. I implore your Excellency to be merciful. The visitor's attitude was lowered and sincere. White Knight dispersed his aura and turned around, taking a curious look. Who are you? My name is Divine Martial Guards Lei War. Lei Battle pressed his head down a bit to show that he in no way meant any harm. At the same time the inside of the heart was fluctuating. At first, when he heard the report from the people below, he didn't believe it. As a result, after feeling the aura for himself just now, he was sure of it. This was the unnamed martial emperor level existence that the Vice Hall Master was talking about. It was also an existence that had severely injured the Tang clan's old ancestor, and had even caused the Thunder Qilin the divine beast of the town clan. To drop a great realm, the strength was straight up to the temple master. They know far more than those below them, but it was because of knowing more that he understood the terror of this person even more. This was a character that even the vice hall master had bluntly stated that he didn't want to mess with. When he heard that this person had appeared in Divine Martial City, he was first reminded to hang on for a moment, but thought that the Divine Martial Hall had been specially instructed up and down the hall, so he thought that it must not be a big problem. Yet that's not the message coming up from below. There was actually someone who was unfavorable to this unnamed martial emperor level existence. His first reaction was disbelief, but when he heard the words prison, he froze. Warden. A place where fish and dragons were mixed up and not entirely under the jurisdiction of the Divine Martial Palace. A place like this is a real possibility, so he came over on fire. At the same time, his face became extremely ugly. Characters they shunned, and these people actually took it upon themselves to bring back to the warden? What kind of operation is this, doesn't he know? The warden's office is really all a bunch of dry goods. He had long been dissatisfied with the place of the prison, and now he had actually passed such a big basket out. If you don't handle it right. He felt a cold sweat already running down his cheeks. Maybe it's not even good enough for the Vice Temple Lord to come over. So he was extremely sincere, but it was a relief to see the Han. Gentlemen, stop moving, since this means it's still possible to communicate. Your Excellency, calm your anger. Our Divine Martial Hall will definitely give you an explanation for anything. You recognize me? White Knight ignored this person's words and instead was a bit surprised. Instead of waiting for this warden of some kind, he waited for someone else, and the man had looked sincere from the moment he arrived, as if he knew who he was. Now that I think about it, the difference in the 6 or 7 ranked personnel just now should have been because they recognized him as well, but it's highly undeserved. It was the first time he had come to Divine Martial City. Why did all these people look like they knew him? Naturally, I recognize it. This hall's hall master Hong also specifically instructed to treat your excellency with equal treatment. I see. White Knight drifted off, sort of understanding what was going on. The so-called hall master Hong should be the deputy hall master of the Divine Martial Hall that he had met back in the imperial capital. I didn't expect the action to be so fast. He had only arrived at Divine Martial City on his side, and the entire Divine Martial Hall already knew of his existence, and to have someone come over so soon. But, even if someone from the Divine Martial Palace intervenes, he can't stop him. What's more, this person didn't seem to be here to intervene. It was more like admitting fault. The Temple of the Divine Warrior. Warden's office. Kind of interesting. White Knight sensed a subtle relationship between the two. No wonder he opened his mouth to give him an explanation. Obviously, after seeing his strength in the imperial capital's Tang family, that hall master Hong should be pursuing a policy of drawing him in. But, an explanation is not necessary. I can take care of it myself. Chapter 25, No Reason. Hearing White Knight's bland tone, Lei Zhuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's the knowledge that you can fix it that scares me. Just look at what the Tang family looks like now that you've tackled it. So, he felt he needed to fight for it. Your Excellency, please do give me a chance. Also too, our Divine Martial Hall. A chance. The fingertips of the White Knight resting on top of the staff blade tapped lightly. Lost in thought, he felt the man's attitude was interesting. He had said all the words he wanted to fix it himself, and he still ended up with an unforgiving demeanor. Is this the person's own words, or what does the Temple of Divine Warrior mean? Inside the prison house, his foot was about to step on someone's face, and as a result, the Divine Martial Palace still wanted to look like they were making friends. It seemed that in order to draw him in, the Divine Martial Hall was willing to lay down a heavy price. Just don't know what can be done. Otherwise it was just that, and he didn't even bother. So, what if I don't give? Lei War froze for a moment, not expecting this excellency to speak so directly. Shouldn't this kind of mutual friendship be polite? It gave him a whole lot of not knowing what to say, but on second thought, people with such an existence did have the qualifications of not having to be polite. If that's the case, I'm willing to deal with the aftermath. In short, the Divine Martial Hall would never want to cross paths with your excellency. That said, it's polite to say so, even if you destroyed the warden's house. Not only did their Divine Martial Palace not pursue the matter, they helped with trivial matters, but they have such an attitude and they have something to claim, and they ask for little. Just one. The next time they faced a conflict in the Divine Martial Hall, looking at the face of friendship, they could give room for détente and communication. This concession. To be honest, Thunder War was stunned when he first heard it. How has the Hall of Divine Wonders ever stooped so low? However, what he didn't know was that Hong Qianqiu hadn't said anything about destroying a supreme treasure with a single word at the Tang clan back then. But even so, One could tell from the attitude from above that this excellency in front of him might be even stronger than he had imagined. There are special instructions for this. Try to fulfill whatever this person wants. So, after he came here, he didn't even dare to ask the reason, and directly tried to give an explanation. It's just that people don't seem to be very willing to give him that chance yet. Tough. Lei Juan had a bit of a headache. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing, but as he was about to say something else, the sudden change in His Excellency's tone caught him a little off guard. Since this is the case, how does your Divine Martial Hall want to give me an explanation? Seeing this attitude of the Divine Martial Hall, the corner of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly. Since you want to give him an account, then I'll give you this chance. Let's see what kind of an explanation you can give. This, Lei War was a little surprised and raised his head to take a glance. Seeing this teenage-looking person, the corners of his mouth seemed to smile. Got it. It was nothing more than wanting to test just how far their Divine Martial Hall could go. It's just that just now, in the heat of the moment, he said he wanted to give an explanation. But how that account was to be given, he simply hadn't figured out yet. Their Divine Martial Hall was not like this man, who did as he pleased. He is preaching a basic law. At the very least, he wanted to know exactly what the matter was for which His Excellency was so furious. So, may I ask what Your Honor's visit to the warden's office is for? Though he knew that the man had been brought back by the warden himself, he knew better than to think that no one could have brought the man here if His Excellency had not been willing. So it's highly likely that someone inside offended them. It's just that he's not sure. If that were the case, he would have taken that man down and brought him in right away without saying a word. However, things were always a bit out of his league. There's no why. White Knight's faint voice came out, pressing the point of no explanation, and he won't say the warden invited him, much less that someone is a threat to them. All the Divine Warrior Temple needed to know was that he wanted to come. So he came. This, Excellency, don't joke. Thunder War secretly wiped the sweat. With a status like Your Excellency's, if there wasn't some reason for it, surely you wouldn't hurt someone for no reason. The words elevated White Knight a bit, and the steps were handed to the heel. As long as His Excellency gives any reason, whatever it may be, at least he will be able to deliver. Otherwise he'd have a hard time doing it. The warden's office is not under the full jurisdiction of the Divine Warrior Temple. If the warden was destroyed in a rash manner, there wouldn't even be a reason for it. Yet even then, the other party didn't have the slightest intention of explaining. What if I said there just wasn't any reason? Hearing this, Lei Juan sort of understood. People didn't even have the intention of trying to give their Divine Martial Palace face, didn't even bother to explain, or just giving him a hard time. It's too hard. Lei Battle screamed in his heart. The Hall of Divine Wonders lowers its voice to curry favor with others. As a result, others are not only ungrateful, but also make things difficult. This kind of hot face on cold ass thing he had never done in his life, yet he couldn't complain out yet. But it's done. To give an account is what he said. Asking for a chance is also what he said. Now people's opportunity to give out. Although 100 difficult, but bite the bullet, he also want to give an explanation. Otherwise maybe people won't talk so much crap to him next time. So, in that case, Your Excellency, wait a moment. Lei Juan stood up straight and clasped his fists. His face flashed with determination. Eyes looked to the ceiling, locking onto someone through his senses. Maintaining a clasped posture, he slowly moved past White Knight. When he came to the stairway, he lowered his fists, lifted his robe and walked up. Not for long. What are you doing? You let go of me. Do you know who my father is? Boom! White Knight turned his body around. On the ground, a man with a somewhat pockmarked face was thrown there in a sorry state. Chapter 26, halfway through the reasoning. It's you! Chen Jun had been lying well upstairs, and although the tower had shaken a little bit during that time, he had absolutely no idea what had happened. Then out of the blue some guy came up and just roughly lifted him up. Along the way he kept calling out for help. Yet none of these men who usually kept kissing ass dared to come forward, because no one would be that stupid. Anyone would know that someone in this kind of attire must be a Divine Martial Guard of the Divine Martial Hall. Give them a few guts and they wouldn't dare to block it. So he was brought here. As a result, he looked up and saw a very familiar person. Aren't those the guys he brought back? And the same blind man he hated so much. Stinking blind. Humph. Boo. A solid soul stepped on his head and the whole front of his head knocked down. Then his nose ached and nosebleeds and tears came out. It hurts. But it was too late for him to cry out in pain, as an icy voice came from behind him. Did I tell you to raise your head? Lei Jun had a fierce look on his face as he stomped 1 foot hard on top of this person's head. This man he knew, the son of the warden here, usually arrogant and bossy. He had thought it likely that this man had offended His Excellency. Now look at its arrogant tone. Okay, it's definitely this loser. You wait. My dad will be back soon. However, Chinjun, who lacked basic common sense, obviously couldn't realize what kind of person was stepping on him from behind. More than that, he didn't realize that the threat he'd been so invulnerable to hadn't even half worked at this point. It even provoked Thunder War's anger. Even if it's old man Chen himself who comes here, I'll even do him. Who are you? Listening to these emboldened words, even if Chinjun was stupid, he realized that something was wrong. Divine Martial Guards. What? Divine Martial Guards? Chen Jun's pupils shrunk, and his body that was struggling suddenly did not move. It's actually the Divine Martial Guards. The Divine Martial Hall was an elite that only a Martial King level existence could serve as. Why? Why would the Shenwai people come to the door? The warden's office has always been in the well with them, right? Although their wardens claimed externally that they were from the Divine Martial Hall, they theoretically didn't fall under the jurisdiction of the Divine Martial Hall. What gives you the right? On what basis? Thunder Battle laughed a little, and his paws pushed even harder. Just because you've offended the wrong people. What shouldn't offend? Chen Jun choked on the dust on the ground and coughed twice, but he didn't understand why the Divine Martial Guard said he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Could it be the ones he brought back today? Don't tease. It's just a couple of third and fourth order brats, and so on. Suddenly he felt something wasn't quite right, though his head was now pressed hard against the ground. He remembered seeing what it was like to look up. His men all fell to the ground. He had been quite concerned that the beautiful girl had also fainted, and there were only two men standing on the field. One was the Divine Martial Guards behind him. One was the blind man in front of him. It can't be this blind guy? A stinking blind man who could actually make the Divine Martial Palace make a big deal out of it. What the hell is he? What kind of person is this blind man to have your Divine Martial Hall defend him so well? So he struggled a bit and asked. He felt that if he knew what this blind man was, there would still be room to spin his wheels when his old man returned. However, instead of waiting for an answer, he waited for a heavy kick that made his head spin up a bit. Keep your mouth clean for me. Thunder War stared at this waste on the ground with wide eyes, incredulously. It's that time of year, and you still have the nerve to speak out of turn. No basic eyesight at all? He wouldn't still think that this was someone their Divine Martial Hall wanted to take sides with. Would he? Do people at the level of Martial Emperor need the Divine Martial Hall to take sides? Just now trying to give an account and asking people to come. As long as your Divine Martial Palace doesn't care about this, I can pay a great price. TSK. Lei Zhuan couldn't help but TSK as he looked at the man struggling on the ground. It's hopeless. To this day, I don't know what happened. If their Divine Martial Palace didn't care, this place would have turned into a ruin a long time ago. Okay? He simply didn't bother to ask, knowing without asking that this person must have offended that excellency for some very stupid reason. You don't even know when you're dead. He then clasped his fists towards White Knight. Your Excellency, it must be this man who has offended your Excellency? What you want to do with it is only a matter of your word. Court. Excellency, Chen Jun, lying on the ground, was suddenly a bit confused, and he seemed to realize that things were not right. Just what kind of existence would make a Martial King level Divine Martial Guards use such honorifics? The rest he no longer dared to think about. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. In fact, I'm just here to talk sense. White Knight tapped his staff blade on the ground and took 2 steps to the side of the pockmarked man. After all, I said, I'm a reasonable man. You said, right? Reasoning. So familiar words. Chen Jun suddenly remembered as if this person did say something like that when he was at the city gates earlier. At the time, he was mocking people for not knowing that the human heart is a dangerous place. As a result, he was pressed to the ground in the twinkling of an eye. But now he thought reason was the best thing he had ever heard in his life. It's good to be reasonable. Be reasonable and he'll have a chance to live. So he inclined his head and spat out the gravel in his mouth. Even when you're stepped on, you have to put on a fawning smile. Yes, your Excellency is a reasonable man. It's good. Suddenly, the sound came to a screeching halt. Put. A piece of blood spattered out and splashed onto Lei Zhuan's face, causing his pupils to shrink. This loser interrupted us. It shouldn't matter if I'm like this, right? A faint voice came. Lei Zhuan gently wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and looked at the ground. That pockmarked man was crushed into a ball at this point, practically inhuman. Raising his head again, he looked at the teenage-looking man. The childish face was devoid of fluctuations, as if it had casually crushed an ant. The situation made the corner of his eye twitch, especially after hearing what His Excellency said. Reasoning? Is this the ing way you reason? Importantly, he realized that this reasoning was not directed at the pockmarked man on the floor. Rather, it was spoken to him. From start to finish, this person didn't even look at the ground. His Excellency, it's his attitude that's wanted. Never mind. Lei Xuan lowered his head and gave his attitude without hesitation. Even if this excellency, ignoring his face and ignoring the face of the divine martial hall, killed the person on the spot, it didn't matter. A waste of a life to befriend a martial emperor-level existence. Well worth it. Yet it was clear that he was still thinking too simply. This excellency's words immediately afterward made him unable to stop his pupils from shrinking. Now, I'm halfway through my reasoning. The other half. Chapter 27, is it worth it? The other half. The latter words were not repeated. Thunder War looked up. There was no expression to be seen, so he was silent for a moment. If that's only half the truth, obviously His Excellency is not very happy with such an account. Reasoning. Lei War secretly let out a bitter laugh. Every time the word came to mind, he didn't know what to say, but the meaning he probably understood. The one who had just been taken care of was just an insignificant minion. The real trouble was the person behind this person. That is, the pockmarked man's old man. The director inside this prison. If this trouble isn't solved, it certainly won't stop. That is why the Han gentleman said that the reasoning was half-hearted. So, he knew what he had to do. It's just that he still has some concerns. The director of a warden's office was no longer at his disposal. Although a warden's director was not in his sights, it was ultimately a nominal statement. So, he looked at the disfigured body on the ground. The account has been given halfway through, and there is no sense in leaving it halfway through. After thinking about the instructions of the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall, he clenched his teeth. Got it. After a brief word, he left through the gate. White Knight stood there, quietly waiting. There was silence all around. Not for long. White Knight inclined his head, sensing a man full of fury walking in. This was the person from the Divine Martial Hall who had left not long ago. Footsteps sounded rhythmically. It's stable. It stopped when it came to him. A blood-stained head was placed firmly on the ground. This is the family of the man who was just there. Father and son are all the relatives. No family, no power, no extra trouble, Lei War explained after putting his head down. Finally, he bowed slightly and clasped his fists. Not sure about this reasoning. Has His Excellency finished speaking? White Knight's eyes widened slightly as he looked over. Inside the senses, a head, still with a terrified look on its face, was placed on the ground. That man from the Divine Martial Hall was stained with some new blood. Obviously, it was self-evident what this person had just gone out for. He had to admit that the Divine Martial Palace still had a bit of vigor in doing things. He had only given a lead, and this man had put him out of his misery. That's not a bad attitude to have. He nodded darkly. Temple of the Divine Warrior. He remembered the name. On the surface, however, he didn't show any satisfaction or even say anything polite. Duck. White Knight gently tapped the ground with his staff knife in hand before slowly walking forward. When he came to Divine Martial Guard's Lei Xuan's side, he did not speak or look over. It just breezed by. Come to where Koyuki and the girls are. He picked up Xiaoyu, who was floating on the ground, by the waist. An invisible energy passed through the place where Su Xiaoyun existed, waking her up. White Knight brother? After Su Xiaoyun woke up, she saw White Knight next to her at a glance. Ah, what's this? Looking around, he suddenly saw the misery on the floor and screamed. A dead man whose face could not be seen clearly in a human head, and a man who was still in a groveling position. It looks majestic, but the focus is still on those things on the floor. She felt her stomach twitch a little. However, after all, he was also a cultivated person, and he quickly got it under control. I wonder what happened during the time she was unconscious. This unknown situation made her unable to help but look at White Knight. It was just that White Knight didn't want to explain anything. Go! It's been fine. With that, he took the lead and headed for the door of the tower. Su Xiaoyun froze for a moment, and after reacting, she hurriedly followed, while asking with her mouth unceasingly, Brother White Knight, have things been resolved? Aha! So, then we won't be wanted, will we? No. So, who was that mean-looking guy just now? Just an acquaintance. Then the voice faded away until it was gone. Acquaintances. Lei Xuan stood up straight after sensing the movement behind him disappearing into thin air, also relieved. Acquaintances. This suggests that his purpose this time, reach, although His Excellency had not responded to him positively, that attitude had shown. The relationship with their Divine Martial Palace was one step closer. It didn't get to a great point, but at least there was room to de-escalate the next time something conflicted. And of course that's about it. If he wanted people to give face to the Divine Martial Palace, it would definitely be far from enough. This boundary they know and people know. It was a tacit understanding that belonged uniquely to them. In short, this unnamed Martial Emperor level senior was no longer an energy that could explode at any time. As for the price to pay for this, He glanced at the heads and disfigured bodies on the ground and sneered. A dumbass who doesn't even understand the rules of this world. Death is not enough. The most unlucky one is probably Chen Lauer. Before you even know what's going on, you're already in pieces. Even though he had moved it himself, who asked him to have such a stupid son? At this time, inside the Divine Martial Hall, inside the room that belonged solely to the Vice Palace Master, someone was reporting something. Vice Hall Master, the latest news has come from Lei Battleside. What do you think? How to look at it? It's just a few dead losers. Just get a random person to go over to the chief secretary and inform them. But is it worth it? Is it worth it? Hong Qianqiu, who was leaning on top of his chair, opened his eyes and glanced at his assistant. You wouldn't understand. You just need to know that this matter was authorized by the temple master himself. Yes? A quirky teenage girl's eyes gurgled, curious about this legendary being. However, looking at his own Vice Hall Master's appearance of not wanting to say more, he pouted and had no choice but to bury his head and write something. It didn't take long for the pen to finish. Pick it up and hand it over. Take a look. This is the speech for the opening ceremony of the Divine Martial Arts Academy. Let's see what else needs to be changed. This will do. Hong Qianqiu put the thing down and closed his eyes again without looking at it. A commencement address is just that. If the principal of the Divine Martial Academy hadn't insisted that he go and say something, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to these things at all. The matter of that unnamed martial emperor was much more important than that. However, what he didn't expect was that this person actually came to this side of Divine Martial City as well, and he didn't know what it was because of. The Imperial Capital and Divine Martial City were two completely different directions coming together. Recently it was the time for the Divine Martial Academy's entrance martial examination. It couldn't be that he was accompanying the juniors underneath, right? Should I go over there myself? Forget it. It was only a short time ago that things had crossed paths with people, and then they were overly enthusiastic about coming to the door at this point. It's just annoying. It's pretty good right now, and he was quite busy during the entrance martial arts examination. I heard that organization, what's called the Shadow Sieve, has been hanging out from time to time lately, specifically looking for some good seedlings to start with. It's time to teach these people a lesson. Thinking of this, Hong Qianqiu had a plan in mind, and the little assistant girl who saw him casually dropping the message on the desktop couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew it would be. Gazing through the window, he watched people come and go outside, and for a moment he was a little nostalgic. It's time for the Divine Martial Academy entrance martial exam again. It's only 3 days from now. 3 days that passed quickly. In front of the main gate of the Divine Martial Academy, White Knight accompanied Xiaoyu to this place. Chapter 28, Scale Horse Beast Out of Control. Today was the day of the Divine Martial Academy's entrance martial examination. It's hilarious. Usually civilians and powerful people who don't get along with each other are all gathered at this moment, but no one dares to cause trouble here. It was because there was a martial king-level old man at the entrance there with his eyes closed. White Knight was mixed inside the group. Next is Xiaoyu who was holding him up. As for Su Xiaoyun, separated earlier after returning from the warden's office, hearing that they were going to join their relatives in Divine Martial City, White Knight had no reason to stop them. Moreover, there were people from the Divine Martial Hall who offered to take the initiative to escort them there, so he was even more relieved. It's still nice to have a trusted elder in a strange place. He wasn't too impressed with the shy little sister he'd been with for over a week. I hope to have a good life as well. According to Xiaoyun, she should also be coming to take the Divine Martial Academy's entrance exam. I don't know if I can come across it. White Knight, do you think Xiaoyun will come here as well? You stood on her tiptoes and looked around for a moment, then didn't see Ru's presence. Maybe. White Knight wasn't very concerned about that. Make your own way. He never wanted to interfere with the will of others. The group marched slowly, and soon it was White Knight's turn for them. Pop! A form was slapped onto the top of the table and a man who looked like a student inside this school looked busy. Please fill out this form, and then go inside that square in front of you in order. However, when he looked up, found standing in front of the table was a teenager on crutches, and the eyes. Suffers from eye disease, blind? Song Jia was a bit confused. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever met a candidate with an eye condition. It's not like he's never seen candidates with missing arms and legs, but these people can at least live a normal life, right? How does someone who can't see maintain a normal life? Moreover, how a person suffering from an eye disease could practice was another huge problem. He hesitated, wondering if he should be warned. The chances of passing the martial arts exam were almost zero if you took it in this condition. Before the words could leave his mouth, though, a clean palm reached out and took the pen from his hand. At the same time a sweet voice came through. I'll do it. This is. Song Jia's eyes lit up. Holy, He feels like he's springing. It's coming. This candidate. Nope. Schoolgirl. Inside the girl he looked at today. A well-deserved first. He stared blankly ahead for a moment. Hey, can I get a form please? An impatient voice came, and Song Jia snapped out of his out-of-breath inside. Sorry. He realized that the young girl had already filled out the form and left. Turning his head to look, from a distance he could see the young girl holding hands and assisting the teenager he had just seen suffering from an eye disease. Splat! Suddenly, I think he heard something break. My goddess, actually got together with a blind man. At once, heartbreak. Just then, however, a sudden cacophony of voices from behind drew his attention. Go away! Get away! My ride is out of control. A wild clatter of hoofbeats followed close by. Holy, what the? Spread out. Nuts! Don't pull it out without taming it, okay? And as he watched, a steed covered in scales came over towards Song Jia's side. Crap! This position! He couldn't help but look down the left aisle. This direction, wasn't it the same direction that the young girl had just traveled to? Subconsciously, his hands closed and opened, and his aura intertwined into an arm-thick rope. Seeing the direction in which the scaly horse was advancing, he flung it. The aura rope was precisely placed on top of the scaled horse's neck, but the forward momentum was unabated, instantly straightening the rope. No good! Song Jia gave a dark cry. In his haste, he had misjudged the strength of this scaled horse. Above his arm, a huge force came from it, causing him to take a step forward without being able to stop himself. Finished! It's too late to push. As he tried to make something to remedy the situation, he suddenly felt the tugging sensation in his hand loosen and disappear. Looking up, he saw the out-of-control scaled horse stop dead in its tracks. A pair of round eyes stared straight ahead. Song Jia felt like seeing fear from above this scaled horse. What's going on? He frowned, but before he could think about it, a bunch of praising voices rang out around him. Worthy of being a student of the Divine Martial Academy. Even a frenzied scale horse of the middle third rank can be controlled. That's awesome. Not a weak cultivation at such a young age. It seems like there should be no mistake in having my granddaughter come here to take the martial arts exam. Song Jia was a bit confused as he listened to the compliments and scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Truth be told, he felt guilty for receiving these compliments, because the scaly horse should have stopped on its own, and it might even have made a fool out of him if the scaly horse hadn't. Sorry, I have disturbed you all with my lax control. I am Lin Yu of the Lin family. If you all have any damage, full compensation. The Lin family. A number of people in the crowd exclaimed in shock, then hurriedly shut their mouths. Apparently the Lin family was famous in the eyes of these people. Originally, there were quite a few people who had any other thoughts, but after hearing the words Lin family they suddenly changed their faces and hurriedly threw away their bad thoughts. Not only the passers-by taking the martial examination, even the martial king-level old men who were resting with their eyes closed beside them opened their eyes. The Lin family? Back to senior. Exactly. Humph. Then hurry up and line up. And next time don't lead out any demonic beasts that you haven't tamed. Obviously after hearing the Lin family's name, this old man didn't even intend to pursue the matter. Yes. Senior reprimanded. The man from the Lin family apologized once more, then hurriedly led the scaled horse away. Looking at the rather quiet scaled horse at this moment, Lin Yu frowned, somewhat puzzled. Strange, how come the scaly horse has become so quiet now? And, why does it look like it's shaking? Those who shared the same doubts with him were also the old man from earlier. After the old man reclosed his eyes, one eye opened slightly and glanced inside the gate. Also said strange, then it closed its eyes. At this moment, inside the gate, White Knight closed his slightly opened eyes. An aura was collected in a dripping manner. When that so-called scaled horse was out of control just now, he covertly released his hegemony and precisely covered only that demonic beast. So the scaly horse stopped. He wasn't helping the Divine Martial Academy student from earlier either. He just didn't want that demonic beast to rush over and startle Xiaoyu. At this time, Xiaoyu still didn't know what was going on and saw Bai Yi pause and ask, White, what's wrong? It's nothing, let's go. With that, he headed inside a huge square, where the first assessment venue for this entrance martial arts examination was. Chapter 29, Divine Martial Academy. He must enter. Inside the huge square that was big enough to hold thousands of candidates, the two white knights followed the staff's instructions and went to the top of the waiting seats around them. Below at this point, rows of candidates sat in front of a table. On top of the table, a dull, black, transparent sphere rested on top. A few referee-like personnel stood beside them in the surroundings, and a group of cultivators with extraordinary auras sat in a further circle. It looks like a tutor from the Divine Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Bai. So many people. It's so lively. That orb-like thing, is it for the test? And what's that big screen at the top for? Next to her, Xiaoyu asked this and that like a curious baby, drawing frequent side glances from the candidates next to her. As a result, after seeing a stunningly beautiful young girl, the impatient colors on her face all disappeared and she turned her head to no longer pay attention to it. Shirayuki felt a little dizzy as she was shaken by Yu's arm. He could only nod every now and then without saying anything. After all, he wasn't sure what those things were for. However, when Xiaoyu pointed to that thing right above the square, he sensed it and realized it was a huge translucent projection. And I don't know what it's for, but he did just Xiaoyu had only been talking to herself. In her eyes, White Knight must be curious about these things, because White Knight couldn't see. Xiaoyu would often tell him about some of the amazing things she saw. He also generally said very little at this time, just listening quietly. He just kind of enjoyed it. The assessment is still in order. Since they came in just as the batch was ending, they didn't really know how the so-called test worked, but with a shout from the examiner-like figure at the bottom, they soon knew. A new round of tests. It's starting. Attention all candidates. The first test content is the spirit enlightening orb in front of you, the examiner said, picking up an orb in his hand in passing. Exactly the same as on the candidate's desktop. Place your palms on it, like this. The examiner spreads his fingers completely over the ball of enlightenment. Then dazzling white light emanated from inside the orb. The palm was removed and the glow slowly dissipated. The enlightenment orb will record your accomplishments. After the candidates on the field had almost understood, he put away the spirit enlightening orb and waved his hand. There. Please prepare your candidates. The examination will now begin. The voices on the field were suddenly lowered, and even Yu quieted down, nervously looking at the candidates in the center of the field. However, the most nervous ones belonged to the candidates who are undergoing the examination. The method of assessment was simple and easily understood by this group of young people who were only 17 or 18 years old on average. It's just that the understanding is still there. The tension is still there. After all, this was the Divine Martial Academy, one of the 2 top academies in the Great Qian country. It's also the best school for the average person to get into. It's just that as good as the academy is, the elimination rate is pretty staggering as usual. For every entrance martial examination, only about 3% of the candidates could enter the Divine Martial Academy. These are things that can be learned with a little bit of asking around, so most candidates are very aware of them. And the condition for entering the Divine Martial Arts Academy is a composite grade of B and above. Talent, strength, and heart are indispensable. Buzz. I don't know who was the first one to place his palm on top of the spirit enlightening orb, and a soft blue light emanated out. 152. Fan Jia, be down. As the examiner's voice spread throughout the square, the remaining candidates no longer hesitated and placed their palms on top of the orb. Buzz buzz buzz. Light constantly lit up in the center of the square. Number 30, Duan Changnian, B center. Number 126, Li Yiqing, C down. No. 561, Xinjiao, C on. As the voices of the examiners rose and fell, the first round of results came out for many candidates. Some were disappointed, some were surprised, and some were expressionless. In any case, however, the changes taking place on the field had little to do for the moment with the rest of the people in the waiting seats around them, so they can talk about everyone's accomplishments all they want. TCH, that 78 is a shame. What's the pity? The grade was upper B. One step short of A. Wait, this brother, what's wrong with Class A? Is there some kind of privilege in entering Class A? That's what you don't know. A class and below A class, that's 2 levels. Candidates of grade A, the difficulty of the second level of the examination will be greatly reduced, honestly equivalent to someone who was bound to be able to enter the Divine Martial Academy. There's actually such a thing? You guys are from out of town, right? That's right. Then I'll tell you. I'm not really sure about the details. What I know is that there's quite a big connection between the second test and the first level's results. What connection? Related to the difficulty of the test. What? Relevant how? The better the score on the first test, the less difficult the second test will be. So it is. He. Or else how do you think the Divine Martial Academy claims to be accessible to all scholars in the world? Naturally, it's because no matter what your score is in the first test, you'll be able to find a glimmer of opportunity inside the second test. White Knight sat on top of his seat and didn't speak, instead quietly listening to the other candidates' discussions. So it is. He nodded when he heard the news. He had previously been puzzled as to how the Oceanic Divine Martial Academy dealt with students with insufficient talent. The answer is heavenly reward. If innate talent was lacking, then make up for it with strength and heart. And the first test is actually the candidate's talent. Those who were gifted would undoubtedly cultivate much faster, and it would also be easier to cultivate to a higher realm. That's why this level is also the one where you can't cheat the most, and the one where you can't solve it at all on your own by virtue of your own efforts. That's why there's a second barrier. He inclined his head and looked at Koyuki. Xiaoyu definitely had no problem with it. Her talent was definitely among the top group. But his own words, it's a bit of a no-brainer to be honest. His cultivation system was actually a bit similar to the aura and whatnot here, but it was different. He'd never tested his talent to come. If you fail even a martial arts academy entrance exam, he felt the face of his hallowed martial emperor level existence. It's all going to be lost. However, face and all, he didn't really care. What he cared about was that if he didn't make it into the Divine Martial Academy, Xiaoyu didn't know how sad she would be again. Well, White Knight didn't know what to say. Why did you promise Xiaoyu to enter the Divine Martial Academy together in the first place? If not, there were many ways for him to blend inside the Divine Martial Academy, instead of what we are doing now, waiting quietly for the test like a normal peer. So, why did he, a martial emperor level warrior, have to attend the Martial Arts Academy? White, what's wrong with you? As if sensing White Knight's abnormality, Xiaoyu asked. Nothing, White Knight returned indifferently. Take the test. As long as he promised Xiaoyu something, he would do it with all his might. This Divine Martial Academy, he still had to get in. It's not good enough for anyone to stop it. He said that. In fact, there was another reason why he felt like he had already touched the road ahead. There should be quite a few instructors with good strength inside the Divine Martial Academy, so if they could gain any inspiration from it, they could take a lot less detours. At his point, if he wanted to go further, he could only feel his way around. Gathering his mind back together, he turned his attention to the test under the field. The exams are still going on and most of them have been graded. The last few though, there was a sudden commotion in the center of the field. A down. Number 315. Yu Jia. A down. Chapter 30, The Mentor Goes Crazy. The examiner's voice suddenly drew up, causing the sound to spread throughout the square. As the news spread, the candidates above the waiting seats exploded. A down. Finally, there are candidates of grade A or above. TSK. This is equivalent to entering the Divine Martial Academy early. Most people cast envious gazes, and even White Knight couldn't help but perceive it. Underneath the senses was a somewhat mousy young girl. At this moment, the spirit enlightening orb underneath the palm of his hand emitted a dazzling green light. He was a little surprised. This should be the only grade A score within this batch of candidates. If the others were right, there was a high hope of entering the Divine Martial Academy. Theoretically, you should still have to take the second test, but, inside his perception, quite a few of the tutors sitting next to him began to sit up. This candidate, I'll take it, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's eyes over. It was a male mentor who jumped out directly from the top of the mentor's seat and raised his palm. It's like a declaration of sovereignty. Some people are surprised by this situation and others take it for granted. After all, to be seen by a mentor is a very lucky thing in itself. At Divine Martial Academy, there were a limited number of instructors, so mostly one person taught a large group of people. The participants selected at this time are different. This showed that this tutor was planning to take the candidate as a personal disciple. Whether it's the quality of teaching, or resources, or something like that, mentors are willing to put in the work to help their disciples out, so no one will refuse. A grade A candidate deserves this treatment too, and, when the candidate's talent is very good, he or she may even attract the competition of many tutors. Fatty Han, you're too cunning. It's not your turn for this candidate. I'll take old Ma. A horse-faced middle-aged man followed suit and jumped out, and with a rather nonchalant tone. Crap, you're welcome? What's the need to be polite about something like competing for disciples? It would have been nice not to have a fight on the spot, yet even so, the tutor known as Fatty Han did not dare to scold back, because in terms of strength, this surname Ma was indeed one step stronger than him. However, before they could fight each other, a magnetic voice came out. I'll take this candidate. A bland tone, but filled with confidence. The two tutors from earlier instantly turned back to see the other tutor sitting on top of the tutor's seat who had just finished speaking. Mentor Dai, Ace Tutor. The two whispered, looked at each other, and silently lowered their palms. Ace Tutor. Only Martial King level strength was qualified to serve. It wasn't something that the two of them, ordinary tutors of the upper third rank, could offend. Around the venue, many people were also talking when they saw this unexpected scene. Ace Tutor. What Ace Tutor? See the 3 gold threads on top of that man's tutu? See, that's the mark of an Ace Tutor. Is it strong? Crap. Every Ace Tutor is a big shot at the Martial King level. Do you think it's strong? Holy Martial king? Hiss honestly, this is the first living martial king I've seen. No wonder the other two tutors didn't dare to continue fighting for it. Is Class A talent so terrifying? How could it cause even martial kings to participate in the competition? Not true either. Ace tutors usually only look at candidates above intermediate A. Maybe it's just that this candidate is special? Special how? Didn't you see the glow of that spirit enlightening orb? That's a wood system qualification. A very rare wood system? That's right. So it is. Ace tutor. Which was something White Knight had heard for the first time. He perceived that the ace tutor's strength was indeed quite good. With a king-level strength, there was more than one such person above the tutor's table. This was the depth of the Divine Martial Academy. There were already a dozen or so martial king-level existences alone. With that ace tutor voicing out, the other ordinary tutors didn't come out to fight for it again. The other ace tutors obviously didn't want to compete for candidates who were only of the lower A class. This candidate was only looked at by this ace tutor because of the special attribute qualifications displayed. Let's just say that this candidate was lucky. Her belonging is no longer in dispute. As the examiner continued to broadcast, the last few candidates completed their assessments one after the other. With no other surprises, the examiner announced the end of the first round. The group of candidates then came aside for the time being to wait for the next group of candidates to enter the examination. This is because the candidates for the second test need to gather 2 batches to get in, and the next batch of candidates was White Knight and the others. Leaving his seat, he walked down from the top of the waiting seat with Koyuki. There were a lot of candidates, so even though White Knight suffered from an eye disease, not too many people noticed. That is, the examiner who arranged the numbering looked twice more, but didn't say much. After coming to the middle of the venue, he separated from you and went to the top of the 2 neighboring tables according to their seat numbers. This is the Enlightenment Sphere. On top of the table, a translucent orb was visible. The function is simple. It can test the candidate's cultivation talent. However, White Knight felt that this thing might not be that simple. However, this was not what he wanted to think about right now. He wanted to see if he had the so-called cultivation talent or not. And before that, he wanted to wait until Koyuki made her mark. He didn't want his situation to affect Koyuki's play. Feeling Koyuki's gaze cast over him, he inclined his head and nodded. After receiving White Knight's permission, Xiao Yu gently pressed her palm up. Then, the anomaly is steep. 35. He bing, a down. As the examiner's voice rang out, several tutors suddenly stood up with a brush. Wait, this candidate, I'll take it. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was me first. Scram. I've put it here. I'll kill anyone who tries to steal from me. A cacophony of voices came and the scene was in chaos. The corners of He Bing's mouth, who was having his results reported, couldn't help but rise. The confidence in his heart magnified infinitely. Sure enough, I'm the genius. The grades just came out and there are so many tutors vying for them. However, when he looked up, he realized that something seemed a little off. Where are those tutors? Wasn't it only in competition for the genius that he was? As he looked, a group of tutors looked like market vendors, defiantly surrounding a short distance away. What the hell? Not only was He Bing alone, even the other candidates stopped their hands and looked over. After seeing this scene, a thought popped up inside everyone's head. Is this group of mentors crazy? However, with the sound of an abrupt voice from the examiner, everyone understood. The mentor wasn't crazy. The examiner's voice rang out with a quiver. Number 187. Cold Moon. Aeon. Water Attribute Talent Awakener. Chapter 31. No need. Holy. Armor on? Isn't that true? This is the first A+ grade student of the year, right? Wait. What does that awakened one mean? What awakened one? Didn't you guys hear that? The examiner said Water Attribute Awakened Person. Awakened? Why do I seem to remember that? Wait. It can't be. Holy. What? The awakened. It's a ING awakened one. Asshole. Hurry up and tell me. What are you selling? It's the psychic ability that everyone is born with since birth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I think I remember. Allomancy awakens. Doesn't that mean that such a person is inherently stronger than an ordinary cultivator? Right. That's right. So much so that such characters are ridiculously rare. Awakened person I also know. I didn't expect Divine Martial Academy to actually have such a candidate this year. How many years has it been? I've never seen a candidate with such good talent. A superior talent. Water Attribute Talent Awakener. No such candidate will be spared by any mentor. So at this moment, all those surrounding this candidate, without exception, were all ace tutors. Ordinary tutors weren't even qualified to get close. And they also knew that such a candidate was no longer something they could teach. So they simply watched from the sidelines with smiles and laughter. A scene where so many ace tutors lost their temper was quite rare. Cold Moon student right. Introduce yourself. I am Chen Xiaofang, senior ace tutor. I have a record of killing 2 king-level ferocious beasts. So, young people shouldn't talk about senior tutors. The old man Wind Parker. A bunch of ace tutors spoke one sentence at a time, making Xiao Yu's head hurt. The pleading eyes wanted to look in White Knight's direction, yet being stuck in the middle of the crowd, they couldn't see anything. As she tried to escape the crowd, there was a sudden steady, rhythmic kicking sound. Step, 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 step. Excuse me, please, who are you? Don't you know who comes first? Mentor Su, the ace tutor, who was still on the periphery, turned back with a displeased face, but was startled for a moment at the sight of a competent professional woman, and hastened to give way. Tutor Su is here. I don't know who shouted, and the crowd looked over in unison. Koyuki also looked over curiously. Only a female tutor stepped out from among the crowd that was consciously divided into 2 rows. So pretty. This was Koyuki's subconscious thought. Professional dress, hair up, black-rimmed glasses. This is a female mentor who exudes sophistication and charm. Most importantly, the aura was so strong that everyone else subconsciously stayed away. Hello? The voice was nice and aggressive, but it was clearly deliberately restrained when facing Koyuki. Hello you. Koyuki was a little nervous as she was pressed for air, and she had a feeling that this mentor was very polite. Su Yunling, ace tutor, I want you to choose me, because I'm the only one who can develop your abilities perfectly. The confidence is convincing. Moreover, the other ace tutors didn't even dare to interrupt when Su Yunling was speaking. The field was quiet for a moment, and the other candidates noticed the change and stood on their tiptoes to look over. What happened? It seems like a very famous ace tutor is coming down. Who? Tutor Su Yunling. I think I heard it was this. What? Instructor Su Yunling? What? Got a problem? Isn't this one of the 2 strongest ace tutors of the Divine Martial Academy? Remember too. I heard that the strength of the peak of the king level. It's the tutor with the best hope of advancing to the Imperial realm. Holy, Imperial level? That's right. That's not right. How come I heard that instead it's the mentor with the least hope of stepping into that legendary realm? How can it be? Where did you hear that? Peak king level strength, and you're telling me there's no hope? Well, maybe I misheard you. You must have heard wrong. It's strong anyway, and looks. You don't want to die. Hug. Sorry, let go. I can't breathe. Phew. In short, this is the top tutor in terms of strength. So, Cold Moon student, would you like to? Su Yunling pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and extended one palm to make an inviting gesture. This. Koyuki couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It's okay, whether you accept or reject. It's okay. Take it easy. After hearing the reassurance, Yu was less nervous. This, can I ask someone? Su Yunling was a bit surprised, but still gave enough respect. It's okay, just ask. Okay, thanks. Koyuki gave a thank you, then looked around and whispered, Little, white, duck. With the sound of a cane tapping on the ground, White Knight walked over. Excuse me, please. The surrounding crowd consciously got out of the way, and White Knight arrived at Xiao Yu's side without any hindrance, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Then the same thought bubbled up in all of them. This is a teenager suffering from an eye disease? Xiao Bai. Xiao Yu rushed over to assist a little. White Knight nodded, indicating that he knew what had just happened. Are you the person Coldmoon-san is asking about? Su Yunling was a bit surprised. Is this person a teenager with an eye condition? And the 2 looked quite intimate. Yes, mentor. My opinion is all about White. White, do you think? Yes. White Knight interrupted with a direct voice. Indeed you can. This tutor, one of the 2 strongest inside his perception, peak king level strength, was considered good. However, Bai Yi was so certain and had an old-fashioned look about him that made Su Yunling laugh a little. You know me? I don't know. Then why are you so confident that you won't choose the wrong person? Su Yunling said with a teasing tone. As much as she wanted the candidate, she was also very curious about this new blind teenager that had appeared. If it was an ordinary person, the mere fact of suffering from an eye disease would have blocked the path of martial arts. However, this person had a not-so-weak aura fluctuation and dared to participate in the Divine Martial Academy's entrance martial examination. This showed that this teenager, his heart was definitely not bad. Just a shame. The path of martial arts doesn't go far after all. But this teenager, when he confidently said the word can, gave her a strange feeling. Is it knowing her strength or feel? White Knight spoke out faintly. Is that so? Seeing Bai Yi looking so calm, Su Yunling had an indescribable feeling. but it also verified her suspicions. It's just a feeling. Then, is Cold Moon-san in agreement? Wait, mentor, can I have a request? Oh, what request? Su Yunling's attitude didn't change much. For a student with such a good talent, she could give enough tolerance. It's, if I worship my mentor. Saying that, his gaze couldn't help but look towards White Knight. Su Yunling was a bit curious. Luna. White Knight opened his eyes slightly, revealing the whites of one eye, and his tone intensified a bit. White. Meeting Xiaoyu's pleading gaze, White Knight firmly shook his head. Well, you lowered her head a little unhappily. White Knight knew what Xiaoyu meant. It was nothing more than trying to get him something that could cure his eye disease on the condition that he worshipped under someone's mentor. But, he doesn't need to. Not to mention that he was already at the martial emperor level. Even if he was really just an ordinary person of the third rank, and categorically not allow yourself to do such a thing. He has his pride, not bothering to act that way yet. However, that was it, and that tutor seemed to have guessed something. If it's requested by Cold Moon student, name your demands and I will try to fulfill them. Such words made Xiaoyu's eyes light up, thinking that there was some hope. However, Baiye's next sentence directly caused the luster in her eyes to disappear again. Out of order. But, no need. Chapter 32 Achievements nil. 3 simple words, but they reveal a strong conviction. This is, for some reason, Su Yunling was suddenly in a trance, as if she was not facing a teenager. Such a mindfulness, it's really a shame. This teenager gave him the feeling of being unshakable like a mountain rock in a raging storm. Really, at this moment, even if it wasn't a request from Cold Moon's classmates, she couldn't help but feel a love for her talent. It's just that such a person, such a tone, it made her unable to say anything half as good as, well, that's right, if she had asked for it herself, she would have considered it a handout. It was not only insulting to her, but to the strong-willed teenager as well. Although, she has every right to do so and could just take this person under her wing. Understood. She nodded heavily and said nothing more. Koyuki doesn't know any better, so I'm troubling the tutor. I'll ask mentor to be more accommodating in the future. Yes. Su Yunling took a deep look at the teenager and called to make a package deal. I'll do my best. In that case, thank you, tutor. White Knight bowed slightly in appreciation. Despite the fact that this tutor's strength was far below his own, he had no intention of using his power to suppress others. Koyuki's mentor. That status alone was enough to make him courteous for a few moments. Though in the event that he didn't reveal his strength, these people might have many opinions about him. But, who cares? He had one and only one goal. To enter the Divine Martial Academy and fulfill his promise to Xiaoyu. It was fine for the others to see him as a blind man who didn't know what he was doing, or to see that he didn't know what he was doing when he refused the help of his ace tutor. He doesn't care. Now that Xiaoyu had been under a tutor that he recognized, it was a relief. Because of Xiaoyu's cultivation path, he wasn't able to give accurate guidance. The two were cultivating in different directions, which was why they needed to help Xiaoyu find a mentor. And this female mentor, among his perceptions, had a slightly chilling flavor. It should be a better match with Koyuki's talent. Under his authorization, Xiaoyu followed this tutor out of the examination room. Because of the superior grade A talent, it was already possible to advance directly to the next level without taking the second test. The other tutors quickly dispersed as well, and White Knight tapped his staff blade as he resumed his seat on top. And with White Knight's presence, the other candidates had finally realized it. This is a blind man? Although he seems like he's familiar with that amazingly talented candidate. This is a blind man? I want to know how a blind man can take the entrance martial arts exam? Doesn't the Divine Martial Academy claim to have a teachable moment? No, I mean, how does a blind man practice this? How do you pass the second test if you don't have great talent? Well, stop, don't ask me. I don't know. But, did this person refuse the tutor's help? Seems like it, and that alone deserves an admirable from me. A heart of gold indeed. Pity. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a blind man. The other candidate's pointing was heard by White Knight as well, but he didn't care. He's just here to fulfill Koyuki's promise. Originally, with his strength. In fact, as long as he spoke to the higher-ups of the Divine Martial Academy, not to mention the identity of any student, the identity of a tutor would certainly be given out without hesitation. It just wasn't what he wanted. What he wants is to enter the Divine Martial Arts Academy in a dignified manner, and limit your strength. The test was conducted in the capacity of an ordinary candidate, not in the capacity of a martial emperor. He said he had his pride, with the strength of a martial emperor level. Something like directly crushing through the examination was something he didn't care to do. Having agreed with Xiaoyu to enter the Divine Martial Arts Academy, Xiaoyu had fulfilled her promise. Now, my turn. White Knight looked at a translucent orb on the tabletop. Outside the arena, Xiaoyu nervously looked at White Knight in the middle of the examination room. She was a little worried. Although Xiao Bai had said that he could cultivate, she didn't know how talented he was. If Xiao Bai couldn't enter the Divine Martial Academy with him, perhaps she wouldn't want to stay here either. But White wouldn't accept help if she asked her mentor. No. She shook her head. He would definitely be angry if he used this method to get Xiao Bai to enter the Divine Martial Academy. While her mind was cacophonous, she completely failed to notice that behind her, above the tutor's seat, the same mentor she had already worshipped under was chatting about her at the moment. Are you sure you want to take her? Sitting next to him, Dai Xingzhou leaned back in his chair, his hands stuck inside the pockets of what looked like a research suit. What? Are you going to steal it from me? Su Yunling looked over warily. Dai Xingzhou, like her, she was also an ace tutor at the peak of the king level, and her most favorable contender. Just look at him. You know what I'm going to say. Dai Xingzhou shook his head. Su Yunling was silent for a moment. Why don't you take it? Cold moon, cold family. You should know it well, right? Yes. A trace of resentment flashed inside Su Yunling's eyes. She knows it well, even more so than everyone else. But, so what? I won't let her be like me. You can't stop it. What Dai Xingzhou said about not being able to stop it was something she knew. But so what? I can. Dai Xingzhou shook his head without another word. After all was said and done, if Su Yunling was still bent on having her way, there really wasn't much he could do. He also understood Su Yunling's feelings. It was nothing more than the regrets he once had that he now had to transfer onto his own disciple. Not only was Dai Xingzhou aware of this, Su Yunling herself was also well aware of this emotion of hers. But, your own path to martial arts has ended. She would never let a disciple with a path similar to her own make the same mistake. The will was so strong that there was no further need for persuasion. The two top tutors of the Divine Martial Academy fell silent at this moment, until there was an inexplicable gasp from inside the exam room. Number 188. White Knight. Results. None. Chapter 33. Upon hearing the examiner's shocked voice, the originally lively examination room fell silent. What do you mean? None? What kind of score is this again? It's not some big guy with amazing talent again, is it? Unlike the candidates, Su Yunling stood up with a swish when she heard the word nothing. 188. If she remembered correctly, it was the teenager who was very close to Cold Moon who suffered from an eye disease, right? White Knights. So that's what it's called. But, why are the grades nil? Teacher. Xiaoyu looked at the examiner's look of astonishment. A heart lifted, and could only look at her newly initiated tutor with a gaze of help. What does it mean when the grade is nothing? She had a bad feeling about it. Su Yunling felt the same way. If it was what she expected, it would be a problem. Still, it's better to make sure before you do. Cold Moon, you wait here for a moment, said the man, heading over to the exam room. One moment, please. Is this grade accurate? Hearing the voice coming, the examiner was shocked after glancing at it and realizing that it was the ace tutor. Tutor Su. I'm not sure. Theoretically the Qiling stone should not be wrong, but the results are very strange. What are the results shown? Well, no results. What do you mean? It means, it's possible that this candidate's qualifications are simply too low to show up. How is that possible? Su Yunling was somewhat in disbelief. The qualifications are so low that the spirit enlightening stones don't show them, and honestly the chances are even smaller than those of an awakened. This could also be a mistake with the spirit starter stone. Why don't we try another one? Change. The two of them then brought the new spirit enlightening stones to White Knight's side. At this moment, White Knight's palm was still resting on top of the orb on his desktop, but strangely enough, no light appeared at all. So it is. White Knight's heart was clear. He had also heard the conversation between the tutor named Su Yunling and the examiner just now. Too underqualified? Sure enough, a different cultivation system would indeed be problematic, but there was no look of worry on his face either. Perhaps this is a situation he had anticipated. Perhaps a confidence based on their own strength. Perhaps is based on some sort of determination. So he withdrew his palm bashfully. White Knight. Student, right? Su Yunling asked. That was the name, if she remembered correctly. Yes. White Knight nodded. We suspect this enlightenment orb of yours is not working. Can we try another one? Could be. Bai Yi still had that same bland look, causing Su Yunling to look a few more points higher. If any other ordinary candidate was in this situation, they would probably have broken down long ago. It's impossible not to know what extremely low qualifications mean. It's just that this teenager Still looks like a wave. This kind of heart is, indeed, too good to be true. It's just that the heart is even better if you don't have the qualifications to cultivate. She replaced the enlightenment orb on it. Please try again. Aha! White Knight placed his palm on top of the new spirit enlightening orb. 2 pairs of eyes nervously watched as the palm slowly covered the top of the orb until it's completely lifted. Press up. 1 second. 2 seconds. A good while passed, and Su Yunling and the examiner looked at each other. Enlightenment orb. Still no movement. The examiner didn't know what to say. This new spirit enlightening orb had been personally inspected by the two of them, and there was absolutely no way it could be wrong. But now, Mentor Su? Su Yunling didn't reply, but instead looked at this bashful teenager with mixed feelings. The results of the latest test were already known to her, but she didn't know how to say it either. Obviously an excellent heart, but why is it that the heavens are unjust? With such a low level of talent, no amount of good heart could make up for the birth defects. Although it is said that the score of the first test can be made up with the second test, but the grades don't even show talent. What will the difficulty of the second test be elevated to? There's no way it's going to pass, right? What? I didn't make a mistake with my grades, did I? The inquiring voice reached her ears and brought her back to her senses. Indeed, is right. In the end she didn't know what to say but to tell it like it was. Can I take the second test with such a score? Yes, it'll do. Su Yunling opened her mouth to say something, but seeing the teenager's appearance, all her words were swallowed back. She understood that the teenager knew what he was facing, but the will of the heart, still unshaken. This mindfulness, thousands of feelings can only be converged into a sentence that the heart does not want to say. Really? Pity. So Su Yunling nodded, and the examiner, understanding what it meant, proclaimed it again. Number 188. White Knight. Results. None. At once, the inside of the examination room exploded again. It's confirmed. It's really nothing. What the hell? How did that score happen? Is this the lowest score in so many sessions? That said, if this kind of score, then the second test. What difficulty will this be? I don't know. No one has ever tried. Everyone couldn't help but devote their eyes to the teenager in the center of the examination room who suffered from an eye disease. How's the teacher doing? Xiao Yu waited anxiously when she saw that her mentor had returned. Possibly, you have to be prepared. So little White won't be able to enter the Divine Martial Academy? Let's just say, isn't completely out of the question. Teacher, then can you? Xiao Yu tried to request her teacher in a hurry. However, Su Yunling shook her head and interrupted. He won't say yes. Even though she herself had the idea of taking her directly under her tutelage, she knew how strong-willed that teenager was. Won't say yes. White. Xiao Yu's worried gaze went to White Knight in the field. White Knight put his palms away and quietly waited for the first test to end. He was also curious to know what the scene would be when the second test was conducted with such a score. At the same time it was a challenge for him. He said he would pass the test with ordinary strength. That's what says no use of dominance, does not use the gravity ability, even suppressing physicality below the third order. He's going to rely on pure swordsmanship. Pass the second test. Ever since he came out from inside the small mountain village, he had been able to vaguely feel his way further, and came to an interesting realization. So it's just the right place to try it out. As the examiner's voice rang out one after another, a round of the test. It's over. So far, 2 batches of candidates have been assembled. The second test. It's ready to go. Chapter 34, Unprecedented. The second examination begins. Level 2, Aurora Illusion. Prepare to teleport. Transmission begins at. Transmission successful. Number of candidates this time, 2000. A mechanical voice flashed through White Knight's mind, and then with a swish, he appeared in a new environment. The second test requires coming to a very special place, Aurora Phantasmagoria. It is said to be an amazing place that can simulate the environment with 100% realism, and a separate space for each person. As it is now, White Knight seeing color was in full swing, starting from the original spot and spreading outward, until stopped after colliding with something. That's the boundaries of the illusion. Where he was now was a desert. If you can see it with the naked eye, it's like you can't see the end of it. However, the actual place was actually only about 100 meters in circumference, and the rest was just a blindfold. Duck! White Knight lightly tapped the staff blade in his hand against the ground with a crisp sound. The ground was not dirt, but an unknown material of reddish gold color. Inside their heads, they recalled what the examiner had told them before he had teleported. The second test, the Aurora Illusion. There are 2 levels in total. The first level focuses on testing the overall strength of the candidate. The second level is mainly a test of the candidate's heart. Specific performance scores are used to score the final overall score, which is then combined and compared to the scores at the time of the first assessment. It's called not judging people by their talent. Everyone had the opportunity to enter the Divine Martial Academy through their own efforts. Only, he's a little different. He still remembered the strange gazes of the examiners and the candidates next to him when he teleported. Because of this achievement of his, even the examiner had never seen it before. No one knew, either, just how difficult the Aurora illusion automatically assessed out to be. There was still a small amount of time before the test officially began. This is because Aurora Phantasmagoria takes time to evaluate and calculate. At this time, outside the Aurora illusion realm, it was already overcrowded. Following White Knight and their 2 batches of candidates entering the second test, the subsequent batches of candidates came in from outside one after another. The top of the waiting table was already full, but they didn't start the assessment right away. Instead, they had to wait for White Knight and the others to come out. Candidates in this cohort were more fortunate in that they were able to watch the process of assessment. It is also possible to get an approximate idea of the previous batch of candidates. That's why the murmurs rose and spread throughout the square, and there were even people shouting, "What? Class is superior? Gifted awakened? Holy, it always feels like I'm missing out on something big." You're not lying, are you? The last batch of candidates were so good? Why would I lie to you? The early comers basically know. TCH, it's true that people are really different from each other. Some people are born in the mold of a strong person. If only my talent was that good. That's an ace tutor. Overthinking it, I think I'd be satisfied with a class a lower. That said, did you guys know that the last batch of candidates, aside from this amazingly talented candidate, there was another one who was also quite amazing? What? You can't mean yes, there's another person with this kind of talent? That's not true. That's okay. But that candidate's score was none. None? What the hell? It's just that the talent qualification is so low that it can't even be detected by the spirit in Lightning Ball. Asterisk. It's really not true. This situation is rarer than a gifted awakened, right? 1,000 times true. The mentor personally verified it. Then this dude is a bit unlucky. I hear it's still blind. Blind? This wouldn't be the kind of thing I understand, would it? It's that kind. It's probably an inborn eye disease. Otherwise, how could it not be cured with today's conditions? Then this dude is too miserable. I honestly admire this guy. Why? Because he's already inside the second test. What? The second test? He hasn't given up yet? That's why I said it was admirable. If it were me. It's a tough guy. I guess it's about the same if it's me. The second test has begun, and I don't know if I'll be able to meet this person. I'm curious what the difficulty of the second test is with a score like that. Pop. While everyone was discussing, a sound suddenly appeared in the sky. A huge translucent projection lit up, ready to go. I don't know who said it, but a large swath of eyes lifted and focused on the projection in the air above. The projection is split into many small modules, each one containing a scene: forest, desert, the sea, sky. Scenes thought of and even unthought of appear on it. That's right. This is the real-time display of the second test Aurora illusion. Inside is the environment that each candidate is in. That's what that huge projection in the sky was for. And, not only that, at this time, inside the Divine Martial Academy, academic building, dormitory, office building, countless screens connect these images in real time. It was the only way for other regular basic course teachers, upperclassmen, and others to focus on the entrance martial arts exam. It was also only during the second test that such a scene would occur. The first test is also just a general idea. Class A superiors, gifted awakener. There were also grades of none, 4 things that even their seniors had never heard of. This session's entrance martial examination had given them enough surprises. I heard that the blind boy with a score of none was also in the many screens. So, most of the people ran and stopped what they were doing above their hands for a while and waited in front of the screen. Cross your fingers. Not in the same mood as them was the tutor's seat above. Koyuki looked worriedly at the big screen in the sky. The assessment has not yet officially begun, so the full scene is not shown. But within this period of time, she was able to learn from other tutors or candidates what exactly White was facing. Divine Warrior Academy's second test among the unprecedented, highest difficulty. All the tutors who discussed this matter were not shaking their heads. Even their own teachers were not holding much hope. A teenager suffering from an eye disease with little or no qualifications for cultivation, even if you don't know what the reason itself has the strength of the third order, but still not much of a possibility. So while there were many candidates, most people paid more attention to this unprecedented candidate. Little by little the time passed. Not for long. Suddenly, there was a drop. There was a sound. At the same time a mechanical voice came. The second test, Aurora Mirage. It's official. Dropping. Abnormal examination data detected. Data restoration in progress. Loading complete. Candidate no. 188 of the second batch, White Knight. Mirage generation corrected successfully. Mirage difficulty. Super Class A. Chapter 35, Screen Static? Super A. After those 3 words spread across the square, there was silence for a few seconds. Then an uproar. Super A? What grade is this? Isn't Class A the highest difficulty? This can't be beyond the normal cap of Aurora Illusion. It's quite possible. I even heard talk of some kind of malfunction or something. However, not only had the candidates not heard of this difficulty, even the ace tutors Su Yunling didn't know about it. Super A? She looked at Dai Xingzhou next door with a startled look. Dai Xingzhou also frowned tightly. That shouldn't be. You don't know? Su Yunling raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Didn't you have a hand in the development process of the Aurora Illusion? That's right. That was the reason for her accident. Dai Xingzhou, who was the developer of Aurora Illusion, should know quite a bit about this stuff. But now, the R&D process I did have the privilege of being part of. But, it shouldn't. Dai Xingzhou nodded, then shook his head. It's the very knowledge of the Aurora Phantasmagoria thing that makes it seem so wrong. Where is it wrong? Su Yunling asked after him, knowing that with a curmudgeonly and preachy nature like Dai Xingzhou's, he wouldn't be aiming at nothing. This thing, it should be limited to the highest difficulty. Superior Class A should be the highest level of difficulty. Dai Xingzhou slowly spoke, causing Su Yunling to resist frowning as well. You mean this thing is malfunctioning? Not sure for now. Will it be dangerous? Aurora Illusion is capable of doing some damage to entities. Can that be temporarily interrupted? Well, that's fine. Dai Xingzhou gave his answer after pondering for a while with his palm outstretched to rest his chin. Su Yunling was about to say that she could just interrupt the words, but it turned out that this time Xiao Yu ran over to interrupt her instead. Sensei, Su Yunling suddenly turned her head to look at the student next to her. If there's some wiggle room, could you let White try? Does this look like? Su Yunling looked at her own student and fell into deep thought. Originally she had been more than a little favorably disposed towards the blind teenager for various reasons, so don't want to let it fold here because of the examination. Moreover, don't want to see the two people's relationship as not ordinary Cold Moon said. But, since Cold Moon has said so she shifted her gaze to Dai Xingzhou. Indeed, the assessment process is gradual and there are no force majeure factors all at once. Good. Su Yunling nodded heavily before giving Cold Moon a reassuring look. Then try it. If the situation is not right, then request an interruption of the assessment. After thinking it over, he chuckled to himself. I was so eager just now that I forgot one thing. That's the kind of teenager. How is it possible to be on the verge of running away? Eyes retracted to the huge screen in the sky, trying to figure out from it that place where the teenager was. However, there is no need to look for it anymore. Right in the center above the screen, taking up half the size of the place, the scene of that teenager, White Knight, was clearly displayed. This is what the screen comes with. When some of the more difficult and exciting tests come up, they are displayed right in the center. And White Knight, who exceeded the theoretical maximum difficulty, undoubtedly possessed this qualification. As White Knight's figure appeared, there was a drop in the sky. The examination has officially begun. Inside the Aurora Illusion realm, White Knight's eyes opened slightly as he felt the sudden movement. The Phantasmagoria has begun. He was also curious as to what exactly was going to show up. However, soon he knew. Among his senses, not far ahead, there was a twist in the ground. Then an unknown stone monster made up of reddish gold slowly rose. A mechanical note came at the same time. Red gold golem, first wave. Strength, first order. As the voice fell, above the head of the red gold puppet, a single eye positioned in the center violently emitted a burst of red light. A puppet of the first order. White Knight closed his eyes again. His mind clear. He probably knew what was going on, meaning that he would be able to pass the second test as long as he fought this puppet that appeared in one, and it's the first wave. This suggests that there is a second, third wave behind it. Boom! While he was still thinking, the red gold golem moved. A clear trail appeared where it had originally appeared, and then rushed towards White Knight at a speed that wasn't slow. But White Knight didn't feel surprised. Even without using his overpowering aura, he was able to clearly capture the puppet's movements. This is the instinct of being a swordsman. So he slowly brought up the staff knife in his hand, but did not draw it. It was only a first-order puppet, and it was far from the time for him to draw his sword. He raised the staff blade to chest level, then slowly flipped it horizontally into a 1 shape. At this point, the puppet was already close at hand. A reddish golden fist came crashing down hard. Put! A flash of white light cut through. The red gold golem stopped and settled there, not moving a muscle. White Knight similarly remained in the same position of holding his staff blade without movement. Inside the illusion, it's like a still picture, and it's cloudy to look outside. How? What happened? Why don't you move? Even though it's said to be a first-rank golem, it still looks so much stronger than the others. That punch felt so powerful that I honestly pinched myself. Yeah, not to mention the fact that this person is still invisible. But how come it's not moving now? Is the picture malfunctioning? No. You see, while a group of people thought that something was wrong with the picture, the candidates with sharper eyes finally noticed something strange in the picture. Following the reminder, everyone stared carefully at the screen. Then you see, above the red gold golem's fist, an unnoticeable crack appeared. Ka! It was like hearing an inexplicable voice. The red gold golem's fist dropped down a notch, revealing a smooth, mirror-like chop. Boo! Boo! Immediately afterward, the entire fist fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and with it fell a large head. First Order Red Gold Golem. Successful decapitation. Chapter 36. I'll take this, son. Holy, what happened? Do you guys know what just happened? Why is this red gold puppet suddenly gone? It was that candidate who made the move, wasn't it? You saw it? No you don't say, but he's the only one inside the illusion. So who is it if not him? Anyway, I only saw a white light. I think I saw it too. Blade light? No, that guy does have something in his hand, but it looks like a walking stick? I think so. But, no matter how much they didn't believe it or not, the fact was that the puppet looked like it had been chopped by a sharp blade, and the disconnection was very flat, but with a crutch-like thing. How is that possible? If it was the result of using a sharp blade, they could understand it, because they felt that they could do it themselves in that case. But let them take a stick if they want. What a joke! That's the red gold golem. Red gold, recognized as one of the hardest metals. Many divine blades use this material, so they think it's pretty ridiculous. Even Su Yunling and the others frowned at this situation. Even more incomprehensible because you see a little more. Did you see that? Aha! Dai Xingzhou sat up, his eyes fixed motionlessly on the image above the screen. That attack. Both he and Su Yunling should have seen it clearly. The scars of that red gold golem. It was the crutch in the teenager's hand that did it, but it's also because knowing this is just as incomprehensible. Why would a walking stick be able to chop through a material like red gold? This teenager has practiced swordsmanship, or bladesmanship. Dai Xingzhou looked over quizzically, causing Su Yunling to freeze. Swordsmanship? Swordsmanship? Most likely. In that case, it would be understandable why a teenager with extremely poor cultivation qualifications had the breath fluctuations of the third rank. Swordsmanship, knife skills. It is something universally known in this world, yet unattainable. It's not like being able to wield a sword a few times can be called swordsmanship. There are some things involved in it that are only meant to be understood. They don't get it either. Today's cultivation system was nothing more than growing the aura, improving the quality, and then developing their own. Similar to the moves of an awakened person's abilities, it is also the most effective way to be able to make a difference. As for fencing, don't have the talent or patience for that. It's impossible to accomplish anything at all for a long time. Inside this world where ferocious beasts were rampant, if cultivating something like this flatly consumed precious cultivation time, it was no different from seeking one's own death. Therefore, the spirit weapons they used were actually more of a functional or increasing effect only. There are very few people who really know how to use the sword. Even its rarity was no weaker than that of a gifted awakening. But while they don't get it, they know someone who does. And right on the spot. After the two pairs of gazes exchanged glances, they looked towards a middle-aged man not far from the side. It was a man with a straw hat and a robe casually draped over his body. The first thought that comes to anyone's mind when they first see this person is dashing and comfortable. This was the only ace tutor they knew and recognized, who was well versed in the art of the sword. Li Yiqing. This person was sitting cross-legged on top of the tutor's seat at this time, his eyes closed, and he was carrying a long knife on his waist. Tutor Li? Su Yunling shouted in a polite tone. Even though Li Yiqing's actual realm was a bit lower than hers, his strength as a swordsman was definitely not to be underestimated. Li Yiqing slowly opened his eyes after hearing the shout. Instead of looking at the two tutors next to him, he glanced faintly at the screen in the center, then said in a firm tone, "This son, I'll take it." HM? Su Yunling's pupils shrunk. Mentor Li, what do you mean? This youngster possesses the qualifications to cultivate either sword arts or blade arts? You don't understand. Only at this point did Li Yiqing take the time to turn his head and look. There was no scorn or self-importance in his eyes, just a bland statement of fact as it were. And in his position, he is indeed entitled to say so. I still ask for Tutor Li's unstinting advice. Su Yunling's tone was quite humble. She has a strong personality, but she has always been more low-key when it comes to people who deserve respect. Well, Su said, seeing that this female mentor, with whom he had crossed paths a few times, had a more sincere attitude, he gave a slight explanation after a moment of silence. The so-called sword art blade technique, there's essentially no difference. It's just a name. What matters is a mood. And this teenager, it's already the realm of returning to the basics. Returning to basics? Su Yunling was still aware of this kind of thing for the first time, and was a bit puzzled, not knowing what this realm represented. Yes, Li Yiqing nodded, but didn't explain anything more than that. It's the kind of thing that no amount of explanation from those who don't understand it will help. He was the only one who knew what it meant to go back to basics. So, all in all, this son I'm bound to take under my tutelage. The firmness of his tone caused Su Yunling and the others to look sideways. They didn't understand why Tutor Li, who had always been noble and proud, was so determined. Could it be that this teenager's sword skill qualification was really that good? What they don't realize, however, is that, good, Li Yiqing smiled inwardly with disdain before closing his eyes again. Others will never understand. This teenager's qualifications can't be described as good anymore. If I had to describe it in one sentence, that's where no one has gone before or since. As a teenager, he practiced swordplay to the realm of returning to the basics. Back to the basics. It was the same realm he now possessed after decades of hard cultivation. So, he'll take this son. With his eyes closed, he was able to see the images on the screen through his senses alone. Mind's eye. It was also something that only appeared after a great accomplishment in swordplay. I'm sure the teenager inside that illusion already has this ability as well. He couldn't help but be concerned about the blind teenager. Now it's just the first wave of the test. Young people, surprise him some more. The top of the tutor's seat quieted down, and Su Yunling didn't ask any more questions. It was true that she didn't know what this realm of swordsmanship was, but she knew she was still underestimating this one teenager who suffered from an eye disease. With a strange look in her eyes, she looked above the screen in the center, and after listening to the exchange between the teacher and the other instructors from the side, Koyuki looked over with an adoring gaze. White is awesome, but the adoration in his eyes instantly changed to a worried look. But this was just the first wave of red gold puppets that appeared. There's no telling what's going to come up later, but the difficulty is only going to increase until meets the ground of Super A. Chapter 37. It's time to give it a try. And in the midst of the others who were either puzzled, shocked, or worried, appraisal wave 2. It's on. Red gold golem, second wave. Strength, second order. White Knight remained in the unchanged position of holding his staff sword. At this moment, the second-ranked red gold golem also rushed over. Compared to the first order golem, this one second order is significantly more powerful and more flexible. As it suddenly arrived in front of White Knight, it suddenly twisted and disappeared in place. Then, appeared from the side. White Knight didn't even move his eyes. Put. The same white light cut through. Second order red gold golem. Killed in action. The other students and others who were watching the screen with a focused face at this moment had their eyes glazed over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not again. This again. How the hell did he do that? I didn't see him strike at all. Even I don't feel like the posture has changed at all. There's absolutely no difference between what happens to a second-ranked red gold puppet and a first-ranked one. Anyone know what's going on? Explain. I might know. Come on. After looking at it for the second time, I realized that it's most likely the legendary sword art or sword technique. Swordsmanship? Swordsmanship? I thought this stuff was lost? So this is swordplay. Even if you don't have the qualifications to cultivate, you can still kill a second-stage red gold puppet with a single slash. It's too strong. Too. It's not a matter of being strong or not, but practicing these things is very, very tough. That's right. This person has already cultivated to such a level at this age. How much perseverance must this require? But, as much as I admire this candidate, though, I'm equally not optimistic that this person will be able to pass the examination. Agreed. You should know that this is only the second wave. The second wave is already second order. Then the third wave. The third wave was self-explanatory, and was most likely a third-ranked red gold golem, and the strength displayed by this blind teenager was only of the third rank. Therefore, Even though Bai Yi was able to easily decimate a second-ranked red gold puppet, the worry on Xiao Yu's face likewise didn't diminish. Be sure to cheer. Koyuki tugged her fists together, silently pumping. On the other hand, Li Yiqing on the other side didn't even open his eyes. Second order. Not nearly enough. That's not even the upper limit for this teenager. Even he felt that the third order wouldn't be a problem. Watch it. What kind of surprises will this teenager bring? And at this point, the third wave. It's starting. A third-ranked red gold golem emerged from the ground. Offense. Then White Knight, the same posture, the same movements. Put. A white light cut through again. Third order red gold puppet. Killed in action. A knife. Still a cut. No. Is that a crutch? In short, it's strong. This is already a third order puppet. It's actually still a strike. It's already been 3 strikes. And I didn't see it clearly once. What the hell is this man sealing? All of them looked at the screen, and their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. It's already third order. It's still an understatement. This showed that the third rank was not yet this teenager's upper limit, and the next wave is fourth order. This was already beyond the strength that this teenager had shown. Will it ever be this easy? Many people's hearts jumped after this thought came up. They were actually bubbling with the thought now. Previously, there was little hope for this teenager to pass the examination, but after seeing the third wave, the heart was unknowingly shaken. Even if we don't know exactly how many waves of the Super A test there are, but even if there is a fourth wave, a fifth wave, he also didn't dare to say something like this person couldn't pass the test at all. While their minds were unsettled, the fourth wave of examinations arrived as scheduled. Is it coming? Li Yiqing was slightly more interested at this point. Fourth order. It was beyond that teenager's realm. Can you surprise him or not? The moment of truth. Here we go. At this moment, he was tightly focusing on the image above the screen, taking on a bit of gravity. But soon, the expression changed, and the gravity instantly turned into surprise. Is this a knife? Sharing his wonder, there were other candidate instructors who were watching the screen. Knife? So this really is a knife? This is actually a knife? I thought it was just that this person was not in a position to buy a sword, but I didn't realize. This is actually a staff knife. So, just now this person hasn't started to get serious? After these words came out, a pot exploded inside the candidates. Below the third rank, this teenager didn't even bother to pull out his sword. What confidence that is! Just by relying on the sheath of the blade, he was able to easily decapitate a third-ranked red gold golem. Third order. This was already the strength of most of the people inside the entrance martial arts exam, and the red gold golem was clearly stronger than most of the third order candidates. And this teenager who was able to easily kill a third order puppet. Be stronger. At this point, the contempt in their hearts had long since disappeared without a trace. Who are they to belittle others? Even the fourth order. It was also easily cut down by the long knife. A knife. A real cut. At this moment, the inside of the examination room was deathly quiet, and everyone was staring blankly at the teenager on top of the screen. The young man was at that moment holding his staff sword up to his chest, a straight and penetrating blade being slowly returned to its sheath. Ka! It was as if I heard the sound of returning to the sheath. The fourth-ranked red gold puppet was instantly split into pieces. This god-awful swordplay. Too strong. I don't know who subconsciously shouted, and then a deafening sound of admiration erupted. So cool. I suddenly want to worship. I want to too. This little brother is too strong. On the other side, Li Yiqing was completely unaffected by the people next to him. Only the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Nice. It's really good. That's the surprise. With just this blade, he, Li Yiqing, recognized this teenager. Solid foundation in swordsmanship. A steady mind for swordplay. There are no flashy useless moves. This was what he thought of in his mind as swordsmanship. Plain and simple. He's satisfied. Even if this teenager didn't pass the next fifth wave of examination, he would definitely take him under his door. With his decades of experience in swordsmanship, this teenager had more access to that legendary realm than he did. Satisfaction indeed. Even the other candidates and tutors showed tisk expressions. Regardless of whether or not the teenager would be able to pass the next examination, there was absolutely no one who would look down on this person because of it. And the first level of the second test. It is also true that there is a fifth wave. White Knight slowly returned the long sword in his hand to its sheath, then quietly waited for the fifth wave of tests to appear. Superlative A appraisal. Definitely more than that. Red gold golem. Wave 5. Strength, 5th order. Sure enough, as the mechanical voice came out, another brand new puppet slowly emerged in the middle of the field. And strength is 5th order. He felt a little stressed already. although even when facing an imperial-level existence he has never generated pressure. However, at this time, he only had the physical qualities of the third rank in his own sword skills. The fourth-ranked red gold golem he was already about to draw his sword. And the fifth order. Just pulling out the sword probably won't be enough either. Then, White Knight's eyes opened slightly, revealing a piece of eye white, and there was a silver-colored stream of light leaking out from within. That thing, is time to try it. He held the sheath of his staff sword in one hand and the hilt in the palm of the other. Take a deep breath of air. Then, hold your breath. Ka! Roar! As the staff blade was gently pulled out by an inch, it was as if a tiger's whistle was emitted from inside the illusion. The tiger's whistle came and went. At this moment, the fifth order red gold puppet was preparing to bend its knees and launch itself. White Knight's arm exerted a fierce force. Drawl! A man-high blade on became a half-moon shape and flashed away. The red gold golem stopped moving at once. Ka! White Knight slowly returned his long sword to its sheath, with the hilt and sheath of the knife hitting together tightly and seamlessly. Put! The fifth order red gold golem split into two. At this time, outside the Aurora illusion realm, Li Yiqing snapped his eyes open and crushed the teacup in his hand. He stared up at the top of the screen in a daze, his mouth lost in disbelief. The Realm of Intent. Chapter 38, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Tutor Li? Su Yunling looked at Li Yiqing not far away in shock. What's the situation? Tutor Li, who has always been calm and unperturbed, actually looks like this out of sorts? Even the steady Dai Xingzhou cast a surprised glance. Obviously even he had never seen such a Li Yiqing before. Only, Li Yiqing, an ace tutor and also a swordsman, was simply not in the mood to pay attention to the others at this time. The mouth murmured incessantly. Blade intent. Blade intent. How can it be blade intent? How can it be blade intent? He had not even touched the slightest threshold of the realm after so many years of painstakingly pursuing it. The realm of meaning. It is also the next level of returning to the basics. Even this kind of realm he could only know a little bit about from inside the ancient texts. Over the years, he had searched and sparred with quite a few sword masters, but he had never seen such a thing as the intent realm. He thought this kind of thing, it's just a legend. But what he sees now, there's no mistaking it. There's absolutely no mistaking it. This is definitely blade intent. It was his instinctive sense as a swordsman. The blade intent was contained within the blade aura that this teenager chopped out. But, why? Why was this teenager actually able to comprehend something like blade intent? He's just a teenager. Even if one starts cultivating from inside one's mother's womb, it is impossible to cultivate to this realm, right? Could it be that I'm sensing it wrong? Li Yiqing instantly became a bit unsure of himself, but quickly shook his head off. It's not possible. That fluctuation. There is absolutely no mistaking sensing, and the teenager was the only one inside the illusion. The blade awnings were also chopped out with his own eyes by the teenager himself. Although he was reluctant to believe it, countless facts were telling him that this was the realm of intent. A blind teenager in his late teens. A knife. Chopped out the blade intent. How ridiculous. How heartbreaking. He, Li Yiqing, had spent most of his life in solitude and pride, but he didn't expect to lose in the hands of a tiny teenager who hadn't fought before. He relies on his amazing talent, and since he has been practicing sword techniques for decades, he has rarely lost at the same level, even if they were fellow practitioners of the same sword art, and it never fails. He thought that in today's world, in terms of the realm of the sword, he, Li Yiqing, should be the first. But, it wasn't until today, after seeing this blade that the young man had chopped out, that he realized that all of his self-confidence had been shattered to pieces. Even if he had the strength of a late martial king, even though his blade Dao realm was already in the realm of returning to the basics, but when he saw the teenager now, it was like looking up to an adult as a child. That's uncrossable mountains. When he hadn't even touched the threshold of intent, this teenager had already chopped out sword intent. It also decimated his self-esteem. Luckily, he still looks like he's pointing out the world in the manner of a senior. Himself went from being interested in the teenager, to being surprised, to being pleasantly surprised, and now, scare, too cocky. How could one be qualified to instruct such an existence? Ha! Li Yiqing let out a self-deprecating laugh. The gleam in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his entire person appeared somewhat disheveled. He was now repeating a thought over and over inside his head. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. Yourself is nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. This, Su Yunling looked at the previously spirited Li Yiqing, who now became disillusioned after his face changed dramatically. She had been about to ask something, but suddenly she didn't know how to speak. He just looked at the broken teacup in Li Yiqing's hand, and then looked at the screen in the distance. What the hell happened? Disbelief filled her chest. Daishingzhou also saw this scene and suddenly thought of something. His pupils shrank, but then quickly shook his head. And I don't know what's going on. And you looked at the tutors with a confused face. Completely too late to worry. What the hell did White do? Subconsciously she ventured the thought. Also thinking similarly to her was a group of onlookers who were mentors to the candidates. It's just that they don't have as many complexes. They only feel. What is that thing? Too strong. Fifth order red gold golem was split in two. It hasn't even left the spot yet. It's even more outrageous than the previous ones. So, what exactly did this candidate do? How come it's more powerful and easier than before? And while they were all in the midst of shock, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on? What? Look, that candidate's screen. Why not?" Everyone snapped their heads up. Above the huge screen in the air, the one that originally belonged to White Knight suddenly went dark and nothing could be seen. "What's going on?" Su Yunling asked with equal astonishment. The target of the questioning was obviously Dai Xingzhou, who had once participated in the development of the Aurora illusion. Dai Xingzhou sat up straight and frowned. An accident? Accident? Not true either. What the hell? Honestly, this is the first time I've encountered this kind of thing. Dai Xingzhou was silent for a while and suddenly spoke in a very serious tone, causing Su Yunling's heart to thump. "Do you know how this Aurora Borealis illusion was made?" Quite suddenly, Su Yunling froze for a moment after hearing these words. How could she possibly know how the Aurora illusion was made? But Dai Xingzhou surely knew that, so she hurriedly prodded. "You say, the corpse of a kind of demonic beast." Dai Xingzhou gruffly spoke the truth about the Aurora illusion, forcing his voice into a line that precisely traveled inside Su Yunling's ears. What demonic beast? Su Yunling, who was hearing about it for the first time, was startled in her heart and asked in the same manner. "A peak Imperial level Mirage Dragon." "What?" Su Yunling suddenly lost her voice and came out, drawing frequent side glances from the people next to her. Today, not only the always calm Tutor Li, but how come even someone like Tutor Su was startled? However, Su Yunling was in absolutely no mood to pay attention to other people's opinions. She was still digesting the shocking news she had heard. Mirage Dragon, peak of the Imperial level. Each one hit her nerves. First was the Mirage Dragon, an ancient and powerful ancient demonic beast. At the peak of the Emperor level, one almost stood at the top of this world. The Aurora illusion was actually developed using the corpse of a Mirage Dragon. No wonder you can create such realistic illusions. So she probably understood what Dai Xingzhou meant. It really shouldn't. How could the illusions of a demonic beast incarnate at this level suddenly go wrong? And it was also that scene of White Knight alone. What then? There's nothing I can do but see what's going on over at the control room. Dai Xingzhou's gaze looked through the square to a special building at the other end. At this moment, inside the control room of the Aurora illusion, the staff looked in amazement at the old man standing aside. Dean. What? No, dare. The old man had a fairy-like appearance, and after seeing the staff retreat, he looked at the image above the large monitoring screen, eyes deep. There. It was precisely inside the illusionary realm where White Knight was. Chapter 39 Residence. Hop, chop, White Knight. The old man faintly spat out two words, clearly looking like he knew this teenager well. But it was also the first time he'd seen this teenage look-alike. It was also the first time I learned the name. It's just that lately this teenager has been hearing about it many times from other people for a long time. A teenager with an eye condition. Unknown Emperor-level powerhouse. The existence of the Tang clan's ancestor and ancestral beast was defeated head-on. Even the Divine Martial Hall's Vice-Lord suffered defeat at his hands. All this time, the impression of this person's power had been lingering inside his mind. Until I met the real thing today. Very strong indeed. But it was impossible to see all of it, as this person had obviously suppressed his cultivation. Although it is not known why this person is committed to conducting an entrance examination, but he doesn't care about that. He cares about that thing. It's got a place, just in time, to see if this person is qualified or not. In the middle of the screen, White Knight stood there silently. What was going on out there he didn't know. He did not know that the image was spread out. Nor did he know that the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy was paying attention to him at the moment. All he knows is that he is now. It feels very good. How long has it been? There has never been such an unimpeded feeling. Holding the top of the staff blade in his palm, he felt the connection from deep within. This is the feeling of meaning. It was also the existence that he had sensed since he was inside the small mountain village. After walking out, it's strong. The fifth-ranked red gold puppet was simply defenseless. And this is far from being the end of this realm of meaning. In the distance, a brand new red gold golem emerged again. It's now the sixth wave. The red gold golem's strength is sixth order. Put. The puppet had just been generated when a one-person tall blade flashed by. The red gold puppet split in two. It's the same as the fifth order. As it were, it was a power that was very different from hegemony, and he even felt that it was a bit more advanced, because, through this power, he actually vaguely felt the sensation of the next realm. So, the sixth order is not the limit. With his eyes slightly open, White Knight looked toward the seventh wave of red gold puppets that appeared in the distance. Seventh order. Not enough either. Drawl. Into the sheath. Seventh order puppets. Death. Next wave. Eighth order. However, the eighth ranked puppet only lasted for an instant before it was split in two. Not enough. White Knight shook his head and silently sensed the next wave of puppets. Ninth order. Hold on for a breath. Killed in action. Still not enough. White Knight just indifferently drew and sheathed his sword. Repeat the process over and over again. Sixth order. Seventh order. Eighth order. Or even the ninth order. Nor could it withstand one of his slashes. But, not enough. It's still not enough. Far from it. It wasn't the feeling he wanted. He now had a marvelous realization in his mind that he wanted to give out, but found how he couldn't, because there's not enough pressure. Ninth order. Too weak. He didn't know how many waves of red gold puppets were below the difficulty level of Super Grade A, but he was now hoping beyond hope that the golem's appearance would last forever, and the stronger the better. He needs stronger opponents. Red Gold Golem. Wave 10. Strength. King. As the mechanical voice came, the corner of White Knight's mouth curled up. That's right. That's the way to go. It's rare to be in the mood for this kind of battle pain, so don't let him down. King-level red gold puppets. There was already enough oppression as he suppressed his strength. Boo! After the king-level red gold puppet appeared, its one eye was instantly covered in blood, and a pair of huge fists smashed into the ground, instantly shattering into a large pit. The gusty wind blew over with debris, and along with the debris came the provocative gaze of the red gold golem. Great! White Knight was very satisfied with the performance of this red gold puppet. Be a little more aggressive. So, it's the only way to stimulate the potential inside his body. It's the only way to release that emotion that has been suppressed for so long. Boo! The red gold golem made a move, and one of its feet stomped heavily on the ground, creating a huge dent. Then lean forward and bend your legs slightly. Coming! White Knight captured the red gold golem's figure at the first opportunity. It's a straight line. This king-level red gold golem didn't care to fiddle with fancy attacking maneuvers at all. Only the most direct and brutal force and speed. White Knight flipped his staff sword over and placed it on his left side at his waist. Stand with your feet splayed apart and then squat down slightly to find a strong point of support. The palm of his hand rested backhanded gently on top of the hilt. King-level red gold puppets. This overwhelming sense of oppression even made his clothes hunt. So, he would respond to this feeling by using the strongest and only sword art he had mastered. It was also one of the sword arts that he had inherited among the countless sword arts techniques that he had been continuously strengthening and practicing. As the saying goes, concentrate on one point and ascend to the top. Residence. Hop. Chop. Put. White Knight and the red gold golem staggered behind him. The two figures were fixed in the middle of the illusion. Ka. White Knight moved to sheath the last bit of the longsword's blade. Put. King-level red gold puppets. One cut. Close the knife. Sheathing. White Knight stood up straight holding his staff sword in front of him, his hands resting casually on top of the hilt, both eyes slowly closing up. Sense came up like a tidal wave. So this is the realm of meaning. Under the full force of his blade that suppressed his strength, he felt a deeper comprehension of this feeling. It was just a deeper sense of realization, and that urge to pull out the sword was even stronger. However, a mechanical voice from the air let him know, it's no longer possible. Examining the first hurdle, pass. There was no 11th wave, and no more powerful red gold puppets appeared. There was a sudden silence in the middle of the illusion, but White Knight's mood grew more and more unsettled. The urge to draw a knife. It's even more drastic. Put. At some point, a tiny white blade aura seeped out of his body. The blade slid down onto the ground made up of red gold, slicing out a trace visible to the naked eye. Still, not even close. White Knight endeavored to control his breath and collect the fine blade aura around him. Suddenly, roar! A loud roar came from the sky. Aurora Phantasmagoria Examination Level 2. Phantom Trial. Start. The mechanical voice fell, and a huge red gold mirage dragon silhouette appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, Bai Yi was completely unresponsive as if he had fallen into a coma. If White Knight had sensed something at this point, he would have been able to discover it. This mirage dragon's shadow transmitted an aura that was like substance, the aura of the peak of the Emperor level oppressed. That's how difficult the second level of Super A is. The illusion of the trial that appeared was the mirage dragon at its peak state during its lifetime. The second level assessed the candidate's ability to resist this aura of pressure. If the candidates were ordinary people under such a chi pressure, they would basically have gone weak in the legs. It can even cause substantial damage to the spirit. But White Knight acted as if he hadn't felt anything. It was not affected in the least, except for the fact that his clothes blew in the wind. Apparently, the Mirage Dragon's silhouette in the sky had also discovered the situation. A pair of eyes that looked like purple lanterns flashed with essence. Within its only remaining conscious instincts, it would never allow any creature to be able to ignore its existence. The silhouette became more solid. A scale that looked like it was poured out of red gold emitted an intimidating light. Roar! The Mirage Dragon's shadow roared angrily, and its invisible aura was like a huge mountain that pressed down heavily. Splat! The ground cracked violently. Something that was supposed to be invisible actually cracked the ground made up of red gold under pressure. However, the gas came and went quickly. The Mirage Dragon's shadow's eyes lit up and its entire body aura snapped. In the end, it turned into two pillars of purple golden light that looked like substance from inside the two lantern-like eyes, bursting out. The target was none other than the motionless White Knight above the ground. The blow! The Mirage Dragon's shadow had almost exhausted its full strength. The only instinct left kept telling it, there can only be one king above this land. The rest of heaven and earth, all of them are molehills. It would never allow an ant-like existence to disregard its majesty. The pillar of light flickered and instantly arrived in front of White Knight. And just then, White Knight moved. A pair of eyes snapped open. Stagger! It was as if the sound of a spiritual blade being sheathed was heard. The two solidified rays of light inside White Knight's eyes converged into one piece, instantly turning into a sharp blade in the shape of a long knife and chopping out. Put! A dull voice rang out. Purple golden column of light. Mirage Dragon Void. It's all broken. Chapter 40, Waiting for a long time. A very strong sword art. Inside the control room of the Aurora Illusion, the old man exclaimed in admiration. To be honest, within the strongest people he had seen using sword arts, none of them could beat this person if they were to compete purely in sword arts. Just by virtue of his sword skill, he was able to slash and cut a king-level red gold puppet. Even that wasn't the strongest power of that blade. The effect shown here is only because the opponent is only at the king level. He felt that this slash was something that could cause damage to an emperor-level existence, and that was with suppressed strength. If it was at full strength, perhaps even he would feel some pressure. Very strong indeed, but if that's all it is, some of it's not enough. The old man shook his head, slightly disappointed. For that event, this type of attack would be somewhat inadequate. Power, attack range. It was still quite a ways from what he expected. When he first heard that an unnamed martial emperor had suddenly appeared in the imperial capital, he went over there at the first opportunity. It turned out that this person had already left the imperial capital in an unknown direction, and he did not expect to find this person in Shinwu City. What's more, he didn't expect this person to actually come to participate in the Divine Martial Academy's entrance martial examination. So he came here. Originally, on top of that matter, he wanted to take the opportunity to invite this person, so that he could also have a few more points of certainty. But today it seems, still need to reconsider. After all, the number of spots to get in there is limited. It's over. The old man spoke faintly. Aurora Borealis. Examination passed. A mechanical voice came out relentlessly on the monitor screen. Before the results were even reported, the old man turned around directly, because he knew that if nothing else, this person certainly has the highest grades. Merely, to an existence at the emperor level, this kind of thing couldn't raise an ounce of interest at all. Sure enough, after the old man turned around, the relentless mechanical voice continued. Second batch no. 188, White Knight. Results, A. Deep dash. The sound suddenly turned into a piercing noise. The old man felt the movement behind him and turned around with some surprise. This is something. The old man's pupils shrunk as he looked at the new thing that came out inside the surveillance screen. The shock in his heart was beyond words. What are you? Something? White Knight was similarly a bit surprised as he looked at the latest thing that had appeared in front of him. Originally, he was quietly waiting for the end of the examination, but it turned out that there was a sudden change. It was as if the illusion had been ripped open, and something he had never seen before came out of it. Humanoid, head with horns, dressed in an unknown animal skin topcoat, with a huge bone blade on his back. As soon as the man appeared, he unloaded the bone knife and stuck it in front of his body, and put his palm on the top of his neck and twisted it, making a crackling sound. At this moment, after hearing White Knight's voice, his eyes didn't even glance at the surroundings, but began to look at them. As his gaze swept over, his eyebrows suddenly stretched after frowning for a moment before his mouth split at an exaggerated angle and a mouthful of white gas spewed out from inside the slit. Sure enough, it worked. This scent can't go wrong. I, Stygian Bone, have indeed come here. This method really works. Ha ha, this really is the human realm. After the last 4 words fell heavily, the monster who called himself Hades Bone looked down with a fierce glint in his eyes, because just a moment ago, he seemed to have heard some kind of sound coming from the ground. Above the huge 2 to 3 meter tall body, a pair of reddish eyes gazed down with endless oppression. Then a small, bitty figure was seen standing there. The human race, the mouth whispered. Then the corners of his mouth turned up. Sure enough, this reinforced his suspicions. This was indeed the realm of the human race, for he had seen the familiar, the so-called human race. A weak, frail human boy. A look of contempt couldn't help but float across his face, not even half concealing it. Hey, that human kid over there. Me? White Knight ignored the imposing pressure of his aura and pointed at himself. That's right. The corners of Underbone's mouth cracked into a smile. Here's a chance for you. Say what this place is. Leave your body intact. Ha! White Knight lightly laughed, putting his finger down, ignoring this person's arrogant tone, and asked a rhetorical question. Until then, can I ask you a question? Stygian Bone was surprised for a moment, feeling that something wasn't quite right, but subconsciously, he actually answered it as well. What's the problem? What are you? Something? White Knight rested his palm back on top of his staff blade, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned as he spoke in a flat yet nonchalant tone. Hiss! Stygian Bone's breath hitched, the movement of his hands stopped, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Now, finally, he knew what he found wrong. This human race, facing him under his unconstrained aura, he actually looked as if he had a light-hearted demeanor. This is not an ordinary human race, or rather, the aura that this person was displaying right now was not real. Third-order strength, not to mention the human race. Even if it was someone from their own clan, they would be directly crushed into pieces by the pressure of his aura. Looks like you're something else. Yes? White Knight responded faintly. But you don't seem to have answered my question. Ha ha ha. After hearing that little dot on the ground repeat that sentence again, Stygian Bone couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was literally the funniest joke he'd heard in a while. A mere inferior race. Don't be so arrogant. Inferior race? White Knight guessed in his heart as he heard about this for the first time. It's just that he doesn't care about that. What he cared about was the sense of oppression that this humanoid monster had given him since its appearance. Peak of the Imperial level. It was an unnamed Emperor-level powerhouse. It's strong. The aura that radiated out stirred up the illusion. Except, that's not what he's going to care about either. He cares about. This person was clearly not from Divine Martial City, nor was he from the Great Qian country. An Imperial-level existence from nowhere. And it's coming from a bad place. And that's enough. So White Knight took the initiative to speak. Don't know what you are though, but, you're strong, aren't you? The eyes opened slightly, revealing a patch of whites and a vague flash of excitement. Ha ha, strong? Stygian Bone let out a laugh, and his face instantly became hideous. It seems your human race has forgotten something for too long. It's time for you to recall. As the words fell, the palm covered in spikes grabbed the huge bone blade in front of him and carried it on top of his shoulder. He was running out of patience. The human race in front of him obviously had no impression of an existence like him at all. Was it too much comfort for too long? Whether it was or not, he no longer wanted to converse. Weak humans, unworthy of his questioning. As long as he crushed this ant, left this place, and found a slightly less weak existence among the human race, everything would be known. Right now, there is no point in pressing on and wasting time with this kind of trash. Wasting time. Being able to let this mole survive for such a long period of time was already one of the few gifts he had. So, go to hell. The mouth faded. Then he flicked the bone knife in his hand, and a blood-red blade broke through the air. The excitement in his eyes grew stronger as he watched the blood blade get farther and farther away. This feeling of tearing the human race apart. How long has it been since it's been around? Just, put. Suddenly, the same white blade appeared in the air, directly canceling out his attack. Not far. White Knight indifferently sheathed his long sword and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. A being like you. I'd been waiting for this for ages. Chapter 41 Gravity Blade. Underworld Tiger. Blocked? The bright light in Stygian Bone's eyes suddenly went out for a moment, and a stunned expression suddenly appeared on his face. He witnessed the weak human swinging a white blade that counteracted his attack. How is that possible? Even if this celebrity was not weak, it was impossible to block his casual strike, right? This was an attack at the peak of the Imperial level. A human in the district. With a flash of light in his eyes, Stygian Bone was about to strike again. Suddenly, an aura fell from the sky. His pupils snapped. A tremor of might ran through his body, then looked over with incredulous eyes. On the other side, not far away, where that celebrity kid was standing, suddenly a dark silhouette of a humanoid appeared. That's the aura emanating from that celebrity. The black tentacles waved recklessly like the palms of demons. The white energy that was interspersed gave off a sharp aura. Underneath the face that was somewhat distorted due to the stirring of the breath, a pair of eyes that glowed with silver flowing light opened slightly. Further down, the corners of the mouth were slightly turned up, as if revealing joy. That's right, joy. He actually saw joy in this celebrity. Excitement. Why? But it was too late for him to think about that. Because, boom, boo, he thrust his bone knife hard into the ground, directly halfway in. The entire human body relied on the bone blade to support itself with difficulty. The palms of his hands made the sound of gold and iron clashing because he had exerted too much force. What the hell? The aura pressure on his body was completely washed away, and a massive gravity pressed down on his body, so much so that the place where he stood sunk into a large crater going down. And most importantly, this human kid, this strength, peak imperial grade, same realm as him. This existence that he had thought to be like a mole cricket was actually a peak imperial level existence. No wonder. It always felt like something was wrong. It clearly felt like this person was displaying a strength that was not true at all. But how could he not sense it? So it is. Careless. But, why would a human race exist like that in such a tiny place? And ridiculously strong. Just sensing that unbridled aura, he already felt a great deal of pressure. And this gravity that relies on bone knives to barely stand. What the hell are you? An exasperated voice came, and White Knight nodded slightly. What man? Just a blind man. White Knight laughed lightly and casually explained. There was excitement within the laughter. He thought that the aurora illusion was coming to an end, and the pent-up energy inside his body couldn't find a place to vent. At this time, a monster at the peak of the imperial level suddenly descended. Really, he felt lucky. The king-level red gold golem didn't let him go overboard. The illusory void at the peak of the emperor level only brought him a bit of spiritual pressure. It was too late to even draw his sword before he was crushed by the sword intent he leaked out. Not enough. This is not enough. But with the assessment over, he had no choice but to bury this impulse in his heart. Until he saw the man, an existence at the peak of the imperial level. Such an opponent. It's what he wants. Such a presence. It's what qualifies him to go all out. And nowadays, the assessment is sort of already over. He could finally stop having to deliberately suppress his cultivation and aura. The huge aura shook the entire illusionary realm with his deliberate indulgence. The clothes on his body were windless, and the occasional thin slashes that leaked out cut visible marks into the ground. The emotions that had been pent up from the beginning of the examination until now were cathartic with the release of the breath, like a raging flood breaking through an embankment. A leak of 1,000 miles. Roar! The opposite side of the underworld bone felt the oppression getting stronger and stronger, and instantly let out a roar of fury as a mist of blood crumbled out from his body. The blood passed through the palm of his hand and infused inside the huge, hideous bone blade. An inexplicable blood-colored pattern slowly seeped out of the originally white blade. District Human, Stygian Bone suddenly cried out, hardening his hand against the pressure as he pulled out his bone blade. So what if it's the peak of the imperial level? The old man is, oh bone-eating demon. The blood-red bone blade was raised high and slapped down in White Knight's direction. Boom! A column of blood kept erupting from the ground, plowing a deep furrow into the ground. At the end of the deep ditch was where White Knight stood. Suddenly, a long blade with gravity attached to it came down from above. Put! Boom! A deep, fan-shaped crater appeared in place. The gravity suddenly disappeared, and Styx Bone looked inside that huge deep pit and grinned. Ha ha ha! A human being is a human being after all. How is it possible to be able to resist the existence of this lord? The arrogant laughter suddenly came to a screeching halt. The blood aura dispersed, and a blurry figure came up from it. Tap, 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 with a sound of steady footsteps. White Knight walked up from inside the deep pit. The aura around his body did not diminish, not a hair out of place. How? Stygian Bone came out directly out of breath. His full force strike was actually easily blocked. However, before he could make any more moves, White Knight sheathed his long sword with a click. This attack, you really are a strong man. White Knight smiled and sighed in admiration before suddenly turning his words around. Just, don't ever die. What did you say? Stygian Bone frowned, thinking he had heard wrong. A human in the district, even if. He narrowed his eyes and looked over, his mouth opening before suddenly stopping and failing to finish the words that followed, because he found that the human not far away suddenly the whole body aura convergence of a trace, and then, strikes a strange pose. After White Knight gathered his aura together, one foot took a step forward, the entire body bowed slightly. At his left waist, The staff knife was held steady in his hand, the right hand backhanded gently on top of the hilt. This is the starting stance of the Juha chop. However, what he was about to send out wasn't the sword style of the Juhyo chop either. For now he has not suppressed strength, bullying, gravity capacity, physique, swordsmanship, all in peak condition. There is also the newest realization of the realm of meaning. The moment he's been waiting a long time. Finally, you can give it your all with impunity. From the moment he comprehended blade intent, he knew that this thing was a very compatible power. Bullying, gravity capacity, all can be incorporated by him. There's even swordplay. So, this cut, even he didn't know how strong it was. Buzz. A layer of black and red armed color bay covered the arms, legs, waist, and other important places tightly. With this move, it was likely that one's body wouldn't be able to withstand it if they didn't use their armed colors. The probability was that the long sword that had been warmed by him for years would not be able to withstand the power of this strike either. So, the same dominance turns the staff blade into a black and red color as well. What kind of power is this? Styx Bone cringed. That aura of power that covered the top of his body was something he had actually never seen before. And it's strong. Just what is the purpose of this? With this doubt in his mind, he looked over with a wary face before plunging his bone knife hard into the floor in front of him. A palpitating aura suddenly leaked out, causing a shock in his heart. Then, there was a click. Gazing up, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of pinpoints, simultaneously out of breath. No good. Not far away. White Knight gently pushed his staff blade out a finger-width length, then his right hand tightened its grip on the hilt. Choke. The long knife was slowly pulled out with a heavy scraping sound. It was as if the long blade itself carried an extremely heavy pressure, and White Knight's palms trembled slightly. Space suddenly became deathly silent, and Stygian Bone saw the scene and felt the aura of death coming. Do not resist. It was just the sight of his breath leaking out that his body's instincts ceased to remind him of it all the time. This cut. Absolutely no hard resistance. He then cracked his mouth open and spewed out enough blood mist to envelop his entire body in one gulp. The bone knife suddenly glowed with blood, and his mouth kept chanting words, all of which were notes of unknown significance. But the notes appeared as if they were transformed into entities and merged into the blood mist. As the last note fell, his body was suddenly a blur. And at this point, the long sword in White Knight's hand was already half drawn. Suddenly, both eyebrows went up and his eyes snapped open. A dark light flickered inside the corner of his eye. Then, suddenly, he drew his sword. Gravity blade. Stygian tiger. Chapter 42, The Needle That Stabilizes the Sea. A crescent-shaped blade on that was as black as a black hole appeared out of nowhere. Then at a speed not too fast, he flew towards the Stygian bones over there. Yes, not fast. For a martial emperor-level existence, this is really not fast. But the power is ridiculously strong. Space. Collapsed. This was the thought that subconsciously popped up in Stygian Bone. Wherever the pitch-black blade awnings passed through, the space looked as if it had collapsed down, revealing a pitch-black expanse. The space next to the blade's on continuously twisted and shattered. Then after slowly repairing it, it shattered again. The power escaping around them was like black lightning, silently shattering space. What kind of power is this? Shocked, Stygian Bone breathed a sigh of relief. Although this blade on was not to be resisted, but with this speed, he could completely leave this place. At the same time, he was also more curious about what this celebrity clan was. Was this kind of attack really something that a weak existence like the human race could send out? He couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Or is this not actually the realm of the human race? But, for now, whatever, as much as he hated to admit it. However, he was really no match for this person. Even that black blade on, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand it if he touched some of it. Luckily, it's not fast. At this moment, within the blood mist, his figure was nearly completely transparent, and the blade on had come not far from him. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly lost his voice in disbelief. Body, what's going on? The reason that made him so out of sorts was the unbelievable scene in front of him. His almost transparent body suddenly solidified between for some reason, and with it, an irresistible tug. The space around them trembled. How is this possible? My body can't move, and space is torn apart. It was as if it had been forcibly ripped out of something, and his body actually slowly slid forward. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out in the air. The bloodstained face was filled with disbelief, as well as, which hasn't been around for a long time, panic, because his body, being forcefully pulled out of the middle of the teleportation space in a hard way, an invisible suppressive force wrapped him in layers, as if he was being suppressed by space, unable to move in the slightest. Even the bones made sounds of being overwhelmed, and even more desperate. He was now moving towards the pitch-black blade, tugging at it. He, on the other hand, could do nothing. Seeing that he was about to meet up with the black blade awnings, he made a thought in his mind. The huge bone blade that was already going along with his traction, directly broke through the air and flew away. Crossing in front of his body, he blocked in front of the black blade awnings. However, one moment, the bone knife was directly crushed into slag. Put! The bone blade connected to his heart and soul shattered, causing him to spray a mouthful of blood again without holding back. However, he was no longer in the mood to focus on that, because he was also about to meet up with the blade awnings. Eyes wide open, he watched the shattered space come closer and closer. In the end, there was only time for one last roar inside his head. No! Put! The voice came to an abrupt halt. Stygian Bone's body was like a piece of paper, instantly turning into pieces and disappearing inside the endless black hole of space. Ka! White Knight returned the staff sword to its sheath. Qua 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 qua. The palm of his hand trembled gently, and with it the staff blade shook with a slight sound. This slash, even at his full strength, would take a tremendous amount of power. The armed color of his entire body receded, and he pinned his staff blade ground in front of him. However, as the bottom of the staff blade lightly touched the ground made of red gold, put! In situ, a deep pit over 10 meters wide suddenly appeared. White Knight felt the movement under his feet and floated up without falling down, and in his perception, the round pit underneath was as smooth as a mirror. At the very bottom, some pieces of red gold remained, eyes slightly open, looking ahead. He didn't have the heart to care about the movement of his feet right now, because that one blade, it's not gone yet. After crushing past that unknown martial emperor level existence, the remaining momentum did not diminish and swept straight towards the boundary of the illusionary space. Behind it, a long, slowly repairing black hole passage in space was left behind. Trouble! White Knight frowned. In the heat of the moment, he had just swung a blade with absolutely no effort left behind. So, even he couldn't make the blade pause. Moreover, the power consumed just now had not been recovered for the time being. It was also impossible for him to cut out another such slash to cancel it out. But whatever, self-preservation was something he was confident in. Just pity. White Knight glanced over to where that martial emperor level existence was originally standing over there. This person, still not strong enough? The full power of this style could not be seen at all. But, forget it. At this moment, he felt relaxed and refreshed, as if the pores of his entire body had been opened. The second test journey. Perfect end. The appearance of this man succeeded in filling his last regret. It was a good death. This entrance martial arts test has been a no-brainer. In addition to, White Knight frowned, and after recovering slightly, the armed color instantly wrapped his entire body, because at this point, that pitch-black blade that he chopped out, and the boundaries of space, collided. Boom! Suddenly White Knight felt a shaking of the ground. There was a tremor of consciousness. Put! Suddenly a spatial rift appeared around him, cutting a visible mark in his armed color. Then, the eyes went black. Tap! Almost at the same time, White Knight felt a solid touch under his feet, seeing and hearing colors in full swing. Then he realized that the illusionary space was gone, and he was directly back inside the teleportation hall. And before he could find anything else, suddenly, puff, flop, the rest of the candidates were also forced out of the illusionary space. After each person came out, a mouthful of blood sprayed out in unison. What's going on? What's going on? The staff stared at the scene with wide, incredulous eyes. All candidates who are inside the opening space of the Aurora Phantasmagoria, all out, and every single one of them was injured. The Unity looked shriveled. Equally as shocked as the inside of the teleportation hall was the square outside the Aurora Illusion Realm. Su Yunling and Dai Xingzhou almost simultaneously swished and stood up directly from the tutor's seat. What happened? The two looked at each other and both saw each other's shock. Above the huge screen in the sky, all the images disappeared. Originally the White Knight where the screen disappeared even, but now, so what the hell is going on in there? Xiao Yu stood to the side, her palms cupping the corners of her coat, and looked over worriedly as well. Things were out of everyone's expectation. Boom! Suddenly, inside the Divine Martial Academy, a huge tremor sounded. What is it this time? Why is the ground moving? What to do? Is there a ferocious beast? Don't panic! Don't panic! Mentor! Mentor! Maintain order! All the candidates were suddenly in chaos, and even the students and accompanying parents from the rest of the academy had a panicked look on their faces. Quiet! Suddenly, a gentle voice that was not loud but easily spread throughout the Divine Martial Academy came out of the air. It was as if this voice had a magical power, and all the people who were panicking suddenly quieted down, the panicked looks on their faces gradually easing. Looking up, he could only see a faint voice from a distance, but the stronger tutors could see, at a glance, the appearance of the figure in the air. "This is Dean." I don't know who shouted out in alarm, and then the square above turned into another outcry. "Dean? It's the Mother Superior, the pillar of the entire Divine Martial Academy, peak Imperial level strength, or even a C-pin for the entire Divine Martial City." The voices rose and fell, all of them shouting in broken tones. "Divine Martial Arts Academy, Dean, Chen Daoi, a super strong person with peak Imperial level strength. No one in the entire Divine Martial City knew about it. I didn't expect that it would suddenly appear during the entrance martial arts exam. In particular, some people who were familiar with the history of the Divine Martial Academy knew that for things like the entrance martial examination, the dean would never show up. Now out of nowhere, is it because of the violent shaking that just occurred? So they were even more curious about what had just happened. I can't believe that even an existence like the dean showed up. But, curious as they were, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Since the dean had shown up, anything that happened was fine and was no longer a concern. A peak martial emperor level existence. It is the topmost powerhouse on this continent. In their impression, there was no difficulty in the world that could be difficult for such a being. Even tutors such as Su Yunling resumed their seats. Dean showed up. Then there's no problem. Cold Moon, relax. It's okay. Even Su Yunling had the presence of mind to comfort Xiaoyu. Then in the midst of everyone's attention, the dean of the Divine Martial Academy disappeared in a flash. At this moment, inside a separate office room in Aurora Illusion, Cheng Daoyi figure reappeared. After appearing, the pale body suddenly hunched over for a moment, his palms covering his chest and settling there. Suddenly, put, this unrivaled existence within the Divine Martial Academy's faculty and students. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 43, a single blow will kill you. Ahem. Cheng Daoyi coughed violently, then slowly propped his body up to the seat and sat down. The already aged body became overwhelmed as if it had aged several years at once. The face was white without the slightest trace of blood. Him, the dean of the hallowed Divine Martial Arts Academy, a peak martial emperor level existence, injured, and it's still not a minor injury. And the reason for all this, he recalled the blade that was as black as ink, and the horror in his eyes could not be suppressed from showing. A knife. The devil race's devil exalted level existences directly perished. That was an existence equivalent to the peak of the martial emperor class. It's amazing that you can't even run away from it. Originally, when he saw this demon race appear, his mood had already tumbled. But looking at the blind young man inside the illusion with a calm look on his face, he hesitated for a moment, thinking to take this opportunity to see the full strength of this person. Even, he was ready to come down and save the day himself. The devils, a race that is far more powerful than the human race. Although he didn't know why he had suddenly appeared inside the Aurora illusion, this was far from being a reason to be killed by a single slash. Under the same rank, the demon race itself was stronger than the human race. Even he didn't have the confidence to be able to stand alone against the demon clan that appeared inside the illusionary realm. He thought he still had a chance of winning if he gathered the strength of the two of them. But, a knife, just one cut, the devils have fallen. The remaining momentum is unabated. It directly chopped the space of the Aurora illusion realm into collapse. Even, in order to maintain the space of the illusionary realm, as well as move the candidates out, he directly exploded his full strength and personally escorted them. However, even after 2 layers of weakened black blade awnings, still struck him into serious injury. This son, what the hell? One actually completely underestimated this person. As time passed, the panic in Cheng Dao's eyes gradually calmed down and was replaced with a grave expression. Before the incident with the Tang family, he had never heard of such a figure in the Great Qian Kingdom. Could it be any old reclusive monster? No. He frowned suddenly, realizing the problem. The question of age is screened inside the first test. If the actual bone age is really great, should be able to detect it right. But now it was actually able to pass the first test with flying colors. Is the person's actual age only a teenager? How? As soon as the thought appeared, it was waved away with a bit of self-deprecation. That can only be. There's some special means of being able to hide it from the world. But this wasn't the point. No matter what, this person's strength was real. And what exactly is this person's purpose? A deep frown tightened his brow. That was his main concern. Such strength actually came to take the so-called entrance martial arts exam? No matter how you think about it, you can't understand it. Or is it? Is it towards the Divine Warrior Academy? Cheng Daoyi's pupils shrunk at the thought of this, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Brush! He jerked to his feet, tugging at his injury and coughing again. He must now go and confirm it. He thought that it was just a martial emperor level existence with good strength coming to experience it, and hadn't taken it to heart, because he is confident that he has the strength to control the situation. It might even be possible to get an invite to that thing on the side. But now, all the relief was gone. Things were completely out of his control. Such a presence, just staying inside the Divine Martial Academy was going to give him sleepless nights. So, even if it was too late to recuperate from his injuries, he had to go and ask for clarification. Inside the Aurora Illusions teleportation hall, by now the chaos was under control and the injured candidates were all pulled aside for assistance. Only the White Knight, like the brightest star in the night sky, it made its own way out along the passage. This candidate, don't you need some treatment? A staff member saw it and subconsciously shouted. However, there was only time to see a steady back and then disappeared inside the passage. No harm done. Before he left, a voice came. The voice in the middle of the room made the staff member who had called it in freeze and scratch his head. That candidate. I can't believe I'm not hurt? The staff stout's White Knight didn't know and didn't care. At this moment, he was walking inside the passage step by step, but after not taking 2 steps, it stopped. Who are you? White Knight asked indifferently, because, not far in front of him, there was a silhouette standing there. Dean of the Divine Martial Academy, Chang Daoi. The person who came was none other than Chang Daoi. Only, unlike just now, it looked a bit rosier, and there was no weakness in his speech, as if he hadn't been injured. However, he knew that it was just him forcing his injuries to be suppressed. Facing an existence of the same rank whose strength made him feel deeply afraid, he could not show the slightest sign of weakness. So that's how it is. White Knight was somewhat enlightened. It seemed that his performance in the illusion had been seen by this person. Well, it now appears that, anything? Taking the liberty of interrupting, Chang Daoi's tone was more polite. Just to ask, what does an existence like Your Excellency want from coming to our Divine Martial Academy? If it's not something important, I'll definitely try to fulfill it. He asked directly about the purpose of his trip and what he was most worried about. If this person was really here for something from the Divine Martial Academy, he can't be stopped. However, White Knight let out a light laugh. Dean is overly concerned. I just have certain inconvenient reasons for wanting to enter the Divine Martial Academy. Just like that? Chang Daoi froze for a moment. A powerful being actually came here just for this reason? Perhaps White Knight saw Chang Daoi's dissimilarity and added a bit more. The reason for that is just that I don't want to be that noticeable. Just now, it doesn't seem to be working so well. White Knight directly stated his reason, without the intention of using his power to suppress others. After all, it was indeed a bit rude of him to take the liberty of visiting without saying hello to the head of the Divine Martial Academy. But he also has the right to be rude. It's just that he's a reasonable man. Dean's attitude was polite. He had no reason to make things difficult for anyone. And after listening to White Knight's description, Chang Daoi was silent for a while. So it is. It took a long time for him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the reasoning sounds hilarious, but he believed it, because there was absolutely no need to cajole him with this person's strength and status. With the strength of easily decapitating the demon clan's demon Zune, there was no one who could stop this person if there was anything he wanted to directly go to the door and ask for it. So, a stone settled in his heart, and he, too, heard the meaning of the last sentence. This person did not want to be noticeable, but he should have realized the phenomenon of the scene inside the illusion being broadcast live across the room. Just, Your Excellency is talking about those images, right? I am interrupting in advance. Please don't worry. Your Excellency's true strength is not known to anyone else but me. After Chang Daoi's mood became lighter, he didn't speak as nervously. White Knight was a bit surprised after hearing the response. I didn't realize that this dean was pretty good. He had already thought of how to explain it to you, but now he couldn't use it at all. Thanks a lot, Dean. White Knight was faintly grateful. After the strength was exposed, there wouldn't be any unacceptable consequences, just a little bit of trouble. He didn't mind giving his gratitude if he could get rid of all this little trouble. Instead, after a few chats, the atmosphere inside the passageway relaxed. Therefore, Chang Daoi suddenly remembered the thing he had originally been concerned about, so he asked directly, Fellow Taoist White, there is something very important. I wonder if there's any interest in getting involved? Oh, what is it? White Knight was a bit surprised. That monster inside the illusion should be familiar to you, right? Exactly. But do you know the source of this object? Go ahead. This object is a demon within the demon race. Demon race? White Knight's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time he had heard such news, though judging from the information inside the illusion, he had guessed that emperor-level existence should not be of the same race as their so-called human race. Demons. It was just that he hadn't heard of this thing called the demon race. After all, he had been coming inside the small mountain village before. It seemed that this world was indeed not as simple as he thought. And then? White Knight still didn't exist much of a change in his face. Human race or not? So much for the so-called demons. It's just an existence that can be killed. It's not like you're immortal. So what's there to worry about? Therefore, his calm demeanor was seen by Chang Dawi as his breath caught in his eyes. This is a demon race. Ah, the legendary demons. How do you still look so calm? So he assumed that it was because this person didn't know some information about the demon race, so he told what he knew. However, White Knight nodded faintly even after hearing this. Looking at this appearance, Chang Dawi suddenly didn't know what to say instead. Dog, can you understand what I'm talking about? Aha! White Knight nodded. The devils, a powerful and constantly coveted race of people, possessing strength much stronger than humans at birth. Under the same rank, it's a bit stronger. But, so what? Just cut it out with one slash. Chapter 44, just don't want to stay away. Chopped up? Chang Dawi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words after they reached his mouth. He was tempted to say that the power of the demons is not something we can imagine, but after thinking that this teenage-looking person in front of him had indeed killed a Demon Zune-level Demon Zune with a single slash, he could no longer say such words. This person does have the credentials to say so. But, hey, Chang Dawi sighed. He wasn't going to dwell too much more on the subject. The point wasn't supposed to be this. But, Deep Sea Demon Abyss. Have you heard of it, fellow Daoist? The tone of his voice re-emerged with gravity. Deep Sea Demon Abyss? White Knight froze after hearing another unexpected term. But, never heard of it. Well, Chang Dawi wasn't surprised. After all, the existence of this place has always been deliberately hidden from those of them. However, he didn't mean to explain the place either. Whether or not this person will help is yet to be seen, and such a risk cannot be taken. It can only be approximated. Let's just say it was a pretty dangerous place, and we need to destroy there. So, the power of the Taoist friends is needed. Toward the end, it actually took on a somewhat pleading tone. Thus, White Knight fell silent, organizing the news he had recently learned. The devils, Deep Sea Demon Abyss, plus Dean Chang's tone. To say that the two things weren't connected was something he didn't believe. It's just that he wasn't all that interested in the extras. So, sorry. Chang Dawi didn't expect Bai Yi to refuse so dryly and froze for a moment. Won't you give it more thought, fellow Daoist? As long as the Taoist friends are willing to help, anything you need. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by White Knight. Dean Chang, go ahead. Going to this so-called Deep Sea Magic Abyss must not be a short time, right? Well, this indeed. Chang Dawi thought for a moment and didn't hide it. As fast as a week, as slow as a month. Then, do apologize, fellow Daoist Bai. Has any concerns? At this point, even if he was no longer slow, he should have known that there was something in it. Nothing. White Knight didn't explain exactly why. His head tilted slightly. A worried and anxious figure appeared in the middle of his mind. It's just not something you want to stay away from. Not willing to stay away? Chang Dawi fell silent. He probably guessed what it was about. This was because he knew that there was another girl who came to Divine Martial Academy with this person. An amazingly talented candidate. The relationship between the two is clearly not ordinary. In that case, he didn't insist. Okay, fellow Daoist's hardship is understandable. So, disturbed. With that, he turned and left. Looking at the gradually disappearing figures inside the passageway, White Knight's mood didn't fluctuate much. It was as if the information that I had just heard was just some parenting. His purpose had always been clear. It's just a matter of wanting to stay by Yu's side. What a Dawn family. The Temple of the Divine Warrior. He wouldn't have even bothered to look at it if he hadn't gotten you involved. He wanted to enter the Divine Martial Academy openly and honestly, but only to fulfill Xiao Yu's promise. For this reason, it didn't matter even if people such as Dean Chang looked at him with strange eyes. He never cared about that. What he cared about was whether or not you could have a full and happy academy life. Growing up with few friends, she deserved a life like this. Therefore, anything that interferes with Koyuki, he would crush them all completely, including the demons, and the so-called Devil's Abyss of the Deep. Duck! White Knight nudged his staff knife to the ground and headed outside as well. The reason he didn't come out with the other candidates was because Xiao Yu might have gotten impatient waiting. When he stepped out of the passage, countless pairs of eyes suddenly looked over. It's him! I can't believe he got out so fast. Where are the other candidates? Don't know. Ignoring these pointing voices, White Knight walked straight towards Xiao Yu's direction. White, you're okay. You ran over and examined it with a worried look on her face. Relief came after realizing there were no injuries. She didn't care about what was going on inside the Aurora illusion, as long as White is okay. Just inside this conspicuous time, countless eyes looked this way, and all of a sudden the sound of heartbreak rang out. My goddess. Nope, I think, well, it's not like there's no chance, if one works hard enough, and then cut in half with a single slash? Seems like farewell. The image of White Knight cutting off a 5th-ranked red gold puppet with a single slash inside the Aurora Mirage realm was one that they had vividly remembered. Even if this person was a blind man, he was completely unable to give birth to the slightest bit of contempt, and even a little bit of fear. After all, their small bodies were much more fragile than the red gold golem. Someone touched themselves and gulped. And most importantly, whether or not a stronger existence would appear for the red gold puppets after the 5th rank they still didn't know. All I know is that the person actually came out unharmed after some time. For a while, everyone was floating around. Some say this person has failed the test. Others say there is a good chance that this person is more than that. In short, the sudden appearance of this teenager and the unexpected situation were destined to fill in a heavy stroke on top of the history of the entrance martial arts examination. And it doesn't matter if you end up getting into the Divine Martial Arts Academy or not. And besides these gazes, there was another gaze that also looked in White Knight's direction. Inside an office with a panoramic view of the plaza, Chang Daoi had his hands behind his back and was quietly looking down, pondering. White Knights. These 2 words came out faintly from inside his mouth before he fell back into contemplation. After the meeting just now, he probably knew how to treat this person with what kind of attitude. It's not going to be messed with in the first place. The man is probably more casual about everything but his own business. For example, even when he was seen to be quite injured, he didn't half change his face. He didn't see too strong a desire in the man. Wanted to take the entrance martial arts exam, then took it and didn't think anything of it. What this person was more concerned about was probably what he was seeing now. That very talented young girl. So, just like now, don't bother if there's nothing special going on. There's also the matter of trying to hide the person's true strength. It was all he could do and didn't ask for anything in return. Even he wanted this person to stay in the Divine Martial Academy all the time, no matter in what capacity. Though the deep-sea demon abyss thing was a bit of a shame. The man was reluctant to give a helping hand though, but he wasn't exactly worried. Because, what's meant to be is always meant to be. Chapter 45, Not Qualified to Teach Him. After a long time, Chang Daoi withdrew his gaze. Let's put an end to this matter. He had more important things to do. For example, why would the Demon Clan's Demon Lord suddenly descend inside the Aurora Illusion realm? Why is it that the organization, Shadow Scythe, keeps frequenting the area lately? He suddenly had some foreboding. However, if that person was in the Divine Martial Academy, it would be a bit more reassuring. It's always better not to stand by if something happens, right? Eyes penetrated the window once more, looking at the blind boy who had gone over to the mentor's seat. At this moment, White Knight was walking towards the tutor's seat under Xiao Yu's support. While walking, he also had to answer Yu's questions, and it made him a little nervous. White, didn't you say you were only at the 3rd rank? How's that? Are you hiding something from me? White Knight secretly wiped his cold sweat, feeling that dealing with these problems was a bit more tiring than dealing with even that Imperial-level demon race. Possibly. Things inside the illusion are probably less real. Yeah, Koyuki cocked her head, convinced. White Knight breathed a sigh of relief, but the next sentence lifted his heart again. Little White, then who did you learn this what's-it sword art from? Well, probably learned it from Uncle Debo and then practiced on his own. Really? Uncle DeBeo actually knows this? That's for sure. Didn't you see Uncle DeBeo carrying a big knife all day? Well, it seems a bit reasonable. Xiao Yu recalled the look of Uncle DeBeo wielding the killing knife. Not to mention, it's quite impressive. I didn't realize Uncle DeBeo was so good. Big liar. I can't believe they didn't even tell her. Otherwise, you can beg Uncle DeBeo to teach more things to Xiaobai. White Knight was a bit puzzled as he looked at Xiao Yu's sometimes frowning, sometimes beaming appearance. However, he did not speak. It was hard to be free of these strange questions, and he had no intention of reawakening Yu's interest. Soon, they arrived next to that tutor Su Yunling. Su Yunling wanted to ask what exactly happened inside the Aurora illusion after seeing White Knight, but just as she opened her mouth she didn't go on. In her impression, since even the dean had personally stepped in, how can a candidate know the core reasons for this? Even if this candidate had a strong talent in the sword arts together. Teacher, what's wrong? Koyuki asked suspiciously. No, it's nothing, Su Yunling said casually, then sat down. Then suddenly remembering something, he sat up straight, his gaze resting on White Knight. White Knight students. White Knight inclined his head. a little puzzled. There's a tutor who wants to take you in, so you have to make good use of this opportunity. This is one of the few strong blade Dao masters. It's perfect for you. So it is. White Knight probably understood. Presumably, the swordplay he displayed was seen by one of the instructors. It was clear, however, that he didn't need to. It's just that, after all, Koyuki's teacher was just being nice, so he answered more politely. Thanks, mentor, but it might not be a good fit. Su Yunling froze for a moment when she heard no hesitation. I can't believe I refused so dryly. Denial. Even though the teenager was speaking euphemistically, he still heard the refusal. But it's an ace tutor who's going to take people in, or one of the more unusual mentors. There shouldn't be anyone better than Tutor Lee, and Tutor Lee clearly valued the teenager's appearance. The odds are good. How many people squeeze their heads to be seen by the ace mentor? But it turns out that this teenager, she frowned suddenly at the thought. It can't be that this teenager is too high-minded, can it? After all, she had seen a lot of so-called geniuses who thought highly of themselves, and it was normal to have this kind of mood. But it shouldn't. With this teenager's heart it shouldn't be like this, so she subconsciously persuaded. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? This kind of opportunity is rare? Indeed, it's not appropriate. White Knight smiled and didn't say anything else. Well, Su Yunling couldn't comprehend it and could only look at Cold Moon next to her. It was only because of Cold Moon that she was willing to say just that much, and this was something that Luna knew about, so tugged on White Knight's sleeve. White, this is indeed a great opportunity. After all, she was also worried that By Night, who had poor cultivation talent, might not be able to pass the test. After all, the rating of the first test was too low. What grade would it take for the second test to erase the gap? And now there was a being like her teacher who was willing to take on a disciple. You can directly skip the test scores and enter the Divine Martial Academy. It really shouldn't be spared. Only White Knight still didn't have the intention to change his mind and stroked Xiaoyu's head. Have you forgotten? Uncle De Bao has already taught me. Right. Koyuki suddenly looked like she was in a daze. But is Uncle De Bao so powerful? Yeah, it's awesome. White Knight continued to move Uncle De Bao out without blushing. A regular path has developed. Koyuki nodded with seeming understanding. Although she didn't know about things like sword arts, she still knew about things that couldn't be easily changed after fixing a cultivation pattern. But, it's still good to have an ace tutor actively taking people in. After all, what if White fails the grade? If Xiaobai has a mentor, he can directly enter the Divine Martial Academy. Sure you don't want to think about it? Don't worry, my grades are fine. White Knight spoke confidently. Really? But, it's okay. Well, Su Yunling, who was sitting on the side, listened to the two men's conversation and raised an eyebrow in interest. First of all, the reason why this teenager didn't accept his mentor's invitation was found. It turns out that there is already a division. But, it was this, too, that made her a little puzzled. The Great Qian country actually has such a strong person? Listening to the teenager's tone of voice, it looked like he was doubly impressed. And to be able to teach people like this guy is definitely strong. I just don't know how it compares to Tutor Lee. Subconsciously she looked to the side, where that Tutor Lee was, then froze. Tutor Lee? She realized that Tutor Lee had actually approached her of his own accord. Aha! Li Yiqing nodded faintly as a greeting. Then he set his eyes on the one in front of him, the blind boy with the staff sword. A complex look was revealed in his eyes. The palm of his hand gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist, tightening for a moment then relaxing, and so on and so forth, until the other candidates came out from inside the Aurora illusion one after another. The next batch of candidates were already ready, and White Knight and the others needed to leave the field for the time being. White Knight slightly inclined his head, wondering what this mentor who suddenly came over was up to. However, after he sensed the aura on this person, he probably understood. However, he didn't say anything, but instead followed you as she prepared to leave the examination room. The feet moved slowly, drifting away. After watching his disciple and that teenager leave, Su Yunling looked at Li Yiqing. A question mark slowly popped up inside his head. She likewise didn't know what exactly Li Yicheng was doing by coming over, and no talking, so she couldn't help but ask, Tutor Li, didn't you say that you wanted to take this teenager under your tutelage? Li Yicheng looked at the gradually fading back and clenched his palms. After all, I didn't get to ask. It was probably the pride of being a mentor or a martial king that prevented him from asking for advice. A candidate of the third order. He couldn't pull it off himself after all. At this moment, after hearing Su Yunling's question, he was silent for a moment and pressed the straw hat on his head even lower. After some violent struggles in his mind, he still spoke in a low tone. Not qualified to teach him. Turning around, he he returned to the top of his position, leaving Su Yunling frozen there. After returning to his seat, he still kept his gaze fixed on the direction the teenager had left. Kahaku. Koyuki looked back and was also a bit puzzled by this mentor's attitude. That tutor. Why is he looking at you with those complicated eyes? Ha! White Knight let out a light laugh. Maybe it's just because the man isn't pure enough. What's with that? You didn't understand. It was just that. After the words crossed the distance and accurately reached Li Yiqing's ears, carrying a cup of clear tea, he couldn't help but squeeze his palm violently, crushing the teacup. Teacup crumbs fall down and don't even realize it. A pair of eyes widened at the wet tabletop. Chapter 46, you can just go straight in. What's wrong again? Su Yunling looked in the direction of Li Yiqing's side with a puzzled expression. At the same time the heart couldn't help but be in awe once again. That strong man who taught White Knight the art of swordsmanship was terrifying as hell. Even someone like Tutor Li said something like not qualified. Eyes tuned to the same direction the candidate had left, realizing that the teenager was no longer visible. At this moment, White Knight and Little Moon were standing on top of the road that connected the plaza to the outside. Just stop walking now. Two pairs of eyes looked to a man sprawled on the ground. A man of the world in fancy clothes. It's just that the dress is gorgeous, and the sprawl is not very nice. After all, it was face down and knocked against White Knight's feet. If he hadn't dodged out of the way, he probably would have crashed right into him. This person. White Knight slightly sensed the aura and found some familiarity. Wasn't this the owner of that runaway demonic beast mount when they entered Divine Martial Academy? Looking at this person's cultivation and approximate age, he should also be a candidate for this entrance martial examination. But this landing, let's just say, it's a bit of a rarity, but at the same time a little puzzled. A fourth-ranked candidate who could actually trip and fall to the ground in such a lame way. So much so that he subconsciously assumed that it wasn't directed at Xiao Yu. So he stepped forward slightly to block Xiao Yu's figure. He soon learned, though, that he was overthinking it. Sorry, I've disturbed you too. A little girl who was probably only the height of White Knight's waist approached and politely spoke. The little girl has a shoulder-length buzz cut. It's cute, and very knowledgeable. We're fine. So Koyuki didn't count on such trivialities at all. Instead she looked curiously at this person and the boy who was on the ground at the moment. Rather, don't you want to see if he's okay? It's fine. You two don't have to care. The little girl said politely again with her hands in front of her, just without any particular expression on her face. Okay. Seeing the little girl in this state, neither Little Moon nor White Knight stayed any longer and headed outside. Just before he could take a few steps, you heard a little girl's voice from behind. Turning back, he found the little girl kicking the one on the ground. Die, old man. Get up. Stupidity is not an option for you. After the little girl's voice ended, there came a somewhat roguish voice. I'm not getting up. It's humiliating. Just let me lie down like this until the end of time. On your back then. The little girl completely ignored her thrashing. Sprawling older brother, the test is about to begin. I'm not waiting for you. After saying that, he stepped straight up from the top. Ah! The man let out a scream as he was stomped on, then jerked up. All you can see is the little girl's back. Hey, Moon, wait for me. You, who happened to see this scene, froze for a moment. Xiao Yu, White Knight shouted as he stopped. Koyuki looked over in confusion. Don't laugh at others outside. White Knight had a serious look on his face. That's not polite. Yes, so let's go back and laugh. Between the two men's banter, they had come outside. It was just that White Knight was a bit surprised by the little episode just now. Those two, talent should be good. In the midst of their waiting, the day passed. Candidates changed from one group to another. Some were happy, some were sad. While White Knight came back from his meditation, then he woke up Yu who was sleeping on his lap. How? What's going on? Did you eat? Xiao Yu looked up blankly. A palm reached up and wiped away the drool from the side of her mouth. Yeah, dinner's ready. Hurry up. Liar. It's obvious that the test is over. After the last group of candidates walked out, the examination was over. Outside the square, the numbers were small, and most had left the area. It's just that Xiao Yu's tutor is still inside, so they're waiting here first. Soon, Xiao Yu saw the figure of her own teacher. Teacher. Xiao Yu hurriedly got up and saluted. Aha! Su Yunling nodded faintly, her gaze unable to resist looking at the teenager next door. For now, she was still curious about the teenager. It's just that in the end, it's business as usual. As an ace tutor, she was very busy, so it was better to hurry up and explain some of the do's and don'ts for new students enrolling in Divine Martial Academy. After saying something briefly, he suddenly received an urgent notice from the academy to leave. Finally, he said something like, Cold Moon, This is your senior sister, and disappeared. Sister? Before Koyuki could ask something, she saw her teacher leave the spot in a hurry. One could only look at a little girl coming up from behind the teacher. It's you? Xiao Yu's expression suddenly became a bit odd. Even White Knight was a bit surprised. Wasn't this the polite little girl we met after the examination earlier? The little girl clearly looked surprised as well, but it only lasted for a second before she immediately returned to her silent self. Hello, sister. It was followed by an equally polite greeting. Hello, you. Xiao Yu was a bit caught off guard by the fact that she suddenly had an additional senior sister and hurriedly replied back. It's just that the two don't know each other well, and the little girl doesn't speak again after her greeting. Xiao Yu's mouth opened, and when she saw the scene, she could only close it again. Although, she didn't even know the name of this senior sister, but the look of rejection kept her from asking, so the awkwardness spread, until a bright voice came. Moon, why didn't you wait for me? Koyuki looked down and realized that the little girl looked like she was impatient and didn't want to talk. Just, Moon, it's like her name. It has the word moon in it. The owner of the voice soon came forward, and then, several people were wide-eyed for a few moments. Excuse me, farewell. Hiss. Linny Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at the little girl next to him with an exaggerated face. The eyes conveyed something that only their siblings knew. For example, don't want me to go. You could have just said so. Why are you stepping on me so hard? Originally, when he saw the people in front of his little sister, the same two people who had seen him make a fool of himself, he was like turning around and walking away, but it turned out, White Knight they then inexplicably met a strange brother and sister. Linny Yu, Lin Mengyu, let's just say, feelings are good. They then left the outside of the plaza together and headed for the so-called accommodation area. According to Ms. Koyuki, accommodation is something you have to earn. So, White Knight came directly to the most luxurious of them all, the palace-like house. Oi 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 oi. You guys, you don't want to challenge this, do you? Linny Yu looked incredulously at his two newfound classmates. As the most luxurious dormitory in the entire accommodation area, it has been left vacant. Doesn't that tell you anything? Try, White Knight just said lightly, then walked up the steps on his own. It was a house built on top of a hill. When you walk up, you see the gate. At the front door, there was a drunken alcoholic lying there in a state of unconsciousness. White Knight started to make a move to go in, only to be stopped. It was the drunkard who stopped them. You're going the wrong way. Please return. Yeah. White Knight stopped in his tracks. Are the rules that as long as the house is in the accommodation area it counts? Yeah. The alcoholic woke up and slapped his cheek, thinking for a moment. The rules of the Divine Martial Arts Academy are indeed like this. Then I should have no problem challenging this place, right? The alcoholic subconsciously tried to refuse, but when he looked up at the teenager who had spoken, the pupils flinched. The refusal choked back. This teenage look-alike, isn't that the guy Dean was talking to him about? So he immediately changed his tune a bit. This one doesn't need to be challenged. You, too, just go right in. It was White Knight's turn to be surprised. I can't believe they just let him in? After a little thought, it became clear after thinking of a certain figure. Presumably it was an authorization from the Dean of the Divine Martial Arts Academy. So he didn't think much of it and went in with you. However, when Linny Yu and the two of them obediently tried to go in, the drunkard's eyes closed and he directly blocked the doorway of the gate. The meaning is obvious. The two of them were able to get in, but you can't. Chapter 47. White, do you really not need to care about them? You glanced back at the siblings who were blocked from the door. No, people don't need our help. White Knight obviously didn't care about any of this. An unexpected encounter with a pair of siblings that weren't very well acquainted, just happened to stop by and come here. And that little girl gave him a feeling of autonomy. At this time, the place of the gate, Linny Yu watched with his mouth wide open as those two people disappeared into the doorway. Isn't this, talk about a challenge? Said pointing inside. Only the drunkard who guarded the doorway lay there, not even opening his eyes, much less responding. Linny Yu wanted to say something else. Go away! Lin Mengyue shouted. I was just wondering, it's so luxurious. Where are the other dorms that don't have to be challenged? Idiot! After saying that, he didn't wait for Linny Yu to react, and walked downwards on his own. Wait for me, old sister. Why don't we find a similar one and then the two of us can live there? No, why? I'm all grown up. Luna, you're not cute anymore. When you were little you were always going inside my room. Splat! And then a faint clang was heard, and the sound of speech died away. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Manhwa spoke to the drunkard guarding the doorway before turning back and dragging Linny Yu, who had already turned into an ice sculpture. towards the bottom of the mountain. As they left, the drunk opened one eye slightly, then looked back, realized that the teenager was no longer visible. A murmur escaped his lips. Dean, don't blame me if your yard is challenged by this man. That's your own account. Then, turning back, he glanced at the nearly invisible pair of siblings, and his face became grave. It could be seen that that little girl was also a relatively rare awakened. It seems that there are quite a few good seedlings this year. I don't know if it's good or bad. The one who had the same concern as him was also Dean Chang, who was inside the Divine Martial Hall at this moment. There are more very talented students than ever before combined. Always a good thing, isn't it, Master Hong Temple? That's hard to say. Hong Qianqiu made a cup of tea and pushed it over. Geniuses emerge. Auras erupt. This is an opportunity that the human race will not encounter for 10,000 years. It is also the origin of all things. From the Human Emperor's Handbook. Well, Chang Daoyi was silent for a moment. Apparently, he had also heard of these words inside the so-called Human Emperor's Handbook. And it doesn't matter whether geniuses have emerged or not. At least the so-called origin of all the disasters has begun to show its beginnings. The devils. The presence of the devils had begun to appear. Even if the demon race that appeared inside the Aurora Phantasmagoria was killed by that teenager, at least that says one thing. The realm they had hidden here had been found by the demons. It's only a matter of time before the big one comes down. And before that, can the human race seize the so-called opportunity or not? Hey, Chang Daoyi shook his head at the thought. What? Hong Qianqiu took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow. Dean Chang has so little confidence in himself? Confidence? Chang Daoyi let out a bitter laugh. Hallmaster Hong also thinks too highly of me. The opportunity to become an emperor. And how easy it is to find. Also, Hong Qianqiu took a sip of tea before directly lying down smoothly, leaning on top of the reclining chair and letting out a lazy sound. That's something for Dean Chang and my big brother to consider anyway. At best, it's just a matter of shedding this cultivation. Yes? Chang Daoyi picked up the teacup and drank it in one go. He also knew that Hong Qianqiu didn't look like a very lazy person, but actually cared about these things more than anyone else. Just, ultimately, not enough talent. Mid-royal, it's already to the top. To say who has the best chance of stepping into this, undoubtedly, it is the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master, Long Shui. So, where is the Dragon Hall Master? At this time, something else happened over at the Imperial Capital. Big Brother should have gone over to deal with it. Yes? Chang Daoyi nodded faintly. Then nothing more was said. It's a heavy topic, so no one wants to bring it up too much. The only sound was that of himself lifting the teapot and pouring the tea. Ryoko, right. Suddenly remembering something, Hong Qianqiu sat up straight. The shadow sides have been frequent lately. Does the freshman trial thing need to be cancelled? Shadow Sickle. Chang Daoyi put down the teapot and repeated the name. It's something he knows about. 2. Specialize in targeting talented candidates for strikes. Bunch of idiots. He was still very upset about this. Even if you don't think about how to deal with the crisis of the entire human race, and to do this kind of thing, sooner or later, they'll pay for it. But, Hong Qianqiu hated the organization just as much. But, if I remember correctly, Deep Sea Demon Abyss, you guys are planning to invite the leader of the Shadow Scythe, right? Aha. Chang Daoyi nodded after a moment of silence. That's one of the things that can't be helped. They didn't have enough people with enough strength, and they had thought about inviting that teenager, but they were rejected. Had to go and invite this guy he didn't want to invite. It was just so blatant, and at such a special time as the entrance martial arts examination. It was all so brazen. Is it eating them up that they won't flip out over it? However, there really isn't anything better for the time being. Chang Daoyi snorted coldly, holding his breath in his heart. And just then, there was a knock on the door from inside the office. Come in, Your Highness. The visitor was Hong Qianqiu's assistant, Lioli, who came in with a clear voice and gave an inquiring wink. Come here. Only after getting a sign from Hong Qianqiu did she enter through the door. Come to Hong Qianqiu's side. What is it? Hong Qianqiu asked. Ryu looked across at the old man who was resting his eyes, and hesitated. It's okay, just say it. Lioli nodded and spoke the news she received. A candidate has died at Divine Martial Academy. It should be the Shadow Sickle that did this. What did you say? Hong Qianqiu had a jolt and stared wide-eyed. Then he couldn't help but look at the old man across from him. Chang Dao opened his eyes as soon as he heard the words Divine Martial Academy. Only his reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Hong Qianqiu's, just grimacing. Then the question was asked. Was it found inside the academy? That's right. Aha. After saying that, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. There was no expression on his face, But Hong Qianxia was clearly able to see the suppressed anger, so he gave a wink and sent Luri out. Dean Cheng. Hong Qianxia wanted to say something after seeing the assistant leave. However, it was interrupted. Cheng Daoi raised his eyebrows and directly crushed the teacup in his hand. Shadow Scythe. Deception. Chapter 48, The Next Gift. At this time, Divine Martial Academy. Accommodation area for new students. Inside a not-so-small courtyard, Su Yunling and Dai Xingzhou were surrounded by martial king existences. In the middle of the crowd lay a boy with long white hair. Whoever it was had only one thought after seeing this student. This man is dead beyond dead, because the student's head was ripped off and laid on top of the body, like it was deliberately provoking something. Well, Su Yunling asked. After checking, Dai Xingzhou stood up. It did capture some of the scent, and quite a few. It should be someone inside the organization Shadow Sickle who did it. There's no mistaking it. Asshole. Su Yunling cursed. To actually kill the students inside the Divine Martial Academy, under the eyes of so many people, still a gifted student with upper A grades, and they acted recklessly, not even hiding their breath. Was this not putting their Divine Martial Academy in their eyes? So the anger in her heart could be imagined. But after the anger passed, she remembered something else. How did this man get in here? The Academy's prohibition is always open. Right, how could it be possible that we didn't even notice Shadow Side's people coming in? This, Dai Xingzhou also frowned, judging from the aura above. It should be a martial king level existence. But, it's impossible for even a king level existence to ignore the Academy's forbidden formation. That's what he doesn't understand. Even if it was a martial king, it would be impossible to break through the Academy's prohibitions without a sound. Otherwise, the Divine Martial Academy would have long since ceased to exist. Just for now, could it be a martial king with special abilities? His frown tightened. What a guy! And while he was thinking, suddenly Su Yunling next to him shouted. Then an ice lance appeared in his hand, bubbling with a horrifyingly cold aura. The ice gun was held in his hand and thrown violently somewhere towards the ceiling. Stab! The place where the ice gun hit instantly froze into ice, then instantly turned into ice slag and fell down. Above the ceiling, a 1-meter wide hole appeared. A dark shadow flickered over the edge of the cave and then came to the ground. Everyone present, please take it easy. The voice came from where the dark shadow existed. Then a black figure emerged from inside a dark mass on the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Yunling indeed did not attack again. It wasn't that she was influenced by this man's words. Rather, she knew that even further attacks would not help. It's easily dodged. From the way this person appeared, it was obvious that it was the ability of the shadow lineage. Great! It seems that all of you are reasonable people. The figure that appeared wore a mask and it was impossible to see his exact appearance, but it was clear to see that it was a middle-aged man. Who are you? Su Yunling questioned. Who am I? Oh, that you don't need to know. All you need to know is that I'm from Shadow Scythe. Shadow Scythe. It's really you guys. After Su Yunling heard the words Shadow Scythe, her eyebrows shot up and she was about to attack again. Even though it will most likely be avoided again, but she'd have to get out of the way before she did that too. However, Dai Xingzhou stepped forward and stopped it. Su Yunling turned his head to look, somewhat puzzled as to why Dai Xingzhou was stopping him. It doesn't work. Dai Xingzhou shook his head, then reached out and pointed. It's not his original body. It won't hurt him. Not the main body? Su Yunling raised an eyebrow and re-examined the black silhouette over there. Indeed, the scent was on the weaker side and a little strange. It can still be found if you look closely. It's just that it's almost impossible to find anything else broken beyond that. This is the ability of the shadow lineage? Su Yunji realized that it was a bit tricky, but he really didn't strike again. If I'm not mistaken, you're Shadow Side's ace assassin, Shadow Stab, right? At this moment, Dai Xingzhou asked. As soon as he spoke he made the man show some difference. You recognize me? Nah, I guessed. Dai Xingzhou looked over with a smirk. I didn't think it would be you. However, it was clear that this point was not going to enrage the Shadow Thorn in front of him. Ha! Even if you know. So what? What can you do to me? Listening to the arrogant tone, Dai Xingzhou choked. Indeed, one really can't do anything about it when one doesn't even know where the person's own body is. But if we can stall until Dean gets back, if you guys want to delay until the Divine Martial Academy's headmaster returns, you're still exempt. Before the thought in his mind could be realized, he was told off by the dark shadow across the room. The news of the dean's absence at this time of day was obviously known to this person as well. No wonder they picked this time of year to commit murder. But what was the point of risking so much to go inside the academy and kill people too? This is something that Dai Xingzhou finds unreasonable. If you just want to kill the academy's gifted students, you can just wait for your time outside the academy. Why risk your life like this and, so brazen? soon. However, he didn't have to think about it, as the man directly stated the reason. But you guys shouldn't be so excited. This time I took the liberty of coming here. In fact, I just wanted to discuss something with Dean Chang. Discussing things? Su Yunling sneered. This is the attitude to discuss things? If you have the guts, wait for Dean to come back and discuss it with him personally. TSK. Incompetent. Except that Shadow Stinger didn't eat that at all, nor do they care at all about their face. And don't waste your energy making these petty maneuvers. I wouldn't dare appear before Dean Chang. But, with just a few of you, you can't stop me. You. Su Yunling was about to say something when Dai Xingzhou snatched his words. What's the purpose? You tell me. It's easy. Shadow Stinger flashed a smile, then held out a finger. Make Dean Chang promise our chief a request. What demands? Dai Xingzhou frowned. You guys just convey it. Dean Chang will know. Shadow Strike's fingers closed and turned to point at the body on the ground. And this, just a gift from our chief to you, lest you think we're joking. Su Yunling frowned, clearly understanding this person's meaning. The implication is probably that this will happen again if the dean doesn't grant their request. Trouble. The lethality of a king-level assassin to an ordinary student could not be overstated. And they also specialize in picking very talented students to start with. There aren't a lot of students in upper class A, and now one is inexplicably dead, and possibly even more. So she and Dai Xingzhou exchanged glances, intending to agree to stabilize this person first. Just, as they hesitated for a short while, Shadow Strike pressed for an answer as if he could see what was going on. Time. It appears that you still need your next gift. After saying that, he disappeared into the shadows with a swish. Gone? Su Yunling and Dai Xingzhou exchanged glances and didn't go after them. This matter was odd in every way. They don't even know what people are asking for. It was only when Su Yunling remembered the last words she heard that her pupils shrunk. The next gift. This one so-called gift killed a talented student in the upper A class. That next gift. Crap. Cold Moon. Chapter 49. The rest is easy. At this moment, inside a certain small courtyard inside the Divine Martial Academy's residential area, the black-robed man wearing a mask just now stood inside the room with his hands behind his back. It was none other than Shadow Stinger, who had just returned from Su Yunling's side. In the back, a sultry woman dressed as a student stood behind her. Bloodthorn, how many more are on the list? Shadow Stinger asked faintly without turning around. This operation also utilized the pawns buried inside the Divine Martial Academy. It's this woman behind her, played as a senior. As long as they deliberately hid their unique aura, it was actually very difficult for the average person to realize that they were from the Shadow Sieve. Just like the people behind him, if you didn't know better, you'd think they were just older seniors, except for dressing a little more maturely. This person was also a Martial King level assassin, only the last time I heard that he failed when he ran far away to carry out a mission. Therefore, the chief had specifically asked her to assist him in order to redeem himself. I'm told it was the man's only defeat, except he didn't really care about that, and the two weren't supposed to have a hierarchical relationship. He just needs to know if he can get the information he wants. The good thing is, it does get him the information he wants. 2, 3 more. Bloodthorn pushed up his glasses and accurately stated the number of extremely talented students at Divine Martial Academy, and even got the specific registration information. There are 3 more at the top of the talent scale, respectively, Lin Mengyu, Su Xiaoyun, Cold Moon. The rest, if you will, are less talented. For example, Lin Yu, White Knight, who was quite talented above the sword path. And, just detail the first batch in more detail. Shadow Spike was clearly not interested in the next best freshman at all. If the weight of the gift was not heavy enough, how could the Divine Martial Academy sit down and negotiate properly? So, okay, Bloodthorn retorted. This time she was supposed to do the job of cooperating. So the next tier of the list was simply rattled off, leaving the information on the 3 who were the most gifted students. It was just that the list, which she had brought from the boarding house through some minor means, didn't have any more detailed information. Only name, gender and the area where the dormitory is currently located. But, that's enough. 2 students like the previous one, the upper A student, were found this way. It's pretty much the same now, except there are some things that need some attention. For example, in the case of Lin Mengyu, I don't really recommend picking this person. She should be someone from the Lin family. The chief said not to provoke other forces for the time being. So, understood. Next, Shadow Stinger obviously knew about this too, so there was no intention of disobeying the chief's orders, though he faced everyone else, including this fellow officer behind him, with an air of disdain. But for the chief, he couldn't muster a single thought of resistance at all. After all, the life and death of them all was completely in the hands of the chief. Thinking about the chief's tactics, Shadow Stinger winced and vetoed the first list outright. There are 2 left anyway. And without surprise, Bloodthorn continued. The second is Su Xiaoyun. This person's words. It's not exactly recommended. Shadow Stinger was a bit surprised. The surname Su should not have this big family in the Great Qian country, right? Indeed not. Bloodthorn nodded. Then the words changed. But, this is the one mentioned last time. That little girl with the bloody ancient vein. So that's her. Shadow Stinger remembered. Wasn't this the target of that mission that Bloodstain failed? I didn't expect to come to Divine Martial Academy as well. If he remembers correctly, is this the one you mentioned to the chief that a suspected martial emperor level existence had stepped in to warn him? That's right. Bloodthorn nodded heavily. That scene was something she would never forget. That feeling of falling into an abyss and being defenseless. If people didn't need someone to come back and report, she would definitely already be a corpse. And it's not even an ordinary martial emperor level existence. Very strong. Shadowstrike understood. Second list. Remove it as well. After all, he was a very cautious one, and the persimmon had to pick the soft one. One is from the Lin family, and the chief won't let it move. One who was suspected to be supported by a martial emperor level existence. A risk he would not take. As long as the chances of that person being a martial emperor were that small, he wouldn't go. What strong man's dignity? He asked himself if he did not have this fine quality. So, and the last one. Cold Moon. Surname Cold. Cold family? Shadow Stinger was a little surprised again. I'm not sure about this. I just know a name. Bloodine shook her head, indicating that any more specific information was beyond her reach. It just shouldn't matter even if it's the Cold family. Indeed, Shadow Stinger sneered. He had also heard a little about this particular family, the Han family. Unlike the Lin family, the Han family members who have not been baptized in the ancestral hall. It's not sheltered by the Han family, and it was unlikely that the members of the Cold family, who had been baptized by the shrine, would stray. So, the next target is set. It's the third list, Cold Moon. Let's go. Follow the old rules. Aha! The 2 then left inside the small courtyard. The usual rules apply. Bloodstainer scopes out the situation first, and confirms the location of the target. After confirming it, he would carry out the assassination and then make some noise to attract the Divine Martial Academy. It's perfect. Just like the first time. I heard that this target was also the most talented student in the Divine Martial Academy's current martial arts exam. Grade A upper. And gifted awakener. Kind of funny. Shadow Stinger licked his lips and began to get excited. There was nothing more fulfilling than abusing these geniuses. It didn't take long for Blood Spike to arrive at the foot of the hill where the target's dormitory was located. After coming here, she was surprised for a moment. Couldn't resist checking the information sheet in his hand. It's true that this is the location, but why does it feel a little off? Because of the reason that she hadn't mixed into Divine Martial Academy for too long. She actually didn't even know that there was such a luxurious dormitory here. This is also a residence where students can be challenged? However, the surprise was quickly followed by a reason to convince himself. After all, as the most gifted student within this batch of candidates, it didn't seem impossible to have such a residence. It's just a little weird. Why does the top of the form say that the residence is unchallengeable? With this doubt she walked up. The quandary wasn't really a big deal, since she was just playing a normal student now anyway. This door-to-door visit was made in the name of cooperating with the registration. Sort of a temporary staff inside the residence halls that are filled by students. So her identity is honorable. No panic. She panicked at the scene before her. This is Martial King? Her pupils constricted slightly at the sight of a drunken man lying in the doorway. How could there be a Martial King level existence here? Because of her identity at this time, she wasn't able to casually check out the situation here, or else she would be easily exposed. So much so that she hadn't noticed this Martial King who had obviously hidden his aura. That is, you can sense it slightly now when you're this close. Just not so sure right now, to go or to stay. Soon, however, she wouldn't have to agonize. Because the drunk found her. You're in the wrong place. No challenges are accepted here. The drunkard yawned, speaking familiar words. I'm not here to challenge, but to register what common items the students here need. After Bloodthorn realized that he could no longer walk, he quickly adjusted his mindset and got inside the role. Registration of items. It is then distributed by the college. The Divine Warrior Academy does have this benefit, so the alcoholic nodded without much inquiry at all. Okay, then you go in. After saying that, he stepped aside and closed his eyes again. Didn't even bother to check out the visitor. After all, with the presence of that one, There shouldn't be anyone so stupid as to come here and mess things up, right? So he's not worried at all. Bloodthorn raised an eyebrow, a little surprised that she was let in so easily, because she felt that the doorway all needed a Martial King level existence to handle it. There might be some very important person inside, but again, this person didn't give her a hard time. So, a bit of a surprise. Still, she was relieved when she actually stepped into the luxurious courtyard. I didn't realize how easily she had passed what she thought was one of the hardest levels. Next words, she looked up in the direction of the main house. Just make sure there's no one inside. Of course, there was still enough drama to go around, and she still had to go through the registration process. It's just relatively easy. After coming here, the rest is easy. So she looked in the right direction and walked over. Chapter 50, I should have warned you. Inside the spacious room, White Knight sat quietly, and Yu was currently tinkering with something inside the kitchen. He didn't know how Koyuki had come to think of this place as her home so quickly. Inside his perception, it seems like this place was inhabited not too long ago. For example, he had in front of him steeped tea that was not mortal at first glance. However, the drunk at the door didn't stop them anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even if there is a problem, it doesn't matter. Poured a cup of tea and took a sip. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and his eyes subconsciously opened slightly. Inside his perception, a strange but somewhat familiar scent came in. This is. White Knight put down the teacup in his hand. It's like he knows who's coming. Couldn't even imagine that this person would dare to come to him. Looking inside the kitchen, Xiaoyu still didn't know what she was getting. Very focused, thinking that she didn't have the time to pay attention to him. So, up, and out the side door. At this time, the main entrance, Bloodthorn, dressed as a student, squeezed the form in his hand and formed his hand into a fist before trying to knock it down. However, her fist froze in the air when she heard an impressed voice. I suppose you were warned? The light tone, as if there was no emotion for a moment, sent a chill down her spine. This voice, it reminded her instantly of a certain presence she didn't want to face. Crutches, blind, teenage look-alike. The head turned hard. Then she saw a figure standing not far away, silently facing her way. 3 features. It's a perfect match. This was the teenage-looking person she had met on her previous mission. It was also a suspected martial emperor level existence. Former, seniors, Bloodspike's forehead was sweating, and he hardened his face and squeezed out an ugly smile. At the same time 10,000 shadow spikes raced by inside. Why is this person here? Isn't he far away in that direction of the imperial capital? And, this is the student accommodation area inside the Divine Martial Academy, right? Why is he here? She did remember the warning from her previous mission failure. But, hadn't she already avoided that little girl with the bloody ancient vein? How is it that you instead encountered this person directly? Bloodthorn was a bit of a crybaby. She wasn't sure if the man would even listen if she explained. Elder, don't misunderstand. I am definitely not here to trouble Miss Sue. Yes? White Knight returned faintly, obviously not very satisfied with such an answer. Seeing that White Knight's expression didn't change in any way, Bloodthorn's heart thumped. Know the reason for it, even if it wasn't directed at that little girl. The fact that she was now appearing directly in front of this person clearly had a bit of a provocative tone to it. So, she hastened to remedy the situation. Yes, it's just here looking for someone. Gritting her teeth, she managed to say part of her true purpose. After all, if she says she's here to do the registration, how could such a reason be hidden from a martial emperor level existence? So, you're targeting the owner of this place? Yes. Bloodspike didn't know why. The panic in his heart inexplicably began to expand more and more. Why? Was it because this senior's face was actually gloomy to the naked eye? But, didn't she explain? It wasn't to find trouble with that little girl named Sue. Except, quite suddenly, it was like she woke up. Eyes glanced at the large, luxurious house, and his dry throat stifled a roll. She seemed to know why. Underneath the atmosphere of fear just now, she actually didn't realize such a simple problem. Here is, luxurious patio, and this X appeared here. Doesn't that mean that there is a good chance that this person's descendants live here? And she actually said that this time the target is the owner of this place? So her crying face became even more ugly. Former, seniors, listen to my explanation. The eyes grew fearful, and he spoke in an almost trembling voice. Suddenly, all of White Knight's good mood for the day was completely gone. With all that he said here, he was going to ask what the name of the organization the person was with was. However, after hearing this person's words, this mood was instantly gone. Explain? Duck. White Knight tapped the ground lightly with his staff knife in hand. Senpai. Boo. Gravity distorted the sounds in this neighborhood until they disappeared. Outside, the leaves inside the courtyard rustled and the wind whistled softly, and inside, the ground is beginning to break up. Aha! Bloodthorn was about to say something when gravity suddenly increased and his entire face buried under the ground. Who can't breathe? Bloodspike squeezed his eyes shut and opened his mouth a little, which was immediately lost to the dirt on the lawn, and then had to be closed. It's the gravity ability? And, to that extent, totally didn't want to give her another chance to talk? The sensation of death suddenly enveloped her, causing her consciousness to begin to blur, and as she tried to resist, she suddenly heard a rhythmic sound coming from her. White Knight tapped his staff blade and slowly came next to this person. Choke! The staff sword was held in front of him, then slowly drawn. It made the blood spike, who was originally blurred in consciousness, wake up a bit with a jolt. This voice, she's very familiar. Isn't that the sound of a sword or something being sheathed? Woo! His mouth opened to say something, but absolutely nothing came out. She was pretty sure of it now. Before long, it will definitely be under the knife. The thought of it made evil grow. For a moment, the fear of the martial emperor's might was actually overcome. Zip! Above the head, blood vessels began to protrude and then, the eyes turned blood red, and even the pupils were invisible. It was a secret technique unique to her. You can increase your strength exponentially, and because of that, she felt as if the pressure on her body had suddenly loosened. It was actually possible to slowly prop up the body. Still can't stay off the ground, but, at least you can breathe, and then after that, Bloodthorn was still thinking about lashing out again when a cold blade gently pressed against her face. It's over. Her heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Put. It just surprised her a little. Instead of the expected long knife coming down, it gently slashed at her face, spewing out a trace of blood. It hurts a little, but compared to the pain of being crushed by gravity, it was completely negligible. Is this letting her off the hook? Turning his head in unsettled shock, he saw that this senior was slowly sheathing his long sword. Former. She was about to say something when she was interrupted by a voice in front of her. You ever felt a trip to hell? What? Bloodthorn's eyes were a bit blank as he listened to the unknown words. Then, after feeling the suddenly intensified gravity on his body, his pupils shrunk. No. White Knight's eyes opened slightly, and a silver stream of light flashed by. Gravity knife. Hell Brigade. Boom. A black hole 1 person wide appeared in place, and the depth of the black hole was still collapsing downward. As if the staff blade had met some strong resistance, White Knight slowly pushed the long blade inside its sheath. Ka! When the long knife was fully sheathed, at the gate, only White Knight's silhouette remained, along with the black hole that appeared near his feet. A black hole that you can't see all the way to the bottom. Even White Knight didn't know where this black hole led to. But, a wave of the hand for insurance purposes. With a rattling sound, the black hole was gradually filled in with dirt until the depression was not visible at all, only rounding out a small empty patch of ground. The lawn above does not recover. That's as good as it gets. Crunch! The door was pushed open. Koyuki poked her head out after sensing the slightest movement. White, what happened? Nothing. White Knight stood there with his staff sword like it was nothing. It's probably too windy. Yeah, Koyuki's eyes gurgled for a moment. Then she didn't care, instead pointing to the ground where the gate was. How did this place get like this? It's so ugly. There are little squirrels here. They probably did it. White Knight continued to say without blushing. But how do you get it so round? Maybe. Is obsessive compulsive? Really? Wouldn't a little squirrel with OCD taste better then? White Knight wiped his forehead without a trace. It's not like he's going to be asked to catch a couple of mousy squirrels. However, with Koyuki's next words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. Squirrels don't taste as good as rabbits. With that said, the door closed with a frame and went back to tinkering with her kitchen. Phew! White Knight exhaled out, after sensing that Xiaoyu had indeed left, turned his body. Eyes looked out to nowhere outside the courtyard. Inside his perception, that direction. There's a similar scent. Chapter 51, Negotiating Something. The reason why he ended up burying this man without hesitation anymore. One was because he didn't want you to see something different here. One is, among his senses, somewhere, there was another figure with a similar scent, and it looks a little stronger. So, this organization is something he's going to get from this guy. Since the verbal passing of the word, these people don't take it to heart, then it's just a matter of coming to the door in person and giving a little warning. Thinking about it, he walked in the direction of the man, but suddenly stopped after 2 steps. The color of the gods became a bit odd. If he senses correctly, that breath, it was coming over in this direction on his side, right? Looks like This organization doesn't give a damn about him. White Knight's face returned to an expressionless appearance, then came to the direction this person came over, the other end of the courtyard, and then stood there quietly. At this moment, Shadowstrike was flying towards his destination. Taking the time, a special note was held in his hand. It's a special way of connecting them. A word slowly emerged from it. Fast, and then, it's gone. No matter how much he reached out, there was no response. What the hell is going on over there? Shadowstrike frowned. If you can act, the blood spikes should reply with can, not fast. Does that mean he should hurry up, or else the target ran away? Or, the Dean of the Divine Martial Arts Academy is coming back soon, so tell him to hurry up? If that's the case, then it really should be faster. An Emperor-level existence. His shadow escape ability wasn't enough to withstand an Emperor-level attack, so he definitely didn't want to appear in front of the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy. Only, something still didn't feel right to him. Even if the expression meant all of the above, it wouldn't be unconnected, would it? What the hell is going on over there? After the thought popped into his mind, he decided to walk up the road himself. With Chung Dowie out of the academy, there shouldn't be anyone who could keep him. This was his confidence as a shadow evader awakened. So the distance to the goal is getting closer and closer. Looking up, he saw a luxurious courtyard. He didn't find it surprising though. He didn't know much about the Divine Martial Academy. And Bloodthorn, who knew about the Divine Martial Academy, hadn't sent a warning message ahead of time. It seems like it should be less of a problem, but necessary caution is still warranted. So he stopped at the foot of the mountain and then hid his figure's breath. Underneath him, a shadow flashed out with a swoosh. At the top of the hill, he carefully avoided the gate. I didn't realize there was actually a king-level guard here. Good thing I'm cautious. The shadow circled the gate noiselessly, not waking the Martial King at the door, and guessed that not being able to contact Bloodthorn should be related to this Martial King. That's good. Seems like a pretty easy target. Not only were there Martial King level guards, but it was also so that Bloodspike couldn't even be contacted for whatever reason. But, just because something can go wrong with Bloodthorn doesn't mean it can go wrong with him. His ability to save his life was not something Bloodthorn could match. So, just show him. What is inside this luxurious courtyard? Shadows, appearing inside the courtyard, then take human form. Two bright eyes opened from the gloom, then surveyed their surroundings intently. It's quiet, no one's there. Then his eyes looked in the direction of the main house side, and a hidden black thread ran out from under his feet. Soon, based on the vague information that came through, it is certain that there is someone in the house. There's only one. That should be the target without a doubt. However, there was no sign of Bloodspike's scent. Is it leaving? The Shadow Stinger's main body at the foot of the mountain frowned after acquiring the image sent back by the Shadow bilocation. His doppelganger didn't find anything out of the ordinary after he went inside, but there was a vague feeling in his heart that something wasn't quite right. The entrance was guarded by Martial King level guards, but it was indeed quite quiet inside, and the target was the only one present. Was it because there was already a Martial King in there? So the guard had been let down inside? To go, or not to go? Shadowstrike pondered for a moment. Always cautious, he would have followed the words of his past habits. As soon as they feel the slightest hint of something wrong, they immediately abandon the mission and leave the spot. But now this mission. But the chief himself explained it. If it's not done, just thinking about the consequences of that makes my body shudder. No, the mission must be accomplished. Shadow Stinger shook his head hard. Since the mission had to be accomplished, combined with his guess, according to his estimation, the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy must have already known about the news here as well. So, time is running out. On final thought, he decided to go. Below the main body, a dark black shadow appeared. Shadow Stinger disappeared with a swoosh, then come to where the altar is. Eyes open, gaze directed to where the target was. His body was hidden from view, and then he hit the ground running. The target is not strong. It'll be over soon. Even if the Martial King at the entrance finds out, it doesn't matter. Just leave gracefully. Even a Martial King level existence couldn't possibly stop him. Shadow Stinger's eyes flashed coldly. Just make it quick. The voice suddenly stopped and the pupils began to shrink. Behind him, a lazy voice came. And I don't know what you're hesitating about at the bottom of the hill. Been waiting for you for a long time. White Knight turned from behind a small tree and yawned. Kind of sleepy after waiting so long. Honestly, any longer and he would have gone down there himself. It just so happens that this man is here, and there was no sign of him. As long as he wanted to, not to mention king-level existences, even martial emperors wouldn't be able to easily discover him. What are you? You? Shadow Stinger's body froze there, not daring to move. The face beneath the mask managed to remain composed. but the sweat on his palms showed that it wasn't as easy as he thought. Now he finally knew what he felt was wrong. Because it was amazing that he hadn't noticed the man behind him after all this time. And it was as if everything he did was exposed, as if he had been discovered by this person. And to be able to do such a thing, it was undoubtedly the martial emperor. He was very confident in his own strength, and it was absolutely impossible for anyone within the same rank for him not to be able to discover it. It was just that the confidence of the past had become his catalyst at this point. Duck, 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 duck. A rhythmic voice came and turned to see a blind teenager on crutches. Looking behind him was this look. The panic in his eyes dispersed a bit and he frowned. Blind? At this point, his inner speculations began to falter. So he was going to try. Beneath his feet, a dark shadow moved restlessly. Then, boom! A massive force of gravity slapped him to the ground. Can't go wrong. This is definitely the existence of a martial emperor. The Shadow Man. Can't be used. Inside the eyes that had become frightened anew, there was struggle. Don't get excited. White Knight slowly walked over and then towered over him. I just wanted to discuss something with you. Chapter 52, None of my business. What did the former seniors need to ask? Shadow Stinger struggled for a while, but only to the extent of barely being able to speak. This unknown martial emperor level existence was actually a bit stronger than he had imagined, so he felt he needed to change his coping strategy. At least he couldn't provoke this person when he used the secret art that belonged exclusively to Shadow Escape. What I know, I definitely won't hide. Very well, I appreciate your attitude. White Knight said appreciation on his lips, but his face was still expressionless. If Shadow Strike had been able to look up and see it, it might not have been a good thing to say, but White Knight didn't care about that. He just needed to know the answers he wanted to know. So, I ask, you answer, okay? Elder, please. First, what is the name of your organization? Shadow Scythe. The question Shadow Strike said without thinking. It was just the name of an organization. A little bit of inquiring would have told him. And there are no taboos, so it's easy. At the same time, the aura in his body began to quietly operate. White Knight just responded faintly, memorizing the name before asking a second question. Second, who are your masters? The question. Shadow Stinger hesitated. It is true that not many people know the name of their chief, but there didn't seem to be anything inside the organization that said you couldn't divulge the chief's name. It was just agreed that it wouldn't be mentioned easily. But now this situation. People for the knife and chopping board. If you do not say. 3 seconds. The voice that reached his ears cleared a bit, bringing him back to his senses. Divine concealment. Our chief's name is Shanine. Any more specific than that? After feeling the cold blade above his neck, Shadow Stinger spoke without hesitation. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and he adjusted his shock, and thought about making a show of not recalling and deliberately stalling for a bit. I didn't realize this man was so determined. He was pretty sure that after 3 seconds had passed, the knife would absolutely fall. It didn't even feel like he needed 3 seconds. Great! After hearing the 2 words from overhead, the feeling of the field pressing down on his breathlessness was relieved. Last question. A slightly more moderated voice came from Shadow Stinger, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. That's good. That's the last question. Most importantly, his secret technique was about to be ready. He firmly believed that even a martial emperor level existence would have a decent chance of being able to escape using this secret technique. So stabilize this person for now. However, next, the thought vanished without a trace, turning to a cold chill down his back. It was because that martial emperor level existence asked a question that he least wanted to answer. White Knight's eyes widened slightly. A cold aura flashed, and he asked the most crucial question. Where is your organization's location? Location of the organization. Shadow Stinger's mind went blank. As an ace assassin, he certainly knew where the organization was located. But even knowing that, he couldn't have said it either. It was because they had all been planted with a seed of aura inside their heads by the chief and placed under a ban. One of them is, just expose the location of the organization and you'll blow your head off on the spot. So, seniors, can you change the question? Can't. The voice that came from him became icy cold, causing him to stifle a chill. But he can't really say it. However, it was clear that this senior didn't want to think about such issues. That will have to do, Shadow Stinger said after an internal struggle. Decided to go with a fake location and muddle through first. Just wait until his secret technique is complete. Soon enough, following this trend, this senior would definitely give a 3-second deadline. Pinching myself at the last second and then making a show of how hard it was to say it. He slightly estimated the time when the secret art would be completed. Time. Enough. However, the next second, before he could wait for the countdown to begin, Shadow Stinger's eyes suddenly widened. and his pupils gradually unfolded instead after shrinking. Put! A column of blood spurted out, and then a human head fell to the ground with a thud. A look of disbelief still lingered on Shadow Stinger's face at the end. Why? It was the last realization that bubbled up inside his head, and then plunged into darkness. Waste of time. White Knight controlled gravity to squeeze the spewing blood into one piece to avoid falling to the ground and leaving traces, then sheathed his long sword. After he asked the third question and the man on the ground showed a difference, it struck him then that the answer to this question could not be taken from this man, so there was no hesitation to get your hands up. And the reason why he was so dry was also because he realized that there was something wrong with this person. This is why he did not just bury the man. On the ground was a headless body, and White Knight stood silently beside it. Soon there was a fulfillment of his suspicions. A somber voice came out from inside the body. Ha ha ha, old monster Chang, how are you considering that offer of mine? Then a translucent spirit body floated out from above the corpse. When the thing was fully out, a pair of eyes opened from above what looked like a head-like part. Then, just saw a teenage-looking man. You're not old monster Chang. Who are you? White Knight rested his staff blade back against the ground, his palm resting lightly on the end, sensing this new appearance. That's what I was going to ask. Who are you? After the spirit froze for a moment, it looked at the teenage-looking man, then at the body underneath. That's right, it was indeed his man. Then this blind teenager on crutches. What's coming? The spirit was silent for a moment, then his eyes narrowed and he blurted out. You're at the Imperial level? How else could you have killed Shadow Stinger? You mean this loser below you? White Knight pointed at the corpse on the ground. That's right. Even if this teenager said that Shadow Stinger was a waste, the spirit body didn't have the slightest change in expression. There are no finishers. It would have been crap. For now, it's just a matter of making the best of what you've got. White Knight nodded in recognition. This person's ability was indeed rather tricky, and if he didn't possess Imperial level strength, he would probably have to go through a lot more trouble. But that's not the point. The point is, he noticed something from above the manifestation of this spirit body. For example, you must be the leader of the Shadow Sieve. Shin-in, right? I see. The spirit body didn't retort, but instead looked at the Shadow Spike's corpse on the ground and guessed what was going on. Sure enough, it's crap. Then recognized the identity. That's right, I am. There's nothing about this that can't be recognized. And after identifying himself, by the way, he was able to spell out his purpose as well. Eyes drifted over and cast on White Knight. A slit cracked open under his eyes and it looked like he was smiling. Since your excellency appeared inside the Divine Martial Academy, you must be on good terms with old monster Chang, right? Well, it's okay. White Knight didn't retort and nodded lightly. Very good. The smile shown by the spirit who had recognized his identity was even more exaggerated. The crack was about to go to the back of his head, because God forbid it does feel good. Originally, he had sent Shadow Stinger to make some noise at Divine Martial Academy to force Chang Dawi to agree to his conditions, and Shadow Strike's death was part of his plan. Then he came out smoothly, as he was doing now, and talked directly to Chang Dawi face to face. It was just that originally, he had thought that the only person who could kill Shadow Spike should be Chang Dawi, an emperor-level existence. However, after he possessed his body and appeared, he realized that it was actually an unfamiliar martial emperor-level existence, but the result instead wasn't that bad. The program can also get back on track above. A martial emperor existence that could appear in the Divine Martial Academy with honor should be able to speak in any case. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to strike down the Shadow Thorn, indicating that this person also cared more about the Divine Martial Academy. So, his tone began to grow somber. Since old monster Chang isn't here, it should be the same to talk to you. Make old monster Chang hand over the 2 golden pages of the Human Emperor's Handbook. Otherwise, I'll kill all the talented students of Divine Martial Academy. Human Emperor's Handbook. White Knight hadn't heard of this thing, but listening to this arrogant to the core tone, he sneered, threatening him with the students of the Divine Martial Arts Academy? Here, he didn't care about anyone else but you. He's not Chang Dawi. So, none of my business. Chapter 53, Using Freshmen as Bait. Shinin suddenly choked, his translucent spirit body getting a little unsteady. It was probably because he hadn't heard a martial emperor-level existence speak so simply and roughly. Or perhaps it was the attitude displayed in it that left him a little puzzled. So much so that it was quiet for a while. The Divine Martial Arts Academy thing. This guy, surprisingly apathetic? Could it be that he's thinking out of the box? The open mouth of the spirit possessed by Shinin was slow to close. Obviously this matter was a bit out of his league. After all, this person was a martial emperor-level existence. So if it wasn't for Chang Dawi's permission, how could he be allowed to stay here? And if that's the case, how come this person has some friendship with Chang Daoi? Chang Daoi, in his absence, stood by and even said, "It's none of your business? Is this appropriate?" However, his eyes narrowed as he resurveyed this unknown martial emperor-level existence. He always felt that this person had heard of him somewhere. Not for a moment did the surveying eyes lurch. He seems to remember. "You are that martial emperor existence that Bloodthorn mentioned? But no, how did you get here? What is your relationship with Chang Daoi?" "There's no relationship," White Knight said bluntly. "How is it possible? There's no relationship. Chang Dao will let you appear here? Maybe it's because Dean Chang is nicer. I still don't understand old monster Chang." Shanine clearly did not believe such words and even felt that it was a waste of time. "Aha, waste of time? No, what are you doing? You're tracing the location of my original body? Hashtag $% $% and $. Pop. There was a crunch and the spirit disappeared. On the spot, only a headless corpse was left behind. Already standing there is White Knight. "Pity," White Knight whispered. He uncharacteristically made a point of talking nonsense to this person in order to use this spirit body as a medium to find the location of this person's main body. "I didn't expect to be found out so soon, but that's it for now." This organization had lost 2 king-level assassins at once this time. Dean Chang should have stepped up his guard. "Shadow Scythe, is it? I remember." White Knight drew out his long knife and repeated the same trick on this headless corpse, directly burying it underground. This time, it didn't even make much noise. The spot once again appeared to empty out into a circle with no lawn. After getting this done, White Knight didn't leave in a hurry. This was because among his senses, a martial emperor-level aura was speeding over this way. At the foot of the mountain, Su Yunling arrived with Dai Xingzhou and the other tutors after sensing the commotion. Then at a glance he saw the courtyard that belonged to the dean. "Is the movement coming from here?" Su Yunling was a bit puzzled. How could someone from Shadowside be so stupid as to choose the dean's courtyard? Not to mention anything else, they still knew about the fact that there were Martial King level guards at the gate, right? "Just go up there and find out," Dai Xingzhou said and then tried to go up. Suddenly, a majestic voice came down. "Stand down. This is Dean?" Su Yunling and the two of them looked at each other in dismay, but still stopped in their tracks. Since the dean had returned, it was obviously out of their hands. Just as amazed was the drunkard at the gate, who at that moment watched in amazement as Dean swept straight through the air without even passing through the gate. Chang Daoi sensed and landed after finding a scent. "Fellow Daoist White?" "Aha!" White Knight nodded without surprise. "Where is this Shadow Scythe person?" Chang Daoi was a bit confused. He sensed some familiar aura here, but it was largely gone now, and White Knight appeared here, obviously dead. White Knight answered his question. "Well, that's right too. It was pretty much what he'd guessed, just asking out of politeness. Except he has a question. Did these Shadow Scythe people come of White Knight's own accord to clean them out? In his impression, White Knight shouldn't have this kind of interest, right? So he tried. I thank you, fellow Daoist, for stepping in to clean it up. Otherwise I don't know how much damage would have been done." Said eyelids lifted to peek out. But unfortunately, nothing changed on that expressionless face. Still, White Knight gave an explanation. "Guess it's coming at me." Chang Daoi froze for a moment. "Coming at you? This? No way. When did the Shadow Sickle people become so arrogant? Even their leader, Shin Yin, wouldn't dare to speak so loudly, would he? But when it comes to the leader of the Shadow Scythe, did the leader of the Shadow Scythe appear here just now? By the way, Shadow Sickle, this organization by Dao you know, right?" "I know." White Knight nodded, "and only just found out that he asked you to hand over the 2 golden pages of the Human Emperor's Handbook." White Knight directly interrupted and briefly described what had just happened. Though he'd said it before like it was none of his business, he'd still be willing to convey it if it was just a simple matter of conveying it. After all, Dean Chang is nice. So it is. Chang Daoi fell silent. Shadow Scythe, hidden in plain sight. To actually threaten him with such tactics. But it did pinch him above his soft spot. The Divine Martial Academy was more important to him than anyone else. Was he eating that he wouldn't trouble him over this matter before the deep-sea demon abyss? But he had clearly promised to offer a gold page as a reward after it was accomplished. Now there are actually claims for 2. This is something that Extra can't help. And what exactly is his purpose? Just plain pissing him off? Or is this person simply not going to fulfill his promise from start to finish? Chang Daoi snorted coldly. It seemed that they had acted so weak that they had made Shanine think that they were easy to bully. The golden pages of the Human Emperor's handwriting you also needed very much. Right. God is hidden. Thinking of this, his gaze turned to White Knight in the arena. If only this person was willing to give a helping hand. But that's okay. Fellow Daoist Bai wonders if he is willing to do a small favor? White Knight inclined her head slightly. Go ahead. You know about the customary freshman trials every time after freshmen enroll, right? Well, no. White Knight nodded. This matter, had heard from others before. During the trial, I hope that if you, Daoist White, encounter any irresistible enemies, you will be able to lend a helping hand. What do you mean? White Knight's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. He heard Chang Daoi's meaning. Is this an attempt to use this group of candidates as bait to wipe out the Shadow Sickle organization? That's not a problem. It's just smooth. My identity should already be known to the Shadow Sickle people, right? There's no harm in this. Chang Daoi's mouth curled up. At best, they just know that fellow Daoist White is at the Divine Martial Academy, and they don't realize that you're actually one of this batch of freshmen. Just accidentally leak the trial list, and then I'll do a little trick to make them think you've left Divine Martial City. Well, White Knight raised an eyebrow in some surprise. I didn't realize that Chang Daoi, who looked like an immortal, had such a scene, but it wasn't him that was targeted either. It was the Shadowside organization. Just right. The Shadowside organization. He also wanted to go after them. Yes, White Knight agreed without hesitation. It's just a matter of participating in the freshman trials as a freshman. By the way, in that case, many thanks, fellow Daoist. A smile appeared on Chang Daoi's face. Since the Shadowside's people were going around targeting this group of rather talented freshmen, it would be better to simply use this as bait. Originally he had some concerns. If he messed up he might ruin this batch of freshmen. But now if White Knight is willing to make a move. Perfect. Chapter 54, with a sword in his hand. Underneath the simple conversation between an old man and a young man, what Shinin didn't know yet was that he was already being watched. At this moment, at the Shadowside headquarters, Shin Yin's eyes snapped open from above his throne. What a blind boy. Just now, if he hadn't realized that something was wrong and sensed it carefully, he wouldn't have known that people had already followed the connection of the possessed spirit body and almost touched the true location of his main body. And of course the blind boy mentioned here is just the likeness of the man he saw. At this level of cultivation, it was probably about the same as him, and I don't know where it came out of nowhere. Doesn't affect the big picture, though. In the middle of the darkness, Shinin sneered. Old monster Chang, I guess I still thought he had to have the golden pages of that human emperor's handbook. Also, the golden pages of the human emperor's handbook, but it's about the opportunity to become an emperor. In the place of an ordinary peak imperial level existence, how could they not be moved? However, he is not always needed. For a moment, he remembered something else and laughed softly. Divine Martial Arts Academy. The Oracle. After all, it will only serve as a graft for him. Ha 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 ha. Inside the empty palace, the light laughter turned into unbridled laughter. At this time, Divine Martial Academy. The Human Emperor's Handbook? The opportunity to become an emperor? White Knight deliberated on these two things and pondered down. Chang Daoi took the initiative to speak about the concept of the Human Emperor's Handbook and the opportunity to become an emperor. As long as one holds one of the golden pages on top of the handbook, one can enter a special place and then see the path to becoming an emperor. According to Chang Daoi, becoming an emperor, it's 1,000 times harder. One doesn't come along in 10,000 years. So you can see the importance of the handwritten gold pages. It was also the reason why he was so sure that the Shadowside leader wouldn't give up so easily. He even offered to directly gift a piece to White Knight, but he refused. His path, long clear, did not need this. All that's missing is the build-up. So, Shadowside organization. It just happens to be a good whetstone as well. He didn't care how Chang Daoi targeted the Shadow Sickle organization. All he knew was that the Shadow Sickle organization would show up during the freshman trial was. When the time came, by the way, they could also show them what the consequences of ignoring his warnings 3 times over were. Also, with Koyuki's talent she should be among their targets. So the warning still wasn't enough. Only the dead are safest. Just a little confused as to why the Shadowside organization is obsessed with talented students. Even before, he had gone out of his way to travel thousands of miles in the direction of the imperial capital side to find Su Xiaoyun. It always feels like the world is getting more and more dangerous. The palm of White Knight's hand resting on top of the staff blade tightened slightly. At this time, only the staff knife, which had always been inseparable from him, could give him a sense of security. And Luna. Before, he thought that all he had to do was to be with you and then he could live in peace. However, the sky is not as it should be. The recent upheaval was obvious even to someone like him who didn't care about world affairs. He felt that his strength might not be enough. However, after the previous freshman martial exam, he had probably clarified his path. The rest will have to be found in battle. Fellow Daoist White? Perhaps because he saw Bai Yi lost in thought for a moment, Chang Dui couldn't help but ask. White Knight looked up slightly. Did you find something wrong? Nope. White Knight's tight grip on his staff knife loosened slightly. A seed of bravado was planted in the heart. What a shadow sickle. The devils. And so on and so forth with these things. With a knife in his hand. One cut. Looking at the sudden difference in Bai Yi, Chang Dui froze for a moment. It always feels like this blind teenager look-alike is a little different, but can't say what the difference is. Forget it, it's a private matter. Chang Dui didn't say anything more. Anyway, the freshman trial had been finalized, and for that he still needed to set up a lot of things. And before that, he had a question he had been holding back that he could finally ask. Fellow Taoist White. Listening to Chang Dui's somewhat strange voice, White Knight was a bit strange. How did you guys get here? Chang Dui hesitated for a moment but still asked. White Knight understood that it was asking why he and Little Moon were here. He thought it was something wrong, but it turned out to be just this. I heard that the dorms here are to challenge themselves, so I picked this place. But the guards at the entrance said that there was no need to challenge and then let us in. White Knight interrupted Chang Dui's words and added in passing. Aha! He's a good man. Chang Dui was about to say. This courtyard should be labeled unchallengeable, but after White Knight said that, he instantly didn't know what to say. You can't say, I own this yard, can you give it back? Well, inwardly he shook his head hard. It's too much of a drop. Just thinking about some of the things inside the room, he suddenly felt a little heartbroken again. What? Sensing Chang Dui's dissimilarity, White Knight asked, is there a problem? No, nothing, just casually asking. Chang Dui's eyes twitched meatily at the corners of his eyes, still did not say the words to return. If a courtyard can make this person feel at ease in the Divine Martial Arts Academy, it was worth it. It's the one he's. Forget it. Chang Dui forced down the thoughts inside his head. Forget about it. Forget. At that exact moment, Xiao Yu came out of nowhere and shouted, White, dinner. Good. White Knight returned, then turned his head to Chang Dui. Dean Chang, want to come along? Then I'll. Chang Dui was still thinking about such a good opportunity to exchange feelings, and he instantly wanted to agree, and then he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Good, got it, since Dean Chang doesn't want to, take your time, I won't see you off. With that, he turned to himself and tapped his staff knife to head over to Koyuki. Chapter 55 Sorry, don't like tea. Chang Dui's mouth was still in an open state, frozen, not knowing what expression to make. One could only watch as White Knight walked further and further away. Not far away, Xiao Bai and Xiao Yu converged. Bai, who is that one? Xiao Yu sneaked a look at the old man behind her. She hadn't met Ledoichi, so she didn't know his identity. It just feels that an old man standing there, alone is a bit pitiful. Just an acquaintance. Yeah, well, should we get him to come over for dinner with us? No need. White Knight's expression didn't change much and he directly refused. He says he's not hungry. Okay. As Xiao Yu's voice fell, the two disappeared into Chang Dui's field of vision. He heard the conversation between these two just now, and was instantly struck with a black line. However, that's as far as it goes. He's not hungry, so with his hands behind his back, he headed for the front door. The figure is slightly depressed. Dean. Dean? The alcoholic who had sobered up at the gate, stood up with a jolt at the sight of Dean's figure. Just how Dean looks. Dean, you're in a bit of a bad mood? Chang Dui came to the front door and glanced at the drunkard next door with a black face. What do you think? I think. The alcoholic felt a little off, his eyes gurgling. I have a feeling that you, Dean, should be overworked. My subordinate will make you a pot of good tea to wake you up, said the man, carefully looking up at Dean's face, and then after a good look, the heart thumped. Dean's face, how instead more ugly. Chang Dui's face, which was about to be relieved after hearing this, was suddenly gloomy. Oh, alcoholic. Ha! Chang Dui suddenly laughed softly, causing the drunkard's scalp to tingle. How about another chance? What? Chance? The alcoholic subconsciously gulped. Go inside. Chang Dui pointed to the back of the gate, where the residence used to be. Help me take out that box of extreme blood phoenix leaves. Despite Dean's best efforts to suppress his emotions, the drunkard could see it in that quivering white beard. Dean, very unhappy indeed. He also knew about that box of extreme blood phoenix leaves. The Dean's collection, over the years, has only saved two, and even the last time the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master Hong came, he didn't bother to take it out. But, to make it easy for the man, isn't that what you said? Of course, the alcoholic could only grumble about this inside his stomach, saying that, I guess the dean had a mind to skin him, but let him take something from the hands of an existence at the peak of the martial emperor class. Dean! Dean! Cried the drunkard at once. He wants to live a few more years. Humph! Chang Daoi was about to say something when he suddenly sensed someone coming behind him. Turned back. It's White Knight. Dean Chang. White Knight greeted, carrying a small box in his hand. My little moon found a box of good tea inside the residence. Unfortunately, none of us are tea tasters, so we thought we'd give it to Dean Chang. Chang Daoyi's eyes suddenly widened. This smell. Extreme blood phoenix leaf. Although the operation of taking something that belonged to him and sending it back to him was a bit strange, but that's okay, as long as this thing can come back, too. Well, looking up, Chang Daoi saw clearly the White Knight's face. Are you sure the box of tea was really given to him? But you prefers to drink it. Well, Chang Daoi was silent again for a moment. Could it be any more obvious? Sorry, I don't like tea, Chang Daoi said once again through gritted teeth. Okay, then, excuse me. After saying that, White Knight went back. Looking at White Knight's departing back, Chang Daoi slowly closed his eyes. The eye is not seen as pure. A box of extremely high-quality blood phoenix leaves, befriending a peak martial emperor level existence. It's okay, Dean of the house. The alcoholic looked at his own Dean incredulously. No, Dean actually said he didn't like tea? It can't be a fake, can it? Dean, you are okay. It's okay. Let's go. Chang Daoi took a hard breath of air, then walked forward with his hands behind his back. Firm footing. Only the grimacing drunk was left behind, jerking up a foot after Dean had walked away. And say it's okay. This kick is too hard. Chang Daoi walked in front. The depression on his face had disappeared. He didn't really count that stuff. You can fix yourself if you don't have any food. The shelter is gone and can be rebuilt. Extreme blood phoenix leaf is gone. Hiss, this one is gone for real. Anyway, he doesn't care. He cares about Shadow Scythe. It's time to pay the price. He's going to start working on the specifics, and the assistant is the alcoholic who's been behind him for years. Before that, there's one thing to prepare for as well. Opening ceremony. It is also the beginning of the freshman trials. The time is 3 days later. Chapter 56. Why is this person here? Opening ceremony. An event that is held after almost every entrance martial arts exam. The purpose was to give the new students a general idea of the historical background of the Divine Warrior Academy as well as a recent overview. Of course, this commencement is going to be special, because word had spread about the tragic death of a very gifted student in the residential area. Even the Divine Martial Academy didn't deliberately conceal it. So, skipping some of the less important parts of the program this time, the dean himself took the stage. Above the plaza, freshmen lined up in rows and columns spread out on the ground. White Knight mixed inside the group and waited quietly. On the podium, Chang Daoi came to the top with his hands behind his back. Probably a lot of my classmates don't recognize me. I am the dean of the Divine Martial Academy, Chang Daoi. Below, countless pairs of eyes looked over, and when they heard the words Dean of Divine Martial Academy, the crowd exploded in a flurry of discussion. This is the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy, a royal-level existence. It seems like it appeared during the entrance martial arts examination as well. First time seeing a real person. Chang Daoi ignored the noisy voices underneath and continued speaking. Today, time is running out. I'll spare you the fluff. The majestic voice was not loud, but steadily overshadowed all discussion, and with a stabilizing power, the field quieted down. Only Chang Daoi's voice remained. What I can tell you is, the world is starting to get dangerous. I'm sure you all have more or less fought with ferocious beasts before entering the Divine Martial Academy, but that's just the tip of the iceberg of this world. As you see it, whether it's the ferocious beasts that can be seen everywhere outside the city, or the talented student who was assassinated not too long ago, it all shows that danger is everywhere. The only one you can rely on is never yourself. Talent is something you are born with. But, we at Divine Martial Academy are never stingy with what we can give. Resources, opportunities, time to grow. We can get it all for you. After 3 years of your entire academic career, it's up to you what you can become. Whether you join the Divine Martial Hall or not, serve your own clan or not, become a casualty or not, I don't care about any of that. What matters is that when disaster strikes, there will be no retreat from the battlefield, said the sharp eyes sweeping down. An imperial-level aura instantly spread throughout the entire square, and it was at this point that these first-time freshmen at the academy experienced it for the first time. What a royal aura! It was as breathless as a pair of relentless eyes looking down from the sky. Chang Daoi maintained his momentum and continued. Otherwise, I will despise you. Because of the Divine Martial Academy for thousands of years, the spine never bends. When he finished, there was a pause, and his eyes scanned again. Get it? The sound was deafening as it reached the ears of every new student. Everyone's hearts were shaken, and the oppressive feeling on their bodies immediately disappeared without a trace as they snapped back from the shock. Everyone froze for a second or two, then shouted in unison. Understood. Even for the freshmen who were still quite weak, the aura of so many people gathered was quite considerable. Chang Dawi nodded in satisfaction. The overall level of this freshman class is really a bit stronger than previous classes. Great. He praised it briefly, then added a comment. Finally, this freshman trial, students with first place overall grades, within the power of the Divine Martial Academy, help him fulfill a request. That's it. After saying that, Chang Dawi didn't wait for the students to react and directly turned around and left. After Chang Dawi had left for a while, the freshmen reacted a little, and looked at each other with their next-door classmates, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What did they just hear? Freshmen with top tryout scores, within the power of the Divine Warrior Academy, complete a request. What a concept! The Divine Martial Academy was backed by the Divine Martial Palace. This was something that most people knew. If you give your best to fulfill a request, family rising, the martial arts path is straight all the way, a pass for the strong, and so on. These thoughts instantly appeared in the center of their minds. Almost simultaneously, a deafening cheer went up. White Knight was mixed inside the group, and he was certainly not among the cheering crowd. He inclined his head just a bit unexpectedly, sensing the direction Chang Dawi had left. I never thought that Chang Dawi would actually have such a side. Perhaps this was the reason why the Divine Martial Academy was able to become the second holy land of martial arts. However, he was only feeling a little bit of emotion, and he wasn't really interested in this first place in the freshman trial. Perhaps if there hadn't been the shadow side thing, such a process would be the normal face of the Divine Martial Academy. Full of vigor, keep moving forward, stay true to your heart. Just, like Dawi Chang said, these freshmen still lack the time to grow. They couldn't get involved in the Shadow Sickles business. Inside the previous few days, he also went to learn about the organization. The deeper he got into it, the more he realized the mystery of the Shadow Scythe leader. So far no one has seen this person's real face. All that can be met is an incarnation like the last one. Chang Dawi thought that he should already have a better plan, but didn't tell him, and he didn't really want to know. He didn't want to think so much about these twists and turns. All he knows is that the enemy is coming. Just one chop. Therefore, he only needed to participate in the trial as an ordinary freshman. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. He wouldn't think about it so much. Looking back, I realized that the second speaker had already stepped up to the podium. This person also surprised White Knight a bit. Isn't this the Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall who had a meeting in the Imperial Capital? He kind of forgot what the person's name was. Soon, however, he knew. Hong Qianxiu walked up to the podium and briefly introduced himself. Vice Lord of the Divine Martial Hall, Hong Chiaki, another legend. Listening to the noisy voices coming from below, Hong Qianxiu wasn't that happy, because that exciting speech by Dean Chang honestly made him feel a little emotional. So, he looked at the long written speech in his hand. Capture the focus, advancing the development of a very official statement. If there hadn't been that incident with Chang Dawi, he did intend to follow the script and read on casually. But now, always feel how I cannot get down. Well, Hong Qianxiu was silent for a while, staring straight at the speech for a while. Then with a sudden cry of rubbish, he melted the speech into pieces. Would he, Hong Qianxiu, be worse than Chang Dawi? Will? So he puffed out his chest and moved his throat slightly. Eyes like knives swept down as well. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that Chang Dawi had used this method, and it was indeed extremely effective. However, after his gaze swept over the top of a figure, frozen for a moment, he hurriedly averted his gaze and looked over incredulously, and then couldn't resist a thought that popped up. This man, why is it here? Chapter 57, Strength is the root of self-confidence. He was aware of this person's arrival in Divine Martial City, and had even sent someone to draw him in. There's nothing wrong with any of this. They even all guessed that it was likely that they were accompanying their juniors to the Divine Martial Academy. But now, Hong Qianxiu blinked and fixed his eyes to look again. Sure enough, still in. It's not the blinkers. But, the question is, why is he inside the freshman queue? A bunch of question marks instantly popped up inside his head, then couldn't help but speculate. Is it here to trouble the Divine Martial Arts Academy? Or which freshman messed with this person and made him settle for nothing less than pretending to be a freshman? In short, for a while he fantasized about countless scenarios, froze without an accurate answer. Cough. Below the podium, Chang Dawi couldn't help but cough as a reminder. Hong Qianqiu turned his head, his eyes signaling for a moment before shifting back to White Knight. Chang Dawi slowly ventured a question mark. He didn't know what went wrong, but after he comprehended Hong Qianqiu's gaze, he followed it and also saw White Knight's presence. Inside his head, he couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? What's the problem? White Knight was originally a freshman in this class. Soon, however, he knew what was going on. Looks like, White Knight's is a freshman thing. He didn't mention it to Hong Qianqiu. Now he froze instead. He did know that Bai Yi and the Divine Martial Hall had been in a bit of a conflict. These two should not have any conflicts, right? So, he coughed twice again to draw Hong Qianqiu's attention over, and then made frequent glances, like don't worry about it, have a nice conversation or something to that effect. However, it was obvious that Hong Qianqiu couldn't read it, and was even more puzzled instead. Only, as the time passed little by little, he went on with his speech stiffly. First, the words just came out of his mouth, and for some reason his aura was half a head shorter. There was even a pause as he spoke, and he couldn't help but look his gaze back in White Knight's direction. Still, it was a relief to see that the person didn't react in any particular way. Finally, after a cursory end to his speech, he hurried down. After all, those who hadn't personally experienced the man's terror wouldn't understand what he was feeling on top of the podium. Finally, another person came up, summarized the situation, and started preparing for the pre-trial. The new students left one by one, and the tutors followed suit, finally leaving only Chang Dawi and Hong Qianqiu inside the square. Dean Hong. Hong Qianqiu somewhat hurriedly then wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chang Dawi. Wait, this was because in the middle of Chang Dawi's gaze, White Knight was walking over. Dean Chang, fellow Daoist White, what's wrong? Is there any suggestion? White Knight looked at Hong Qianqiu next door without speaking and shook his head. Not really, that's... Chang Dawi suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. If fellow Daoist White wants to talk about that matter of completing the requirements with the first trial score, this, White Taoist friend doesn't count. No. White Knight still shook his head lightly. He had no interest in this. Just a quick question for Dean Chang. Ready or not? Well, Chang Dawi was silent for a moment, knowing that he had gotten off on the wrong foot and was a little embarrassed, but it quickly recovered, then gravely returned. Everything is ready. Yes. Fellow Daoist Bai wants to know the exact arrangement? No need. White Knight still shook his head before turning around and leaving. Watching the departing back gradually disappear, Chang Dawi raised his eyebrows. Dean Chang. Chang? Chang Dawi looked back. How did this person get here? And inside the freshman queue? Chang Dawi took over. Right. You don't know that he is the freshman of this class? Chang Dawi said as he hung his eyes. Freshman? Hong Qianqiu froze for a while. After determining that Chang Dawi wasn't joking, he finally let out a bitter laugh. All right, it's not his place to intervene in whatever the big man does, as long as this person is not looking for trouble, and it didn't strike up a conversation with him, so odds are it wasn't coming to him either. Let's put this matter down for now. The most important thing is this freshman trial. So, Dean Chang, are you sure about this freshman trial? Hong Qianqiu hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but worry. After all, according to our intelligence, even the Oracle Church is involved. Just a bunch of rats who can't see the light of day. Chang Dawi was obviously very unhappy with this organization of some Oracle Church. Just have to admit that this organization is really troublesome. This organization acts as if it has no purpose at all, as if it simply wants to wreak havoc. So there's a good chance that this one is involved just to try to get something small. The focus should still be on the Shadow Scythe organization. On the contrary, there are traces of the Shadow Scythe's visit found above that island where the freshman trial was held, right? That's right. Very good. Chang Dawi couldn't help the corner of his mouth from curling up. All it takes is for you to come. If you don't come, on the contrary, the plan is still not implemented. But just to be on the safe side, the island's Forbidden Grand Formation has been set up, right? Alright, Hong Qianqiu nodded. This matter was something that he had personally taken out to oversee. Chang Dawi nodded in satisfaction. On top of that, there were some other plans prepared. The best thing was that they could follow the trail and eliminate the Shadow Sickle. It's only then that you can sit down and talk about the terms. They have predicted even the worst. Even if the leader of the Shadow Scythe organization spurned the golden pages of the Human Emperor's Handbook, he wouldn't make a trip with them to the Abyssal Demon Sea. By then only, he looked at Hong Qianqiu next to him and couldn't help but raise a trace of admiration. At that time, it would be Hong Qianqiu's secret technique to force a temporary elevation of a small realm, and then with the Divine Martial Hall's peak Imperial level spirit weapon, he would walk up to the trip. It's just that, has so many side effects. Dean Chang, what's wrong? Hong Qianqiu looked over in confusion. It's nothing. Chang Daoi averted his gaze, his eyes complicated. This kind of thing didn't need to be said. Even if it was him in his place he would have done so without hesitation, so it's good to keep it in mind. Anyway, 2 hands, plus fellow Daoist White as a guarantee. At least you can guarantee this batch of freshmen. Everything is safe. In the end, he briefly summarized it, and after consulting with nothing more to add, he settled on it. Then, after a moment of silence, Chang Daoi suddenly mentioned something else. I heard that the Dragon Hall Master wants to draw this person in? That's right. This was personally authorized by Big Brother. Hong Qianqiu acknowledged with a nod. In that case, you intend this man. Chang Daoi didn't finish his sentence, but Hong Qianqiu obviously knew what he was talking about. The expression was serious and admitted down. Aha! Chang Daoi didn't ask again after getting the desired answer. This was a private matter of the Divine Martial Hall, not something he could ask about. It just seems that it would be nice if it did come up. Instead, after mentioning White Knight, Hong Qianqiu was a bit puzzled. That said, does this person really not need to know about our plans? In case, do you think that there is any difference between knowing and not knowing? Chang Daoi glanced at him, a little helpless. It's not like you haven't seen this person's strength before. Do you think we, alone, can jeopardize this man? Hong Qianqiu froze for a moment, thinking back to the previous experience. One did have to nod as well. Sure enough, strength is the root of confidence. What plots and tricks were all vanity in the face of absolute strength? Chapter 58 Obvious Traps. Coral Island. It's a small island near Shenwu City. This is where this trial begins. At this moment, with the tutors and divine martial guards escorting them, the procession of new students arrived in great numbers. Then the mentor Shinobu guards leave, leaving the freshmen behind. The trial consisted of killing the ferocious beasts that swarmed onto the island. Points were calculated based on the strength of the ferocious beasts, and the person with the highest points would be the first. And because of the promise made by Chang Daoi, everyone was as if they were pumped up with chicken blood. They couldn't wait for the trial to start right away. That includes Kotobuki. White. Koyuki clenched her fists and looked over. First place. I'll take it. Great. White Knight revealed a smile and complimented. Need a hand? No need. At this time, Xiao Yu was extraordinarily confident. It was a short time, but it was still a brief 3 days to follow her teacher. So she feels strong now. The thought glanced at White Knight. Even if White's sword skills are great, he himself will never be left behind. Cheer up. White Knight still encouraged. There really isn't much help with this stuff either. That's fine if it's just a matter of grouping up and then increasing some tolerance. But it would be cheating if he directly suppressed the ferocious beast and then let Xiao Yu do it. Freshman trials. Kill the ferocious beasts on the landing island. Automatic scoring based on strength. The strength of the ferocious beasts will not exceed the 4th rank at the highest. Some of the other notes have already been set on the way here. Here again, we will not come to the rescue in danger. Life and death have their own destiny, so please behave yourselves. Now, the trial begins. As the tutor's words fell, the freshmen on the field had dispersed one after another, right at the edge of the island. Xiao Bai, let's go. Xiao Yu had already jumped into action as well. Slow down. Safety first. White Knight was helplessly pulled in the direction of the beach. At this moment, there were already some new students scattered there in the direction they had chosen. White Knight took a deep breath. The salty sea breeze hits your face, as well as, with an inexplicable fishy odor. Coming, White Knight reminded. Yet there was also no need for White Knight to remind him at all. Roar! A dull roar came from the sea, and then the water began to quake. Wow! A monstrous fish with 4 limbs leapt up from beneath the surface of the water to the edge of the island. Snap! Snap! Inside the bloody mouth, sharp teeth that had grown in 7 different directions were revealed. Some disgusting slime dripped downward along with the water stains on his body. The fishy odor instantly spread to all the freshmen in the neighborhood. Vom! Some people couldn't help but dry heave. After all, although they had basically fought with ferocious beasts, they hadn't seen many ferocious beasts this disgusting. It's only the second order. Asterisk 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 it. Those who were mentally stronger had already reacted and directly ran their auras to charge up. For a while, there were shouts of murder. The ferocious beasts kept popping up, and the number of people involved increased. Xiao Yu pulled by to the lot where there weren't many people and began to prepare as well. However, it was obvious that someone had recognized Koyuki. After all, it was a candidate who was an A-class superior at the time, or a gifted awakened, and the matter had long since spread. Cold Moon student? Can you team up with us? It's safer that way. Don't worry, we're not too bad at all. What? Xiaoyu looked at the several male-female combinations that suddenly walked over and didn't react for a moment. Is the group. Fierce beasts. You guys be careful. Suddenly a third-rank eel-like ferocious beast burrowed out of the water and attacked directly this way. Put. A white blade light sliced through, and the third-ranked ferocious beast was instantly turned into two pieces. White Knight returned his long sword to its sheath. What did you guys just say? At this moment, Xiaoyu asked again, the commotion just now causing her to not hear it very clearly. No, nothing, farewell. The one who spoke looked at the blind teenager holding a staff knife, gulped, and hurriedly turned to leave. Because this man he also knew. Wasn't this the same ruthless person who had cut the fourth-ranked red gold golem in half with a single slash during the second test? It doesn't look as if they are very welcome, or not to team up. Xiaobai, why are they so strange? Xiaoye was a bit puzzled, obviously came over for something, but suddenly left. It's okay, it's probably because they think the place is too small. Yeah, Koyuki looked around suspiciously. It seemed like it wasn't small, but if there were more ferocious beasts, it really wasn't quite enough of a location. Aha! After nodding, she didn't dwell on this and began to specialize in dealing with the increasing number of ferocious beasts. The locations were chosen randomly, because the ferocious beasts came up from all directions as if they were deliberately guided, and there would not be a situation where there were fewer of them. Xiaoyu was already battling with the ferocious beasts, and White Knight stood silently on the side, cleaning up the ferocious beasts that Xiaoyu couldn't handle in time from time to time. He didn't focus his energy on these ferocious beasts. Rather, the seesaw color opened fully, completely enveloping the entire island. Inside the senses, several hidden figures began to ascend the island one after another. Is it starting? White Knight's eyes subconsciously widened slightly as he looked out to sea. According to currently known intelligence, Shadow Sickle should target the more talented candidates. This freshman trial, if there were no surprises, the Shadow Sickle should also know about it. As things stood, it was also true that the location of the trial islands was known and that people were coming over. The intel must have been leaked by Cheng Daoyi's estimation. But, hooked that easy? He was a bit surprised. The leader of the Shadow Scythe didn't look like an idiot. It's such an obvious trap that it actually came in a dignified manner. Is it too much confidence or? Eyes moved a bit to the other end of the island. There, it should be where Cheng Daoyi and the others are hiding. This is on top of a not-so-small island adjacent to Coral Island. Cheng Daoyi stood on top of a boulder with his hands behind his back, not seeing Hong Qianxiu or the drunkard by his side. And I don't know where it went. At this time, the men had just come over to report the situation. You did come after all. Shen Yin. Cheng Daoyi let out a cold smile, obviously having long anticipated this situation. This is the leader of the Shadow Scythe organization, Shen Yin, a man who will do anything to get what he wants. As long as the new student was indeed on top of this island, even if he knew it was a trap, he would definitely send someone over. This style was somewhat similar to the Oracle Church, so it was no wonder that these two organizations were mixed together. However, according to what he knew about Shenin, there's got to be more to it than that. Isn't that right, Shenandoah? Chapter 59, there is something fishy going on. Inside Coral Island, right behind them, there were the elite of the Divine Martial Hall. Shenwai, a Divine Martial Guard that only a king-level strength could serve as well as the upper Third Order Golden Martial Guards led under his banner. As the elite of the Divine Martial Palace, there were certainly more than just these people. On top of that there were the somewhat weaker Silver and White Martial Guards. It's just that these people aren't strong enough to be of any use here. At this time, inside the jungle on the island, Kala, the rotting branch was stomped into sections by a pair of black boots embroidered with gold. Where are the people? Lei Zhuan held a leaf in his mouth, his rigid face very upset. I have to say, these rats from Shadow Scythe are just fast runners. It actually made them drive around here for half a day, with more or less lousy bodies. My lord, it has been taken. One of the Golden Martial Guards clasped his fists and saluted before stepping aside, exposing the black figure behind him. The black figure's entire body was wrapped in airtight black clothes, and at this moment, it was being pressed to the ground by two Golden Martial Guards, and it didn't move. Strength of the Ninth Order. Lei Zhuan frowned, noticing the problem. This Shadow Scythe's assassin is of the 9th rank, and the highest of his own men is also of the 9th rank. How was it that this assassin, adept at concealment and escape, was caught? So he asked directly, this man, how did you catch him? Your Excellency. That Golden Martial Guard's face was a bit odd. The man was on the ground and unable to move when we got here. Thunder War subconsciously froze. How can it be? My lord. Indeed. And the spot has collapsed. The golden martial guard wiped the sweat from his face and hurriedly explained. If the top dog thinks he's lying, he'll lose his head, he said, and pointed to the human-shaped alcove next to him. It's still true. Thunder War walked over, squatted down, and took a closer look. It does fit the description of the henchman. Look at the extent of this dent. He ruffled the dirt underneath the dent a little and realized it was becoming firmer. It's as if it's been crushed by something. Thinking of this, Lejuan suddenly seemed to have thought of something. This trace, it's like pressing through. A teenage-looking man on crutches appeared inside his head at once. It's him, although this aspect was not mentioned prior to their mission. But from the tone of certainty above, it seemed that on this island, it was very likely that senior had already come to this place. That's the foolproof strategy described above? He had been worried that the island wasn't small, and that catching these little rats would likely take a lot of effort, even if it was too late to stop these people from going after the students. It all makes sense now. If that one makes a move, foolproof indeed. You deserve your bad luck. Lejuan got up and came to the man who was pressed to the ground. I guess that senior had already shown mercy. If it was like the one inside the previous warden's house, TSK, it's estimated to be a total loss of face. Take it away. Standing up with a wave of his hand, the two men led the order and were about to take the subdued Shadowside assassin away. Stop him. Suddenly one of the golden martial guards noticed something strange about this assassin and lost his voice and cried out. Yet it was still late. Lejuan's pupils shrank when he saw the assassin's appearance. Your Honor, the two golden martial guards were a bit at a loss for words, because the assassin, who was lying on the ground at this moment, no longer had any breath of life. A black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Apparently committed suicide by taking poison. I know, it's none of your business. Lejuan had no intention of blaming the two subordinates. It was obvious that this Shadowside's assassin had already had a death wish in his heart, especially after seeing him come. It became clearer that running was not an option. I just didn't expect it to be so decisive. When did the people of Shadowside get so hardcore? The two Jinwoo guards were relieved to find that their top boss had no intention of blaming them, and casually discarded the body on the ground and stood aside. Inside the Divine Martial Hall, the ranks were strict. Superiors have the power of life and death over their subordinates, especially if the difference in strength is too great. There is not even a chance to resist. These Shadowside assassins, I'm told, are used as bargaining chips. Now, after the sudden and violent death, if they were to be convicted of something, there would be no reason to say anything. Luckily, this boss they were following was quite reasonable. It's just that they also didn't understand why this Shadowside's assassin had killed himself so decisively. It wasn't as if they hadn't come into contact with these people in the past, and either fought to the death and resisted, or simply conceded. It's not often that you take poison straight to death like that. I just don't know if it's an exception, or if other Shadowside assassins are like that. The two men stole a glance at each other, both a little worried. Only they didn't dare to speak out, because such a simple question. Their top boss, Lejuan, who was a divine martial guardsman, had obviously thought of it as well. You guys, go gather everyone else here. Lejuan also thought of this problem. It was hard to tell if things were really as they thought if it was just an isolated case. So, he needs more samples. Yes, the two golden martial guardian infants responded and left. The only thing left inside the jungle was Lay Battle, and a golden martial guard who was on standby at all times. As for the dead Shadowside assassin on the ground, they didn't even bother to look at him. Not for long. Puff, puff. More Jinwei gathered and dropped 3 bodies. Same attire, same vibe. Obviously, it's all the Shadowside assassins from this batch. All of them are of the 9th order. My lord, the people have been brought. Aha, got it. Lejuan directly interrupted the words of his men and carefully surveyed the several lifeless corpses on the ground. At the corners of his mouth, there was black liquid coming out. These bodies, no surprises, the law of death. It's all the same. Now he confirms it. The Shadowside assassins, who came to the island this time, all had death in their hearts. Why on earth? Thunder War frowned and pondered for a moment. This is a 9th-ranked assassin. There was no way that Shadowside didn't know how many resources it cost to train such an assassin. This kind of strength in exchange for their divine martial hall would be an absolute elite. The number of people is also small. Now they are actually sent here in droves to die. There's Catnip. Even if he was just a divine martial guard who was only responsible for carrying out his duties. At this moment, he felt that something wasn't right. So, he hurriedly sent someone to report this news up. At this time, here on the island where Chang Dawi is, the news was brought to his ears as it was. There is indeed something fishy, Chang Dawi said to himself after dismissing the messenger. Chapter 60, you can't even think of this. Can you? Inside an unknown cave, Shin-in, whose entire body was covered in a black hooded robe, stood quietly in the center. Around it were uncountable bizarre patterns. On the 4 surrounding nodes, the corpses of 4 king-level ferocious beasts lay silently. The ferocious beast was obviously dead, and the blood flowed out along the bone-penetrating nails, flowing down the 4 grooves into the pool right in the middle. And the center was exactly where Shin-in stood. On top of that, there were all sorts of corpses hanging on the walls around them. They all have one thing in common: youth. If one looked closely, one could even see that one of these corpses was the talented student who had once died inside the Divine Martial Academy. Apparently Shin-in had gotten the body through some method or another. The blood gathered around him through the grooves on the ground, then condensed into a reddish-golden line of blood that didn't go inside his body. A reddish-golden blood mist filled the air, and a blood-colored bead was slowly taking shape. In the midst of the dimness, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. With a face of enjoyment, Shin-in took a deep breath of the blood mist, and even his body trembled slightly. And the reason he opened his eyes was that a figure appeared in front of him at an unknown time, kneeling down on one knee. "Master." The newly emerged figure's voice was low, and he spoke in a monotone, as if he were a manipulated puppet. "The first batch of shadow puppets have already died in their entirety." "Very good." Hearing that the assassins he had sent out were all dead, Shin-in was not surprised, but instead revealed a smile. It was in his plan. This batch of shadow puppets that were sent to their deaths was just a lure, and it would be fine for people to die on the island afterward. Prepare for the next step in the program. Yes. With a swish, the half-kneeling figure disappeared. Looking at the strangely arranged caves around him, the divine shadow sneered and whispered, "Old Monster Chang, it seems like you're very confident. When the time comes to really hitch a ride with all the students in this class, I'm sure you'll have a wonderful expression on your face." At this time, Coral Island. White Knight was still keeping an eye on the entire island, and after subduing all of the Shadow Scythe assassins that had infiltrated the island, it seemed as if things were starting to change. What he didn't expect was that all of them actually committed suicide, without exception. Among his senses, some changes he hadn't foreseen began to occur above the location of those who had originally died. "What is this?" White Knight frowned, not sensing so carefully before, as well as this aura not being obvious made him overlook it. "This kind of aura, a weird blood aura. My lord, those who died have come back to life." "What come to life? Nonsense." Thunder War was very unhappy with such a panicked voice. As the elite, powerful golden martial guards of the Divine Martial Hall, not to mention how it's possible to come alive when there's already no breath of life at all. Even if it is, then let him die again. So Lei Xuan hurriedly came to those corpses and frowned as he looked at the abnormalities of those individual corpses. Because these bodies, it really came to life. One by two, they stood up like walking corpses and moved slowly. There really wasn't much life in them though. They looked like manipulated puppets instead. When he wanted to order an attack, a sudden change occurred. After those corpses took 2 steps, they suddenly exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. A few spots of blood splattered onto Lei Xuan's face, causing him to freeze a bit for a moment. "What is this? Operation again?" Before he could make a guess, suddenly, a blood-red stream of light rose into the air amidst the exploding blood mist. And the same thing happened in different other directions, one after the other. This scene, which could no longer be concealed, was seen by all the freshmen. "What is this?" Some people stared blankly at the streams of light rising in the sky, almost being directly bitten by the sudden onslaught of ferocious beasts. "What are you doing? Quickly form a defense formation." "No," the man snapped back after being pulled a bit glad that he was in a group status. But, he pointed to something in the sky. The others followed his finger, looked up, and froze. What's with the inexplicable symbol on the air? It was a thought that came to them all in unison, almost simultaneously. At this moment, after those streams of light ascended into the air, they converged together and formed a bizarre unreadable pattern. "Luna, come here first." White Knight frowned and summoned Little Moon over, the staff blade tapping lightly. The ferocious beasts that were still hiding under the surface of the water were all crushed into a ball all of a sudden, and the rich color of blood drifted towards the surface of the water. Koyuki apparently didn't notice the discrepancy, but obediently walked over. "White, it might be a bit of a surprise that you're going to be better off staying with me. Are you talking about that thing in the sky?" "That's right." "Good." Xiao Yu didn't make any pretense, although she wanted to take the first place in the trial very much. But if there were other unknown dangers, it was better to stay with Xiao Bai. After all, White's safety needed to be guarded by her. White Knight didn't know Xiao Yu's little thoughts. He just felt that the fight between Chang Daoi and the Shadow Scythe leader should have already begun. At this point the trial was actually half a day old, so I guess it wouldn't help to continue. However, since Chang Dawi didn't ask him to make a move, he must have had a plan to deal with it. On the other side, Chang Dawi had obviously noticed the commotion as well, but he didn't stop it. Or rather, this thing can't be stopped once it started. It seems that the Shadow Scythe organization and the Oracle Church have a deep connection, to actually even give out something like the Beast Summoning Order. But, it's just a wave of beasts. Even if they didn't have it, they were prepared to deal with it. Come on man, Dean Chang, please command, came the person from the Divine Martial Hall. Activate the island's forbidden formation. Yes, a half-bowed Divine Martial Guards immediately led the way down. By now, significant movement could be felt on the island. The entire ground began to tremble. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is the ground shaking? The freshmen who sensed the commotion began to panic a bit, especially when their eyes looked above the sea. They lost their voice. The fierce beast. It's the beast. So many ferocious beasts. Inside their vision, the sea was rippling everywhere, and some hideous figures were showing a small portion of the surface. Not only did the ferocious beasts become numerous, even the ferocious beasts of the 4th rank and above that weren't originally supposed to appear in this neighborhood appeared. Roar! A half-standing crocodile-mouthed ferocious beast roared, and a light blue vortex began to form in its mouth. The strength of this demonic beast is 7th order. After White Knight sensed the strength of this ferocious beast, he frowned, intending to strike. After all, he had promised Chang Dawi that he would step in to fend off one or two in a dangerous situation. But before he could strike, an aqua-blue shield appeared out of nowhere around the island. A jet of water gushed over and only caused it to ripple slightly before fading away. So it is. White Knight, who saw this scene, raised an eyebrow. Chang Dawi was indeed prepared after all. This one formation not only possessed a protective effect, but also a certain degree of aggressiveness. By absorbing the ferocious beast's attack and then counterattacking back, for a while, broken arms and limbs flew in unison, coloring the sea into blood red. Only, something still didn't feel right to him. The ones that appeared here were just some ferocious beasts that weren't very strong, and even without this formation, the Divine Martial Guards would be able to clean them up with their own hands. So the leader of the Shadow Scythe organization wouldn't even think of that, would he? Thinking of this, White Knight revealed an odd expression. Always feel the Shadow Sickle Chief and Chang Dao one or two people. There's an indescribable feeling that you make one move and I make another. I predicted this move of yours and you predicted another move of mine. As an aside, it was truly wonderful. But, it's a little annoying. If these two don't end it, he'll simply just lift the table and forget about it. Chapter 61, The Biggest Mistake. As White Knight had expected, the Shadow Scythe organization really wasn't surprised by this situation. Or rather, just a little bit by accident. Forbidden Grand Formation. Is it? Shinin pondered for a while after listening to the information reported back by his men. So it is. It's a real bloodbath. It takes a lot of rare materials to lay this thing out, just to be so decisive for a situation that I don't know if it's going to come up. It's worthy of you, Chang Dawi. However, even if you guessed that I would move on top of the ferocious beasts, so what? It would have been just one more part of his plan. He didn't believe that Chang Dawi could guess the next move as well. Shadow 1. Shinin snapped back from his thoughts. Condescending. He looked mercilessly at his men, who were half kneeling in front of him. The time has come to fulfill your mission. A great honor. The half-kneeling Shadow 1 didn't have half a ripple in his heart after hearing those words. Or maybe it was the mission of those of them. From the beginning. Everything. It's all about the master. After saying that, he disappeared inside the cave without any hesitation. And at this moment, inside the cave, the blood mist was much thinner. With a wave of Xing Yin's hand, a reddish golden bead was held in his hand. The introduction of this thing came back to me inside my head. Gifted spiritual pearls. It's finally condensed. It's not quite perfect though, but I'm sure Chang Dawi won't give him that chance. This level of gifted spirit beads is enough. This was what he had been preparing for more than 10 years, and it was also the bottom card for this time. It's also a way to deal with the Oracle. Humph, the Oracle. The corners of Xing Yin's mouth curled up slightly. Really think he'll look at the paltry favors that are promised? Are you guys stupid or are you underestimating him, Shinin? It was nothing more than wanting to use him to summon the so-called divine doppelganger. Then summon and see. Is it your divine split that's powerful? Or is it his Taoist heart-seeding magic that's powerful? As long as it works, half a foot in the Emperor realm would not be a problem. What golden pages of the human Emperor's handwriting? What opportunity to become an Emperor? Unity is garbage. Just, Chang Dawi. It would be more appropriate for you to go along with all of this. Don't ever let him down. Thinking of this, he put away the red gold-colored gifted spirit bead and slowly closed his eyes. Now, is waiting for Shadow 1 to make his move. On the other side, Chang Dawi also slowly closed his eyes. After listening to the news reported by the Divine Martial Guards, the corners of his mouth similarly curled up slightly. Shadow Scythe Organization. Found you. I don't know what the hell Shanine was up to, but did he really think he was just adding unnecessary casualties by putting people over there? But it was just a matter of trying to follow the trajectory of these people to find where the Shadow Scythe Organization was located. Nowadays, I'm sure the Divine Martial Palace's army has already surrounded the place. One wonders if Shanine will have any tricks up his sleeve soon. However, he knew, sensing a fast approaching aura. Chang Doi opened his eyes. A black-robed figure came from the distance, brightly and unapologetically disappearing towards the island. Dean Chang. Some Divine Martial Guards also sensed this and were about to say whether or not to stop them, but then Michinikai raised his palm to stop it. Pseudo-Emperor level. It seems like Shadowside really did go out on a limb. Even the seeds of such strength are ready to be sacrificed. This aura, this fluctuation, he's a little familiar. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this figure had only barely forced his way up to Emperor-level strength, barely possessing some Imperial-level divine abilities, as well as an Imperial-level aura. Only, it was obvious that this kind of existence was useless for use in battle. There was not even a need for him to make a move. This kind of existence would have blown itself up and died. However, it was clear that Divine Hidden had not sent this person over to be used for fighting either. It should be used for transmission. Divine Hidden actually wanted to descend to this place directly through teleportation. But, very well. Chang Doi instead revealed a smile. It's good to be here. The fear is that you won't come. It's going to take quite a bit more time to get to him if he doesn't come. It's really a case of heaven sending itself to you. It wasn't in vain that he had spared the two tails of the very best blood phoenix leaves. At this time, inside Coral Island. White, by the way, aren't the trials over already? Xiaoyu was a bit worried that this trial would be halfway through, and then her efforts would be in vain. It's okay, things work out quickly. White Knight smiled and stroked Xiaoyu's head in a comforting manner. Then with a slight inclination of his head, he sensed a figure of not-so-weak strength speeding over. A whisper escaped his lips. Has it started? White, did you just speak? Nope, that. You was about to say that she did hear it or something like that, but after seeing something, she instantly changed her mind. What's that? Xiaoyu suddenly let out a cry of alarm, and even the other freshmen looked over one after another, all of them staring in disbelief as well. What is this? This one can't be a ferocious beast too? But, Imperial Air, Imperial level? This difficulty can't be part of the trial, can it? Still, speculation was rampant, all agreeing that it was something bad. It looked like a human, but it didn't look like one among their feelings. The figure recklessly exuded a blood aura that didn't resemble a human being, and then came over the Coral Island without a care in the world. While they were still making wild guesses, Shadow One had already arrived on top of Coral Island. Then, boom! The one directly exploded into a sky full of blood mist. All of them stared dumbfounded at the unusual scene in the sky for a long time. What's the situation? I can't believe. Exploded? Wasn't it directed at them? But this doubt was soon left behind them as they noticed something else strange. Something appeared inside that cloud of blood mist, only to see that inside the blood mist, a single, inexplicable symbol was slowly condensing. Uncountable symbols intertwined with each other, finally forming a complex and complicated bizarre pattern. This is a space-type spell formation? White Knight was a bit puzzled as he sensed the abnormality in the sky, because he didn't understand this thing called a spell formation. He just vaguely sensed some spatial fluctuations inside that pattern. However, since Chang Doi didn't stop it, it was presumed that he should have something in mind. So, without making a sound, he let the spell formation slowly take shape, until the bloodlight was great. An unbridled laugh came down from above. Ha 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 ha, Chang Doi, letting me teleport here will be your biggest mistake. Chapter 62, Don't Pretend. The divine concealment in the sky had appeared afterward, and a massive pressure directly covered down. Even the forbidden great formation trembled. It drew a steady stream of terrified cries from the lower freshmen. Who's this? Emperor-level existence. The big formation is trembling. The freshmen at the bottom were in disarray. They couldn't figure out why it was suddenly like this when it was just a freshman trial. First, a wave of beasts inexplicably appeared, causing them to panic for a wave. Then another large formation suddenly appeared to keep all the ferocious beasts out. So relieved. Results. Another Imperial-level existence had come. The kind that wasn't a good person at first glance. The fear inside hadn't even risen yet, and the result blew right up. And when they hadn't relaxed, suddenly, and again something new has come up. A new martial emperor-level existence descended with a bang. The unbridled emanation of pressure even caused the great formation that enveloped the entire island to buzz and tremble. The heart, which had not yet relaxed, was suddenly in his throat again. Between this constant up and down, the whole thing was bad. Little White Xiaoyu subconsciously tightened her grip on White Knight's palm. This unfamiliar emperor-level existence looked like it was coming from a bad place at first glance. This was an existence that was even more powerful than one's own teacher, even comparable to the dean of the Divine Martial Academy. How could they, these third or fourth rank freshmen, possibly resist? White Knight felt the tense touch on top of his hand and tightened his grip as well, comforting it. It's okay, relax, Dean should be around too. It's right. Hearing the word Dean, Koyuki relaxed a little. Indeed, although that old man looked quite kind, he was very strong. Of course, what gave her this impression here was the scene she had seen at the dormitory then. I just didn't realize that this person was the dean. But, even if the dean was more powerful, was he really a match for this person when he had something to worry about? She couldn't help but wonder. Xiao Yu. White Knight suddenly sounded serious, causing Xiao Yu to look over. What's wrong, White? Whatever happens later, don't panic. Try to keep yourself safe as well as listen to your mentor. Got it? What? You guys can probably leave later, but I'll stay and help Dean Chang. Leave? Really? Xiao Yu originally had some joy on her face when she heard that she could safely evacuate, but her face changed when she heard Bai Yi say that he would stay. Stay? Why? Here. It's dangerous here, right? White Knight took over with a light laugh and pulled a random excuse. It's okay. Have you forgotten the last time you saw Dean Chang inside our courtyard? That's when he came to me about it. And only I, a student who cultivates swordsmanship, meets his requirements. Don't worry, he'll keep me safe. A series of information swept inside Xiaoyu's mind, making her unable to react for a moment. It seems like it makes some sense, but then it seems like something is wrong. Suddenly, a stabilizing voice came from the sky as well. Listening to the surrounding shouts of Dean and other words, Xiaoyu knew that the dean of the Divine Martial Arts Academy had already come. That, Koyuki wanted to say something else, but suddenly realized that something had changed in her body. The body glowed with a hooded white light and then became transparent. At the same time a tug came, and Koyuki instantly understood. This is the means of leaving that White was talking about. But, there was no such hazy light on White, so he does have to stay. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu instantly cried out anxiously. White, you have to protect yourself. Come back soon. Then, with a swish, Xiaoyu's figure disappeared. Along with them, the other freshmen who were on top of this island disappeared. Looking at the seashore that had become empty for a while, the smile on White Knight's face gradually disappeared and became expressionless, and secretly made up his mind. Come back soon? Definitely. Will. The staff blade rested silently against the ground. His eyes closed tightly. The aura on his body slowly recovered but was hidden again, for the time being. Wait. Because. Perception came into the air, and by now, Chang Dui had already arrived, confronting the leader of the Shadow Sickle with each other. Ha! Shun Yin. Is this what you call the biggest blunder? Chang Dui sneered and couldn't help but sneer. The cocky smile on Shin Yin's face suddenly disappeared, glancing at the movement underneath and stifling a cold snort. I didn't think you'd be willing to give every new student a teleportation marker. Even I have to say I'm impressed. But, it's not like I didn't predict this situation. It's just a little bit of trouble. Hearing Shin Yin's words, Chang Dui couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Now the target of the shadow scythe here, the talented students or even the average students of this session were gone. Where on earth does this confidence come from? Old monster Chang, it seems like you're still getting old. The corners of Shin Yin's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Right now, he was in a rather good mood. After all, as long as he came here, it meant that half of the plan was already accomplished. So he didn't mind talking nonsense with Chang Dui for a bit to see the desperate expression of this old rival. You don't really think I'm making such a big deal out of this just for this batch of freshmen, do you? Oh, Chang Dui dangled his eyes in a manner that invited him to speak on. Isn't it? Yes, and no. Shinin haha laughed. From the moment you deliberately exposed the trial list and trial location, I knew that you were probably going to take this opportunity to make me suffer. Just in time. This bitterness was also deliberately sent out by me. You're talking about the group of people who were sent to their deaths? Chang Dui maintained his expression without surprise. That's right. For the sake of attracting a wave of beasts wanting to wipe out this group of freshmen in one fell swoop? TSK. Don't pretend. Old monster Chang. Shinin directly broke through Chang Daoi's words. You know it isn't. Even you didn't stop me from descending to this place. So obviously this was part of your plan, right? Indeed. A smile appeared on Chang Daoi's face, no longer looking like he had fallen into a trap before. And I'll be blunt, you didn't think I was just targeting those losers you sent over, did you? Or else? Shinin raised his eyebrows, looking interested in Chang Daoi's next words. If I were to say that your lair has been wiped out in one fell swoop by this time, I guess you wouldn't be able to laugh, would you? Chang Daoi gently stroked his long white beard with the palm of his hand and spoke eloquently. Chapter 63, Whose biggest mistake was it? Lair, repeated Shinin in a low voice as his smile faded. So it is. So, you're trying to use this to coerce me into doing that? Coercion is an exaggeration. It's just a good talk. Chang Daoi laughed a little. You came here anyway, and no freshmen you want. So, old monster Chang, you're still too naive. Shinin suddenly sneered after a moment of silence. Didn't I tell you? These freshmen. It's okay if you don't have one. You didn't think that I would sacrifice the most important pawn under my hand, just here to deal with this group of freshmen, right? Oh, don't you just want me to agree to that request of yours? Could it be that you don't want the golden pages of the Human Emperor's Handbook anymore? Chang Daoi asked as his palm stroking his long beard gave a lurch. Ha 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 ha, it was just that Shinin, who heard those words, suddenly burst out laughing. Wrong, so wrong. Old monster Chang, I admit you know me well, but you would never have guessed that I'm actually no longer interested in the Human Emperor's Handbook. That's your biggest mistake. Not interested? Chang Daoi's smile disappeared and turned into a frown. So says, you already have another way to touch the opportunity to become an emperor? That's right. Shinin was clearly satisfied with Chang Daoi's expression and pointed around the entire island. Look, a circle of rich blood color slowly rose up and surrounded the coral island. This is the blood sacrifice spirit altar of the Oracle Church? Chang Daoi's pupils suddenly shrunk, clearly recognizing this item. Are you trying to forcefully step onto the edge of the Emperor realm through that thing that descended? How? Hasn't this method already been tried? It's not going to work. The blood sacrifice spirit altar would summon something down. He knew that. It was the projection or incarnation of an existence above the imperial level. But in order to have an effect on an emperor-level existence, a legendary emperor realm existence would have to descend and project. And this, it was tried a long time ago. There's no chance of success at all, because that's just not a level of power. But this is something that Shinin must have known about as well. So, others can't, doesn't mean I can't. Shinin revealed a hideous smile. For this, I have been preparing for more than 10 years. The scale of this blood sacrifice, enough to summon the projection of an emperor realm existence. But Chang Daoi was obviously a bit unconvinced. With just this, you want to summon an emperor realm projection? Then the entire Great Qin country would have fallen long ago. Yes? Hearing the questioning voice, Shinin was not surprised. Indeed, although the blood meal was sufficient this time, it was still not enough to summon a projection of the emperor realm. Like Chang Daoi said, if it was that easy, this world would have ceased to exist long ago. The projections or avatars of the emperor realm were far stronger than ordinary emperor-level existences. So, with a reach, a white feather appeared in the middle of his palm. It shines with a holy light on it. This is. Chang Daoi was once again shocked, obviously recognizing that thing as well, and suddenly lost his voice. The Oracle's Feather of Faith. How? How could the Oracle Church give you such a thing? Feather of Faith. A must-have and the most important core item for the summoning ritual. Even the Oracle Church had only obtained one or two of them over the many years of its existence here. I can't believe I just handed it over to Shadow Scythe. How is that possible? How could it not be? But how it was acquired is not your concern. All you need to know is. With that, Shinin rubbed the Feather of Faith in his hand. It instantly transformed into a holy aura and merged into the surrounding blood aura. How dare you? Chang Daoi no longer looked calm and roared. This thing must be stopped. If the projection of the Emperor realm really descended down, it would be over. But he didn't know how to stop this thing either. And it's still only the opening phase of the ritual. There's still a chance to stop it. If the ceremony had been officially started, it would have been guarded by a rather powerful force, and it wouldn't have been possible to stop it. When that happens, there will be more than just talk about living and dying. He then waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew through and carried countless tiny wind blades with it. The surrounding blood mist and the spiritual light that the Feather of Faith had transformed into were immediately stirred and scattered in all directions. But it didn't work. The two have begun to blend together. Some profound and difficult to account for runes began to appear around them. This is a sign that the summoning ceremony is about to begin. What to do? Chang Daoi kept trying to disperse these runes, but the effect didn't seem too obvious. Cold sweat began to appear on his head. I didn't realize things were actually a little out of his control. Although the new students had all been transferred away from him, it was completely futile if he couldn't stop the summoning ritual. In the agitation of his mind, suddenly, at the same time came the somewhat shocked voices of Cheng Daoi and Shanine. The same doubt almost popped up inside his head. What's going on? These blood auras, mixed with the feather of faith, were trembling? Nope. It was as if it had been subjected to a powerful pulling force that began to move in one direction. That direction is below Coral Island. The speed of the blood gas went from slow to fast, after only a few seconds. Then, swarming like a whale, Shanine stared at the scene with wide, incredulous eyes, not even reacting to try to stop it. By the time he reacted, the last trace of blood had burrowed through his subconsciously outstretched fingers. All around, it was back to being a clean slate. Two pairs of unbelievable gazes stared straight at the place where the blood chi had disappeared. Duck! A sudden knock on the ground cleared the air, snapping the two out of their daze. Immediately afterward, a blind teenage boy-like figure with a staff knife slowly appeared in their line of sight. White Knight's face was expressionless as he slowly walked out of the hiding place. Then he stretched out his palm, on which a fist-sized orb lay silently. The orb, whose body was made up of blood chi and the aura of the feather of faith, was nearly reddish-black in color. A thin layer of aura shone above it. It trembled gently in White Knight's hands, looking like it wanted to break free, but it couldn't move in the slightest. As White Knight gently lifted up the orb, a clear and cold voice came out. You guys were just arguing about. That's the thing, isn't it? Chapter 64, I'm in a hurry. The whole Coral Island, dead silent. Even more so, because of the presence of an Imperial-level aura here, none of the creatures such as ferocious beasts dared to approach over. Wow! Whoa! The seawater slapped against the shore and splashed, and also washed the surrounding ferocious beasts' limbs onto the shore. The pungent smell of blood spread instantly. Cheng Daoi's mouth opened slightly, and the odor choked as it entered along his mouth, pulling him back from his daze. Ahem! He withdrew his astonished gaze, balled his hand into a fist against his mouth, and coughed twice, one to ease the unbearable choking and the other to ease the strange look on his face. I almost forgot that I had a bottom card I wasn't using. White Knights! It's what makes him tick. So, Cheng Daoi's expression returned to a calm look. Shenandoah, didn't think so. You don't think I've done nothing to prepare for this, do you? He said, and gently stroked his long beard, looking accomplished. There was not the slightest hint of the panicked look from earlier. He had really been careless for a moment, and had actually forgotten that the competent help he had hired was still coming down there. Yeah, just because you can't do something yourself doesn't mean that this teenage-looking person can't do it. It was indeed difficult for him to manage to completely dispel the aura of blood chi and the feather of faith on such a large scale. I'm sure that's why Shanine started the summoning ritual so recklessly in front of him. Only, Shanine had misjudged it after all. A very important factor has been misjudged. White Knights, the one who killed the Demon Clan's Demon Lord in a second with a single slash, after crushing the Demon Race's Demon Exalt level character directly into nothingness. He even chopped through the space of the Aurora Illusion realm and ended up injuring him. Such strength was also not something that could be compared to an ordinary peak Imperial level. In his impression, other than White Knight, there was only one other person who had this kind of strength. Master of the Divine Martial Hall, Long Shui, an existence at the peak of the Imperial level. It even possessed a strength that was infinitely close to the half-step Emperor realm. Originally, very few people knew that actually. Above the Imperial level, there was also a subdivided half-step Imperial realm power grading. That was because it had been a long time since the human race had seen an existence at the Emperor realm. Not even a half-step Emperor realm had ever appeared, and even Long Shui was only infinitely close. Above the Imperial level is the Imperial realm. The difference between the two is like a rift valley, and the vast majority of people can't even touch the threshold in their entire lives, because that's a different level of power, the power of the law. The Emperor realm was an existence that had mastered the power of laws. The half-step Emperor realm was after the peak of the Emperor level, with 1 foot in the Emperor realm, barely comprehending a trace of the power of laws. And the reason why Long Shui is infinitely close is because of this missing proverbial kick. The blade that White Knight had chopped out back then had given him such a feeling. It was very close to comprehending the power of laws, so whether it was him or Shanine, there was basically little hope of being able to follow that slash when faced with it. And the blood mist that he couldn't do anything about was indeed easily dissolved by White Knight. So, God forbid, in the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming was useless. Shanine, you're overconfident. Being overconfident is your biggest mistake. He estimated that Divine Hidden should already know that White Knight was hiding inside this group of freshmen. He just didn't expect the strength to be so strong. So the summoning ceremony was all set to begin, only to be planted at this final step. I'm sure that Shen Yin's face at this moment must be very wonderful, right? Chang Dui secretly sneered and looked over. Sure enough, under the hood, Shen Yin's face, which was already so pale that it looked like it had no blood, was in disbelief. At this moment, inside his mind, a thought constantly swept through. The ritual of the call of the oracle. It was actually interrupted? Didn't the people from the oracle church say that once the ceremony started, it would be impossible for an unusual peak imperial level existence to stop it? The teenage-looking man down there, he also recognized. It wasn't that long ago that we met indirectly, but he didn't expect this person to have such strength. Or is there actually someone else inside the Great Qian country with such strength besides the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master? Obviously, he had already calculated the point in time when the Divine Martial Hall Master would not be there. I can't believe it's still such a big mistake, but how could such a person stoop below the Divine Martial Academy? Hearing Chang Dui's somewhat mocking words, he fell silent and his face unconsciously began to become grave. Indeed, he was careless. He did know about this teenage look-alike, hidden among the freshmen, but he didn't care, because as long as his plan succeeded, not to mention Chang Dui, even if there were a few more ordinary peak martial emperor existences, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest, or rather, he would have needed to have an imperial-level existence by his side after he succeeded, so that he could directly blood sacrifice the emperor level, consolidate the realm. So it was better to have an additional unfamiliar martial emperor-level existence. The only thing that hadn't occurred to him was that an ordinary-looking teenager-like person was actually comparable to the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master, and it was such a simple mistake. His plan was interrupted inside the last link. Yes, great, Chang Dui, I didn't realize that I, Divine Concealment, had lost almost all of my family's money for this one plan, only to end up losing in a moment of carelessness. I recognize this result. Shenin practically gritted his teeth and stifled the words. I admit it. You know, he even took his Larian for this one plan, breaking and entering, just to step into the half-step emperor realm in one fell swoop. Even if he wanted to escape from Chang Dui and this unknown martial emperor existence, he would have to hitch a ride on the talented spirit bead that he had accumulated for over a decade. He clenched his fists at the thought, suppressed the last vestige of irrationality. It's just a matter of success or failure. There is no excuse. As long as he is given another chance, a comeback is not out of the question. Therefore, the fierce aura in his eyes began to slowly subside, returning to a calm appearance. Finally, he took a hard look at Chang Dui, as well as the teenager on top of the coral island. It was a lesson he remembered. Next time, we'll never fail. Only, Shen Yin's gaze was seen by Chang Dui, and he couldn't help but sneer. Shenandoah, you shouldn't think this situation. There's still a chance to leave, right? Humph. Shenin did not have any mood swings because of Chang Dui's words. I admit it, the help you got is strong, but if I do leave, you guys aren't necessarily able to stop me yet. With that, a reddish golden bead appeared stealthily inside his palm. Talented spirit beads. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't stop the pang of flesh. This thing requires some talented youngsters to accumulate a sliver of talent power extracted from them. It had also taken him more than 10 years to complete the spirit bead, and this was still due to the continuous emergence of amazingly talented teenagers in recent years. But it will have to do if we want to get out of here. He planned to directly pinch and burst the gifted spirit bead, increasing himself for a short period of time, and escaping should still be no problem. Eyes alert, most of them focused on the teenager below. As long as this person intended to make a move, he wouldn't hesitate to crush the gifted spirit bead. Sure enough, under his gaze, the teenage-looking man moved, coming. His heart instantly lifted, his palms pressed tightly against the gifted spirit bead, ready to strike at any time, but soon he froze, watching a black and red orb slowly float in his direction, his eyes filled with shock. Soon, he held the black and red orb that had condensed blood chi and the feather of faith in his hand. Eyes couldn't help but look down. White Knight slowly brought his palm back and gently rested it on top of the staff blade. What's summoning ritual? Hurry up, please, I'm in a hurry. Chapter 65. One more. Shenin stared blankly at the black and red orb in his hand. That's right, it was indeed the blood aura he had just triggered as well as the aura of the feather of faith. Even he felt that he only needed to crush the orb and the summoning ceremony could probably start straight away. But, just give it to him? Even Chang Dui couldn't hold his tongue and couldn't help but open his mouth. Fellow Taoist White, don't worry, I have my own measure. White Knight's expressionless face couldn't tell what kind of emotion he was feeling at this moment. The summoning ritual that he had managed to stop was just given back to him. This operation. He's a little hard to read, but he didn't quite dare question White Knight's decision. When he was still trying to politely persuade him, he heard Ripple's voice again. Dean Chang, fellow Daoist Bai? Daoist Chang looked over. White Knight's aura began to naturally emanate from his body, and the clothes on his body were windless. With a thought, the entire person slowly rose into the air, coming to a position flush with Chang Daoi and the others. Then, inclined his head in the direction of Chang Daoi's side. Dean Chang, if you can, please take care of you for me. Here, just leave the rest to me. Feeling by Ye's aura that was no longer concealed, Chang Daoi was silent for a moment. He understood what White Knight meant. He might not be able to intervene in the ensuing battle, so it would be nice if he could help with the aftermath. Though he was disliked for being a peak Imperial level combatant, but he didn't feel at all a sense of humiliation at being unseen, because that's exactly what happened. The next battle, he really couldn't intervene, so he didn't make any pretense and rushed at White Knight with a clasp of his fist. In that case, I'll leave it to fellow Daoist Bai. Although he didn't know why White Knight was giving up such a good opportunity, he wouldn't drag his teammates down at this time. Since the promise had already been made, then no matter if White Knight succeeded or failed, he would always keep his word. He was vaguely able to know some of White Knight's thoughts. This was because he had once seen it on Divine Martial Hall Master Long Shuti as well. To find a more powerful opponent to break through to, he couldn't understand it, but it didn't stop him from admiring it. Facing the existence of Half-Step Emperor Realm directly, it was boldness, and he asked himself if he could not do it. One is getting old after all, but if White Knight could take advantage of this opportunity to go even further, it's good for the entire Great Qian country. He couldn't stop it and had no reason to. The only thing that can be done is just to get all the backlash out of the way. For example, taking care of that batch of freshmen who teleported away, one of White Knight's greatest concerns inside. And, do both. He was mentally prepared for the worst possible outcome. In case White Knight fails, it wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire Divine Martial City. So after simply saying that, he looked deeply at White Knight and simply turned around to leave. In the field, two figures were soon left. White Knights, as well as the leader of the Shadow Scythe organization, Shen Yin. At this moment, Shen Yin had a complicated look on his face and didn't stop Chang Daoi when he saw him leave. Eyes retracted from the distance and moved to the blind boy next to him. Take a great opportunity that was already there and cut it back out. This behavior, just to fight a more powerful being, is that it? Shen Yin whispered, probably guessing the reason why the teenager was so perverse. This behavior had a similar aura to him taking the initiative to summon out the Emperor Realm projections and then forcibly fusing them. It's all about taking that step, a step out of reach. Have to say, this kind of verve from this teenager, who God forbid, recognized. Therefore, he slowly raised the black and red orb high in the air, while a voice with a hint of admiration came out of his mouth. You're strong. There aren't many people I admire in my life. Shen Yin, one is a former human emperor. One is the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master Long Shui. Now, there's one more to add to the list. Tell me your name. White Knight. White Knight had no expression on his face and faintly spat out two words. This Shadow Scythe organization man, to a certain extent above, was also recognized by him. That qualifies you to know his name. White Knight, is it? Shen Yin chewed on those two words, then looked over with stony eyes. I know what you want. The madness is not even close to mine. You do deserve my admiration. So, I make a promise here. Even if you die, I won't bother with Divine Martial City either, much less go after those freshmen. So, begin. Throwing down his voice, Shen Yin no longer hesitated, and his palm forcefully crushed the black and red orb directly. Splat! Like a glass ball. Some cracks appeared on the top of the orb and then exploded. A blood-red ripple, interspersed with holy white, spread outward. Buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared, and a complex and complicated spell formation appeared out of nowhere in the air. In the middle of the spell formation, divine concealment rested there silently. His attention wasn't focused on White Knight below, because he knew that the teenage-looking man below him wouldn't be able to interrupt him at this point in time. So he focused all his attention on, over, the sky above the phalanx. At this moment a gray cloud-like thing slowly appeared and then kept rolling over. Buzz. A sound like space trembling came from the surrounding holy white spell formation, and the light of the holy white spell formation flourished. The clouds that were rolling in the sky above suddenly became more violent, and then slowly separated from the center. Air. A huge crack appeared for a day. It's like the sky. Crack-like. Below the crack, Shen Yin opened his palm, and a reddish golden bead slowly rose into the air. Come on. The so-called Emperor Realm projection. I, Shen Yin, will definitely become the first person in 10,000 years since the human emperor. Muttering, Shen Yin slowly closed his eyes and felt the gifted spirit pearl that was connected to his bloodline. This gifted spirit bead is the vehicle for this summoning ritual. Inside, He had condensed his Tao seeds from all these years. As long as the projection successfully fused with the gifted spirit bead, he would be able to unleash the Tao heart-seeding demon technique. Will this projection split replace it? In time, the Emperor's realm, no longer out of reach. As the thoughts kept passing through his mind, suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the air. Looking up, a huge silhouette slowly appeared. It's called the gods, Xin Yin's mouth whispered. This is the so-called deity mentioned by the oracle. The existence of the Emperor realm, even just a projection carried supreme power. The space was as if it was going to be unable to withstand the might of this doppelganger. Countless tiny spatial cracks appeared all around. Endless might pressed down, and it was as if Shinin saw an existence whose face he couldn't see looking down, making him feel so small. But Xin Yin's eyes glazed over. The illusions all disappeared at once. Spirits? Humph, Shinin sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. It's just a stronger divine race existence, not yet worthy of his awe. Chapter 66. Gods only. It's still just a projection split. The thing he was now preparing to do would have been to slaughter God. Come on. The huge shadow in the sky and the gifted spirit bead slowly fused, then slowly shrunk and began to become solid. With every point of solidification, space trembled. Gradually, a clearer face appeared in the air. It was a face similar to a human's, except for a golden vertical scar in the middle of his brow, and his face was filled with the indifference of overlooking all living beings. Soon, the shadow was on the verge of approaching solidity. Suddenly, above a face of sanctity, eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of eyes with golden pupils. The eyes moved slightly, focusing up and reflecting in the figures of Shinin and White Knight. The cold and unfeeling voice was like it was wandering in the void, and it reached the ears of both White Knights. Humans, inferior things, die. As soon as the words fell, this deity projection split and differently raised its arm without any covering. Buzz. A palpitating fluctuation emanated from above. Just as quickly, this fluctuation disappeared out of thin air. That high and mighty face broke into a different expression. That's kind of stunned. The expression stayed for several seconds. Then suddenly his face changed, as if he had suddenly changed, and his eyes slowly closed again. Then, ha 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 ha, I did make it. The gods? Spirits? Just a stepping stone for me. This deity split suddenly opened its eyes, and its eyes were filled with ecstasy. Below, the place where the divine concealment proper existed was like weathered sand, dissipating with the wind, coming into the air in a stream. It rushed in his direction. Then, it slowly disappeared inside this doppelganger. This so-called divine split began to slowly change, and the original apathetic body disappeared, replaced by Xun Yin's original image. Beneath the hood of the robe was a face so pale that it looked like it had no trace of blood. Humph. Still, this body is more familiar, he said, slowly closing his eyes and quietly sensing the changes in himself. There were still some remnants of the faith feather aura inside his body, which he directly expelled. Some energies that were incompatible with his cultivation system were rejected by him, leaving only the part that was useful to him. The most important thing is that the fused body of this divine doppelganger. Laws fluctuate. A projection doppelganger at the Emperor realm could only carry a very small portion of the power of the laws, so its strength was probably at the half-step Emperor realm. Put. Shinin stretched out a finger, and a bit of fire sprang up on it, but the color is solid black. Is this the so-called power of law? As the fire appeared, so did an aura of death. He stared intently at the fire, quietly sensing the difference in this power for a moment. It's strong. Even space looks like it's going to decay. Unfortunately, it wasn't his, but just an ability that he could barely drive after occupying this projected doppelganger. But the ready-made thing of reference had already come out, and as long as he was given time, he could step into this step sooner or later. Put. Fire extinguished. Fist clenched. He put his fingers away, and also took the strand of law power into his body. As his eyes looked over, not far away, White Knight waited quietly, not interrupting him. Now, what was in the way is gone. Come on, let me see how strong the man who can rival the divine martial hall master is. Saying that, with a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped shadow over 10 meters in length appeared and wrapped him tightly. Roar! Where the giant dragon shadow's head was, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened before roaring. The invisible aura centered on itself and pressed outwards. Wow! A huge concave surface appeared in the sea below as if something had fallen. The momentum didn't decrease, carrying monstrous waves that directly lunged in the direction of By Knight's side. However, wow! It was as if there was an invisible shield in front of White Knight's body, and the waves stopped there without moving. Then, one after another, they fell back to the surface in free fall. The water curtain disappeared. revealing White Knight's expressionless figure. Trying? White Knight spoke in a low voice, then held his staff blade up in front of him. The right hand backhanded the hilt of the blade and slowly pulled it out. Choke! As the long sword was completely pulled out from inside its sheath and raised high. At this point, Shun-Yin didn't interrupt. The meaning was obvious. It was nothing more than wanting to see White Knight's methods. Then, try it. With that, the eyes snapped open, revealing a patch of whites as well as a streak of black. Then, with his right hand, he gently swung down the long knife. Shoo! The long knife didn't slice through not so quickly, startling a breeze. Then, is gone. There was no huge aura, no energy escaping, not even a ripple in the sea. Shun-Yin stopped in the middle of the curled-up shadow dragon's body. His original intention was to see what was so extraordinary about the teenager named White Knight. By the way, through fighting, he allowed himself to gradually master the power of this body. But, it looks like nothing happened, and yet, looking at this person's appearance, it was as if he had already struck out. Is it teasing him? No way. How could such a being do such a boring thing? In that case, Shun-Yin's eyes narrowed and he was about to say something. Suddenly, a chill went straight to his heart. At the same time, a huge wind pressure with high temperatures enveloped the sky above where he stayed. Shun-Yin snapped his head up, only to see a sudden tumbling among the clouds that hadn't completely dispersed. Like a red-hot iron rod, the entire cloud became red. Then, boom! The clouds parted and a huge meteorite with flames fell from the sky. What is this thing? Shun-Yin subconsciously muttered, his eyes widening. Those who shared the same sentiment with him were all the new students and mentors who had been teleported to the shore town at this time. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing in their hands and looked far away at the sky that seemed to be burning red in the distance. Even from a distance, you could still clearly see what was smashing down from the sky, as well as the endless sense of oppression you can feel just by imagining it. Gulp! I don't know who subconsciously gulped. What is this? This thing? No, don't know. It can't be a rock that fell from somewhere, can it? You call this a rock? How can it be? Indeed, it's impossible. At this moment, Cheng Daoi came to a prancing halt on the shore and also looked at the movement in the distance. This thing, if memory serves, it's very similar to the one in the Tang family. The difference is just that the size of the meteorite this time is far greater than the one in the Tang family. And, his eyes slowly closed as his senses spread out. Then it snapped open, not caring about the other people's strange gazes. With a wave of his hand, a wall of wind blocked the front. At the same time, he roared, the gravity on his face seeming to turn into substance. Everyone, hurry, get out of here. Chapter 67, Too Weak. Cheng Daoi's face was stony as he guarded the front, not even having this mind to stabilize the order of departure. All of his attention was now focused on the violent fluctuations in the distance, because of the meteorite that fell over there. More than one. At this time, the sky over Coral Island was brightly lit. The bright red light of the fire shone on Shun-Yin's face, which appeared to have some strange luster. However, at this time, he had no time to pay attention to these things, because of that thing on top of the head. It was actually a huge meteorite hundreds of meters in diameter. The immense wind pressure blew his robes around, and the sea still boiled under the heat of the meteorite. If he hadn't shielded himself with his aura, the black robe would have burned out long ago as well. Is this what's called a test attack? Shun-Yin's eyes glanced over frequently. However, White Knight didn't have the slightest expression on his face, and it felt as if the huge meteorite in the sky hadn't enveloped him. White Knights, you sure are strong. Eyebrows raised, he withdrew his gaze, his face still calm. Such an attack had a lot of power and attack range, but it wasn't impossible to deal with. Lifting his head, a faint cry escaped his lips. Up! Shun-Yin no longer hesitated and pointed towards the shadow dragon at his side. The shadow dragon rose into the air at once, then grew larger against the wind. The volume is also hundreds of meters long. Roar! The shadow dragon roared and came directly underneath the speeding meteorite, lifting it up with one hand. Boom! The aftermath of the impact fell, washing away the surface of the sea. But hang in there. However, Shun-Yin looked up sharply as if he had suddenly sensed something. The pupils couldn't stop shrinking. The sky, already clear of clouds, was occupied by a thick cloud of smoke. And in the thick smoke, after a tumble, there was actually a meteorite that came crashing down. It's too late. Eyes watched as the meteorite slammed down at a faster rate and collided with the last one. Boom! The sound was deafening. A powerful shock-aftershock oscillated out, spreading far and wide like a circle of airwaves. Buzz! On the coast, the wind wall built by Cheng Daoi shuddered. Such a large-scale protection was only barely blocked with all the strength it could muster to keep the town from being affected. At the same time, his eyes looked gravely into the distance. there was the battlefield between White Knight and Shinin. What he had suffered was still only the aftermath of the impact, while the Shinin side was facing a meteorite of such power head-on. If such an attack can't solve the battle, will White Knight lose? Chang Daoyi was vaguely worried. When the Emperor Realm's projection descended, he had sensed that fluctuation. Even though the move is powerful, an existence with a half-step Emperor Realm wasn't that easy to defeat. Spanning the distance to White Knight's battlefield. At this moment, White Knight was still standing out of thin air, with no half a scratch visible on his body. Following his gaze, not far from where Shinin had originally stayed, the figure was no longer there. At the bottom, a huge vortex appeared, carrying a rising mist. The whole coral island directly sank in half. The monstrous waves brought up kept lapping at the island, which was missing a large chunk, and broke through a few more gaps. However, White Knight's expression didn't relax as, phew, in midair, Xin Yin's figure reappeared, his translucent body gradually solidifying. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked over to White Knight's side. It's dangerous. Honestly, if it wasn't for me hiding inside the shadow space, even if I'm much stronger now, I don't have much certainty of blocking it. He didn't feel the slightest bit bad for woefully dodging the attack, which was supposed to be his style of ability. Doesn't specialize in wide-range, big kill attacks, but in some ways, he's quite good at it. Like ducking, for example, assault and kill. Shinin suddenly waved his hand, and the power of darkness and concealment surged. Shadow Golem. A black figure made of a dozen shadows suddenly appeared under his feet. It was like a thin piece of paper, swooshing out. It's fast, but it was impossible to escape White Knight's perception. Or perhaps divine concealment was not disguised at all, because it's no use just sensing it. White Knight had already sheathed his long sword at this point and erected it in front of him. Sensing the position of the black shadow, he made a move to draw his sword. However, a special aura emanating from above the black shadow caused him to pause for a moment, and his body shifted to avoid it. But it's obvious, the shadow wasn't so easy to avoid. As if someone had manipulated it, the shadow swept past White Knight before suddenly making a sharp turn and turning around. Bear! The shadow came behind White Knight and a black arm reached out before it suddenly turned into a handblade. Put! The sound of breaking air came as the hand knife poked straight towards the top of White Knight's head. And the White Knight, still no attack. The palm of his hand rested on top of the hilt of his sword, hesitating to draw it, because he sensed a rather dangerous feeling above these shadows. However, it is not without ways to cope. The eyes opened slightly and the space around them seemed to sink. The black shadow's movements in his hand slowed, then dropped some distance downward. Put! White Knight gently flicked upwards with both fingers together. A fragment of a meteorite broke from the sea and struck the shadow directly in the face. The black shadow broke on the spot, but White Knight's face became grave as he sensed the location of the small meteorite fragment. After the shards broke through the shadow, they continued to rush upwards with unabated momentum. However, before it flew out far suddenly it slowly drifted away like weathered sand. It eventually dissolved into nothingness. This is the breath of death. He feels death from the fading meteorite fragments. That was the reason he had been so slow to make a move before, because he felt that his staff blade, which he had been warming up for years, would most likely not be able to withstand such a power even if it was covered in armed color hegemony. Is this the power of the so-called law? Combined with the Emperor Realm projection that he had summoned down earlier, he probably already had a guess in his mind. This power, indeed it is not an existence of the imperial level that can resist, even if the law fluctuations above are only very, very low, because that's not even a level of power. The strength of Shinin is indeed much stronger. It's even a different person compared to what it was before. But just this, it's not enough. After one black shadow broke, the remaining shadows swarmed up. White Knight's eyes stared, seeing the colors accurately captured the position of the black shadow that didn't reach it. Then with his feet as the center, the fluctuation of gravity unfolded completely. Gravity manipulation. Phew, phew, phew. All the black figures slowed down at once, and then were all shattered by the meteorite fragments that came one after another. The gravity fluctuation lingered, instantly enveloping divine concealment within. Gravity traction. The target locked onto Xin Yin's form and pulled hard. Humph. Caught off guard, Xin Yin's body pulled uncontrollably in White Knight's direction. Then, he saw the silver-colored streams of light that became substantial in White Knight's eyes. Not good. That sharpness made his scalp tingle instantly. You definitely can't block it if you catch it hard, but even if you want to dodge it, it is too late. Put! A white stream of light flickered and crossed paths with Shinin. Juhut chop! Ka! White Knight returned his long sword to its sheath. Behind him, Xin Yin's figure was cut in half with a poof. But failed. Not far away on the other side, Another divine concealment slowly appeared. Phew! He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The move was so fast that he almost didn't react. Just like that, it was too late to hide inside the shadow space. It can only be used for one move to shadow double and swap positions. Even so, I looked at the robe I was wearing. Put! The robes were still hit by that slash and directly turned into two pieces. Swish! Shinin simply threw off his robe directly. The eyes looked over and saw a face that held no surprises. The White Knight did know at the first time that the knife did not hit. This kind of opponent who is good at dodging is indeed more troublesome. However, he hadn't exactly used his full strength yet either. Shinin gave him a feeling that it should be more than that, or maybe that is not enough. He needs more pressure. Therefore, he slightly opened his eyes, and his cool voice accurately reached Shinin's ears. Stop making such tentative attacks. Use your full strength. Such a you. Too weak. Chapter 68 Maximum Respect. Weak? After Divine Concealment's form appeared, his eyes couldn't help but narrow when he heard White Knight's words. To be honest, he felt a lot stronger than before. If Cheng Daoi had been here, the move just made by the shadow puppet would have seriously injured him. This wasn't an ordinary shadow that carried some power of law in it, but it was still easily broken. That kind of power. Is it gravity? He was vaguely able to guess a little something. This ability is a real pain in the ass. He had only just fused that Emperor Realm doppelganger, and the power in his body wasn't used that skillfully yet. And most importantly, this power of the law of death was not something he had comprehended on his own. It's just that this alter ego comes with it. Although it was said that given enough time, he would definitely be able to comprehend a law that was uniquely his own. But he won't be given that time now. As for the weakness in White Knight's mouth, Shinin was not impressed. It's just that this teenage-looking person is too strong, but there's really no point in trying. After the battle just now, he had probably become more comfortable using this power. In that case, White Knight, White Knight inclined his head. How about one move? Yes. White Knight squeezed out a rare smile. One move to decide the winner. It was between life and death that would put enough pressure on him. It's only taking that proverbial step. So he was very pleased. That's it. It was only then that the deepest potential within him could be stimulated. So, don't ever let me down. White Knight spoke indifferently before slowly placing his staff blade at his side. Then a huge aura was unreservedly released, and the sea, which was about to calm down, was suddenly stirred up. Yes? Shin Yin's eyes flashed with precision, not feeling disgusted by White Knight's tone. The man is indeed qualified to say such things. That aura, too, proved it. So, it won't let you down. Or, although he said he admired such a person, but don't blame him when you die. Put the tip of your finger to your mouth and bite through it hard. Blood ran down his fingers and dripped from the air. Without hesitation, Shinin pressed the finger oozing blood to the top of his arm. Swish, swish, swish. The fingers moved quickly. As the last stroke was pressed, an unknown pattern appeared above the arm. On the other arm, he did his old trick and drew an inexplicable symbol on it as well. Finally, each drew a circle in the center of their palm, with a bit of red crossing the center. Pop! A few drops of blood splattered out, and his two palms came together viciously. The 5 fingers on either side of his hand pressed tightly together. The corners of his mouth cracked as if revealing a bizarre smile as he gazed at White Knight. A few words were spat out as his mouth opened and closed. Shadow, dance, the one. The words fell heavily, and then the blood light above his arm flourished, and a thick black mist rose up around him. The blood-colored runes on the top of his arms began to spread out as the mist bubbled up until it spread all over his body. On the face, this same unknown symbol appears, but Shinin was apparently unsurprised by the situation, and instead mouthed the words. Unknown spell ended quickly and then yelled. Up! Eyes suddenly widened, veins all over his body were exposed, and the blood-colored symbols on his body stood up after a tremor, then quickly channeled into the black mist behind him. When the last blood-colored symbol disappeared inside the mist, a translucent shadow 3 or 4 meters in height slowly stood up. The silhouette wore a hooded robe, and its face could not be seen, only 2 blood-red eyes glowing slightly. The void reached out. A giant scythe blade longer than himself appeared in his hand, and after casually flinging it across his body, a powerful aura gushed out. It even carries a hint of death. Feeling the breath coming at him, White Knight subconsciously grabbed his staff blade. This kind of aura made him feel a hint of pressure, but whether it's really that strong, you have to try it to find out. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His body bowed slightly, his right hand resting lightly on top of the hilt. Buzz! While a layer of black and red armed color covered the important parts of the body as well as the top of the staff blade. Bear! The mouth opened slightly and a fiery breath erupted. Above the eyes that had been opened, Black streams of light leaked out with hints of white. Put. The blade's aura spilled out next to the staff blade, causing a few visible traces to be cut into space. Then, choke. With a heavy draw groan, the long blade slowly revealed itself from inside its sheath. An even more powerful force surged out, causing the not-so-distant divine Cain to resist, leaning back slightly. Goosebumps all over my body. There was only one clear realization inside his head. This cut, if it hit, he wouldn't be able to take it anyway. Even hiding inside the shadow space wouldn't help. It was a power that was enough to cut through space. However, there was no look of panic on Xinyan's face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That's good. That's the kind of man he admires. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint him. However, he also had his confidence. If you can't carry it, then just annihilate that blade in the middle of the void. Come on. It was like responding to White Knight, or talking to himself. Xinyan snapped and slowly raised the scythe in his hand against the shadow of the void behind him. At this time, White Knight had already pulled out almost half of his long sword. After hearing Xinyan's words, he let out a loud yes. Then push hard. Gravity knife. Hades tiger. A huge blade on that was so black that it was deep slashed out. A huge tugging force came from above the blade's awnings like a black hole that was constantly collapsing, like the light couldn't even escape. Space was torn apart like paper mache. Then he flew toward Xinyan at a speed that was not too fast. Good timing. Feeling the power of this blade, and the pressure that steeply descended on his body, he was sure of it now. This cut, he can't hide. So, Shadow Dancer. With an inward roar, the silhouette behind him lifted the scythe high into the air. Shadow scythe. Then, swing down hard. At the blade of the scythe, a rich force of death slowly condensed. The translucent imaginary image was instantly made more transparent as if some power had been extracted from it. Even Xinyan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood that was still dripping from the side of his mouth obviously couldn't make him wilt down. Instead, he became more and more excited. The blow. He's willing to bet it all. Just to give the man across the street the utmost respect. Chapter 69. You, too, are strong. Swish. Where the scythe blade had been, an equally huge blade suddenly appeared and met the black blade that White Knight had chopped out. This crescent-shaped blade unlike White Knight's, was black and red. Most importantly, there was a strong aura of death emanating from it. Space changed at intervals where the blade cut through it, like crumpled paper. Decay, then slowly recover. It was clearly impossible for this obvious aura to escape White Knight's senses. With trembling hands, White Knight returned the long sword to its sheath, then frowned as he looked in the direction of the swords on side. The slash that Xinyan chopped out wasn't very strong in itself. It just carried a bit of a tearing nature to it. But, the power of the law of death attached to it made the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. A shadow was cast over his heart as he gripped his hand and felt the paralyzing sensation coming from it. This cut is probably going to fail. This is called pressure. Nervousness surged uncontrollably, and then couldn't help but focus all of his mind. A grave look began to appear on White Knight's face, and in the midst of his gaze, the two blades collided with a bang. But there was no huge aftershock as expected. The knife he chopped out was like being eaten, or rather, extinction. That's right, extinction. Layer by layer, he peeled off his blade's awnings, and then fade away until it fades into the midst of the ruptured space. It didn't take long for the black blade awnings to disappear completely with a boing. It even felt like it had never been in this side of the world. But, Xinyan's blade awnings that had become as if they were transparent showed what had just happened. White Knight's palm rested back on top of the hilt. Palms that couldn't stop sweating showed that he really wasn't as calm as he appeared to be. It did fail. And, with this physical condition, it was clearly impossible to send out another Stygian tiger. Death came out of nowhere. He felt his body instinctively begin to react in various ways when faced with death. Like sweating, for example, the body trembles slightly. It's called the line between life and death. Instead of fear, his heart calmed down more and more. Inside the senses, a blade so transparent that it was almost invisible was coming his way. He didn't choose to hide. Among his perceptions, he easily judged that this was an unavoidable attack. It's already locked on him. So, then just let go of your mind. Then, face death head on. Face up to death. Until, looks beyond death. So it is. White Knight's body no longer trembled, and his palms were no longer sweaty, because inside such a close distance, he did feel a fluctuation of laws. The fluctuation of the power of the law of death. So clear. So, unstoppable. I so want to understand. The staunchness on White Knight's face began to relax, turning the corners of his mouth to curl up. The right hand was steady on top of the hilt. Remember this metaphysical feeling. Then, drawl, juhut chop, swish. White Knight's figure suddenly disappeared from its spot and appeared behind Shinin not far away. Above blade intent. It is the law of chopping. Space seemed to go quiet for a few seconds. Then, ka, the long knife is sheathed. Space, chopped open. Violent energy fluctuations spread out from where White Knight was, and even the freshmen and mentors who were far away from the coast sensed it. Countless eyes looked over. Sky. It was as if a crack had appeared and the clouds split in half on both sides. In the center was a deep, black crack. What the hell is going on over there? Many people subconsciously murmured. The first thing that was seen was two huge meteorites slamming backward. I had thought it had been exaggerated. And now a scene of the sky cracking open. Just the breath that leaked over from so far away felt like it was going to cut them open. Not only did the students under the strength feel this way, but the instructors were pretty much the same. Even Chang Daoi has this feeling. At this moment, Chang Daoi, who was still at the coast, stared blankly at the movement in the distance. Inside his perception, there was originally only one scent that made him unable to raise the thought of resistance. That is the smell of death. Just a hint of the breath he felt made him fall into the ice cellar as if his body was freezing cold. But now, one more course. That's kind of, just sensing the breath that was about to slice him open. What the hell is going on over there? Such a long distance, coupled with the violent energy fluctuations distorted his perception, so he didn't really know what was going on. There's just something very peculiar about it. It seems to be over. Yes, it's over. White Knight repeated this inside, then put away his longsword and pestled it in front of him. The end of the staff blade flicked in the air. Ka, put. The transparent black and red blade aura was cut off, cutting the ties. It cut through the power of the law of death attached to it. From the place where White Knight had just started to linger until behind Shinin, a clearly visible trace existed in the air that was slow to dissipate. The broken space tried to repair itself over, but it was as if it had met some great resistance. It trembled slightly, but could not be bridged. Boom! The escaping attack sliced the coral island underneath into several pieces. The heavily damaged island could no longer withstand it and slowly sank downwards, the sea instantly flooding the sunken area. Behind White Knight, an unbelievable voice came hard. You actually relied on yourself to comprehend the power of laws. Sure enough, White Knight, you really strong. Both strength. It's still a gift. It was too late to say the last word. And then, put. Shinin finally couldn't hold it up, and a visible chop appeared in his body from the center. Black energy kept appearing in the middle of the chopping marks, trying to repair the body that was chopped in half, but it was also as if it had suffered a strange resistance of some kind, and it was not effective in the slightest. And, since what Shinin had mastered was not his own power of the law of death, the backlash has begun. His body began to decay and crumble. Start at the legs and work your way up to the head. Shinin didn't make any more unnecessary struggles, and his consciousness began to dissipate. The corners of his mouth curled up instead when there was finally a head left. The mouth wriggled with difficulty, yet no sound came out. The gleam in his eyes flew away, then crumbled and dissipated to nothing. Inside White Knight's perception, he understood what Shinin wanted to say in the end. He's going to say it. Defeat at your hands. Not a bad loss. White Knight's eyes opened slightly as he looked ahead. Injustice or not, he doesn't know. He wanted to say it too. You, strong too. The voice traveled softly, echoing through the air. Sort of a response to this honorable opponent. Only, Shenandoah can't hear it anymore. Chapter 70, I have a granddaughter of similar age. Shoreline. Chang Daoi's eyes looked in the direction of the coral island side. Walking back and forth, the anxiety and worry on his face could not be concealed. Although he had already made quite a few precautionary measures, such as the city protector formation being ready to open at any time, such as inviting the divine martial hall master back, and so on, but he still hoped that White Knight would survive. An emperor-level existence with strength comparable to the divine martial hall master and powerful talent. It's an unbeatable high-end combatant. Most importantly, this person was on their side of the camp. It's only temporary, but it means there's still a chance to pull it together. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to White Knight. He could only wait here with his eyes open. The energy fluctuations coming from over there were clearly no longer a battle he could participate in. It felt like the fluctuations had gradually stopped now, so he judged that the results should be out. Just don't know. Coming. Just as many thoughts swept inside his mind, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This is, from a distance, a figure was getting closer. White Knights. After seeing the person's costume clearly, Chang Daoi's name instantly popped up inside his mind. There was no sense of divine concealment back there, which was a relief. At the very least, it meant that White Knight wasn't being chased over here, and there was a high probability that divine concealment had been decapitated or escaped. Just, the breath of the White Knight looks a little unstable. Soon, this point of distance came quickly with the flying speed of an emperor level. White Knight also saw Chang Daoi's figure falling from the sky. However, when his feet touched the ground, he suddenly went soft and almost half-kneeled, but propped up against the staff knife. It looks like the leg is just bent a bit. Fellow Taoist White. This situation was Chang Daoi saw in the eyes. Heart shocked, hurriedly want to go over to assist a little, but it was stopped by White Knight raising his palm. Stay back. I can't control my power for a while. What does this mean? Chang Daoi's posture of extending his palm froze in the air, a question mark slowly popping up above his head in uncertainty. However, before White Knight could explain some more, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura come over him, causing his goosebumps to rise, so he jerked his outstretched palm back and took a few steps backward. What's going on here? He looked at his palms, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks, above the back of his hand. A deep, bone-deep wound bled profusely. Heartily, he looked in the direction of White Knight's side. There, from time to time, some white space cracks flashed by. Very fine, but there are a lot of them. If one looked closely, these spatial cracks were actually caused by some subtle and almost invisible blade awnings. What the hell is this? Chang Daoi's heart tumbled. The wound on the top of the back of his hand was rubbed by this kind of fine blade awnings, and then it turned into this appearance. The body of an emperor level was like paper mache, and he looked at the dissimilarity on the top of his hand and frowned. The wound kept bleeding, and even actively strengthening some of the healing power didn't help at all, because he felt a very strange power on it. It was obviously quite weak, but when one's own aura flowed by, it was like encountering a natural enemy and avoiding it. Could this be the power of the law? Chang Daoi couldn't even believe himself after this thought came up, but he couldn't explain the situation. Therefore, one could only turn their gaze towards White Knight's side. Fellow Taoist White. It's just that the words are coming out of my mouth, and I can't even bring myself to say them. This was because at this point, White Knight had already sat down on his knees and clearly didn't have the heart to pay attention to him. Placing his staff blade in front of him, he rested his hands on it and began to collect the aura that was escaping from his body. The hint of law power that had just been comprehended was not able to be stowed away for the time being, which was why the kind of situation that Chang Daoi was in just now occurred. However, now that it has been comprehended, the rest is simple. So he sat quietly and began to familiarize himself with this latest power. Chang Daoi didn't dare to interrupt with his voice when he saw the scene. One could only sit down on his knees as well, always keeping an eye on the surroundings so as not to disturb White Knight with anything. However, the place itself was also unpopulated, and even creatures such as ferocious beasts were pitifully rare. The fluctuation of the previous battle's aura spread out, and it was estimated that no creature would dare to approach this area. Ryoko. White Knight awoke from his meditation and his eyes subconsciously opened slightly. A silver stream of light was visible, but it was quickly collected without a trace of him. Standing up from the ground, the staff blade rested back against the ground. A clear sound came out, waking up Chang Daoi, who was sitting on the ground. As soon as Chang Dao opened his eyes, he caught a glimpse of White Knight's voice. In a trance, it was like seeing a giant blade that was as high as the sky and was falling towards his head. What the hell? Chang Daoi was startled and waved his hand, a wall of wind blocking in front of him, but after his eyes were opened and closed, he suddenly realized that the shadow of the blade in the sky was gone. Only White Knight was left standing there silently. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Dean Chang? White Knight raised an eyebrow, unable to understand Chang Daoi's maneuvering like this. Well, sorry, the wind is too strong. Chang Daoi pulled a random excuse to hide his embarrassment. Whether anyone else believed it or not, he did anyway, and, hastily digressing, it was also a question he had wanted to inquire about since a while ago. Fellow Taoist Bai, have you touched that realm? The power of the law? Right, barely. Sure enough, Chang Daoi still couldn't help but open his mouth wide after hearing Bai Ye's accurate reply. Don't look at White Knight with a reluctant look. With his knowledge of it, he definitely mastered it to say so. The power of the law. This is the power of the law. How the hell did White Knight do that? The difficulty involved in comprehending this thing was evident when one looked at the fact that there hadn't been an Emperor realm existence in the human race for so many years. This was no longer a gap that could be bridged by natural talent. Even an exceptionally gifted existence like the divine martial hallmaster had not stepped into this foot until now. Even the former leader of the Shadow Scythe organization, Shun Yin. Okay, he admitted it. Even if he didn't treat Shin Yin very well, he couldn't help but marvel at his talent above cultivation. But even he could only indirectly speed up the process by summoning an Emperor Realm projection. So, comprehending the power of law. It's hard. It's hard. It was reasonable to say that over the years, the human race had had quite a few generations with great talent. So how could there be someone who had stepped into the half-step Emperor Realm? But the reality is, no, not a single one. The reason for all this is because of the world they are in. Ever since the human emperor had hidden this realm, although the races outside the realm really didn't find out about their existence that easily, they did buy time to recuperate. But it also hides the path of sensing the law. The difficulty of their human race to sense the power of the law rose exponentially, so that was the root cause of his shock. White Knights, through self-realization, comprehending the power of the laws without even resorting to external objects. He had always thought that if the human race wanted to comprehend the power of laws at this stage, they could only rely on external objects. For example, the golden pages of the human emperor's handwriting. For example, the kind of practice that Shenandoah does. So, subconsciously, he wanted to ask for clarification, but after opening his mouth, nothing came out after all. After calming down and thinking about it, it doesn't really make sense. So what if you ask for clarification? This stuff is supposed to be about the talent and chance of each. Everyone is different, and it's not supposed to be forced. Even if he was allowed to repeat White Knight's actions, he wouldn't necessarily be able to comprehend the laws. All he can do, I guess, is to correctly reacquaint himself with the strength of the White Knights, and then, whatever it takes, pull him in. So, 1,000 words can only come together. Fellow Taoist White really has amazing talent. Nothing, just a close call. White Knight didn't think highly of himself and simply told the truth. This time, he did take a risk. Inside, he silently hugged and apologized to you. This kind of risky behavior would probably worry her again if she knew about it. But, there are some things that you have to push yourself on after all. Only, the words from his side were heard by Chang Daoi's ears, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Is this confidence, or ego? Either way, though, his mind of pulling the strings would not change. So, this, White Taoist friend. White Knight inclined his head when he heard Chang Daoi's hesitant tone. I have granddaughters who are not too far apart in age. Dean Chang, where's Xiao Yu? White Knight directly interrupted with a voice. His main concern was still Xiao Yu's situation at this moment. Chang Daoi froze for a moment, suddenly remembering that it seemed like with this person, there was also a girl with an extraordinary relationship. What pot is this for yourself? However, just as he was trying to explain something, a divine martial guard suddenly appeared in a hurry. Dean Chang, inside the city of Shinwu, an imperial-level ferocious beast has appeared. Chapter 71A Request. An imperial-level ferocious beast? Chang Daoyi's thoughts of explaining dissipated. He instantly captured the keywords within the information reported by this divine martial guard. Shinwu City, imperial-level ferocious beasts. But what he couldn't figure out was how it was possible for a ferocious beast to appear within divine martial city. It's still imperial. And it's still while they're away. Chang Daoi's face then stared up and faced White Knight. Fellow Taoist White. Freshmen should also be back inside Shinwu City by this time. So, go! White Knight didn't get any more motherly and directly rose up into the air. In the back, Chang Daoi followed closely behind. On top of a deserted island that wasn't very far from the coast where White Knight and the others had left, a figure stood on top of the fine sand on the beach, the sea drowning the man's plain boots between the ebb and flow of the tide. Further up was also a plain robe. The only being that didn't look like a mortal object was a skull walking stick that the man held in his hand. Expressionless face, eyes closed tightly into the distance, like nourishing his mind, or sensing something. Suddenly, there was some subtle movement behind them. Well, the man opened his eyes and inclined his head slightly, a wrinkled face looking unusually old under the sun's afterglow, just open eyes gleaming and sparkling with a different kind of light. The voice was slow and weak like it was about to go into the ground. However, the figure behind him couldn't help but have his body shaken after hearing those words. Hurry back, High Priestess, the imperial-level ferocious beasts have been summoned. It's just that there was an accident. It's the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master who has returned? The old man known as the High Priestess spoke indifferently, as if he knew everything. That's right. Well, no harm done. The High Priestess didn't blame. After all, it was expected of him, as long as the main purpose is accomplished. Has that container been found? Found it. Very well. Remove the men. Yes, the man behind him answered and left. The old man was left leaning on his skeletal cane, which was a head taller, and looking out to sea. After a long time, the old man's voice muttering to himself came out. It seems that all plans are delayed. I didn't expect the great Qian country to produce such a strong person. The plan, for once, wasn't quite perfect, but most of its purpose was accomplished, such as summoning ferocious beasts to create chaos, such as finding that container. Only, I didn't realize that there was still something beyond his expectations. For example, the leader of the Shadow Scythe organization and that unknown powerhouse. No harm done, though, rather sadly. It's a pity about the crippled feather of faith, but it was a successful experiment. Next time, won't fail. Turning, the old man took one step at a time and disappeared down the coast. This side of things was over for now. He had more important things to do. With that person in the Dakian kingdom, it's better to stay out of trouble for a short period of time. At this moment, inside the Divine Martial Hall, 4 people sat around the table. White Knight was among these 4, sitting on top of a chair with his staff blade against the ground and his hands resting on it. Across from White Knight, a middle-aged man dressed elegantly was making tea. He listened quietly to the movement of the man's hand without speaking. Just a little curious. I didn't realize that the legendary Divine Martial Hall Master was actually a refined middle-aged man. And it's strong. Originally, when he heard about the appearance of an Imperial-level ferocious beast in Divine Martial City, he and Shang Daoi had already rushed back as fast as they could. But when he returned to go, he just happened to see the scene of this person piercing through the giant python ferocious beast with his sword. Very strong indeed. It was probably comparable to the time when he had not comprehended the power of laws. Of course, he was definitely stronger now. Something he could still tell. Right on cue, the 2 groups of people met, and in passing, they were invited by this person to come inside the Divine Martial Hall. After all, a blind teenager look-alike. Long Shuyi was as good as heard. Pop. Long Shuyi skillfully separated the 4 cups, then poured out the brewed tea. One of the cups was pushed in front of White Knight. Extreme Snow Gel Ice. Refreshing. Of course, it's not as good as Brother Chang's Extreme Blood Phoenix Leaf. Long Shuyi let out a light laugh, and the atmosphere eased down, no longer as heavy as before. Ha! Ha! The Dragon Palace Master is joking. Chung Daoi laughed awkwardly twice and took a sip of his tea. After all, the Extreme Blood Phoenix Leaf, that is his eternal pain. However, he didn't dare to show it, especially after White Knight became even more powerful. Instead, the more he felt, the more it seemed like his Extreme Blood Phoenix Leaf was actually worth it. Otherwise, with this person's temperament, he probably wouldn't even be sitting here. And as if White Knight hadn't heard their conversation, without showing any expression on his face, he also picked up his teacup and took a sip. It was cool in the mouth, and after moistening the throat, a sudden cold sensation went straight to the head. Indeed, the whole thing cleared up a bit. Words of flavor. Aha! Indeed, it was also a bit worse than that what's-his-name Extreme Blood Phoenix Leaf, but that's not the point. The point was, the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master had invited him here. Surely it wouldn't just be a courtesy. So, soon Long Shuyi continued to speak again. Brother Bai, is it okay to call him that? Long Shuyi's inquiring gaze looked over. He didn't underestimate the teenage look-alike. Instead he treated it with great gravity. It just wasn't as obvious as it appeared. From the Tang family to the current Shadow Scythe organization, coupled with what Chung Daoi had told him explicitly and implicitly, this person had already comprehended the power of the laws that even he had yet to be initiated into. His own words are estimated to rely on the inherited supreme treasure of the Divine Martial Hall to be able to resist, but that's just the next best thing. This person is of the human race and is now staying at the Divine Martial Academy, plus the goodwill released earlier. He was certain that he could pull this man in. At least you can do both. So, his tone was more relaxed, and he was totally geared towards making friends, but a certain sense of boundaries is grasped so that the person is not too repulsed. The most important thing is that he does sincerely want to make this friend. So true. So, after seeing White Knight nod faintly, he would smile and get to the point. My name is Long Shuyi, and I am Tim's Divine Martial Hall Master. One of the reasons for inviting Brother Bai over this time is to get to know the legendary heroes and heroines. One is, there is a request. I wonder if Brother Bai wants to hear it. Request? Hearing this, White Knight's expression finally changed a bit. He was a bit puzzled. As the Divine Martial Hall Master, was there anything that this person couldn't do? However, Long Shuyi's attitude did give him a comfortable feeling, so he didn't mind hearing what the request was. That's right, if Brother Bai doesn't want to, he will never force himself. Go ahead. Good. Refreshing. Long Shuyi didn't beat around the bush anymore. He knew that communicating with people like White Knight, speaking in a veiled manner would be counterproductive instead, so he came right out and said it. I would like to invite Brother White, become the Dark Hall Master of my Divine Martial Palace. How? Chapter 72, I need help. The Dark Temple? White Knight raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. The Divine Martial Palace was not something he knew much about in the first place, and he didn't know what the Dark Palace was at all. That's right. Long Shui obviously saw this as well and proceeded to explain. The Divine Martial Hall has been divided into the main hall and the Dark Hall since ancient times. It's just that for some reason, the position of the Dark Hall Master has been empty. This has been going on for a long time. Speaking here, he looked up at White Knight's face, and after realizing that there was nothing to resist, he continued on. If Brother Bai is willing, it is indeed a great fortune for the great Qian kingdom, and won't let Brother White down. When he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Yi with a grave expression, and even Hong Qianqiu and Chang Daoi looked over. Hong Qianqiu had long known that his elder brother had this idea when this person entered Divine Martial City, and Chang Daoi had already made a guess. So, there were no surprises for either of them. There was even a vague anticipation amongst the inner circle. Master of the Dark Hall of the Divine Martial Hall. This position has been vacant for a long time. Without absolute strength, one is completely unqualified to sit in this position. In the eyes of ordinary Divine Martial Guards, the status was equal to Long Shui. Even the ferociously famous Dark Palace was even more terrifying in the eyes of these people. The position of the Palace Master. The people of the Dark Temple are, themselves, insane. It's also the elite of the elite. As for the reason why Long Shui was so eager to invite Bai Knight to take up the position of Dark Hall Master, they likewise had some guesses. The situation has really gotten quite grim. Even though Long Shui was powerful, he was only one person. Once they were delayed by certain matters, those of them who assisted Long Shui could only adopt a conservative policy. That's as far as they can go with their strength. They're just so short of one. There is a lack of people who are good enough to play a key role, and they all think White Knight had the strength. Therefore, above their eyes, the look of anticipation was not even hidden. Well, White Knight ignored these expectant gazes and nodded lightly. To be honest, if it was before, when he heard this kind of words, he probably would have rejected it directly without even thinking about it. But now he visibly hesitated. Master of the Dark Hall. Although he didn't quite understand what this position represented, he still understood the reasoning that he had to take responsibility for what position he was in. In that case, there might not be much time to spend with you, but he didn't reject it outright either. Also considering another layer, the world, clearly, has become more and more dangerous. Sometimes when he doesn't engage the danger, it comes to him on its own, like the Shadow Scythe organization in this case, not to mention the currently known existence of the demon and god races. It left him with a strange feeling hanging over his mind. Something can't hide after all. So, last time he took a chance. It's about trying to take the initiative. Moreover, looking at Long Shui's attitude, he actually had similar thoughts as him. It was also true that this person should know more about the current situation than he did. Therefore, instead of rushing to agree, Bai Yi wanted to understand the current situation facing the entire Great Qian country. He needs master these. Is it convenient for the Dragon Hall Master to talk about the current situation? Hearing Bai Yi ask a rhetorical question after being silent for a while, Long Shui raised an eyebrow before giving this person a deep look. The teenage lookalike was held in high regard. This person, actually, was more stable than he had imagined. This also strengthened his mind to pull in this person to sit in the position of the Dark Hall's Hall Master. The position of Master of the Dark Hall. There is really no one better than White Knight. So, Brother Bai has such thoughts, so I guess he must have sensed something as well. Long Shui continued on after seeing Bai Yi nod. That's right. Nowadays, the situation of the Great Qian Kingdom, or the entire human race, is very unpromising. It's not even an exaggeration to say that it's internal and external. Oh, wash your ears and listen. Hearing the place of interest, White Knight sat up and listened attentively. First of all, it's the so-called demon race and god race. Brother Bai should have heard a lot of these news recently. Long Shui's eyes stared as he began to analyze. Indeed, I have heard. These are the so-called extraterrestrial races, said Long Shui with a glint in his eyes after hearing Bai Yi nod. Since the fall of the human emperor in the past, he has exerted great magical powers to hide the realm of the human race, provides us with the opportunity to recuperate. But the extraterrestrial races will not stop until they kill me. The most powerful of these, and the first to take the lead, are the demon race and the god race. This is one of the external dangers. When he said this, Long Shui paused, leaving White Knight time to digest. Not for long. Please continue. White Knight nodded his head to indicate that he had understood. Good. Long Shui did not hesitate and continued. In addition to the races outside the domain, there are equally other great threats inside our side of the realm, e.g., the Temple of Poseidon, the Hall of the Demon Emperor, and barbarians. Speaking here, Long Shuyi clearly saw By Night's doubts and briefly explained some of them. These foreign races, perhaps Brother Bai doesn't understand them very well, but just know one thing, the foreign races have the same desire to overthrow my great Qian kingdom. It's all because we, the human race, occupy the richest land above this region, so there's never any shortage of coveting from the outside. Show a little weakness and you want to divide and conquer like wolves. There's no excuse for all this. It's just a matter of whose fist is bigger. This is the second of the external dangers. White Knight saw Long Shuyi pause again and think for a moment. Poseidon, Hall of the Demon Emperor, barbarians. Indeed it was all things he had never known before, but his feelings and Long Shuyi's should be similar. Not my kind. Their hearts must be different. Between and the Fae, there is absolutely no possibility of any coexistence. After a long time, Bai Yi nodded slightly, signaling Long Shuyi to continue. Obviously Long Shuyi hadn't finished. Things like the Shadow Scythe organization and such were not mentioned for the time being. However, he guessed that the odds were that that was all that was said next. In addition to these external factors, the human race also has quite a few internal problems, said Long Shuyi, who couldn't help but show his fatigue. After all, the entire Great Qian country, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it relied on him to hold it up. Only, after this kind of mind appeared for a second, it was instantly collected by him. He was the Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall, and he absolutely could not reveal such a mind. So, after gathering his thoughts, he continued, the human race itself, likewise cannot be bent outward, family to family, city to city. Interests are entangled in unknown ways, and the fighting never stops for the sake of their respective interests. But that's just human nature. There is nothing more hateful than organizations like the Shadow Scythe and the Oracle Church, especially the Oracle. It's not too much to say that it's a public enemy of the human race. This is an internal problem. So, Brother Bai, after finishing, Long Shuyi let out a deep breath and looked sincerely at By Night. I need help, a reliable and powerful helper. Chapter 73, Want It All. Yeah, White Knight wasn't complacent because of Long Shuyi's attitude. He had his own judgment. Judging from the current situation, it was indeed similar to everything Long Shuyi had said. It was even a little grimmer than he had expected. These Long Shuyi will not lie, and there is no need to lie. After all, for such an important position as the Dark Hall Master, he would not believe it if he had to say that he didn't have much power. It is likely that the survival of the Great Qian Kingdom is indirectly at stake. Such a direct invitation to take the position, either it has been well thought out, or the severity of the situation has become urgent. So, it's not far from the coming of the so-called demon race, the god race, and other extraterrestrial races, is it? That's right. Long Shuyi's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, gazing at the extraterrestrial race, marveling at White Knight's one-liner. All recent signs point to that. The realm of the human race has been discovered and the search for a way to descend has begun. The great descent is but a matter of time. Time is indeed running out. But, the recent action has also bought us some time. So, before that, I need to solve the hidden dangers within, and the threats outside this world. Only then can we cope with this battle of life and death extermination with all our hearts. And these, I alone am not enough. Understood. White Knight had probably understood pretty much everything up to this point. In short, the Divine Martial Hall needed a calming presence, so as to deter the curfew when Long Shuyi can't get away. Then, what duties does this so-called Lord of the Dark Hall need to fulfill? Hearing this, Long Shuyi revealed a smile. He knew that things were starting to carry over towards the good part, so without further hesitation, he summarized it succinctly. Eliminate the rebels from within, outward hustling foreigners. The duties are simple. It's also hard, totally on the strength. Of course with duties come rights. Nor did he wait for White Knight to ask a question, so he just said it. Master of the Dark Hall, in charge of 100,000 Dark Martial Guards of the Great Qian country. What the order says. Destiny. It is I who cannot interfere. After saying that, his face was serious as he silently waited for White Knight's response. To be honest, inviting this person to become the Dark Hall Hallmaster did store up a lot of adventurous thoughts. He's betting that this teenage look-alike. He wasn't mistaken, but there's only so much to risk. Time waits for no one. At this point, White Knight basically knew everything he needed to know. Power was not something he was very keen on. But, as stated earlier, if he wanted to take the initiative, the identity of this Dark Hall Hall Master was undoubtedly the most suitable. If the world is unsettled, let it be settled. If extraterrestrial races invade, then cut off their claws. At least, that's what White Knight thought. As long as he was still in the Great Shan country and still had the identity of a human, these things could not escape, even if he had the strength to be able to take Xiaoyu far away. But where can it go? This was his roots, as well as Koyuki's. It probably wouldn't make you happy to be out of this world. He was worried that he might have less time for you if this was the case. For the first time, White Knight hesitated. So, he didn't just say yes, but he didn't put words in his mouth either. Let me think about it. Well, Long Shuyi was silent for a moment, his eyes staring at the teacup in front of him. The answer was not exactly unexpected. After all, how could one not think twice about letting someone carry the banner of the human race right off the bat? Even Chang Dawi and Hong Qianqiu both looked at each other, especially Chang Dawi. His knowledge of White Knight should be the most among the people here. This person is definitely not someone who is hesitant or afraid to take responsibility. It had gotten to this point in the conversation, and he thought that White Knight would respond in one breath. As it turned out, it was actually something to think about. Is there a hidden agenda? Or is the burden of the entire human race too heavy after all? This kind of question was something that even Long Shuyi couldn't possibly know. Fingers gently rubbing against the rim of his teacup, he didn't say anything else. By the time they reached this point, everyone had a clear understanding of themselves, and it would be useless to say more. Only, what he didn't know was that for these things, White Knight had never considered them. All he considered was Xiaoyu's attitude. The space instantly became quiet, as if thinking about something important, and no one made a sound to disturb it. Ryoko, after all, it was Long Shuyi who was the first to speak up, as he still had one last card to play. I'm very comfortable with Brother Bai's character, so feel free to consider just that. The position of the Dark Hall Master will always be open for Brother Bai. It's just that there's a little thing I wish I could hear about. Go ahead. White Knight could not be denied. Deep Sea Demon Abyss. This place should be known to Brother Bai, right? I know. White Knight nodded faintly. Dean Chang has already invited me. Yes, I heard that Brother Bai refused. Long Shuyi lengthened his trailing voice. Might as well check it out. That place. After reading it, perhaps Brother Bai will have a clear answer in his mind. Yeah. White Knight likewise showed little expression, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Time. Now. After Long Shuyi said that, it was a bit of interest. What kind of place was it that even this person revealed such a look? Having made up his mind internally, he doesn't hesitate. So, he put down his teacup and looked up slightly to see. These days, I'll depart immediately after taking care of some minor matters. Someone will come to inform Brother Bai when the time comes. Good. White Knight nodded. He never hesitated when he decided something. So far, this thing, sort of, has a not-so-bad outcome. After the rest, a few simple pleasantries. He left. By this time, Xiaoyu should have already returned to Divine Martial Academy, and he needed to go back and take a look. Along with them, Chang Dawi left. Outside the Divine Martial Hall, the two were floating in the air, not yet moving. Dean Chang, Bai Yi suddenly spoke out. This seemed to be the first time White Knight had taken the initiative to seek out Chang Dawi for a chat. Unprecedentedly, Chang Dawi actually had a feeling of being flattered, but he pushed the feeling down after cursing himself for being worthless. Fellow Daoist Bai, is there something on your mind? He clearly saw White Knight's hesitation. Which do you think is more desirable, day or night? Chang Dawi froze for a moment as he listened to the somewhat meaningless words. During the day? Darkness? He felt like he heard something, but then he didn't seem to. Cloudy. Nevertheless, he gave his answer to the best of his ability. I think so. He frowned as he stroked his long white beard. Depends on the individual. Okay. In fact, he didn't listen at all. Can't say any cautionary tales either. Yeah. The White Knight's eyes opened slightly, and his eyes looked into the distance. He didn't find anything wrong with Chang Dawi's answer like that. Maybe he just wanted someone to ask. The question is for others and for yourself. And he already had the answer in his mind. Day and night? He wants it all. Chapter 74 Reporting of Cheating. The Temple of the Divine Warrior. The place where White Knight stayed just now. Chang Dawi and Hong Qianqiu came to the side of the window and watched as White Knight and the other silhouettes grew farther and farther away. Big brother, will he really say yes? Hong Qianqiu asked out with a somewhat worried frown. He was also well aware of the current situation, and the pressure was ultimately too great if he relied on his big brother alone. If this teenage-looking person is willing, the situation will be much better. Only, this concern of his was not seen on Chang Dawi's face. Just looking deep ahead, he will. 3 simple words, but they give a very sure feeling. The world is big and small. There's no escape. And, if I'm not mistaken, this person is a power seeker inside. Hong Qianqiu looked up at his own big brother's figure and fell silent. For a moment, the place became quiet again. In fact, Long Shuyi still had one sentence left unsaid. As long as the White Knight has been to the deep-sea magic abyss after, will follow my heart. At this time, White Knight had already returned to Divine Martial Academy. Only, the place where it appeared was not inside the courtyard of the lodging area where they were. Instead, it's at the medical room. The staff blade rested against the ground, hands propped up, and stood there silently, his face unreadable. However, even with this, Cheng Daoyi was struck with a chill that went straight to his head, because what was lying on the hospital bed at this time was Xiao Yu, whom Bai Yi had always longed for. What's going on here? Cheng Daoyi's anger rushed to his heart and he couldn't help but lose his concentration and ask. For a moment, the scene of what Coldman's classmates had been framed for and aggrieved by surged to the forefront of his mind. Then the scene changed to one of the entire Divine Martial Academy suddenly going up in smoke under White Knight's fury. These people don't want to live? Poke such a big basket out while he's away? However, it's clear that this scenario won't be happening for a while. This was because among the people present, besides him and White Knight, there was also Cold Moon's mentor, Su Yunling. Dean. Situation isn't what you think it is, Su Yunling hurriedly explained when she saw the dean's glowing beard and eyes. Koyuki just overused her powers and passed out. Yeah. Cheng Daoyi's face changed and froze for a moment. Then his stormy aura weakened. Indeed, in his senses, the girl lying on top of the hospital bed had a steady breath and really didn't seem to be in any trouble. One is so excited that one doesn't realize it at first. On the contrary, White Knight had been silent the entire time, and it seemed that he had known about this situation for a long time. That's good. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was already at this juncture, so he couldn't let White Knight get on the opposite side because of some small matter. It was just that this look of him not being able to control himself was seen by Su Yunling, and his curiosity continued to surge up. Curious eyes peeked at the dean for a moment, then at White Knight, who stood a bit in front of him. What is their relationship? She couldn't help but get curious, especially Xiao Yu. Dean saw that Xiao Yu's situation looked like she was even more nervous than White Knight. This won't be Dean's. At the thought, she hurriedly interrupted her unrealistic thoughts. How could a disciplined dean do such a thing? He's supposed to have a granddaughter himself. It's just that, if Cheng Daoyi didn't say anything about this matter, it was estimated that she would never know about it. It's true that Cheng Daoyi wouldn't say either. He was still speculating about White Knight's thoughts and wondered if he was going to continue hiding his strength at this time. If it is, it's not a good idea to say it out of hand. Tutor Su has taken the trouble. White Knight nodded slightly and politely thanked him. He did know about Koyuki from the moment he walked in the door. It's just overwork. At the same time there was some blame inside. Obviously tell you to pay attention. Why are you fighting so hard? Xiao Yu too clearly told her to watch over the coming. And the one who had the same thought as him was Su Yunling. Abilities that haven't been developed much are still not to be overused. She was a little helpless. There was also some self-doubt about myself. It was then that Kazuki had suddenly come running to her begging for guidance on how to use her abilities. It was originally rejected because using abilities frequently without a good foundation is not good for the body. It was just that in the end, she couldn't resist Xiao Yu's request. Plus Xiao Yu's qualifications were indeed better than she had imagined. Have been able to figure out some simple ways to use it all on their own. So, she mentored with a soft heart, and 1,000 warnings not to overuse it for the sake of trial scores. Looks like, still isn't listening. Still, the results are remarkable. This time the freshman trial. Small month first place. Not bad for a student you've watched. Su Yunling couldn't help but raise a hint of pride, the corners of her mouth rising uncontrollably. Koyuki is awesome. This freshman trial is number 1. Yeah. White Knight also revealed a smile. Koyuki's ability was really well suited for wide-range attacks, and it wasn't surprising to have this result. It's just not right to not take care of your body. Coming to Yu's side, he sat down with an apologetic look on his face. Tutor Su was obliged. Just leave the following to me. Su Yunling froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Was this a case of wanting to be alone with you for a while? Or did this stubborn teenager feel that he didn't want to bother anyone else? She's trying to say it's not really a hassle and she looked over at White Knight whose eyes were tightly closed. Is really okay if your eyes are not? Mr. White, you, ahem. But as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard the Dean behind White Knight cough twice. Well, she looked at White Knight, then at Dean. Got it, farewell. After a brief admonition, she left. As he passed by, he also secretly glanced at the Dean's face, and after realizing that there was nothing special about his expression, he frowned and then exited the door of the medical room. Brother White. Dean Chang. Chang Dowie was about to say that he would go out first as well, but was interrupted by Bai Yi. What's wrong? The reward for first place in that trial. Of course. This promise will definitely be fulfilled. Chang Dowie hurriedly gave a definitive answer. He couldn't possibly go back on his word even if it was an ordinary student. Not to mention that this was White Knight's closest person. All the more reason to do your best. Only White Knight shook his head. No. Chang Dowie froze for a moment. I'm probably aware of what Koyuki would ask for. It's just not necessary. Just try to use it to improve Koyuki's strength. Well, Chang Dowie was silent for a moment and looked into White Knight's eyes. He probably guessed what the request was, too. It's just that, with this kind of strength that White Knight currently has, there is no way to do it, and their Divine Martial Academy most likely does not have a better treatment plan. Understood. Don't worry, Brother Bai. He knew that White Knight's greatest concern should be the girl lying on top of the hospital bed. The world is about to be in turmoil, and you can better protect yourself by improving your strength. I'd like to spend some time alone with Koyuki. Good. Chang Dowie understood and left the medical room as well. At this moment, inside the medical room, there was only you and White Knight left. Reaching out, he took hold of Koyuki's palm. He knew the reason why Koyuki was so desperate. It's nothing more than trying to cure his eyes, only it's more than likely not going to work either. That's fine. The Divine Martial Academy shouldn't lack resources or good tutors. Xiao Yu's strength was still a bit too weak. She still needed to get stronger as soon as possible. That's it. It's good to have a goal. The Deep Sea Devil's Abyss is where he should be going now. When the time came, he would still have to trouble the Divine Martial Palace to look after it, or else he wouldn't feel at ease. Thinking of this, he sensed Chang Dowie's location, but found something different. At that moment, behind the door of the medical room, Chang Dowie stood at the corridor with his hands behind his back, and suddenly someone came over to say something to him, causing him to stop frowning. Cold Moon students' grades. Someone actually reported it as cheating? Chapter 75, The Only Use. Crunch. The door to the medical room was opened and White Knight walked out. Dean Chang. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Chang Dowie had been thinking about things. White Knight suddenly came out really startled him, but he quickly adjusted his mind as if nothing had happened. Yes. Fellow Daoist Bai might as well accompany fellow Cold Moon more. I have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Just make yourself at home. Dean Chang. Good. Chang Dowie cupped his fists and signaled, then hurriedly left. White Knight inclined his head in the direction Chang Dowie had left. He could sense that Chang Dowie should be hiding something from him, but he didn't care. Just don't mean any harm. Crunch. The door to the medical room reopened and closed, and White Knight entered inside. He planned to go back together once Xiao Yu woke up. At this time, inside the office building, Chang Dowie sat on top of the chair, eyes closed, fingertips rhythmically tapping on the desktop. Next to the desktop, a staff member is reporting more specifics. Dean, the one who reported it has been found. It's part of this freshman trial. Name is Wang Fugue. Yes. Chang Dowie didn't stop moving his hands. His face didn't move. And the reason? The staffer said, flipping through his notebook to check his records. The reason is, seeing the first place student Cold Moon, killing the ferocious beasts too fast, at sushi. As the fingertips gently fell and stopped, Chang Dowie opened his eyes. That's it? His face instantly grimaced. Yes. The man who reported for work couldn't help but gulp. He was now facing the dean of the Divine Martial Academy, an emperor-level existence. The slightest hint of breath that leaked out was going to make him unsteady on his feet. But the scent appeared quickly and converged quickly. Chang Dowie took a deep breath to calm himself down. Within a bell. I need to know the whole story. Yes. The reporting officer hurriedly answered and left the office that made it hard for him to breathe. On top of the chair, Chang Dowie closed his eyes again. Such a lame reason for reporting. When he's a cutie. What? If there had been a legitimate reason or evidence, nothing would have been said. Most people now knew that the first place winner was Cold Moon. Even her mentor and White Knight already knew. Did you tell him it was cheating? What a joke. And this girl he didn't know much about, but didn't look at all like someone who could do something like this. Looks like someone is ready to stir up trouble. Fingers resumed tapping on the desktop as he began to think about possible scenarios. Obviously, the freshman who reported it was just a lead-in. No one would be that stupid to report someone for such a lame reason. There must be someone behind it. As for who directed, that will have to wait for the results of the investigation. Unexpectedly, the results came quickly. Not even an hour. Only 10 minutes. The debriefer then reared up in front of him. Dean, we found something else. What is it? The whistleblower Wang Fugue should have been instructed by someone. We simply checked and found out that it was a small family. Wang family in Shinwu City. So fast? Chang Dowie was a bit in disbelief. How long had passed? Just the reporting officer nodded with certainty. That's right. The intelligence may not have been as detailed as it could have been, but it was certainly correct. Chang Dowie frowned in understanding. After letting the reporting officer go down, he incidentally also got someone to notify the Divine Martial Hall's side, because he always felt that just this way. It's too childish. How could a small family that was able to survive inside Divine Martial City be stupid enough to do so? Soon enough, the news had traveled back to the Divine Martial Hall's side. At this moment, Long Shui, who was looking at some book, raised his head. That's it? Yes. According to the news coming from Dean Cheng, it's like this. A Divine Martial Guard repeated the news with a respectful expression. Got it. Go down. Yes. After sending away the Divine Martial Guards, Long Shui and Hong Qianqiu were the only two left in the chamber. Big brother, so obviously have catty things, as to report you here to come? There's no harm in it. Dean Chang is quite considerate. Long Shui's eyes reset to the top of the books in his hands, looking distracted. It was also true that such a small thing was really not worth mentioning to him. Moreover, Chang Dowie's consideration was not unreasonable. After all, it was about that person's existence. It's something that should be taken with a grain of salt. Find a team of Divine Martial Guards and investigate. Good, Hong Qianqiu answered, and after returning to his senses, he also felt that it was a bit more stable. It didn't take long for the news to come back. Are you saying that this matter is actually still related to the Oracle Church? Long Shui was clearly surprised. Yes, the Divine Martial Guards did find evidence of collusion with the Oracle Church. Said here Hong Qianqiu hesitated. I just didn't expect how the Oracle Church could be so stupid, was it? Long Shui was only surprised for a moment before returning to his calm demeanor and taking over the conversation. That's right. Hong Qianqiu nodded. He did feel a bit incredulous. Such a prudent oracle actually cooperated with such a stupid little family? What's the picture? But, who knows? The oracle itself is a bunch of nuts. Outcasts only. Instead, Long Shui had some guesses. As unbelievable as it sounded, he felt it was likely to be the case. Outcast? Wasn't the Shadow Scythe organization, which has been wiped out, in collusion with the Oracle? Yes. There's no purpose. The Oracle Church's group of people had enough to cooperate? It's nothing more than throwing a few castaways out to show their presence now that their purpose has been accomplished. No way. Hong Qianqiu was subconsciously a little disbelieving after hearing his own big brother's explanation. You say the Oracle has some purpose, he believes, but to say that the Oracle had accomplished its purpose and then threw a few fools out to show their presence, he didn't quite dare believe. What's that supposed to mean? Mocking their Divine Martial Palace? Show that the Oracle came and accomplished some ulterior motives, and then left gracefully? This seems like a real possibility. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was really quite the style of the Oracle Church. It's just so blatantly provoking them. Blood pressure's starting to rise. The Oracle. Forget it, just some small bugs. Long Shui ignored it after he understood the point of it. Just get someone to look into it anyway. But there were usually things that couldn't be found out, or else the Oracle Church wouldn't have been so arrogant. This kind of thing, as opposed to the one in the Dark Temple, is rather insignificant. Listening to Cheng Dowie, currently, White Knight should still be unaware of this situation. But, those who are connected to the Oracle Church, clean it up. By the way, inform the White Knight inside the Divine Martial Academy. Hong Qianqiu froze for a moment before reacting to what his big brother meant. Big brother, you mean? Looking at Long Shui, who nodded his head in greeting, it dawned on him. Indeed you can. It doesn't seem to be useful though, but it could show White Knight what kind of power and resources a Hall Master level existence held. This was probably the only use for those small families that had colluded with the Oracle. Chapter 76 New Objectives. At this moment, White Knight and the others had already returned inside the courtyard of the lodging area. Koyuki has woken up. Just a little wimpy. Otherwise nothing wrong. Little White, have my trial results come out yet? These were the first words she asked after waking up and seeing White Knight. Shiroyuki helped a bit so that you was able to half lay against the bed. Yeah, out. Very impressive. First place. Really? Xiaoyu stared at White Knight with wide eyes in disbelief. After receiving an affirmative answer, she let out a cheer and hugged White Knight's neck tightly. Then it suddenly occurred to me that I hadn't showered in what seemed like ages. Xiaobai, I haven't bathed for so long. Doesn't my body smell a little bad? No. Fragrant. Yeah. Koyuki let go of her arm and sniffed herself. Then frowned. No way. Still need a shower for that. I thought I was going to get up, but I only got up a little bit and sat down when my feet went weak. You can wash tomorrow. You're weak now. White Knight couldn't help but laugh a little. It's true that Koyuki doesn't smell bad, it's just psychological. As a practitioner, these odors the body clears itself. Alright. Feeling a wave of dizziness, you didn't force herself, just kept one thing in her mind. After his body got better, he himself would honor the promise of first place with the Divine Martial Academy. White's eyes. Will be fine. Casually making a pot of tea, Xiaoyu drank it and soon fell back to sleep. After helping you cover up, White Knight walked out of the bedroom and out of the hall. He came to where the gate to the courtyard was, because there's already someone here waiting for him. The person who came was Chang Daoi, Dean Chang, fellow Daoist White. After the two greeted each other, Chang Daoi began to explain the purpose of his visit. In particular, the matter of Cold Moon's first place being reported was briefly mentioned. After saying that, he looked at White Knight's face, and after realizing that there was no expression on it, he continued on. Fellow Daoist White, if this matter, the Divine Martial Hall has already handled it, and all the people involved have been cleared. I was asked over there to help ask if there was anything else in particular that I needed to be told. Yeah, White Knight was somewhat undeniable. Even when he heard that Xiaoyu had been falsely accused, he didn't make a big deal out of it, and it didn't take much thought to realize that this kind of thing definitely wouldn't be as simple as it appeared to be. Now, if he did, the Divine Martial Palace had already investigated, so he thought that basically nothing would be missed, and he didn't want to ask about that. The focus wasn't on the smaller families that were connected to the Oracle. The point is the attitude of the Divine Martial Palace. That's what the Divine Warrior Temple wished to convey. The message was conveyed and he understood it. It was nothing more than a demonstration of the force of the Divine Martial Palace and the power that he wielded as the Palace Master. Gives the impression that, watch, this is the right of the Divine Martial Hall Master. Little things like that are solved by moving your lips. As long as you want to, you can too after you become the Dark Hall Master. While he found it a bit boring, it wasn't exactly distasteful. Got it. He responded to Chang Daoi, who had been waiting for him to speak. I'm not asking for anything in particular. Good. Chang Daoi had probably already understood White Knight's attitude, and after answering, he was ready to go back and send someone to make contact. But before he left, he was still stopped by White Knight. Right. Don't let Xiaoyu know about this matter. Understood. Chang Daoi nodded his head gruffly before turning to leave. Looking at Chang Daoi's back as he left, White Knight also went back. The next day was the first class of the freshman year. The Divine Martial Academy implemented a class system, and there was no doubt that Bai Yi and Xiaoyu were definitely in the same class. In charge of this class is a general instructor. Most of the ace tutors had their own things to do, and unless they were their own disciples, it was impossible for them to spend so much time on so many people. At this moment, White Knight and the others were following their mentor's instructions and heading to the playground. To be honest, he was quite surprised to see two acquaintances inside this class, Lin Yiyu and Lin Mengyu. Before they could say hello, however, they were pulled over to this side of the playground. You wasn't very excited. After all, anyone who ran to find Dean Chang early in the morning and then made a request for fulfillment that couldn't be fulfilled would be depressed, especially since this was something that Luna had been hung up on. However, this one wasn't really White Knight's fault. Chang Daoi had actually gotten the best ace tutor with the best strength and healing. Only when the person came, he took one look and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Unable to do so, under White Knight's explicit and implicit prompting, the request was replaced with a corresponding resource. After all, with an ability like Xiaoyu's, most of the materials were more precious if they were to be upgraded. So this is what happened. However, White Knight felt like comforting himself. Don't be discouraged. We need to work on our strength. When the strength goes up, maybe this kind of thing can be solved. Yeah, Koyuki raised her head and blinked. But when you think about it, it seems like oh well. After being strong, one could kill even more powerful ferocious beasts, and one's horizons would be a bit broader. It is indeed possible. Yes, thinking about this, Koyuki suddenly burned with a burning fire again. A new target has emerged. Keep working on yourself. Improve your strength as quickly as possible. Sensing Koyuki's sudden state of excitement, he expressed some confusion. This wasn't right. When had his own you glowed with hot blood so easily? Kind of a good thing, though. It would be nice to continue to keep it that way. So in this state, the two White Knights came to the top of the playground along with the other students and formed a circle. In the center, is their mentor, Lu Ding, a meticulous middle-aged man with glasses. Strength is 9th order. To be able to serve as a tutor for a class with many talented students, one could not say that one was powerful, but one must be responsible enough as well as have a pair of eyes that could spot problems. It wasn't Lu Ding's first day as this class instructor, so he was calm enough. After sweeping his eyes from the crowd, his mind did roughly count. Then start introducing yourself. My name is Lu Ding, your class guide. In the future, you will be responsible for your basic cultivation guidance. Some students may have a lot of questions they want to ask, but please do so outside of class time. Now, I'll only talk about what I think is useful. Lu Ding's words directly interrupted many students who wanted to raise their hands. The style is a bit thunderous. Without too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After a brief explanation of the basics, let's get down to business. Follow the rules of the past. Down there, a one-on-one sparring match is required. Chapter 77, Classmate by. Got it? Lu Ding looked around the room. Understood. Answers came and went, and then the crowd dispersed to make way for the field. The rules are simple. Take 2 random numbers and fight. Point taken. It was never meant to be a competitive matchup, so it seemed a bit random. It's just a matter of trying to get a feel for each student's characteristics to facilitate targeted instruction. Of course, only some of the more general programs can be offered. Really want to prepare a perfect cultivation program? This Lu Ding do not come. If just give someone else okay. The field quickly gave way. He didn't even bother to think about the way he drew the numbers, and just had 2 people directly adjacent to each other to fight against each other. So number 1 and number 2 were the first to come to the middle of the field, and the referee was Lu Ding himself. The 2 stood opposite each other. Lu Ding saw that it was almost time and waved his hand. One-on-one battles, starting now. Next to it, in the shade, White Knight and Koyuki leaned against a tree. White Knight stood there quietly without saying anything. After all, he wasn't very interested in this kind of child's play like sparring. Koyuki was eager to try. After all, being in possession of special abilities, she still wanted to interact with other people more. In the middle of the field, the 2 were already fighting together. It was just an ordinary student, and he hadn't learned any special feats, and he was attacking there entirely with his basic cultivation feats. For a while there was nothing anyone could do about it, and at this time, there was someone coming their way instead. 3 people. Lin Yu's siblings, as well as an unknown person. Junior sister Xiao Yu, brother White. These 2 greeted each other one after the other. Among them, Lin Manhwa should have practiced with Xiao Yu at the tutor's place before, and was obviously familiar with them. However, this was all unfamiliar to White Knight, so he just nodded lightly. After Xiao Yu saw her little sister, her eyes lit up as she pulled to the side to chat. After all, girl talk is not for boys. Then Lin Yu and one other person were left. Lin Yu scratched his head a bit awkwardly when he saw that Bai Yi didn't say anything. After all, the last time he fell in front of someone was still fresh in his mind. But after seeing the other person next to him, he raised an eyebrow. Just right. The topic is there. Brother White, said the boy who pulled the boy next to him. Get acquainted. Tang Xiao Demon, my childhood playmate. The Tang family? White Knight subconsciously ventured this thought when he heard this name. The only ones who could be used as playmates with Lin Yu should also be the Tang family of the 3 great families. I didn't expect that there would actually be family descendants coming to Divine Martial Academy. However, he didn't care too much. The grudge between the Tang family and him had already been written off, so he didn't feel anything, and just nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Ha! Lin Yu felt even more embarrassed. However, he didn't develop a feeling of impatience because he knew that White Knight was indeed this character. Sure, the main reason is that you can't fight it yourself. What to do? All he could do was pull on his buddy, and kept winking. Again, you're the one who said you wanted to meet so-called heroes and heroines. Now the legends of our freshman class are here. What are you doing here? Little demon? Lin Yu thought of reminding, but suddenly realized that this childhood playmate was fixed straight there, not knowing what he was doing. Why are you sweating so much? Is it hot? Still, he saw Tang Xiaodian's dissimilarity and couldn't help but look at the weather. It does get a little hot, but not that sweaty, right? Tang Xiaodemon's entire outfit looked a bit debauched, obviously from a large family, but she looked like a punk. But punks can't get into the Divine Martial Academy. However, he felt that he would rather not enter the Divine Martial Academy. Why? He had fled the imperial capital and arrived at the Divine Martial Academy in the south, and he still ran into this person? At this point, he was really sweating a lot. But it's not hot, it's cold sweat. Is this the person Yu was talking about when he said that he would bring him to know a master? Crap, they're not masters, are you? A hallowed emperor-level existence, even more powerful than his Tang clan's old ancestor and the ancestral beast. How could such a person not be an expert? However, how did this senior appear here? It was a question that puzzled him. And, it actually looks like it's a student? The question marks are mounting. Hiss. Suddenly he remembered something and his pupils shrank. It wouldn't be specifically for him, would it? Aha! Nope. He should have never appeared before this senior to be guilty. And he's just the second son of the Tang family, not succeeding to the head of the family. Not so much, little demon, little demon. It was only when he heard Lin Yu's suddenly increased voice that he snapped out of his shock, then realized that without realizing it, his back was soaked. Demon, are you hot? Yeah. Tang little demon licked her dry lips and responded with a hitch, clearly distracted. His attention was still mostly on the blind teenage-looking man. After seeing that this senior's face did not have any special expression, he was slightly relieved. It seems like, is not a big problem? No. The problem is huge. It's big. What did you call this senior just now? White. Brother White? Hiss. Tang Xiao Demon secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over with a strange look that made Lin Yu's heart flutter. Little demon, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Lin Yu shivered and couldn't help but hug his arms tightly around his body. You know, I'm straight. You don't. Instantly, Tang Xiao Demon's eyes turned to look at her like she was an idiot. Hiss. At that moment, it was as if Lin Yu had been stimulated by something. Excessive. Said no looking at me like that. I'm going to repeat myself. I'm not an idiot. After the excitement, he suddenly remembered something. Seems like this isn't the time to dwell on whether or not you're an idiot, right? Introduce you to someone and you don't respond to them in a long time. Aha, the second son of the Tang family despises people? Come on, don't rub it in, like a pussy, said the man, tugging with more force. As a result, Tang Xiao Demon and White Knight leaned closer. He wanted to cry his eyes out and simply admit that he was a pussy, but the seniors were in his face and could only squeeze out a smile. Brother Bai, no offense, he's got a bit of a brain problem. Lin Yu scratched his head and explained. Brains? Tang Xiao Demon immediately wanted to retort, but when he heard the words Brother Bai again, this thought disappeared. Who the hell is in over their head here? However, looking at this senior's face there didn't seem to be any special changes, so it should be that he doesn't care about this small matter. But not counting is not counting. That's the kind of thing he can't do. Asterisk. Say hello. Lin Yu simply ate up. It's at this point, and you don't say hello? Can you afford to have a wide range of friends? After receiving the reminder, Tang Little Demon knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape, but he couldn't speculate on this senior's thoughts either. Owners who turn around and walk away. Neither can it. Doesn't that offend even more? How about pretending that you don't know this senior? Just like Lin Yu? No way. Can't do it. That. Senior. Tang Xiao Demon squeezed out a smile, subconsciously wanting to shout senior. After hearing a puzzled voice, Tang Little Demon immediately stopped herself from speaking. Although the senior still couldn't see any expression on his face, for some reason he just felt that the atmosphere had suddenly plummeted. Gulp. He gulped hard as the inside of his mind went into overdrive. 1 second. There was a flash of light inside his head. Got it. So, White students. Chapter 78, not so bad, right? White students. That was the appropriate name he came up with after his clever brain ran at high speed. Although he didn't know why the senior was here, he was keenly aware that this senior didn't want to expose his identity. So, is this okay? Tang Xiao Demon laughed awkwardly twice. Aha. White Knight nodded faintly. Dawn Little Demon, right? Yes. Tang Little Demon saw that this senior was still relatively satisfied. His palms rubbed restlessly, and he couldn't suppress the fawning look on his face. At the same time the stone in his heart fell. Just be satisfied. Only Lin Yu was left there with a puzzled face. What's with the little demon today? How come it's like a different person? But before he had time to dwell on this thing, class guide Lu Ding's voice came over. 7, 8, ready. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. Number 8 was Lin Yu. At this moment he clasped his fists in apology and walked out. However, White Knight was a bit surprised that number 7 was actually Lin Manhwa. Former seniors, I hope you will bear with me if you have offended much before. Tang Xiao Demon took advantage of Lin Yu's absence and hurriedly made up some manners. No harm done. White Knight didn't feel offended either, and he didn't pay much attention to these things. Brother Lin is already on the field. Won't you go over and take a look? Tang Little Demon first froze for a moment. Although he felt that it was a bit odd for the senior to call Yu as Brother Lin, he quickly reacted. This is the senior to give him a step down. Otherwise he is here in fear. It is not right to go. It is not right to not go. Thank you senior. Bowed slightly in thanks and also walked towards the center. That's a good man. Tang Xiao Demon was almost in tears. Hell knows how much pressure he just stood there under. However, it was White Knight who didn't know what this person was thinking, or else he felt that this person must be overthinking it. He just didn't want this person to get in the way here, because at that moment, Xiao Yu had already walked over. White, who was that person just now? Xiao Yu looked a bit puzzled at Tang Xiao Demon, who was not far away. A classmate. Lin Yu knows. Yeah, Xiao Yu just responded and didn't ask again. Compared to her unfamiliar classmates, it was obvious that she was going to pay more attention to her junior sister. Lin Manhwa. Bye. Did you know that Dream Moon is also a gifted awakener? Oh, so awesome. And it's also one of the cold ice attributes. That's indeed impressive. White Knight agreed. A special talent for the cold attribute. Very rare. It seemed that Xiao Yu's mentor was also of the cold ice attribute, which was quite suitable. At this point, the siblings were both ready, and Lin Manhwa had already manifested her abilities. It was a lotus flower made of cold ice. This one is kind of similar to Koyaki's. All are variants of the cold ice attribute. Koyaki's is a heavy water talent. A drop of water weighs as much as fine iron and comes with a certain amount of cold. It was not known whether it was a coincidence, or whether the tutor with the cold ice type talent was just Su Yunling, and both Xiao Yu hung under her. But it was nice, and you had a playmate of sorts. After another brief chat with Koyaki, neither of them spoke. Their attention focused on the center field above. At this point, the battle had already begun. One cold lotus, white thorn. Lin Manhwa's face was expressionless as she raised her hand, and the lotus flower made of cold ice floating around her suddenly loosened. Ka! A petal came off like a porcelain tile. Ha ha, little Yu. This attack is not enough. Lin Yu grinned and couldn't help but squeeze his fists. It wasn't as if they hadn't sparred before, and he had seen through this simple attack a long time ago. However, Lin Manhwa clearly didn't pay any attention to her idiotic old brother, nor did he hold back just because it was his oldest brother. Finger waving, shoo, the cold lotus petals sped past like sharp swords, but apparently such speed wasn't enough in Lin Yu's opinion. Lin Yu secretly shook his head and his face began to deign. TSK, it's still such a direct attack, still such a non-threatening attack speed. Moving his feet lightly, slightly sideways, the flower petals directly passed through his body, unable to touch him in the slightest. It's all said and done. This kind of attack is no. I'll be damned. Roar. Suddenly the change was steep. With a wave of his fists, a tiger's roar came from him, and a sharp-toothed tiger's silhouette appeared out of thin air, then fused with itself. Splat. There were several crunching sounds from the spot. A dozen spike-like icicles suddenly appeared where he had been standing. Also, okay. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, I reacted in time. Or was this a rush to fratricide? When did little Luna know such a sinister move? She clearly wouldn't before. Originally, that piece of cold ice composed of petals was like a child's toy. Straight and straight. Basically impossible to hit the enemy. Did you learn this from that ace tutor? He had a vague suspicion. However, a newly learned move, without a greeting, was used directly on him. That tough? So he couldn't help but look at his oldest sister's face and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The expletive almost came out. Come again? Second grade cold lotus. Flying leaf. Lin Manhwa's clear and cold voice came out without the slightest intention of stopping. Ka! The second petal of the cold lotus flower fell off, and in a roundabout way joined the first one that had already returned. After the front and back were pasted together, a short sword silhouette vaguely appeared, and the effect brought about by speed increased. And very fast. Damn. Even if Lin Yu saw this flying sword made up of flower petals, he simply didn't have time to react. One is too fast. One is. His body was trapped by the ice pick beneath him. He made a violent effort and only broke a couple of them. It's too late to duck. Tiger form. Third stage. He then let out a loud roar, and the sharp-toothed tiger void resolutely merged into his body. The body begins to take on some of the characteristics of a sharp-toothed tiger. For example, the teeth began to elongate and some hairs appeared around the cheeks, making them look hideous. Most importantly, the pair of palms were most noticeable, becoming like a tiger's claws. Crossing his arms in front of him, that cold flying sword broke through the air in the next second. Catch! With a raised eyebrow, the tiger's claw accurately grabbed on top of the flying sword's blade. But, Lin Yu's pupils shrunk. His actually had a trace cut through his palm, and soon enough, the power of frost spread out, actually giving his palms a feeling of freezing up. Seeing this situation, he no longer hesitated and lifted upwards with force, and the flying sword was instantly redirected. The blow, finally, was taken. Phew, Lin Yu felt some pressure. Good man, what a penetration. What the hell did that ace tutor mentor teach his old sister? However, now is clearly not the time to be thinking about such things, because, again, he stared. 3 cold lotus, crystal palace. Hearing his old sister's cool voice, He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Didn't they used to use up to 2 petals? How come it's 3 pieces now? And as the third petal fell off after that, a sudden chill rose. The beastly intuition from his tiger form kept reminding him that this move was dangerous. Luna, wait. It was only at this time that he thought to raise his voice to stop it. He wanted to say they were brother and sister, right? Not so desperate? However, it was obviously too late. The 3 petals were extremely fast and came to him in a flash, wrapping him up in a spin. Then, stab! A thick triangular prism appeared in the middle of the field. Chapter 79, Deja Vu. In the center of the playground, a one-person tall triangular prism appeared there. Inside was a stunned Lin Yu. The coldness spread out, and even though the sun was strong, the other students felt as if winter had descended. Not for long. Winner, Lin Manhwa. The result was obvious. Class guide Lu Ding determined the winner and then turned his head to face Lin Manhwa. This, Lin Manhwa student, can the feats be withdrawn? Said couldn't help but sweat in his mind. If there's no mistake on the profile, these two are brother and sister, right? So tough? If we don't remove the icicles, it feels like the guy is going to freeze out. Lin Manhwa also felt that this wasn't very good, and with a wave of her hand, the 3 petals were retracted. The icicles quickly melted down, leaving behind Lin Yu who looked like he had been plucked up from inside the water. Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver once he came out, then hugged his body tightly and shivered non-stop. You want to murder? Pro brother? Ha! However, Lin Meng did not give a good face at all. If you can't even carry it like this, you should just find a big tree and crash into it. Ha! Dead old brother. No real strength was used at all. Ha! Lin Yu laughed awkwardly after being dismantled. Although he didn't use his real strength, but have to admit that older sister is really strong. That icicle was really cold too. Shivering again at the thought, the 2 men went down after the fight and were replaced by another pair who went up. At this time, White Knight and Little Moon had also watched the battle in its entirety. Wow, is junior sister so powerful? To be honest, the skill of 3 petals Xiaoyu also saw it for the first time. So strong, pretty strong indeed. White Knight recognizes this assessment as well. That icicle, it's not just as simple as freezing people. Instead, it can seal off the operation of the aura in the body. For a student of the 3rd rank, this move should be considered very powerful, but at the same time, he could see that Lin Yu shouldn't have used his full strength. It's just that this kind of competition is meaningless if you don't use your real strength. After all, mentors are there to judge each person's characteristics based on the battle. Shaking his head, he didn't think about that anymore. At this moment, it was just in time to see that the 2 of them, Lin Yu, had already walked over. After saying hello, Xiaoyu pulled Lin Manhwa to whisper again, leaving Bai Yi and Lin Yu alone. Bye brother. Lin Yu looked at the way Bai Knight was looking at him and was a bit squirmy. Obviously he could see that the matter of not using his true strength was definitely known by this expert. So a little awkwardly, he scratched his head. This one, I've got thick skin, I'll be fine. White Knight didn't say anything more. It was inconvenient for him to ask more about people's private matters. Skinny is right on the money though. Among his senses, Lin Yu's injured palm had already healed by this time. Time passed quickly, and Lu Ding's voice sounded once again, causing Lin Yu to stifle an odd expression. This, white brother. He even wanted to laugh out loud when he looked at White Knight with a black face, but held back, because, can't beat it. 17, 18, ready. Lu Ding's voice fell, and White Knight was helplessly pulled out by Xiaoyu. That's right, number 18 is him, and number 17 is Kotobuki. How similar is this scene? Put. Finally, after White Knight left, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Nice guy. The wind and water take turns. The great masters have their day. However, he did not dare to laugh too loudly. One is afraid of White Knight to hear. One is, Moon, let go. Is it funny? A little. Hiss. No. In the end, Lin Yu reverted to a serious look and looked at White Knight and Cold Moon classmates standing opposite each other and nodded furiously. By the way, rubbed his arm which was pinched red. Still, he was curious inside. Brother Bai's face should look wonderful this time, right? Moving his feet slightly, he saw the side of White Knight's face. Ha! Sure enough, he knew it. Still no expression whatsoever. Rather, it was Koyuki who was a bit hesitant. After all, he knew that White Knight had the strength of the 3rd rank and had great sword skills, but after all, there was a difference of 1 rank from her. Should he or should he not stay his hand? But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem like a good idea to stay in this kind of matchup. That way you can't see White's true strength. So how can the tutor target his guidance? No way. White has not been under any other tutor. The opportunity to instruct is left to the class guide. It was only right that he should go all out himself, so that White could show his true strength. After convincing himself, his eyes rested on Kahaku. White, what's wrong? White Knight was also thinking about this question. Just how much power should he use? But Koyuki gave the answer. Go all out. Oh, I won't hold back. Sensing Xiao Yu's serious look, White Knight revealed a smile. Try. Good. Then it's a deal. Be sure to give it your all. Yes. Then the two began to get ready. With a wave of her hand, a ball of ink blue water floated around herself, while Shirayuki drew her longsword out and took up a decent sparring stance. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded, quite satisfied with Xiao Bai's seriousness. However, Lin Yu outside the arena didn't think so. After opening his mouth wide and closing it up and down several times, he didn't say anything after all. It just stared blankly at where White Knight was. Mr. White, are you kidding me? Such an awkward grip on the blade felt wrong even for an amateur like him. Are you sure the Cold Moon students will believe it? However, he couldn't help but sigh when his gaze looked over to Koyuki's side. Okay, she believes. What if I don't want to watch this battle? Lin Yu sighed before spitting out to Lin Mengyu next to him. Lin Mengyu apparently didn't realize anything and was a bit puzzled. Hey, never mind. Looking at his own old sister's simple eyes, Lin Yu gave up the idea of trying to empathize with them. At this moment, Xiao Yu was the first to move. White, I'm coming. Yes. With a simple greeting, Xiao Yu waved her hand, and under one flow, the water sphere turned into a giant 1-meter-high wave that surged away. As for White Knight, he was fully concentrated, holding a long sword with a stony face. Here we go. The giant wave lunged straight at him, and White Knight raised his sword to slash at it. It does weigh so much. This was White Knight's first feeling, and then his body took 2 uncontrollable steps backward. Bye. Are you alright? Seeing how unsteady White Knight was standing, he hurriedly withdrew the giant wave and ran over to support him. The mind to fight was instantly gone. No, it's fine. White Knight then let Xiao Yu hold her up without struggling. Koyuki is really something. It's strong. This fight, it was him who lost. It's right? Koyuki scratched her head, a little embarrassed and a little strange at the same time. He had clearly used only 2 layers of force. How come Xiao Bai couldn't even block it? White wouldn't be humbled, would he? Fox looked over. White, you didn't let go, did you? No, how could it be? It's just not in very good shape. Is that right? I haven't been sleeping much lately. Seems like Xiao Yu suddenly remembered that Xiao Bai had been taking care of him before, and hadn't been sleeping much, and he had actually forgotten. Let's hurry down then. You'd better get some more rest. With that, he helped White Knight down. It was just that Xiao Yu's attention was on White Knight, and she didn't notice the somewhat odd looks of the students next to her in the slightest. Winner, Cold Moon. Helplessly, Lu Ding still named the winner, and then can't help but sigh a little. Oh, young people nowadays are so nice. It's good to be young. This would be the other students sort of reacting to it and feeling a little bad about it. You guys are sparring? Why the feeling of jealousy? Lin Yu, in particular, covered his eyes. He knew it. It's damn sweet. Ha! Men couldn't help but whisper, but it was heard by Lin Mengyu. What did you say? No, nothing. Underneath the big tree. At this time, Xiao Yu helped White Knight to come here. Shirayuki lay quietly on Xiao Yu's lap. Of course this was what Xiao Yu had asked for, but he felt really comfortable. The sunlight poured through the leaves above his eyelids and he couldn't help but get cozy. It's a feeling that hasn't been there in a long time. Maybe he and you would have stayed like that if there hadn't been those things. Koyuki, suddenly White Knight asked as she opened her eyes slightly. What's wrong? Xiao Yu was also enjoying the atmosphere and couldn't bear to interrupt. Still, he responded to White Knight's words of questioning. Do you think it would be better if we found a place where it was just the two of us and lived all the time? You mused, propping up her chin. Okay, if you'd like to. White, well, it's okay, just saying. White Knight closed her eyes and gave a smile of comfort. The answer, he already knew. He knew that Koyuki would go anywhere for him, but he couldn't think that way. He knew that Xiao Yu still yearned for this kind of life inside her heart, but she just didn't express it for fear of breaking his heart. There are classmates, friends, and teachers here. It was indeed a different experience, and I could clearly feel that you had opened up a bit more recently. Just, that will be enough. After leaving Xiao Yu's lap, he made an excuse that Dean Chang was looking for him for something and left the place. Yu's worried gaze was no longer visible, and the sounds of the other students' uproar gradually faded away. White Knight found an unoccupied place and rose up into the air. Not far away, he saw Chang Daoi's figure had stopped in the air, looking back with a complicated look, then turning his head his eyes became determined. Since the path ahead is wicker, it's full of thorns, then, it's up to him to clear the way. Chapter 80 Deep Sea Demon Abyss. Here we are. Fellow Daoist Bai, won't you stay a moment longer? I can wait. Chang Daoi looked at Bai Knight, but White Knight just shook his head. No, let's go. Chang Daoi didn't force himself and turned to leave, with White Knight following behind. Soon, the two of them arrived directly on top of a deserted island near the sea in Divine Martial City. There, someone was already waiting. One was the Divine Martial Hall Master that Bai Knight had already met. The other was an old man with gray hair, only topped with an inch of hair, and looking rather spry as well as not good to be around. But it didn't matter to White Knight. He didn't agree to take a trip to the Deep Sea Demon Abyss to spend time with these people. Brother Bai, goodbye. Seeing White Knight arrive as expected, Long Shui revealed a smile. White Knight nodded his head in greeting, and his gaze swept past the other old man before resting on Long Shui. Get moving as early as you can. If you can. Ha ha, Brother Bai is indeed still quick to speak. Long Shui snorted and didn't move in a hurry. It's better to get acquainted. Dean Yen Xingcheng Yen of the Imperial Martial Arts University. Dean Yen, this is Brother Bai Knight Bai. So it's you. Yen Xingcheng's eyes narrowed as he sized up the past. This unnamed martial emperor level existence he had heard of in the imperial capital. I didn't realize that it was actually a peak imperial level existence as well. However, it wasn't something he sensed, but rather just guessed. After all, to be able to be invited by Long Shui to go on this trip to the Deep Sea Demon Abyss, how could one's strength have to be at the peak of the imperial level to be useful? As for his silent test, his breath was like a stone sinking into the sea as it approached this person. Nothing was sensed. Seeing this, he didn't mean to forcefully investigate, or else he would be offending people. He's crazy, but not stupid. Not so much as to offend an existence of the same rank above such a trivial matter. On the contrary, Chang Daoi actually looks familiar with this person. I heard that this person was currently at Divine Martial Academy, which was not good news for their Imperial Martial University, so he wanted to test the waters. Dean Chang, I've heard that fellow Daoist Bai has condescended to live in the Divine Martial Academy, so don't be slow. This sentence, 3 parts pleasing White Knight and 3 parts questioning Chang Daoi a bit. Apparently Chang Daoi isn't buying it though. I won't bother Dean Yen with the trouble. An existence like fellow Daoist Bai's old man is certainly doing his best. Said as if who doesn't already know who. Do you really think he'll fall for such a simple trap? Yes? Yen Xingcheng wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Long Shui. Both of you put down your dry spells for the time being. Business is important. He laughed bitterly, somewhat helplessly. This outcome he had expected. These two people were the deans of 2 martial arts academies in the south and north, and they were a bit of a bad match themselves. There's just no way. On this trip to the Deep Sea Demon Abyss, it was necessary to gather 4 fellow practitioners of peak imperial level strength or above. Before White Knight agreed, they didn't even have enough people together. The people present were already all the people that the Great Qian country could muster to meet the requirements. It was the idea of inviting the leader of the Shadow Side in the first place. I just didn't expect all those things to happen behind the scenes. Good thing, White Knight promised. This time, there was a little more certainty. Would Brother Bai like to rest for a while before departing? After pacifying the 2 martial arts academy deans, he turned to White Knight. No, he wasn't surprised after getting the answer his heart anticipated. It was just being polite. With their current strength, how could they possibly get tired just from traveling so little? Then, go! In the end, the 4 people nodded to each other and floated up in unison before breaking into the air. On the surface of the sea, 4 figures sped past. All the ferocious beasts that sensed the aura of the martial emperor level had avoided in advance. Even if the ferocious beasts were not spiritually intelligent, they all knew that the aura of the martial emperor level could not be messed with. The location of the Deep Sea Demon Abyss was far south of the Great Qian country. The distance was roughly a day's worth of flying to reach it with the strength of a peak imperial level. It was just that the wear and tear of rushing obviously couldn't cause fatigue to White Knight, and they were all recovering faster than that. However, after flying for almost half a day, White Knight frowned as he sensed something strange inside his perception. Human body, but solid octopus-like head. Dragon Temple Master. Aha! Long Shui nodded, indicating that he also knew. He wasn't surprised to come across something like this. This was the Endless Sea, which was originally the world of the Sea Goddess Temple, and it was not surprising that a bit of low-rank sea races appeared. However, White Knight probably didn't understand it very well, so he explained it anyway. So it is, White Knight responded. It was indeed the first time he had seen the sea people. However, Most of those sea clans among their senses were lower third-order existences that could be ignored. Long Shui also understood this, and the distance was a bit too far to be worth wasting time. So, don't bother with these low-rank sea people. Accelerate. Lose them. Shoo. Long Shui accelerated violently, and the others were not far behind. He wasn't worried that the others wouldn't be able to keep up. Those who were able to come here were the pinnacle of existence in the Great Qian country. If you don't have this kind of recluse skill, there is no need to accompany you at all. However, among his perceptions, it should be White Knight who had the easiest time. Half-step Emperor Realm. It was also true that White Knight was the strongest here. It was also a guarantee that he would be more secure on this trip. Gathering up his mind, he stopped thinking about these things and concentrated fully on the air. Time that passed quickly. It should be here. White Knight opened his eyes slightly and looked straight ahead. Even if he didn't know where the exact location of the deep-sea demon abyss was, he was 8% certain that this should be it. This was because, among his senses, a raging energy was raging on the sea in the distance. The aura contained within it was such that even he felt a surge of pressure. Sure enough, after flying for some more distance, Long Shui did stop. Looking at the black and red energy vortex not far away, his face became grave. Deep-sea demon abyss. Here it is. Chapter 81, Like a Griffin. This is the deep-sea demon abyss. To be honest, even if Cheng Daoi had already seen it once, seeing it again at this time was shocking. The so-called demonic chi filled the area in a 100-mile radius. This violent energy raged above the sea with reckless abandon. It's basically impossible for any living thing to exist wherever it passes. Even the most adaptable ferocious beasts would not be able to survive in such an environment. This was also the reason why this trip had to be at the peak of the imperial level for it to work. The power of these demonic chi erosions was equivalent to the full force of an early imperial level strike. And, the further you go to the center, the more powerful it becomes. At the very center, it even reached the peak of the imperial level. Existences below that strength were not even qualified to approach the center. With this scene, even Yen Qingcheng, who had always been wild, became serious. Boundary nodes of this size. It was bigger as well as trickier than anything they had found on the imperial side. His eyes glanced over to the direction of White Knight's side. This person should be seeing this scene for the first time, but couldn't make out much of an expression. At this moment, although Bai Ye's heart was indeed a bit shocked, he didn't show it. In particular, there was something familiar about these raging energies. The power used by that demon race encountered in the Aurora illusion realm back then should have been a similar aura. Demons. Therefore, White Knight faintly spat out these two words. Cheng Daoi was aware that Bai Yi had encountered the demon race, but it was Yen Qingcheng and Long Shui who were taken aback. After all, White Knight, who didn't even know about the Sea God's Temple, actually saw at a glance that the demonic aura here was caused by the demon race after arriving here. Brother Bai has good insight, Long Shui exclaimed in a painless manner. Nice. This place is caused by the demons. The energy that endures here is also known as demonic energy. White Knight nodded in understanding. Devil's breath. It turns out that this energy is called demonic energy. It was indeed different from the aura Long Shui and the others cultivated. A little more violent and evil. But if it's only at this level, it won't stop them. And Long Shui's behavior confirms it. Go! Our purpose is not here, but in the center. Saying that, he shielded his body with his aura, looked in the right direction, and dove in headfirst. And some distance away from the deep-sea demon abyss, a group of sea races with the upper half of their bodies being human and the lower half of their bodies being fishtailed looked at each other before saying something unintelligible in their mouths, and then slowly sank down to the surface of the water. In fact, Long Shui and the others had discovered the existence of these sea races a long time ago. It was just laziness. As long as the nodes here were destroyed in a swift manner, with the strength of the four of them, couldn't the hastily prepared Poseidon still stop them? Soon, they arrived in the middle of the vortex of demonic energy. Here, the intensity of the demonic chi was already enough to cause damage to a peak imperial level existence. It was just that the ones present possessed the strength and could completely resist the erosion of the demonic aura. And just the erosion of these demonic chi wasn't even on their minds yet, as the scene they saw at this moment was enough to make everyone stare. Even White Knight. Is this the realm node you're talking about? White Knight frowned and couldn't help but ask. It's just that the scene he's seeing now is a little shocking. In front of where they stayed, a huge black whirlpool the size of 100 meters made a hole through the sea, upwards followed by a tornado of demonic clouds of unknown height, and downwards was an abyss-like black hole that could not be seen to the end at a glance. The sea kept pouring in as if it could never be filled. Most importantly, he actually sensed some fluctuations of law power on it. The entire location of the vortex was filled with the power of law. So somewhat curious as to what circumstances would cause such a scene? According to what Long Shuyi had told him, this place should be caused by the demons, but it should not be possible to form such a vortex of demonic chi, emperor-level existences. That can only be the Emperor Realm, the Devil Race's Emperor Realm existence. After this thought came out, his tight frown deepened. Brother Bai must have already made a guess, right? Long Shuyi gave a definitive answer as he sensed Bai Knight's dissimilarity. That's right, this is caused by the Devil Race's Emperor Realm existence. Sure enough, after receiving Long Shuyi's affirmation, White Knight's heart was clear. It was also true that only an existence in the Emperor Realm could do such a thing. Even if he had already comprehended a trace of the law of chopping, he obviously couldn't do it. It was just that he was puzzled that if the Devil Race's Emperor Realm existence had already appeared at this time, then how did their human race survive? This question was also answered by Long Shuyi. This magic chi vortex has existed for hundreds of years. It's been enduring for a long time, and it even has a tendency to spread outward. Does Brother Bai know how this vortex of demonic energy was formed? Long Shuyi turned his head. The gravity in his eyes was like substance, and his entire aura changed drastically. The face of this elegant middle-aged man even had a hidden look of indignation and sadness. To be honest, this was the first time Bai Yi had seen such a disoriented Long Shuyi. The former Long Shuyi gave him the feeling steady, jaded, transportation, but now it's completely out of touch with these traits. And White Knight's frown deepened. This was because he realized that Cheng Daoi and Yen Qingcheng actually had some unstable breath. The two stared at the vortex without a word, but their bodies trembled slightly. Seeing this, he became even more curious about the formation process of this vortex. So, Dragon Hall Master, please speak. A palm. Long Shuyi's eyes widened, filled with blood, as he spoke out one word at a time. Palm? White Knight raised an eyebrow. That's right, an Emperor Realm palm. Come across the border, going away with ease, leaving behind this devastation and the great Qian kingdom, which has been greatly wounded. Long Shuyi gritted his teeth and tried his best to control his emotions as he recalled the scene from back then. Hasn't Brother Bai noticed that the fault line in the existence of the great Qian kingdom's imperial class is quite serious? Indeed. White Knight fell silent. He'd had a doubt a long time ago. That was that the number of emperor-level existences in the huge great Qian country was actually unexpectedly small, and the disconnect is severe. Weak as the Tang family's oldest ancestor, strong as someone like Long Shuyi, but there were far fewer early, mid, and late imperial-level existences among them. Even a place like Divine Martial Academy actually relied on Cheng Daoi to carry it all by himself. The position of Vice-Chancellor is always vacant. Even the position of the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hallmaster had never been replenished. It's all about this one palm. Everyone, including me and Dean Cheng and Dean Yen. It was only by virtue of my own strength and luck that I was able to escape from underneath this palm. The rest of the fellowship, all of them are buried under this Emperor Realm palm. Peak Imperial level strength. Just like an ant. Chapter 82 Breaking the Chains. Treating Emperor-level existences as ants. This is the Imperial Realm, an existence that had mastered the power of complete laws. White Knight was silent for a long time. Is this the reason why Long Shuyi said that there would be an answer after seeing the deep-sea demon abyss? Indeed, the answer was already inside him. One is useless to go anywhere below such a being. The other was that such a realm was one he wanted to reach. Buzz. The staff blade in his hand trembled gently, as if echoing White Knight's mood. White Knight gently tightened his grip and calmed down a bit. So, this so-called realm node is sort of a yoke for the human race, is it? That's right. Long Shuyi's eyes stared and he also returned to his usual appearance. White Knight was right. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly now as he recalled the scene underneath that palm. The vortex of demonic chi caused by the palm of this Emperor realm was like a shadow inside his head that lingered. The human race had suffered a great deal as a result, and 100 years had passed before they managed to get a little bit of a head start. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a huge mountain pressing down on the heads of the human race. And this vortex of demonic chi is still the last realm node left by the demon realm in the human race. Realm nodes? White Knight was a bit puzzled. I had heard the term since a while ago, but didn't know what it meant. The so-called realm nodes are the spatial coordinates left behind by the demon race. Through this coordinate, it is able to locate our one world and then descend with precision. As long as we destroy these realm nodes, we can delay the devil race from descending in force. Get critical enough timing for us. Long Shuyi explained and renewed his faith with new vigor. There are 4 such nodes. The remaining 3 auxiliary nodes had long since been destroyed by them, leaving only this crucial one. Only by destroying this node could one be considered to have truly stepped out from the shadow of the demon race, and strive for enough further moments. So, after 100 years, they're here again. White Knight nodded with a thoughtful look. Previously, Long Shuyi wasn't in the Divine Martial Hall, so he was probably going to deal with other nodes, striving for a critical enough moment. Is it referring to the opportunity to step into the Emperor realm? It seems that Long Shuyi already has such confidence. One could only say that it was worthy of being the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master. In the midst of a great loss of vitality, and still with internal and external problems, he had developed the great Qian country to this point, and even seek to go further, to prepare for the coming of the extraterrestrial races in the future. In his place, couldn't do it, so a hint of admiration rose vaguely in his heart. Moreover, infected by Long Shuyi's emotions, Chang Daoi and Yan Qingcheng had both calmed down, their qi contained but not released. Everyone was holding back their energy and wanted to let it out in one fell swoop. The restoration of the former glory of the great Qian kingdom begins at this moment. Although White Knight wasn't very capable of empathizing with such a mood, he did feel it from Long Shuyi and the others. Self-improvement, pride of place, and that moment begins with the destruction of this deep-sea demonic abyss. So, Dean Chang, Dean Yen, Brother White, Long Shuyi's gaze swept over. Ready? White Knight nodded. Yes, begin. It's been a long time coming, the three men responded in unison. Then, go. A group of 4 people, led by Long Shuyi, flew toward between the swirls of demonic qi. Follow the previously discussed method. Inside the vortex of demonic qi, there were 4 subnodes that required 4 existences at the peak of the imperial level or above to strike with all their might at the same time. The party can be destroyed. The silhouettes of the 4 people gradually disappeared in the middle of the dense demonic qi, just like a stone sinking into the sea, without stirring up a single ripple. After a long time, suddenly, boom! A loud bang came from amongst the vortex of demonic qi, and then the surrounding demonic qi began to tremble. The first thing to disappear was the connecting sky tornado magic cloud, and then the deep-sea vortex that could not be seen at a glance began to slowly close up. 4 streams of light flickered and vanished from within, and along with them came Long Shuyi's heroic voice. Come out, bone-transforming demon emperor. I knew you must have hidden a projected doppelganger here. As Long Shuyi's voice fell, a huge semi-transparent skeletal figure appeared in front of them. Inside the empty eye sockets, 2 black flames suddenly poof lit up. A buzzing sound followed. The human race. So it is. Was the spatial mark left behind by the seat destroyed by you? But it doesn't matter. As if it had just awakened, the flames inside the eyes of the skeleton's silhouette quivered for a moment before slowly aiming in the direction of White Knight's side. The pressure came down steeply. This was White Knight's first feeling. This skeleton silhouette was a half-step in the Emperor realm, but for the time being, it didn't do much damage to them. It was just an invisible release of aura. It was as if it didn't bother to use its own power against weak existences like them. Human. This seat is the bone-transforming demon emperor. Say your names. To be able to do this, you are qualified to leave your names here in this seat. After quietly listening to the words of the skeleton shadow, Long Shuyi just slightly shook his head. The corner of his mouth curled up. Bone-transforming demon emperor. It seems you haven't recognized your situation. It's just a half-step Emperor Realm projection detachment. Stop being so arrogant. The skeletal silhouette's orbital flames flickered for a moment, and didn't feel too much of an emotional fluctuation occurring. His gaze focused on Long Shuyi with a bit of curiosity. Ryoko, so it is. You have the aura of a human emperor on you. What is your relationship with the human emperor? Long Shuyi sneered, not meaning to answer directly. That's out of your hands. You only need to know that this projection split will fall here today. The skeleton void silently stared at Long Shuyi for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed softly a few times. Ha! For the fact that you've kept this seat so cheerful for so long, I'll leave you all dead. As soon as the words fell, a huge pressure belonging to the skeleton's shadow directly enveloped down. Aha! Chang Daoi and Yan Qingcheng stepped back a short distance almost in no particular order. Only White Knight and Long Shuyi remained steadfast in front of the skeleton silhouette. Obviously, this situation was also discovered by the skeleton void. In particular, Long Shuyi, who was located at the very front, should be under the most pressure, but didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, and it all depended on a new longsword that Long Shuyi had taken out. A reddish-golden longsword covered in esoteric patterns. When he saw the longsword, the black flames inside the eyes of the skeleton silhouette shrunk for a moment. The human emperor's dragon sword. I didn't realize it was the inheritance that came into your hands, but it was only a surprise. The human emperor's saber was only considered a divine weapon in the hands of the human emperor. In the hands of the other races it is simply not good enough. It seems like the Dragonbringer's sword is what you're relying on, isn't it? So what if it's the Holder Emperor's sword? It's nothing more than a bunch of Emperor-level ants. After the skeleton void finished speaking, It was just about to sneer twice when it suddenly realized something. The gaze shifted from Long Shuyi to another blind teenage-looking human. After sensing it carefully, he couldn't help but pull his voice up a bit. This human, half-step Emperor realm, how can it be? Chapter 83, just the beginning. White Knight felt the sudden increase in pressure and didn't have much of an expression on his face. A breezy look. It was merely a projection of a half-step Emperor realm. He is now. There is no fear anymore. I didn't expect there to be such an amazingly talented existence like you amongst the human race. This kind of natural talent is even comparable to the human emperors of the past. The skeleton vapors buzzed with unabashed admiration. He knew the situation of the human race better than everyone else. I didn't expect that someone would actually be able to comprehend the power of the laws under such circumstances. Even he had to marvel at it now. But that's just about it. Even if he had comprehended a trace of the power of laws and stepped into the half-step Emperor realm, he would still be an ant-like existence in front of his essence. It was just that the reason why these humanoids were so calm in the face of this projected doppelganger of his had probably been found. Is this your true defense when facing this seat? Half-step Emperor realm. Not bad. Teenagers, say your name. You are already qualified for the seat to remember you. After seeing the skeleton void's attention on him, White Knight laughed lightly and shook his head. If it was your own body in person, it would still have me in awe. It's just a projected doppelganger then. Don't deserve to know my name yet. The skeleton's silhouette froze for a moment, obviously not expecting the district human race to actually dare to say such words to him. However, he quickly recovered and even laughed in anger. Ha 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 ha. An ear-shattering sound resounded through the sky, accompanied by a huge surge of might. District human. It would be fine if it were a human emperor, but it's just an existence with one foot in the emperor realm. Such arrogance. It seems that your human race has forgotten the terror of this seat for too long. White Knight still retained his original posture as he stayed in the air, and even if the mighty pressure descending down on him suddenly increased quite a bit, it couldn't make him react at all. The existence of the Emperor realm was truly terrifying, but just a half-step Emperor realm projection split then. It's not enough. The current him completely had this confidence to decapitate such an existence. However, his palm rested against the top of the staff blade, and there wasn't a trace of a strike. Instead, he turned to the skeleton's shadow and shook his head. I forgot to remind you, it's not me that the human race relies on, rather, him. White Knight extended his finger and pointed in Long Shuyi's direction. The reason he didn't make a move wasn't because he wasn't a match for the skeletal silhouette, but because the protagonist of this battle should be Long Shuyi. The shackles of the human race needed to be cut off by him personally. Originally, he thought that Long Shuyi didn't have the strength to do so. When he saw that so-called human emperor's sword, it just dawned on me. Long Shuyi. It's not like nothing is prepared. At this moment, following White Knight's finger, the skeleton void's gaze shifted to Long Shuyi. When he saw the difference in Long Shuyi's body, the flames in his eyes shrunk once more. You can actually use the human emperor's saber. At this moment, on Long Shuyi's body, golden and silver intertwined aura leaked out, and the long sword in his hand also faintly emitted the sound of a dragon's roar. For some unknown reason, he actually did activate this long sword that could not be used in the eyes of the skeleton's shadow. Especially the skeleton void understood the difficulty of it the most. An emperor-level mole could actually use an emperor weapon that could only be used at the emperor realm. But after the shock passed, he still found something fishy in it. So it is. Vast sword chi. No wonder you can use this imperial soldier. There's actually more than one such amazingly talented character amongst the human race. Yes, great. This seat is even more interested in descending into your human realm. Is that so? Long Shuyi's long sword flung out, and his dragon-shaped silhouette flickered away, not taking this kind of threatening words to heart at all. He also wanted to, when the time came, personally face the bone-transforming demon emperor's original body. I hope that, at that time, your original body won't be cowering within your demon realm. Ha 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 ha. The skeleton silhouette suddenly laughed out loud. He had actually been threatened by an emperor-level existence. His main body wasn't as fragile as the projection doppelganger. So what if the Holder Emperor's peyote was just a stronger ant? The level of threat in it was not even comparable to that half-step Emperor realm teenager over there. That was the existence that had the most hope of stepping into the Emperor realm. However, wanting to step into the Emperor realm within such a short period of time, how easy it is to talk about. Only, he didn't threaten anything more either. For a being like him, vulgarity doesn't hurt. Anyway, the descent won't be long. At that time, the so-called pride of the human race would ultimately kneel under his throne. That way is more interesting, so, enjoy being alive. It's not long, but it won't let you down. When the time comes, This seat will descend in person as you wish. The skeleton silhouette sat high in the air, its reckless laughter spreading throughout the sky. Even when a red golden sword light swept over, he completely ignored it. Long Shui struck out, and the sword light of the longing sword instantly enveloped the skeleton silhouette, and the skeleton void didn't dodge or resist. He knew that it was just a projected doppelganger. Although the existence of the imperial level to hold the emperor soldier scoffs, but have to admit is, human emperor, a human race to be feared indeed, even if it's a saber, even if the user was only a human emperor level existence. It was also true that this projection doppelganger of his was no match, and he wasn't even trying to make a move. It didn't even bother to clean up the human race other than these two celestial pride. That was the real mole cricket-like existence, not worthy of even a single bit of his attention. It was only these two human prides that could arouse his interest. Wait for it, it won't be long. The empty eye sockets looked deeply in the direction of Bai Yi and Long Shui's side before the entirety of the skeleton silhouette began to crumble up. It quickly disappeared. At this point, all the boundary nodes set up by the demon race were all destroyed. A yoke inside the human race was successfully cut open. Long Shui muttered as he indifferently watched the skeleton silhouette gradually disappear into the middle of the sky. Demons! Wait, this is just the beginning. Chapter 84, got an answer? Brother White, Dean Chang, Dean Yen, thanks a lot. Long Shui gradually dispersed the pressure on his body, then put away the longing sword and turned to White Knight and the others with a grave-cupped fist and saluted. White Knight didn't dodge and took the salute solidly. He understood what Long Shui meant. Long Shui always believed that he was the only one who recognized the so-called great righteousness of the human race. He didn't force the other races besides himself to endorse the idea. At best he stirred the others to rise up and put up resistance. And it does always carry the weight of the human race. This time, White Knight and the other three braved the risk of walking up with Long Shui, which in his eyes was an act of kindness to the human race. It's worth him making this salute, even if he is the hall master of the divine martial hall, even if he has just sword beheaded a half-step emperor realm projection splitter. However, Bai Yi was able to accept this gift with a straight face, but Chang Daoi and Yan Xingcheng didn't dare to be so arrogant. Please rise, Dragon Hall Master. It's just the nature of being human. The two men returned the same salute with some trepidation. Long Shui didn't make any pretense and let go of his hand. To this trip has come to a successful conclusion. Unknown. Said gaze swept around to White Knight's body. I wonder if Brother Bai has an answer? White Knight fell silent, drawing the gaze of the other two. Chang Daoi was fine. He was aware that Bai Yi had been invited to become the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall Master, so it was just a matter of looking over with anticipation. Half-step Emperor Realm. If one is willing to take up the position of Master of the Dark Hall, plus the presence of Long Shui, the overall strength of the human race will be on another level. The most important time is when you can finally take your hands off things that you've been retreating and tolerating before. It's just that it all depends on the teenage-looking person in front of him. Unlike Chang Daoi, Yan Xingcheng looked over with a rather complicated look inside his eyes. Half-step Emperor Realm. I didn't realize that this blind teenager-like person was actually a half-step Emperor Realm existence. When he was in the Tang clan, he had guessed that this person was likely to be at the peak of the imperial level, and being invited by Long Shui to take this trip to the deep-sea demon abyss further validated this suspicion of his. It just didn't occur to me that this person had actually stepped into this realm. He was aware of the difficulty of trying to comprehend the power of laws in the realm where the human race was currently located. Even Long Shui, who wielded the Emperor of Man soldiers, had not truly comprehended the power of the laws so far, although he hadn't seen this person make a move. The words of a demon Emperor Realm's projected doppelganger himself could not be disbelieved. Okay, it wasn't exactly an offense to this person when he had simply tried it out in the first place. It was a relief, and as long as he maintained the proper etiquette behind him, I'm sure people wouldn't come after him. Just look at Long Shui and Chang Daoi's appearance. And the words said, what do you mean? The hidden agenda of which he was unaware. So he shifted his gaze to Long Shui. Dragon Hall Master. You are. Long Shui instantly understood Yan Xingcheng's meaning. Dean Yen may not be too sure. I am hoping that Brother Bai will be able to assume the position of Dark Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Of course, this all depends on what Brother Bai wants. Never force it. Master of the Dark Hall. Yan Xingcheng's heart shook. It felt unbelievable, but it made sense. Yeah, the position of Lord of the Dark Hall. Someone should have inherited it a long time ago. The identity of the one who shook the neighboring foreigners countless times. It's also long overdue for someone to take it on. Half-step Emperor Realm. Who else has such qualifications but this man? Only such strength is qualified to assume this status. Blood Demon Son. A name that once terrorized all the Fae. So, Does Hall Master Long intend for Taoist White to inherit the identity of the Blood Demon Son? Yan Xingqing couldn't help but ask. You can't say that. It should be this identity that is honored to be bestowed upon Brother Bai. Long Shuyi nodded then shook his head again, not fully agreeing with Yan Xingqing's statement. Blood Demon Son? Only. When he heard this, White Knight was a bit puzzled instead. It's just a trivial name. Long Shuyi laughed lightly and explained briefly. An identity that successive generations of Dark Hall Masters have inherited, uniformly proclaimed to the outside world as nothing more than a Blood Demon Son. Then, stretching out his palm, a blood-red mask appeared at once. The origin of this title is actually just because every Dark Hall Master needs to wear this mask, which I heard has a nice kind of increasing effect. However, one needs to be recognized to wear this mask. Of course, for an existence like Brother Bai, it's absolutely trivial, and this so-called Blood Demon Son title, it's fine if Brother Bai doesn't want it, all at Brother Bai's disposal. This, Yan Xingqing opened his mouth and finally did not say anything. He felt that Long Shuyi was a bit too glib, wasn't he? This blood sob mask, how can it be so simple? I don't know how many people died from the backlash because they couldn't control themselves because they put on this mask. It turned out to be a trivial matter in Long Shuyi's mouth. But, on second thought, it seems so. It was only right that an existence at the half-step Emperor realm could already ignore this point of the test. Moreover, the mask's aura was not hidden in the slightest. Anyone could sense the ominous aura on it, and the fact that White Knight didn't say anything indicated that he also felt that it was indeed not worth mentioning. But then, what is this person considering? The position of the Dark Hall's Hall Master was not something that just anyone could hold. This mask can be taken off, right? White Knight finally voiced his concerns after considering it for a long time. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Yan Xingqing and Chang Daoi both froze for a moment. The reason for considering it for so long is because of such a triviality? Shouldn't we be worried about being strong enough and having the mental preparation to take on everything this mask has to offer? Even Long Shuyi couldn't help but laugh out lightly. However, he probably understood what White Knight meant. Don't worry, there are no side effects. You can take it off anytime. The bigger role is really just an identification. The Dark Martial Guards only recognize masks and not people. He understood White Knight's concern. After all, if he wore a mask all year round, it really wasn't very convenient for White Knight who didn't want to expose his identity. But originally, once this mask was on, it would be more difficult to take it off. It was just that with White Knight's strength it was strong enough to be ignored. So, how is Brother White considering this? Chapter 85, Blood Demon Son. Is the position of the Dark Hall Master of the Divine Warrior Temple? White Knight repeated this sentence inside, thinking a lot for a while. From the small moon, he thought of the Devil Emperor existence of the devil race that he had just come into contact with. The answer does already exist. I'll take this position. White Knight returned indifferently. Originally, when he saw the vortex of demonic chi, he already had the idea of taking it. It was just a matter of hesitation because of the mask. Now that the problem is solved, it's natural not to hesitate. Not to mention, having a mask is going to make it even easier to act. Otherwise it would be easy to expose his true identity. Well now, that problem is gone too. Taking the mask from Long Shuyi, it's light. Fingers gently rubbed over it, and there were some unexplained lines on it. It was reddish inside and out. A concave, round surface that didn't even show where the five senses were. Tight fit, even where the eyes were. There were no holes made, just a pattern of reddish golden lightning bolts right in the center corresponding to the brow. There was a faint aura of blood emanating from it, and he guessed that this should be due to the fact that this mask had absorbed a lot of blood. The original mask, it shouldn't have that kind of aura. Probably not even white. But that's not important. It's just the role of identification that's important. He also did sense a bad feeling up there that might be resistant to anything above the spirit. But, again, he didn't care. Just casually checking it out and then putting it on his face without hesitation under three other pairs of eyes. This action of Bai Yi putting on the mask was a bit sudden, causing Chang Daoi and Yan Xingqing to freeze for a moment. They both thought it would be more prudent to at least inform him. So the two men looked at each other and both saw the consternation in each other's eyes as well as another thought. Sorry. The two men spoke towards Long Shuyi almost in unison, then backed up a distance in unison. This blood cry mask what effect they still knew. They weren't like Long Shuyi. If Bai Yi had his mind eroded a bit, it wouldn't take long. As long as they were able to deliver a blow, they might not even be able to resist. Watching the two retreat, Long Shuyi did not stop them or say anything. Some caution is in order. Although he thought it was completely impossible for White Knight to appear out of control. Pop! The mask had a cold sensation as it was pressed tightly against White Knight's face. then under 3 pairs of eyes. White Knight took the mask off again. After removing his mask, Bai Yi looked at Long Shuyi with some confusion. That's it, is it? The mask went on, but there was no discomfort other than some coldness. So he thought something was wrong? Well, Long Shuyi was silent for a moment. To be honest, he hadn't encountered this kind of scene before either. He'd seen the last Dark Hall Master wear this mask more than once, but more or less reacted to it. White Knight's this. Could it be that the mask doesn't recognize it? Thinking that, he took the mask from White Knight. After flipping through it, the movement of his hand stalled, and a stunned look appeared on his face. He seemed to know what it was about. It's not that the mask doesn't recognize it. Rather, this mask is in awe. Even the blood aura on top of the mask had disappeared. Or shouldn't I say disappear? Instead, it was all collected, not a trace of it, until it came to his hand. When it was slowly released, this rich aura of blood chi gave him a feeling that he couldn't help but shiver. This is enough to see that the mask is normal. It was just a matter of fearing the power in White Knight. But, what power does the White Knight possess that makes it fear so much? The power of the law? Or what? This was a question he couldn't figure out. So he had to hand the mask back and explain. There is no problem with the mask itself. Just, maybe Brother White is too strong. In the end he could only give such an explanation out. At this moment, not far away, the Changdao or two approached over after seeing the abnormality here. What's going on with the Dragon Palace Master? Changdao frowned as he looked at the mask White Knight was holding in his hand. He had seen it when the mask was on, but in the twinkling of an eye it had been taken off, and had thought something was wrong. After hearing Long Shuyi explain the cause once more, he could only open his mouth wide, unable to say anything. There was only one thought inside his head. White Knights, sure is strong. This thought appeared inside Yin Xingqing's mind at the same time. He was also aware of the rumors of the blood cry mask, and he didn't expect it to be this easy. Or is there such a big gap between the half-step Emperor realm and the peak of the Emperor level? I don't know if it's the mask or what. If not, this should be considered the strongest Dark Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall, right? Amidst the speculative gazes of the others, White Knight once again put on his mask. The moment he put on the mask, something different did happen. Aside from feeling mentally stimulated for a bit the first time I put it on, the second time I actually didn't feel any discomfort at all. Or rather, this mask, getting used to him, and this mask, it really did have the increasing effect that Long Shuyi said it did. The ability to increase in him is bullying. The seeing colors had spread out naturally, and now they suddenly expanded by half on their own. The other armed colors and such are obviously increased as well. It's just not convenient to test them. This effect is, to say the least, strong. I didn't realize that out of the role of authentication, there was actually a pretty good ability. This one was a surprise. There's really no problem. White Knight looked over with his mask, still causing Chang Daoi and Yen Xingqing to resist stepping back a short distance, because the aura on him changed. Originally, in their eyes, White Knight's aura, if hidden, was like that of a flat, ordinary person, and even if his aura leaked out, it still gave off a sharp feeling, but not now, the way the White Knight feels now. Berserk, gloomy, bloodlust. However, this is not a feeling that White Knight actively shows, but this mask, active manifestation. As if realizing other threats besides White Knight himself, this blood sob mask revealed his hideous side. This feeling made even Long Shuyi become grave. This level of breath, it was the first time he had seen it. Existences below the Imperial level were probably expected to fall into uncontrollable fear when they saw this mask. It's as if it comes with its own pressure. So it is. White Knight probably understood what was going on and slowly collected the breath leaking from the mask. And under his control, the mask was like a docile lamb, not resisting in the slightest. Phew! Chang Daoi breathed a sigh of relief after feeling the mask's aura being collected, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Fellow Taoist White does have amazing strength, but after praising it, his face instantly became grave, because, among his senses, a few not-so-weak auras were coming their way at an extremely fast speed. See people, Yen Xingcheng was the first to speak up, and it was obvious that everyone present had sensed this distinct aura and nodded in unison. After all, they had made such a big commotion here and stayed for such a long time. There was no way that the Sea Clan wouldn't notice. Just, don't know what kind of presence is coming. Soon, the aura arrived in front of White Knight and the others. I am an elder of the Sea Dragon Palace. Why did you and the other human races violate my sea area without any reason? At the head of the group was a peak Imperial level sea race. Overall it was similar to a human, except for some golden fish scales next to the cheeks, incarnated as a human being. Indeed, it was an ability possessed by the Emperor-level Sea Clan. The other sea races brought in were just upper third order sea demons, peak imperial grade. No wonder they dared to bring some sirens right here. That was the thought that all four of them had. It was just that White Knight was a bit more interested in the existence of these sea races. After all, he hadn't seen a sea race that could take human form. He then turned around and coldly sized up this so-called sea race elder. Only, the mask he wore on his face, as if it had sensed something familiar, actually broke free under White Knight's momentary laxity. The berserk, evil aura was immediately revealed. After sensing the not-so-friendly aura of White Knight and the others, this sea race elder was instantly on guard. What do you want? Our palace master will be here later. Is it possible that your human race wants to tear up the non-aggression treaty? Treaty? White Knight recalled some of the things Long Shui had said to him and immediately let out a cold laugh. The same verbal contract that doesn't even have a scrap of paper? Exactly. This sea race elder's slightly younger face flickered with anger above. Then thinking that the palace master was about to lead reinforcements to arrive, it turned into a snorting look. What? If you people dare to tear up the contract, could it be that you want to go to war with our sea race? His voice suddenly trailed off as he spoke, his eyes staring straight at the mask on White Knight's face. No! As if he had remembered something, his face suddenly changed, and a look of horror could not be suppressed from surfacing on his face. At the same time a sentence came out of his mouth. You are the Blood Demon's son. Chapter 86. Blood Demon's son. A name that's been said so much it could callous your ears. Even if he had never been to the land, he was well aware of this person's terror. When he had just been promoted to the position of elder, he had been told to always be on the lookout for a human wearing a blood-colored mask. It was only later that he heard that this human race had fallen in the endless sea, so the name gradually faded out of view. But now, this mask reappeared, so he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Isn't the Blood Demon's son dead? Who are you? However, in the face of this sea race elder's questioning, White Knight simply didn't have the heart to respond. At this moment, he was immersed inside the blood-colored mask. This blood cry mask had undergone some subtle changes for some unknown reason since it had encountered this group of sea people. The blood chi that had already been collected by him actually overflowed forcefully. Instead of forcing the blood chi to recollect itself, he let it form a teardrop that looked like substance. Bright red, dripping teardrops manifested above the eye area's location, then slowly slid down, creating a clearly visible tear trail. Inside his mind, a vision kept passing by. He saw similar sea race existences to the ones they were currently encountering, and even some demonic beasts that he couldn't name. The scene follows suit and varies. The only thing they have in common is fighting, land, seabed, the sky, always fighting, always tussling. Pieces of corpses continue to splash out of the air, including those of the sea race, those of unknown demonic beasts, and those of the human race. The spilled blood splattered on top of the mask and was quickly absorbed down, while the mask's color became brighter red, and the owner of this mask has become stronger and more ferocious. The blades are discarded, the bruises were ignored. Rushing into the middle of the sea clans or demonic beasts alone, blood splattered and limbs flew about. Palm, teeth, forehead. It's all a tussle. Ninth order, king level, or even in existence at the emperor level. As long as they were touched by this fist, they were split in pieces in an instant. That is, until 3 peak imperial level foreigners appeared in the middle of the image, and 3 deadly attacks were directly inserted into his chest. The scene was frozen, and then bang, bang, bang. The heads of the 3 peak imperial level foreign races exploded. The image disappeared there and then another figure appeared. The same figure with this mask. The strength is different. The attack is different. The common point is still in the constant killing. Killing. Among White Knight's senses, the owners of the masks changed one after another. Either you die in the fight or you go crazy in the fight. Until a huge palm came down with a bang. The scene ends there. As White Knight returned to the middle of reality, the aftermath of the illusion from earlier still echoed inside his mind. Kill. All those who are not of my race should be killed. Kill all the sea peoples. Kill all the demon race. Kill all the barbarians. Kill all the scum who covet my people. Wherever we dark martial guards pass, will. The blood flows. The voice faded away, and White Knight returned to his senses, sensing the expressions of all the human and sea races present. Long Shui and the others were standing by, ready to strike just in case. On the other hand, on the Sea Clan side, the peak imperial level Sea Clan elder, the look of shock on his face had faded quite a bit, and was replaced with a puzzled look instead. Hall Master Dragon. White Knight's voice came out, becoming unusually hoarse. Hearing such a voice, even Long Shui was startled for a moment. He also sensed the difference in the blood cry mask, but didn't know exactly what had happened. It just felt like something indefinable had changed in White Knight. However, he didn't act rashly, but quietly waited for White Knight to say the unfinished words. Can these sea people be killed? And after hearing these words, before long Shuyi could make a sound, that sea race elder instead became alarmed anew and lost his voice. Sure enough, you are the new blood demon son. Go! As the words fell, with a wave of his hand, countless water currents swept up and instantly wrapped all the sea races within. After the current stabilized, it turned into a giant shark, and with a flick of its tail, it was about to break through the air. Only, before the giant shark could vanish a few meters away, it came to an abrupt stop. The image was frozen for a second. Then, put! The giant shark made up of water currents suddenly exploded and turned into a sky full of water drops splashing around. All of the sea clans suddenly stared blankly and didn't move a muscle, especially that sea race's elder. His cheeks twitched, his mouth opened but no sound came out. The pupils began to lax. Only the obsession in his heart was left to hold on with difficulty. He must spread the news back to the clan. Blood demon son, it's back. Only, that wish is destined to be unfulfilled. The scene in front of her eyes was flying by, and the remaining consciousness was fading into the darkness. Ka! White Knight gently returned the staff blade to its sheath with one hand using his thumb, and with the palm of his other hand, he lifted the head of that sea race elder. Pop! The palm of his hand was so hard that his head exploded. In the meantime, put! The rest of the sea races that were fixed in the air exploded into blood mist one after another. Sporadic spatters of blood spilled on top of the mask and instantly disappeared into it, leaving no trace at all. Underneath the mask, the corners of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly as some strange feelings rose in his heart. This killing feeling, it's kinda nice. White dog, Chang Dowie asked with some concern. The sudden outburst of murderous aura just now, as well as the White Knight that seemed a bit out of control, made him a bit nervous. If the mask erodes the mind, everyone present, aside from Long Shuyi possibly surviving, he and Yin Qingcheng did not have this confidence at all that they could block the slash just now. After hearing his words, White Knight's masked face slowly turned around. Then Chang Dowie felt a sudden pounding inside his head and a wave of dizziness. The killing intent that was like substance made his hands and feet turn cold. But the feeling came and went quickly. When he came back to his senses, he realized that White Knight had already taken off his mask. Sorry, spur of the moment. The curved corners of White Knight's mouth tightened up and reverted to an expressionless look. The blood aura and killing intent that was enough to affect the bystanders suddenly disappeared, and the sea became warm again. If it wasn't for the few limbs that drifted down that were still floating with the sea currents, they couldn't even believe that a peak Imperial level sea elder and a group of ordinary sea clansmen had already been buried in the hands of White Knight. Fellow Taoist White, are you really okay? Yin Xinqing couldn't help but ask as well. After all, his strength, in fact, was not much stronger than Chang Dowie, and if this person lost control, it was impossible for him to be spared. It was just that, at this moment, how one looked at White Knight was a very normal appearance, generally the same as before. It's fine. White Knight shook his head bashfully, his head tilted slightly, signaling the remains of the sea clan underneath. Just these sea people, will not have any trouble? That one was the reason he carried a hint of apology. He didn't know what Long Shuyi's plan was, and it wouldn't be good if he fought with the sea clan because of it. No harm done. Long Shuyi didn't blame at all, but instead revealed a smile. He had also seen White Knight's state just now. Unlike Chang Dowie, he had no fear that Bai Yi would lose control, and was even extraordinarily jubilant about this state of his. Blood and killing intent. Put and take. Duties of the Master of the Dark Temple. Follow through. That was their Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall Master. The best fit for the blood crime ask. Just the lives of some sea people in exchange for a blood devil's son who enters the state. Well worth it. When he saw White Knight's appearance just now, the same thought kept replaying inside his mind. That's the Dark Hall Master of their Divine Martial Hall. That blood demon son who had shocked countless foreigners. It's back. Chapter 87, Challenge at the Door. On the surface of the sea, the floating corpses and limbs of the sea people drifted away with the sea current, and where they had originally been, White Knight and the others had already disappeared. Shortly afterward, a group of vast sea people came from a distance, then stopped above the remains of the corpse. At the head of the group was a middle-aged looking sea race member wearing a golden-colored fancy dress. There was a dragon hair bun on his head, a golden coral seal in the middle of his brow, and his face was not angry. Above his mouth, two long silver whiskers fluttered in the wind. With a pair of golden eyes, he looked at the sparkling sea and wondered what he was thinking. Ryoko, one of the sea people, came up from under the surface of the sea with a thud. Palace Master. This sea clan respectfully extended a pair of palms with webbed membranes after appearing. with a palm-sized shell resting on top. Manifestation shellfish did capture some images. It's probably due to the unstable energy. It's not very clear. Zhao Qing glanced at it. He was the Sea Dragon Palace master that the Sea Tribe was talking about. It was also the most powerful existence within the Sea Nation. The golden pupils focused over as they took a fine shell from the marine. The developer's shell opened automatically and a clear bubble emerged from it. Inside the bubble, an image of only a few seconds kept flickering. It's like what the marine said earlier. The picture really isn't too clear. But is enough. Splat! The palm of his hand exerted force and directly crushed this manifestation shell. The sudden surge in aura caused all the sea races underneath to prostrate themselves on the surface of the sea, not daring to raise their heads. Zhao Qing's already majestic face was instantly gloomy. Although the image was rather unclear just now, he still saw the most crucial thing. A blood-colored mask. The golden pupils didn't even look at the sea clans underneath as they gazed through the void into the distance. One word spilled out between the closed mouths. Blood. Devil. Sun. At this moment, White Knight and the others were speeding past the sea, going in the exact direction of the land. In the end, they still didn't wait for that so-called Sea Dragon Palace master of the Sea Nation to arrive. According to Long Shui, the Sea Nation was not the most pressing target at the moment, and being in the sea wasn't conducive to their battle, and between words they were quite scornful of this strange Sea Dragon Palace lord, because the Sea Dragon Palace master himself was an existence that was infinitely close to the half-step emperor realm, and was armed with the Sea Clan's greatest treasure. He was able to battle even at the half-step emperor realm. Although with the strength of the four of them, they were indeed not afraid, but with other helpers, the four would eventually be damaged, which was unacceptable to the current Great Qian Kingdom. The Sea People. Sooner or later, there's going to be a big fight, but not now. The barbarians were more of a threat to the human race's situation than a foreign race like the Sea Race. The Sea Races could be at peace with each other for the time being under mutual fear. After all, one was on land and the other was on the sea, and if it wasn't for some special reasons, it was always possible to keep well out of the water. But barbarians are different. The barbarians reside in a large barren land west of the Great Qian country. The land is barren, resource constraints, the environment is hostile. All the time, he covets this bountiful land of the human race. The hatred of accumulating points year by year has long been ingrained. This is no longer a battle for land. Instead, it's a battle of extermination. As long as one side is slightly weak, there is no desire to swarm and completely destroy the other side. And in recent years, because Long Shuyi had to deal with the affairs of the realm nodes, he couldn't spare any energy and could only adopt a conservative policy. Obviously the barbarians would not let go of such a good opportunity. The towns bordering the Sunset Mountain Range had barbarians invading over from time to time, burning, looting and pillaging. Even if the Divine Martial Hall counterattacked back, there would only be mutual casualties. Now that the time of the realm node had come to an end, Long Shuyi's first thought was the situation on the barbarian side. They were more of a threat than the Sea People. Dragon Hall Master, according to you, the exchange battle that was supposed to take place normally every year has already missed its timing this year, right? White Knight moved a little closer to Long Shuyi's side of the direction during his flight and asked the doubts in his mind. Barbarians. Again, one of his bigger concerns. After all, it was the same obstacle that stood in his way. It should be swept away, either as an individual or as the head of the Dark Temple. That's right. Long Shuyi's face became grave and he nodded. The annual exchange battle is supposed to take place just as the first years are about to move on to their second year. This year has been delayed due to some matters, and I guess with the barbarians' wolfishness, I'm afraid they'll be restless. That was why he was in a hurry to settle the barbarians. The annual exchange war itself is an indirect test event. The purpose of the exchange war was not to test the strength of the students, but to test the condition of the barbarians, and the barbarians obviously had the same mindset, which was used to test the strength of the human race. The strength of the younger generation was to some extent a reflection of the overall strength of their respective communities, and as the Divine Martial Academy, one of the two strongest martial arts academies in the Great Qian country, the students in it represented the top young generation of the Great Qian country. If there is a green and yellow situation, it is expected that the barbarians will start to engage in some unseemly conspiracies, and this term was too late to send someone to lead the students to the barbarians to participate in the exchange war. This situation is certainly a sign of weakness in the eyes of the barbarians. Those who didn't know thought they were afraid of the barbarians. Does Hallmaster Long mean that he wants me to lead the students of the Divine Martial Academy and travel to the barbarians to challenge them one by one? This was the meaning that White Knight had heard from Long Shuyi's previous words. That's right. I hope Brother Bai won't excuse himself this time. viciously thwart the arrogant flames of the barbarians. After all, the exchange wars in the past weren't that ideal. After hearing these words, Bai Yi hadn't reacted much yet. Instead, Chang Doi was a bit ashamed. It's Chung who has failed to live up to expectations. After all, he was the one who led the exchange battle every year. With his strength, he was just barely able to shield the students of the Divine Martial Academy. The 10 major barbarian tribes are weak and strong, but on top of someone else's territory, even if it was the weakest of the tribes, he could only guarantee a full retreat. Even inside some powerful tribes, the sparring students were treated with some injustice. For example, underhandedly hurting people and forcibly interfering with the game. But he could only give a verbal warning, and couldn't go any further than that to do something effective. Thinking of this, Chang Doi couldn't help but tug his fists tight. It was the shame of his life. It was also a disgrace to the Divine Martial Academy. The Academy students were strong enough, but the top-tier combatants weren't enough to deter the Fae. If White Knight was willing to be that leader, he believed, all the shame will be doubly recovered from the barbarians. Dean Cheng doesn't have to be like this. It's not your fault, Long Shui comforted. After all, this was the kind of thing that had to be led by someone even when he couldn't spare the time. Chang Doi has been the most suitable candidate before. The annual exchange war was one of the means to keep the barbarians from pouring out their nests at will, even if it was somewhat humiliating to participate. On the other hand, Chang Doi is an admirable person. This kind of humiliation is not for everyone, and in every exchange battle Chang Doi had not excused himself once. It just so happened that White Knight had taken over the position of the Dark Hall's Hallmaster. There's no one better than him. This time, not only did he want to check out some of the internal situation of the barbarian race, but he also wanted to get back all of his past humiliation. So Long Shui's tone became serious. Brother White, please. White Knight nodded after a moment of contemplation. Yes, just, how does the Dragon Hallmaster expect me to act? Speaking of this, Long Shui's tone became unusually serious. Brother White, I told you, as long as you take over the position of the Dark Hall Hallmaster, how you act will never be interfered with by me. Everything is subject to Brother Bai's opinion. Listening to Long Shui's rather bold words, Bai Ye's eyes widened slightly, and after confirming that he wasn't joking, his heart had already made up its mind. Then I'll walk up. Things were finalized, and the four of them soon saw the town on the edge of the Great Qian country. Just as soon as a few people landed on the ground, a divine martial guard hurriedly ran over, his face grave. Hall Master, Dean Chang, the Divine Martial Academy has a barbarian at their door to challenge them. Chapter 88. Is there already a candidate? While they were still considering traveling to the barbarians themselves came to their door, and it's still in the name of a challenge. It seems that someone inside the barbarian race is going to sit up and take notice. Long Shui stroked his chin in a thoughtful manner. They had missed their due date for this year's exchange war, and it was only right that there would be some small movements within the barbarian race. It was probably because they wanted to use the name of the challenge to see if something had changed in their Great Qian country. Which tribe is coming? Your Excellency, the visitor claims to be from the Witch Clan. Good, I got it. You go down. Yes. After the Divine Martial Guards who had sent the message left, Long Shui looked around the room, finally stopping at White Knight's direction. Witches, the tribe within the barbarians that has the greatest malice towards our human race. So, I see. White Knight nodded indifferently before Long Shui could finish. Without saying anything, much less any special explanation, he turned around and then directly rose up in the air, heading in the direction of the Divine Martial Academy's side. Ryoko, Long Shui and the others' gazes retracted, and White Knight had already disappeared. Hall Master Long, is this really okay? Chang Doi looked somewhat uneasy. Long Shui also knew what he was worried about. It was nothing more than a fear that White Knight would handle it improperly. However, since he had said that he wouldn't interfere with White Knight's actions, there was no need to hide it. He decided to trust White Knight in this matter, no matter what the consequences were, and it wasn't easy on their side either. So instead of worrying about White Knight's side, they should put more energy into coming over. The Sea Clan had lost an elder, and it was likely that they wouldn't rest easy, so they have to be prepared just in case. At this moment, White Knight was traveling to Divine Martial Academy at an extremely fast speed. Long Shui and the others didn't follow him because they had already discussed it when they came back, and a few of them would do some deployments in the towns near the sea, just in case the Sea Nation couldn't eat this loss and came over to retaliate. It didn't even give some more specific account, it just let him come over. Well, the meaning is obvious. What to do with it is entirely up to him. The first thing to ensure was the safety of the Divine Martial Academy. After all, Xiaoyu was still inside. Theoretically, when they went to the deep sea demon abyss, The secrecy was done very well, and except for very few people, there was no way to know that they had been out for a few days, and for the barbarians to actually have the guts to penetrate deep into the Divine Martial Academy, the leader must be at the imperial level of strength or above. However, they made no difference to him. He planned to wait and see what kind of existence the so-called barbarians were first, and how the exchange war would actually be. Soon, he could already see the gate of the Divine Martial Academy. Landing on the ground, he put his bloodsob mask back on. This time he was going as the head of the Dark Palace, so some of the features that could easily recognize him as his true identity needed to change. A robe with a blood-colored pattern was taken out and put on. Then the hood was closed to hide the mask in the shadows. It's basically impossible to see without looking closely. The staff blade was lifted and placed at his side, then covered in a black and red overpowering aura to differentiate it from the original wood color. The inside of the mask deliberately released a trace of blood aura. In that case, it would be impossible for even very familiar people to recognize him. Tap. White Knight walked on top of the street like an ordinary person before heading in the direction of the Divine Martial Academy's gate. Inside his perception, it was already crowded. Only all of them were students of the Divine Martial Academy and were basically surrounding the wall. Under the tutor's admonition, none of them dared to get too close, just even if they could only look from afar. These students couldn't stop their curiosity, and one or two of them stuck their heads out to look over. Barbarians. All of the students present had more or less heard of it, they just rarely saw it in real life. I have heard that the barbarians drink hair and blood and often eat human flesh, which is quite horrible. Of course this was a story they heard when they were young, and now that they had entered the Divine Martial Academy under their cultivation, it wasn't so easy to believe these rumors. It's just that the barbarians and the human race are life and death enemies, that's for sure. Hey, that student over there, pay attention. There were tutors who kept warning the bold students. At the same time, they exclaimed that the newborn calves were not afraid of tigers, and they, the tutors, knew what kind of virtue the barbarians had. It is not known if one is taken captive and sacrificed. Many of the students who had been warned shrunk their heads back at once, but the murmuring probably couldn't be stopped. It's the first time I've seen a barbarian. To be honest, it looks as if it's very savage indeed. The person who didn't come over is so strong. The one facing off over there should be Hall Master Hong, right? I heard it was here for some kind of exchange war. Do you guys know what this exchange war is? Quite a few freshmen mostly hadn't heard much about the exchange battle stuff, but most of the upperclassmen knew about it, especially the ones that just moved into second grade, because their exchange battle this term was delayed for some unknown reason. They didn't expect that it was the barbarian race that was now personally coming to their door. Barbarians. I didn't expect to find myself at the door. Why? Do the seniors know what's going on now? What else could be going on? Nothing more than coming to test the profile of our human race. Why? Because the exchange battle that was supposed to be our session seems to have been delayed, and I don't know if it's going to be reopened now. So it's for us freshmen to go out and answer the bell? Nonsense. Of course it's us. Are you freshmen alone a match for others? That is, you guys cultivate well. The next exchange battle will probably be all about you, and these second-year students were right. It was just that the third and fourth ranked freshmen were really no match for others, because the strength of the young generation that people bring is seventh order. A barbarian teenager whose age was the same as the current second-year students already had a peak 7th ranked cultivation. Putting it in their Divine Martial Academy would be considered a genius. So, they're not actually qualified if you want to talk about it. The ones who went out to answer the battle were mostly the ones who had been screened out before. It's just not yet known whether this exchange war will go ahead. This was because the Hall Master Hong, whom they had once met in the distance, had no intention of sending anyone out to fight. At this moment, outside the gate of the Divine Martial Academy, Hong Qianqiu and the barbarians were facing off. This time the barbarians only came with two people, a barbarian crone with a teenage barbarian. From the top of the costume, it was indeed a far cry from the human race within De Qian. Hides, bone ornaments. There is also a staff made of human bone. One of them, that old crone from the barbarian race, was obviously waiting a bit impatiently and took 2 steps forward, her late imperial level aura releasing unbridled. The many red braids tied around his head twitched for a moment, while a pale voice came. Hall Master Hong, the deal was to wait for you for half an hour. Now that half an hour has passed, is there already a candidate for the challenge? Chapter 89, hopefully someone will teach him some lessons. Half an hour. Hong Qianqiu looked at the sky and knew that he couldn't drag it out. At the same time there was some helplessness in his heart. It was unknown whether these barbarians knew that Big Brother and the others had left Divine Martial City or if it was just a coincidence that they actually came to challenge at this time. But this challenge was in his mind and he knew it. It was nothing more than wanting to test to see if something had changed in the Great Qian country. And there was a change. That is, the top battle forces of Divine Martial City had all temporarily left. So he hurried over as soon as he heard the news. By the way, if he brought along the Divine Martial Hall's supreme treasure, he thought that it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight hard against late Imperial level existences. This is the challenge. It's a bit of a headache whether to proceed or not. If they didn't send someone to answer the battle, they would think that their human race was afraid. But if he sent someone to respond to the battle, he was not sure that he could guarantee that his students would be able to return in one piece. He knew the virtues of these barbarians. Luckily, I heard that Big Brother and the others were already on their way back, so they should be able to return with just a little delay. Thoughts raced through the inside of his head, which seemed like mere seconds on the outside. However, before he could say anything, the old voice over there came again. And this time, it was obvious that some means had been used, and the sound was loud enough to spread throughout the Divine Martial Academy. We have come from the Barren Land. There's a toothless son of the clan, and I've heard that there are many talented people in the Great Qian country's Divine Martial Academy. He wasn't very convincing, so he's here today to get some advice. I hope someone within the younger generation of your academy can teach him some lessons. How? With that, the toothy man, as the crone called him, stepped forward and pumped his fists. This young barbarian was also dressed in animal skin, his exposed arms and face dark and tanned, but his face was as disdainful as it could be. I hear you have strong men here. Me, Wu Li, 17, peak of the 7th order, thinks he has no enemy within the same class. I wish someone would make me recognize this reality. The sound was loud, and although it didn't spread throughout the entire Divine Martial Academy, the students on top of the fence basically heard it. 17 years old, peak of the 7th order. No wonder you have such a big mouth. It seems like there are very few people within our same class who have cultivated to the 7th rank, right? He's too arrogant though, isn't he? Deceiving my Divine Martial Academy for having no one? But he does have the capital to be arrogant. Isn't Hall Master Hong ready to send someone out to fight? The student's murmurs reached inside Hong Qianqiu's ears, appearing a bit harsh, causing his face to instantly darken. Looks like we're going to have to tough it out and answer the battle anyway. Otherwise the entire Divine Martial Academy would probably lose face. But, Hong Qianqiu glanced behind him. By this time, the students who have this strength in school should have already found it. I'll do it. A teenager with eyes came out from the crowd, looking svelte, but with muscles that were clearly hidden on his body. I'm a second-year student and my strength is also at the peak of the 7th rank, so I should meet the requirements, right? Hong Qianqiu sensed it, and it was indeed the peak strength of the 7th rank correctly. What's your name? Fong Ping. Good. Hong Qianqiu nodded, then turned to the barbarian side, his voice suddenly rising. We accept this challenge. The candidate for battle is sophomore Fong Ping. The ringing sound not only reached inside the ears of the barbarians, but also the students on top of the fence. Fong Ping? Who's that? Do you know each other? There is a cultivation of the peak of the 7th rank within the second-year students, so they shouldn't be obscure. I'm so trying to remember. Fong Ping, I wait. Rock Hand? I guess it kind of rings a bell when I hear you say it. So that's him. That said, how does this nickname look a bit out of place? Sven. Don't look at the person's svelte appearance. I heard that he has already followed the Golden Martial Guards on many missions, and he has killed quite a number of 7th-ranked ferocious beasts. I heard that it was the ferocious beasts that were all torn apart directly. Such tactics are not svelte. Hiss. So powerful? So this fight should be solid, right? It's hard to say, not having fought the barbarians. I don't know people's ways, and I've heard that the barbarians like to engage in side deals, and even cheat. This can't be. The barbarians are so despicable? TSK, our human race's greatest enemy in life and death. Do you not even have this realization? It's just that our Divine Martial Academy doesn't bother with such things. If we want to fight, we'll beat him fair and square. It's on. I don't know who shouted out, and the conversing students stopped talking and looked over. At this moment, Fong Ping and that barbarian Wulia had already walked to the center of the field. Fong Ping was wearing a white shirt, and was rolling up the cuffs at the moment, sizing up this opponent he was about to fight in the process. Very young. He felt like he should be slightly older. The lean, tanned body didn't see bulging, exaggerated muscles, but it exuded a sense of savage power. This person should go power as well. Same as him. It was just strange that this barbarian young man was holding a staff or something. The human skull on it made him a little uncomfortable. Obviously this thing couldn't have been made from the head of one of his own people. That would most likely be a human. Then those things he had heard about the barbarians should be true. But let's leave those aside for now. The important thing is not to know what this staff does. Or is this stuff just a barbarian habit? Because he also saw the barbarian crone some distance away, similarly holding an even more massive skull staff. However, these could not be figured out for the time being and could only be explored in battle. And across the room, the brute was the first to speak. I heard that your great Qian kingdom likes to perform an arching salute before starting a fight. Is it okay if I'm like this? Wu Lai carried his staff and clasped his fists from afar towards Fang Ping's side, only, with a mouth that said it was polite. That cocked corner of his mouth showed that he didn't mean it to be that polite. Mockery? Fang Ping felt that the opposite side meant this. Humph. After a cold snort, he still returned the salute with a clasped fist. After all, people could be so graceless. He as a student of Divine Martial Academy could not. A barbarian, learning from their great Qian kingdom, mocked them in turn. But he felt that he didn't need to argue with these barbarians. So what if his mouth was powerful? In the end it wasn't strength that spoke. Begin. Yes. After speaking briefly, Fang Ping began to be stern. Splat. The muscles on the tops of his arms bulged, widening the cuffs of his white shirt. After a layer of earth-colored aura flowed on the entire arm, it actually appeared to have an angular and rock-like texture. That's where his nickname comes from, Rockhand. He intends, right off the bat, to go all out. Let this barbarian know that their Divine Martial Academy was not that easy to mess with. And that barbarian across the street was already getting ready. The top of his empty palm held a bone fragment of an unknown demonic beast, pinching it in front of his body as he mouthed the words. Then the runes on top of the bone fragments suddenly glowed with spiritual light, and they quickly dimmed again rapidly. Ka! The bone fragments shattered and then turned into powder, followed by some runes similar to the ones on top of the bone fragments starting to appear on his body. For a moment, a reckless aura came straight at him. Is this the barbarian race's means? Fang Ping, who was seeing this for the first time, was somewhat rare, but it was only a rarity. The aura of the manganist did give him a strong feeling, but he's not weak, either. Fingers gently pushed his glasses, and the top of his forehead was bruised and rocky as well. The corners of his mouth split into a cruel smile. The inside of his eyes stared straight at the opposite barbarian as if he wanted to tear it in half. So strong. The students on top of the enclosure sucked in a breath of cool air as they felt the aura of the two people in the arena. I wait, Fang Ping. Sure enough, he's showing his true colors. That's his true nature, isn't it? Who said that people are svelte just now? But it feels like the brute on the other side isn't so bad. And that staff, I wonder what it's for. It's just a broken staff. What can it do? You'll know it when you've seen it. It's on. As the murmuring voices fell, Fang Ping exerted force on the palms of his feet. Boom! The spot was dented and shattered in countless ways. Coming! Doesn't that barbarian hide? The staff is stuck in the ground by him. He threw a punch. To actually dare to not dodge under his attack and directly resist it? Very courageous. A sardonic smile appeared on Fang Ping's face, as if he saw the scene of this barbarian being torn apart. Then a rocky fist punched out. Behind them, there were exclamations of surprise from the other students. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? I wait, Fang Ping. Was seconded? The cry of alarm had just rung out. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Fang Ping and he flew backward, his glasses shattering. Inside the disbelieving eyes, it was as if they were going to spew out his shocked anger. What the hell is this? What's going on? Chapter 90. Restrictions can be relaxed. What's going on? Is Fang careless? I don't know. No amount of carelessness would be that much of a stretch. Did you guys see how that brute struck? Just a regular punch, right? It's also the peak of the 7th rank. How could there be such a big difference? And Fang Ping isn't weak either. It couldn't have been some unseemly maneuver, could it? That's right. This speculation had likewise occurred to Hong Qianqiu. It was the same peak strength of the 7th rank. How could it be possible that he couldn't even receive a single blow from someone else? Moreover, he could sense that this Divine Martial Academy student was definitely going all out. But he looked at the student who had fallen next to him. Fang Ping had fainted, and his right arm was a bit twisted, obviously broken. Even his internal organs he could sense some shifting. Serious injuries without question. Retracting his gaze, he raised his palm and gently tickled his fingers. Swish! A divine martial guard appeared and brought Fang Ping down. These injuries still need to be treated in a timely manner or there is a risk of fallout. Soon, the divine martial guards took the student down. The field became empty again, and if it wasn't for the bloodstains still on the ground, the others would have even forgotten that a battle had just taken place here. Because it's over too soon. So much so that most people were anything but shocked, and some didn't react. Hong Chiaki is the same. The eyes looked over grimly. That barbarian teenager calmly took his palm back, and the disdain on his face became even more intense. After noticing his gaze, there was even a hint of provocation. However, as an existence at the imperial level, how could he be provoked by a barbarian of the younger generation? He was just curious as to what tactics this person had used. When he used the bone fragments before, he could probably recognize what the tactic was. It's Wiccan sorcery. It looks like it should be a power boost or something. But a 7th-ranked barbarian couldn't raise his strength that much even with the use of sorcery. The only thing I don't see, I think, is the skeleton staff held in that hand. It would be understandable to say that the staff could have an increasing effect. It's just that just now he clearly didn't sense any energy fluctuations arising. It looks like it's just for show. I'm sorry, the clan's teeth are young and unintelligent. Their hands are not light or heavy. Hall Master Hong won't mind, right? At this moment, that old crone of the barbarian race spoke. The words seemed apologetic, but the smug look on his face didn't even bother to hide it. However, Hong Qianqiu couldn't have a seizure, not to mention that he was a step weaker. Even the behavior of the sparring itself could not be picked apart. This is in accordance with the rules, just not as strong as others. Hong Qianqiu responded something faintly, his gaze sizing up that barbarian's tooth for a moment. It looks like you guys are planning to continue the challenge? After Wu Lai heard such words, he once again took 2 steps forward, his meaning already obvious. At the same time an old voice came. That's right, it was meant to show the clan's ill-mannered teeth what it means to be outside of people, but it doesn't feel like it's very effective. Instead it's made him a little more proud. Of course, that's not to say that your academy students are not strong. That young man's strength is still good, but it's still worse. This wouldn't be the strongest person in your academy, would it? After hearing such words, Hong Qianqiu's face became even more gloomy. It's just that a failure is a failure, and he doesn't give a damn about excuses. As for the mocking intent between the lines of that barbarian crone's words, he completely ignored it. Keep up the challenge, right? Anyone else want to go to war? Hong Qianqiu's voice traveled inside the Divine Martial Academy. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. None of them knew how Fong Ping weight lost just now. In the face of this situation, no one dared to arbitrarily respond to go to war. After a while, there was still no one who was willing to respond to the battle, and Hong Qianqiu's face was a bit unsightly. And at that moment, Witchblaze snorted and opened his mouth. I've always heard that the Divine Martial Academy is full of talented people, but now it seems a bit disappointing. Here's the deal. I can let go of some of the restrictions. 8th order. Anyone below the middle of the 8th rank can answer the battle. And no age limit. Well, Wu Lai raised his palm high and made a gesture so that everyone on top of the Divine Martial Academy's walls could see it. The mockery on his face was clear enough. This action immediately caused the students of Divine Martial Academy to explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So arrogant. Did any of the second-year seniors answer the call? This breath can't be swallowed in any case, can it? Mud. If I were strong enough, I'd go straight down. I wonder if the instructors have anything planned. This kind of thing can't be arranged by force, can it? The last battle couldn't see anything at all. It's still too risky to answer the battle rashly. So what do you mean? Just let this barbarian ride in on our heads? You're good. You're on. Crap. I'm sure I'd be on it if I had the strength. That's not even a no. Talk so much. You. The students of Divine Martial Academy had been discussing well, but many of them couldn't help but get angry and quarrel with the people next to them. And for a while noisy voices rang out everywhere. It wasn't until a crisp voice appeared that the atmosphere was interrupted. I'll do it. A girl with a single ponytail walked out, holding her palm high. Finally, under the excitement of that barbarian teenager, someone couldn't stand it anymore. Even if you're seriously injured and lying in a hospital bed, it's still better than being humiliated here. Chun-Li, peak of the 7th order. After coming out, he also volunteered his name Strength. Hong Qianqiu turned his head to look over. A valiant girl with a long spear in her hand. He heard from the voices of the students next to him that this person should also be one of the masters that were screened out at the beginning, but the strength should be similar to Fong Ping just now. The only good thing was that the girl had a weapon. Are you sure? He couldn't help but ask. Well, try. Shenli was not very sure after hesitating for a while. After all, he hadn't seen how that barbarian on the opposite side had just struck. One can only rely on the strength of the weapon and hope that it might check out. She hadn't wanted to come out, but she was just pissed off. A mere barbarian was actually speaking out against their Divine Martial Academy. Be careful, Hong Qianqiu admonished in a rare moment. Shenli nodded in understanding. In fact, even if Hall Master Hong didn't say anything, she would still be very careful. Come to the center of the field and stand opposite each other. It was just that Wu Lai's face became even more disdainful after he saw that the next opponent to face off against was a girl. Woman? Is there no one else from your Divine Martial Academy to actually let you make an appearance? Chapter 91, There will be no mercy in the next round. Discrimination? Mockery? Chenli quenched disdainfully, not eating this at all. The fact that the strength was able to stand out from so many students would have been telling. She's not weak, and not a little cutie. Cut the crap. Start. Yes. After another fake arching salute, Wu Lai began his maneuvers from the first sparring match again. A bone chip was also cupped in his hand, and Chenli threw her lance around and set up her stance. Since she had already learned from the past, she was going to test the waters first. With a wave of the spear, a fiery red aura shot out. The speed was fast and met directly with which Lai. Put. A transparent shield suddenly appeared, deflecting her tentative attack. She wasn't surprised when the blow fell short. The lance flipped around a bit and tried to use some more powerful moves, but suddenly there were a few cries of alarm. Look out! Behind the schoolmarm. In the back, Chenli attacked with a beat, suddenly feeling a shady sensation coming from behind. Snapping his head around, a huge black palm had fully appeared and held, and in the center of it was where she was. Crap! Chenli gave a cry of misfortune, then stood her lance in front of her. Fiery red aura gushed out and swirled around the lance, breaking style. Before the black palm had completely closed, Chenli drilled out from inside the gap with her human gun, but just as he escaped the danger, the black palm suddenly unfolded and changed its attack. Then, a palm slapped. Not good. Chenli instantly changed her face. The change was unexpected and, it's too late. In the end, she only had time to block her lance in front of her body before she felt a huge force coming from her. Put. Blood traced a bright trail through the air, and the whole thing fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time there was an unknown energy constantly invading the body, but there was no movement after just a slight twitching of the arms and legs. Because, seriously injured and unconscious again, Hong Qianqiu clenched his palms a bit tighter. He saw that palm behind this girl's back too, but he still didn't make a move. For him to make a move would be a violation, and by the time that barbarian crone on the opposite side made a move as well, the situation might be a bit worse. These were the default rules between them and the barbarians, and if they didn't want to tear their faces off, these rules still had to be followed, and the other party didn't lay down any death blows, so I guess they were also in a tentative state for the time being. He sensed the girl not far away. The injuries were a bit more severe than the last student, and there was some black energy wrapped around her body, so much so that she was frowning tightly even when she was unconscious. Beckoning again, another divine martial guard appeared to take the man down. Phew! The nose exhaled heavily out. The second challenge also failed, and it gets worse. Looking at the expressions of those barbarians on the opposite side of the room, one didn't need to think to know what these people would say. Sure enough, the voice of that barbarian crone soon rang out. Sorry for the heavy hand, but the exchange war is supposed to be life and death each in their own way. Even if they die they can't blame anyone, right? Speaking here, his gaze swept around the circle of Divine Martial Academy students, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he finally looked in Hong Qianqiu's direction. Do you have any more students who can come out and answer? There will be no mercy next, so your Divine Martial Academy students won't be too scared to come out, right? The voice reached Hong Qianqiu's ears, causing his face to go green and white. It's also true to say that the exchange war itself is not about life and death. It is just that these barbarians may want to test their attitude and deliberately show mercy. And the girl who had just been hurt a little worse was obviously doing it on purpose, in order to force the Divine Martial Academy step by step. The next round, if nothing else, is expected to be a fight to the death. However, he still hadn't seen clearly how that barbarian managed to critically injure his fellow rank with a single strike. Not to mention the other students. In the face of life and death threats, there might not always be someone who dared to come out and answer the battle. That's quite a handful. There was some unwillingness inside Hong Qianqiu, as well as some suffocation and anger. He probably knew what these barbarians were planning. One wanted to make a fool of their Divine Martial Academy, and the other wanted to test the Great Qian Kingdom's strength. If they couldn't even crack this tactic, then I guess they would only get even more aggressive next time. And the reason for his unwillingness was that the Divine Martial Academy did have stronger students. But if you can't crack the query, I guess no one will dare to come out and answer the challenge. His eyes looked grimly at the skeleton staff in the hands of the barbarian teenager. He felt that the problem definitely appeared on top of this staff. But, the reality is that he can't check. That barbarian crone would never let him check it out for himself. And there was nothing he could do to confirm if there was a problem without touching the staff. So, we'll have to do for now? A feeling of powerlessness came over me. Anyone else respond to the battle? Hong Qianqiu's voice of suppressed anger spread throughout the Divine Martial Academy, but it was as if everyone hadn't heard it. and as they looked at each other in disbelief, it was surprising that there wasn't even much discussion. Seeing this, Hong Qianqiu added one more sentence. Those who respond to the battle, regardless of success or failure, will be rewarded with a 7th-order extreme spiritual weapon. After this sentence was uttered, it finally caused some reaction. Extreme spirit weapon. Great stuff. The one I'm using now is still a lower-grade spirit weapon. Unfortunately, there is no such strength or life. Many whispered to themselves for a moment. Extremely high-grade spirit weapons were indeed already very precious items for ordinary students like them, but it's less appealing compared to your own life. The human barbarians have all said that the next game, regardless of success or failure, is only about life and death. It's hard to get. Hong Qianqiu also found it difficult to get around. If the entire Divine Martial Academy didn't even have anyone to answer the battle, it would probably become the laughingstock of the barbarian race, but there was nothing he could do to force his students to forcefully respond to the battle. A heavy reward was as far as he could go. It just seemed as if just an extreme spiritual weapon couldn't impress those students yet. Then, responders, one more reward. He gritted his teeth, intending to boost the rewards a bit more, but before the words were finished, they were suddenly interrupted. Wait. The hoarse voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears with precision. Hong Qianqiu was startled for a moment and turned his head to look, realizing that at some point, there was a figure quietly leaning beside a large tree at the entrance. I can't believe he didn't realize there was suddenly a stranger here? Is it human? Or who? The man was covered with a hood and not very visible. However, when he turned his gaze to the barbarian side, he found that the barbarian crone also had a look of astonishment. Obviously, the visitor wasn't a barbarian either. Okay, Hong Qianqiu silently sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't a barbarian's helper, he already couldn't cope with one late imperial level crone, and one more would be even more stressful. And the barbarian crone frowned. Her wrinkled face was filled with astonishment. And indeed, she also had an uncertain look on her face, but she didn't have the time to pay attention to what Hong Qianqiu was thinking right now. Her attention was now all on this stranger who had just appeared. At such a close distance, her late imperial level strength actually didn't sense it at all, so much so that she subconsciously asked, "What are you?" Chapter 92, Cheating? How can I see it? The crone waited quietly after the words were spoken. Only, the complete lack of response from the one across from her made her frown. She had met the dean of the Divine Martial Academy, and it was obvious that the temperament just didn't match. It would be understandable if it was the dean who came out. After all, as an existence at the pinnacle of the imperial level, it wouldn't even make sense for him not to come out to preside over the big picture at a time like this. But after all this time, it still hasn't shown up. Originally, she had speculated whether it was the Divine Martial Academy or even the Great Qian country that had undergone some kind of change. So much so that after such a long time, only the surname Hong is here to hold on strong. But now the dean of the Divine Martial Academy she had imagined didn't appear. Instead, someone she didn't recognize appeared. It wasn't even certain if it was someone inside the Great Qian country. The only thing that was certain was that this person was definitely not simple. However, there was surprisingly no response to her question. Is it looking down on her? So she spoke again. What? This is a matter between us and the Divine Martial Academy. You want to interfere? However, after a good while had passed, that person still didn't respond to him positively either, and only stretched out his finger to point in the direction of Wu Lai's side. You break the rules. The hoarse voice came again, making her heart sink. There was a sudden sense of foreboding. This person can actually tell something? How is that possible? This thing couldn't be sensed even at the peak of the imperial level. With this stranger who appeared out of nowhere? So she asked with a narrowing of her eyes. What do you mean? Isn't the meaning obvious enough? You cheated. Cheating? The old crone's heart thumped. Her face did not show any emotion, but inside she was still a little shocked. Sure enough, the man did guess something. Did you happen to guess? Or did you sense it? Soon. However, the corners of her mouth quirked up. Whether it's a guess or not, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that, has no evidence, that she broke the rules? So what if you break the rules? Even if everyone knew there was something fishy about this challenge, as long as there's no evidence, just by virtue of that deputy temple master of the Divine Martial Hall surnamed Hong, would he still dare to flip under her nose? Even if the dean of the Divine Martial Academy came, he wouldn't dare say anything without evidence. This was something she had known for a long time. The attitude of the Great Qian country's side towards them. It's like the annual challenge, with a couple of warnings at best. The Dacian kingdom is no longer the Dacian kingdom of old. If they hadn't been unable to feel the realities of the Great Qian kingdom, perhaps their entire barbarian race would have already pressed forward in force. As for this stranger who had suddenly appeared, it now seemed that he should be in league with the Divine Martial Academy. It's just that that thing was personally moved by the matriarch, and it was claimed that it was impossible to detect it even with the strength of a peak imperial level. So, after thinking clearly about these joints, she sneered instead. Cheating? Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Where's the evidence? Just as the words were spoken, however, it was as if she heard a disdainful sneer as well. Evidence? Two simple words came out, and then he saw that person slowly raise his palm, aiming it towards Wu Lai's side. Is this going to destroy that thing? Not good. Don't you dare. The crone's originally drooping eyelids suddenly jumped, and her face rose without anger. The staff in his hand tapped lightly on the ground, and a huge black palm suddenly appeared next to Wu Lai to shield him. Immediately afterward, a massive gravity descended steeply. Put! The palm couldn't even last a moment and instantly dissipated. The gravity did not diminish and came directly next to that barbarian teenager, but it did not cause any damage to him. The goal of this gravity is the skeleton mace. Stop! The crone suddenly cried out and crushed a piece of the domino in her hand as well. A long black arrow suddenly appeared and then broke through the air, aiming at the very person with the hooded robe. Only, before the long arrows could get close, they suddenly saw space as if it had twisted for a moment. The long arrow suddenly crumbled apart halfway through. She couldn't help but stare. Her full force strike was actually casually broken by this person. In that case, Wu Li's sighed. His face changed to a look of shock and anger, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. Pop! One could only see the topmost skull on top of the skeleton staff and Wu Li's hand suddenly shattering apart, as well as the incredulous look on Wu Li's face. You! The crone was about to say something in her shocked anger, but was interrupted by another, louder voice. The voice was so loud that it contained endless anger in general. You barbarians! Sure cheated! Hong Qianqiu's face was suffocatingly red. That was the result of repressing the anger that was all over him. 2 battles in a row, both lost by almost seconds. I didn't realize it was actually this kind of unseemly little tactic. Good you barbarians, breaking the rules of the exchange tournament. If you don't give an explanation out today, Mr. Hong will spell out this old life to keep you here. Hong Qianqiu's shocked and angry voice reached the barbarian crone's ears, causing her face to instantly gloom. She didn't speak right away, much less retort, because the situation is really 100 times worse. At this moment, that barbarian's teenager suddenly didn't have an arrogant and domineering look on his face, but instead had a tense look on his face. Sweat was running down his forehead without him realizing it. Eyes fixed on the staff held in his hand. The skull on it had turned into broken pieces and fallen off. One could vaguely see countless annoying runes inside the skull, and to top it off, there was a black cicada chrysalis lying on top of the base where the skull was originally placed. At the end of this black cicada nymph, a less obvious black filament shows through. This silk thread, it was not supposed to be seen or sensed, but now out of nowhere and, where the ends are attached, it was the staff that the crone held in her hand. With so many pairs of eyes staring at you, there's no way to cheat even if you want to. In particular, the students of the Divine Martial Academy roared with curses after seeing this result. Asterisk. Sure is cheating. I told you how it's possible that there's such a big difference in strength under the same rank. I didn't expect the barbarians to be so despicable. To actually rely on such means to critically injure 2 of our academy's elite trainees. No wonder that barbarian is so arrogant. So he is emboldened. Did you guys notice that during the second sparring match? Wasn't that black palm the same one used by that barbarian crone? Indeed, it's definitely that old hag who did it. To actually bully a 7th order student with the strength of an emperor? It's so shameful, isn't it? If it wasn't for that big guy in the robe who uncovered it, I don't know how long I would have to be humiliated by these despicable and shameless people. Say, do you guys know who this big guy is? I don't think I've seen it before, but being able to frontal withstand an attack from an imperial level, the strength should be very strong as well, right? A friend of Dean his old man? Hard to say. The voices of discussion rose and fell, and it was impossible for that old crone of the barbarian race to not hear them, especially when she heard some of the words that had been used to scold her. It made her face darken even more. A bunch of human scum. How dare you insult her? She had originally thought of giving these young people who didn't know any better a lesson, but she instead dismissed the idea when she heard the latter. In addition to the one surnamed Hong here, there was also an expert who was clearly siding with the Divine Martial Academy. From the ease with which she blocked her attack just now, it seemed that the strength would definitely not be bad. If we add that Hong guy, we'll be in trouble. But for the time being, there was no need to worry too much. It was nothing more than a matter of face. The people from the Divine Martial Academy didn't dare to make a random move against them barbarians. A fight between emperor-level existences was already equivalent to a direct declaration of war. The current Dakian kingdom doesn't have the strength to do that. That's why she didn't say anything, just grimaced. She was certain that there was no way that the Great Qian kingdom would face the dilemma of a major barbarian attack over such a trivial matter. So, she couldn't talk much about being nervous inside. At best, there was a small moment after the conspiracy was uncovered when it got a little in your face. Just, cheating? Her face shifted for a moment, replacing it with a sneer. What cheating? If she says it's not, then it's not. I think Hall Master Hong is misunderstanding something, right? It's just a staff attached to the star bone staff of my old self. Why all the fuss? The power itself is only at the level of the 7th rank. Cheating? How can you see? Chapter 93, this mask looks familiar. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've never seen such a brazen person. Is the thickness of this ing skin even proportional to age? That's not ing cheating? What the hell? Look at that barbarian's face, it's the look of a conspiracy being uncovered. It's still not cheating? And that black line is plainly visible now. The barbarians are talking nonsense with their eyes open. Simply deceptive. Indeed, it's too much of a bully. Hong Qianqiu also felt this way, and the anger on his face could not be restrained from bubbling up. How can you see? This black line of energy linking the two staffs is so obvious. You think I'm blind? Or do you think that the feeling of being connected to a vein up there is an illusion on Hong's part? Hong Qianqiu's eyes narrowed. A cold light looming. Attached staff? This kind of lame excuse to deceive an ordinary student tutor with a low cultivation level was fine. But in front of his mid-royal level strength, to actually tell him that it was a subsidiary staff? Only 7th order energy fluctuations? When he didn't know that the thread of energy could conduct the crone's own aura? Ha! The barbarian crone laughed lightly in disdain. The old body says it's an affiliated staff. Then it is a subsidiary staff. What? Hall Master Hong is not convinced? Wanna go to war with my barbarian race? A snort of laughter came from Hong Qianqiu as he clenched his palms tightly. After the barbarian crone's half-explanatory, half-threatening words, a hint of struggle surfaced on his face. After a few changes, the final, still barely calmed down. Barbarians. Indeed. This old and young witch tribesman represented what was most likely the attitude of the barbarian tribe as a whole. He couldn't afford the consequences if there was a big fight here. He was aware of the situation in the Great Qian country, and his elder brother had also instructed to hold back for the time being. But, is it just a matter of holding back? Underneath the entire Divine Martial Academy's teachers and students, and even under the eyes of the Divine Martial Guards, by cheating, he injured 2 students on their side, and even more so, he denied the fact that he had cheated, even made verbal threats. If only Big Brother and the others were here. This unwilling thought popped up inside his head, yet as soon as that thought appeared, he seemed to remember something. Eyes on the road. The Excellency who had just exposed the barbarians' petty tactics was still here. However, after such a long time, he froze and did not recall when such a strong existence had appeared in the Great Qian country. But it didn't matter, as long as it was on their Divine Martial Academy side. Your Excellency is hiding your head. What kind of person are you? Before he could open his mouth, the barbarian crone on the other side grimly and unpleasantly snatched a question. Originally planned well. Even if the Divine Martial Arts Academy suffered defeat, there was no place to talk about it. But it was all ruined by this man. It was indeed a male voice, if she had heard correctly. Sure enough, the next sentence she heard the man finally speak. Just the words that came out made her face twist up a bit. A barbarian is not worthy to know who I am. The hoarse voice echoed through the field, the light tone as if it were saying something that was a matter of course. However, the more bland the tone, the harder her face became. The district is a human race. It's amazing how big the mouth is. It seems that the Great Qian Kingdom has been too comfortable for too long. Good thing too. Gradually, the anger was suppressed from her. It's just a little trick to expose it. Just to see if the Great Qian Kingdom will still hold back in this situation. If only it would. Ha! The game has just begun. But before that, those who hide their heads and tails, show me. The old crone's eyes narrowed, a glint in her eye, and the staff in her hand struck the ground heavily. Dang! The sound was accompanied by a gust of wind. Wherever the gale passed through, a clear trace was scraped out on the ground, enough to see the great power of this gale. But just as it approached the robed man, it dropped violently. Whew! The wind was suddenly greatly reduced, blowing on the robed man's body like a breeze on his face, with no effect whatsoever. Nope, the effect is still there. The remaining bit of breeze blew the hood open a bit, revealing a blood-red mask underneath. Masks? The crone's brow furrowed as she saw the results after her attack. So easily blocked her, this blow did not surprise her. But this mask, it looks a little familiar. She should have seen it a long time ago. It's just been a bit too long and it didn't come to mind for a while. On the contrary, it was Hong Qianxiu's side who suddenly stared wide-eyed after seeing this mask. A bloody mask? Something subconsciously popped up inside his head. A blood-red mask with a golden lightning pattern in the center. Isn't that a blood sob mask? He looked at it more closely with some disbelief. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the one inside his head. Mask of Blood Scream. Something that had been passed down from the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall Master. Indeed, this is the right thing. He remembers that this thing was in his big brother's possession, and now it appears on this man. The answer simply cries out. White Knights. It was actually White Knight. Could it be that White Knight had already agreed to take on the position of Dark Hall Master? Hong Qianxiu suddenly became a bit agitated and subconsciously blurted out. White. Suddenly a familiar voice reached his ears with such precision that it brightened his eyes and made him even more sure of his suspicions. At the same time, he instantly understood what White Knight meant. White Hall Master. Eventually, he took a deep breath and clasped his fists in a faraway salute. Not far away, White Knight nodded his head faintly, indicating that he recognized the identity. After seeing Bai Ye's exact response, Hong Qianxiu's entire body felt relieved. White Knights. It was indeed him. It also did take over the position of Master of the Dark Hall. It was not known what had happened within the time he had left with his elder brother and the others that had actually made this person make up his mind. But the process doesn't matter. The direct result is good enough. Finally, he waved his fist secretly. After such a long delay, it's finally time for someone who can run the show to come over. This challenge. There's a turnaround. That juvenile-looking person. Even his elder brother couldn't help but marvel at his talent and strength. Nowadays, siding with their Divine Martial Hall, he instantly felt that most of the pressure and gloom over his head had disappeared, and he had the feeling that the clouds had opened up. Lord Whitehall? The students and instructors of the Divine Martial Academy all repeated the words as well, and then there was a sudden rush of excitement. Hall Master? Is it the Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall? One of those strongest bigwigs in the great Qian country? I heard that the strength is even stronger than our dean. Finally. This time if the barbarians want to muddle through without giving an explanation, just don't even think about it. But, it seems like the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master isn't dressed like this, right? However, the more knowledgeable mentors still noticed something was amiss. The Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master shouldn't be like this. They had seen and interacted with Dean before, so they would certainly recognize it if it was. But this one clearly isn't. Indeed, it doesn't look like it. Although this senior definitely looks strong, he shouldn't be the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master. This can't be right. In that case, then who is this senior? This Hall Master Hong said it himself, so it shouldn't be wrong, right? And that, too, is what these mentors don't understand. Your Highness, and that blood-red mask. Say, how come that mask feels a little familiar? Is it? Do I so want to feel that way too? But can't think of it. It should be a long time ago. But, what happened to that barbarian crone? After someone reminded them of this, everyone looked over. It was seen that the old woman of the barbarian race had changed her face greatly for some reason, and the expression of shock and anger from earlier had disappeared long ago. Now the face showed, surprisingly, a few hints of horror, and the body actually trembled slightly. A skinny palm with outstretched fingers slowly raised, pointing in the direction of the White Hall Master. The mouth still looks like it's coming up for air and stammers. You are the Dark Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall. Blood Demon Son. Chapter 94, Lecturing on the Rules. The barbarian crone's voice even hissed at the end of her words, especially the three words Blood Demon Son, as if it was some kind of great terror. Even the students inside the Divine Martial Academy inexplicably had a bad feeling when they heard this name. Blood Devil Son? What does that mean? The name sounds a little creepy. There's also the Dark Hall Master? The Divine Martial Palace still has this Dark Hall thing? How come I didn't know? For a moment, they looked at each other, and then realized that the others looked like they didn't know much about it either. On the contrary, some people noticed that some of the older tutors were in a daze, muttering the words Blood Demon Son over and over again. This situation made them even more curious. However, these tutors were still immersed inside their memories, so it was obvious that they couldn't learn the answer from them, and could only return their gaze to the field. How can it be? Isn't the Blood Demon Son already dead? At this moment, that old crone of the barbarian race also looked like she was possessed, repeating these words over and over in her mouth. Some bad memories appeared inside her mind, so much so that she was a bit disoriented, and as she lost her temper, a sudden, intense killing intent descended steeply. Swish! For a moment, it was like falling into an ice cave. Her pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and the hairs on her entire body stood up in sweat. A figure with a blood-red mask suddenly appeared inside his mind, and blood and limbs flew about wherever he passed. A long moment, a chill pulled her back to reality. Only then did I realize that I was soaked to the bone. The wind made her shiver as it blew by, and that killing intent had vanished without a trace. But instead, she was unusually clear inside her head, and her consciousness told her clearly. The feeling just now was definitely not an illusion. This stranger in robes was the Blood Demon Son. There's no mistaking this feeling of murderous intent. Whether the Blood Demon Son had risen from the dead or there was some other successor, it didn't matter anymore. The important thing was that she was definitely not an opponent. That was an existence similar to the Divine Martial Hall Master. He could also tell through his senses just now that this person was definitely at the peak of the Imperial level or above. Whether the strength would be even stronger than the Divine Martial Hall Master was unknown. But she would rather face the Divine Martial Hall Master. The Divine Martial Hall Master would still be reasonable. He would also weigh the pros and cons. And the Blood Demon Son, inside her mind, there would be no such thing. Sobering up a bit? Suddenly, the hoarse voice came with an infinite chill, causing her already cold body to tremble even more. If not, I don't mind letting you experience it again. Sober. The crone couldn't help but take 2 steps back and hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at that mask again. The palm of her hand clenched tightly on top of the staff, as if there was something on it that could bring her a slight sense of security. Just the 3 words Blood Demon Son alone made her unable to raise the thought of resistance, not to mention the killing intent just now that almost made her lose her resistance. She couldn't act rashly before she had figured out this person's style of doing things. Although she had the barbarian clan behind her as a backer, it was unknown if it would work in front of the Blood Demon Son. Now one could only hope and expect that this newly minted Blood Demon Son was not as difficult to communicate with as one might have imagined. It should seem hopeful at this point. After all, the fact that she's alive and well right now is evidence of that. Your Excellency Pavilion. The old me is just leading the young generation of my clan to routinely participate in the annual exchange tournament, and I have no intention of offending the Great Qian Kingdom. This is the rule of the barbarians and the Great Qian Kingdom. The crone had thought of explaining, but the voice came out and became more and more muted the further back it went. Rules? Talking rules with the Blood Demon Son? If it was really that simple, she wouldn't have to get cold hands and feet when she heard the name. However, after the words were spoken, White Knight hadn't had much of a reaction yet, but the students of Divine Martial Academy were a bit of a group, and, of course, only dared to lower his voice. The old hag is too shameless, isn't she? Talking to us about rules now. Why didn't you talk about it when you were cheating just now? True enough, worthy of being at the level of a hall master. Only those with great strength are qualified to speak the rules. The voice reached the barbarian crone's ears, causing her cheeks to twitch. There were quite a few curse words mixed in there, but she could only squeeze out an awkward smile and didn't dare to have a random attack. Especially, she found herself actually realizing after she said those words. That's a pretty bad situation to be in at the moment. The matter of the staff in Wu Lai's hand that had been tampered with was what was dismantled by the Blood Demon Son in front of him. It's over. It's over. It was a thought that kept ringing in her head, not to mention whether or not the Blood Demon Child herself would abide by the rules. Now even the rules were broken by herself first. The aura in her body was ready at any time, as if she had already foreseen the scene where the Blood Demon Son was about to strike. Rules, right? That raspy voice came again, making her swallow hard, but faced with the questioning, she still had to respond with a stiff upper lip. No, that's right, she was ready to strike at any time, but she didn't dare to take the lead in front of that name. Now that I think about the fact that I had just taken the initiative twice, it was nothing short of a miracle that I was still alive and well up to this point, but miracles don't happen a third time. So you guys broke the rules. Aha! The crone suddenly froze for a moment. What was with this tone that had suddenly become so serious? She lifted her head slightly and looked away, but all that could be seen was a blood-red mask, and it was completely obvious what kind of face the person had, judging only by the tone of voice. It seems there is room for negotiation? So this is really a third miracle? She was a little disbelieving, but she calmed down quickly and hurried to make amends. Your Excellency Pavilion, this is our barbarian race's fault. We admit defeat. Admit defeat. Originally, the conversation between the two had caused everyone else to hold their breath. But after the crone's words came out, the crowd couldn't help but boil up again. Asterisk. Admit defeat? That excellency won't just let them go, will he? I don't think so, but it's hard to say. Maybe that's the best way to end it. We're not in a position to tear ourselves apart from the barbarians at the moment. Indeed. Kind of makes sense. The comments were mixed, with some people feeling that it was too cheap to admit defeat just like that after injuring two of their students by cheating. But some people also think that this might be the best possible outcome. Concede and walk away, leaving your dignity and face behind, but not tearing it up. After calming down, most people also felt that this result was acceptable, but there was still some resentment inside. However, it was clear that they had overthought it. None of the people present knew this Dark Hall Master, and only Hong Qianxiu knew the true identity of the Dark Hall Master. At this point, he was in a relaxed mood, looking across the room with his hands behind his back like he was watching a good show. Overthinking it indeed. That was the thought that popped up inside his head. With his knowledge of this man, just let them go? How is that possible? Sure enough, immediately a raspy voice sounded again. No. Chapter 95, Replacement. No way. The hoarse two words reached the old crone's ears, directly throwing a pot of cold water on her. Sure enough, it's not going to be easy. Then, what does your excellency want then? We barbarians can make compensation. In the end, all she could do was offer an awkward smile while also raising her heart in her throat and asking tentatively, or does your excellency want to leave us here? Doesn't worry about causing needless disputes between the two parties? Neither. White Knight shook his head, causing the crone's heart to thump again. Now it was completely confusing to figure out what was going on in the mind of the man across the room. If you don't admit defeat, and you don't admit defeat, and you don't mean to leave them behind, then what? She was tempted to yell, kill or give a, but as soon as the idea came out, it was immediately discarded. In front of the blood demon's son, if he dared to say that, there might not be any room for maneuver. However, she soon realized what the man across from her meant. White Knight raised his finger and pointed at the barbarian youth in the middle of the field. Disconnect the staff. The exchange continues. Go on? The crone couldn't help but ask. She hadn't thought of continuing this pointless battle under these circumstances. That's right. After receiving an affirmative answer, she fell silent. She was a little confused as to what this person meant. Does the continuation of the exchange match mean that he intends to abide by the rules between the Great Qian Kingdom and their barbarian race? The eyes followed this person's finger to Wu Lai's side. At this moment, Wu Lai stood on the field at a bit of a loss for words. The staff held in his hand was neither released nor held. Besides, without her order Wu Lai wouldn't dare to come back. And once she disconnected the connection between the staffs, then Wu Lai would just be an ordinary peak 7th rank. It was even 3 points weaker than the 2 Divine Martial Academy students just now. Her intention was to come to test the realities of the Great Qian Kingdom. How could the real elite children of the clan be released to take such a great risk? So it is. She probably knew what this person was thinking. It was nothing more than trying to bring back the confidence of the students of the Divine Martial Academy through this means. By the way, let's give them a piece of our mind. And what a thoughtful one at that. It was completely different from the image of the blood demon son within her impression. This is a calm and analytical type of person. Also good. People like that didn't bother her, and she even wanted to deal with them more, because such people have room for negotiation. In that case, let's go along with it. Her face dropped at the thought. Your Excellency, staff, I can retrieve it, but can this connection not be broken? It doesn't affect sparring anymore. After all. No, the raspy voice came, but it was within her expectations. His eyes looked in the direction of Wu Lai's side, then at the blood-red mask. A tangled look flashed across his face, and he clenched his teeth. Aha! A muffled grunt rang out, followed by a mouthful of blood spurting out. The result was that the black line between the two staffs had disappeared. The crone looked shriveled and couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps, having to rely on the staff in her hand to hold her up so she wouldn't look like she was sitting on the ground. The eyes looked toward White Knight. Is this okay? Yes. Good. The challenge continues. The voice reached Wu Lai's ears, causing him to finally come back to his senses from his dazed state. The eyes retracted from above the staff and casually tossed it aside. He didn't need something like a staff himself. Without the support of his clan elders, it was nothing more than a discarded skeleton. The challenge continues? He looked at the students over at the Divine Martial Academy, countless of them rubbing their fists and leaping to their feet, causing his throat to roll a little. Is he sure he won't be killed without the support of his staff? Especially the words he said just now in order to better irritate the people from the Divine Martial Academy. I feel cold sweat running down my face just thinking about it now. His eyes turned to the side of his own elders, but he received an icy gaze. No way. He turned his head and gritted his teeth. The meaning was clear. This sparring match he was going to continue no matter what, otherwise the results of going back would only be worse. He wasn't the striking heavenly pride of the clan. He's just a regular guy. Fight for a flying start or be sacrificed so mercilessly that even death becomes a luxury. And he can only choose the former. The challenge continues. Stiffly he shouted out, but did not say anything more provocative. To provoke again at this time would be to seek death without a doubt. Great! Hong Qianqiu revealed a smile and raised his palm. Anyone else want to take on the fight? Fair fight this time. There's no more cheating. The word cheating was emphasized. It made that barbarian crone's face sink for a moment, but she didn't dare to say anything. Wu Lai became even more unwilling. Even his own elders didn't dare to say anything. He could only fall silent, eyes wide open to see exactly what will come out of the Divine Martial Arts Academy. I'll do it. This time there was an immediate response. Anyone with a little bit of eye power could see that without that staff, that barbarian was just an ordinary peak 7th rank. That kind of strength, their Divine Martial Academy's talents would not be willing to be subordinated. Feng Yu, peak of the 7th order. A boy in a white robe walked out, carrying a long sword in his hand, with the appearance of a flamboyant gentleman. The first person whose eyes were cast over was undoubtedly Wu Lai, who was about to face off against him. After all, it was a sparring match that concerned his life and family, and what kind of opponent he had to be the first to make a judgment. However, when he saw this person, he breathed a sigh of relief inside, although it was also at the peak of the 7th rank and was similar to the two students before, but it just felt like it was going to be worse for him. Not as good as the top two students, because, in this person's eyes, there was no killing intent. When it was different from the opponents they had fought before, they had all gone into battle with the determination to kill, and this person clearly did not have that kind of temperament. That's good. That's pretty good. As long as you pretend to sell a break in the middle of the battle, and retreat smoothly after being seriously injured by the blow, you'll be fine. It was the best he could come up with. Hong Qianqiu also saw this student, and his strength was indeed similar to the two from before. It's okay. At least it wasn't a problem to deal with that barbarian without his staff, so he was prepared to agree to come down. However, a sudden sound came from him, causing him to look over at White Knight. No! Change the man! Chapter 96. What I say is the rule. A different guy? Hong Qianqiu looked over with a puzzled gaze. Was White Knight unhappy with this student's strength? But it should be enough to deal with this brute. It was just that with the mask on, he couldn't see White Knight's face either. But, he sensed that White Knight had deliberately released some blood chi from his body, then turned his head and surveyed the outgoing student again. Got it. I'm sorry, but this student should go down first. Feng Yu had stayed there frozen, but reacted after hearing Hong Qianqiu's words. He opened his mouth to ask something, but he could only nod helplessly when the words came out. This is the Vice Lord of the Divine Martial Hall, Emperor-level existence. It wasn't for him, a tiny 7th order student, to refute or question. However, as he turned to leave, he heard Hong Qianqiu's voice once again. The next round is a life and death match, so don't come out if you're not sure. It's like an explanation, but also like emphasizing something in particular. It was Feng Yu who instantly understood what the problem was. Life and death versus the person he was just now did hold the intention to export his anger, but he didn't intend to strike a deadly blow either. Hearing this, he didn't dwell on it, and his pace to leave quickened a bit more. He hadn't even killed a few ferocious beasts, so he really couldn't handle this kind of battle. Here, it was no longer a venue for the likes of him. Eyes peeked over to the big man with the blood-red mask, as if he understood something, and after hearing those words, Wu Ya's face turned pale with a swish. Even the face of that barbarian race's old crone didn't look good. She didn't stop it, though. If that's the price that has to be paid, then just give it to them. As long as you can get out in one piece, it's better than nothing. Only, seeing nothing from her side, Wu Lai's heart sank a little more. Is this going to give him up? This thought subconsciously popped up inside his mind. But, spell it out. There's still a chance of survival. Therefore, he grimaced and quietly waited for the next Divine Martial Academy student to appear. At this point, the students of the Divine Martial Academy probably understood what was going on, and no one dared to answer the battle at will anymore. After a long time, a somber voice came out. Me. Saying that, a student whose strength was also at the peak of the 7th rank came out from inside, dressed in a black power suit. He had a claw mark running the length of his face, hanging eyelids, as if looking at no one in particular. Ikomo. After briefly introducing himself by name, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. The eyes kept staring at Wu Lai in the field, and there was clearly no gnashing of teeth, but it just sent a chill down Wu Lai's spine. The way this man made him feel, It's like a hungry wolf waiting to be devoured. Gulp. He couldn't help but gulp. This student is nothing like the ones before him. This is a real outlaw. Hong Qianqiu glanced at it, although the student's strength was still weak in his opinion. But this look, he was satisfied, so he turned his gaze to White Knight's side. After seeing White Knight nod indifferently, he understood in his heart. Yes, go on. After Chimo received the affirmation, he didn't have much expression on his face, but instead walked towards the field without saying a word. Choke. A long knife carried in his hand was slowly drawn by him. The tip of the blade rested against the ground, dragging up slowly and leaving a visible mark on the ground. And there was a piercing clang. It was one of his habits, utilizing the sound of a long blade dragging, along with unhurried footwork, to put pressure on the enemy. And the fact that he did it also shows that right off the bat he was planning to go all out. He didn't consider the question of whether or not that barbarian on the other side was weak or not, much less something as boring as exporting his anger. He knew he was going to let this barbarian die by his sword in the most direct and simple way possible. Here comes. Watching the student slowly walk towards him, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back as if an invisible aura had pushed him. Then noticing that he looked like he was a bit scared by such behavior, he became a bit annoyed. The heart is hard, directly crushed a bone chip. That inexplicable rune began to appear all over his body again, and then he also took out a seal or something like that and stamped it above his head. Eyes suddenly became red, teeth became sharper, an unknown liquid dripped from the corners of his mouth without his knowledge. Some unhuman sound came out of his mouth. However, this situation could not make Chimo stop at all, his eyes still looking so cold. That is, until the brute on the other side suddenly roared and charged without a greeting. He wasn't surprised. Only his eyes picked up slightly as his feet began to get faster, eventually turning into a run. The two soon met together. Chimo's eyes flashed brilliantly. Dragged knife decision. Rising dragon chop. Put. The two men crossed paths, Ikamo maintaining his swinging gesture while the sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from behind. Ho ho ho! Wurlitzer fell to the ground and hissed in pain, next to an arm that was broken at shoulder length. The intense pain sobered him up a bit, and fear began to rise in his eyes as he looked at his opponent over there. And after seeing that the strike did not achieve absolute results, Chimo once again put his long sword down and slowly walked over. That cut was just dodged, but the next one won't be. The hissing of his enemies didn't bother him in the least. It even felt a little loud. Enemies. Just about the only qualified enemy is the one lying quietly on the ground. So, in the distance, the crone slowly turned her head and closed her eyes. She had foreseen what the outcome would be. She wouldn't have come to the rescue, nor could she have. Put. Blood spilled on the floor and the hissing stopped abruptly. The challenge is over. Barbarians die. But the students on the field unexpectedly didn't let out a victory cry, leaving behind only the figure of GMO slowly walking back. It could be that Ikamo's ferocity kept them from reacting for a short time, or it could be that there seems to be something wrong with the atmosphere in the arena. This will do, won't it? The old woman slowly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of White Knight's side. If that was the price that had to be paid after breaking the rules, she had complied. An ordinary clan member was just that. Dead or not, it was only important that she herself was alive. Yes, the raspy voice came through, giving her a sense of relief, but the person's next sentence put her on edge again. But, you can't. The crone's heart sank and she frowned. What does your excellency mean? The exchange was the default rule between us. I broke the rules and paid the price. Isn't that enough? White Knight slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth underneath the mask curling up slightly. Indeed not enough. And what does your excellency mean? Is it to leave me here? The old crone suddenly felt a little bad up, but still held on to a strong breath. If that's the case, aren't you afraid of a big war between the Great Qian Kingdom and our barbarian race? Or are we going to break the rules we agreed upon? Rules? White Knight asked back blandly, reverting back to his expressionless appearance. Then through the mask, a huge pressure with a dense killing intent directly pressed over. Boom! The old woman's face couldn't stop the color of shock and anger from showing, and the ground underneath her directly sunk into a large pit out. However, after that familiar killing intent descended, the look of shock and anger instantly turned into fear. The body, which was already barely able to stand with the staff in his hand, dropped to one knee. At the same time an icy voice came to his ears. What I say is the rule. Chapter 97, next time, it won't be just an arm. Rules? White Knight scoffed at such things. You. The old crone raised her head with difficulty, wanting to say something, but the words froze as if they were stuck in her mouth. Just before the words were finished, the pressure on his body suddenly receded again like a tidal wave. Give you a shot. What do you mean? The crone was shocked and angry. The pressure came and went quickly. Is this to humiliate her? Since you're here to challenge, I assume it's okay if you do the same? Your Excellency means that you want me to challenge you? The old crone's pupils shrank, finally understanding what this person meant. That's right. After receiving the imagined answer, her face instantly hardened. Letting her, a late imperial level, challenge a peak imperial level being? What a joke. Is Your Excellency doing this with the intention of bullying the small with the big? Bullying the little guy? White Knight sneered underneath his mask. Instead of talking about bullying when you cheated, now you're playing innocent. However, he had always been too lazy to care about that. So what if it is? The crone choked after hearing such a blunt answer, while her eyes couldn't help but widen. This feeling, sure enough, it was still the blood demon's son who couldn't be wrong. What she had thought before about being calm enough to communicate was simply not there. She looked at Witch Lai, who had cooled off in the middle of the field, and instantly realized what was going on. This person, there was no intention of letting her go from the beginning to the end, just teasing her. Your Excellency is like this. Aren't you afraid of arousing the wrath of our barbarian race? Only, instead of answering her question, the masked man started counting down. 3. Is this going to force her hand? 2. Time was suddenly running out, causing sweat to ooze from the top of her forehead. The blood demon sons really are all crazy. 1. Good. Since Your Excellency requested it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. The old crone hurriedly agreed at the last second. The sound of the countdown stopped, and White Knight quietly looked in the direction of the crone's side. The meaning was clear. Let her make the first move. The crone understood this as well and gritted her teeth, her staff hitting the ground hard. A black mist appeared on his body to wrap himself up in a ball, as if he was brewing some big move. However, the face hidden inside the black mist betrayed her. A wry color flashed in her eyes, and then, go! At once, the whole person rose up in the air at an extremely fast speed. Do you think she's lived all these years for nothing? Challenging an existence at the peak of the imperial level? How could she be so stupid? This staff of hers was what she relied on when she dared to go deep into the great Qian kingdom alone. Such a recluse technique would be nothing more than that even at the peak of the imperial level. Blood demon son, the great Qian country, the human race. Wait for it. Dare to break the rules between them. Surely you will be made to pay the price on behalf of. Suddenly her thoughts lurched and her pupils snapped, eyes staring straight ahead. His back was cold. At some point, the man with the mask actually appeared in front of her. There was a sudden, massive gravity on her body, stopping her instantly in the air and making her unable to move. Then a black fist was raised high in the air. Underneath that blood-red mask, it was as if she saw a pair of merciless eyes looking down at her. The feeling of death came instantly. Wait! In the heat of the moment she yelled out, but it was as if White Knight hadn't heard her at all. Gave you a chance. A faint word escaped his lips before a black fist with angular arm muscles hammered down heavily. Bang! The fist pounded on the crone's face, causing her to scream out a mouthful of blood, which was interspersed with a few bloodied teeth. The cheeks looked like they were deeply sunken and inhuman. Then, boom! A big hole was smashed in the ground. The smoke cleared, and White Knight landed blandly. You, cough. At the bottom of the deep pit, the old crone still has a breath in the appearance, struggling to get up, but only barely managed to hold herself up a few centimeters before a sudden surge of gravity came over her body, crushing her down once again. One foot came down hard on her head. One more chance. Use that staff of yours. Staff. When she heard those two words, the crone's heart sank straight to the bottom. I can't believe. Was found. This dependence, which she had harbored as her last hope, was discovered. So is that why she's still alive after this blow? In that case, then it's as you wish. Letting a great opportunity pass and letting her use the staff. You're gonna regret this. Mentally, he roared, and then the palm of the hand holding the staff tightened. The aura was infused into it and channeled into the top of the staff above that skull. For a while, the Yin Chi was in full swing. A thick black mist emanated from it. Then, splat, the staff itself shattered right into pieces. In its place was a black vortex 1 person high. After seeing the vortex appear, the crone's eyes, swollen to the point of blindness, lit up. Help! Help me! Then, a palm poked out directly from inside the vortex and was about to grab the old crone on the ground. So that's it. White Knight quietly waited for the change to happen until the appearance of that arm gave him some reaction. That arm moves fast. But, pop! White Knight intercepted this arm directly with even more speed. A huge force came from his hands, but he didn't move. Seeing this, the owner of the arm, as if he knew what was going on, no longer cared about the old crone's death, and his arm retracted even harder. But after collecting them for a bit still found that they still couldn't move. That arm suddenly clenched its fist, with circles and circles of esoteric runes layered on it. The changes this brings are: strength increased. However, White Knight was clearly not surprised, and after feeling the aura on that arm, his face grimaced. The palm that grabbed that arm was instantly covered in black and red. Then a sharp pull. Rip! There was a splash of blood. The whole arm was ripped off him, and a muffled grunt of pain seemed to come from the other side of the vortex. Then immediately, as if he couldn't even care about his arm, he hurriedly closed the black vortex. White Knight watched as the black vortex grew smaller and smaller, and didn't stop it, but only coldly spoke, causing the closing of the vortex to pause for a moment. The Oracle: next time you dare to stick your claws into the Great Qian Kingdom, it wouldn't be as simple as a broken arm. After saying that, the vortexes all disappeared after a short pause, and the crone's heart couldn't stop despairing. Even this being, who she thought could save her from the fire, was shunning this person? What the hell is this term's blood demon son? Desperate and horrified, he was about to say something, but it was clear there was no chance. Put! A foot stomped on it and the crone's head exploded like a watermelon. After the old woman's body twitched twice, there was no movement, obviously dead beyond repair. White Knight didn't even look at the crone on the ground and casually threw the arm in his hand on the ground. The mouth muttered to itself, "The Oracle actually colluded with the barbarians." Chapter 98, Run as far away as you can. The Oracle. That was the real reason why he wanted the crone to take the initiative. It was because he felt that above that staff, there was the familiar feeling of that God Race Emperor realm projection that he had summoned when he dealt with the Shadow Scythe leader before. As for the barbarian crone underfoot, if it wasn't because of the Oracle Church, he wouldn't even bother to say so much. Kill and be killed. Rules? The rules also depend on who makes them. If it had been the challenge match just now, he wouldn't have frowned even if the Divine Martial Academy students on his side had died. It was a rule he had laid down: life and death were each to their own, and he would not interfere, nor do they care to interfere. As for the crone's deathbed threat, he took it even less to heart. Even if she didn't say anything, the barbarian race was a threat he had to eradicate. Well, things should be over here for now, and he had to start preparing for what came next. His eyes looked in the direction of Hong Qianqiu's side, as well as the many students of the Divine Martial Academy who had risen to the surface. Tap! Boots with blood as well as some unidentified liquid took a step forward. Swish! All the student tutors, including Hong Qianqiu, couldn't help but take a step back, especially those students who hadn't seen the world before. Their faces went white for a moment. How had they ever seen such a ferocious scene? Yet the Dark Hall master in question looked as if he had stepped on an ant, as if nothing had happened. And the blood aura and killing intent emanating just now, although it had been tightened up now, it still gave them a chilling feeling. Although the Dark Hall master was also a member of the Divine Martial Hall and was on their side, he just couldn't cheer for some reason. It was clear that he had thwarted the barbarians so hard that he was close to raising the ashes. It was clear that justice had been done, and a bad breath had been taken out for their Divine Martial Academy and even the Great Qian country. But there's just something strange about it. There was a little fear in the joy, so much so that the room was silent. This, White Hall master. The first one to react would be Hong Qianqiu. However, there was a little bit of muttering inside him. White Knight's image at this time was indeed very different from what he had seen before. Even his aura had changed. At such a close distance, he wouldn't have recognized White Knight if he hadn't admitted it to himself, especially after taking a step forward just now. He actually almost forgot that the Blood Demon Son's identity was White Knight, and even he couldn't help but take a step back. But if he looked back now, he felt that it should be that White Knight had something to explain. Does Brother Bai want me to clean up the rest? He looked around at the broken walls and the two corpses of the barbarians, and probably understood what was going on. White Knight nodded to indicate that was what he meant. He had originally come over this time just to see what was going on with the barbarians, which was why he hadn't come out before. It was enough now that things had been settled and unexpected information had been obtained. It's just that the rest of what's left here is something he doesn't have the time or the inclination to deal with any longer. For example, appeasing the many students of the Divine Warrior Academy. For example, take another opportunity to strengthen the image of the barbarians in the minds of the Great Qian Kingdom. These would be more appropriate to Hong Qianqiu or Chang Daoi. And his words. There's something else. The base camp of the Divine Martial Temple's Dark Hall. He still had to go and receive it. Hearing Long Shuyi briefly mention it before, there should be some minor trouble. And his eyes looked through Hong Qianqiu to the front door of the Divine Martial Academy. A familiar figure appeared there, so he no longer hesitated. And after signaling with Hong Qianqiu again, he directly rose up into the air and disappeared into the sky. Hong Qianqiu looked at the fading White Knight and had mixed feelings inside. The man who had been so unruly and uncaring was now taking on the responsibilities that belonged to his strength. But it's a good thing. Big brother also finally doesn't have to work so hard. Taking care of the rest of the chores yourself is a way of giving them a break. It's just that why did White Knight leave in such a hurry? With a puzzled look, he turned his head to look. Something dawned on him when he saw a certain figure. So it is. He couldn't even think of not being familiar with that figure. Wasn't it the girl who was quite close to White Knight? Maybe it's because White Knight doesn't want this person to guess the true identity? Hong Qianqiu guessed so. There was just one more thing he hadn't thought of. And that was that White Knight didn't want Xiaoyu to see him like this. This bloody evil look might scare her. Or maybe when she saw herself in this state, even though she knew she didn't know who she really was, she expected to be a little torn up when she actually saw her show her fear. Old teacher, who is that person? Xiaoyu weakly hid behind Su Yunling. Originally, she and her own senior sister Lin Manhwa were strictly forbidden to come over and watch. After all, they were some of the most outstanding students of the Divine Martial Academy, and if the barbarians went out of their way to do so, the loss would be great. Su Yunling herself wasn't sure she could protect them. It's just that now that the dust has settled, it's kind of okay for the disciples to come over and open their eyes. Blood Demon Sun. As a mentor she did see it from start to finish. This legendary figure she had also heard of. Today, at first sight, not only does it give her the feeling that it is indeed the same as the rumored Blood Devil Sun, even stronger. However, Xiaoyu and the girls were still a step too late, and only had time to see the back of the senior, as well as, lying on the ground, barbarian corpses. One was a barbarian teenager with his arm and head separated, and one was a barbarian crone, a bit more exaggerated, with her head blown to pieces. This bloody spectacle is unreservedly on display. Hong Qianqiu didn't rush to deal with it, and White Knight didn't cover it up a bit before leaving, because inside a world where ferocious beasts were just common threats, it was just a matter of time before they saw blood. It was also good to take this opportunity to teach the students of the Divine Martial Academy a good lesson. It's either you or me between the barbarians and the humans. The enemy should be treated as cold as winter. Don't hold on to some unrealistic fantasies. It didn't matter if it was the other students of the Divine Martial Academy or Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had killed not a few ferocious beasts, and was still quick to accept such an image. It was just more curious about the figure wearing a black robe and a blood-colored mask. Her teacher gave her answer after a moment of silence. The Dark Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall, known as the Blood Demon Sun. This is the senior from earlier. Dark Hall? Xiaoyu cocked her head, clearly unaware of the existence of the Dark Palace. That's right. Rumor has it that it's the same elite as the Divine Martial Guards, specializing in missions that are on the difficult side and more shady. And the Palace Master is even the most terrifying existence of them all. Really? In that case, it seems like, is quite reliable? Xiaoyu looked into the distance, recalling that figure just now. It's really strong and reliable for someone in the same camp. Xiaoyu. Just Su Yunling's tone suddenly became serious. So in theory that's right, but you have to remember, that's a Blood Demon Sun. In the future, run as far away as you can when you encounter this person. Chapter 99, A Little Trouble. Run as far as you can, because people like that are too dangerous. And in that case, it was only when this senior wasn't around that she would speak privately, and that's just talking to two of his own disciples. Xiaoyu and Lin Mangyu nodded thoughtfully. Lin Mangyue in particular instead revealed a look of yearning. If she had the strength of the senior, maybe those things would have been much simpler. Couldn't help but clench his fists a bit at the thought. Su Yunling also shared this sentiment. If you are strong, you can indeed do whatever you want. Unlike her own feelings, though, she was conscious of her situation. She had little hope left and could only place her hopes on her disciples. So, the progress of cultivation will have to be accelerated a bit before it's done. Go! After saying a simple sentence, he left the place with his two disciples. There's nothing to see anymore. And Hong Qianqiu started looking for Divine Martial Guards to come out and wash their hands. It's just that the repercussions of this incident are not as simple as they seem. It was because he had clearly heard the last words that White Knight had said. The Oracle, getting involved again. At this time, the barren land to the west of the Great Qian country. A wrinkled face appeared on top of the main seat inside a palace that was nowhere to be found. High Priest. After a middle-aged man with a wrapped scarf on his head hurriedly walked in, he directly knelt down. The right hand covered the empty shoulder. The arm was gone and blood was still dripping. The old man known as the High Priestess leaned back in his seat with his head propped up and opened his eyes after hearing the commotion. Huchul. In. The kneeling Huchul's head pressed even lower. Even as blood kept dripping from his broken arm, he didn't have the heart to deal with it. The old man sat up straight, his eyes looking down, clearly looking tired. but as if he carried an endless amount of pressure, causing Hutcher to press his body a little lower. I told you, the Dakian kingdom has that man around, so don't go head to head for the time being. He already knew what happened, and he had explained not to provoke that man for the time being, so as not to bring some unnecessary variables to their plan. He looked at Hutcher's arm. Their existence had leaked out after all. My subordinate knows that I am wrong, and Hutcher knew exactly what he had done, and blamed it only on the ill-advised barbarian, but he didn't explain anything, knowing that he couldn't hide such things from the high priest. It wasn't like the high priest wanted a horse's ass explanation from him either. All he wanted was an attitude that won't be repeated next time. Go down. After seeing that Hutcher gave a sincere attitude, the old man did not say anything more. The next time, cut yourself off from the Lord. When he finished, he reclosed his eyes. It was a time of need, and he could give his subordinates one more chance. Of course this was without compromising his own plans, and since he used all young tricks, it wouldn't hurt if the man knew. So, that's all for now. Yes, Hutcher responded, relieved. With his head bowed, he slowly exited the great hall. At the same time, he inwardly urged himself to be more cautious, and the next time he saw that man, it would be better to avoid him. After all, that is estimated to be the only half-step emperor realm inside this world. Even the high priest was only infinitely closer. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this person had actually taken over the identity of the blood demon son. Things are getting even tougher. After leaving the great hall, he glanced in the direction of the great Qian country and muttered to himself. And at this moment, the blood demon's son White Knight, as the Oracle Church called him, had already arrived at the place where the base camp of the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall was located. The location is close to the Sunset Mountains. White Knight landed inside an unnamed forest, sensing that there was a castle-like building not far in front of him, but he didn't move on, because he was blocked by something like a translucent boundary, and in a place not far away, there were some temporarily constructed buildings and the scent of many cultivators. Those would be the so-called dark martial arts guards. As for the previous base camp of the Dark Palace in front of him, it seems that it has not been used for a long time, because it's blocked here by this boundary, and this boundary is not something an ordinary person can open. Above the boundary he sensed some demonic aura, combined with a golden scale in the air. The knot is what this scale releases. Demons? White Knight said faintly, probably understanding what was going on. The location of the Dark Hall was originally bordered by the barbarian demon race, and being at the node between the two, the appearance of the demon race's aura was not surprising. It's just that this aura is slightly more powerful for an ordinary person. This should be the little trouble that Long Shui had talked about before, and for him, it was really only a minor inconvenience, broken at the drop of a hat. But before that, he raised his palm, then snapped his fingers. A palm-sized blade flashed out and attacked above the boundary. He didn't use his full strength for this strike, so it only caused the boundary to tremble violently for a while, and didn't directly shatter. In doing so, he sensed something different from above that golden scale, and the ensuing commotion did indeed fulfill his thoughts. Who dares to attack the boundary set up by this emperor? As a majestic voice came out, a figure appeared. The semi-transparent shadow had the appearance of a face with golden light wearing gorgeous clothes, just like an emperor's dress. If one were to look at it from a distance, one would think that a certain emperor had descended to this place, but if you look closely, there are some tiny golden scales shining above the shadow's eyebrows, showing that this person is unusual. It really is a demon race. Sensing the presence of this silhouette, White Knight was even more convinced of his guess. And it sounds like a lot of mouth. You're from the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall? The emperor-dressed silhouette looked down as if looking down on this multitude of people. It was no wonder that he had such speculations. After all, White Knight's dress honestly did resemble that of the Dark Martial Guards, and it also appeared next to the Dark Martial Guards compound. Did you put up this boundary? It was just that White Knight didn't answer the Void Shadow's question and asked instead. Seeing White Knight with such a boastful tone, the demonic silhouette's eyes narrowed as it took a closer look. This celebrity, whose entire body was covered with robes with blood-colored patterns, could not see his face. Only vaguely visible was a face with a blood-red mask. Masks, as far as he could remember. It was indeed the standard configuration of the Dark Martial Guards as well. It's just that you don't see many blood-red masks, and they look a little familiar. But a mere human dared to attack the boundary he had set up, and even more so, he didn't reply positively to his questioning. Then, give you a little bit of a hard time for good measure. Thinking about it, his eyebrows rose, and an invisible aura of pressure descended directly down. Boom! Dust rose up on the ground, and all the grass and trees next to it were crushed low. But to his surprise, this person did not react at all. Human, say your name. You who possess this strength cannot be a nobody. Chapter 100, Too Much Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. White Knight's eyes subconsciously opened slightly after hearing the void's words. He could never figure out one thing. Hadn't he asked clearly enough? Did you put up the boundary or not? What a simple question to answer yes or no. But this void image asked back as if he had not heard. Human. This Demon Emperor Gaby Teru of the Demon Clan. Say your name. The silhouette continued to speak, completely oblivious to White Knight's growing impatience. The right hand had rested lightly on top of the long blade on the left. Human. This emperor should have said that no one from the Divine Martial Hall is allowed to approach here. Right? Choke. White Knight pulled his long sword out a little bit. The human race. I think I've seen this blood-red mask of yours somewhere before. No. You are blood. Put. White Knight violently drew his sword. A one-person high blade was generated out of thin air and chopped directly over the top of the boundary until it came into contact with the golden scale. Ka! The long knife is sheathed. The voice of that shadowy figure ended abruptly, and the golden scales in the air suddenly split in two. At the same time, the boundary began to melt away and disappear. Too much crap. White Knight indifferently put away his long sword. But it's kind of getting some basic information. The boundary here was laid by the so-called Demon Emperor of the demon race. What the reason was unknown for the moment, but what he did know was that the knot was getting in his way, so there's no need for it to exist. As for the so-called Demon Emperor, just come here in person if you can. After the boundary shattered, the castle of the Dark Palace residence was fully revealed. At the same time a musty smell came through. It looks like no one has used this place for a very long time indeed, but he obviously had no intention of going straight in either, because for the time being, the real residence wasn't here, but inside a temporarily built house not far from the side. He didn't go over right away. The commotion here wasn't small. The people from the Dark Palace should have noticed it as well. Sure enough, after waiting silently for not long, a few silhouettes ran over. A king-level existence brought along two 9th-ranked Dark Martial Guards. All three wore the uniform of the Dark Martial Guards, robes with some blood-colored patterns, each just a little different from the other, and a white mask, except that the chubby little guy leading the group wasn't wearing this mask. After the three of them arrived here, they immediately knelt down on one knee as soon as they saw White Knight. My lord, you're finally here. The little fat man at the head of the group was the first to give a respectful greeting, clearly recognizing by Knight's identity and not looking very surprised. Aha! White Knight nodded calmly and was not surprised. This person he knew who it was. It was a close friend sent over by Long Shui, mainly responsible for some trivial matters of the Dark Palace, as well as maintaining the basic operation of the Dark Palace. At that time, when Long Shui spoke to him, he should have wanted this person to assist him in quickly grasping the situation of the Dark Hall. If he remembers correctly, you're the Luo Xiaofang that the Dragon Palace Master was talking about? Yes, my lord. My subordinate has been waiting for a long time. Luo Xiaofang respectfully lowered his head. However, before that, he was able to get a good look at the figure of this legendary Dark Hall Master. You couldn't see anything with the mask on, but it was enough to see the blood-colored one. Master of the Dark Hall of the Divine Martial Hall, the owner of the Blood Cry Mask, Blood Demon's son, being from the Dark Palace, one knew even more clearly what these things represented. If it wasn't for the words of the Dragon Palace Master personally explaining to him, he wouldn't have believed. Lord Blood Demon's son has truly returned again, and its strength, it can only be described as unfathomable, especially that simple blade aura just now, which directly broke through the boundary that their Dark Martial Guards had been unable to do anything about for so many years, so there was not the slightest doubt about the authenticity of its identity. But just do your part. A dark temple inside the Internal Affairs Management Facilitator's job. Tell me, what's going on with this boundary? White Knight asked out faintly. This was also the reason why he didn't hesitate to chop up the boundary, because he knew that the people from the Dark Hall should know about it, and this beloved servant sent by Long Shui should know something and would not hide it. So after hearing his question, Luo Xiaofang answered it directly after responding. This boundary was laid by the Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor Hall. The cause was that our people from the Dark Palace offended the people from the Demon Imperial Palace. So it's been preserved until now, right? White Knight took over. That's right. Lo's little fat head pressed down even lower. All of this is a disgrace to the Dark Temple to say the least. Once the Dark Palace was so unbeatable. When Lord Blood Demon's son was around, the Demon Emperor Palace didn't dare to give a single fart. Now it has ended up in a situation where you can't even go into the base camp. The Demon Emperor of the Hall of Demons. An emperor-level extreme existence that was infinitely close to the half-step emperor realm. The boundaries it laid down. It wasn't something that they, the king-level Dark Martial Guards, could destroy. Although the Dragon Palace Master had the strength to destroy the boundary, he didn't do so. According to his words it is, the Dark Martial Guards need to remember the shame of this moment every now and then, until the Blood Demon Sun is reinstated. It's also moments like today. So, Luo Xiaofang's mood was actually a bit excited. Because of their dark temple, the days of the herd have existed for too long. It had been so long that the world was on the verge of forgetting the existence of the Dark Martial Guards, and if he hadn't guessed wrongly, judging from the tone of the Dragon Hall Master's initial explanation, this was most likely the strongest Hall Master the Dark Hall had ever had. So, my lord? Luo Little Fatty asked cautiously, a look of being at the ready, and as White Knight broke free from his thoughts, something did occur to him, like the reason why the knot stayed unresolved for so long, but that's all in the past. Now, he's the head of the Dark Temple. If anyone dared to step on his head again, he would then chop that person's claws off, and rejoining the Dark Temple Castle is the first step in reorganizing the Dark Temple. So, send someone to clean up the Dark Martial Hall. White Knight instructed Luo Xiaofang. Dark Martial Hall. That's the name of this castle. Yes. After Luo Xiaofang heard that there was something to command, his eyes lit up and answered at once, then slowly retreated. It doesn't take long. White Knight was already sitting on top of the main seat inside the main hall, his hands gently resting on top of the armrests. The Dark Martial Hall has been refreshed, and that moldy smell has all but disappeared, replaced by a fresh fragrance. Luo Xiaofang is worthy of being the person Long Shui looks up to, dealing with this kind of thing in a well-organized and fast manner. At this moment, he looked down from above, and below him was Luo Xiaofang, who was half kneeling on the ground. The head of the Dark Martial Guards is already in place, right? After all, it was summoned from all over the Great Qin country a few days in advance. Back to your excellency, Luo Xiaofat responded respectfully, then looked somewhat hesitant. All in place indeed. There are some minor problems. Chapter 101, what's on your mind? Minor problem? White Knight removed his palms from the top of the seat handle and smoothly picked up the staff knife next to him, pestling it in front of him and resting his hands on it. This little problem, he probably knew what it was. There were 10 army chiefs inside the Dark Palace, and they were usually stationed inside the 10 main cities of the Great Qin country, and the Dark Palace was perennially leaderless, a situation that the army chiefs around the world had probably long since gotten used to the lazy look. Now that it was suddenly told to them that a Dark Hall Master had been parachuted down, anyone couldn't help but mutter a little. However, this kind of problem was not a problem for him at all. He only needed the ability of the Dark Martial Guards to gather intelligence. As for the combat power of these Dark Martial Guards, he felt indifferent himself. He didn't need the loyalty of the Dark Martial Guards, just follow orders absolutely. And the premise of this request is absolute strength. And that strength, he had, so there's nothing to worry about. No harm done. Simply said 2 words as a response to Luo Xiaofang. Bring the people here. Yes, Luo Xiaofang didn't say anything else. He was well aware of his duties. He had done his part in making the situation as clear as he could, and the rest was not for him to worry about. Or maybe there's no need to worry about it at all. A group of king-level Dark Martial Guards, can they still turn the world upside down? Not long after leaving. Lords, please. Halfway through, Luo Xiaofang bowed slightly to do his job as a guide. Positionally he was equal in rank to these legionnaires, and of similar strength, but he didn't mind giving enough respect. After all, it wasn't appropriate for someone like him to make enemies everywhere, especially this group of unruly Dark Martial Guards military leaders. The eyes swept over the faces of these men and saw a white mask as well. However, unlike ordinary Dark Martial Guards, there was a small blood-red number at the edge of the mask, from 1 to 10, represented by the number of each Dark Armed Guard military leader. And the Dark Hall Master's default is 0. The group of people followed Luo Xiaofang silently without speaking. Not one of the 10 was absent. After all, no matter how stupid they were, they all knew that the summons of the Dark Hall's Hall Master, if they didn't come, they were probably not far from death. Soon, the Dark Martial Hall would be visible. Sure enough, the boundaries outside have been broken. However, they weren't too surprised. After all, it was the Dark Hall Master. Having this kind of strength was only right. How else could they be qualified to command them? Arriving at the entrance of the Great Hall, Luo Xiaofang stopped and made a gesture of invitation. Inside wouldn't be his place to go in for a while. A middle-aged man at the front of the row nodded his head at this and cast his gaze inside. But the door of the Great Hall was hidden, and it was not possible to see clearly inside. One could only judge that it was a little dim. As for the induction words, it was as if no one existed at all inside his perception. But looking at Luo Xiaofang, the so-called Dark Hall Master was obviously already waiting for them inside. Is that a little downer? He thought so for a moment, then pushed the door open as he stepped inside. Tap. The sound of footsteps clearly echoed inside the great hall. The view dimmed instantly. Looking up, a man wearing a blood-red mask sat on top of the main seat in the center of the hall. Mask of Blood scream. It was indeed their Dark Hall's hall master no more. The people in the back followed closely behind, coming to the center of the hall and half kneeling in unison. Greetings, my lord. The voices were neat and loud, but this bit of aura was about as good as a fresh breeze to White Knight. The eyes looked down from above. Not a single one of the 10, 7 of whom were male and 3 female, all wore masks, and it was impossible to see their faces or the expressions on them. Still, he could roughly tell that this worship was merely facing the same operation as the successive Dark Hall Masters. Respect is not for him as a person, but for this mask alone. He even suspected that some people might be a little unconvinced. But, doesn't matter. Introduce yourself. The voice reached the ears of the army chiefs underneath, causing them to raise their heads slightly to see the figure of Lord Temple Master clearly. The same blood-patterned robes as well as the familiar blood-colored mask. What looked like a long knife leaning in front of his body. That is all that characterizes this man. The voice was a little raspy, and it was impossible to tell the exact age. And there was no display of the so-called might to judge the exact realm of strength. However, the one who was able to destroy that previous boundary was clearly above the imperial level. The voice also didn't contain any feelings within it, making it impossible to tell what kind of personality this person had. After this information flashed inside their minds, they still responded quickly on the surface. The first to respond was the middle-aged man who had just started in. 1. Hiroshi. A steady voice came out, unassuming in its manner. That was the reason why he was the first to speak up. As he was the number 1 among the Dark Martial Guards, White Knight's gaze shifted to the one on the left, the number 1 in this person's mouth. It also made sense why this person was number 1. He was the strongest of those inside. The subordinate is currently in charge of Legion 1. The voice continued, but was interrupted by White Knight. Just keep it simple and introduce the number and area of responsibility. Hiroshi, who was introducing himself in a serious manner, froze for a moment, not trying to understand what was going on. Still, he reorganized his language. My subordinate is number 1, in charge of Divine Martial City. Well, next. White Knight didn't give him a chance to speak again and skipped right over it. The scene left the others a bit puzzled. Know only the number and the location. What information can be obtained? Could it be that this Lord Hall Master did not intend to take over these Dark Martial Guards regiments of theirs? There was a flicker of alienation on his face, but he didn't have to worry about being seen because of the mask, much less mingling up. The second was a woman with a somewhat icy voice. Number 2. Ditto. White Knight nodded faintly. Both of these people were at the top of the list in terms of strength, and also occupied the 2 most powerful main cities. The next one continues. 3. Sanlong City. 4. It was just such a short introduction that it was soon over. Inside the hall, calm returned, and White Knight watched without saying a word, and everyone below had the good sense not to say anything, but just waited quietly as if for the next instructions. However, most of the people who had a calm appearance on the surface couldn't help but get a little curious inside. There was always a feeling that this new Dark Hall Master of theirs, there's something strange. The breath was so collected that they couldn't feel it. Nowadays the presentation of the situation of the Major Corps is done with a look of indifference. Some people even began to speculate if it was because this Lord Hall Master knew that he was not strong enough to convince the people, so he adopted this compromising approach? There were a handful of people who thought that, but no one was stupid enough to say it. After a long time, that voice from above the high seat came down again. Is there anything you guys want to say? Chapter 102, Just Obey Orders Absolutely. Anything you want to say? Surprised expressions began to surface on the faces of all the legionnaires present. Both were speculating on what the phrase really meant, but in the end, it was the strongest Hiroshi who was the first to ask. Dare I ask your honor how we will act in the future? This question asks the key to the trip. The future decision-making program of the new Hall Master represents their future attitude. Even White Knight couldn't help but nod. Among the people present, number 1 gave him the most stable feeling, and it's a question he's had the answer to for a long time. I don't care how you guys normally do it, just follow orders absolutely when I need them. Got it? Subordinate understands. Hong Yi nodded, indicating that he understood the meaning. It meant that they were still acting according to their usual duties, just taking orders when this Lord Temple Master needed them. That makes sense. He breathed a small sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that people who didn't know what they were doing would tell them what to do, such as replacing the area they are responsible for in order to show authority. Each person has operated in their area of responsibility for so long and knows at best that it would be basically impossible to move an inch if they changed. Such a strategy could be described as letting them off the hook completely. It's not even a requirement. Any other questions? Back to your honor. No more. Hiroshi had no more questions. Most of the others felt much the same as he did and didn't ask any more questions. After a long time, White Knight slowly nodded his head. Since there are no questions, here, my lord. Wait. Just before White Knight could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted him. It sounded like a warm voice, and White Knight's gaze looked over. It's number 5. Under the sudden interruption, it made White Knight couldn't help but slightly open his eyes. Even the army chief next to him couldn't help but incline his head, and a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. Yet number 5 continued as if he hadn't noticed the other's abnormality. My lord, my subordinate would like to mention a pop, bang. Suddenly, a crisp voice came and the talking stopped abruptly. All of the Legion leaders couldn't help but stiffen their bodies and widen their eyes. In particular, the pupils of No. 4 and No. 6 next to No. 5 couldn't help but shrink as they half-kneeled and didn't move a muscle. They were covered in a lot of blood and brains and other filth, but they didn't have the heart to deal with it at all. Because of number 5, the two men next to him faintly sensed the movement next door. Puff! Number 5's headless body collapsed helplessly. At the same time the voice above the high seat became clear and cold. There may be some people who don't quite understand. What does absolute obedience to orders mean? White Knight put away the finger that snapped and put it back on top of the staff blade. At the same time a powerful might pressed down like a mountain. Boom! The other army chiefs at the bottom immediately felt as if something had exploded inside their heads, and their entire being became heavy. Obviously there was no substantial power attached to it, but it just made it look like they couldn't straighten their backs and even had to prostrate themselves. Splat! Hiroshi gritted his teeth and pressed one palm on the ground, unable to resist scratching and cracking the ground before barely holding on. At the same time a thought popped up inside his head. Sure enough, that's the real Dark Hall Master. When I had previously collected my breath, I could not experience it at all. But now, he sensed the figure above the high seat. Blood gas. Killing intent. It's as if the abyss is in the air. One can't even think of resisting. Despite the fact that he had constantly hinted at it, how could an existence that was able to succeed the position of the Dark Hall's Hall Master be a good person? But ultimately, it was because of the attitude of this temple lord that he had let himself have a moment of relief. An existence capable of inheriting the identity of the Blood Demon Son. How can it be benign? This same feeling appeared in the minds of others. Even many of them are not even as good as Hiroshi. 5 the dumbass. Many people couldn't help but curse number 5 inside. Can they not know what's on 5's mind? To actually want to take the opportunity to give the new Hall Master a hard time? And specially picked the point in time when this Lord of the Temple was ready to give his orders. Really don't bring them along even if you're looking for death. Stupid. Hiroshi cursed just as much, but not just at 5 alone. Instead, it was a few other legionnaires who were pretty much of the same mind as 5. These people's minds were clear to him. The army chief? The Dark Musketeers? The duties of these identities have long since been left behind by these people. I think, each one is like a king of the land. Before coming here he had heard about how these people seemed to be joining forces to pressure the new Hall Master. It was just that most people gave up on this idea after hearing that Lord Temple Master did not meddle in specific matters. But number 5, it should be the greediest of them all. It was that it had been so long that they had forgotten about their Dark Hall Master. The Blood Demon Son. What kind of being is it anyway? Clearly enough time has been given for them to ask questions and enough respect has been given to them. The Legionnaires. As a result, it has caused these long-rested losers to mistake this for a compromising attitude on the part of the Temple Master? What a joke! He almost shouted through clenched teeth inside. The pressure on their bodies was getting heavier and heavier, and the killing intent shrouding down directly plunged their consciousness into endless killing. This was still the reason why his physique was the strongest of them all. Just as he was about to lose his grip as well, the pressure on his body decreased abruptly, and his consciousness was pulled back from the midst of the darkness. Phew! Hani's other palm was also propped up on the ground at some point. Tick-tock. Sweat kept dripping down. The whole thing looked like it had been pulled out of the water in a state of weakness. Pop! The other army chiefs who were even weaker in strength slumped down with weak legs one after another. With a slight sideways glance, he could see that of the remaining 9 legionnaires, only he and the next door number 2 were barely holding on, but number 2 was clearly just holding on as well, his body still trembling slightly. The eyes moved away from 2 and turned to the high seat above. At this time, the Lord Temple Master had already collected his aura to the nth degree like before. If it wasn't for the several legionnaires lying on the ground, he would have even wondered if it was an illusion just now. White Knight sensed the situation below and coldly continued. I repeat, I don't need your loyalty. I just need you to follow orders. Absolute obedience. Get it? Chapter 103, appearing barren and powerless. Understood. Everyone shouted after hearing this voice. This I understand was shouted from the bottom of my heart. Because people who don't get it. I swept over the top of Five's body with horror. It's dead as a doornail. White Knight reverted to an expressionless look and didn't even look at Five's corpse. Blame it on the stupidity. Having just been given so much time to ask questions, the man doesn't ask them and has to wait until he starts giving orders to ask them. Think he doesn't know what it means? I was thinking of a simple and quick way to end things here, but I didn't realize there were still people who couldn't see the situation, and there's more than one. Perception intentionally or unintentionally swept over those few people. Obviously these people felt it and hurriedly struggled up to prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Ask again. Any more questions? No. The voice was neat and tidy, a little weak looking, but still using its maximum strength. Feeling that his purpose had been achieved, White Knight no longer hesitated. Below, inside the area that each of you is responsible for, focus on checking for any traces of the Oracle's presence, and what anomalies there are. Also, send someone to feel out the movements of the barbarian race and the Demon Emperor Hall. That's it. If in doubt, speak up. Now. All of them lowered their heads and dared not speak out even more. Only Hiroshi couldn't help but raise his head, wanting to say something but having some concerns. Say. White Knight obviously also noticed one's abnormality and directly spoke out. Back to your excellency. My subordinate does have some concerns. Hong-yi sensed the figure above the high seat. After seeing his lack of response, knowing that this Lord Hall Master didn't like to be abrasive, he hurriedly continued. At the place where the barbarian race and the Demon Emperor Hall meet, there is a peak Imperial level ferocious beast that is perennially entrenched there. It's hard to get around this ferocious beast underneath. So, location. White Knight said he understood such concerns, so he didn't want to bother with more words. Hiroshi took out the map he had with him and pointed on it. Then suddenly it felt like a gust of wind swept above his head. When he looked up again, he realized that the lord of the hall above the main seat had already disappeared. Hiroshi couldn't help but look behind him. Is this temple lord going to tackle this ferocious beast? It's really something. Thunder and lightning. But, he frowned. That was a peak Imperial level ferocious beast. How could it be taken care of so easily? Would that be too risky? Even the other army chiefs looked at each other in disbelief. It was only at this time when White Knight wasn't around that they dared to discuss it in a low voice. So Hiroshi turned his head to look at number 2 next to him. The two are practically no strangers. Number 2. What do you think? Boo! Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by a violent vibrating rattle. At the same time, he sensed the aura outside the dark martial hall and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Then just in time, he saw number 2 turn his head, and through the slit inside his mask, he similarly saw the shocked look in number 2's eyes. Swish! Another gust of wind blew above his head. Everyone rushed back and kept their posture, and the voices of discussion instantly disappeared. However, it was clear that everyone understood what had just happened. Just within the short time they were wondering. Above the main seat, White Knight's figure reappeared. The staff and sword were resting on the front of his body, his hands resting on them. Not a trace of blood could be seen on the body at all. Now, any more questions? The bland voice reached Hiroshi's ears, causing his body to stifle a tremor. If the pressure of his aura just now made him unable to think of resistance, then the current situation was enough to make him give up any unrealistic fantasies. So he hurriedly lowered his head in response. No, no more. A simple sentence that was hard to spit out as if something inside his throat was getting in the way. Then execute it. Besides, add a little. I will not allow anything to dare stand in the way of the dark martial guards. So, get it? The hoarse voice came and lifted everyone's spirits. This means, Hiroshi's heart was shocked, and he could not calm down for a long time. The voice that came from above the high seat was flat, but it was as convincing as it carried boundless confidence. So even though it was a bit disrespectful, he still raised his head a bit incredulously and surveyed this Lord Temple Master for a split second. No expression could be seen above the blood-red mask, and there was no blood on his body. Looked at it and then immediately lowered his head. But inside, it was quite a shock. What exactly is their Dark Hall's Hall Master this term? Shocked as they were, though, they quickly reacted and shouted. Understood. Hiroshi in particular almost held back his red shout. The sound was deafening and echoed continuously inside the Great Hall. After a while, with a creak, the door of the Great Hall was pushed open, and the remaining 9 army chiefs came out one after another. White Knight, on the other hand, had left first before, outside the door, Luo Xiaofang waited quietly. From time to time, his eyes glanced to a huge object above the open space of the gate. It was a head the size of the dark museum hall, the head of an ancient desolate crocodile at the peak of the imperial level. Hiroshi stopped quickly after coming out from inside the main hall. Eyes were also fixed on the thing in the doorway. Even though he already knew what the outcome was going to be, he was still rolling inside. The hill-like head, the huge eyes were still open, and you could still see the look of horror in them as if they had seen something horrible. Just a single head exuded an aura that caused their hearts to palpitate. That's right, this was the peak imperial level ferocious beast that he had just mentioned inside the Great Hall. Is this the ferocious beast you were talking about? Next to him, number 2 stepped forward, his voice consistently as icy as ever. It just feels like my mouth is a little dry right now. That's right, Hiroyuki said in a very certain tone. His eyes looked towards this huge head, and his face became complicated instead. A peak imperial level ferocious beast. Even if the Divine Martial Guard's main hall master came, it would probably take a great deal of effort. Yet it was such an existence. Inside the short time before they could react, directly decapitated. Even he didn't see a single trace of blood on the Lord of the Temple. This strength, he had never seen it inside the historical records of the Dark Temple. He now somewhat understood the words of this temple lord. Just absolute obedience to orders is enough, because loyalty is in the face of such a presence. It seems barren and feeble. Chapter 104. I heard that they are all running for the name of Lord Temple Master. Hall Master Long. You're injured. Inside the Divine Martial Hall, White Knight picked a random seat after entering and spoke these words after glancing at Long Shui. After hearing these words, Chang Daoi and Hong Qianqiu were both shocked for a moment. Big brother? You're hurt? Dragon Hall Master? Are you injured? Two people have asked out. Obviously for Long Shui injured this some surprise. I didn't expect to still let brother Bai see it. Long Shui let out a bitter smile and spoke the truth. After all, it's on the sea, and with the Sea Dragon Palace's palace master relying on the sea race's supreme treasure, the water-suppressing cauldron, it's indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Aha! White Knight nodded. This was the reason why he had come to the Divine Martial Hall today. With his current status, anything that involved the Great Qian country needed to be made known to him before he could do so, and Long Shui and the others had just returned from Linhai not long ago, things he was probably aware of. The Sea Clan refused to rest after the death of a peak imperial level elder, and the Sea Dragon Palace master, Zhao Cheng, personally led a team to the door to find an argument. Long Shui and Zhao Cheng fought a big battle, and in the end, it was over. However, Long Shui being injured was something he hadn't expected, and it seemed that this Sea Dragon Palace master still had some strength. Big brother, is the injury serious? Hong Qianqiu was a bit worried, and if it wasn't for White Knight taking the initiative to say it, he actually hadn't even realized it. No harm, just a small injury. Long Shui did not take this injury to heart in the slightest. After all, Zhao Qing's injuries were much more serious than his. In this way, the Sea Clan would probably not dare to make any movements for the time being in a short period of time. On the contrary, the barbarian side, Brother Bai, how's it going over there with the barbarians? I heard about. There's still the Oracle in there? He still heard about this matter from Hong Qianqiu. A simple challenge match that actually ended up involving the Oracle Church. That's right. After getting the desired answer, Long Shui fell silent. The Oracle Church had gotten involved within the matter of the barbarians, an outcome he wasn't surprised by. After all, with the Oracle Church's nature, as long as they could cause trouble for the human race, they wouldn't mind getting involved for a bit. The strange thing is what exactly is the purpose of the Oracle? Just like the last time the Shadow Scythe organization was organized, certain ulterior motives were accomplished again without a word. Now to say that it was simply a case of wanting to cause trouble, he wasn't quite convinced. It's just hard to tell when the Oracle is acting basically without a trace. It's best to send someone to keep an extra eye out. In the end, Long Shui could only do so, but I may not be able to free up my hands these days. The opening of the Human Emperor's ruins is just around the corner. I need to go prepare something. I'll do it. White Knight took the initiative to take over. The matter of the Human Emperor's ruins had been heard from Long Shui before, and one could enter by holding the golden pages of the Human Emperor's handwriting. He had heard that there was an opportunity to step into the Emperor realm hidden inside, but he didn't really need it, so basically he wouldn't go in if there was nothing unexpected. However, it would be good if Long Shui and the others were able to go in. It would always be easier if someone really stepped into that step. Aha! Long Shui solemnly nodded his head. Originally he had planned to hand it over to White Knight as well. Now if White Knight took the initiative to take it, he wouldn't say anything. As for how White Knight would act, he wouldn't ask. Finally, it was about the Demon Emperor's palace. they agreed to ignore it for now. The Demon Emperor Palace was located deep within the Sunset Mountain Range and practiced a conservative policy. Even the things that the Dark Martial Guards had done to the demon race before were just a warning from the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor didn't want to get involved in the fight for profit inside this world, so you can ignore it for now. Just a wise guy. White Knight and Long Shuyi were both a bit disdainful. Sooner or later, it's still going to be involved. It's just a matter of how long. Anyway, whether it was the Demon Emperor pretending to put up a bland attitude or secretly plotting something, they certainly wouldn't be able to do nothing to prepare. It's just that the main focus is now on the barbarians. The temple of the Demon Emperor is uncontested with the world. The Sea Clan was ambitious and wouldn't mind encroaching on the Great Qian country at the right time. And the barbarians most of all. Every moment was spent thinking about how to weaken the human race and then invade in one fell swoop. Originally, he had felt that with White Knight's presence, dealing with the barbarians should be a sure thing. I didn't realize there was an oracle behind it, so it was better to be cautious. A few people quickly finalized their plans for afterward and left. Divine Martial Academy. After saying goodbye to Chung Dawi, White Knight descended in a place where no one was around. Take off your mask and gather your robes. The staff knife in his hand rested back against the ground. Duck, 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 duck. The footsteps were not fast on the road. Taking off the mask gave him a feeling of being in a different world. From the trip to the deep-sea demon abyss to receiving the Dark Hall, it seemed as if a long time had passed. Feelings. It's been a long time since I've been this laid back. Ikomo, Ikomo, go for it. Good job Fong Ping. Cheer up. Show the first years what strength is. In his ears, there were cheers from the students, and it sounded like there was some kind of sparring match going on. And it does match up. When he was heading to the Divine Martial Hall, he already had a plan. Anyway, this session of the Exchange War, the Great Qian country's side hadn't sent anyone over yet, so he simply picked a few seated players and traveled to the barbarians in the name of an exchange battle to find out for himself. What's going on right now is the fight for the exchange battle for a spot in the tournament. Soon, he had arrived at the place of the open-air ring. The scene was hot, and basically all the students who were qualified enough to compete had come. This time he was going to bring the second-year students. As for the first-year freshmen, their cultivation time was too short and their strength had not improved much, so forget it. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that most of the people had actually come. Ha! Aren't you the expert with a sword or a knife from the entrance martial arts exam? Surprised voices came from the side. Obviously someone recognized White Knight's costume at this time. After all, blind eyes and staff knives are easy to remember with such obvious characteristics. Moreover, he had made such a big commotion inside the Aurora Mirage. Basically all the freshmen in this batch were impressed inside. Right? Hello. White Knight responded politely, sensing that this was a somewhat shy boy inside. You. Hello? Yao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Biggie, aren't you going up there to take on the sophomores? I feel like you should have the strength to hopefully compete with these seniors. There are too many people. White Knight replied casually before his senses let go to search for something. Are there too many people? Yao was a bit unsure. I don't know if the big guy is saying there are too many people who don't want to compete, or if he's just not good enough, but this one was really crowded. The reason there are too many people, I guess it's because of that temple lord. How? White Knight raised an eyebrow a bit surprised. This situation actually had something to do with him? Yeah, big brother, don't you know? Speaking of this, Yao was instantly energized. It would have actually been a lot of second-year hidden masters who would have been reluctant to get involved in something like this. But after hearing that the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall Master personally led the team, one or two of them came running to the Hall Master's name. Let me tell you, I don't know if Big Brother paid any attention to the barbarian tribe's door-to-door challenge that day. So it is. White Knight secretly nodded, but after hearing the words that followed, he became a bit distracted. I didn't expect a boy who looked quite shy to be so talkative. It was a long time before the voices in his ears stopped. White Knight didn't interrupt out of politeness, even though he already wanted to leave. Now, at last, he found a chance to speak. It's good. It's pretty good. By the way, I have some things to do, so excuse me for a moment. Oh, okay. Yao looked at the top of the ring where the match was taking place, and when he turned his eyes to look again, he realized that the big man had already disappeared. Going that fast? He muttered under his breath, a little surprised that he hadn't realized at all that the big man had walked away. Sure enough, isn't that the big man among the freshmen? However, he suddenly thought of something and tapped his head. Silly, I can't believe I forgot to ask the big guy his name. Chapter 105, Does Brother Bai also want to enter the Dark Hall? At this time, the big brother that Yao spoke of had already left the original place and came to the other side. Luna, White Knight shouted as he searched for Xiao Yu's location earlier. Ah! White! Xiao Yu was clearly taken aback, and then the surprised look quickly turned into joy as she hugged White Knight. White Knight's empty palm gently patted on Xiao Yu's back. Everything, as far as it goes, inside the few days of inexplicable disappearance. It was false that Xiao Yu wasn't worried. It was just that she had heard White Knight say that it was something important before, so she tried to restrain herself as much as possible. She couldn't let Kahaku's hands be tied because of herself. Now, after seeing Bai Yi come back unharmed, the heart that had been lifted was finally put down. White Knight didn't push Xiao Yu away because at this moment he felt more relaxed than ever. It was only at this time that he felt like he was completely away from killing and bloodshed. As an ordinary person, even the heart is quiet. As long as Yu was still here, he hadn't lost himself yet. Fingers swept through Koyuki's hair, surprising him a bit. Luna, isn't your hair tied up? It was only now that he realized that Koyuki had let down her tied-up hair at some point. Koyuki got out of Shiroyuki's arms and lifted her loose hair up to hang over her ears. Didn't you say I'd look better with my hair down? Said voice was getting lower and lower and his face was slightly red. However, when he thought that White Knight couldn't see it, he was a bit lost again. Yes, I feel so. Shiroyuki gave a smile and didn't poke at Yu's little mood. Then that's what I'll do from now on. Good. At the same time, Koyuki secretly made up her mind that she could do it. He himself would soon be able to advance to the 5th rank. It's going to take a lot more effort. Ahem. Suddenly, there was a coughing sound behind him. You, it's inappropriate for children. You shouldn't look at it. Xiao Yu turned her head to look and realized that the two siblings, Lin Mengyu, were looking this way. And now that she was still holding hands with White Knight, she felt her face burning even more. But soon the shyness disappeared as a miserable scream came from Lin Yu. Ah! Hiss Moon. Moon, why are you pushing so hard? Lin Manhwa was quite unable to look away from her own oldest brother's behavior of interrupting others, and Xiao Yu hurriedly adjusted her stay to help White Knight walk up. Yo, brother bye, don't come back well. Lin Yu took 2 steps forward with a crutch to say hello. White Knight responded briefly before the topic shifted back to the battle for the spots above the ring. Brother bye, do you know what's going on with this scramble? Lin depression hemmed and hawed, looking a bit pleased with himself. He was aware that White Knight wasn't inside the academy during this time, so he felt that something so wonderful was not dazzling. Not right. It's the White Knight not knowing is really too bad. His face had a quick ask-me look on it, then his breath hitched as his eyes looked toward White Knight, suddenly feeling a bit silly. Make this expression out yourself. White brother him, can't see but barring that, White Knight went along with it. What's going on? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow after Bai Yi asked these words. Nice guy, caught in the act. Brother White, I'm telling you, that day at the gates of the Divine Warrior Academy. Then, Lin Yu spoke again about the barbarian tribe's door-to-door challenge. To be honest, the people next to him when he came here had been talking about this matter as well, and his ears were getting calloused. After a long time, Lin Yu finally finished and excitedly shouted towards White Knight. Brother White, right, really super handsome, that's senior, yes? White Knight touched his cheeks. He shouldn't be that charismatic, right? Ha! Lin Mengyu and Xiao Yu couldn't help but yawn. Older brother, don't say it again. You've said it so many times already, it's making me sleepy. Lin Mengyu discontentedly spoke her in Xiao Yu's mind. But even so, every time he recalled that scene of the barbarians at that time, he was still shocked, though all they actually saw was a back. On the contrary, Lin Yu sneaked over, so he watched it from beginning to end, and immediately felt his blood boiling. White Knight just kept a smile on his face. After all, it was something he had experienced himself, so he just didn't listen carefully. Inside the gap between the chats, the seeing colors spread out and only retracted after spotting a few figures. Inside a nearby corner, he sensed the scent of several dark martial guards hiding. These people were specially arranged by him. After all, it was likely that he himself would often be absent from Divine Martial Academy, so he had sent some people to protect Xiao Yu. Of course, it was only when Yu was in danger that she stepped in. There was also the regular reporting of some news about Xiao Yu's time at the Divine Martial Academy to him. So, he actually knew that Koyuki had done quite a few remarkable things within this period of time. White Knight inclined her head, reacting from her disorientation. What's wrong? His brother Bai, still asking what's going on? Don't you know that student Cold Moon has done a lot of great things that have stirred up the academy within this period of time? Yes? White Knight laughed a little, not saying that he had already known. After all, Xiao Yu's face at this time, the smug look was no longer concealed, so he simply went along for the ride. Is Koyuki that good? Hey, Kahaku, I'm telling you who. Koyuki couldn't help but wave her fist. Not only did I run for the position of class president of our class, and student body president. So great. White Knight raised his eyebrows and did not mince words of praise, but this expression clearly didn't look too satisfying to Lin Yu. Brother White, is your reaction so flat? Forget about the class president position. Do you know how hard it is to run for student body president? So many first-year freshmen, and even some second-year seniors. Now the first-year freshmen, who mustn't call out a cold moon student little sister moon. That's indeed impressive. This time White Knight nodded seriously. Indeed, strength is essential to stand out from so many freshmen. There were even fifth-order seniors involved, so it's truly remarkable that Koyuki has been able to accomplish all of this. It seems that Xiaoyu has been working very hard inside this period of time. White Knight was a bit emotional. He didn't need to think about it, he knew how hard Little Moon had been training during this period of time. Judging from the scent, it wouldn't take long to advance to the 5th rank. In that case, and he was relieved. By the way, Brother Bai, with your strength it should be enough to pass the examination of the White Martial Guards of the Divine Martial Hall. Is there any interest in this? Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and said it. No. Also, if you ask me, it's better to enter the Dark Hall. I do want to enter the Dark Hall, but there doesn't seem to be a public way to assess it. Lin Yu ignored Bai's light tone and just spoke to himself. What? Brother Lin wants to enter the Dark Hall? Said White Knight with a somewhat different reaction. Yes, Brother Bai is also interested? Nah, it's just that I might know how to get in if you're interested. Really? Really? After Lin Yu confirmed that he hadn't heard correctly, he grabbed White Knight's shoulder and stared wide-eyed. Jesus, White Knight actually knows how to get in. I hear it's pretty dangerous. Though, I'm not afraid. Lin Yu did not have his usual lazy demeanor at this time, and his eyes were unprecedentedly grave. Because he has something he wants to achieve as well. So the danger is better, as long as it's possible to increase your strength quickly. Yeah, White Knight was undeniable and didn't say anything else. He could tell that Lin Yu was hiding something in his heart, but anyone who didn't want other people to know had it, and he respected Lin Yu's decision. After all, this person was considered half of his friends in this world. In the end, he gave Lin Yu a position and told him that when the time came, he would just say that he had recommended him. There, where Luo Xiaofang usually took care of business. He knew that Luo Xiaofang knew what to do. Amidst Lin Yu's eyes tinged with skepticism, the scramble ended. Each separated and went back inside the dormitory. On this day, White Knight took all the time he needed after a long time and spent a good day with Xiaoyu. And then, the next day, in the midst of Xiaoyu's slightly worried eyes, White Knight went out. Xiaoyu didn't ask where White Knight was going. She didn't want White Knight to have any concerns. White Knight was just saying that he had joined the Dark Hall and had some missions to go out on. Inwardly saying I'm sorry, White Knight came to a place where no one was around, put on the robe with the blood-colored lines, and then put on the blood-sob mask. The relaxed mood and cozy feelings are instantly hidden in the heart. Now, he was the head of the Dark Hall of the Divine Martial Palace, Blood Demon Sun. Then, taking to the air, soon, it came to the gate of the Divine Martial Academy. There, a few students were already waiting. After White Knight landed, he spoke coldly, "Depart." Then with a wave of his hand, he took these few students up into the air and left the Divine Martial Academy. The target is barbarians. Chapter 106, you guys back off a bit. Put. A flying bird ferocious beast that lacked reasoning was completely unaware of the danger and charged towards White Knight and the others, only to explode with a loud bang before it could even get close to White Knight, while White Knight acted as if he hadn't done anything at all. This scene was seen by the students behind him, and their hearts froze. Again, this wasn't the first ungrateful demonic beast on the road, but to say that the shock is still more intense now. Wings Open estimated to have more than 10 meters of huge beasts in the case they do not know the inexplicable death. And if you look at the aura, it's estimated that it has to be of the 9th rank. Demonic beasts whose strength far exceeded theirs didn't even know how they died. And they also knew that this was actually the handiwork of that Lord Temple Master in front of them. There were a total of 5 people who traveled to the barbarian race to participate in the exchange tournament this time. 3 boys, 2 girls. Inside, other than Chi Mo, who he had once seen at the entrance of the Divine Martial Academy before, they were all new faces. Indeed, quite a few hidden masters had come out. Originally, quite a few people didn't want to get involved in something like the exchange tournament, but after hearing that it was the Divine Martial Hall's Dark Hall Master, the man who had appeared at the entrance of the academy before, who personally led the team, they were moved to do so, especially Chi Mo. His strength was at the forefront even among these 5. His eyes glanced at the robed back not far in front of him, and he subconsciously touched his long sword. The last battle with the barbarians really impressed him, as well as the tactics of this Lord Hall Master. That alone was all the reason he was more interested in this exchange. After all, he had heard from someone who had once participated in an exchange tournament in the 3rd grade before. It would have been their dean who led the way in previous sessions. Dean was strong, far stronger than they were, that he couldn't deny, but the barbarians weren't vegetarians either. So past exchange matches were literally just exchanges. Very few deaths or injuries occur at all. Or, it is the barbarians who seldom happen to be killed or injured, because the people who were injured were all from the Divine Martial Academy. On top of the barbarian tribe's territory, the dean could only barely protect them from being able to retreat peacefully after all. So even though the rewards for each exchange tournament were quite generous, there weren't many experts competing. If this one is still led by the dean, he, including the other 4 companions, probably wouldn't have the heart to attend. After all, you can't kill an exchange match. Not a bit of fun at all. Along the way, everyone didn't speak, and White Knight was just rushing along sullenly. To his some surprise, though, the quality of the students was surprisingly a bit better. The overall strength was all a notch stronger than the other 2 students from the previous Divine Martial Academy challenge. One of the girls in particular was a rare awakened. The words of competence made him feel interesting. I was going to do some maneuvering inside the exchange, but now it seems unnecessary. With the strength of these students, they should be able to handle the younger generation of the barbarians. If you can't, then it's not his fault. Or do you really think he's just going to have a friendly exchange with the barbarians? Time passed quickly, and he had sensed a change in his surroundings. This is the barren land. The black land was as if it was cursed, and neither ordinary crops nor spiritual medicines could basically survive. And certain places are surrounded by a purple miasma all year round, basically devoid of human and animal life. With such an environment, it was no wonder that the barbarians were trying to find ways to invade the Great Qian country. But he didn't have any pity for the Celestials. There is no right or wrong in the survival of the race itself. Blame it on just not being strong enough. Just like nowadays, the Dakian kingdom is in decline and its strength has been weakened a lot. As long as the opportunity is seized, the human race will not end up much better than here. Or maybe the situation has gotten worse. From time to time, the fringe towns bordering the barbarians have been taken captive for sacrifice. The ones who did this kind of thing the most were the witch clans closest to the Dakian kingdom. This was information he learned later, and the first place they traveled to this time was the witch clan. It was also inside the clans of the 2 barbarians who had come to challenge the Divine Martial Academy earlier. The witch clan, within the 10 major clans of the barbarian clan, was considered to be at a medium level of strength. Yet the malice toward the human race is the greatest of them all, because a lot of the casting of some of their sorceries relied on the corpses of the human race. Passing through a pile of bare rocks, White Knight saw a swampy place and stopped. One of the targets of their trip, the witch clan, had arrived. The locations of the various clans had actually been mapped out by the Dark Martial Guards a long time ago. It was like the barbarians figuring out some basic information about the Great Qian country. It was just that no one dared to easily break the tacit understanding between the Great Qian kingdom and the barbarians. If you move, one side will surely be destroyed. So no one dared to start the dispute lightly before seeing the full release of the color let go. Sensing something, it didn't take long to retract it. He now knew why the witch clan had chosen this place as the clan's residence. Several of the surrounding bare hills were surrounded by miasma all year round, and underneath the connection was basically a natural protective net, coupled with the sorcery of the witch clan, forming something like a spell formation. It basically allowed it to be safe and sound. This spell formation was underneath them at the moment, and a layer of faint light could be seen flowing. Seeing this, White Knight brought the students down outside of the spell formation. The surrounding miasma had already been dispersed by him, so the others would not be affected. Instead they could see the phalanx more clearly. Behind them, 5 students looked over with curious faces, but only a layer of dense white mist could be seen. This spell formation also had the effect of hiding. It was just that the peak of the 7th rank they obviously couldn't sense the specific situation below, so one could only set their eyes on that Hall Master Lord in front of them. White Knight stopped there with his long sword in hand and didn't say anything, just quietly sensing something. The breath was all hidden from him, so the witch clan didn't know that they had arrived here. Obviously, though, that wasn't the result he wanted. You guys back off a bit. White Knight spoke indifferently. The students looked at each other, then slowly began to back away. Although he didn't know what this Lord Temple Master was going to do, it was obvious that no one would disobey such an order. GMO inside the student was also backing up. Only his eyes never left White Knight's body. Then he saw White Knight gently rest his palm on top of the hilt. This is. Chimo's pupils slightly shrunk. The same as to use the knife, he probably guessed what. Hurriedly speed up to retreat farther. After sensing that the students had all backed up a distance, White Knight no longer hesitated and gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Adjusting the rhythm of his breathing, he then violently drew his sword. Put! A white blade flashed. Ka! The long knife is sheathed. And this spell formation made of sorcery simply shattered like a burst bubble. Chapter 107. You're that blood demon son, aren't you? After the spell formation shattered, an aftershock came, blowing White Knight's robes and even more so the students behind him. However, since most of the power was blocked by him and the distance wasn't too close, it was basically safe and sound. It was just that they couldn't hide their slightly shocked looks. This was the first time they had felt the strength of an emperor-level powerhouse in such close proximity. However, in front of White Knight, they didn't dare to talk casually, and an exasperated voice rang out from the distance. Who is it? How dare you destroy my witch clan's witchcraft? The voices came from far away and soon there were people falling from the air. 3 people. A grim-faced old man with 2 guards. The old man's strength was at the peak of the emperor level, while the guard's strength was at the king level. After which Turbine landed on the ground, his shadowy eyes surveyed over, and the look of shock and anger on his face had disappeared. What came into view was a man wearing a blood-colored patterned robe with a mask on his face, and behind this person were several people dressed as students. The dress of these young men was not unfamiliar to him. They were students of the Divine Martial Academy. So, you're here for an exchange battle? A cold aura flashed in Wutu's eyes, and something burst out directly toward the group of students. Who, however, the invisible energy fluctuations only came halfway to be weakened by something, until there was no ripple at all. This situation caused Witchfinder's eyes to glaze over. Probably know who moved it. The eyes moved away from above those students and looked at the human with the mask, lingering on that mask in particular for a long time. You're not Chang Daoi. Who are you? In previous exchange wars, the human side was led by Chang Dao, the dean of the Divine Martial Academy, and this person's dress was clearly not that old rival. Is this the etiquette you barbarians use to entertain your guests? Instead of answering, White Knight asked a rhetorical question. At the same time, there were some surprises in his heart. The peak strength of the Imperial level, as far as he knew, should be the only one inside the Witch Clan. I didn't expect that cutting through the spell formation would actually lead to this person directly afterward. This description is for. The wizards have been quite vigilant lately. Perhaps the news of the death of that old crone of the Witch Clan had gotten back. Or perhaps it was the fact that his arrival in the Witch Clan was not a surprise. Even his identity had been recognized by this person. And at that moment, Wutu did recognize the mask. Someone had informed him of the news from the Divine Martial Academy side. I just didn't expect this person to come to my door so soon. You are the Blood Demon's son, aren't you? The tone wasn't a surprise, only the eyes became more intense. That's right, White Knight didn't deny it. It seems the news has reached you. Yes. Witchfinder put his hands behind his back, his neck twitching gently as he looked over with half-hanging eyes. Just didn't want to kill my Witch Clan's clan elder, and you still dare to show up here in a dignified manner. Even if you are the legendary Blood Demon's son, those who break the rules should suffer the consequences. White Knight did not take the old man's threat to heart in the slightest. Yes. Witchfinder took a deep breath and opened his eyes after slowly closing them, reverting to an expressionless look. He didn't dwell on the question of who was right and who was wrong. Right and wrong were things that children only considered. All they considered was the gap in strength. If not for the fact that the name of Blood Demon's son really made him too scrupulous, as well as the strength analyzed inside the news that came back to him, so that he was not sure. These people of the human race would have been corpses long ago. For now, it's better to hold back for a while. After all, that's the Blood Demon's son. Blood Demon's son. Ha! So, the exchange war is normal? At the end of the thought, Wulia gathered his thoughts and asked the very first question once again. That's right, and White Knight gave a response. The two unexpectedly tacitly refrained from mentioning all about the Oracle Church. One was that even if Witch Turbine knew that White Knight had some guesses, he couldn't possibly blow up his own family. The other was that even if White Knight heard the clues from the old man himself, he couldn't possibly believe them. So no one opened their mouths for such time-wasting questions. Everything is back on track. It was as if nothing at all had happened before. It was as if the one leading the group wasn't White Knight, but Cheng Daoi's past practices. The scene was rather cloudy for the few students behind them. That's gone? Several people looked at each other, all a bit puzzled. The calm demeanor of one's own Hall Master Lord was not to mention that the Witch Clan was actually so calm as well. The Witch Clan had lost an Emperor-level powerhouse. Don't you just put in some harsh words or something? But doubtful as they were, they couldn't possibly ask directly, and they didn't even dare to discuss it. Only his gaze was on that old man from the sorcerer race, frowning with a thoughtful look. They always feel this exchange battle is a bit unusual, but with that lord around, they weren't quite so nervous, and it's not like they were unprepared for anything on their side. On the other hand, Wu-Tu gently waved his hand and the two accompanying guards left. On the field, White Knight and Witchfinder stood opposite each other, not saying a word. The atmosphere was starting to get heavy. This scene caused GMO and the others to grab their hearts, not daring to take a breath of air, until a cacophony of voices came. Phew! Ikumo breathed a sigh of relief. Even he had a suffocating feeling inside the atmosphere just now. All the while dangling out of the corner of his eye, he looked in the direction from which the burst of sound had come. Rustling, a large group of people came out from inside the white mist. A group of upper third-order sorcerers dressed in strange beastskin clothes surrounded them in a circle. Then, under the leadership of the two guards from before, several teenagers from the barbarian race appeared beside that old man one after another. This situation made GMO and the others unable to help but lean a little closer in Bai Ye's direction, their gazes looking towards Bai Yi as they waited for the next instructions. White Knight took in the surrounding scene in his mind and didn't say anything. It was only an upper third-order sorcerer, not posing much of a threat, and at most, it would give him a downward spiral. The only effect, I guess, was that these students behind them were uncontrollably a bit nervous. As for those new youngsters of the Witch Clan, each one of them rubbed their fists with some excitement. There was no doubt that the ones who came were all peak 7th order barbarians. Moreover, within his senses, there was no aura of the Oracle Church when he had met the barbarian at the Divine Martial Academy before. It seemed that the Witch Clan also knew that this kind of tactic couldn't be hidden from him, so they simply didn't do these little tricks. Then put it this way, these barbarian teenagers should be the most talented ones within the witch race. White Knight slightly inclined his head in the direction of those barbarians. It was just that what he didn't expect was that one of the barbarians suddenly walked straight up and stretched out his finger to point over. Hey, human, you're that blood demon son of something, aren't you? Chapter 108, Playing Small Tactics. You must be prepared. The air seemed to be quiet for a while. Those few students from the Divine Martial Academy opened their mouths slightly and looked over. Who on earth had given this barbarian the courage to say such words to that Hall Master Lord? After the shock had passed, they stared straight at the brute with the eyes of a dead man. It was just that the barbarian acted as if he couldn't see their eyes, and the provocative look on his face didn't diminish at all. This, absolutely dead, right? Although with their knowledge of this Lord Temple Master, they should not have bothered to personally take action. Death was definitely necessary. Only, when their gazes moved to their Lord Temple Master, they froze again. At this point, White Knight didn't have much of a reaction. It was as if the one pointing at him was not a 7th order existence of the barbarian race, but an ant, not even bothering to pay attention to it. Moreover, after sensing the expression of that peak imperial level sorcerer race old man, he looked interested. This appearance of his was hidden by his mask, so the others didn't know exactly what he looked like, including the old man. The old man's shadowy eyes glanced at the clan's teeth next to him, and his face looked as if it was gloomy. Then, reaching out, he hooked his finger. Drag it down. Immediately, two 9th order barbarians stepped forward and dragged this unknowing son of the sorcerer clan down. It was only at this time that this person looked as if he had reacted, and his face suddenly turned white. No, don't, matriarch, have mercy. The man's voice faded away as the others watched, then quieted for a moment. Suddenly, a mournful cry came out from inside the black mist, causing the others' scalps to tingle. Not only the few students from the Divine Martial Academy, but even the few barbarians from the Sorcerer Clan and the guards surrounding them all had something strange on their faces, especially the barbarians themselves. At this time, they couldn't be clearer about what exactly was happening inside the white mist. Even just thinking about the image made me sit up and take notice. Soon, the mournful cries gradually weakened, and only weak, unlike human voices could be vaguely heard coming from them, until there was no movement at all. Then the two guards who had dragged the man away returned to their original position, covered in blood and some strange filth. Smelling this sickening smell, it was the few young men from the barbarian race who silently moved away a bit, just looked at his own patriarch with a rather complicated look. There's fear, there's gratitude, and there's a secret resolve. I'm sorry, the clan's teeth don't know much. Witchfinder gave a rare grim smile. It was as if it wasn't one of their witch clan who had just dragged them down. This situation, combined with the screams of the barbarian just now, instantly made Chiemo and the others a bit furious. Yeah, White Knight was somewhat undeniable, only silently withdrawing the power of induction. The scene inside the white mist he did sense clearly, and the barbarian did have no breath left. The image is somewhat indescribable. After sensing the state of the students behind him, as well as the face of the barbarian young man on the opposite side, he probably understood something. Let's just say, this old man of the witch race had some tricks up his sleeve. That's what the witches gave them, the real downer. And it works unexpectedly well. At this moment, the students of their divine martial academy. In this situation, their aura was half a point weaker before they even started fighting. Sometimes, when there was not much difference in strength, this slight influence was enough to decide whether a battle would be won or lost. Even he felt that the brute's behavior was likely still arranged by the old man himself, whether voluntarily or by choice. I just didn't expect the old man to actually be able to lay his hands on this one. A talented young man of the barbarian race, just like this, died tragically in the hands of his own people, just to create this feeling of oppression now. And White Knight sensed the expressions of the few remaining sorcerer race teenagers and surprisingly saw a few moments of death wish. It seemed like there was going to be a vicious battle between the students of the Divine Martial Academy later on. That dead witch race teenager was indeed gifted in his opinion. A true genius. Aside from being a little hard on the brain, it does not work well. The other teenagers of the witch clan had the same sentiment. After all, that wasn't what the matriarch had explained to them before. He was only explaining that he had provoked the students of the Divine Martial Academy, but he didn't expect Witchwood to be so straight as to directly provoke the Imperial-level powerhouse on the other side of the room. To be honest, they froze for a moment at first before breaking into a cold sweat, and their patriarch didn't say anything, even happy about it, I guess. The effect was much better than any incentive, and now even if they knew what was really going on, they didn't dare relax at all. Otherwise, they won't end up any better. However, White Knight obviously wouldn't let himself be exposed by such a crude provocation. Even he felt that this tactic of the witch race was like child's play. If it was Chung Dowie who came this time, the effect would be really good. But use this tactic on him. Ha! White Knight sneered inside. Weaklings are only capable of boring little tricks after all. Dismounted. That's not how it works. And just now, this old man from the sorcerer race was still acting like he was hypocritically sorry. It was just to make him feel that he, a powerful person of the emperor level, should not be overly upset with some young people. That would be uncharacteristically strong. Indeed, White Knight didn't even bother to glance at those 7th-rank sorcerers. However, dare to play these tricks in his face. Just be prepared to be aware. The mask he wore over his face then began to slowly emit an ominous aura as a blood-colored mist began to fill the air. The people next to him watched the sudden change and raised their guard a few notches. It was just that White Knight had deliberately controlled the range of the blood chi, and it didn't affect anyone else. In addition to that old man from the witch race, Witchfinder's eyes gazed up as he felt the blood chi that was directed at him alone. Although he felt that it was impossible for this person to fight him at just this kind of timing, the vigilance in his heart was still raised. Then he suddenly sensed something. His pupils shrank, and tentacles that looked like quagmires began to appear on his body. At the same time, he bellowed, "Don't you dare!" Boom! A massive gravity suddenly descended down, and it was as if space was about to distort for a moment. This time he did not flash and did not avoid. Hard to catch, just stifled a grunt after the body slightly trembled twice, still firm where he stood. A look of shock and anger flashed across his face and he was about to say something. Suddenly, the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. "This is," he said, his pupils shrinking even smaller. A strong killing intent then broke directly inside his mind. And for a moment, all the images in front of him all disappeared. There's only blood red, and deafening shouts of murder. Left, right, one blurry figure after another flashed by, as if they wanted to cut him down here. And it was like he was sailing a flatboat alone inside the raging river of blood with the waves, and at any moment the boat would be destroyed. However, he was still in existence at the peak of the Imperial level after all, and was sober enough to know that this place was just an illusion created by being attacked by killing intent. Do you really think that this tactic can trap him here? With a flash of sardonic color on his face, Wu Tu put his hands together and prepared to break the illusion in one fell swoop. However, when he was about to cast his divine ability, he suddenly sensed something and jerked his head up. The pupils directly shrunk to the size of pinpoints. A white blade slashed through the air. Put! He looked down at his torso, and a visible chop mark appeared on it. But it's much more than that. Because, and the sky cracked. Then, splat! All the images stood still. Only a white blade light across the entire illusion persisted, and the scenes to the left and right of the blade light slowly staggered, until it shattered with a bang. His whoo! A violent gasp came, and Witchfinder's consciousness was brought back within reality. Both palms were propped up on the ground, trembling slightly. The floor was already drenched in sweat without even realizing it. Look up! What blood river! What knife lighter gone! only a calm look standing there. Blood devil son. And a group of faces looked over with incredulity. He looked down at himself. Only then did he realize that at some point he had actually fallen to his knees. Chapter 109, Who will come up first to die? At this moment, the inside of Witchfinder's mind suddenly went blank for a moment. He actually got down on his knees. And it's against these disgusting human beings. Even he didn't know when it was. You. The color of shame and anger flashed across Witchturbine's shadowy face. How dare you disregard the agreement and directly strike at me? Make a move? White Knight sneered, spreading his palms outward in a gesture. Who saw that? So obvious. Witchturbid anger on the head. To seize, but said the voice gradually small down, finally turned into a face a green a white look, for as he looked around, he noticed that the others were looking at him with a strange look in their eyes, including those inside the Witch Clan, especially the students of the Divine Martial Academy. Their expressions were astonished and even a bit unbelievable. Inside his perspective, this old man of the witch race was first suppressed as if by something, and then suddenly fell into a frenzy. Finally, after covering his chest with his palms for some reason, he fell straight to his knees as if he was deflated. They knew it was the handiwork of that lord of the temple. However, what was not known was that the existence of the peak of the emperor level had actually become like this in just a single glance. Can't even see the strike. Instead, it was the old man from the sorcerer race who made the move. The eyes moved away from above the temple lord and looked around. The surrounding Witch Clan guards that had originally surrounded them fell in a large swath. That's why they had a bit of a strange look in their eyes. Even the old man of the witch race couldn't retort if he wanted to, and indeed, Wu Tu did not say anything else, only his face became more gloomy, because apart from those young ones behind him, most of the other guards had already been knocked to the ground, and it was unknown how many of them would survive. And what made him grit his teeth the most was that the residual energy fluctuations from those guards emitted a muddy odor. It was about this time that he was vaguely impressed. These their witch escorts. It was knocked out by his attack. Behind them were the young generation of the barbarian race who were slightly frightened and avoided some distance. In front of them was the group of odd-faced Divine Martial Academy students. By now, he had stood up, and after gently patting the dirt on his body, he put his palms back behind his back. His face reverted to an expressionless look, as if nothing had just happened. Just the palm of his hand behind his back, gently clenched a bit, showing that his heart was not as calm as it appeared to be. At the same time inside, he understood something he had heard before. Sure enough, Lord God Emperor was right. The strength of this term's blood demon son is beyond imagination. That's the real reason he didn't end up having a seizure. This new blood demon son was more than a star stronger than him. Simply relying on the gravity that came from nowhere and that substantial killing intent, he was caught in an illusion from which he could not extricate himself. And the last seen blade light that cuts through the sky. He still had the feeling of being torn apart to this day. Most importantly, it was as if none of this was made by this person. Even if he wanted to have a fit, he couldn't find an excuse. The words he questioned in his own haste, including his unknowingly striking out just now, instead made him look more like a clown. But that's okay. Individual honor and disgrace compared to the survival of the entire witch clan. It's totally fine to not care. This term's blood demon son really couldn't be allowed to exist any longer. What we want now is to hold back for a while. So, very well. It was old me who was rude. Wu Tu spat out almost word for word, then taking a deep breath, his gaze returned to its shadowy form and he looked over. So, the exchange battle officially begins. Shall we? Yes. White Knight didn't continue to lash out. His purpose had been achieved anyway. At this time, the students behind them no longer had the same nervous look they had before, in contrast to the opposite sorcerer teenager. One or two of them wore worried faces, completely lacking the determination to die as if they were at home just a moment ago. This situation was also noticed by Witchfinder, but he didn't say anything else. It's futile to undo it at this point. He didn't expect that he had sacrificed one of his clan's talented tusks in an attempt to put some pressure on the human race, but instead, he ended up letting the opposite side give him a hard time. So much padding that in the end turned out to be a waste. In that case, we'll just have to see the real thing on top of the exchange battle. Begin. Yes, White Knight responded and didn't pursue the matter further. Although it wouldn't take too much effort for him to kill this old man of the witch race, his own purpose wasn't as simple as conducting an exchange match. What he wanted was to find out the Oracle Church behind the barbarians. Then, as if nothing had happened, the exchange battle proceeded normally. White Knight's side had brought 5 students this time, indicating that there were 5 battles to be fought. 3 wins in 5 innings. The losers leave behind some resources specific to their respective territories, as well as items with symbolic meaning. The first battle was fought by a tall boy on their side. Tarzan walked up from the crowd, his tall back resembling a walking giant bear, the bushy palm cupped a bit, making a crackling sound, and then his face looked provocative. Shinwu Academy, Tarzan, which one of you? The rough voice spread across the younger generation on the Witch Clan side, and he even hooked his finger over there. After all, that lord of the temple said that without cheating, nothing to worry about, exercise to your heart's content, and he had watched the barbarians who had challenged him at the door at the Divine Martial Academy, but he didn't have the chance at that time and was preempted by Chi-Mo. Now, it's time to release a little bit of the anger from that time. So, his attitude was arrogant. Of course this was based on the fact that Lord Temple Master had just suppressed the sorcerer race head-on, otherwise it would have been above the barbarian race's ground. Doing so was no different than looking for death. Just for now, his eyes looked towards the group of sorcerer clans that were still a bit hesitant, and he couldn't help but make a mocking remark. What? Are Wiccans such cowards? I wouldn't mind you guys discussing who's going to come up here first to die, if that's okay. Wutu's face instantly became even more ugly, but after looking at By Night's figure, he held back from having an attack. Eyes glanced at an equally tall figure next to him. This was the column of strength within this group of young children of the Witch Clan that was not bad. Witch Chong instantly felt a chill through his body after being glanced at by the matriarch without emotion, then walked out stiffly. He was only a little hesitant just now because he was shocked by the human side, but now that he had slowed down, he was able to sober up and realize that this sparring match was definitely not going to be without him. You know what to do, right? The patriarch's voice came to his ears, causing him to step and nod slightly, then came onto the field as if nothing had happened. Witches, Witch Rush, Chapter 110. You can try. Witch Rush simply introduced his name. He didn't dare to taunt back like that celebrity, much less put some harsh words down. The scene of Witchwood's death earlier was fresh in his mind, as well as the patriarch's wretched figure. He doubted that if that emperor-level powerhouse on the other side forced his way out regardless of his dignity, there was a good chance that the patriarch wouldn't be able to save him. So, that's fine. It's just a matter of momentum and falling short before the fight even starts. Witch Rush wore a wolf skin and a wolf bone mask on top of his head. This was something he had specifically traveled to the Sunset Mountain range to hunt. After all, it seemed to him that the qualities of the wolf beasts matched him quite well. If Tarzan was like a giant bear, he was a giant wolf. It's just badgering. It's completely useless. One only needs to kill the opponent in the middle of a sparring match, no matter what means one uses. By the way, let these human races of the Great Xian country see that the sorcerer warriors living in the barren land are not something that you pampered human races can underestimate. Without a word, Witchfinder Chong came to the center of the field, and the others consciously made way for an open space. There is no referee for this fight. No rules. It can only be stopped by killing the enemy or voluntarily admitting defeat. Tarzan kept a sardonic smile on his face, but his eyes were glued down. The mockery just now was just to disturb the mind of the Witch Clan. If he really thought that he was still so arrogant during the battle, the Witch Clan would pay the due price. All around, everyone watched the place in silence, and no one gave orders. In other words, just come to the center of the field and strike at any time. And that was clearly the intention of Witch Rush on the opposite side. At some point, a layer of gray light rose from his body, and then he accelerated violently. So fast, Tarzan was fully focused, his eyes constantly looking from side to side. One could vaguely see a residual shadow constantly moving up quickly around him. As far as he knew, this should be a common routine of the witch race, attaching some body-enhancing sorcery to himself first. It seems that this person should go the way of agility. He's not very good at speed and would theoretically be at a bit of a disadvantage. However, it's not like there aren't options for dealing with it. The aura in his body worked frantically, and then his right foot lifted and stomped down fiercely. Boom! The ground cracked right through several cracks and became pitted around the field, and on top of one of the warped terrains, Witchfinder Chang's figure stumbled and manifested. Found you! Tarzan's eyes flashed with coldness, and his feet pushed hard, erupting with a huge impact. A clearly visible footprint was left on the ground, while his figure disappeared in place. In front of Witchfinder, Tarzan reappeared and a huge fist slammed down from the air. Although he was not very agile, his straight-line burst speed was not weaker than any existence of the same rank. The fist gradually enlarged inside Wu Chang's pupils, as if he could see the expression of fear inside. But that expression suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a wry look. Did he really think that this level of attack would reveal him? But it's just a deliberate creation. When his body was about to fall to the ground, his palms suddenly braced on the ground, and then disappeared in a swish. Boom! Tarzan's fists came one after the other, smashing the ground out of another large crater. But when the smoke cleared, there was no figure of Witch Chong inside. He looked at his body, and there was a clearly visible slash above his shoulder. Turning his head to look, he found that Witch Rush had stopped on the other side with a white bone dagger in his hand. Put! Under the writhing of the muscles, a column of blood splattered out, spilling onto the ground and making a tinkling sound. That dagger is poisonous. It's really the barbarian's fighting style, all the fancy stuff. It looked like the poison used was only a 7th order poison, and if it went beyond that, it would be considered a violation. I heard that some barbarians had used poisons that exceeded the 7th rank in the past, causing casualties in the Divine Martial Academy, but under the strong pressure of the barbarians, this kind of rule-breaking behavior just didn't happen. Now, then, this witch clan thought that it would not dare to do this kind of tampering, but it's just a poison that can threaten the 7th order, and it's painless for him. Do you really think he grew so big just by looking big? Again, this little attack, is it tickling me? Listening to his opponent's words, Wu Chang's face was clearly a little less than pleasant. However, he wasn't so much affected by these words as he was a little surprised that his poison had no effect on this man at all. The poison that was enough to cause a peak 7th ranked ferocious beast to fall into a state of paralysis was actually useless. It was something he hadn't expected. This physique felt like it was even stronger than the people of the Carry clan. However, one's advantage was speed, and there was no need to confront that big guy head-on. Just keep using that advantage to inflict wounds on him. It wasn't like he was bound to win anyway. His purpose was simply to stall for time. The longer the better. So, boom, he dodged the celebrity's punch again, then began to move quickly. Put! After finding the right opportunity, another not-so-deep wound was left on its body. But Tarzan didn't care at all about this small wound, and his huge fists kept leaving marks on the ground. What? Is that all the witches can do is run away? Come out with the same vigor you used to challenge me on my doorstep earlier. What's the difference between hiding and being a mountain rat? Oh yeah, there's still some difference. Rats don't get down on their knees and beg for mercy, but you witches do, and skillfully. So just get down on your knees and admit defeat. If I'm in a good mood, I might leave you a dog's life. Tai Shan's words reached the ears of the witch clan, causing their faces to turn ugly, but the matriarch had not spoken, so no one dared to be the first to speak out and curse back, especially Wu Tu himself, his face grimly staring at the celebrity, because there was a line that hit him where it hurts. After all, he had just inexplicably fallen to his knees, and now saying it intentionally or unintentionally stung. A mere 7th-ranked human being dared to speak loudly. In a few sentences, there was a sentence that insulted their witch race. Did they really think that their witch race was easy to bully? So his eyes became resentful, even with murderous intent. But this killing intent was quickly collected by him as a voice without any emotion resounded inside his mind. If you're going to interfere with this sparring match, you can try. Chapter 111, Move Again and You Die. The bland voice surrounded his ears, causing Witchfinder to silently withdraw his resentful gaze. His eyes moved to the figure wearing a blood-colored mask, revealing some scorn, only to be quickly hidden. But it was also true that he had no desire to interfere with the battle in the field anymore. The man, by the looks of it, had been waiting for him to break the rules and then take advantage of the situation. One can't let a little thing like that ruin the plan. It was just that if the plan worked, this celebrity kid would definitely make it difficult for him to live or die. The battle on the field continued, and the two had completely failed to notice the external movements, both immersed inside the thoughts of how to kill their opponents. Tarzan's body had countless wounds and looked rather wretched, but in fact, this injury was nothing serious for him, and while Witchfinder Chong looked unharmed, the physical strength consumed by moving at high speed so frequently was great, so it's hard to say who had the upper hand for a while. A good bit of time had passed. Witchfinder Chong had now given up on the idea of constantly roaming around and attacking, as his stamina no longer allowed him to do so. Either you find the right opportunity to kill in one blow, or you just admit defeat, and he preferred the former. Tarzan also gave up the practice of constantly enraging his opponent with his words, and just silently protected his vitals, also waiting for the time when Witchfinder Chong would reveal his cracks. It should almost be able to decide the winner. Outside the arena, Chimo had been watching coldly, feeling a bit more objective. It's been a stalemate for so long, and now it's almost time to split the difference. It's starting. With a dark voice inside him, his eyes gazed up. This time it was Tarzan who made the first run. He still had plenty of stamina, just not as much as his opponent in terms of speed. Now that the opponent has shown fatigue, it's all the more important to capitalize on it. Boom! A fist slammed into the place where Witchfinder Chong had been standing, but without looking at the result, the fist swung up and swept across. Humph! After he heard a muffled grunt of pain, he probably knew that his blow had grazed off the top of the sorcerer. Some damage had definitely been done, but it was obviously not very serious, and which Russia's footsteps still didn't stop. In that case, Tarzan's eyes flashed coldly as he once again stepped in place. Boom! For a moment debris flew, and that's not all, because his second foot is up. Step heavily again. Boom! The cracked ground sunk in even further, but when the smoke cleared, it revealed that a noose had somehow appeared above that foot. Crap! Tarzan lost his voice. Then the section of rope where the noose had been attached to go out suddenly collapsed straight, and a great pulling force came from his feet. The body couldn't help but tilt back a bit, about to fall towards the ground. The palms of his hands subconsciously tried to brace themselves on the ground, and at that moment the empty door at his chest was wide open. Good chance! Which Rush threw away the rope in his hand and disappeared with a swish. Where Taishan was, a figure suddenly appeared, and a bone-made dagger that shone with a cold light plunged straight down. It's too late. Tarzan's pupils shrank, and his other palm tried to fend it off, but it obviously didn't come as fast as the plunging dagger. Go to hell! A hideous smile appeared on Wu Chang's face. Then the dagger made contact with Tarzan's body and went straight in. Put! Blood splatters. The dagger plunged into the top of Tarzan's chest, directly into half. The smile on Wu Chang's face stalled and he couldn't help but stare. The arm pressed down hard, but it was as if it had hit some kind of obstacle, and it couldn't move at all, couldn't even pull it out. Fooled. These words instantly surfaced inside his mind before he wanted to abandon his dagger and directly back away. But, only after this thought came out of him, a gaze was going to pierce him as if his cheeks were raw. It's too late. At that moment, Tarzan turned his head and showed his teeth. Too late? I lied to you. As he said that, a huge palm grabbed Wu Chang's arm and pulled it over. Smoothly, he got up, and then with his other hand, he took hold of Witch Rush's head and pressed down hard towards it. Boom! Witchfinder's head hit the ground solidly, cracking a large crater. It made him feel like even his consciousness had lapsed a bit. There was a constant buzzing in his ears. Careless, to actually use his muscles to forcefully jam his dagger to the point where he revealed such a serious breach. He hadn't given up yet though, his eyes struggling to open to try and get a better look at his surroundings. But it's like there's a heavy shadow and everything you look at is a blur. Only a fist could be vaguely seen wobbling high in the air. Above him, Tarzan planted one foot heavily on Witchfinder to keep him from moving, and then clasped his hands in an interlocking grip, aiming for his head. A pair of eyes that seemed to glow red looked down, causing him to wake up slightly with a jolt, and then instantly realized his situation. He wanted to just admit defeat, but in his dazed state, his tongue felt like it was tied in knots and he couldn't say anything. By this time, he had felt the wind of a fist falling on top of his head, constantly stinging the back of his head. Done. The despair in his heart was suddenly spread all over his body. Stop. Just at this time, a pale and sinister voice came over. Put. The staggered up huge fists rested steadily on top of Witchfinder's head, a finger's distance away from the head. The wind of the fist pressed down, blowing up the powdered gravel around them. Tarzan held his pose and stopped motionless, sweat running down his cheeks. He's locked in, that imperial-level powerhouse of the witch race. His eyes deviated slightly to see a grim face, as if he was facing death if his fist actually landed. What to do? Now he was moving and not moving. Although this sorcerer under his feet had basically lost the ability to fight back, he wouldn't dare to gamble his life and limb on a place like this. Kill him. While he was hesitating, a bashful voice came over, easing some of the tense feeling in his heart. Looking up, he realized that it was their Lord Temple Master speaking. At that moment, he remembered that it wasn't the same situation as before. This time they had the Lord Temple Master himself leading them. The 3 words spoken by Lord Hall Master were like a C-pin, causing the sense of crisis in his heart to instantly disappear. Good, Tarzan responded, his heart settling down. A sardonic grin reappeared on his face and he raised his fist again. And Wu Chong, who had originally seen hope for survival, suddenly fell into despair once again. The drop in mood even caused him to go into a trance for a while, and he didn't think to shout to admit defeat. The cold wind pressure overhead fell again. Don't you dare. Not far away. When Wu Tu saw how this celebrity actually ignored his warning and was going to attack, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, a quagmire of energy appeared in his hand. One foot stepped forward, about to attack. Suddenly, ka! Only a crisp sound was heard before a blade slashed through his front, causing him to lurch. It was as if his body was locked by something, as if it would instantly split in two if he made any more movements. There was absolutely no possibility of dodging it. At the same time there were cool words in his ears. Move again. Die. Chapter 112, is that all? Pop. Witch Chom on the field. His head exploded directly like a watermelon, and the filth splattered all over Tarzan's body. Tarzan looked up cautiously, relieved that the imagined attack hadn't landed. Even the feeling of being locked in had disappeared. At that moment, he looked over with a curious gaze and then froze. This was because he realized that this imperial-level powerhouse inside the sorcerer clan had gathered a ball of some kind of energy in his hands at an unknown time. Just looking at the breath alone gave him a palpitating feeling. This old man of the witch race was trying to put him to death. It gave him some second thoughts, but strangely enough, at this moment, the sorcerer held his posture without moving a muscle. The eyes moved down slightly, probably understanding what was going on. He noticed a clear knife mark on the ground. The slash gave him a sharp feeling, as if he was going to be sliced open just by looking at it, and a strong man with a knife. Eyes turned to their Lord Temple Master. In his perception, the only person who could cut such a gap was this lord, and the movement of its hands indicated just that. At this moment, Baye's right hand had gently rested on top of the hilt of the blade, and his left hand cocked a thumb, pushing the long blade out slightly by half an inch. Other than that, there was no extra movement. But that's it. That old man from the sorcerer race maintained his original position, not daring to move a bit until now. Taishan's eyes blinked for a moment as he looked at that Lord Hall Master and then at the old man from the sorcerer clan. Gulp! Swallowing hard, he realized that the atmosphere around him seemed a bit serious, and everyone didn't dare to take a breath. Even though the two big men in the stalemate didn't have any strong energy fluctuations, it still pressed down on them, and the one who felt this most clearly would be the old man of the witch clan himself. Tick! A drop of cold sweat dripped from the top of his cheek onto the ground. Such a slight sound. Inside his head like a downpour of rain falling. Witchfinder was pinching a ball of energy in his hand, neither releasing it nor putting it away. Living like the celebrity kid he had just targeted. The strange feeling of this sudden transformation appeared only for a moment before he discarded it. He didn't have the heart to think about such boring issues right now. At this moment, the inside of his mind was full of the blade light that had just flashed by. A powerful aura locked onto him, causing his body to stiffen a bit. The only thing that could move at this point was probably the eyes. Eyes rolled for a moment, glancing at a slash close to him in front of him. The slash marks were not deep, even if he could have swung himself with a wooden stick to make such marks. But the aura on it gave him a creepy feeling. This feeling, it was like the aura that cut the entire illusion in half when he fell into it earlier and felt it personally. That's why he didn't dare do anything rash. This power he didn't quite understand what it was, but he just had a feeling. If that person really drew his sword, there was a good chance he wouldn't be able to catch it himself. So much so that he was a little skeptical. Was the difference really that great when they were at the same imperial level? It's just a question that's not destined to be answered. The stalemate held. And finally he couldn't help himself first. What do you mean by that? Blood Demon's son. What do you mean? White Knight sneered. You witch clan want to break the rules and instead ask me what I mean? You. Wu Turbine was choked and was speechless. Indeed. If anything, he was the one who took the lead in breaking the rules earlier. According to the default rules between the barbarians and the human race, an exchange battle in which either party did not die or cry out to admit defeat was considered to be a continuation of the battle. The fact that he had threatened that celebrity kid out of his own mouth earlier was actually considered a violation. Even more so regardless of the fact that he now intended to personally save his own witch clan. And that thought only came subconsciously. It was because he had indeed done a lot of things like this within the past exchange wars. Only, it was Cheng Dawi who was here at that time. So naturally he was allowed to rub it round and flatten it. Now the words are led by the legendary Blood Demon's son himself, and the Blood Demon's son, from previous performance, he's no match, and for the time being, he couldn't cause a dispute with the Blood Demon's son. So, yes, this matter was indeed a momentary impulse on the part of the old man. The situation was stronger than the others, and Wu Tu admitted his own mistake and took the initiative to admit his mistake. And, his eyes looked over toward White Knight. The meaning was obvious. He had already taken a stand, and the rest was White Knight's turn to take a stand. Generally speaking, most people would go along with the steps when Witch Turbine had already gone soft. However, that's all? White Knight clearly did not accept such a stance. So what are you going to do? Witchfinder's face did not look good when he was asked a rhetorical question. He had already admitted his guilt, but this person was still unsatisfied? Realized that by saying something like that in this situation, you've clearly come up short. So in the face of this person's aggressive attitude, his face was directly gloomy. The atmosphere, which had just eased a bit, suddenly became heavy again. Ryoko, put. With a soft sound, an arm was thrown in front of White Knight. Is that enough? Witchfinder directly ripped off the arm that he had gathered energy from, then looked at White Knight without blinking. Yes, underneath the mask, the corners of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly. Although an arm wasn't really that hard for an existence like him to repair. But the implications are not so simple. Let's just say, This old man of the witch race had some vigor to actually break his own arm in order to reconcile without having seen his true strength. This attitude was not the arrogant and domineering style that the barbarians used to have. Even the witch clan's own people were all incredulous, but no one dared to say anything due to the old man's might only. At the exchange war, not only did the human race kill the clan's talented tooth, but even the clan leader personally blocked them without falling in favor. When have they ever suffered such a loss? The students of the Divine Martial Academy were also astonished. What they didn't expect was that the imperial-level existence of the sorcerer clan would actually be willing to admit defeat, even to the point of breaking his own arm. I always heard that the human side above the exchange war is always at a disadvantage, but today this situation, the feeling is awesome. But, more than anything, there was some doubt. It seems the witch clan is asking for a lot. White Knight took in everyone's faces, and this doubt bubbled up inside his mind. Such a dry and soft attitude, as well as the fact that the sorcerer clan side clearly had the idea of stalling for time during the confrontation just now. It always felt like there was some kind of conspiracy going on silently. One wonders if this is the idea of the barbarians themselves, or if the oracle is involved behind the scenes. So he lifted his heart slightly and silently paid attention to the movements of the witch clan. But he wasn't too worried about it for the moment, even happy about it. It's just good to have the Wookiees make some small moves of their own, or else, how to uncover the presence of the oracle. Ka! The long knife was pushed back by him, and the heavy atmosphere of the scene dissipated and disappeared, returning to its original form. Go on. With White Knight speaking blandly, the exchange battle continued on as normal. This time, it was the witch race's turn to take the lead in assigning the combatants. Chapter 113, So what if I break the rules? You, go. Witchfinder had returned to his original gloomy expression and glanced at one of the males within the younger generation. Although what happened just now caused him to lose a lot of face and majesty, he endured it for the sake of the barbarian race's grand plan. But it's still okay to give the human race some color, as far as the rules allow. And this time, it was their turn to send out their combatants first, so he planned to send out the strongest one within the younger generation. The Tooth. Witch Rout. A sorcerer's genius that comes along once in a century. The tooth named Witch Rout stepped out from among the crowd after hearing the clan leader's order. He's a bit scrawny and gives off the impression of not being very flexible and looking sickly. Especially the expression on his face was simply a replica of Witchfinder himself, as if he was looking at anyone who wanted to put him to death. However, from the gazes of the other young people of the witch race above, it seemed that this person was clearly not that simple. Witches. Witch Rout. After briefly introducing himself, Witch Crush didn't say a word, his gloomy eyes looking towards the students of Divine Martial Academy. It's strong. This was the thought that surfaced inside the minds of almost all of the Divine Martial Academy students once they saw the eyes of that sorcerer race. Shinwu Academy. Ikamo. In the end, on the Divine Martial Academy's side, it was Chiemo who fought. This was not the result of White Knight's consideration, but rather this student took the initiative to fight. White Knight himself wasn't that concerned about winning or losing the exchange battle, so he left it up to the Divine Martial Academy students to discuss it on their own. This student, who had appeared before when the sorcerer clan had challenged him at his door, the strength was indeed quite good, but he felt that it would be more stressful to deal with this barbarian, and the situation at the scene was indeed similar to what White Knight had guessed. At this moment, Chiemo was sizing up this opponent with a grave expression on his face. Unlike the punk who had challenged him on his doorstep before, this brute gave him a lot of pressure, and the source of all this stress. He looked at the densely packed unknown runes on Witch Rout's body. That's about all there is to it. These runes gave him a very weird feeling, and the aura was not weak. Splat! With a certain decision in his mind, he pressed his long sword against the ground and then shuffled it slowly in time with his footsteps. The ground was becoming pitted looking due to the last battle, but in his eyes, it wasn't going to cause much of a hindrance. Get on the field and fight. So he hit the ground running. Put! Ikamo shifted his feet to the side for a moment, and then a tiny black palm slowly dissipated in the distance. Looking up, he noticed that the runes on the barbarian's body lit up for a moment before dimming again. So it is. He now finally knew what these runes were for, and could actually use sorcery out of thin air without any other medium. A very troublesome ability indeed. But whether or not we can win this battle, we won't know until after the battle. So he took what he did after calmly analyzing the situation and bullied his way right in. Next to him, White Knight divided some of his energy to silently observe the battle on the field. Ikamo adopted the strategy of fighting a close battle was really no problem, and for a while the two of them fought back and forth. Still, he felt that the student's chances of winning were not very good. After another moment, it was just as he expected. GMO gradually fell into a passive position and had a series of sorcery traps laid by that sorcerer without realizing it. Admit defeat. White Knight, who had seen the situation clearly, directly spoke out to remind him. Admit defeat? GMO on the field froze for a moment after hearing this reminder, but quickly reacted and keenly noticed the abnormalities around him. I concede. He hurriedly shouted out to admit defeat while secretly wiping his cold sweat. The witchcraft traps around him had actually wrapped him airtight, and if he didn't admit defeat he was probably going to detonate them all. He actually didn't realize it himself just now, and if it wasn't for the reminder from that hall master, he would probably have to die directly here. Ikamo's palm was raised high as his voice echoed through the field. This scene caused the witch rout to freeze as well, and couldn't help but turn their gaze towards their clan leader. This admission of defeat was indeed a bit unexpected. It would have been a short while before he could have set off a series of sorcery traps and killed him with a direct hit. But now, his gaze shifted above the human race's imperial level existence. It was this person who spoke up just now to remind him. If it was usual, he would have thought nothing of attacking straight down. But after the series of events just now, it was clear that he didn't have that confidence. His own patriarch had suffered a loss at this person's expense, and he himself was just a 7th-ranked being, so how could he possibly provoke him? So he was now cupping a sorcery in his hand, and hesitating to attack down. It was surprisingly hard to know what to do for a while. Turning his head once more to look at the patriarch, he found his face grim again, and at this time, Witchfinder was really upset. Blood Demon Son, this time, it's you who broke the rules. He uttered the words almost through clenched teeth. He was upset for 2 reasons. One was being off the field and actually spoke up to warn them, which was clearly an act of disrupting the balance of the sparring match. The other was that this sparring match hadn't delayed much time at all, and even this reckoning that he had intended to thwart the human race's ambition had come to naught. What is the situation now? The clan's sparring sessions aren't even at this level, are they? It simply doesn't hurt. Therefore, he wanted to see what the Blood Demon Son, who had turned on him in the first battle for the sake of breaking the rules, was really saying. What he hadn't expected was that White Knight had no intention of explaining. Yes? White Knight only responded indifferently before his words changed. Even if it breaks the rules. And what? And what can be done? When these words came out, everyone else opened their mouths slightly. In particular, GMO, who was still on the field, couldn't help but frequently look in the direction of White Knight's side, not knowing what to say for a moment. This lord of their temple. It's too. That's why even the students of the Divine Martial Academy pretty much had this look on their faces. Not to mention the witch race. Witchfinder's only remaining arm clenched his fist. The one he had torn off was still not far away at this point, as if mocking him. So what? The fact that he himself broke the rules in the first battle really doesn't make sense in the eyes of the beholder. Without the certainty of dealing with the Blood Demon Son, he chose to break his own arm and show weakness, choosing to hold back. Now it was the turn of the human side to break the rules, actually admitting it in person in full view of the public, but with no indication at all. How long had it been since he, Witchfinder, had seen such a situation? It was the exchange wars of the past years that they had never been this cocky. Blood Demon Son, this is to look down on their witch tribe, is it? So he looked over with a gaze so somber it could almost drip. Blood Demon Son, really disregarding the agreement between you and my clan, is it? That's right. White Knight underneath the mask slightly opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he spat out these 2 words without any hesitation. He didn't take Witch Turbine's threatening words to heart at all, and even added a sentence in a smirking tone. What? Are you witches going to flip out? Chapter 114 Noisy. Kill her. Disregarding the pact between the 2 clans? White Knight even wanted to sneer twice. When the Dakian kingdom was in decline, which exchange war these barbarians were not aggressive and broke the rules at every turn. Now he personally led the team. The witch tribe themselves under the fear, not the previous practice, but how can have the face to say disregard for the agreement of the 2 tribes this kind of words? However, he didn't really care about these. What kind of virtues the barbarians were could be known from within the mere words of Long Shuyi and the others. Now it's just a repeat. As for breaking the rules now, so what if it's destroyed? He was trying to push the witch race back step by step. It's better to flip out on the spot, or even to seek help directly from the forces behind it. That's his ultimate goal. However, this purpose is not expected to be realized for the time being. White Knight looked at the barbarian elder with some surprise. Next game, go on. Witch Chong closed his eyes fiercely, then slowly opened them, and actually still did not have a seizure about what had just happened, but instead, his face calmed down. It was only after seeing this that the 2 men on the field retreated. GMO had retreated dryly, but Witch Rout was still a bit unwilling. After all, If only he was given some more time he would be able to get rid of this human race. Only, with his gaze withdrawn from the patriarch, he still walked on in silence. It would be a lie to say that there was no resentment in his heart, but he still knew something about their patriarch. This state of apparent calmness on the part of the matriarch was precisely a sign of having been angered to the extreme. That's why he's not going to get into trouble at this time. After the two retired, the field was empty again, and it was White Knight's side's turn to take the lead in dispatching the combatants in the next round. There you go. White Knight inclined her head and gestured towards a girl inside the students. He did not expect the witch tribe under such a threat actually can still endure. In that case, this round he was going to send out the student he was more optimistic about. It was also the person he thought was the strongest within these few students. Peak of the 7th order, gifted awakener, and the awakened abilities are interesting. Wan Young would be the name of this student, dressed in a long black dress with a veil over her face. Seeing this, Wan Rong nodded and walked out. She didn't speak, because of the special nature of the awakened ability, so much so that it was like she was mute. This was also known to White Knight, so he didn't say anything. On the field, after Wan Rong went up, her finger flicked in the air and a line appeared. Shinwu Academy. Wan Rong. That's the message these words display. Humph. So it's a mute. Witches. Witch clear. The one who came out from inside the witch clan was also a girl, and a sneer appeared on her face after she gave her name in a fake manner. After all, just now how to look at the side of the witch race have eaten a big loss. The overall face are a bit untenable, just to take advantage of this opportunity to taunt a bit. However, if that's all there is to it, the effect is obviously less obvious. Wan Rong didn't even move an eyebrow. Seeing this, Wu Qing was somewhat less than satisfied, and with his fingers raised, he wanted to say something else. You, bang! Before the words were out of his mouth, a crunching sound echoed. Put! Blood and bone fragments splattered Witch Clear's face, causing her open mouth to delay closing. What really happened? Just now, her fingers suddenly exploded, so much so that she froze and didn't react, until the sharp pain came. Ah! A miserable scream came, and Wu Qing directly fell to the ground and kept rolling around. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and even his lips began to turn white. Pain! A bone-crushing pain. But, why? As a warrior of the witch race, it was common to break arms and legs or whatever, not to mention fingers, but those situations, she wouldn't even frown. However, this is now the case. She actually screamed out straight away and even rolled around. It feels like the pain goes right down to the depths of the soul. You, what the hell have you done? Wu Qing's eyes became fearful as she looked over. Everyone else also had a look of uncertainty, completely unaware of what was going on, only to know that after Wu Qing raised his finger, it suddenly exploded, and then he just laid down on the ground and rolled around. Only the students of the Divine Martial Academy couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Wan Young, one of the students that no one dared to challenge when a place was up for grabs. Even those of them would never want to make an enemy of this person, because of this girl's awakened abilities. A bit of a pain in the ass indeed, an ability called Speech Spell, if they were not mistaken. Just now Wan Rong's mouth under her veil should have opened and closed a few times soundlessly. Then that barbarian's fingers blew up. It's such an ability to be defensive. Most importantly, damage inflicted by this ability is often followed by a sharp pain. They had personally seen an ungrateful student challenge it once, directly foaming at the mouth in pain and fainting directly, while that challenger was only torn a little bit of skin. So in a sense, this barbarian was strong. Fingers are blowing right off and actually just thrashing around. But, put! With the sound of something breaking came the sound of a hissing scream immediately afterward. Ah. The poignancy of the voice even made their goosebumps rise. With his eyes on the field, he couldn't help but gulp. That barbarian was at that moment covering his eyes as his body convulsed violently, blood flowing down between his fingers without him realizing it. Admit defeat. Witch Turbine outside the arena finally looked a bit unable to stand it anymore. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and that ability was simply undefendable, with no possibility of winning at all. Fighting any longer would only expose their witch clan to more ugliness, so he didn't expect this outgoing sorcerer to be able to delay much longer, and directly and simply suggested admitting defeat. Admit defeat. I concede. After hearing the old man's words, Wu Qing was as if he had been pardoned, afraid that if he said one step slower, the next inexplicable attack would come. For a while, Wan Rong also stopped her attack and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, his opponent had already conceded defeat, and if he attacked again, it was likely that that old man from the witch race would intervene. Her ability was indeed very powerful, but it was half useless against an existence at the imperial level. This was something she knew very well. so she stopped her movements and her gaze went to that temple lord. Everyone else quieted down and watched the scene, leaving only the weak cries coming from time to time from Wu Qing on the field. It's noisy, kill her. Sure enough, Wan Rong was not surprised when she got the answer she wanted. His eyes shifted away and moved to the barbarian, a smile on his face. Then, go to hell. The mouth opened and closed soundlessly for a moment, yet the ability had not yet been activated. Pop! The ground suddenly turned into a quagmire where she stood with her feet sunk in and was still going down. At the same time, the old man's angry shout came from his ears. Little human waif, don't be so arrogant. But before she could react, she suddenly heard another muffled grunt, and the quagmire under her feet instantly disappeared. The voice of shock and anger came again. Blood demon son, don't bully people too much. Chapter 115, say it again. Wan Rong looked over with curious eyes. Sure enough, it was their Lord Temple Master who had struck. Tick-tock tick-tock. The look of shock and anger on Wu Tu's face was about to turn into a substantial presence. At this moment, there was a deep, bone-deep slash above his palm, and blood was flowing downward like it was not meant to, and no matter how much he ran his aura, he could not get the wound to close, and the culprit of this wound was a blade. In the instant he had just struck out, the blood demon son suddenly drew his sword and chopped a blade on out, and the energy that had condensed in his hand actually collapsed directly without even managing to block it for a moment, so he can't control his anger at all now. It's downright deceptive. Deception? A hallowed existence of the imperial level actually strikes out at a youngster of the 7th rank? Who the hell is bullying people? Hearing the words being thrown back at him, Wu Tu took a breath that clogged his chest and almost exploded with anger. Who's the bully? Didn't you hear it's already conceded? Why do you still want to kill? Lay down a killer? White Knight had an undeniable look on his face as he pointed at the barbarian on the field. It's not yet, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw that barbarian poof spewing out a large mouthful of blood, and then lost his voice. Sorry, did lay the killer. White Knight's words took a direct turn, only his tone was completely devoid of the slightest hint of guilt. A look like this is the way it is now and how you want it to be. The end is decided. Why don't we start the next one? Just don't waste any time. White Knight thoughtfully reminded him, not caring that the old man of the witch race's face was getting uglier and uglier. Waste of time? Witchfinder almost laughed in anger at this point. He actually took advantage of his inattention and still gave the final blow, killing that witch clan member on the field. Not a care in the world for the so-called rule that admitting defeat is the end of a sparring match. There was even an attitude of not putting their sorcerer clan in their eyes at all. His eyes retracted from above the tragic situation of that witch clan member, and his face gradually calmed down instead. He looked at the younger generation on his side, then at the direction where the blood demon son was. Now he was understanding. The blood demon son had broken the rules over and over again, but he was merely trying to provoke him into anger. Originally he thought about arguing why he was breaking the rules or something when he'd already yelled that he'd conceded, but he had already anticipated what the blood demon son would say. It's nothing more than saying that his speaking out to remind him is itself a violation of the rules, so now he didn't bother to argue. Even before, on the Divine Martial Academy's side, the blood demon son took the initiative to remind of breaking the rules in the last battle, and not only did he not show any indication, he was aggressive instead, even if he voluntarily admitted defeat in the last fight, even at the cost of breaking his own arm. I feel like a clown now that I think about it. Allowed to be teased. A peerless existence at the peak of the imperial level. The clan leader of the witch clan. I can't believe I'm being constantly teased by a human. So, you guys had no intention of following the so-called rules from the beginning, did you? He looked over with his recalmed eyes. No emotion in them. You just realized it now? Underneath the mask, the corners of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly. A mocking meaning that couldn't be concealed even with the mask on. Great. On the other side of the room, after Witchfinder heard such a reply from White Knight, he wasn't surprised and instead nodded silently. Eyes slowly closed as if considering something, but soon snapped open again. The palm of his hand grabbed towards the Divine Martial Academy students on the field, and a quagmire appeared. The range of the mud puddle enveloped White Knight and the other students. Then you all go to hell. The clear and cold voice came, causing Wan Rong to fall into an ice cave and her entire body to stiffen. The mud puddle under his feet suddenly tumbled, and a huge palm appeared from the ground, about to crush this human directly. This is the power of the Emperor level. Wan Rong was in the center of the palm of her hand, and she, who had always been calm, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly at this time even in the face of the threat of death. With only 7th order strength, she couldn't resist at all. The other students also shared a similar feeling, how small they were beneath the power of the imperial level. However, despite his uncontrollable nervousness in the face of death, he wasn't too alarmed, because it wasn't like there weren't any emperor-level existences on their side here. Their Lord Highness of the temple, still here, humph. As expected, after the crowd heard a muffled grunt, the pressure on their bodies disappeared without a trace. Among them, Shimo's reaction was the quickest, suddenly jerking his head up to look. Then came a scene that was quite familiar to him. Clan, patriarch. The other people from the witch race couldn't help but lose their voices and shout out after seeing it clearly. However, there is no need to be reminded anymore. At this moment, Wutu's pupils shrunk violently, and his palms couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. A killing intent locked him firmly in place, and it's right behind us. Inside his feelings, it was as if there was a pair of blood-red eyes behind him looking down on him. However, he was ultimately in existence at the peak of the imperial level, and he maintained his composure on the surface. He had expected this since he had taken the initiative. However, it was just that he did not anticipate that this person was actually so fast. These thoughts flashed inside the mind, while barely a moment had passed in reality, and in that instant, he directly detonated a necklace he was wearing around his neck. A peak imperial level energy violently erupted out with him as the center point. He couldn't even care about his own witch clan for this sudden strike. Even if he lost both of them, he still had to give this human race a little bit of color. He was going to tell this man, their witch clan wasn't that easy to mess with. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. Boom! Witchfinder buzzed inside his head as if something had exploded. Immediately afterward, a fierce impact came from the back of his head, causing his face to twist up a bit. Then, boo! Cheek and the ground came to a negative distance contact, and then boom sound. With him as the center point, a dozen meters around the place directly sunk in a big pit down. The energy from the necklace above his neck that exploded just now was directly dispersed, and the dissipating aftermath was completely unthreatening. Instead, the force of the ground collapsing down caused the others to become unsteady on their feet and all of them fell to the ground. Behind Witchfinder, White Knight's face beneath the mask was expressionless. However, at this moment, the black and red tentacle-like breath that escaped from his body was like a huge mountain, weighing heavily on the chests of the others, and his breathing was stagnant. Pop! White Knight retracted his black and red fist and stomped down. It stepped on top of Witchfinder's head, which was helplessly limp on the ground. Stagger! After a crunching sound, White Knight drew out his staff blade, similarly covered in a layer of black and red color, and placed it on top of this barbarian old man's neck. Between the closed mouths, the emotionless voice went down. What did you just say? Say that again? Chapter 116, or you can call your helpers out. Say it again. The voice without emotional fluctuations accurately penetrated into Wutu's ears, causing him to finally wake up with a jolt. But that's as far as it goes. He had just been solidly punched from behind, and there was still a buzzing sound inside his head to this day. The vision was starting to blur. However, he didn't have the heart to pay attention to that right now, because, at that moment, he was facing an unprecedented feeling of death. The hairs on his body were tingling, and the feeling of death had never been closer. Whether it was a blade that he had received hard before, or even longer ago when he was caught in an illusion, he had never felt the fear of death so close. The cold slash above his neck was a constant reminder. He is the patriarch of the Witch Clan, an existence at the peak of the imperial level. At this moment it was like a stinking fish and shrimp being stepped on the ground. As long as it moved, the blade would not hesitate to slice through the top of his neck. He didn't feel at all that his neck could resist even a split second under this man's blade. It was also at this time that he realized more clearly. This man, the gap with him was actually so big. His peak imperial level strength was actually defenseless, and he was being played with recklessly like a child. This strength, even if the patriarch of the Jiang clan came, it would be far worse, right? But why does such strength have to constantly humiliate him like this? This person definitely had the strength to directly exterminate their witch clan. Was this term's blood demon son a madman in his own right? Or had this person sensed something? Either way, he felt like he had to do something about it. Blood demon son. Think clearly. Our barbarian race as a whole. Even if you destroy the sorcerer race, you human race won't be able to get away with it either. At this time, he didn't have the same momentum he had before, and could only move the entire barbarian clan out to put pressure on White Knight. In terms of the witch race alone, people were completely unafraid on their own. If it was the entire barbarian race, it might be of some use, or perhaps he wanted to test the waters, to test if Blood Demon Son was still a bit wary of the barbarians as a whole. And by the way, to test again if Blood Demon Son knew anything at all. Can't get any better? White Knight snorted and slowly raised his long sword up, threatening him with barbarians? Still too naive. That was why he felt he needed to make this old man of the witch race recognize a reality. You can think and reorganize your words before my knife falls. With that, the long knife slowly pressed down towards the old man's neck. The movement was slow, but the pressure brought to Witchfinder was a little more intense. He now understood that regardless of whether Blood Demon's son was crazy or not, until he said something useful, that knife would definitely cut off his head without any qualms. Although he rather hoped that the Blood Demon's son was bluffing, reason and the crisis of death told him that this person had indeed moved to kill. Not kidding. The long knife fell slowly against his neck, and before the blade even touched his neck, it was as if the Fund had been stabbed in pain by a needle. So something had to be done. Even if there was a plan, he couldn't hitch himself to the Witch Clan. He was now a bit regretful that his previous self was still a bit angry and actually dared to take the initiative. Things might not have been so bad if they had continued to hold back, but thinking about that now doesn't help. One could only speculate on what the Blood Demon's son meant. Thinking? What the hell does Blood Demon's son mean? Could it be that they sensed their plan was already in motion? Or was this person just trying to humiliate himself in front of the other sorcerer clans? No way. How could this person's strength do such a boring thing? Put. The fine blade shards that escaped from the top of that long blade directly cut a gash in his cheek, and his eyes glanced upwards. The long knife was a stone's throw from his neck. It's close. Whatever. Blood Demon's son, don't you want to know why I'm stalling? He believed that it was impossible for Blood Demon's son not to have noticed the abnormality on his side. The sorcerer who went out to battle deliberately stalled for time, as well as he didn't snap out of it in the face of this person's repeated bullying. All of these showed that their barbarian race was not so simple as to just engage in an exchange war. Stalling? After sensing that the falling longsword had paused for a moment, Witchfinder continued with a slight sigh of relief. That's right. Aside from our witch clan, the other barbarian clans should have already begun to make their moves. So if you don't want to make a big mistake, I advise you to let me go. After Wu Tu finished speaking, he noticed the sudden chill behind his back and realized that he was in a somewhat bad situation. So he hurriedly added a sentence. Release me, I'll tell you. However, the answer he had imagined did not come. Instead, he felt the speed of the long blade's descent become a little faster. So, you're stalling now, too? The clear, cold voice came out, sending a tingle down his spine. No, you've got it all wrong. It's just talking about a deal. Witchfinder secretly wiped his cold sweat, not realizing that this little thought of his had still been discovered. Trade? No need. You don't have much time. Wait, he shouted subconsciously. You really don't care what the other barbarians have planned? Don't care. Yet the reply that came simply and overwhelmingly overwhelmed him. Even if this is a plan that concerns your life and family? He spoke a little faster as he felt the long knife was close to being pressed against the top of his neck. I'm afraid that if I'm slow to speak, I won't have a chance. We, the Witch Clan, are nothing but pawns. Even if you kill me and destroy the Witch Clan, you're still in the middle of a big mess and don't realize it. Yes? White Knight stopped as the long blade was pressed against the top of the sorcerer's old man's neck. Sure enough, there was a bit of a gap from what he expected, but not much. For example, don't know when to appear, hidden inside the corner of the breath. So he pressed the long knife down further. Bear, do you really want? A tiny column of blood was bared, causing Wu Tu's eyes to glaze over as he was about to say something else, but was interrupted by White Knight. I'll give you one more chance to think about what to say, or you can call out your helpers. Helpers. When Witchfinder heard these two words, his heart shook and countless thoughts flashed inside his mind. In the end it only turned into a sentence. The Blood Demon's son knows he called for help. How is that possible? It's not long since the guy he called arrived. With that man's strength, how could he be sensed? The fear in his heart was really starting to spread this time. It's like being completely seen through. The panic of not being clothed. Put. The cold long knife on his neck moved a little further down, instantly making the blood bow out even more. Seeing this, all what considerations and plans collectively could not catch up with the threat of death. Wu Tu directly shouted out loud. Kong Shang, you're not coming out yet. My death won't do your Jiang clan any good. Chapter 117, Threaten me? Oh, I didn't expect to be found out after all. As a gentle voice came out, a middle-aged man walked out from the darkness. The man had a cloaked look, but a long, well-combed black beard. After Jiang Shan walked out, he came to the side of the students of the Divine Martial Academy, his palm gently stroking his long beard. You are the Blood Demon's son of this term, aren't you? It's still really strong like a monster. The Ginger clan. White Knight's head lifted and looked over. This was the hidden aura he had sensed, which was the Witch clan's reliance. Right? The strength is really good. With the strength at the limit of the Emperor level, stepping into the next step was only a foot away. If it was before, it might have taken a bit of work, but now it was just a bit more trouble. However, this newly appeared Imperial-level barbarian clan didn't look as stupid as the Sorcerer clan, so it was clear that they wouldn't be confronting him head-on. He looked at the students of the Divine Martial Academy. At this moment, cold sweat was oozing out of these students' faces, and their faces were a bit terrified, but none of them were able to move. It wasn't that Chi-Mo and the others weren't moving, but there was an inexplicable force that made them unable to lift half of their strength at all. Ikemo's face twisted for a moment, forcibly inclining his head to look at the unfamiliar presence next to him. However, just by looking at it, his pupils directly lost focus, not knowing what kind of emotions he was caught up in, because at this moment, inside Zhang Shang's eyes, there was a translucent golden star twinkling. If you look close enough, you can see that there are 8 stars inside each eye. This is the Ginger clan, a being that reveres the ancient gods and uses them as totems. It was also the strongest clan within all the barbarian clans. Only, Zhang Shang wasn't relaxed at this time. Anyone who took on an existence like the Blood Demon Son would not be able to have an easy time. Except, of course, for that old man from the witch race. He was much stronger than that punk witch turbine and was able to sense something different. Half-step Emperor Realm. Is this really a realm that humans can naturally reach within this world? Even though he was only 1 foot short of the threshold, he had failed to touch this realm for almost his entire life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Much less would they agree to participate in the plans of the Oracle. If it wasn't for the fact that the Oracle Church had promised to retain most of the Zhang clan's strength and had already given him the so-called opportunity to step into the Emperor realm, he wouldn't have paid any attention to such a plan that was ill-intentioned at first glance. Only the witches and other tribes would be that stupid. Lord God Emperor? Converting to the gods? It is amazing that such empty promises and promises of being a dog for people are actually believed and even rushed. Bunch of idiots. However, he really couldn't stay out of it either. One was that he had already taken the benefits, and it was indeed best for the witch clan to stay out of trouble until the matter was accomplished, or else they would be in a lot of trouble. The other was that his existence had already been discovered by the Blood Demon Son, and even if he continued to hide, it would not help, and it wasn't as if he was unprepared for anything. This group of Divine Martial Academy students in his hands was his bargaining chip. So, I don't actually want to make an enemy of you. So, how about you release witch turbulence while I release the talented students of your Divine Martial Academy? He especially emphasized on the word genius. After all, for someone of Blood Demon Son's strength, between an Imperial-level existence that could be killed with a single hand and a good seedling with an unlimited future, it should go without saying how to choose. Only White Knight didn't react much, and the eyes underneath the mask opened slightly, revealing a grayish color. Threats? That said, this would be the first time he'd been threatened. The ones used are still students of the Divine Martial Arts Academy. This feeling does feel a bit new as well. Not cool. Put. White Knight pressed the long blade downward instead, and a finger-sized column of blood spurted out. You. Cough. Witchfinder was about to struggle a bit in shock, but the paw that stepped on top of his head suddenly exerted force, causing his face to be pressed tightly under the ground. His mouth, which had been open, choked on the dust on the floor, and he coughed out a series of coughs. At the same time a heart sank even lower. He had heard the words just now and knew what Zhang Shan was planning to do. But did the Blood Demon Son completely disregard the deaths and lives of the students of the Divine Martial Academy? However, the long knife above his neck also stopped after pressing down only slightly. One might even think it was just his hands shaking, but at a realm like theirs, the power and whatnot could have been controlled meticulously a long time ago, and it was simply impossible to have a handshake. It can only be described as a threatening response to Kong Shang. He was slightly relieved, as long as there was something to talk about. Staying alive is what matters. However, after Baye's next sentence was spoken, the heart that had been slightly relaxed sank again. Threaten me? What if I say no? White Knight stood there with his long sword in hand, 1 foot still on top of Witch Turbine's head, and just didn't even look at this barbarian old man. Your Excellency, don't be so angry. This is not a threat. This is a deal. He looked at Witch Turbine's situation and understood what Blood Demon Son meant. Nothing more than trying to get him to weigh the cost of the threat. So he changed his story a bit and called it a deal. Still, he felt as if things were getting troublesome. This session's Blood Demon Son, or maybe the successive Blood Demon Sons simply didn't know what a threat was. What they will do is simply suffer losses and then retaliate wildly. It seemed that this term's Blood Demon Son was no exception, and was even more troublesome. This man is simply ridiculously strong. To be honest, he really didn't dare to take the lead in killing the students of the Divine Martial Academy, or else it was hard to say if he could get away with it under the Blood Demon Son not having any scruples. It was a worst-case scenario. and he didn't want to go that far until he had to. So, what has His Excellency considered? You said deal, right? White Knight replied faintly. Exactly. A mutually beneficial deal. A smile appeared on Zhang Shang's face. However, his smile soon stiffened. The corners of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the barbarian old man under his feet and then at the students not far away. Since this is a trade, I have a good idea. Go ahead. Zhang Shang had a bad feeling welling up in his heart, but he still took the words with a stiff upper lip. On the count of 3, how about we do it at the same time? Chapter 118, you win. The same. Get down at the same time? When he heard this, Jiang Xanadu hadn't reacted much yet, while the others stared wide-eyed instead, especially Witchfinder. The fear in his heart increased. This person actually really wanted to not care if the students of the Divine Martial Academy died or lived? How could he, Wu Tu, be worthy of such treatment? Even those students looked in the direction of White Knight's side with a kind of incredulous look. This lord of their hall, is he joking? But with their lives at stake, it's not funny. Jimmer blinked and tried to say something, but he couldn't even move his mouth very well under the suppression, so he could only stop. If you think about it, this is really like this temple lord style, whether it was during the Divine Martial Academy or now. It is also true that such a being would not be threatened by such a thing, which would lead to the tying up of hands. Or maybe that's the right attitude when threatened. Should I say that their Lord Temple Master was confident or ruthless? Being able to make this kind of maneuver often requires strength to rely on it. I only hope that this lord was stronger than this barbarian beside him. Otherwise, there was a good chance that they would really be planted here. Of course, there were a whole lot of reasons to convince myself in my mind, but when I was really faced with this situation, I still couldn't help but get cold hands and feet. A game between two powerful men, and they were just ruthless chips. The losing side dies outright. If he could, he'd actually like to say, does His Highness really not think about it anymore? He thought they could salvage a little more. However, after his gaze caught sight of the masked figure, such thoughts could not be brought up at all. The Lord of the Temple so serious that Zhang Shang didn't doubt the authenticity of Baiye's utterance of these words at all. This person really just wants to play this deal with him. Your Excellency is joking. If not, forget I said anything. Zhang Shang waved his hand, sort of knowing Blood Demon Sun's attitude. Only the group of students he controlled still hadn't let go, and since this deal wasn't going to work, he was going to do it another way. However, having reached this point, I'm afraid it's a bit fanciful to think of stopping. It's out of your hands now. White Knight ignored Jiang Shang's self-talk. Do you really think that what they are doing is an ordinary transaction? What do you mean? Jiang Shang's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at White Knight. White Knight ignored this gaze and slowly extended his finger. 3. As the first number came out, Kong Shang sort of understood and frowned. The Blood Demon Sun actually refused to give up. It's obvious he's not even going to threaten him with this group of students anymore. And he's actually going to force that deal? Blood Demon Sun, do you really think I don't dare to make a move? Coldly questioned. However, it did not have a corresponding effect. The countdown continues. 2. Looking at this person with an uncommunicative look, Zhang Shang's frown deepened. He looked at the group of Divine Martial Academy students next to him, and as the golden light in his eyes blazed, the group of students stifled a grunt. It was like there was a layer of invisible bondage on top of the body, and the arms and legs were tightened up, as if as long as the strength of the bondage was a little bit bigger, the internal organs could be squeezed out. As for Wu Tu, ever since Bai Yi shouted out "Tu," his entire body turned cold, and inexplicably, he felt that the blade above his neck seemed to have become even sharper. Gulp! Sounds of gagging rang out from both sides, and they realized with despair that things seemed to be going in a bad direction. Blood Demon Sun, you really don't think about it anymore. This can't be a good thing for you and me. Zhang Shang was inexplicably a little nervous under this atmosphere. Even he couldn't figure out Blood Demon Sun's routine anymore. The few students he held in his hands were probably the top batch of geniuses in the Divine Martial Academy and even in the Great Qian country. And he actually gave them up just like that? However, it soon dawned on him. It's not that Blood Demon Sun doesn't care at all about the lives of these few people, but this person was too confident in his own strength. Even so confident that he had absolutely no retort, because at that moment he sensed that there was a knife hanging above his head. He's locked in. Even though the long knife in the Blood Demon Sun's hand was still on top of Witchfinder's neck, he didn't feel safe in the slightest. 1. As the last number fell. No. Witchfinder's eyes widened in horror before he could say anything. Put. A round head rolled to one side with a grunt. Which clan chief? Peak Imperial level Witch turbulence. Death. Clan. Patriarch? The rest of the Sorcerer clan stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. They still couldn't believe it to this day that with the Jiang clan chief coming to their aid, their own side's clan chief had instead had his head chopped off in full view of the public, and unopposed. With a poof, someone realized what the death of the patriarch meant and fell to the ground in a daze. But what would become of the situation of the witch race? Other than the witch race itself, others would not have so much as a mind to consider this, especially the students of the Divine Martial Academy. Where did they have the heart to think about this? Their own lives were still in the hands of the middle-aged man next door. They had also heard clearly the deal that the Lord of the Temple had spoken of. Now that that Lord has done it, then, a few people struggled to roll their eyes and took in Kong Shang's face with a jolt. Finished? Don't think so. Although that person's face was a little less than pleasant, they felt that the bindings on their bodies hadn't actually strengthened in the slightest, but instead had loosened up a little. What's this? The students of the Divine Martial Academy came up with this thought almost simultaneously. What's the situation? Kong Shang wondered about that, too. Why was it obvious that the Blood Demon's son had already made his move, while his side didn't even dare to fart? Because, of course, he couldn't spare a hand at all, because by doing it there will be at least a moment of brokenness. Even if it was just to pinch these few students of the 7th rank, he still didn't dare to gamble on the possibility at all. When a high hand fights, a subtle break is enough to be fatal, not to mention that he was not as strong as this man across from him. The sword hanging in the air above his head seemed like it wanted to fall straight down at any time while he was distracted. If it was a frontal confrontation, he was certain that he could hold out for a short period of time, but if he had made a move just now, there was a high probability that he would have been directly beheaded here. So, Blood Demon's son, you win. Chapter 119. But I didn't lose either. One does not dare to do it oneself. Kong Shang spread his palms to show that he no longer had any malicious intent. After a count of 3, he ultimately did not dare to make a move. You missed the best time. White Knight spoke indifferently. Indeed, the time has been missed. If it was just a moment ago when he had made his move, there was still some chance that this Jiang clan member could have killed the Divine Martial Academy students at the same time. Of course, there was also a certain chance of being killed by him with a single slash. Your Excellency is joking. How can a few low-ranked humanoids be compared to my life? Jiang Shang didn't get angry even after he saw that Witch Turbine was already too dead to die. Although the trouble after Wu Tu's death was a bit of a hassle, asking him to risk so much to come out and save people was already benevolent. It could only be said that Witchfinder was unlucky to have met such a strong person. Besides, he hadn't come here specifically to save the day. Inside such a long time, what should be ready. So a moment of defeat he actually does not care. Can laugh to the end of the talent is the winner. Only this one across the street should pretty much know what he's up to. Looks like you guessed what I was going to do. After hearing these words, White Knight wasn't surprised. With such a strong perception ability, he instantly knew when something windy happened around him. Many breaths of different sizes suddenly appeared around the Witch Clan. The weak ones might only be of the upper 3rd rank, and the strong ones had the strength of an emperor. This was the reason why this Jiang clan on the opposite side had just now been trying to buy time. On top of that, he sensed something familiar. It was somewhat similar to that summoning spell when dealing with the Shadow Scythe leader before. It seems that everything behind this is really the work of the Oracle Church. The plan began when he descended upon the witch race, and there was a good chance that even earlier, such as when he had ripped an arm off of the Oracle Church's people at the Divine Martial Academy. Those people might have been setting it up. Now it's just a matter of waiting for him to throw himself into the net. Only that making such a big fuss to keep him here was something he hadn't expected. It seemed that the Oracle Church wasn't stupid and should have already known his true strength. Otherwise it wouldn't have been necessary if he was just dealing with the Imperial level limit. He inclined his head, sensing the movement around him, and looked in the direction of the ginger. If it's those scents that appeared around, and an unknown large formation that you guys laid down, then I do know about it. Sure enough, even though I've clearly laid down an array to conceal my breath, I was still recognized by you. Jiang Shang let out a bitter smile, looking somewhat helpless. After all, it was a half-step Emperor realm existence, and it was still too difficult to conceal it. However, the result was similar to what that so-called Lord God's envoy had guessed, that this person, Blood Demon's son, wouldn't leave just because there was an ambush. But is your excellency so confident? If it was earlier, it might have gotten away. But now it's... Kongshan laughed softly and didn't finish, but the words are still clear. All the setups are pretty much complete, and it's not going to be so easy to leave. White Knight shook his head and didn't respond to the words. He was actually more concerned about something else than being in the middle of a siege. I'm curious as to how you all knew that I was bound to come here to the Witch Clan. We have our own way. Jiang Shang also did not answer this question, just said ambiguous look. Or actually, it's pretty much the same inside whichever barbarian tribe you go to. They certainly couldn't know precisely which tribe the Blood Demon Son would pick to challenge, but they had made several preparations themselves. One of the most important things is that the eye of the formation is not fixed. Where he is the eye of the formation. Why don't you guess again what the shouts of murder are that are ringing out now? Kong Shang looked over with a smirk, and the shouts of murder that came from its mouth were coming from inside the witch clan. Blood sacrifice? White Knight already knew what was happening inside the witch clan. Slaughter. A one-sided massacre. This style. It's kinda like the Oracle style. That's right. Jiang Shang snapped his fingers in admiration. Since this waste of a man, witch turbine, is already dead, why don't we just make the best use of it? It also kind of fills in some of the inconveniences of the temporary lack of manpower. Instead of panicking, White Knight looked at the remaining clansmen on the witch clan side. There was one sentence that the old man from the witch race really wasn't wrong. The witch race were indeed just pawns. Even after Witchfinder's death, he didn't even qualify to be placed on the chess table. At this moment, the remaining ones were looking at them with blank faces. Probably most people don't realize what's going on yet, but even if a very few of the wizards had probably guessed what was going on, it no longer helped. Pffffffffff. Those people were twisted into twists one after the other, and blood spurted out like water run from the inside of a rag. It wasn't White Knight who moved, but that Jiang clan on the opposite side. Since they've already taken on the witches, there's no reason they'd miss a few here. White Knight was nothing. Those Divine Martial Academy students had already turned white at this point. Although just now, probably because of the Temple Lord, this middle-aged man next to them didn't dare to make a move against them. But judging from the current situation, it seemed like they had fallen inside the barbarian's trap. The situation is not encouraging, especially for the few of them who were only weak at the 7th rank, inside the traps that were especially targeted at the Imperial level. One slip-up was expected to result in death. However, they still had some backhanders on them, so they weren't quite desperate. This backhandedness was that they had already been branded with spatial imprints on their bodies a long time ago. Once activated, you can teleport directly inside the Divine Warrior Academy. At first, they had thought that this thing was a bit of a fuss, but now it seemed that their Lord Temple Master was simply too prescient. It does seem a bit interesting, but are you sure you can keep us here with this thing? White Knight remained unperturbed, continuing to chat with Jiang Shang as if it wasn't him who was being targeted. Ha ha, worthy of being a Blood Demon Son, still able to remain calm in this situation. Jiang Shang laughed and slightly cupped his hands. After all, if he was in this situation himself, he couldn't really think of a way out of surviving it. Yet praise be damned, the plan was not going to stop, and he was happy to keep talking like this. The more time you have, the better. By the way, he also wanted to divulge some irrelevant information to give the Blood Demon a surprise. He was eager to see what the Blood Demon Son whose face had changed drastically was like. So, come to think of it, with your Excellency's strength, it's only right to be so boastful. But I also know that you should have some preparation on your Divine Martial Academy students. That should be the reason these students are still able to keep their composure. But, you can try it and see if it will work. Chapter 120, I'm here. No harm done. The corners of Kang's mouth curled up as he graciously let go of the student's restraints. Phew. GMO couldn't help but let out a deep breath after coming out from inside the restraints. Although they were a bit shocked at being let go so suddenly, they managed to keep their composure. Hurriedly, he leaned a bit closer to White Knight's side, and Jiang Shang didn't stop it. They looked at this person's disinterested look, coupled with the words he had said before. A sense of foreboding appeared in the mind. The eyes all looked at that Lord of the Temple. This spatial seal of theirs could only be activated by White Knight. Only, White Knight didn't respond to these gazes. Still facing Jiang Shang's side, this side of space is blocked off, and it really won't work. He had already detected an abnormality in the space around him, as if it was solidified by something, and any space spells such as teleportation would be blocked. And he tried silently. The marks on the students just flashed, then nothing more. White Knight's actions were seen by Jiang Shang and he couldn't help but smile. TSK, I have to say, your great Qin country is just rich in resources. The teleportation spell formation that was set up at the cost of so many resources actually only teleported a few students. Kong Shang shook his head a little and said, after all, in the barren land of scarce resources, this kind of wasteful behavior will be scorned by everyone. It was the formation that they were laying down now, and it was only with the resources that had been accumulated over the years that it was enough, and even with some extra support from the Oracle Church. They barbarians in a barren land are just so helpless. Even to root out the biggest threat, one would have to pour money into the family to have that, but it's really worth their while to do whatever it takes. Half-step Emperor Realm Blood Demon Son. he knew exactly what the name stood for. That so-called Lord God Emperor was right about one thing. If this opportunity was not taken to eradicate this person, sooner or later, the barbarian clan would be destroyed in this person's hands as well. I assume you have more than that? White Knight didn't bother with such nonsense and continued to ask. Indeed. Seeing this, Zhang Shang returned to the topic above. To deal with an existence like your excellency with just this kind of gadget, it's too much to look down on you. The real killing move is naturally the spell formation that was only set up by pouring out the power of all the barbarians. Divine led. Saying that, Zhang Shang raised his finger to point to the sky, a reckless smile appearing on his face. The formation had been formed, and there was no point in stalling for time or anything else. To this end, and thank you, Your Honor, for listening to all this nonsense. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be that easy for the spell formation to activate successfully. A softly laughing voice reached White Knight's ears, causing him to look up. At this moment, directly above their location, a huge formation map that was large enough to envelop the entire sorcerer race appeared above them. The filaments made up of blood chi were constantly channeled inside the formation from below, filling the entire formation with red color. A huge energy, like the brewing before a raging storm, gave people an endless sense of oppression. This sense of oppression caused even Bai Yi to feel a surge of pressure, not to mention those Divine Martial Academy students. What is this? Chiemo looked at the sky in a daze. Just by looking at such a large range of complicated austere formation diagrams, their scalps went numb for a while. The aura that leaked out slightly from inside couldn't raise the thought of resistance at all. They were only at the 7th rank, so how could they be worthy of this treatment? Your Highness, Lord Highness. By this time, someone couldn't help but shout. Although that lord was powerful, could he really remain unharmed in the face of such a scene? They had only temporarily come over to participate in the exchange war, while the opposite side had already been preparing for an unknown amount of time. That being said, they had only wanted to see what exchange warfare and barbarians were like, and in the meantime released their anger at being challenged at their doorsteps earlier. But how does it feel that things are going in an uncontrollable direction? It's only been 3 games into the exchange. Then the chief of the Witch Clan died outright, and then even the Witch Clan, against whom they were fighting, it's all been wiped out in its entirety. 2. They are even in a trance. This scenario of a tribe going up in smoke in the twinkling of an eye left them unable to react. It was as if inside this battlefield, they were not even qualified to participate. Therefore, all hopes could only be placed on this powerful Blood Demon Sun Senior. With me, no harm done. Underneath the blood-red mask, a short sentence came out, but it caused Chiemo and the others to let out a fierce sigh of relief. So far, this Lord Hall Master was quite calm in appearance, and it was not known whether they were infected by this calmness or what, but their moods all became less impatient. After all, from the matter of imposing a spatial seal on them, it seemed that this lord was still very far-sighted. It's impossible for the barbarians not to notice such a big commotion, and it was true that White Knight wasn't as worried as he thought he was. Did the barbarians really think they didn't know anything about their movements? He probably knew quite a bit more than the barbarians themselves thought. What? Could it be that Your Excellency still has something up his sleeve? Zhang Shang couldn't help but ask when he saw how calm Bai Yi looked. However, he didn't get nervous. He knew the power of this so-called divine leader formation, and he should be able to deal with the half-step Emperor Realm Blood Demon Sun with 9 out of 10 guarantees. After all, this was a spell formation that used a crippled Emperor soldier as the eye of the formation, and blood sacrificed the lives of half of the barbarian race to lay it down, in order to draw down what, in the mouth of the Oracle Church, was called the Divine Strike, and the deities were actually the Emperor Realm existences of the divine race within his understanding. This single spell was enough to allow an Emperor Realm existence inside the God Clan to unleash a palm at full strength across the air. Even if it was weakened by the power of the interface, it would certainly not be weaker than 1/10 of the power of a peak strike. This prowess, it was impossible for anyone under the Emperor Realm to be able to receive it. Even the Blood Demon Sun, who had already stepped into the half-step Emperor Realm, even the surrounding space was blocked off, and the Blood Demon Sun was destined to be unable to escape with his wings. So you barbarians have been preparing for so long, and these are the only means you have? White Knight asked. After all, it was too uninspired to keep relating to the oracle. Only these? Zhang Shang sneered, not retorting. I hope you'll still be so calm when you see the attack fall. With that said, the body slowly began to fade down. Originally, he had wanted to see the Blood Demon Sun's out-of-control face, but now it seemed that he would not be able to see it. The large formation had already been almost sacrificed, and by then, this large area of the Witch Clan would probably be reduced to ashes. So he didn't linger and retreated along the cover of the formation. His usefulness has pretty much run out so far, and it's time to collect the fruits of victory next. Unfortunately, there was a layer of mist covering the outside of the spell, so it might not be possible to see Blood Demon Sun's face. I only hope that, when the time comes, this person still has a breath left in him or her, so that he or she can listen to this person's opinion. However, that hope may just have to be dashed. Although he was quite upset about the so-called god race, he had to say that the existence of the Emperor realm was far beyond their ability to fight. Chapter 121, Is This a Trap? Watching this Jiang clan leave, White Knight didn't stop it. Being under the cover of the spell formation, it wasn't like there was no chance of keeping this person here if they put their best foot forward. However, he didn't do so, because with full force, these students next to him would probably be directly sliced into pieces by the blade awnings escaping from his attack. Most importantly, there's no need. Barbarians? The Oracle? Ha! White Knight sneered twice inside. Who the hell is going to lose their cool? Although he didn't know where the barbarians had gotten such detailed information, the dark martial guards under his hands weren't vegetarians either. Within this period of time, did he really think that he didn't know about the matter of the barbarian race's 10 major clans becoming 5 major clans? However, nowadays, it would be the 4 major tribes. The witch race became the victim of the whole plan against him. 1. TSK. Barbarians are barbarians. It was worthy of being a group that had survived through killing and plundering inside the barren lands. It's really no mercy when it comes to killing other tribesmen. The current massacre of the witches was a mere trifle, as they had already merged 5 other weaker clans beforehand. Merger means killing. One of the smallest tribes has more than 100,000 people. This includes even young and old women and children. Even against the barbarians' own people, if the Great Qian country was captured by the barbarians, the end would only be more miserable. So, it's like what Long Shui said, the barbarians are the biggest threat to the Great Qian kingdom, and it is true. The barbarians who colluded with the Oracle Church were actually able to threaten him already. Raising his head, he looked at the formation diagram that had almost stopped absorbing blood chi. The energy contained within is not so much to make him too intimidated. The key is what is behind the array diagram. Among his senses, a huge black vortex slowly appeared in the air. That's what could really threaten him. Put. He casually chopped a blade on out, but when he was in midair, it was blocked by a light red boundary. This should be the handiwork of those barbarians as well. After all, there were quite a few existences below the barbarian emperor level that had come, and these people should also have the role of holding up the boundary in addition to slaughtering the sorcerer tribe to death. Under rough sensing, it was feared that there had to be 100,000 barbarian cultivators, raising the strength of 100,000 barbarians just to trap him here. A great deal indeed. This kind of tentative attack shouldn't be able to break this boundary, and the space should also be blocked by this boundary, so it couldn't even activate the spatial seal on the body. It really does look like a desperate situation. At least that was what the other Divine Martial Academy students thought inside. Now here, in this huge place, they were the only ones, and overhead is the ever-brewing death blow. Space is also blocked. Even the attacks of the Lord Temple Master couldn't break through this boundary. This, GMO cautiously looked at Senior Blood Demon Sun's face. It can't be seen, only a blood-red mask. However, it felt fairly muted. Is there any other way? Now, the Blood Demon Sun should be unable to escape with his wings. Outside, Zhang Shang looked at where White Knight was from afar and muttered something under his breath. After paying such a huge price, he barely managed to construct this spell formation. If he failed, he couldn't come back a second time. Despite his outwardly accomplished demeanor, a frown creased his face, because he always felt that things were not so simple. The Blood Demon Sun's performance, at that time, was too calm. That's very uncalled for. The only ones who came this time were indeed the Blood Demon Sun and a few students, and he didn't sense the presence of anyone else within his perception. The Dean of the Divine Martial Academy should be inside the academy at this moment without leaving, while the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master, Long Shui, should have gone to the Imperial capital if he was there. The intelligence was given to him by the Oracle, and according to his own sources, it was useless for anyone else to come as much as they could when they were already set up. The face pondered for a moment, feeling still not quite at ease. Come on, man. Matriarch. Quickly a king-level guard ran over. Go and see if anything has gone wrong with the eye of the formation. Yes, the man answered and then turned directly away. Soon the man returned, but with a full body of wounds. Clan, Patriarch, run quickly. The eye of the formation has been destroyed. What did you say? The eye of the formation was destroyed? Zhang Shang's eyes widened as he looked down incredulously. What's going on? Subconsciously, he was a little less convinced. However, there was no one left to answer his question. The visitor passed out directly after speaking. Looking up, he realized that the huge formation diagram in the sky had indeed changed. Bad change. The running stopped. It's actually true. He watched the sky's abnormality in a daze, now sort of understanding what the uneasy feeling inside was. It was actually the eye of the formation that was destroyed. Those losers from the Wood Clan. Didn't you say that you moved all of the township's sacred trees here? How could the eye of the formation still be destroyed? And who had the strength to destroy the formation eye under the guard of a few peak emperor level and with the assistance of the Wood Clan's divine tree? The eyes looked into the distance, the direction where the eyes of the formation were located. Suddenly, a huge sword chi rose up from the ground. Vast sword chi. Dragon Shui. Jiang Shang's pupils shrunk, finally realizing who it was. It's actually Long Shui. But how can? Didn't Long Shui go to prepare for the opening of the human emperor's relic? And, it's a trap? Many unfamiliar auras suddenly appeared around them, and it was obvious that they weren't from the barbarian race. This number is comparable to the number of people in their barbarian tribe in this operation. So it is. No wonder Blood Demon's son is so calm. Kong Shang descended from the sky. To be on the safe side, he hadn't actually gone to the place where the array's eye was to hold down the fort, because he couldn't trust the people of the Oracle Church. God knows if there would be any deadly dangers in the place of the array eye. However, this is what allowed the Dakian kingdom to take advantage of the situation. Looking up, the formation diagram in the sky was already unstable, and it was only a matter of time before it dissipated. And before that vortex behind the formation diagram could fully open, it had already begun to contract. Done. With just a few other clan leaders, how could they stop Long Shui? The Dragon's Bane sword in this person's hand was a true imperial armament. Originally, they were not as strong as the Great Qian Kingdom, which is why they cooperated with the Oracle Church to set up this plan. Almost as soon as the sorcerer race had traveled to the Divine Martial Academy to challenge them, they had already begun preparations, but they hadn't expected the Great Qian Kingdom to react so quickly. Sure enough, it still failed. Jiang Shang adjusted his mind, surprisingly not feeling much surprise. He had already prepared for the worst. It was just that the other party was more skillful, or that the Great Qian country, with its great strength, would break their plans straight away. Nearly 100,000 cultivators. The Great Qian country had teleported all these people over at once, and the resources it had consumed were simply unimaginable. And Long Shui didn't know what he was using to hide it from the world. Fooled him while fooling even the Oracle. Although he had some displeasure with the Oracle Church, there was still no doubt about its ability. Long Shui suddenly appeared. That's where it counts. The eye of the formation being broken was the biggest loophole that appeared in this plan. Once again, he had a clearer perception of the richness of the resources of the territory in which the Great Qian country was located. Luckily, he hadn't invested too many of his clan's elites this time around, and the losses weren't actually very great as far as the Jiang clan was concerned. He himself was intact, and as long as he was still around, the Jiang clan would not fall. Just pity. This time should be the best opportunity to overthrow the Blood Demon Son and the Great Qian Kingdom. However, he wasn't an ordinary person, and after a little bit of emotion, he waved his hand, directly destroying the nearby campsite, then turned around, ready to leave the place. However, before he could lift his feet, a voice came over. Jiang Shang, farewell. Chapter 122, a very strong slash. It's you? Jiang Shang's eyes narrowed as he looked toward an immortal old man who had stepped out from the midst of the darkness. Chang Daoi, I didn't realize you were here. That's natural. Chang Daoi walked out with his hands behind his back, holding a pagoda-like object in his hands. Facing Jiang Shang, who was at the limit of the emperor level, he showed a fairly easy time. This great opportunity to overthrow the barbarians. How could I not come? Ha! Jiang Shang sneered and didn't say anything. He also saw the pagoda on Cheng Dao's hand. The 5 elements of remembrance pagoda. One of the underpinnings of the Divine Martial Academy. No wonder he was able to conceal his aura in such a way that he couldn't even detect it. You even took out the treasure of the academy. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to the Divine Martial Academy? I didn't expect Cheng Daoi to take such a risk in order to overthrow their barbarian race. This thing couldn't be used easily, or the formation that enveloped the entire Divine Martial Academy would be a joke. I won't bother the Jiang clan chief with that. Cheng Daoi wasn't angry either, although he also knew that this thing was important. But at this kind of critical moment, taking some risks was still appropriate. This time the action was so sudden. Even if the demon race and sea race received the news, what could they do? It was already too late. As long as this side cleans up the mess in a swift manner, it's a done deal. And without it, he simply didn't think he could last long against Kong. He was still familiar with the patriarch of the Jiang clan. As the most powerful existence within the barbarian race, It was estimated that only someone at the level of the divine martial hall master could fight against it. The 5 elements heavy brightness pagoda he was currently holding was only used for self-protection. As long as you stall this person, you've succeeded. After all, his gaze went to a pale red boundary in the distance. He knew that White Knight should be inside, and it should be almost out by this time. Apparently, this situation was known to Kong Shang as well, so while he had a calm look on his face, he was already looking for a way to get out. But Cheng Daoi on the opposite side thought that it would be impossible to let him have his way, and he turned his head to look at the knot in the distance. Ka! A clear chopping mark appeared above the boundary, and then it began to crumble up. It's still really strong, he sighed inside. The eye of the formation had only just been destroyed. The power of this boundary hadn't even been weakened too much yet actually, and the blood demon's son had already had enough to break out. The power of the law, something that does override all power, but even then, he had to make a last-ditch effort. Well, do you still want to struggle? Cheng Daoi looked like he was winning, already able to sense White Knight's aura flying close, so he wasn't panicking at all. Of course, the vigilance in his heart still wouldn't be less. If an existence at the limit of the imperial level counterattacked on the verge of death, a carelessness might have to hitch himself up. If you say struggle then it's a struggle. Zhang Shang didn't care. At this point in time he instead looked a bit sprightly. Struggle? Indeed it is also a struggle. In front of a strength like the blood demon son's, he really had no chance of winning. But, in the final moments, let him personally feel the terror of this term of blood demon sons. Pop! Clasping his hands together, the translucent stars inside Zhang Shang's pupils suddenly lit up. Negative God! A 5 or 6 meter tall golden shadow instantly appeared on him, and in the middle of the shadow's blurred brow, there was clearly a Venus that was exactly the same as the one inside his pupil. Again, 8. After the silhouette appeared, the blurry face flashed with golden light and 2 slits appeared, revealing the golden pupils inside. The golden pupils gazed up at the sky for a moment, as if they were trying to see through this side of the world. It didn't take long for the gaze to retract and move to the ginger on the bottom. The mouth split and opened wide as if in a silent roar, then shrunk violently until it completely fused with the ginger. Between Zhang Shang's eyes closing and opening, his pupils turned completely golden, and infinite power surged up, like it was endless. The revealed body also shows some light gold coloring. He scratched his palms and felt his physique, which had been enhanced by an unknown number of times, and a feeling of insubordination that defied the heavens and the earth surged to his heart. Whether it was the blood demon's son or the Oracle Church, they Ginger clan will never give in. So, let him see what kind of existence the half-step emperor realm really was. Drink! Zhang Shang roared, his entire body muscles tensing up. The angular muscles looked like they were coated in metal, reflecting a golden glow. Seeing this situation, Cheng Daoi also stepped in, giving the small tower in his hand a light one. A bronze-colored shadow appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping Zhang Shang in it. This was the enemy trapping effect of the 5 elements heavy bright tower. However, Zhang Shang didn't care about Cheng Daoi's movements. It wasn't Cheng Daoi's attack that he had to defend against at full strength either, but a sharp blade that he sensed in the dark, an attack from the blood demon son. What he was preparing for now was happening fast, but just barely catching up. Clasp your hands to your chest in a defensive position. Then, put! A blinding white light of a blade flashed by. Zhang Shang's eyebrows were raised and his eyes were unyielding. Only, even if the eyes are no longer unwilling, they can't beat the cruelty of reality. Just as the ancient gods could not resist the erosion of age, the golden light on his body soon dimmed, and the divine splendor inside his pupils gradually disappeared. The last remaining stubbornness made him roll his eyes slightly and look at his body. A blood scar gradually appeared on it, and this body, which was comparable to an imperial extreme spiritual artifact, was not able to resist it after all. Glancing at his side out of the corner of his eye, the entry was filled with a glimmer of light, and the space above was filled with the aura of a long-lasting blade. Nothing was more conspicuous than a white line that stung the eyes, a white line that cuts through space. Finally, the gaze went to the figure that had appeared next to him. Ka! White Knight sheathed his long sword and turned around, silently watching this person. Sensing by Ye's gaze, Zhang Shang's mouth pulled a bit, and with difficulty, he revealed an admiring smile. A very strong slash. After saying that, starting from the line of blood around his waist, the whole person directly turned into fragments in the sky. By Dao Yu. Cheng Daoi looked over with complicated eyes. How long had it been? It always felt like White Knight had gotten stronger again. Not only did this blade directly cut Zhang Shang, it even shattered his 5 elements heavy brightness pagoda shadow, and in the direction from which White Knight had come, all the flowers, plants, trees, and rocks had been chopped into several sections lying neatly on the ground. Wherever it passes, there's nothing to stand in the way. His eyes moved away from White Knight and looked at Zhang Shang, who had been reduced to pieces, with a slight sigh on his face. Another one of his once-old rivals was buried under White Knight's blade. However, Zhang Shang's death also represented a step closer to the destruction of the barbarian race. Next, the real fight. Chapter 123, No One Left Behind. After a brief greeting with White Knight, Chang Daoi left. He was going to lead the divine martial guards who had come here to join Long Shuyi and then start rounding up the rest of the barbarians. White Knight lifted his staff blade, feeling the touch of the bloodline, and gazed at the already dead Zhang Shang next to him. With this slash, he was merely compressing the law of chopping by a thread as much as possible. I didn't expect the power to be somewhat out of his expectation. I thought it would take some more maneuvering. However, the man is not bad at all. It was able to give him the feeling of chopping on top of tough cowhide. This person's flesh is strong. It wasn't even inferior to his body after he used his hegemonic aura to cover it. There are means. There is strength. Just a shame. Born in the wrong place. Thank you for talking so much nonsense with me. Out of respect for this opponent, White Knight remembered what this person had said to him when he left at that time and spoke softly. Kong Shang never made a move and risked so much to antagonize him. It was nothing more than wanting to stall for time until the activation of the spell was complete. It's just that there are some coincidences. I'm stalling too. After all, according to his nature, how could he possibly communicate with this person for so long if not necessary? Only the dead are the least threatening. Just like now. The voice came out softly and didn't travel for long before fading away. And Kong Shang, who had already turned into a piece of broken flesh, obviously couldn't possibly hear it. The eyes moved away from where Kong was originally standing and looked to the sky. The formation diagrams and vortexes in the sky had completely disappeared, with some blood chi lingering on them, showing what had just happened. Also shows the beginning of the massacre. My lord, swish, a dark martial guard arrived. The visitor dropped to one knee and bowed his head respectfully. Inside the time of revealing the mask, you can also see the white mask. There is a 1 number. This person was none other than No. 1 Legion Commander Hiroshi. As the army chief guarding Divine Martial City, it was only natural for him to show up here for this operation. What about those few students from the Divine Martial Academy? White Knight asked. After all, when he had struck with all his might earlier, it had more or less affected these students, coming all the way inside the barbarians with him, representing the Great Qian Kingdom in the battle. It would be detrimental to his face if anything went wrong. Back to your excellency. These students have been teleported back and are currently in a comatose state. Treatment has been arranged. Hiroshi bowed his head slightly and gave a brief account of what had happened in between. At the same time, it was a bit puzzling because he had passed out when he saw the students. To top it off, everyone had some look of fear on their faces and wondered what they had seen before passing out. He didn't dare to raise his head, but just recalled a scene from once inside his head, and had a vague guess in his heart. Probably met the Lord of the Temple. The real side. After all, that blood sob mask would always unintentionally release a strong killing intent. Same now. He struggled to control his body so that he wouldn't falter physically and mentally under the killing intent. Eyes glanced at the pile of mincemeat next to him for a moment, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Even if the pile of shredded flesh still gave off a haunting odor, but he wasn't surprised. In the presence of the Lord of the Temple, nothing can stop the dark martial arts guards. So, my lord, all the dark martial guards of the First Legion are ready. Hiroshi looked up slightly, as if waiting for an order. Barbarians, it's time for closure. Humph. White Knight nodded indifferently, the killing intent escaping from above the blood-sobbing mask he didn't intentionally collect. Sensing the scent that had come around, he turned around and turned his back to Hiroshi. Then a gentle wave of the palm. All barbarians. Not a single one. Yes. Hongi lowered his head and answered loudly, then disappeared in place with a swish. As Hiroshi left, the sound of swish 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 kept coming from inside the woods. The rest of the dark martial guards had revealed their forms, and after slightly lowering their heads to indicate to White Knight's side, they all followed Hong Yi's footsteps. One black shadow after another swept past inside the woods, and White Knight held his long sword in his hand as he silently watched the scene. Just leave the barbarian stragglers to the dark martial guards. The one he had to deal with was the barbarian race's emperor-level existence. When all the surrounding auras had disappeared, White Knight glanced at the direction these people had left and slowly walked over. Inside the senses, the barbarians were already fighting with the divine martial guards, sensing the aura of a large number of barbarians. The blood-sobbing mask was like a jackal that had smelled blood, revealing a hideous face. The killing intent bubbled up uncontrollably, and the surrounding sky seemed to darken a few points. This time, White Knight didn't deliberately control it. The killing intent was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and was running rampant. Underneath the mask, White Knight's eyes opened slightly, and a red light glowed beneath the exposed whites of his eyes. Convergence? Why converge? Against the barbarians. There is no need to hold back at all. Under the suffusion of blood aura, White Knight's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side of the battlefield, shouts of killing rose and fell. The barbarians and the divine martial guards each had their own damage, but overall, it was the side of the Great Shin country that had the upper hand. Above this battlefield, there were only king-level existences at the highest, because the people above the king level are desperately trying to escape. Move! That demon is catching up. The two emperor-level barbarians flew quickly from between the trees, still looking behind them from time to time. The eyes were filled with terror, as if there was some great horror behind them. But it's also true that it's just tremendously scary for them. There had been 3 of them, and now there were only 2 of them left. Or was it because they were at the late imperial level themselves? Another late imperial level compulsion, along with the remaining few early mid-imperial level. All of them fell under that blade, even if he hadn't been within range of the slash and had only grazed the edge. Both were injured. This was still the reason why he himself was a hunter clan, and his body strength was among the highest within all the clans. And not far from him the Wood clan. He glanced at it faintly. This person's injuries were even worse than his. It was this person who shouted out the terrified cry just now. Although he had the same feelings, he calmed down in this situation instead. Panic does absolutely nothing to survive. So, his eyes narrowed and he suddenly disappeared in place, appearing beside the man from the Wood clan. Carrion, what are you doing? Ah! As a scream came, Carrion reappeared in the air. As for that Wood clan's emperor-level existence, he himself had suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and was directly seriously injured by his sudden sneak attack. Let's just let this idiot stay where he is and stall for time. Since this time the plan had failed, it was only right that their fragile, paper-like alliance of offense and defense should crack, right? That's why it's important to live by yourself. That should buy yourself some time, right? He looked back at the Wood clan clansman who had already moved away, and a sinister color flashed in his eyes. A sardonic smile appeared on his beast-like face, like a jackal enjoying his victory. Only, the smile lasted only a short while before it suddenly solidified. A piercing chill directly enveloped his heart. Then, put, a white line crossed, and Carrion, who was maintaining a head-turning position, had her head fall off of it. The head that fell from the air had a hint of panic hidden on it. Chapter 124, Too Easy. Put, a headless body fell through the air. White Knight's figure appeared, and the long sword gently returned inside its sheath. As for the body beneath him and the head that rolled aside, he didn't look at it again. A late imperial-level barbarian was not enough to make him look at it more than once. The eyes looked through the jungle to a large, sky-high tree not far away. There, it should be where Long Shou-yi exists. Without further hesitation, he took a step directly after looking in the right direction, leaving the jungle behind him so silent that it looked like it was devoid of living things. Put. Long Shou-yi stuck the dragon's sword on the ground and propped his hands on it to pant violently for a while. There were a few fresh corpses lying around sporadically, and from the remnants of their aura it seemed that they should be at the peak of the imperial level, and next to them was a giant tree that looked like a tall tower. It was just that the giant tree was now leaning a bit, and the center of it had been chopped off a large portion of its branches and leaves, with one of the chopping marks directly piercing through the giant tree. Dean Chang, coming over so soon? After Long Shou-yi slowed down a little, he happened to see Chang Daoi's falling figure. What made him a little surprised was that his side of things had only just been dealt with when Chang Daoi actually came over already. He had clearly told it to go and assist White Knight's side, and if you calculated it by this time, it had barely even stayed long before coming over, right? Hall Master Long is joking. With fellow Daoist Bai here, nothing will go wrong. Although Brother Bai is very strong, fellow Daoist White's strength seems to have gotten stronger again. Got stronger again? Long Shou-yi opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. How long has this been going on? No wonder he had resolved things over there so quickly. He had thought that the strength of the Zhang clan's clan chief at the limit of the emperor level should have been able to cause some trouble for White Knight. Unexpectedly, White Knight was a little stronger again. It's certainly not qualitatively different, but it's rare. Yes, Chang Daoi let out a bitter smile with some emotion. Stronger is better. Though, this time it was because White Knight's strength itself was strong enough for them to make this such a risky counterattack plan. If White Knight had failed during the exchange battle, the results later on would simply be unimaginable. But thankfully, the result is now. They made it. Chang Daoi's gaze skimmed over the top of the bodies on the ground. The top combatants of all the barbarian clans should already be here. plus the already dead Jiang Shang. It's only a matter of time before the barbarians are destroyed, and this time, it won't be long. All that was left was to wait for White Knight to come over and synergize the strength of the three of them to completely destroy this Wood Clan's divine tree of Jin Clan. Thinking of this, Chang Dui suddenly looked towards the sky. Even Long Shui sensed something and similarly looked over. A figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Brother White. Fellow Taoist White. I didn't expect that just as they spoke on the front foot, White Knight would arrive on the back foot. What? You guys haven't solved it yet? White Knight asked as he looked at the two. Chang Dui froze for a moment at Baiye's such a dry attitude, then quickly reacted. The barbarians are cleaned up. It's this divine tree of the Wood Clan. White Knight turned his head to look at the giant tree. This giant tree he had seen from a distance when he arrived. It was only now when I looked at it again from a close distance that I realized that this object was indeed somewhat divine, and the diameter of the trunk alone was already extraordinary. That's got to be more than 10 meters wide. There was a hole running through it, which I assume must have been caused by Long Shui, but it was just a bit inconsequential for the tree. So, he probably understood. Then, under the two men's astonished gazes, White Knight took a few steps forward, getting a little closer to the giant tree. The palm of his hand rested gently on top of the staff blade, and his body crouched slightly. Long Shui in the back probably sensed something and stepped back a short distance, and finished without forgetting to remind Chang Dui, who was a bit out of focus. Dean Chang, I think it's better to stay slightly away. After hearing this voice, Chang Dui came back to his senses and looked around. Only then did he realize that Long Shui was already behind him at some point. Then a tingling sensation came from the top of his neck as if he had been stabbed by something. He looked back at where White Knight was, and some white, finely shredded blade awnings began to escape, and all the rubble and grass that came into contact with it were all sliced into pieces. So, what the Dragon Hall Master said is very true. Chang Dui very much agreed with Long Shui's point of view, and then also stepped back a small position, and not long after they backed off. Put! A blade incomparable to the diameter of a giant tree was chopped out from where White Knight was. The blade flashed and swept diagonally directly over the top of the giant tree. Ka! White Knight gently returned the long blade to its sheath, and then the giant tree stood still for a moment, and a distinct trail began to appear where the blade had swept through. It then collapsed. By now, everything that could threaten them as people had been destroyed. Phew! Long Shui casually waved his sleeve, blowing away the blade awnings that escaped over. Don't look at him as if he looked effortless, but he actually used a great deal of Reiki. However, even with that, he still had a cut above his sleeve. Sure enough, Chang Dui was right. White Knight had gotten stronger again. This kind of talent was truly something that even he had to marvel at. So it was no wonder that the Bone Transformation Demon Emperor's doppelganger had marveled at the fact that White Knight's talent was even comparable to that of a human emperor. The current strength is definitely stronger than him. He didn't really care about things like White Knight being better than himself, and was even happy about it. He could tell that White Knight wasn't the type to fight for power. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dark Martial Guards were still able to give this person some convenience, he doubted that White Knight would have accepted the position of the Dark Hall's Hall Master either. Otherwise, even if White Knight wanted his current position in the Divine Martial Hall, he would absolutely give it up directly. In front of the righteousness of the human race, he could sacrifice everything, including himself. However, reality still surprises him a lot. From the time White Knight took over the position of the Dark Hall's Hall Master until now, he could be called a very reliable person. In that case, the opening of the human emperor's relics would be more prepared with certainty. While Long Shui was pondering the problem, White Knight had already walked over. It's too easy, White Knight said indifferently. Long Shui instantly snapped back from inside his thoughts, and Chang Dui exchanged glances. It wasn't that they actually felt that White Knight was being a bit hasty and arrogant in saying this. Instead, they instantly understood the reason why White Knight had said this and instantly sank into deep thought. Too easy indeed. It's not that destroying this sacred tree of the Wood Clan is simple, but, so much for the barbarians' long-planned plot, and it was too easy for the barbarian army to collapse. Now that they looked back, they still couldn't believe that the barbarians that had threatened the great Qin country for so long had been overthrown just like that. It's as if they're deliberately gathered together waiting for them to be wiped out. Somewhat absurdly, the thought occurred to them at the same time. Chapter 125 Fulfilling the Glory of the Lord. Moreover, I've already searched, and it seems that apart from that previous formation, I haven't found any traces of the oracle's existence. White Knight narrated his findings. Chang Dui wasn't surprised and obviously knew about this. It seems like the Oracle Church should have some other plans. Take care of things here as soon as you can, and then start the return trip, just in case the night is long. White Knight nodded. and was more agreeable to such a scenario. After all, the barbarians were just a threat on the surface, and the oracle church behind them was the existence that made them fearful. Moreover, in the current Great Qian Kingdom, the top combatants had all left, and it was a time of emptiness. Still need to go back as soon as possible. In the end, they decided that Long Shuyi and Chang Daoi would go back first, and by night would stay here to deal with the mess. After a period of time, the entire area within the Witch Clan's compound was a mess, with not a single piece of good ground. Below, it's densely packed with corpses. There are barbarians and there are human beings. Of course, the barbarians died a little more. Nearly 100,000 barbarian elites, none alive. The blood pooled into a river, emitting a strong bloody odor, an aura that could be smelled even without deliberate sensing. The divine martial guards and dark martial guards had already left one after another, finally leaving him here alone. He floated in the air and surveyed the area, realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary other than the blood aura being somewhat dense. It's just that all this blood gas reminds him of something bad. Isn't blood sacrifice what the oracle is best at? So, after thinking long and fruitlessly, he waved his palm. A blood-red bead slowly coalesced in front of him, finally transforming into a fist-sized orb. The concentration of blood around them lowered a bit. He looked at the orb in his hand, and then at the blood breath below. The blood chi here was formed by high-level cultivators, so the intensity of the blood chi was far from what it was when the sorcerer clan was slaughtered before. After he did this, the concentration of blood chi here was cut almost in half, but that's pretty much all there is to it. While it's true that given more time, he could have completely dispersed and cleared the place of blood. Time consuming is estimated to be quite long, so he didn't intend to continue. He still didn't know what plots the Oracle Church had inside the Great Qian country. He had to go back as soon as possible before he could do so. A one-person high spatial vortex appeared in front of him, and White Knight took a deep look at the wretchedness of the place before turning around and stepping inside the vortex. Here, it's back to its usual tranquility. Deadly silence. Ryoko. Ka. The clear sound broke the silence of the place. A few cracks appeared in the space underneath the giant tree that had been destroyed by White Knight. The cracks grew wider and wider, as if they had been violently kicked open. Splat! With a final violent shudder, the space was kicked open like a mirror. A huge skeletal walking stick was the first to appear outside the mirrored vortex that had appeared, and then a pale old man stepped out of it. He was followed by a middle-aged man dressed as a barbarian, as well as a series of black-robed men behind him. This group of black-robed men, wearing the standardized clothing of the Oracle Church, had their entire heads covered with black cloth, making it completely impossible to see their faces. High Priestess, Hutril sensed as he came out, then frowned and looked to the old man next to him. This was the person who had one of his arms ripped off by White Knight at the entrance of the Divine Martial Academy back then. It just seemed that both of these persons were intact, and it was unknown what means had been used to recover them. Hutcher looked around and after a pause continued. The concentration of blood chi here might not be quite enough, but it shouldn't. I know. The old man known as the High Priest interrupted directly. He probably understood what was going on. Theoretically, the blood chi caused by so many high-level cultivators could not be so thin. Then the fact is obvious. It should be the people of the Dakian kingdom who made the move. The man. His eyes swept over the top of the huge tree that had been neatly cut off next to him, with the amazing blade intent still lingering on it. Sure enough, his own decision to try to avoid a head-on confrontation with this person was right. Not only is it powerful, but it's got a lot of heart. That's pretty cautious. He looked at the much thinner blood aura around him and guessed that it should be what this person had done. It was clear that he didn't know their exact plan, but out of caution he weakened the blood aura of the place by nearly half. It was indeed troublesome for such a person to exist inside the Great Qian country. However, it's not like there's no way to deal with it. Before that, go on. He nodded slightly and waved his hand. High Priest. Hutcher responded respectfully, then slowly made his way outside the clearing with the black-robed man behind him. After directing the group to form a circle, he took out a black and red transparent orb in his hand. That's their insurance policy for this plan. They had long predicted that the blood chi here was likely to be seen by the people of the Great Qian Kingdom because it was too dense. So they had come up with this thing, an orb that had condensed an unknown amount of blood chi. The High Priestess really does anticipate things. Hutcher marveled inside, admiring the High Priestess's tactics even more. What was contained inside this blood chi bead should be enough to replenish the weakened blood chi here. Although most of these blood chi were generated by the lower-ranked existences of the barbarian race, the victory was in the quantity. That's right. They took advantage of the barbarians' execution of their plan and directly plowed through the back roads, slaughtering all the old, weak, women and children of the remaining barbarians. There was absolutely no psychological pressure on him about it. Nothing more than uncivilized barbarians from a barren land, no different from ferocious beasts to him. After all, he is the God Envoy Lord who walks in the world on behalf of the gods, so using the lives of some untouchables to fulfill the supreme glory of the Lord, these people should feel honored. Thinking that, the movement in his hand did not stop, directly crushing the blood chi orb in his hand. The rich blood chi immediately escaped, and the concentration of the originally thin environment became sticky. To this extent, definitely enough. Getting started. Blood spirit child. Hutcher gazed at one of the shorter men within the group of black-robed men. After this person heard his voice, he walked out from among the crowd and came to the center of the enclosed field. Under the cover of the black robe, which hid the skinny body, only a pair of thin arms were revealed. After this black-robed man came to the center, he slowly prostrated himself, kneeling on both knees, with his forehead resting on the cold and gritty ground, his hands outstretched in a skyward position, like a most sincere believer. Great! Seeing this, Hutcher nodded in satisfaction, and once again an object appeared in his hand. A white feather with a holy glow was like a bright light shining in the darkness, so that people couldn't help but worship it. Pure as a maiden bathing in the morning glory, it was impossible to feel any sense of disrespect. Hutcher's eyes changed when he saw this thing. It gets a little spooky. The power of faith emanating from this white feather made his face look pious and holy. After all, this is complete feather of faith. Hutcher reverently cupped the feather of faith in his hand, and then with a gentle pinch of his palm, the feather instantly transformed into dots of white stars and landed on the black-robed man in the center of the field. The glory of the Lord will finally return to earth. The gods will guide us to the world of ultimate happiness. As Hutcher cried out morbidly, the rest of the black-robed men repeated after them. Next to the broken divine tree, devout black-robed believers were praying, and the air seemed to be filled with an eerie aura. It wasn't until inside the enclosed field that the black-robed man, bathed in a white, holy light, slowly raised his head, hands facing the sky, propped upwards as if enjoying something. The robes on his body were windless and swirled around his center. As the spirit wind became more and more violent, the black cloth on this person's head fell off, revealing a young face. If White Knight was here at this moment, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. This follower of the Church of the Oracle, the blood spirit son with some pockmarks on his face, has another name, Su Xiaoyun. Chapter 126 missing. At this time, deep in the barren land, crunch, inside a darkened chamber, a wooden board was gently pushed open, emitting a sound that was a bit rotten due to the fact that it had been too long. Above the walls of the chamber, several moonstones were set. Just after all cannot resist the erosion of time. At this time has already become dull. By the last remaining sliver of faint light, the scene inside the chamber was revealed. The inside of the large chamber is empty. Only a coffin. The coffin that had been pushed open with the lid. The sound just now came from inside. A figure suddenly sat up in the coffin, and if an ordinary person came here, they would probably be scared half to death by this scene. However, there was not a single figure here, so naturally there was no need to have this worry. Sure enough, failed. A hoarse voice came out from above the figure that sat up as if it had spoken for a long time. And it was true. He had been asleep for a long time. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten the meaning of his existence until a strange and somewhat familiar memory appeared from the depths of his mind. He is Ginger On, the patriarch of the Ginger clan. His mission is to lead the community that believes in the ancient gods to survive inside this world of crisis. And this moment of his awakening represents the plan of the instance. Failed. That's why he subconsciously said those two words after he woke up. Sure enough, it still failed. Kong Sheng sighed again, the gleam in his eyes brightening in the darkness. The memories were fully awakened and fused, and at this point, he was Jiang Shang. Kong Sheng is also known as him, the Oracle. His mouth whispered, no longer hoarse at this point as it had been before, appearing calm and collected. The inside of his mouth kept chewing on the words, surprisingly not looking too surprised. The Oracle prompted this one plan, and he himself felt that there was something wrong with it. It's too easy, so simple that he thought it was not the great Qian kingdom that he was dealing with, but other weak tribes as well. However, he himself didn't hold much hope, and was only looking to cooperate a little in light of the fact that the Oracle Church had paid such a high price. It's great to succeed, and it doesn't hurt to fail, so now it's decisively failing. Unlike the other tribesmen, he was not lost in the promises of the Oracle. They, the Jiang clan, have never lived on the world by other people, even the so-called gods. It seems that the clanspeople should have already come to the depths of the desolate land according to his deployment. He turned his head and looked around. I guess inside him, this was something he had prepared for a long time ago. just to perpetuate the Jiang clan. He is well aware of the current situation. At present, even if the Great Qian Kingdom is the most declining time in so many years, the depth of which is not comparable to the barbarians, so failure is normal. Most importantly, even if the plan works, so what? Wipe out the human race completely? Occupying the richest land in the Great Qian Kingdom? He's not like those idiots. He doesn't want this at all. This world was starting to become dangerous, and the Jiang clan alone could not be sure of surviving inside this chaotic world. The gods, the devils, which is not eyeing this side of the world. Even the sea and demon races inside the mainland are probably coveting the Great Qian country. So what could they do even if they encroached on the Great Qian country? They would still face extinction. That was the reason why he had cooperated in the execution of the Oracle Church, even though he knew that it had some ulterior motives. Even at the expense of his own being, Emperor level limit instance. This doppelganger of his was only at the peak of the Imperial level now, and it was a bit less powerful. This was because if they didn't, it would be impossible to hide it from the two old foxes, the Oracle Church and the Divine Martial Hall. It was fine for now, and while the depths of the barren lands were even more barren of resources and a more treacherous environment, they were also sufficiently less noticeable to be able to keep the pack going, until he steps into that realm. Raising his palm, his eyes looked down and were met with a golden page. This was the reward promised by the Oracle Church, the golden pages of the Human Emperor's Handbook. It was also the only opportunity for him to step into the Emperor realm. Come on, man, he shouted, and soon there were footsteps. Clan, matriarch, you're awake? A Jiang clan member entered and respectfully knelt on the ground. Tell me about the current situation. Yes, the man said briefly after answering. Much like what Jiang Shang had expected, the Jiang clan had indeed migrated to the depths of the barren land as he had planned. It was just that he felt it was still a bit unsafe. Inform the rest of the clan to continue moving deeper. Matriarch, if we go any deeper, it will be hard for the clan to survive. No harm done. This time, you are allowed to use a drop of ancient god essence blood. Yes. At this point the man had no more objections and got up to retreat. Jiang Shang watched the departure of his clanmates and his eyes became heavy. This time, he's going to make sure nothing goes wrong. Although he had prepared as many things as possible, he felt that the Oracle Church should still be suspicious. After all, he hadn't invested many elites in his plan this time. He just didn't point it out, or he didn't even put them, the Jiang clan, in his eyes. The people of the Divine Martial Hall shouldn't know about it, and if they were to suspect it, they should also suspect the Oracle Church. Just, half-step Emperor realm. It's too strong. It was only after he felt it for himself that he realized what the Emperor realm really meant. A half-step Emperor realm that possessed only a trace of the power of the law. The Imperial limit's own body was completely defenseless. So, such strength, he also want to have. It was only to ensure that the Jiang clan would survive inside this chaotic era. The Oracle, the great and powerful kingdom. His gaze looked into the distance through the chamber, and the conviction in his heart grew stronger. After all, he who lives to the end is the winner. At this time, the Great Qian country's Divine Martial Academy. The crowd was bustling as if nothing had happened. No different than usual. This plan to overthrow the barbarian race was completely unknown to everyone else except for a very small number of top brass. There was no way that Long Shuyi and the others would be stupid enough to leak the news everywhere. Therefore, at this time, the inside of the Divine Martial Academy was still a tranquil and peaceful appearance. In addition to, inside the dean's office. What? You told me that during the time I was gone, 3 students are missing inside the academy? Cheng Daoi slammed the table and stood up, pointing at the reporting officer's nose and cursing with complete disregard for his image. At this moment, he had never lost his temper so much, even when he faced Jiang Shang, who was at the limit of the Emperor level, because all 3 of the missing students were related to White Knight, Su Xiaoyun, Lin Mengyu, and what White Knight cares about most, Cold Moon. Chapter 127, Being Set Up. The one who reported lowered his head, trembling under the pressure of the Imperial level's aura, and didn't dare to answer. Anyone who came here should know that the dean, at this time, was in an extremely bad mood. It's not good to change them. It was a disgrace to all tutors to have a student of the Divine Martial Academy taken captive in full view of everyone. However, he was still thinking too simply. If it was just this, Cheng Daoi had absolutely no need to be so angry. Ordinary people had no idea what the missing student meant to White Knight, but he knows himself very well. After looking at the somewhat pained expression on the tutor's face, he calmed down and withdrew the pressure. Just now, he had just failed to control himself in a moment of excitement. Now that he had calmed down, he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with these people. To be able to take someone away under the eyes of so many people, the strength was not something they could handle. It should be in existence above the imperial level. I don't suppose this has been publicized yet? No. Good. Don't publicize it for the time being. I'll make my own decision on this matter. Yes. After dismissing this tutor, Chang Doi stayed quiet for a while, then hurriedly moved as well. Just now, after he thought about it carefully, he felt that things shouldn't be that simple. They had gone to the barren land on the front foot, and they had been copied on the back foot. This matter is most likely related to the Oracle Church. It's just that the specifics aren't quite clear yet. Therefore, he was now going to make a trip to the Divine Martial Hall. At the same time, someone should be sent to inform White Knight. Although White Knight had only just returned, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from existences like them, and it was only a matter of time before it was discovered, so it would be better to notify down as early as possible. Finding a solution as soon as possible is the most important thing right now, even if he is now completely afraid to imagine White Knight's reaction after knowing this matter. At this time, inside the Divine Martial Hall, Chang Doi and Long Shui sat opposite each other, both of them frowning as they pondered something. Does White Knight know about it? Long Shui suddenly looked up and asked. Not yet, but I guess we'll find out soon. Aha! Listening to Chang Doi's reply, Long Shui nodded, the worry between his brows not diminishing at all. He had already heard Chang Doi talk about the matter once, and then the first thing he did was to send out the Divine Martial Guards to start investigating. Now is the time to wait for the findings to come back. It was just that the waiting was destined to be anxious. That is, both of them were powerful existences that didn't show too much. However, the worry inside doesn't diminish much, because how things turned out could affect White Knight's position. A half-step Emperor realm stance had a pivotal role for the current Great Qian country. Previously, without White Knight's presence, the overthrow of the barbarian race wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly, and the opening of the human emperor's relics next. Sea people and demon race, extraterrestrial races, without White Knight's help, it could be said to be a struggle. Most importantly, the anger of a half-step emperor realm was something that the Great Qian kingdom might not be able to withstand, so they desperately need to know now the truth of the matter. And the Divine Martial Guards that they had high hopes for did not disappoint, and soon returned with the results. You're saying that the ones who took the two students, Cold Moon and Lin Manhwa, were from the Cold family? Long Shui looked at this Divine Martial Guard and confirmed. That's right. After receiving an answer, he glanced at Chang Doi and fell silent. What about the student named Su Xiaoyun? Chang Doi added after pondering for a while. This student, as far as we know, has no traces of victimization, and should have left on his own. This Divine Martial Guard froze for a moment before speaking out his judgment, just a bit less daring to believe it. Got it, you go down. Yes. After dismissing this Divine Martial Guard, the two continued in silence, organizing the information they knew. First of all, according to this Divine Martial Guard, the disappearance of Cold Moon and Lin Manhwa was related to the Cold family, and the student named Su Xiaoyun ran away on her own. But why? Long Shui said subconsciously. The meaning of the words, Chang Doi also understood, or rather he also had such a doubt. Cold Moon, who was quite close to White Knight, was most likely someone from the Cold family, something they had already speculated about a long time ago. That's why he had prepared for it a long time ago, but he just didn't think that the Cold family would actually dare to make trouble at such a time. But why was Lin Manhwa also taken away by the Cold family? Isn't she a member of the Lin family? What could the Cold family gain by doing this, other than triggering a war between the two families? And then there's Su Xiaoyun at the end. This person was of some concern to him because he had a bit of a relationship with White Knight. In particular, he had heard that the previous Shadowside organization had gone out of their way to send ace assassins to the imperial capital to take him down. Among the reasons, it must have something to do with the blood in ancient vein she possessed. But then again, the whole volunteering to go away thing, he didn't really understand. He raised his head and looked over to Long Shui's side, just in time to meet Long Shui's equally puzzled gaze. Both should have similar doubts. The exodus of this student Su Xiaoyun is most likely related to the Oracle Church. Long Shui frowned and spoke his judgment. This girl with the blood in ancient vein, he still didn't know about it until now after hearing Chang Doi talk about it. And the moment he knew this person's identity, he vaguely figured out a lot of things. For example, the Oracle's plan. Hall Master Long, what do you mean? Chang Doi looked over with some surprise. He knew that Long Shui should know something that he didn't know. The blood in ancient vein, according to the records, should be very suitable to become a vessel for a projection split container? Chang Doi was shocked in his heart, and when he heard these words, he also understood. The Oracle. Is this what the Oracle is secretly planning? First, he drove the barbarians to fight them, and then he removed the vessel behind their backs. even above the battlefield where they were killing each other. There should be the plans of the Oracle Church. Blood sacrifice. Isn't that what the Oracle has always done? At this moment, he understood it all. Understanding why overthrowing the barbarians was actually surprisingly easy was most likely the result of the Oracle's deliberate creation. I can't believe I'd been put on the spot. Long Shuyi picked up his teacup and took a sip, then slammed it heavily on the desktop, the indignation on his face unable to be concealed. That's right, it did get laid out. Long Shuyi thought so too. It was worthy of the Oracle Church that had been causing them trouble. It was hard to deal with. I just don't know what tactics they used to actually make Su Xiaoyun, the student, willingly leave on her own. It was something he hadn't thought about, but he didn't look into it any deeper, because what's more pressing at the moment than this is the safety of this student. Cold Moon. Chapter 128, A Trip. Lin Mengyue's situation as a student was left aside for now, but they still knew a rough idea about Cold Moon's situation. Cold Home. The most mysterious of the three great families of the Great Qian country. There were not many clansmen within it, but they were mostly people with amazing talent. The probability of a gifted awakened person appearing is high. It was just rare to hear about people from the Cold family's own clan walking the world. Even if the Cold clan members who appeared in other places, they were mostly just outsiders who had not been baptized by the clan. That's right. In the view of the Cold family, those clansmen who had not been baptized by the ancestral shrine did not deserve to be a member of the Cold family. It's harsh and realistic. Only those with outstanding strength and talent will be recognized. And this is the Cold family. When young children are born within the clan, they are all thrown out into the middle of nowhere, regardless of their talent. Only when they survived the mountains and forests filled with ferocious beasts, and when their talent and strength emerged, the people of the Han clan would show up to bring them back to the clan to be baptized, and formally become a member of the Han clan. That's what makes the Cold family so mysterious. That was all they knew, and any more news would be difficult to dig deeper even for the divine martial guards. It was because the Cold family did have an old ancestor at the peak of the imperial level. That's why they wouldn't mess with the Cold family easily. In general, it was also true that the Cold family did not have any conflicts or interests entangled with them. The Cold family acted as if they didn't have to rely on this world at all, and even the acquisition of resources appeared to be a careless model. Just for now, conflicts arise, and it's not usually serious. It all came from that girl who was quite close to White Knight. Cold Moon. Trouble. Long Shuyi tapped his fingertips rhythmically on the desktop. Chung Doi took a look and nodded similarly. It's a pain in the ass indeed. He could already imagine what White Knight would do. At such a critical moment, the people inside the Great Qian country still had to consume themselves, causing consequences that no one could predict. Cold family. Chung Doi whispered with a chilly face. Not to mention White Knight. Even he himself had a burst of anger surging through him. Taking advantage of his absence from the Divine Martial Academy, he actually dared to directly break inside the academy to take someone. Was this a complete lack of regard for him? Not to mention that the person who captured them was also someone who had a relationship with White Knight. Asshole. Do these people know what they are messing with? Hall Master Long, shouldn't we move to the Cold family immediately? The more Chung Doi thought about it, the more urgent it became, and he hurriedly said, word to the wise. Long Shuyi agreed. Now that things are roughly known what's going on, it's all the more important to get moving immediately. Although he had already dispatched the Divine Martial Guards to go forward to the Cold family to investigate the situation, it was still safer for them to walk up in person. Hopefully things haven't gotten out of hand. Just as they were about to move, the door was suddenly pushed open with a creak. The two raised their eyebrows and looked at each other with some surprise. Under the four eyes, the space seems to be quiet for a long time. White dog. In the end, it was Chung Doi who gave a stiff greeting. At this time, White Knight had actually arrived here at the Divine Martial Hall, and his eyes sized up White Knight for a moment. That's a bit of a bummer. Inside, he couldn't help the thought bubbling up inside, while becoming a little nervous. This was because White Knight's situation at this moment was a bit ominous in any case. At this moment, White Knight was in his normal attire and wasn't wearing that blood-red mask. That's why White Knight's face was caught in their eyes. Underneath the calm face, anyone who looked over at first glance would not think that this person was truly calm. It's more like suppressed rage to the extreme. The veins above his temples were bulging, and he looked a little grim. Most importantly, White Knight's body was covered in blood. Brother Bai. Long Shuyi also couldn't help but voice out a greeting. After seeing Bai Knight in this state, he was also guessing what had happened. Of course, he was more worried about White Knight suddenly losing control. If that was the case, even if one possessed the Dragon's Bane sword, one would only be able to defend oneself. So for a while the atmosphere was actually somewhat inexplicably oppressive. It wasn't until White Knight spoke after a long time, breaking the atmosphere. Dean Chang, Dragon Hall Master, I have a favor to ask of you both, White Knight said, bowing slightly and appearing unusually sincere. This, Long Shuyi and Chang Daoi were startled for a moment and hurriedly stood up, a bit at a loss for words. There was no scene, as they had imagined, of White Knight storming out, nor was there any process of questioning them. However, the truth surprised them all the same. White Knights, the quiet, inexpressive man actually bowed to them. What the hell is going on? It was a thought that appeared within them all at the same time. Brother Bai, quickly please get up. Or Long Shuyi was the first to react and hurriedly walked over to prop Bai Knight up and asked at the same time, what the hell happened? And that thing with Cold Moon's classmates. White Knight stood up straight and braced his hands on top of his staff blade. I already know about Koyuki. Sure enough, Long Shuyi giggled inside, but wasn't much surprised. After all, White Knight held the dark martial guards in his hands, and in terms of intelligence gathering ability, it was even better than the divine martial guards under his hands. Put it this way, he looked at the blood on White Knight's body as if he understood something. That so-called cold family, I've walked up to it. I've brought back people too. Hearing this, Chang Daoi was also startled for a moment and hurriedly walked over. Already brought it back, and so fast. His gaze also surveyed above the bloodstains on White Knight for a while, and he understood something as well. This so-called walk, the results are already obvious. Fellow Daoist White, blames me for this matter. Chang Daoi blamed himself a little. After all, the person was taken inside his Divine Martial Academy, and it was when he took away the 5 elements heavy bright tower. Otherwise, how could the people of the Cold family not be able to take someone away so easily? However, he didn't expect White Knight to move so quickly, and within such a short period of time of their investigation, he had actually found someone and brought them back. If this matter has nothing to do with Dean Chang, White Knight directly interrupted Chang Daoi's self-reproach with a voice. In this matter, it was true that Chang Daoi and Long Shuyi's people were not to be blamed. They had done what they could. It's just that I didn't expect the person who came from the Cold family to be so strong this time. And he didn't even have time to treat the blood on his body before he came here, not to exchange pleasantries, because although Xiaoyu had been brought back by him, the situation was still not optimistic. So once again, he spoke out sincerely. Koyuki's life is safe though, but has been in a coma so far, and I ask for your help. Chapter 129, is this the end? Coma. Giving a helping hand. Chang Dao and the two of them instantly caught the keywords in White Knight's words and understood what they meant. Although White Knight had saved the person as fast as he could, he was still in a coma for some reason. Moreover, even an existence like White Knight was unable to do anything about it. How can? Chang Dao blurted it out in a moment of realization, but closed his mouth halfway through. Also, even though White Knight's reaction had been swift, the period of time from when they had gone to the barbarians and back again was not short. I don't know what the purpose of the Cold family is, but I think it's time to fulfill whatever purpose there is. The solution to the coma. This should be the reason why White Knight suddenly descended here. Don't worry, Brother Bai. Long Shuyi directly spoke out before Chang Daoi could react. His eyes gazed down and he clasped his fists towards White Knight, his voice resounding. It's pouring out the power of the entire Divine Martial Hall, and will definitely help Brother Bai. Mr. Chung too. Chang Daoi stated down immediately afterward. So, many thanks. White Knight solemnly saluted again. Please both of you head to Divine Martial Academy as soon as possible. I still have some things to do. Please, both of you. With that, Bai Yi turned around and left without hesitation, leaving only Long Shuyi and the two of them staring at each other in disbelief. Looking at each other without words, the inside of the room became quiet again. Ryoko, Dean Chang, please also move immediately. I will prepare some things and arrive later. Good. Chang Daoi answered and also left the Divine Martial Hall. He had wanted to leave a long time ago. He just wanted to see what Long Shuyi thought. Now it seems that Long Shuyi is serious, pouring out the entire power of the Great Qian Kingdom. He also wanted to keep that little girl called Cold Moon in peace, and he had to go back as soon as possible to see what was going on so he could treat it. By now, Long Shuyi was left alone inside the room. He turned to look at the empty room, his hands behind his back, lost in thought. I didn't realize how quickly it happened and how quickly it was resolved. He really didn't fail to look at the wrong person. White Knight should have completely mastered the Dark Hall in such a short period of time. Instead of second-guessing this, he was somewhat relieved. Most importantly, calm down, steady. All of these qualities White Knight already possessed. He had thought that he would make a scene here at the Divine Martial Hall, but he hadn't expected to come to ask for their help. The attitude is already obvious. He had already treated the Divine Martial Hall, Divine Martial Academy, and even the Great Qian country as his own. As for the Cold family, doesn't deserve to survive in this world. Taking advantage of their step-by-step crisis in the barbarian race, they actually secretly killed them behind their backs. Pigs and dogs, not worthy of an ounce of mercy. So now, he also had to respond to White Knight's attitude with his own practical actions. Thought, when a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind him. Report. Speak. He turned and looked at one of the divine martial guards under him. Your Honor, my subordinate has already checked out the situation of the Han family. Lei Zhuan respectfully saluted, then couldn't wait to tell what he knew. It didn't take long for the sound to fade. After speaking, he quietly waited for the hall master's response. The Cold family no longer exists. That's the thought that popped up after listening to his man. They were indeed a step slow on their side, and by the time his men arrived at the Cold house, there was nothing but ruins left. Not to mention the living, there was not a trace of the existence of the Cold family left at all. Without having to see it with his own eyes, he was already able to imagine what kind of anger White Knight was harboring at that time. Even he was shocked and angered by the things the Cold family had done. Even if White Knight hadn't done anything, he would have come to the door himself. The Cold family in making this, there would be no need for it to exist anymore, since White Knight took matters into his own hands. It ends here. Yes, Lei Zhuan responded respectfully, then slowly retreated. Only, sneaking a glance at the hall master's face as he retreated, he was shocked again in his heart. The hall master had a look of indifference, as if crushing the Cold family was just crushing an ant. At the same time inside some trance, when that named he personally door-to-door all kinds of friendship people, it had indeed become an existence he could not look up to. With his own strength, he overthrew the most mysterious Han family, one of the three great families. With this kind of strength, it was no wonder that the Temple Lord had gone out of his way to befriend this person in the first place. He had seen the scene at the Cold house with his own eyes. At that time, when he came to the place where the Cold family was located, he even thought that he had come to the wrong place. The original luxurious buildings and the fairyland-like environment had all disappeared. All that was left behind was a crater too large to believe. Inside the deep pit there is still a burning sensation of breath amazing, as well as the molten lava that has not been completely extinguished. Lei Battlein settled his mind and silently left the place. Looking at the direction he disappeared in, Long Shui frowned. That's the end of it? Inside the room where he was alone, he repeated it softly, only in a questioning tone. What he just said about stopping here was just something he said to his men. For others, the matter does end there, but not necessarily for him. The most mysterious Cold family inside the three big families. How could it be so easily overwritten so easily? Even Chang Daoi didn't know about this matter. If the information he had obtained was correct, it was likely that the Cold family had more than one compound. This was a hidden secret only known to their divine martial hall, and the Dark Hall with even stronger intelligence capabilities should surely know about it as well. There was no way that White Knight, who was in control of the Dark Hall, would ignore this. That's why he didn't say it in front of Chang Daoi and White Knight just now, because it's obvious. White Knight had already made up his mind, so he didn't have to get involved himself. Just now, when White Knight said that there were some things to do, he must have been talking about this. Right, White Knight. Long Shui turned to look out the window, as if he wanted to see through the window to where the Dark Hall was. At this moment, White Knight was also indeed rushing in the direction of the Dark Hall's compound. A stealthy figure sped through the air, the scenery around him passing by so quickly that nothing could stop him. There was indeed one thing he hadn't done yet. Now, he wanted to completely overthrow the Cold family, because in the information he had gotten, the Han family, which he had visited before, was just an open site. The real Cold family, so far, he hadn't really found it. Chapter 130, Another Sacrifice. He would never let it go after making Xiaoyu look like this. White Knight's face grew more and more somber as he recalled what had happened earlier. The fact that something had happened to Xiaoyu was indeed the first thing he knew when he returned. Even knew a bit earlier than Long Shui and the others, and he directly utilized the power of all the dark martial guards, and soon knew where Xiaoyu had gone, taken by the Chill family. This was the first core intelligence he knew, and then quickly found the Cold family's compound and where Xiaoyu had gone. He didn't even carry a dark martial arts guard and sought out the Cold family alone. However, it has reacted so quickly. Still not in time. Like I said before, Long Shui and the others were not to blame for this incident. Blame myself. White Knight blamed himself a little. It happened because he wasn't there for her, and what he had been somewhat worried about before had indeed happened. However, the emotion bubbled up and was quickly forced down by him, because it was completely useless to think about this now. It was imperative to find a way to awaken Xiaoyu. Even though he had asked Long Shui and the two of them, it wasn't enough. Another, more robust approach is needed. and the best hope for this method could only be pried out of the mouth of the Cold family. With this thought in mind, he came inside the dark martial hall. At this time, he had put on his mask, and also wore the robe with the blood-colored pattern. "My lord," Luo Xiaofang respectfully saluted, then stepped aside, revealing the scene behind him. White Knight nodded indifferently and walked directly past Luo Xiaofang to a white cloth on the ground. The eye looked down and was able to see a figure through the outline of the white cloth. A lifeless figure. "My lord is hopeless." Behind him, Luo Xiaofang said with some hesitation. White Knight didn't say anything and just watched quietly for a while. This figure on the ground was not Xiaoyu, but the dark martial guard that was sent to protect Xiaoyu. Through the white cloth, he was able to sense that the man had many wounds. Obviously this dark martial guard had tried. It was just that the enemy was just too strong for him. After a long time, White Knight withdrew his gaze and turned his back to Luo Xiaofang. "Bury this man thickly." White Knight spoke these words in a serious tone. In his opinion, this dark martial guard had performed his duties well and deserved to be respected. And, besides, if he has family or something, you know what to do, right? "Yes." Luo Little Fatty's heart flinched as he hurriedly answered. How to do that he already knew, and he couldn't let the people under his hand get cold feet. It was just that they didn't expect that their Lord Temple Master, who was ruthless in his methods, would still have such a side to him. So the color of respect inside his eyes when he responded became even more intense. After giving a brief command, White Knight didn't make any more stops and continued to walk inside. It went all the way to the outside of a dark, damp side room. Hall of Punishment. That's the name of this side room. Here, it's a place used for torture inside the dark hall. After arriving outside the gate of the Palace of Punishment, he didn't go in, so he stood at the place of the gate and listened to the movements inside. Every now and then a mournful cry came from within, but it soon weakened, and then rose again. Week after week, not long after, there was a creaking sound and the door was opened. Hiroshi walked out from inside and immediately half-kneeled on the ground, clearly having sensed White Knight's arrival. "My lord." Shiroyuki looked down and watched as the blood remaining on Hiroshi's body was still fresh. He wasn't surprised because what was going on in there had been authorized by him in the first place. "What's the situation?" he asked after withdrawing his gaze. "Back to your excellency. That clan elder of the Cold family still hasn't loosened his tongue." Hongi slightly lowered his head, obviously not very satisfied with this achievement of his. After all, the Lord Temple Master had placed such a heavy responsibility in his hands, but he himself had not achieved anything, and was simply ashamed of such a trust. However, White Knight wouldn't be blamed, and such an outcome wasn't very surprising to him all the same. This clan elder of the Han clan had the strength of a mid-royal level, so it was only right to have a harder mouth. This was already the only surviving member of the clan inside the Han clan's compound that he had destroyed, and it was also the one with the strongest strength, but it's clearly not the same person who captured Shimatsuki in the first place. That person should be even stronger. It was just that since he was the clan elder of the Cold family, he must know something. Since Hongi's tactics don't work, let's see. White Knight spoke indifferently before walking past Hongi and heading straight inside the Hall of Punishment, and Hiroshi behind him didn't stop. He just followed closely after responding respectfully. Crunch! The doors of the Hall of Punishment slowly closed again until they completely hid the two men's silhouettes. Soon there was some slight rattling coming from inside, only for the sound to quickly weaken again before disappearing altogether. It became quiet again inside and out. It was not until a soft thud came from inside that the door to the Hall of Punishment opened again. White Knight slowly walked out, holding a towel in his hand to wipe off the stained blood. His face underneath the mask devoid of any expression. "Clean the inside out." He casually tossed the bloody towel on top of a side shelf and commanded, "Yes." After hearing the response, White Knight left the place without a word. Although his face was expressionless, he was still in a very bad mood right now. That old man from the Han family actually blew himself up, or forced to blow themselves up, just now after he went in. He plunged this person directly into a muddled state as if he were regaling a soul, and in this state had already begun to account for the things he needed. I didn't expect to get to the most crucial part of the talk, that is, above the reason for Koyaki's coma. When that part was said, it suddenly blew itself up, and even if he had reacted instantly it would not have helped anymore. It's cheap, just like the self-detonation is indeed cheap. That Cold family clan old man, otherwise under Hong Yi's torture would have been already not human form. It's not without its rewards, though. At least they knew the reason why the Cold family had taken Xiaoyu away. Sacrifice. The so-called clan baptisms are actually sacrifices. When he heard those two words, the figure of an organization appeared inside his mind. The Oracle. Isn't that a good play they take? Originally, he thought that the Oracle was involved, but after listening to it, he realized that it wasn't quite like that. This sacrifice is not another sacrifice. The Cole family's sacrifice was heard to be something that would be extracted from the body of the one being sacrificed to be used for the unknown existence within the Cole family. That's right, it's the unknown being. Even this clan elder of the Cole family didn't know what this unknown existence was. It's just a matter of faithfully carrying out the ancestral teachings. There was also the certainty that the Cole family did still exist in a place that preserved the core elite forces. These were the intelligence he had ascertained. But it was not enough. Things can't be resolved with Koyuki yet. So after he came out from inside the Hall of Punishment, he directly ignored Luo Xiaofeng's presence, went out to the outside, and directly rose up in the air. The direction to go was none other than the Divine Martial Academy. Chapter 131 The Silver Lining. White Knight's speed was fast, and he soon arrived at Divine Martial Academy under full force. At this moment, several people had already gathered inside the Divine Martial Academy's specialized medical room. Among them, Chang Daoyi and Long Shuyi had both arrived one after another. Crunch! White Knight pushed the door straight in. Brother White, fellow Taoist White. The two had long since noticed the aura released by White Knight and greeted each other. Thank you, White Knight responded before collecting his own aura that had escaped due to some anger. Because he was afraid of disturbing you above the hospital bed. Coming to Xiao Yu's side, White Knight sensed her condition and found that there was still no change, and sat down with some disappointment. On the hospital bed, Xiao Yu was lying there quietly. Her fingers gently brushed over and lifted the hair covering Xiao Yu's face, revealing an absolutely beautiful face. Only at this time, Xiao Yu's face was a bit pale, and her eyes were tightly closed. If he hadn't still been able to sense a somewhat weak breath of life, he would have even thought that Xiao Yu had already left him. Obviously it's been a great effort, obviously already relying on their own talents to try to reach their goals, but it was also because of such a talent that he was targeted by the Cole family to the extent that he became this way. Every time he thought about it, even with his state of mind, he had a pang of panic, because this coma is not like the last one. The last time Xiao Yu was unconscious was just because she overused her abilities, but now it was something extracted by the Cole family that caused Xiao Yu to remain in a state of living death. This time, there's a good chance you'll never wake up. So for the first time he was a little flustered, as well as for the first time. Can't wait to destroy something. Cold home will definitely make him pay. Whether this was a smart-ass thing for the Cold family to do, or something behind the scenes to get involved, he would tear it all apart, inch by inch. Thinking of this, the killing intent unexpectedly revealed itself somewhat uncontrollably. Even though at this time he was not wearing the bloodsob mask, it was his own killing intent. After experiencing the barbarians and the trip to the Cold family, there was no telling how many lives blood chi had been accumulated. Luckily, he maintained a minimum of sanity. The killing intent came and went quickly. Here, any drastic movements he feared would have a more serious effect on Xiao Yu. Dean Chang, Dragon Hall Master, you two have already seen what happened to Koyuki, right? After White Knight slowed down, he asked somewhat apologetically. After all, the two of them should have been here for some time, and the two of them didn't care about White Knight's outburst. They were just quietly waiting for him to ease himself out of his emotions. After looking at each other, Chang Daoyi placed his gaze on Long Shui, who nodded and took a step forward. He led this thing, so it's best for him to say, Brother White, Dean Chang and I have indeed briefly checked it out. Just speaking here, Long Shui hesitated as he recalled the results of his previous probing, not knowing whether or not to continue. There's no harm in Long Hall Master speaking up. White Knight signaled Long Shui to continue. Humph. Long Shui nodded after hearing White Knight's response, stroking the short black beard on his chin as he continued on. Cold Moon student's situation is indeed a bit special. This current state of unconsciousness is the result after the talent root was extracted and damaged in part. It's hard and difficult to recover when you've lost the most essential thing. It was just that even after receiving White Knight's indication, Long Shui still tried to control his tone as much as he could so as not to irritate White Knight, and even said that his voice was getting smaller and smaller in the end. And with every word Long Shui said, White Knight's face became uglier. Talent root damage. With his cultivation insight, he was enough to understand what this meant. Xiao Yu herself was a talent awakened, awakening the talent of heavy water. The essence of these innately awakened talents was the result of the evolution of a trace of the power of the laws. It is tightly connected to the roots of the human body and is an inseparable part inside the soul. And that's probably what the Cold family extracted. After extracting this part of the root, it was equivalent to having some of all the soul essence extracted, which was why he fell into a coma and turned into a state of living death. And the stuff involving the roots of the origin is really hard and difficult. The difficulty was so severe that he could not do anything about it with his half-step Emperor realm strength. Inside the Divine Martial Academy, and even inside the divine martial hall. Anyone who had studied the medical aspect had come to see it. Anyone who had seen it invariably shook their head with a sighing look on their face, not even basically finding out the root cause of Koyuki's coma. Those who were stronger were only briefly aware that this state of Xiaoyu's was related to the soul aspect. The result now should be that Long Shuyi and the others didn't know what unknown aptitude they had used in order to find out. Just that the cause was found and the solution. White Knight gently grasped Xiaoyu's hands together in his palms and slightly inclined his head in Long Shuyu's direction. I wonder if Temple Master Long has a solution for this, he asked again, the look of expectation on his face undisguised. The reason told him that if Long Shuyi and the others had a solution, they would have said so long ago. As expected, after hearing Bai Ye's words, Long Shuyi's face became a bit embarrassed. The cause was indeed something he had found out through some secure method, but knowing the cause was not necessarily the solution. Or, it is because knowing the reasons for this makes it even more difficult to know how to proceed. Something like the origin roots. Even with the accumulation of the divine martial hall over the years, he couldn't think of anything that could make up for it. Even if it hadn't been resuscitated in time, there would have been basically no hope of survival. So, he opened his mouth or said nothing and fell silent. I see. White Knight looked back and probably understood something. He already knew what the answer was from Long Shuyi's face, so he didn't push it. A hint of disappointment flashed under his eyes, only to quickly disappear. Even if no one else could do anything about it, he was not going to give up. The eyes opened slightly, revealing a grayish color, and the sight looked down, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. You'll wake up. White Knight secretly made up his mind. If he can't find a solution in his current situation, then move on and keep trying. Wait until you step into the Emperor realm, even higher realms. Even if the sky was the limit, he would find a solution. Before that, Brother White. When White Knight heard Long Shuyi's somewhat grave voice, he suddenly returned to his senses and inclined his head. Very suddenly, Long Shuyi spoke out to interrupt his thinking, and the words that came out made him unable to resist a tremor in his heart. It just occurred to me, such a situation for Chandelier-san. There may be a glimmer of hope for a solution. Chapter 132. Before it's too late. Kala. When White Knight heard these words, the palm of his hand holding the staff knife suddenly couldn't help but exert force, poking a hole in the ground. Is that true? He raised an eyebrow. Even his eyelids went up a bit, a look of wonder on his face. In addition to astonishment, there was also a hint of hopefulness that flickered as he looked in Long Shuyi's direction. At this moment, Long Shuyi's face was also serious. There was no way he would joke about such a thing. He did find a solution with a silver lining. Innate spirit seed. Long Shuyi said it word for word, causing White Knight to frown. Obviously, he hadn't heard of this thing in Long Shuyi's mouth. Even Chang Daoi was astonished. However, Long Shuyi didn't sell out. Or perhaps he felt that it would be difficult for other people to know about this thing as well, so he directly said it. This is a naturally formed spiritual substance that is said to allow ordinary people to directly awaken their talents after taking it. That's why I feel that this thing has some hope of being able to make up for the loss of Coldman's students' roots. So it is. White Knight's brows stretched as he understood what Long Shuyi meant. The effects of something that could make an ordinary person awaken their talent should be related to their soul roots. So if this kind of spirit really exists, there is indeed a not insignificant hope. It just has to actually exist for the thing to work. Allegedly? White Knight keenly discovered the key point in Long Shuyi's words. Obviously, if the Divine Martial Hall or any other place in the Great Qian country had this thing, Long Shuyi would have said so long ago. That's right. Long Shuyi didn't hide anything and knew what issue White Knight was concerned about. It's according to the Human Emperor's Handbook above. The Human Emperor's Handbook. White Knight raised an eyebrow, not expecting it to actually be this thing, and at the same time, his heart was somewhat dazed. No wonder Long Shuyi was talking about a glimmer of hope. Not only was it a question of whether or not the innate spirit seed thing could actually work, it was also a question of whether or not it could be found. The Human Emperor had fallen for a long time, and if it was something from that era, it was hard to say if it still existed now, but since Long Shuyi was able to say it, he probably knew where this thing could possibly be. The Human Emperor's ruins. As Long Shuyi's voice fell, this place appeared inside White Knight's mind almost simultaneously. According to the Human Emperor's handwritten notes, in the past, the Human Emperor obtained this item and it should have ended up inside the Human Emperor's relics. Long Shuyi added again, and the others finally understood what it meant. There was a certain hope of being able to find the innate spirit seed inside the Human Emperor's ruins, and there was a certain hope that this item would be able to awaken Xiaoyu. That was all White Knight needed to know. Don't call it a silver lining. He wouldn't hesitate to dive in headfirst if there was even a semblance of a possibility. Hall Master Long, when is the opening time of the Human Emperor's ruins? White Knight asked. Originally, he hadn't had much interest in the so-called human emperor's ruins. After all, he didn't need the opportunity to become an emperor that made emperor-level existences rush to him. What he had to do now was merely to follow the steps and stick to his own path all the way, and naturally he would be able to fully step into that realm. But now, he's changed his mind. If there really was such a thing as an innate spirit seed inside the human emperor's relics, then he must go on this trip. This should be the time. It won't be long. Long Shuyi was also clear about Bai Knight's intentions, but he still spoke truthfully. Originally, if Bai Yi hadn't planned to go to the human emperor's relics before, he would have been able to rest a bit more at ease with its presence within the Dakian country. Now White Knight has changed his mind, and he won't stop it, because White Knight itself didn't owe them anything. Instead, it was they, the Great Qian Kingdom, who had a lot to rely on it. If Brother Bai needs to enter the human emperor's ruins, the golden pages of the human emperor's handbook can be gifted to Brother Bai. So not only would he not stop it, he would even take the initiative to give away the golden pages of the human emperor's handbook, so that you can afford to hold on to that which is in your heart. Thank you, Dragon Hall Master. White Knight bowed slightly and nodded in appreciation. He did want to go inside the human emperor's ruins. Just before, he also knew from Chang Dawi that entering this human emperor's ruins required an item called the golden pages of the human emperor's handwritten notes. I didn't expect Long Shuyi to even think of this layer for him. Only, he was also a little worried. If when the human emperor's ruins were opened, all the peak emperor level deposits went in, it would be dangerous under the empty defenses of the Great Qian Kingdom. However, one would think that Long Shuyi would have been prepared. If he couldn't, he could set something up just in case. Xiaoyu was still here at the Divine Martial Academy, so nothing could happen to the Great Qian country or the Divine Martial Academy. Turning back, he quietly looked for a moment, his mind already made up. Since there was a ray of hope, then he categorically would not give up. Now, just wait for the human emperor's ruins to open, and before that, it's entirely possible to take time out and make the real Chill family pay their fair share. He had already sent out all the dark martial guards to search for the place where the Cold family was truly located, but he didn't know when there would be any results. The Cold family was able to hide for so many years, so they did have some tricks up their sleeves. If he still couldn't find it, he might have to trouble Long Shuyi and the others to help keep an eye on it, but he tried his best to solve it himself. He had already been in trouble once with the human emperor's ruins. He's not one to bother others. If he couldn't, then he would do it himself. Even if he searched the entire Great Qian country inch by inch, he would still find out where the Cold family was truly located. He slowly released Koyuki's grip and prepared to get up. If Koyuki's words are true, he intends to stay here. Because there were tutors from the Divine Martial Academy taking care of this place, the treatment conditions should be considered better. But just as he tried to stand up, he suddenly heard a muffled grunt from next door. Dean, Dragon Hall Master. A somewhat weak voice came out, attracting everyone's attention. White Knight also both slightly inclined his head. The person making the noise was right next to you, also lying on top of the hospital bed. He knew who was lying in the hospital bed. It was Xiaoyu's mentor, Su Yunling. She was there when the Cold family came, just obviously didn't stop things from happening. How could the peak of the king level be stopped against an existence of the emperor level? Even the fact that she was able to survive was already beyond White Knight's expectations. Of course, it wasn't that White Knight had a problem with this person. On the contrary, he still had more respect for this mentor who had taught Xiaoyu everything she needed and had stepped forward in times of crisis. It is indeed worthy of the title of teacher. Instructor Su. White Knight snorted. White Knight, you're here too? Su Yunling, who had just woken up from her coma, was taken aback after seeing Bai Knight's figure. However, her gaze didn't linger on Bai Yi for too long. Instead, she stared closely at Chang Dawi and Long Shui, an anxious look appearing on her face. Dean, hurry, Xiaoyu has been taken away by the Cold family. Go save her, or it will be too late. Chapter 133, Not Within This World. Su Yunling said, unable to stop coughing due to the reason of being too excited. Calm down some. Chang Dawi waved his sleeve, instantly easing him up. Even his face calmed down slightly. However, he wouldn't blame. After all, he was just overly eager to care for his disciple, which was understandable. Most importantly, her current status was that of a mentor to the Cold Moon students. Seeing as how White Knight's attitude towards him was all sort of respectful, he even eased his tone of voice quite a bit. Dean, Temperance, student Cold Moon has already been saved. Chang Dawi interrupted Su Yunling's somewhat pleading words and gestured in that direction of White Knight. Su Yunling froze for a moment when she saw the dean's appearance before she toned down her gaze to look over at White Knight. The eyes stopped in mid-movement as she had caught sight of the figure lying in the hospital bed next to her. Koyuki? She opened her mouth and blinked. Dean hadn't really lied to her, you had indeed been brought back. Did Dean move after they came back? She subconsciously guessed, and at the same time understood the reason for White Knight's appearance here. Gazes swept past the faces of the Dean and the others, finally resting on White Knight. Sharp as a tack, she realized something was wrong. Everyone's face is brightly and secretly with a hint of worry, but Xiaoyu has already hitched back. Should be happy is not right. She looked at Koyuki's face and frowned. Koyuki was clearly unconscious, but it didn't feel the same as her coma. However, she only had the strength of a king level and was completely unable to sense what was going on. Koyuki, this is, so she asked out with some concern. It's just a temporary coma. I'll figure it out. Before Chang Daoi could say anything, White Knight spoke directly. Temporary coma? Su Yunling repeated it in a low voice, completely lacking the heart to focus on why Bai Yi was able to look like he was the main person in front of the Dean and the others. Her mind was now filled with the scene of Xiaoyu being taken away by the Cold family, and then her pupils shrunk slightly as if she had remembered something bad. Temporary coma. Inside, he chewed on the word again. Temporary coma? How can it be just temporary? She couldn't be more clear about what would be done to Xiaoyu after being taken away by the Cold family. As things stood now, it seemed even worse than she had imagined. His eyes rested on Koyuki, his teeth gently clenching a bit tighter. She said she wouldn't let it happen again, but she still didn't make it, nor do they have the strength to do it. There's no way that you was just temporarily unconscious. Those of the Cold family. She scratched her fist, not able to continue to finish her sentence. Only, White Knight still caught something different about her. Does Tutor Su know something? White Knight's face grimaced for a moment, forcibly controlling his emotions as he asked. It would be more critical if there really was any important information that he didn't know. It was just that Su Yunling had fallen into a contemplative demeanor ever since she had finished speaking just now, not saying a word. At this point, the look was completely gone from the usual dry look. The eyes were sometimes complicated, sometimes hateful, sometimes helpless. It made White Knight, who was already in a somewhat eager mood, completely lose his patience. Mentor Su? Suddenly, inside Su Yunling's mind, a voice that was like an explosion suddenly appeared, causing her to return to her senses under a jolt. With some dismay, he looked over, looking at White Knight, then at Chang Daoi. The aura that she suddenly felt just now gave her a palpitating feeling, and it felt like the direction actually originated from White Knight's side. But after thinking about it, he felt it was unlikely and could only place his gaze on the Dean next to him. But the one who asked the question was again the White Knight. After a few seconds of brief thought, she didn't figure it out, but didn't focus on it anymore. Her attention was still more on what was going on with Koyuki. Xiaoyu's condition should be caused by going through the so-called clan baptism of the Cold family. Yes? White Knight instantly raised his spirits, not realizing that this Tutor Su did know something. Yes, the Cold family's clan baptism is nominally to awaken the power of the bloodline, but in reality it's just another form of sacrifice. Speaking of this, the image of the Cold family appeared inside her mind, and her face clouded over. The purpose is to extract somewhat of the awakened of this clan and use it to offer to the ancestral beast of the Cold family. Offerings to the ancestral beast. White Knight's eyes widened slightly, and he became somewhat grave. This intelligence was indeed unknown to him, and even Long Shuyi and the others did not know about it. He only knew that it was just an offering to some unknown being, but he didn't expect it to be an ancestral beast. This thing, he did not remember wrong. When the Tang family's that Thunder Qilin is also an ancestral beast. Both were ancestral beasts that looked completely incomparable. The Tang family's ancestral beasts existed to shelter the family. They just weren't very strong. And this ancestral beast of the Cold vacation actually needed to extract the origin root offering of the clan's talented sons and daughters. What kind of existence was it? Just how did Su Yunling know this information that even they didn't know? How did Tutor Su know? White Knight asked directly. Yet the answer he received caused everyone present to be slightly taken aback. I used to be a member of the Cold family. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yunling still told the truth. White Knight raised an eyebrow and sensed Chang Daoi's face in passing. Obviously, even Chang Daoi, the head of the Divine Martial Academy, wasn't very clear about this matter. Change your name? White Knight could easily guess the reason for this. He had also heard about Su Yunling's situation, and there were often gossip that she had basically no hope of stepping into the realm of the emperor level. I think it must have been caused by the clan baptism of the Han family. For a moment, it was as if he had figured out a lot of things, like why this person treats Koyuki practically as if she were his own. Like why do you know so much about what's going on with Koyuki right now? And when Su Yunling herself revealed her true identity, there was no longer any reason to hide it, telling the details of what happened between himself and the Cold family. Ryoko, that's about the situation. After saying that, his eyes looked in the direction of Chung Doi and Long Shui. The reason she said so much was that she wanted Dean to do what they could to see if they could find a cure for you from the cold family. You are saying that cold family, north of the Sunset Mountain Range, is just a foreign race, is it? Chang Doi frowned and asked a word he was more concerned about. Yes. Su Yunling's eyes glazed over and she affirmed without hesitation. And by the way, she also voiced the topic that White Knight was more concerned about. That's just the residents of the Cold family's foreign clans. The core inner clan isn't there. Even. Not inside this world. Chapter 134. What do you understand? Not within this world? Bai Ye's somewhat gloomy voice came through, causing Su Yunling to freeze for a moment. She looked at the dean's expression as she wanted to say something, but the dean didn't say anything in the end, and just focused her gaze on White Knight. It made her feel a little strange, as if the dean had deliberately taken White Knight's feelings into account. Then again, it doesn't seem to be. The strange feeling was quickly squashed and she responded in a hurry. Where the inner clan is, it should be a secret realm. She responded to White Knight's question, explaining it to Dean and the others in the process. The secret world. So it is. White Knight snorted coldly in his heart. No wonder the dark martial guards under his hand had searched for so long without finding a clue. If it wasn't for the many clues that indicated the existence of another Cold family compound, he almost really thought that the Cold family had been completely destroyed. It seemed that Su Yunling hadn't done nothing within such a long period of time. This kind of relatively secretive information had already been obtained by her, so she thought that she already hated the Cold family for wanting to do something about it. After all, from within its mere words, the feeling of hatred could be completely felt. According to her, it was that everyone in the Cold family had become demonized. For the sake of the so-called ancestral beast, he actually didn't care about the deaths of the Cold family members. However, since this person already knew about the existence of the Cold family's secret realm, he should definitely know how to open it. And the method of opening the secret passageway, I know. As expected, Su Yunling quickly admitted it. Sure enough, I know. White Knight's eyes opened slightly, revealing a grayish color as something called killing intent spilled out somewhat uncontrollably. He had originally planned to try to open the secret realm by violence if Tutor Su didn't know how to do so. Now then, it's up to this person to cooperate. Or maybe this person, being a former member of the Han family, still has thoughts about the Han family and can't be ruthless. But even so, the Cold family must pay the price. However, after he sensed Su Yunling's face as well as her eyes, he realized that he had overthought it. Overthinking it indeed. A thought in your mind? No kidding. Su Yunling inwardly hated to completely trample the Han family underfoot. Her heart, years ago, had died in the Cold family. Now even her disciple, whom she regarded as her own, had followed in her footsteps, further causing her to gnash her teeth at the Cold family. So, her stubborn gaze went to Dean. She could only hope now that the Dean or the one next to her, the Divine Martial Hall's Hall Master Lord, would be able to show something. The words to ask her to help open the secret passageway came out of his own mouth. She had figured out that she couldn't do it on her own. It must be done with the help of others. And, the only people who can help her are at the Dean's level. She herself didn't care, but she couldn't let Xiaoyu endure everything the Cold family had to offer anymore. Whether or not she could find a way to awaken Xiaoyu inside the secret realm of the Cold family, she wanted the Cold family to pay the price. Only, her eyes looked away for a long time. The hope in his eyes dimmed. The Dean and their faces did not change much. She probably understood something. Also, the Cold family also had the existence of an emperor-ranked ancestor. So at a time like this, how could they possibly fight for their lives with the same rank for the sake of a low-ranked student? Not to mention the fact that the Cold family had quite a few elite forces. These alone were a force not to be underestimated. The Cold family, one of the three great families, probably even the Dean and the others would have to weigh it up when dealing with them. What she didn't realize, however, was that she was completely off base in her thinking. Chang Doi and others have not been very vocal, purely because White Knight is here. After the words that were able to open the secret realm came out of her mouth, this matter was no longer something they could meddle with. He had even sensed that something was slowly changing in White Knight's aura. Frightening change. If it's possible, could we trouble Tutor Su to help open the passageway to the Cold family's secret realm? The more this time came, the more White Knight calmed down instead. White Knight? Su Yunling froze for a moment and looked over. She hadn't noticed the change in White Knight. She just didn't expect the Dean to not respond. But instead, White Knight responded. Could it be that this person wanted to travel to the secret realm of the Cold family? After she thought about Koyuki's relationship with it, she was somewhat more enlightened. White Knight's mood she could understand. If it was not for the lack of strength, She herself could not wait to step directly into the Cold family to seek justice. Just on the White Knight this strength. Inside her senses, this teenager was still only of the third rank. To be honest, a guard inside the Cold family who looked at the gate was more than this cultivation level. However, she didn't say it outright point blank, only the gleam in her eyes dimmed again. The Cold family is not that simple. Even with my strength it's only to the extent of an ordinary core clan member. She didn't answer positively, as if she was talking to herself, and as if she was speaking to White Knight. And White Knight didn't care, just quietly listening. He knew that someone like Su Yunling just needed someone to confide in. You can tell it's been suppressed for a long time. After a long time, Su Yunling finally finished, and after exhaling heavily, it was as if she had made up her mind about something. The secret realm of the Cold family. I will open it, but I'll be fine going alone. I'll just go. White Knight suddenly interrupted, his face a bit serious, and the words he said came out as if they were impossible to refute. Su Yunling froze for a moment, then frowned. White Knight, I know you have Xiaoyu's safety in mind, and I understand how you feel, but, she didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Just now, he had said so much about how powerful the Han family was, in order to make White Knight realize his gap and thus back off. White Knight's talent was also strong. If he was given enough time to continue practicing hard on top of the sword Dao, he would indeed be able to surpass her. But what's missing now is time. The Cold family was probably brewing something this time when they wanted to capture Xiaoyu and the others at the expense of flipping off the Divine Martial Academy and even the Great Qian Kingdom. I understand everything Tutor Su said, but I'll still be there. White Knight didn't refute it, instead emphasizing it. Seeing him in such a stubborn manner, Su Yunling seemed to see the figure of another person, a figure she had never dared to recall, so much so that she was dazed for a moment, but quickly came back to her senses as a wave of inexplicable anger surged through her. You understand? What do you understand? Su Yunling's voice suddenly rose, appearing somewhat agitated. The gaze crossed over White Knight's tender face, and the indignation in his heart didn't diminish in the slightest, but instead grew more and more intense. 1 for 2. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 135, Cherish this opportunity. The impassioned voice echoed inside the ward, startling Chang Daoi. It was really that the questioning came too suddenly. It was clear that 1 second Su Yunling was in a calm state, but the next second she suddenly changed as if she was a different person. He couldn't help but look at White Knight's face. Okay. He breathed a sigh of relief amongst his insides. After White Knight was yelled at like that, not much expression appeared on his face. He wanted to remind Su Yunling to pay attention to her manner of speaking, and even though he didn't know better, he couldn't help but be on edge as he listened from the sidelines. After all, the other identity of the White Knight in front of her was the Dark Hall Master, Blood Demon's son. However, when he looked at Su Yunling, his mouth opened and he didn't say anything out after all. Can't say much about it either. At this moment, Su Yunling completely lost her previous strong appearance, both palms covering her face. A crystalline teardrop slipped from between his fingers. Pop! The teardrops dripped on top of the hospital bed, making a faint sound, but it was so harsh to everyone's ears, and she reacted quickly, adjusting her state, not wanting to present herself as weak. White Knight sat quietly and didn't say anything. He really didn't care about Su Yunling's yelling just now, and he also roughly understood the reason why this Xiaoyu's teacher was so out of sorts. Maybe there was that one person who was willing to rise to the occasion for her, even for her who had once come from a Cold family, just not as lucky or as strong as he is. I'll be there. White Knight slowly stood up and emphasized again. It was like saying it to Xiaoyu, who was still unconscious, and it was also like responding to Su Yunling's questioning. The Cold family. He is definitely going to be there, regardless of whether Su Yunling would open the secret realm or not. When he finished speaking, the staff knife in his hand tapped the ground gently and slowly walked towards the outside of the ward. He knew pretty much everything he needed to know, and it was time to go back and get ready. As he passed by Michichi's location, he nodded slightly as a gesture. Then, with a creak, White Knight's figure disappeared. Inside the room, it returned to its quiet form. Su Yunling looked at the direction Bai Yi had left and was stunned. The last words that came were as firm as ever. And, confident? For some reason, she saw this thing called confidence in this teenager, and it was after she had finished talking about how difficult the Cold family was, and it still hadn't changed in the slightest. She looked at the faces of the dean and the others and realized that they didn't seem surprised by White Knight's arrogant words. It's like it's commonplace, or it's supposed to be just to be that confident. I don't know if it's because she just woke up from a coma or what. She felt that today's White Knight gave her a different feeling, and the voice that had violently exploded inside his head earlier. What the hell is White Knight? Inside his head, he didn't realize the silence that had fallen. Yunling, Chang Doi shouted with a frown. As the most elite tutor of the Divine Martial Academy, his relationship with Su Yunling was not that rusty. Dean? Su Yunling reacted from his thoughts and saw the dean looking like he wanted to speak. If you can, go open the secret realm of the Cold family. Dean, you mean? Su Yunling's eyes lit up, thinking that the dean was going to walk up personally. However, the gleam in her eyes immediately darkened again. Chang Doi shook his head. He knew what Su Yunling was trying to say. It was just that he hadn't asked the question because he wanted to make the trip himself. Rather, it came from White Knight's authorization. Before leaving, White Knight nodded with him, and he probably understood what it meant. Being able to open the secret realm through Su Yunling should be the fastest way to travel to the place where the Cold Clan was truly located. Therefore, if possible, White Knight still wished to take this path. It doesn't even matter if it exposes his true identity. Chang Doi deliberated inside his head for a moment before slowly speaking. For this trip, it's fine for Taoist White to go. I'd be adding to the mess if I went instead. You have to cherish this one chance. Toward the end, his tone became somewhat meaningful. Indeed, this is an opportunity to be cherished. If Su Yunling had the desire to take revenge on the Cold family, White Knight was probably the most secure guarantee. He didn't say it too bluntly, just the information that needed to be mentioned. Fellow Taoist White. Instead, it will add to the chaos. Cherish the opportunity. 3 simple words exploded inside her head like a thunderbolt, and she couldn't help but stare. The color of the gods inside her pupils kept changing, and the amount of information was a bit too much, so much so that it made her open her mouth for a long time. At this time, White Knight had already returned to the Dark Martial Hall. He didn't bother with the Divine Martial Academy side anymore. Everything was just left to Chang Doi to manage. Whether it was Xiaoyu's convalescence during this period of time, or Su Yunling's side of the situation, he didn't care if his identity would be exposed or not. Under this situation where Xiaoyu was in a coma, what could he do even if he hid it well? You wouldn't have suddenly woken up, let alone worked harder to improve herself for his sake. What he wanted now was just to enter inside the secret realm of the Cold family with the fastest speed possible and make Cold Plus pay the price while seeing if there were any other options to awaken Xiaoyu. He wouldn't pin all his hopes on the innate spirit seed inside the human emperor's relics, and regardless of whether Su Yunling's side would take the initiative to open the entrance to the secret realm, he was prepared to gather the dark martial guards and search for the spatial node of the Cold family's secret realm, then force a passage. However, while he was trying to call Luo Xiaofeng in, Luo Xiaofeng suddenly hurried to the entrance of the main hall on his own. "My lord, come in." After receiving his permission, Luo Xiaofeng hurriedly walked in to prostrate himself. "My lord, Dark Martial Guard Lin Yu seeks an audience." Lin Yu? On top of the high seat, White Knight, hidden underneath his mask, frowned, temporarily putting down the previous matter. Lin Yu's sudden appearance here at this time was indeed somewhat unexpected. This person was the one who was in the same class as him. It's kind of like he's half a friend. So, at that time, when Lin Yu wanted to join the Dark Martial Guards, he had already greeted Luo Xiaofeng. With its third-order strength, it would not have been qualified to enter the Dark Martial Guards, and now it was considered an internship status. Consider it an experience. However, it was clear that it was only the lowest level of existence of the Dark Martial Guards, so how could they suddenly want to come and seek an audience with him? The Hall Master? By all rights, it should not even be qualified to enter the Dark Martial Hall. This truth, Luo Xiaofeng also knew. Just, after all, it was someone that this Lord Temple Master had specifically explained, so he didn't dare to stop him. "Bring it in," White Knight eventually snapped. He also wanted to know what exactly Lin Yu was looking for him at this time. Chapter 136, The Ancestral Beast of the Cold Family can be found. Soon a man with a plain white mask walked in. Looking through the mask, it was the Lin Yu who had become much more mature. After Lin Yu came in, he looked at the figure on top of the high seat, blood-colored patterned robes, and a blood-red mask. This was the same temple lord he had seen at the entrance of the Divine Martial Academy back then. Even his breath was the same as that time, so deep that it was inscrutable. One could not even conjure up the figure in the center of one's mind. For a moment, his eyes were a little complicated. However, the jumbled thoughts were quickly gathered up by him. Now is not the time to think about that. "Your Highness," he cried out respectfully, then tried to half-kneel and salute like an unusual Dark Martial Guard. The strength of this Lord Hall Master was something he had seen with his own eyes, so this kneeling was something he willingly did. But the leg had only just bent down a little bit when he suddenly felt something like a wall of air below his knee force him up. "I can't bend my knees enough." This scene surprised him a bit, but it also made him more determined in his inner speculation. "No need to salute. White Knight's hoarse voice came down from above. He had no penchant for bringing his friends to their knees anymore. Lin Yu was one of the few acquaintances he had inside the Divine Martial Academy. Lin Yu counted as one, and Lin Manhwa counted as one. However, Lin Manhwa should have been captured by the people of the Cold family along with Xiaoyu in the first place. It was just that when he brought Xiaoyu back, he did not sense this person's aura. So did Lin Yu's arrival here today have something to do with her? White Knight made a simple guess and didn't say it outright, but even if that was the case, Lin Yu had no reason to find him here. Unless, thinking of this, he didn't think any further, instead sizing up Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu was much more mature and stable, and was no longer as nervous as before. There existed quite a few wound marks on his body, both large and small, obviously old wounds that had been accumulated for a long time. One could tell that he did work hard enough inside the Dark Martial Guards. Even his cultivation level had risen by 1 rank, if he remembered correctly. Within the group of Dark Martial Guards that had traveled to the Barbarians, there should have been Lin Yu's figure, inside the battlefield of the average middle 3rd order and upper 3rd order. Even if the Lin Yu at that time had already been promoted to the 4th order, it was still incredibly dangerous. After all, he had only explained to take care of just 1 or 2 things, but he hadn't said that he was going to ensure this person's well-being like a babysitter. The path was chosen by Lin Yu himself, and the risks involved should be borne by himself. Under these circumstances, even if Lin Yu died in front of him, he wouldn't frown. It's the respect he gives. Just like now, he could pretend that he didn't recognize Lin Yu, but he wouldn't let him kneel. With a cultivation level of the 3rd rank, Lin Yu was still alive from the time he joined the Dark Martial Guards until now and could go even further. He truly deserved his respect. He also understood that this person had his own insistence in his heart. Wouldn't be here if there wasn't some special reason. Inside the Great Hall, it was surprisingly quiet, and White Knight didn't speak, just quietly waiting for an answer. Many thanks to the Hall Master. Lin Yu realized that he was powerless to resist, and had no choice but to clasp his fists a bit. Just after saying that, he too fell into silence. Originally, before coming here, he had already made mental preparations. Even if this Lord Hall Master was that person, he still had to give up this face. If not, it doesn't matter if you die. Only, when he actually came here, he realized how he couldn't say it. It was because he realized that this Lord Temple Master, indeed, looked very much like and resembled a friend he knew. One of the few genuine friends he had as the son of the Lin family. Whether others thought so or not he didn't know, but at least he thought so himself. He hadn't thought about the question of whether or not an existence like being the Temple Master would look at him. Such a person wouldn't care to look down on others because of something like cultivation. His fear was that this friendship would be over after this request had spoken itself today. Insulted the friendship myself, and there's no shame in going on without a heart. Only, when he remembered the delicate figure in the hospital bed, his heart seized. He couldn't help but lower his head, as if he didn't want the others to see his face, oblivious to the fact that he was in a masked condition at the moment. The grip loosens and loosens and loosens. Finally, a long breath was exhaled inside, as if some resolution had been made. If that's the price that has to be paid, then let him bear it. It's the hesitation that makes you a villain. So, he raised his head slightly and stared straight at the figure above the high seat. Even if this action, to the other Dark Martial Guards, was already considered disrespectful. Your Highness, I have a word that I would like to ask boldly. White Knight's face underneath the mask didn't have much of an expression. Only his eyes widened slightly more serious. Say, the complexity in Lin Yu's eyes flickered, only to quickly turn into a color of determination. For the trip to the Cold family, is your Highness planning to personally strike? The sound wasn't very loud, and it disappeared after reverberating inside the Great Hall for a while. White Knight silently sat up straight, his eyes slowly closing as he tapped his fingers on top of his staff blade for a moment. Sure enough, it was pretty much as he had guessed. Lin Yu already knew his true identity. Not bad. White Knight didn't deny it. Regardless of whether Lin Yu had guessed, or knew his true identity from whatever source, there was no point in hiding it anymore. He also wanted to know what Lin Yu was trying to do by going out of his way to come to his door at this time. And after Lin Yu heard the person on top of the high seat admit it in person, he already understood it in his heart. The one he was looking at now, with the blood-red mask on top, would be White Knight. For a moment, there were many thoughts inside his head, but, in the end, it all came down to a figure inside the mind. If that's the case, I wonder if your Highness could bring me and my sister along. We will take charge of our own well-being and won't let your Highness down. Yes? White Knight responded subconsciously. Listening to Lin Yu's tone, he was a little surprised. It seemed to be more than simply wanting his help. Hearing this, he had almost understood Lin Yu's purpose for being here today. Sure enough, it was related to Lin Manhwa. Ever since being captured by the Cold family, Lin Yu's sister hadn't appeared at the Cold family's compound for some unknown reason. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One was that the person had been brought within the secret realm by the Cold family, and one was that he had been rescued by someone else. Now it seems to be the second one, but it won't disappoint him? Could it be that there was something else going on here that he didn't know about? The question, soon enough, was answered. Lin Yu's gaze gazed over without humility. If only, Dream Moon can help you find the kind of ancestral beast that the Cold clan enshrines. Chapter 137 Extreme Ice Cold Pool. You can find the Cold family's ancestral beast. White Knight's expression became serious. Is that what Lin Yu came here for? Take the siblings on the condition that they find the Cold family ancestral beast. That was a bit of a surprise to him. Originally, he thought that Lin Yu had already recognized his identity and was just trying to use it to make some demands. If that's the case, he'll give care as usual. Just, in this case, the love affair between the two ends there. I didn't expect that in the end. Lin Yu was actually trying to use this kind of transaction. Indeed, quite like his style. White Knight's mouth curled up slightly. He really hadn't been wrong about anyone. The funny siblings act so funny as always. However, Lin Manhwa had this ability to find the Cold family's ancestral beast, which was something he hadn't expected. He didn't suspect that it was Lin Yu because it was obvious that only Lin Manhwa's cold ice talent possessed this possibility. It seems that this person, Lin Manhwa, also has a strong relationship with the Cold family. Inside White Knight's mind, he thought a lot in an instant. Thousands of thoughts coalesce into a single point. Just know that you can find the Cold family ancestral beast. Not to say that he couldn't refuse for this reason. Not to mention for the sake of past love. He also didn't doubt the authenticity of what Lin Yu had said about this matter. This was a point of trust he still had. And even if it was fake, it would just take him a little longer. Yes, I'll let you know when it's time. White Knight promised to come down. As the voice fell, a stone landed heavily on Lin Yu. After briefly thanking him, he slowly exited the Great Hall. After relaxing, I felt my face burn a little. After all, it seemed that he had just questioned the Lord of the Hall in a very arrogant tone, even if this person's true identity was White Knight. Fortunately, White Knight didn't poke him on the spot, showing that he was doing the right thing with this approach. It was indeed true that Dream Moon could find out about the Cold family's ancestral beast, although he knew that if he really asked for something, White Knight would most likely fulfill him as well. But he wouldn't have the face to face White Knight again from now on. Even now, he shook his head, forcing himself not to think about that. As long as he could accomplish this matter of his heart, there would be no harm even if he died in the Han family. Footsteps quickened a bit as he pushed open the door to the Great Hall and stepped out. As he stepped 1 foot out of the doorway, a familiar voice came to his ears. Brother Lin, don't tell others about this matter. Lin Yu's footsteps paused and he didn't turn around. He just gently shook his palms before stepping out of the door with 1 foot. Thanks, he murmured in his mind, and then left the place without looking back. Inside the main hall, Bai Yi looked at Lin Yu's departing back and remained speechless for a long time. Ryoko, outside the door Luo Xiaofang walked in. My lord, Dean Chang asked his subordinates to send word that that matter is ready to begin. As for that matter, Dean Chang said you would understand. Got it. White Knight snapped back from his contemplation. After looking at Luo Xiaofang's retreating figure, his eyes opened slightly, revealing a gray color with a flash of blood-red light inside. I didn't realize it would be so soon. It seemed that the identity should have been exposed, or else Su Yunling wouldn't have agreed so readily. But, no matter, as long as he can use the easiest and fastest way to achieve his goal. In that case, he lifted his staff knife, which was leaning on the ground, and then slowly stood up. North of the Sunset Mountain Range, near the direction of the imperial capital. At this time, White Knight had already arrived. He used the identity of the Dark Martial Hall Master Blood Demon Sun, wearing a blood-colored patterned robe as well as a blood sob mask. Along with them were Su Yunling and Chang Daoi, as well as the two siblings Lin Yu. The location they were currently in was the same foreign tribe compound where the Cold family had once existed. This was because according to Su Yunling, the place where the foreign race was located was actually the node that connected to the secret realm of the Cold family. Only, it's in ruins now. Su Yunling stayed this looking at the cold home of the past, and could not calm down for a long time. Even before coming here, she had already learned from the dean that the so-called foreign clan of the Cold family had been destroyed. However, she was still shocked when she saw the scene after the destruction with her own eyes. This was the strength of the Emperor level. This was the strength of that Dark Hall Master. Inside his head, he couldn't help but feel something. Here, at a glance, There's nothing. There was only a huge deep pit that was too big to see at first glance. The memories of the old Cold family's wonderland-like grounds here were gone. The edge of the deep pit, as if it had been melted by high temperature, became smooth and neat. Did that teenager really do this? Her gaze couldn't help but look in White Knight's direction frequently, although the dean had spoken to her about White Knight's other identity. But now looking at this scene of a cold home and the temperament of this person's dress, for some reason, she was actually a little disbelieving. She couldn't help but think back to the stubborn teenager who was at the academy entrance martial arts exam. It's been a long time, and it's like a lifetime, especially the things he once said without knowing this layer of this person's identity. She couldn't help the sudden blush in her cheeks. Mentor Su. Why? Is there a problem? Su Yunling looked at him frequently, causing Bai Yi to ask. No. Su Yunling hurriedly hid the abnormality on her face. The node then, is about in the middle of this deep pit. After briefly sensing it, Su Yunling spoke with certainty, so the group was led by her to the center of the deep pit. I skimmed over White Knight as well as Chang Daoi's body, and both nodded slightly. After receiving a sign, Su Yunling no longer hesitated, and with a pinch of her right hand out of thin air, a small knife condensed out of cold ice immediately appeared. Afterwards, he extended his left hand and placed the ice-cold knife in the middle of his palm, holding it tightly. Swish! She jerked the knife out and slashed it through her palm. No expression of pain appeared on her face. After all, compared to the pain brought to her by the Cold family, this pain was less than a millionth of what it was before. After dispersing the chilly knife, she raised her already cut left hand high in the air and gripped it tightly for a moment. Blood began to drip down the palm of his hand and grew more and more, finally flowing like water. She didn't care about that except that her face was starting to look a little pale, as if it wasn't her blood that was flowing out. However, the blood that flowed out did not drip directly onto the ground. Instead, they levitate in the air. As more and more blood was spilled, an unknown formation appeared out of nowhere in front of his body, round, as if cast in cold ice. After the blood encountered this formation, it directly seeped in and began to slowly emit a red glow. This went on for quite a while, until Su Yunling was a little unsteady on her feet. A layer of ice crystals instantly condensed on top of his palm, sealing the wound. The other palm with both fingers together pointed at the formation diagram that had already taken shape, and the inside of his mouth recited the words. When the last syllable fell, a brilliant light snapped in her eyes while she bellowed. Extreme Ice Cold Pool. Open. Chapter 138 or you won't have a chance. Extreme Ice Cold Pool. It was the name of this secret realm of the Cold family. Snap. As a crisp voice came out, White Knight's feet stepped out from inside a silver vortex. In front of him were the figures of Su Yunling and the others. Where is? Here? Soon there were exclamations of surprise from the others within earshot. White Knight raised his head slightly and frowned as he sensed his surroundings. Here, it was a blinding white. The place where his feet stood was a ground made up of a sheet of ice crystals. The white ice crystals reflect the crowd, as well as countless, densely packed runes. Fellow Taoist White. Chang Doi frowned and looked in the direction of White Knight's side. White Knight nodded, indicating that he had already discovered the abnormality of this place. This place, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like an ordinary place. Judging from the energy fluctuations that appeared around them, there should be a spell formation that enveloped this deep pit, and where they were was inside this huge deep pit. The deep pit was cylindrical in shape, and the walls around it were similarly covered with ice crystals on top. Of course, the ice crystals were likewise littered with unknown runes inside. It all bodes well for. The Cold family already knew that they would come inside this secret realm. White Knight slightly inclined his head, sensing the aura hidden above the deep pit, and became more certain in his heart. The reason they were in this place that looked like a trap was purely because the Cold family had moved. Come out! White Knight shouted faintly, causing the others to follow the direction he was looking in. Even Chang Doi was a bit surprised, because he also didn't realize that there were actually other people hidden around the deep pit. Snap! Pop! Pop! With a rhythmic clap, a group of people stepped out from the edge of the deep pit. Nice! An eagle-browed old man who had come out stopped his hands and looked down coldly. Worthy of being the legendary blood demon's son, his strength is truly not to be underestimated. As the words fell, a peak imperial-level aura directly pressed down. At this point, no matter how stupid the others were, they should know that they had indeed fallen for the Cold family's trick. Underneath this powerful aura, Lin Yu's face looked a little pale. He hurriedly assisted Lin Manhwa, who was already weak beside him, while his astonished gaze constantly looked over to Su Yunling's side. After all, the secret realm was opened via this teacher of his sister. It was only logical that she couldn't have caused it, and the situation was indeed pretty much what he thought it would be. What came into view was the same face with a look of disbelief. Because, even Su Yunling herself didn't know why she had appeared in this place. She looked at her surroundings with a frown on her face. It shouldn't. Theoretically, it should just show up in a random spot on top of the ice field outside, instead of here, like inside a cave. Here, it's obvious that it's a trap laid out in advance. And, the eagle-browed old man above the deep pit. You're the Cold family's supreme elder. Cold Sky. She couldn't help but lose her voice and come out, while her eyes were looking in the direction of the dean as well as that temple lord. However, she noticed that neither of them had much of an expression on their faces, just a bland look at the figures above them. Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, these two didn't even suspect that it would be a matter of her deliberately luring people here, and White Knight really didn't suspect a thing. Or rather, even if he knew it was a trap, he would step in without hesitation. The purpose of his coming here was originally to truly overthrow the Cold family. The presence or absence of traps does not affect the final result. You're the one who invaded Divine Martial Academy before, right? White Knight sensed the eagle-browed old man's aura and probably guessed it. That's right. The eagle-browed old man revealed a smile. Even if he was recognized for his identity, he wasn't panicked in the slightest. He hadn't been trying to hide it. I skimmed over the top of this figure with the blood-red mask to look at the others. No wonder your excellency came here so quickly. So, there is another traitor of our Cold family. He looked at the place where Su Yunling was and had obviously recognized it. Traitor? Isn't the Cold family afraid of laughing their asses off when they say that? Su Yunling retorted with a cold snort. However, the eagle-browed old man had no intention of responding at all, and his eyes didn't even want to stay on her for more than a few seconds. Su Yunling felt like she was being ignored. A wave of anger surged to her heart, and she was about to be attacked when Chang Daoi pulled her back. Calm down some. Chang Daoi's cool voice entered her ears, instantly sobering it up a bit. She looked at Dean and realized what was going on. Following Dean's gaze, she looked at the masked figure next to her. The appearance of a teenager flashed inside his mind, and finally overlapped with the figure in front of him. She gets it. What the dean meant was for her to leave it all to White Knight. If it's him, it must be okay. She gritted her teeth darkly, barely holding herself back. Even if the Cold family's supreme elder was SOSO, in front of that person, it was still not worth mentioning. She had also heard of the deeds of this dark hall master, Blood Demon's son. And after the eagle-browed old man's gaze moved away from Su Yunling, it moved to the young girl beside Lin Yu. His eyebrows raised. Turns out there's more than one. There is another. Sinful son of the Cold family. What did you say? Hearing these words, Lin Manhwa hadn't reacted much. Lin Yu directly exploded. However, before the words in his mouth could be fully cursed, a sudden burst of pressure hit him, bending him to the ground. That's the difference in strength. Just his aura alone suppressed him to the point of being unable to resist. A feeling of shame and indignation welled up in his heart, and at the same time, he hated that he was far from being strong enough. And just at this moment, a sudden feeling of a fresh breeze swept across his face, and the heavy pressure on his body instantly disappeared without a trace. White. He looked over to White Knight's side and subconsciously was about to shout out, but he held back after thinking of his previous admonition. White Knight's gaze didn't look at Lin Yu, but rather at the eagle-browed old man. Don't play these boring tricks. Feel free to use whatever means you have. Otherwise, won't have a chance. Yes? Cold Heaven collected his smile and fell silent, not knowing what he was pondering. It does get a little boring, now that you mention it. Then just go to hell, said slightly lowered his head, his eyes flashing red. Then, slowly, he raised his palm. Wait. Suddenly, just as the eagle-browed old man was about to do something, a man in black robes came forward behind him. Taishan Elder. That wasn't the original plan. The sudden words caused White Knight and the others to freeze for a moment. However, the next action even made Su Yunling and the rest of them dumbfounded. Put. With a sound of leather cutting, the eagle-browed old man held a dagger made of cold ice in his hand and plunged it straight into the black-robed man who had just spoken. Chapter 139, So Go to Hell. It's imploding? Lin Yu stared blankly at the commotion above him, a tumbling inside his heart. Aren't these all from the Cold family? How can you kill your own people first when the enemy is at hand? What kind of operation is this? Even Su Yunling couldn't understand this operation. She did know that the Cold family's Taishan Elder had a ferocious temperament himself, but it wasn't so bad that he would go out and kill someone at the drop of a hat, right? It's not even a word. It feels like that was the intention from the beginning, because at this moment, the eagle-browed old man's face was calm. His hand holding the ice blade still remained in front of that black-robed man's body, but his gaze did not stay there. His eyes stared straight down at them with a grimace. Put. The old man pulled the ice blade out of the body of the black-robed man next to him, then with a squeeze of his palm, the ice blade turned into bits of starlight and disappeared. The black-robed man's figure shook twice before plummeting down inside the deep pit. The hood that was originally covering the top of his head detached directly because of the fall, revealing a greenish-purple middle-aged man's face. Puff! The body smashed down from the air and landed in front of White Knight and the others. White Knight briefly sensed it and didn't say anything. Chang Dawi didn't say anything either, because at their realm they could already sense something. This cold family's supreme elder is a little bit not quite right. As for Su Yunling, they looked at the imperial-level powerhouses on their side who didn't speak, and they didn't dare to make a sound to disturb them. Above the deep pit, Cold Heaven looked at the scene below, not saying a word, and there was no expression on his face. It was as if he didn't mind at all that White Knight and the others noticed his difference. The eyes didn't move, just a gentle wave of the palm. The rest of the black-robed men came up from behind one after another. After coming up, he completely ignored the eagle-browed old man at the very front and walked to the sides on his own. Then, surround the entire deep pit in a circle. Brother White? Cheng Daoi's voice accurately reached White Knight's ears, appearing somewhat worried. White Knight also knew what Cheng Daoi was worried about. It was nothing more than asking if he wanted to make a move to stop it. However, he reached out his palm to stop Cheng Daoi. Stopping these people would be easy indeed, but he still needed to confirm something. And this is something that will most likely only reveal something after these people from the Cold family have made their move. So, he didn't stop it. He just watched quietly. The eagle-browed old man above him didn't make any moves either, just watching with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't mind at all that White Knight and the others had made a move to stop them. The other black-robed men didn't stop moving, like manipulated puppets. After surrounding the deep pit, all the black-robed men pulled out a special red dagger and plunged it directly into their chests without thinking. Put, put. The sound of something like a sharp instrument plunging into flesh kept ringing out for a while before it stopped. What are these people? Su Yunling furrowed her brows as she looked at these strange people. She had been in the Cold family for so long before, but she never knew that there were such dead soldiers. Besides, the current situation looked a little weird, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, after seeing that none of the deans had any panicked faces, they lightened up with it. In a moment of slight relief, suddenly, a burst of bloodlight rushed up from the black-robed man's body. This sudden scene caused even White Knight to slightly open some of his eyes, not only because of the suddenness of this movement, but also because there was something familiar about this scene to him. So, what he was trying to verify has probably come to fruition. The Oracle. I didn't realize it was it again. Inside the bloodlight, there was still the familiar aura of the Oracle's blood sacrifice. Everything that happened before was indeed arranged by the Oracle Church. LOL. White Knight's grip rose with a crunch of bones. It's been more than once, this feeling of being set up. He had felt strange before. This appearance of the Cold family's supreme elder wasn't quite right. Now he was certain that the man was merely mind-controlled, including the fact that after they entered the Cold family's secret realm, instead of appearing inside the ice field, they were here. It was all arranged by the Oracle Church. Just want to pit them here? No. No way. The Oracle should be very clear about his strength. With this means it would not be able to kill him. It was impossible to not think of this layer. There must be some kind of plan behind it. However, before he had time to think about what would follow, something else suddenly came to his mind. Because, according to this, wasn't Xiaoyu's coma in the Oracle's plan as well? Thinking of this, a red light flared up inside White Knight's slightly opened eyes. So it is. He probably understood somewhat. Why did the Cold family happen to come to the Divine Martial Academy in their absence? Obviously the message didn't leak to anyone. If the Cold family is just a pawn, then the Oracle is the manipulator behind the scenes. In his heart, a wave of anger suddenly surged up. The Oracle. He said it wouldn't be so easy next time, right? And the hands-on chill family. In that case, then all go to hell. Ka! The long knife in his hand was pushed out a finger's worth of slits by a thumb. At the same time, a massive gravity suddenly fell from the sky. No good. You guys watch out. Cheng Daoi's heart snapped and with a wave of his hand, a white wall of wind formed wrapping them tightly inside. Immediately afterward, gravity descended steeply. The wind wall are pressed to some deformation up. See this Cheng Daoi bite through the tip of the tongue blood, a mouthful of spray up to be considered stabilized. White Knight, a voice of disbelief came out of his mouth, because he didn't understand what had happened to White Knight. At this moment, White Knight was just like when he had faced the barbarians before, exuding a shocking aura of blood and killing intent all over his body. His eyes glanced at Su Yunling and the others beside him, who had already gone limp with pale faces. If he hadn't shielded it in time, he probably would have been directly injured. And the point in time when White Knight appeared different was when the rushing blood chi above the deep pit appeared. Judging from the aura from above, It was obvious that the existence of the oracle was also in mind. So it is. He had probably figured out the reason for White Knight's sudden loss of composure. Everything that he had experienced before, including the coma of Cold Moon's classmates, was presumably related to the Oracle Church. It was no wonder White Knight looked so murderous. Although the Cold family was the most direct culprit, it was ultimately because of the Oracle Church. At this point, due to gravity, cracks began to appear in the walls around the deep pit above. Kala, as a crisp sound rang out, the surrounding walls directly collapsed down. Those black-robed men who had cut themselves off were also unsteady on their feet and fell down after them. The only one that was an accident, the supreme elder of the Cold family, Cold Days, Humph. As Cold Heaven floated in the air, he looked at the fuming blood demon sun below and sneered coldly. Just before he could say anything, the smile quickly froze on his face and his pupils narrowed violently. Behind him, a wind pressure swept past the back of his head, raising a chill. It was then that a figure appeared inside the perception. A figure with a blood-colored mask, with an aura that looked like black and red tentacles leaking out. He tried to turn around to respond, yet it was too late. Boom! The eagle-browed old man radiated straight down from the air, blowing out a large crater in the sturdy ice crystals. At the same time, the pressure on the others instantly relaxed, and they couldn't help but look at the place where the old man had smashed down. The scattered fragments of ice crystals dispersed, and White Knight's figure was revealed. 1 foot on top of the eagle-browed old man's head, the palms of his feet were covered with a layer of black and red hegemony, and he exerted a slight force. Wait! Suddenly, an abrupt voice came from the side. However, it was clear that the voice didn't stop White Knight. Splat! The eagle-browed old man's head was like a watermelon as it exploded directly under White Knight's feet. What did you say? A cold voice came out. At the same time, White Knight slightly raised his head, his eyes opened a slit, and his grayish-white eyes looked over without any emotion. Chapter 140, Family Matters? Gulp. Su Yunling couldn't help but gulp as she met a pair of cold eyes. The words she had just said were hers, but now she regretted them. There was absolutely no way for her to overlap the teenage-looking person with this figure at this moment. Even though there was no imperial-level pressure on her body, and there was no blood aura or killing intent that had rushed to the sky just now, she just couldn't help but get weak in the legs for some reason. Fellow Taoist White. Chang Daoi stepped forward and covered Su Yunling's figure. He was afraid that White Knight would do something irrational in this situation, because the White Knight at this moment, even he was getting a little hairy. However, White Knight didn't make any more moves other than the words he asked at the beginning. Sorry, White Knight apologized, and with Chang Daoi's reminder, he had returned to normal, also realized that he had just lost his temper. I would say that if we leave Colden alive, we might be able to ask something. Behind Chang Daoi, a weak voice came from Su Yunling. She pushed up her own glasses and lightened up. That was what she thought just now, and it wasn't meant to be a plea for mercy for this elder of the Cold family. After all, they had been ambushed as soon as they arrived here, and it was obvious that they had prepared for it. It's only fair that Colden should know something about it. White Knight didn't reply, only faintly shaking his head. The eagle-browed old man had obviously been controlled and basically couldn't ask anything. As opposed to asking for information from this person, he tends to. This. White Knight's face stared as he sensed a black smoke rising from the dead eagle-browed old man that was slowly dissipating. But that's what he was waiting for, so how could he let it go? Stretching out his palm, he clasped it in the void. A powerful pressure wrapped the wisp of black smoke in a ball, and the originally faded figure gradually solidified. This thing, it should be a strand of soul silk from whichever person from the Oracle Church. If it were an ordinary person, at most, they could only destroy it and let the soul silk's body suffer some damage. He's different, though. It was just as well that there was something to try with the color of perception after the increase of the blood cry mask. Retracting the palm of his hand, he extended 2 fingers and slowly placed them against the center of his brow. A gentle tug. A small bead with a silvery glow appeared above his finger. Flicking the small bead, it met with the strand of soul silk that was fixed in the air, and the two quickly mingled. Finally, the small bead completely merged inside this strand of soul silk and disappeared. The beads were something he named rosary beads. It was composed entirely of the power of his mind, the wonders of which he had yet to thoroughly fathom. To be sure, it is possible to perceive the rosary beads attached to a person. So, he wanted to try and see if he could get through this thing, locate the location of the oracle. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and loosened the pressure that trapped the soul silk, letting it fade away naturally. This wisp of soul didn't just dissipate, it was supposed to go back to the main body, and the rosary beads fused inside this strand of soul silk should go there with it. Watching the soul silk disappear, he quietly sensed for a moment. Sure enough, the nebulous connection is still there. and the situation is viable. Only, he wasn't able to sense the exact situation because he hadn't activated the rosary beads. Not for a while yet. If you activate the rosary, you will definitely be discovered by the Oracle Church. That's fine. A rosary in its unactivated state is basically impossible to detect. This is one of the great advantages of the rosary. All that was left was to wait for him to finish settling the matter of the Cold family. The Cold family, too, was one of the culprits. Go, White Knight said indifferently, then gently rested his palm on top of the hilt of the blade. Drawl, close the knife. Put, put. With the sound of the inside of the cave being cut open, a ray of natural light shines in from outside. At this moment, the main hall of the Cold family, master of the house. Suddenly, a king-ranked clansman of the Han clan appeared within the hall in a hurry. As soon as this person landed, he directly kneeled down on one knee and spoke. The plan of the Supreme Elder has failed. Failed? Above the main seat, a middle-aged man frowned and couldn't help but speak. Next to them, there were 2 rows of the clan's core executives seated, and they similarly revealed looks of surprise as they discussed. The discussion resulted in nothing more than one. Taishan Elder, how can it fail? Didn't you say that only Chang Dawi came in with a team? Under the leadership of a peak Imperial-level Taishan Elder, who had also laid down a spell formation that was strong enough to threaten those under the strength. Even if more people came, it wouldn't be of any help, would it? It turned out to be a surprise that it failed. And so quickly. Do we know the specifics? I don't know. After receiving the answer, everyone fell silent. There was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right with the situation, but I couldn't think of anything, until another voice came through the door. Cold family head, and all the clan elders. Farewell. Who is it? The people of the Cold family who were sitting there were startled for a moment. It was amazing that someone was able to get out from under the noses of so many people and didn't realize that someone had come here until the sound had come. Outside the door, Su Yunling's figure walked in. Behind them, White Knight and the others followed closely behind. Who are you? After seeing Su Yunling, the clan elders of the Han clan were first puzzled for a moment before suddenly remembering something. No, aren't you the granddaughter of the old third family? Shut up, Su Yunling chided as she came straight to the middle of the hall. You are not worthy to speak that name. You, the clan elder who spoke was choked and was speechless. Above the main seat, the head of the Cold family, Cold Yuan, looked down with cold eyes and did not speak. He wasn't as excited as the clan elders, though even he hadn't sensed anyone arriving. But it was the lack of sensing that made it all the more important for him to come down with caution. Combined with the new appearance of this Cold family traitor's so arrogant appearance, he took a careful end-to-end measure. Indeed, it was not true that he was at the king level of strength. With this kind of strength, facing him at the late imperial level as well as the many clan elders, and still being able to speak in such an arrogant tone, one would think that there must be some kind of dependence. Gaze shifted to the back, eyes narrowing. Chang Dawi, so it's you. Of course it's me. Chang Dawi was not willing to show weakness and stepped forward a bit. There was no reason for him at the peak of his emperor-level strength to be afraid of the Cold family head who was only at the late stage of the emperor level. When you dared to come to my divine martial academy to take someone, you should have thought of today. Indeed thought of it. Facing the stronger Chang Dawi, Han Yuan did not lose out above his aura. It's just that. This is my Han family's family matter. Do you divine martial academy really want to get involved in it? Ha! After hearing this plan, Chang Dawi let out a cold laugh and did not get angry. Family matters? If this explanation of yours can convince, fellow Daoist White. Chapter 141, I don't owe you the Han family. Chang Dawi's words fell and he gave way, revealing White Knight behind him. Who are you? Han Yuan saw White Knight's figure clearly at this time and frowned. The blood-colored patterned robe was quite familiar to him, but that red mask, don't seem to remember much. According to Chang Dawi's tone, it seemed that this person's strength should not be bad, but didn't they say only Chang Dawi came in? Who is this person? Why wasn't it mentioned inside the message he received? He felt that things did seem to be going a bit wrong. Keeping his eyes fixed on the masked figure, Han Yuan's face grew more and more grave. However, White Knight didn't answer his question. White Knight sensed the faces of the Cold family head and these clan elders, and his face was thoughtful for a moment. These people seemed a bit surprised by his appearance. It was as if he didn't know him either, or didn't recognize the blood demon's son as a layer of identity. Has it been too long in hiding? Inside his head, a guess flashed. It was said that the Cold family had always seldom walked the world, and the Cold family, which possessed an independent secret realm, really didn't need resources from the outside world. That's why these people are gradually losing their understanding of the outside world. Moreover, within this group of people, aside from the late royal level Cold family head, there were actually a few early royal level clan elders. This situation was completely different from one of the other three great families, the Tang and Lin families. As far as he knew, these two families only had one emperor-level ancestor. It seemed that the Cold family should not have participated in that great battle a long time ago. That's why so many imperial-level warriors were retained. Ha! The face beneath White Knight's mask sneered. The Cold family looks glamorous on the outside, but in reality, they are nothing more than a bunch of boozehounds. Bunch of idiots. Originally, he was thinking that these people were colluding with the Oracle Church and wanted to turn against him. I didn't realize that the people of the Cold family actually didn't even know the specifics of the situation yet. Just a pawn, not even qualified to collude. It wasn't even as good as the Shadow Scythe organization in the first place. Not speaking? A pretender. Even if you are a helper invited by Chang Daoi, it's not as if our Han family doesn't have a peak imperial level existence. Within this period of silence from White Knight, trivial words came to his ears. It was like flies buzzing in his ears. Sure is a rotten bunch. Even the Han family's so-called Supreme Elder had been manipulated and was now dead was still in the dark. Forget it. White Knight secretly shook his head inside. He couldn't bring himself to interact with the group at all. There was absolutely no point in communicating with stupid people. And the revenge for Koyuki's coma could just be repaid with the blood and flesh of these people. Thinking that, his eyes opened slightly, and his grayish pupils began to leak out a dense killing intent. What do you want? Homeowner. At this moment, Chang Daoi and the others had already retreated from inside the main hall, because White Knights is at it again. Dean, is this really okay? Su Yunling asked with some concern. It's okay. Chang Daoi faintly replied back. He understood what Su Yunling meant. What they were worried about wasn't the question of whether or not something would happen to White Knight, but whether or not White Knight would lose control, because White Knight was indeed a bit scary in this appearance. Outside the hall, they looked around with complicated faces. It's all in ruins. There were also countless broken limbs and pieces of flesh. The place had been cleaned up before they went in. It was just that the Cold family had and the others had their senses shielded, so they didn't know anything yet. At that time, they knew how the Cold family would end up. Su Yunling pushed up her glasses and slightly lowered her head to hide the strangeness on her face. She didn't have an ounce of pity for the deaths of these Cold family members. Just some mixed emotions. There were originally many reasons for hatred in the heart, but now the situation is also completely without this mind. Perhaps there is only one last obsession left in the mind. Behind them, there was a violent movement, but it was as if it was deliberately controlled, stopping just inside the hall. It didn't take long for the movement behind them to stop. Crunch! The originally closed door was pushed open, and White Knight walked out of it, carrying a person in his hand. Puff! A figure was casually thrown to the ground by him. It was clearly the head of the Cold family just now, Cold Yuan. At this moment, Han Yuan completely lost the calm color he had just had, and lay on the ground in a sorry state, unable to move. The limbs had been broken, and even the cultivation had been broken up. Ahem! Inside his mouth, a few mouthfuls of blood were coughed out, a look of not coming up for air. Still, there's a breath of fresh air, because at the request of Yunling and the others, this person was left alive for the time being. How, exactly, did my Han family provoke your excellency? Actually, on the ground, Chilfar asked out breathlessly. By now, he should be well aware of his situation. I thought that it was just a helper that Chang Daoi had found, but I didn't expect that it actually had this kind of strength. He now probably knew that something had probably happened to their Cold family's supreme elder. I'm sure it won't end much better than he did. He knew he was hopeless, and the fact that he could speak now was nothing more than the man in the mask keeping him alive. Just, before he dies, he wants to know, where exactly did the Han family provoke this monster? However, White Knight clearly didn't want to answer such a question. Go on. After speaking indifferently, the gazes of the others focused on Lin Yu's side. Lin Manhwa's body. Yu. Lin Yu softly shouted, looking at the figure that broke free from his hands. This young girl with a pale face and weak body slowly came forward at this time. White Knight just watched quietly without saying anything. He didn't know if Lin Manhwa already knew his true identity, although Lin Yu kept his promise not to say it, but through this series of events he should have guessed it as well. However, he felt that this stubborn young girl wouldn't show much expression even if she knew, right? And at this moment, Lin Manhwa's face was really expressionless, just gritting her teeth as she approached the Cold family head lying on the ground step by step. Chilfar also noticed the difference around him and turned his head laboriously to see the visitor. I'm that sinful seed you all talk about, Lin Manhwa said lightly, as if she wasn't talking about herself. So it's you. Ha. Lin Manhwa ignored Han Yuan's ridicule and spoke to herself. I just want to ask one thing. You ask. The person's about to die. Cold Far instead look away a lot, just smiled after and did not make things difficult. How's that woman doing? You're talking about Cold Sure, aren't you? Your real mother. Lin Manhwa didn't say anything, apparently acquiescing down and waiting for an answer. It's already late. After saying that, Chill Far stopped talking. Lin Manhwa bit her lip, probably already understanding something. Ryoko, like he had only just broken free from inside the memories, his face returned to its usual appearance. His right hand gently pressed on top of his left hand, and after a fluctuation of spiritual energy, his left hand was directly frozen into ice. Splat! A look of pain flashed across her face as her right hand wrenched her frozen left hand right off. Then a handful of them were thrown on the ground in front of Chill Far. From now on, we don't owe you the Cold family. Chapter 142, This Knife. Lin Yu stretched out his palm, wanting to say something, but seeing this expression on his own old sister's face, he eventually swallowed back the following words. Some things are hard to take further if you don't let them out. Like heart knots. This knot had been stuck in his sister's heart for many years. Otherwise, with her talent, she would probably have already been at the 4th rank. At this moment, a layer of frost had condensed on Lin Manhwa's broken arm, freezing the wound and preventing blood from flowing out. It was just that she, already weaker, shook twice. Lin Yu hurriedly went over to support him before he avoided falling straight to the ground. On the ground, Chanyuan stared blankly at the broken arm on the ground, showing a self-deprecating smile. He probably knew what caused the destruction of the Cold family and his fate. Ancestral teachings from ancient times have always told them, everything they have in the Cold family is brought to them by the ancestral beasts that are enshrined. So, offerings to him, faith in him, whatever it takes, awaken him. This was something they had always followed, and every year, they would select a group of geniuses from their clan to extract the power of talent. In order to do so, it was to awaken the Lord ancestral beast of the Cold family from its slumber. Everything that has been brought about because of the ancestral beast will eventually be destroyed because of it. The cost of the Cold family's continued longevity. About this time retribution came out. As he looked at the wreckage of the rest of the Cold family, the poignant color inside his heart just overpowered his fear. I already know how it's going to end. Let's get started. He looked at Su Yunling next to him and suddenly spoke. The man had left him alive until now, so it should be more than that. To say who inside the scene would prefer to cut off his head with their own hands, it was undoubtedly the woman with the glasses in front of her, the traitor of the Cold family, as they called her. After all, the one who personally cut down this woman's brother, father, mother, at that time, that's him. So White Knight didn't interfere. After all, this was a condition that had been agreed upon from the start. Stab! A blade composed of ice crystals appeared in Su Yunling's hand, then slowly walked forward. What the Cold family has insisted on for so many years, have you ever thought about today? Standing in front of Chanyuan with her ice blade in hand, her face was surprisingly calm instead. After uttering these words, she looked at the wretched Cold family head and was slow to receive a response. There was only a hint of derision hanging on this man's lips. Then, it's over. With that, he raised the ice blade in his hand and slashed down, aiming at the exact spot where Cold Yuan's neck was. The long knife slowly fell, and Han Yuan could not move, or was already too lazy to move. Just let the ice blade make contact with his head. But, a crunching sound came from above the ice blade. Su Yunling froze for a moment, looking at the ice blade in her hand that was only half cut, the calmness on her face fluctuating, because of the ice blade in her hand. Broken! Cold Yuan slowly opened his closed eyes, looked at the half of the ice blade that fell on the ground, and laughed lightly twice. Almost forgot. A body after being tempered at the royal level, no matter how fragile it is, it's not something your strength at the king level can break through. After hearing those words, Su Yunling's face sank, even if at this moment, the Cold family head, Cold Yuan, was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The gap in strength was ultimately very difficult to cross. She was only at the peak of the king rank, and the strength of this person on the ground was late imperial level. The gap, it is indeed too big. Han Yuan couldn't help but scoff twice. This time it wasn't self-deprecation, but rather mocking Su Yunling who had made a fruitless move. Obviously, the enemy was right in front of him and was already defenseless, but he still failed to kill him. It seems, you have little hope of taking revenge yourself. I would have been ready for that, although it's a bit humiliating to die at the hands of a weakling of the king's rank. It's mentally prepared. But for now, the corners of Chanyuan's mouth curled up slightly as he breathed in the last handful of air, and actually had the presence of mind to flirt. After all, it wouldn't be wrong to see such an interesting scene before dying. Originally, He preferred to die at the hands of that man. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the masked figure. However, it was blocked by an object. Stagger. A long knife plunged straight in front of him, blocking his view and solidifying the slightly curved corners of his mouth. Ha ha, cough cough. After freezing for a moment, he stared at the long blade and couldn't help but smile. It went from a light laugh to a maniacal laugh and finally, it turned into a bitter smile. It seemed that his fate could not be escaped after all. At the thought, he slowly closed his eyes, no longer wanting to struggle. Su Yunling was jolted back to her senses for a moment when she saw the long knife that was suddenly stuck in the ground, looked where the long blade existed, then looked up. The long blade in White Knight's hand had only its sheath left. Pick it up and move fast. White Knight's faint voice came through. He would not go back on his word since he had promised Su Yunling to let him personally end the Cold family head. This long knife that has been warmed by him for years. A mere emperor-level existence should be able to make Su Yunling reach her request. The voice reached Su Yunling's ears, causing her to take a look at the long blade in front of her. The top of the straight blade revealed a sharpness that looked like it was going to slice her open just by looking at it. Getting a reminder from White Knight, she slowly gripped the hilt of the blade, cold in the hand, and not very heavy. Although her grip was a little rusty, for some reason she felt as if whatever was in front of her could be cut in two. Even the hatred, deeply hidden in her heart, can be cut off. At once, a strange feeling surged through her heart. This is the saber of the Lord of the Dark Hall. Even the Divine Martial Academy's peak Imperial-grade spiritual weapon didn't feel as good as this long knife in his hand. In an instant, she had understood White Knight's intentions. Thanks. After whispering, she raised her long sword slowly, then dropped it straight down. She didn't exert any force, but the long knife directly cut through the air and fell towards the top of Han Yuan's neck. It was as if the long knives were actively tugging at her. Put! As a small sound rang out, the long blade cut down the head of this Han family head without any hindrance, and the residual momentum did not diminish, leaving a deep, bottomless chop mark on the ground. Su Yunling stared blankly at the scene with wide eyes. The thrill of revenge hadn't even hit yet before it was covered by the shock of what was in front of him. Is that actually a strike she swung? Not only did he decapitate Han Yuan, but he also left such traces on the ground. This knife, it was more powerful than she thought it would be, and that's just what she wielded. If the owner of the blade had used it himself, it's unimaginable. She subconsciously looked in the direction of White Knight's side. White Knight didn't have much expression on his face, and the others couldn't see his expression either. After all, it's nothing more than normal. Receiving the long knife from Su Yunling's hand, ignoring the complicated look in his eyes, he silently inserted it back within the sheath. Then he said to Lin Manhwa, who was still in a daze, "Begin, do what you say. Find out where the Cold family's ancestral beast is." Chapter 143, Ancestral Beast of the Cold Family. Find out where the Cold family ancestral beast is located. This was the ultimate purpose for him to come inside this secret realm of the Cold family. After all, there was a certain chance that the method of whether Xiaoyu could awaken or not could be found from the Cold family ancestral beast. This was also the condition Lin Yu had told him in the first place. And after hearing his words, Lin Manhwa was strong enough to break away from her oldest brother despite her weak appearance. The only remaining arm stretched out, and after the palm spread out, a snow-white lotus flower slowly appeared in the air. At this moment, White Knight was speeding through the air. The secret realm of the Cold family wasn't exactly small, and it was still some distance away from his destination. When he came inside the secret realm, he had long since fully spread out his seeing colors, trying to find the whereabouts of the so-called ancestral beasts of the Cold clan. But sadly, nothing came of it, so he knew that the Cold family's ancestral beast was most likely hidden somewhere more special. In that case, it seemed that agreeing to bring the Lin Yu siblings in had been a wise decision, or else it would have consumed a lot of time. And Lin Manhwa had indeed found the whereabouts of the ancestral beast of the Cold family, and at that moment, he was following the guidance of a flower petal condensed from the power of cold ice in his hand. On this trip, he was the only one. Chang Daoi and the others had let them leave first. After all, there was no need for them to stay when what they could do had been done and they had served their respective purposes. That, in turn, would tie him up. On top of that, along with Chang Daoi and the others, there was also his staff sword. His staff knife was left with him at Chang Daoi. Ever since he knew that the Cold family was being manipulated by the Oracle Church, he had an ominous premonition within him. Even the reason why he had come to the Cold family was most likely the result of the Oracle Church's design. Therefore, he was more worried about the safety of the Divine Martial Academy. In the event that he couldn't go out right away, temporarily placing the staff knife on Chang Daoi's body was a safeguard. The staff blade had been tampered with and given a special power by him. At critical moments, It should make the difference between victory and defeat. This was originally a means he had prepared when he traveled to the human emperor's ruins, but now it was merely advanced. So, he's in a state of bare hands, although it will make his battle power drop quite a lot, but compared to his own safety and security, he cared more about the outside world inside the Divine Martial Academy. Xiao Yu's safety. As White Knight rode in the air, a violent whistling sound came from his ears. It didn't take him long to see a mountain peak that surrounded the wind and snow all year round. There, it should be the final destination that this pedal in his hand points to. No longer hesitating, he accelerated his recluse speed. Soon, he landed inside the peak. There were 3 peaks in total, encircling in a zigzag pattern, like a giant sword. It surrounded the central pool of water. In the center of the water pool, an icicle stood there. Even the raging wind and snow couldn't shake it in the slightest. With White Knight's strength, he naturally wouldn't be affected by this bit of wind and snow. Therefore, the condition of that icicle was sensed clearly by him. No wonder I can't sense the location of the cold family ancestral beast. Now, he knew the reason why his previous senses were fruitless. Above that icicle, there was a rather faint fluctuation of laws, but even if it's faint, that's also the power of the law. It was that thing that shielded him from the power of perception. It was at such a close distance that he could barely sense the aura inside the icicle. It also convinced him to come down. This was the place he was looking for, the place where the cold family ancestral beast was located. It was because inside the icicle, there was a figure frozen right there, a condescending ice phoenix, snow-white wings, a high head, and a tuft of blonde hair sticking up above his forehead. This is the full picture of this ice phoenix. Is this the cold family's ancestral beast? Speaking in a low voice, the aura on White Knight's body began to unleash itself unreservedly, causing the frozen land around him to click. Although this ice phoenix's eyes were tightly closed, with the appearance that it was still in a deep sleep. However, how could the subtle changes in its body's aura be hidden from White Knight? This ice phoenix, already on the verge of awakening, even for those who couldn't sense what was going on inside, they would be able to get a rough idea through the surroundings. Above the mountain peak, on the ground, and inside the icicle in the very center, flooded with a familiar red light, familiar runes, and the familiar scent of the oracle. This is probably the final destination of the blood chi produced by so many deaths in the Cold family. It was only at this point that White Knight fully realized, even this ring is the design of the oracle. LOL. He slowly clenched his palms with a crunch. The oracle. It seems to have completely disregarded him. However, he wasn't too angry at this point. It was because he had already done something to that strand of soul silk when the Cold family's supreme elder died earlier. It just wasn't the right time. Hope the Oracle Church would still be so arrogant at that time. But before that, he sensed the figure inside the icicle in the center of the water pool. Affected by his aura, that ice phoenix had already made a move. Inside the icy sky, the towering peaks were reflected in the quiet pool of water. The pool of water was small, with a chill bubbling over it that would have been shocking enough for an ordinary person. But the water was not frozen. At this moment, the water pool, which was originally motionless by the wind, rippled. Ka! With a crisp sound, a crack opened up on top of the icicle. Through the slit, a white glow emanated from the inside out, and a chill that was even colder than the pool of water. Stab! The cold air leaked above the pool of water, and a layer of frost immediately condensed. Ka-ching! The sound kept coming, and the cracks on top of the icicles grew until, inside the ice pillar, the condescending ice phoenix's originally closed eyes snapped open. There was a flash of coldness. A pair of silver eyes appeared once again in this world as if they were looking down on all beings. Splat! As the ice phoenix opened its eyes, the icicles that froze it instantly exploded into countless pieces that shot out in all directions. A powerful aura, accompanied by an overwhelmingly powerful might, indiscriminately pressed toward the surroundings. Chirp! A loud and clear cry broke straight through the sky. The wind and snow in the sky slowed down as if they were affected by the voice, and swirled around the ice phoenix in the air. The sound endured and continued to travel far and wide, until it sensed an aura that was not at all weaker than its own escaping over. The voice came to an abrupt halt, and the silver eyes rolled and glanced up. A figure wearing a blood-striped robe and a blood-colored mask was seen. After the mouth was opened and closed, it actually spat out human words. People, class. The voice was cold and defiant. Chapter 144, Who are you? A cool voice came, like a pleasant female voice. Half-step Emperor Realm. White Knight was completely undaunted by the gaze of the icy cold gaze, and only sized up this ice phoenix in detail. It actually had the strength of a half-step of the Emperor Realm. That was something he hadn't expected. Ancestral beasts within the 3 great clans. He had only seen that Thunder Qilin of the Tang clan before. Now he probably knew why that Thunder Qilin only had a mid-royal level strength in the first place. It should have been during that great battle before when it was knocked down to the realm. And the Cold family obviously didn't participate in that battle, so they retained most of their strength, as well as none of the clan's ancestral beasts were damaged either. This Ice Phoenix had also been sleeping here since who knows when, in order to supposedly want to step into the Emperor realm. But, after he sensed the aura of this Ice Phoenix, he let out a cold laugh. Alone, using some unseemly means to forcibly obtain a trace of the power of the law of freezing. This is the so-called Cold family ancestral beast. Ha! A soft laugh went through like a nail. The Ice Phoenix's silver eyes got serious and slightly lowered its lofty head as it looked down. Though slumber can make its body a bit stiff, its brain doesn't follow suit. This human in a mask. I can't believe I saw where it came from at a glance. Who are you? The inquiring voice came out, just as cold, only without the initial defiance. Now, it no longer had the stiffness it felt when it just came out from inside the icicle, so it easily sensed the human in front of it inside its perception. An aura like the abyss. Half-step Emperor realm. A true half-step Emperor realm. Not a pseudo half-step Emperor realm like it, even without the need to perceive. What was reflected inside the eyes was a breath like a demon's tentacle waving recklessly. Who am I? White Knight slowly walked forward and rolled up the cuffs of his blood-colored robe bit by bit, not slowing down. He didn't answer Ice Phoenix's question and just rolled up his cuffs to himself. And, gradually approaching the past, stab, an ice cone drilled out from under the ground and poked diagonally towards White Knight's head. Seeing this situation, the Ice Phoenix already knew that the probability was that this human did not want to bull ***** with it so much. So, it struck directly and without warning. However, it was clear that it didn't expect this kind of tentative tactic to work. It looked at the scene over at the ice cone, and its pupils suddenly shrunk. I can't believe it was so easy to crack. That human took its blow containing the power of freezing with his bare hands? What a joke! At this moment, White Knight's palm turned black and red in color, directly grabbing the ice pick that was close at hand out of thin air. The ice pick clearly wanted to move on, but after shivering slightly, it still couldn't move. Splat! Under the force of his palm, the ice cone directly turned into a piece of debris scattered on the ground. Phew! Before the fragments could fall down completely, they were blown away by a gust of wind, which also caused White Knight's robes to hunt. This gust of wind was made by that Ice Phoenix, and at this time, it had already risen directly into the air with the help of the flapping of its wings, and came to the mid-air at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it had sensed the unusual power above White Knight's palm. There was no thought of letting it get close. Of course, it doesn't feel at peace high in the air. An existence above the Emperor level could already travel in the air by itself. It just wanted to use the terrain of being high above the ground to perform its next attack. Even if this human was too powerful to be from this side of the world, it would not willingly fold its arms. Halfway to the Imperial realm? As an ancient demonic beast, its strength wouldn't be much weaker than this realm. Ice crystal-like wings slowly crossed and closed up, a powerful aura brewing up, then fanned out violently. Pff. The sound of air breaking came from the air, and a dense piece of ice needles poured down towards where White Knight was. Bared. Wherever the ice needles passed, even a thin layer of frost condensed above the space for a long time. What emanated from it was clearly the faint power of laws. With this strike, White Knight didn't even have the space to dodge. Boom! The ice needles had arrived at the place where White Knight was and directly collided together. When it touched the ground, it directly condensed into a thick block of ice, the hardness of which below the Imperial level didn't even have the ability to break through. The attack caused a thick layer of dotted frost to rise up from the ground, obscuring the view. However, Ice Phoenix obviously didn't take it lightly. Even if it couldn't see what was going on inside, its senses still took in the human inside its mind. Phew! A flick of the wings dispersed the roiling frost, revealing the wretched ground and, frozen into a human-sized block of ice. The figure inside the ice cube still maintained the position of raising his palm as if he was trying to deflect the attack he had just made. However, the results don't look good. Only, it didn't feel relieved at all. The existence of half-step Emperor realm. How could it be so easy to get a hit from it? Ka! With a soft thud, a crack appeared on top of the ice, and then it quickly fell off completely. White Knight's entire body turned black and red at this moment, and his raised palm retracted, gently scratched it, a little stiffly. It was worthy of being a strike that contained the power of the law of freezing. There was a feeling of freezing, whether it was the body, the blood or the energy within, or even the space. If his hegemony hadn't been increased by the blood-sobbing mask, he might not really have been able to block this attack with his body. Even if these forces of law were somewhat refuted and impure looking, it does seem to be a bit of a nuisance when the staff knife is not in your hand. For the law of chopping to be mobilized not as casually, it was ultimately somewhat inconvenient, so he chose to fight it hard. As for the gravity words, ice needles covered by the power of the law were not directly manipulated by his gravity. It seems that if you want to ask something, you need to show some real skill. It's a bit of a hassle though. He raised his head and sensed the ice phoenix in the air. The ice phoenix did not strike at this time, and although this strike was successful, it did not cause much damage to this human, so it's a little more cautious. The silver eyes stared down motionlessly, as if they were trying to see through the man. Suddenly, the figure reflected in his pupils disappeared with a swish, causing him to shrink. Behind you, almost instantly it sensed the sudden appearance of the figure behind it. So fast, even faster than it flashed its wings to take off into the air. At that moment, behind it, a black and red fist was raised high. Chapter 145, You and I Have No Grudges. Stab! A huge ice shield instantly appeared in front of Ice Phoenix. However, the ice shield only blocked it for a fraction of a second. Boom! Under the tremendous impact, the ice shield exploded. The remaining force of the impact was unabated, directly bombarding the body of the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix couldn't escape in time and was directly smashed on the ground. The ground directly cracked into a large pit. Ahem! As the frost dispersed, Ice Phoenix hurriedly adjusted her body. There, a trace of silver blood was coughed out by it, splashing on the ground to emit a zizi sound, together with a rich ice power. Silver Eyes glanced at the blood on the floor, and his eyes instantly went cold. It's actually hurt. Looking up, the human in the air slowly landed and did not mean to take advantage of the situation, giving it a slight reprieve. However, there was also some resentment and anger in his heart. Originally, it wouldn't have been so obviously hit directly by this person's fist, but as it was trying to escape, there was suddenly a strong pressure in the middle of the space that squeezed it into a stagnant form. Now that's a look of complete lack of power to fight back. Gravity capabilities. It's resigned to this very thing. I didn't realize that this human, in addition to the inexplicable power covering the top of his hand, had actually awakened the ability of gravity. And the outrage is, it's hurt, injured by a human. Although there was some element of carelessness in it, the strength of this human was truly unquestionable. The wind and snow whistled across the sky, and neither it nor the human across from it made a move. The scene froze for a moment, giving it time to think about something inexplicable. For example, why was this human it didn't recognize here? This was the secret realm of the Cold family, so theoretically it wouldn't be connected to the outside world. Add to that the fact that it freezes itself and sleeps here all year round, and it's a question of how to find it. Of course, these are not the most important. Most importantly, it actually awoke early from its slumber. That's very uncalled for. According to its estimation, in order to truly comprehend the law of freezing, it was estimated that it would still have to sleep for a long time. Now that the slumber had been forcibly interrupted, only a trace of refuted law power could be obtained. This is rather at odds with what it was expected to be. Probably something to do with the phalanx it acquired a long time ago. Its gaze took in the blood-colored runes that loomed around it, and it could only guess so. Humans, you and I have no grievances. Why did you come to the door for no reason? The mouth opened and closed, and a clear, cold voice came out once again. The Ice Phoenix realized that this human wasn't that easy to deal with and still had many unanswered mysteries in her heart, so she didn't want to cause more trouble. Why? White Knight had been quietly looking at the Ice Phoenix across the room, and after hearing these words, he was silent for a moment. Why? He wouldn't have even bothered to come to this place if Xiaoyu hadn't fallen into a coma. Now ask him why. Instead of answering directly, he used his breath to tell this Ice Phoenix the answer. The rich blood aura and killing intent slowly escaped. Even the wind and snow couldn't blow it away. Ka! The ground was so overwhelmed that it directly split into several cracks. The Ice Phoenix wanted to say something else, but after seeing such a strong blood aura of this human, it closed its mouth. At the same time, the eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. This blood gas scale. How many lives has this human killed? The piercing killing intent made the handful of golden hairs on top of its head couldn't help but tremble. And this. It was still only the tip of the iceberg inside this person's blood chi. It was just the aura that escaped from inside the other party's subconscious. You are not right in the end. Shocked, it blurted out wanting to ask something, but the latest appearance of the blood chi difference made it close its mouth again. Inside the blood aura, several blurred human faces appeared, like imprisoned souls, crying out mournfully and silently, but none of them were able to break free. And the reason why this scene shocked him was because a few of the faces inside it were actually somewhat familiar to it. This is the head of the Cold family, as well as the Cold family's supreme elder. A portion of the Cold family's clan had been offering it for years, so it still recognized these scents. Only, now it actually appeared inside this human's blood chi. It suddenly thought of something, and its pupils shrunk violently, then gazed and silently sensed something. Not for long. You actually exterminated the Cold family. The Ice Phoenix looked up sharply, her eyes filled with incredulity. Only now did it realize that the Cold family had actually ceased to exist. No wonder this person is so rich in blood. No wonder he came here. Even the Han family had been exterminated, so it was not surprising at all that this person had come here. However, White Knight didn't wait for Ice Phoenix to say anything else and slowly walked again. Wait! When the Ice Phoenix saw this situation, she immediately shouted, I am only in an offering relationship with the Cold family and have no. But the words were interrupted before they were finished. Doesn't matter. It was supposed to be you who was looking. The raspy voice came, causing its eyes to glaze over. I can't believe it's coming at it. Instead, the Cold family was just along for the ride. But, that made it even more confusing, because this human, it is the first time to see. I have no enmity with your excellency, do I? It had been in the middle of a deep sleep, so how could it have provoked this person? However, after White Knight responded, he never spoke again, only gradually approaching. Such an attitude made Ice Phoenix quite upset. It just didn't want to open a meaningless dispute, and it really thought it was afraid of him? One had already communicated with this human in an equal tone, not realizing that it was actually taken as a sign of weakness? A human being in the district. Don't get too cocky. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? A silver stream of light flashed in the Ice Phoenix's eyes, which were filled with a gloomy color. In terms of strength, there wasn't much difference between it and this human. And most importantly, this is its home turf. Don't forget, this is my domain. Don't give a face. With a roar, it rose into the air once more. The wings faced downwards and flapped in the direction of White Knight. White Knight's body dots of star-like ice crystals emerged, and then piercing La a moment to freeze his body. These are the things it left behind on this person when it attacked just now. It's kind of coming in handy right now. However, this was just a small means for it to limit this human. The real attack. It's only now. The wings retracted and the end of the tail touched gently on the forehead. Buzz. Space seemed to gently ripple, and a silver snowflake imprint appeared above his forehead all of a sudden. Wings held apart, snowflake markings shimmering as it breathed. Eyes closed, head slightly depressed, wings spread high. Not for long. Eyes snapped open, and between the opening and closing of his mouth, the voice came out again. 9 Immortal Palaces. Chapter 146, That's Not How You Use a Sword. 9 Immortal Palaces. As the voice fell, the snowflake seal above the Ice Phoenix's forehead shone brightly. Buzz buzz buzz. As if pulled by the seal, a notable energy fluctuation suddenly came from the wind and snow. The 3 surrounding giant sword-like peaks steeply emitted a burst of silver light, and a silver ray shot out from within. Immortal Palace 9. This is triple. At the same time, an even thicker pillar of light shot out from the seal above the Ice Phoenix's forehead. That's the other threefold. There's another trio, located inside the most central pool of water. Finally all the pillars of light converged at one point and shone on top of the ice that White Knight had turned into, and a splendid palace that was flush with the sword peak next to it slowly rose up. The palace is made purely of ice crystals. Through the translucent ice crystals, White Knight's figure was vaguely visible, only it didn't move. Or can't move. I said, this is my domain. Looking at the scene below, Ice Phoenix's eyes turned clear and cold again. At this moment, the flowing light above its wings dimmed quite a bit. The most obvious was the handful of blonde hairs above his forehead, which had turned a light golden color. Obviously, this move just now had also used up a very large amount of its energy, even with the advantage of the terrain. Otherwise it hasn't always been able to release it. After all, this ninefold Immortal Palace was a dual attribute law power move. Humph. It grunted, coldly eyeing the humans below. It was only a matter of time before this human, now, died. But just to be on the safe side, it's still going to witness this human's death in person. At this moment, within the Immortal Palace, Baiyi looked at the scene in front of him and muttered, the law of illusion. He hadn't fallen into a direct descent into the illusion and couldn't pull himself out of it. His consciousness was still awake enough to realize that this wasn't actually the real world. It was just that I didn't expect that the Ice Phoenix actually had another power of law. Although it was equally refuted, it was ultimately the power of the laws. Not so easy to crack. The power of the law of illusion. The scene here is close to being half virtual and half real. However, he guessed that this should be because the Ice Phoenix had resorted to external objects in order to achieve this level. At this moment, The place where he was really like an immortal palace. The fairy palace in the sky, surrounded by white clouds floating around. A splendid palace was situated on top, which was where White Knight stood. There was a cold sensation as my fingers passed above the clouds. This was the illusion he was in. Can't even tell if it's unreal. And it's certainly not that simple here. Soon, and indeed as he suspected, a pair of shackles appeared out of nowhere, cuffing his wrists and draping them in front of him. Immediately afterward, the scene shifted for a moment before his eyes. The scene is still the same, just with more different people and things. For example, the cool woman sitting on the high seat above the palace at this moment, as well as the two executioners next to her. Pop! His head was pressed directly on top of the guillotine that suddenly appeared under his feet. Instruments of execution. He glanced away. It was clearly the long knives in the hands of the two big men next to him. This knife. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Having spent many years with staff knives, he could easily recognize that the long knife was not extraordinary. The black, thin, narrow blade exuded an ominous aura. It seemed that the Ice Phoenix hadn't just created an illusion as simple as that. This knife, the Ice Phoenix had definitely seen the main body, or else it couldn't have materialized. Bold mortals, dare to blaspheme against the heavenly authority. I'll give you the Lord's punishment. Above the high seat, the cool woman spoke faintly before throwing out a token-like object. Seeing this, one of the big men next to him held him down, and one slowly raised the long knife that had caused him some concern. This should be the killing move inside this illusion. In an instant, White Knight understood. He had a feeling that if his head was cut off by this long knife here, his real-world body should die with it. If he was caught up in the illusion and couldn't pull himself out of it, he might actually let it succeed. But for now, his consciousness is awake. A layer of black and red dominance covered the area above his neck. Because it only covered a small area, the intensity of this piece was even more powerful than usual. And as he prepared himself, the long blade swung down violently. Dang! What sounded like the sound of hitting metal rang out, and even sputtered a bit. How? The cool woman on top of the high seat lost her voice and came out, and her voice came into White Knight's ears, surprisingly somewhat familiar. So it's you. White Knight slowly stood up from the top of the guillotine, and under the slight force of his fists, he directly propped up the shackles. This cool woman was clearly the illusionary incarnation of that Ice Phoenix. How can you possibly remain conscious? And it actually blocked. The cool woman's voice suddenly turned down as she spoke, because to say any more would be to somewhat expose the underbelly of this illusion. Blocking the illusory body of this imperial artifact, is it? Only, White Knight directly poked and prodded at the origin of this long sword. You, a bit of tact indeed. The cool woman's words were interrupted by White Knight before she could speak. To be able to visualize this sword so real, and to actually possess 3 points of the might of the main body, I have to say, it surprised me a bit. It's a shame though, the wrong person is using the knife. What do you mean? When she heard White Knight really speak out the reality of this illusionary realm bit by bit, the cool woman's heart thumped. What do you mean? The corner of White Knight's mouth curled up slightly as he dispersed the two big men next to him in 2 strikes. The long blade, black as ink, had no one to hold it, and fell helplessly from the air. As soon as White Knight received the long sword, he slowly angled it to his side. Eyes looked in the direction of the cool woman's side and spoke his response. Knife. That's not how it works. With that said, White Knight's aura changed. It's like being a different person. The previous White Knight gave the impression that it was deep and hard. Now it was sharp as a razor blade standing there. This was the White Knight in the eyes of the cool woman at this time. Like a long knife. It stood still and just looking at it gave the feeling of being cut in half. This is the power of the law. Her eyes were wide with shock. She now finally understood why this human clearly had the strength of a half-step emperor realm. But the feeling she got was not that powerful. It turned out to be that this person was not serious at all. The previous fight was just like playing with her. It wasn't until the human picked up the long blade that she realized how ignorant she was. As she watched the aura on Baye's body grow stronger, she suddenly panicked a bit. Wait. Chapter 147, You're still on your back. The icy phoenix illusion of a cool woman couldn't stop the look of panic in her eyes. So much so that it subconsciously shouted. Her eyes looked in the direction of White Knight's side, only to find that the human was paying no attention to her at all. At this time, White Knight also really didn't want to pay attention to the figure above the high seat, and didn't even pay attention to the changes in his surroundings. He was now immersed in a peculiar feeling. This knife is very real. That was his first feeling. The cold touch coming from the top of his palm reminded him that this was indeed a real-life long knife. But reason told him again that everything here was just that ice phoenix illusion. That was why he couldn't help but praise it earlier. Here's everything. It's close enough to be true, transforming emptiness into reality. This was the power of the law of illusion. However, it was also because of this that he was able to hold this long knife in his hand, as if sensing the killing intent on his body. The pitch-black blade began to slowly escape some black energy. At the same time, an inexplicable force traveled through his arm to come directly to the depths of his mind. Wanting to encroach on something, White Knight let out a cold snort and instantly dispersed the energy. Tools, be a tool. Saying that, a black and red overpowering aura directly covered the originally pitch-black color. The long knives, which had begun to be a bit agitated, suddenly quieted down. That's good. White Knight secretly nodded. Only a quiet tool is a good tool. Put. With a few light swings of his hand, he chopped the illusory ice blade into several pieces. At such an unusual movement, he snapped out of his disorientation. Such an attack clearly came from the woman that the Ice Phoenix had manifested. However, this level of attack, it doesn't hurt. Not to mention, he now had his long sword in his hand. If that's all you've got, White Knight slowly said it, the meaning is clear. If it's just this kind of attack, then prepare for the end of death. Humph. So what if it is? The cool woman waved her sleeve, and immediately another piece of ice cone broke through the air. Indeed, the fact that this human was able to stay awake inside the environment of the fairy palace was something she hadn't anticipated. But, it wasn't as if she didn't have the means to counteract it. Now it's just a matter of testing the waters and waiting for the right moment. As long as the immortal palace was not broken, then she was invincible. So after reacting, it instantly felt like there was nothing to be afraid of. The illusion here was created by her personally. So it's over. What? The cool woman was still pondering over something when she suddenly heard White Knight speak softly under her breath, almost making her think that something was wrong with her ears. It's over? This loudmouth human actually said it was over. Open what play? Laugh? Suddenly, a bad feeling bubbled up from inside her heart, interrupting her train of thought straight away. At the same time, the backbone was a tingling cold for some reason. After focusing his eyes over and seeing the human's movements clearly, his pupils snapped shut. The human had slowly raised his long knife, an inexplicable power gradually condensing above the blade. The kind of power that seemed to cut through space made her scalp tingle for a moment. What is this thing? A look of fear appeared inside her silver pupils. After this thought appeared, space suddenly seemed to stand still, and even her mind came to a standstill. And that man is the only thing that can move inside this fairy palace illusion. This moment was like the passage of an unknown number of years. White Knight slowly lowered his long sword, the black and red domineering aura fading from it. The long blade looked like it had withstood a force that was beyond its carrying capacity, and it directly collapsed. Ka! As the long sword dissipated, a crisp voice came from the middle of the illusion. Then, the entire illusion was split in two. A huge chopping mark cut through the clouds and the entire palace. Of course, also cut through the body of the cool woman. Boom! The palace couldn't withstand the power of this blade and directly collapsed. The illusion shattered. Back to reality. Put! The Ice Phoenix in the air spewed out a large mouthful of silver-colored blood from inside its mouth. After the blood spurted out, the body instantly became weak and fell vertically from the air. Bang! The body slammed into the ground with a dull ringing sound. The already frozen ground was obviously not going to be so fragile and didn't crack straight away. So after the secondary damage it spewed out another mouthful of blood. You! What the hell are you? Between the opening and closing of his mouth, he barely managed to spit out a few words. His silver eyes filled with a look of fear as he stared motionlessly at the area in the center. That's where the human was frozen. But now she didn't think that this bit of freezing power could seal this person at all. Click! Boom! As expected, uncountable cracks first appeared inside the huge ice block, and then it directly exploded. White Knight slowly walked out from inside, and incidentally moved his stiff arms and legs. A layer of misty fog on the surface of his body emerged from inside his body. This was a sign that the frost power that had eroded into his body was being forced out. I have to say, this style of illusion is pretty good. Not only could ordinary people be killed in a single blow inside the illusionary realm, even the real world was slowly eroded by the power of freezing. Just within that short period of time just now, the power of freezing had almost spread inside his heart. If he hadn't broken through the illusion without hesitation, even he might have suffered a serious injury. Now we can have a nice talk. White Knight came next to Ice Phoenix, wanting to communicate properly for the first time since the war started. After all, only opponents who have lost the power to fight back are good to communicate with. You! Ice Phoenix was instantly infuriated and unable to speak. It tried to pause the dryad more than once at first, but this human did it with complete disregard. Now and it says have a nice talk? However, when he thought of the previous scene where his body was chopped in half, the handful of golden hairs above his forehead trembled. This feeling, still empathize with it now. In fear, It slightly lowered its head, not daring to look in White Knight's direction. What do you want to talk about? Eventually, it compromised. Still, with great difficulty, he braced himself and slowly stood up. Even in this situation, he would not allow a human to look down on it, even if this was a very powerful human. However, that idea was quickly dashed. A paw stomped heavily on the top of its head, and the already weak body was stomped directly back to the top of the floor in an unsteady stand. At the same time came White Knight's hoarse voice. You might as well be on your back. Chapter 148. Then you're useless. People. Human. Ice Phoenix's head clung to the ground, but still struggled to cry out. However, it was quite weak right now, and there was absolutely no way for it to break free. The illusion was broken, causing it to suffer a considerable amount of backlash. Even under his best efforts, he had only released a few ice picks. Moreover, these ice picks were blocked by this human as much as possible, and the next action of this human made it even more desperate. Ka! One of the ice picks was broken off by White Knight at just the right length. With a flick of his finger on it, an ice blade made of ice suddenly appeared in his hand. The ice blade was shaped similarly to his staff blade, with a straight blade as well as a hilt without a guard. It's easier to hold a knife after all. Whatever the knife is, I advise you to be honest. Don't blame me if my hands shake. White Knight gently held the ice blade above the Ice Phoenix's neck. A cold touch passed through, causing Ice Phoenix to calm down with a jolt and stop struggling, because that feeling of being cut in two, as if by a single stroke, was back. It knew that even if this was an ice blade made of cold ice, in the hands of this human, it was enough to wield great power. Although the feeling of humiliation and anger kept surging up in its heart, it was still forcefully suppressed by it, superficially cooperating. The only way to have a chance of survival now is to cooperate. It would have no doubt at all that if it continued to struggle, the human would not hesitate to bring down the long blade. So that's it for now. Since this human wanted to communicate, let's communicate to him. As long as you don't die, you still have a chance of survival. What do you want to talk about? Silver Eyes rolled for a moment, glancing over to White Knight's side before finally giving in. Talking about what? Underneath the mask, White Knight pondered expressionlessly for a moment. You know about the Cold family's offerings to you, don't you? Of course, Ice Phoenix replied dryly. After all, these were all obvious information. So, those talent powers extracted from the Cold family members were eventually absorbed by you? It's not direct absorption, but it's close. Then, White Knight weighed his words and a hint of hopeful color appeared on his face. If it's the one whose talent power was taken, is there any way to recover it? Recovery? Ice Phoenix froze for a moment, never expecting it to actually be this question. How is it possible to recover from having your talent power extracted? Subconsciously it spoke the thoughts inside its head directly. After all, the power of talent was associated with the root of origin, something that was innate, so how could anything possibly be restored, at least inside its perception? It was just that the human didn't seem to be very satisfied with that answer. Can't recover? As a voice that became somber came out, the scene returned to its silent form. The space was awfully quiet. Ice Phoenix had just said the words out loud, and instantly realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late to take them back. It glanced cautiously at the human, realizing that the person wore a mask and could see no face at all. But it certainly won't be a good look is all. It's very definite, because it felt the ice blade that was set above its neck, trembling slightly. For a while, countless speculations flashed inside its mind, and the more it thought about it the more the despair at the bottom of its heart intensified. It now somewhat understood why this person had gone through all the trouble of finding where it was. Most likely, someone within the human who had a relationship with this human had had their gift power extracted in order to offer it up. If so, it's over. It's over. If it wasn't for the fact that it was now in the body of an ice phoenix and couldn't see its face, it would definitely show a pale color. Even so, the silver-colored pupils couldn't help but tremble slightly. This human will not let it go. That was the most intuitive thought inside its head. I didn't realize that the ancestral motto that I had once set for the Han family would actually face such a great calamity one day. The most desperate thing was that I had just said the words irrecoverable directly. It's so stupid. Even if he knew that it was almost impossible to recover from this situation, but now that people were the chopping block for me, it was obvious that he should make a false compromise for the time being. However, would it be a little too late to remedy the situation? It kept its gaze in the direction of this human, as if it wanted to see through that red mask and see through this person's expression. Obviously not. Of course, there are no absolutes in everything. In the heat of the moment, it rushed to speak. Then it felt that something different was evident in this human's mood. Useful. So it picks up where it left off and continues to remedy the situation. If If we can find some special spirits, there's a chance we can. However, this kind of thing, even it didn't know if it was reliable or not, but as long as it temporarily stabilized this human and let it slow down, it wasn't without countermeasures. Although this human was stronger than it thought, there was still hope if it was just escaping. So all it's missing is time. Recovery time. Do you have such a spirit? The voice came again. Only this time it seemed much calmer. Ice Phoenix was slightly relieved. Even though such a spirit it can't have, it can still delay a little bit of time if it fictionalizes a nonsensical place. I don't have it, but I know. It. Understood, White Knight said indifferently, directly interrupting Ice Phoenix's words. The paw on top of the head was harder, making it impossible to even speak. He didn't really want to know what the Ice Phoenix was going to say. He just needed to know that it didn't have such a spirit. That's not what it would be saying if it had it, or if it was easily accessible. Compared to the unknown places, the innate spirit seeds inside the human emperor's relics instead seemed more reliable. So, he slowly raised his long sword. This Ice Phoenix no longer had any value to exist. Noticing that the ice blade had left the Ice Phoenix at its neck, it didn't let its guard down. Instead, its heart became more desperate. A harsh aura began to appear, scraping it raw, etc. With all its might, it finally managed to hold a word. But, it's already late. White Knight gently swung down his long blade, and the cold ground around him instantly exploded. Countless tiny wind blades appeared out of thin air, clearing out a piece of the raging wind and snow. Put. Under his deliberate control, several obvious chop marks appeared on the three surrounding sword mountains before they slowly tilted down. The environment, which was originally imposing, was suddenly full of destruction, and the Ice Phoenix under his feet was obviously not immune. Above the slowly falling ice blade, reflecting the Ice Phoenix's silver eyes in fear and with despair. Chapter 149, An Accident. Outside the snowy mountain, White Knight walked on top of the snow one step at a time. Behind them was the snow and wind that had stopped, as well as the mountain of swords that had fallen down after breaking into several pieces. Broken cold pools, collapsed sword mountains, and snow piled high on top. It formed the grave of this Ice Phoenix. The purpose of coming inside the secret realm of the Cold family this time was basically completed. It's just that what he wants to get, he still hasn't landed, so he wasn't in a very good mood. So what if the Cold family was destroyed? So what if this half-step Emperor Realm Ice Phoenix was buried in the snowy mountains? Still couldn't change Koyuki's awakening. Pointless. After walking aimlessly for a while, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look at the sky, which was very different from the outside. Ryoga lowered his head again. Useless emotions would just make him hesitate. Now is not the time to think about this. Inside the Great Qian country still do not know what exactly the Oracle Church has planned. It is better to rush back as soon as possible. The way back. Su Yunling had already spoken to him when he was leaving. For him it was simple. Stretching out his fist, a layer of black and red color covered it directly. But just as he wanted to make a move, he suddenly sensed something and stopped his hand. The hegemony on top of his palm receded at once, spreading out flat. Above it, under a flash of golden light, something appeared. A golden page. It was densely written with unknown runes. This was the golden page of the Human Emperor's handbook that Long Shuyi had handed over to him back then. At this moment, this golden page was glowing with a faint golden light, and the complicated runes on it were flickering in appearance. This is. His pupils shrunk slightly, and even the slight depression he had just felt was dispersed, because there is only one condition if this kind of abnormality appears. This was the sign of the opening of the Human Emperor's ruins. But, how? White Knight frowned, realizing that something wasn't quite right. How could the Human Emperor's ruins be opened at this time? Although Long Shuyi had said to him that the opening of the relics would only be for this period of time, it was too sudden. Even if it was to be opened, it should be when he came out from inside the secret realm. An accident? The guess had to pop up inside his head. But what accident could make even Long Shuyi want to open the relics early? Wait. Suddenly, he thought of something and his pupils shrunk slightly. The Oracle. At this moment, deep within the Sunset Mountain range, a place that looked like a fairyland, towering peaks, lingering clouds, and a variety of spiritual objects emitting colorful spiritual light. Inside the thick clouds, a magnificent palace could be vaguely seen appearing in it. This is where the main camp of the demon race is located. Hall of the Demon Emperor. Inside the Demon Emperor's hall, in the middle of the opulent hall, a tiger-headed demon race was kneeling down on one knee, reporting something. On the main seat at the top, there was a figure familiar to White Knight. Emperor-like dress, majestic face, and golden scales above his eyebrows. This demon race is the Demon Emperor. Gaby Bottle. Your Majesty, that's roughly the situation. Tiger General Tiger Ao slightly lowered his head and respectfully ended his report. What he had just said was the recent state of mankind. For example, overthrowing the entire barbarian race. For example, having a big battle with the sea tribe side. For example, that human who had cut through the boundary set up by His Majesty the Demon Emperor with a single slash had arrived in the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. You mean the human, who found no trace? Gaby Taru's non-angry voice came out faintly. Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer from his subordinate, he nodded slightly and then fell silent. It had suddenly become unsettled lately, which was why he was paying extra attention to the movements of the outside world. I was thinking that I would be able to get away with it, but trouble found me after all. Though he had been told that if the threat of humans was not removed, they would sooner or later follow in the footsteps of the barbarians. But he still hesitated. Originally, their demon imperial palace and the human race's Dacian kingdom were well watered, and the occasional disputes that arose were nothing more than a normal phenomenon that was harmless. After all, in order not to get involved inside this crap, he had brought most of the demon race's elite to the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. And that human, the human seen by the doppelganger that projected past the boundary he had laid down, it actually broke through the boundary that could block an emperor-level existence with just a light slash. This strength, it wasn't even weaker than the human divine Martial Hall's Hall Master. Therefore, even if his strength had also reached this level of the imperial limit, he still didn't want to get into an inexplicable dispute with humans, the least bit of sense he had, and wasn't compelled by what those people were saying. The barbarians themselves and the human race is a great hatred of life and death. Either you die or I die, to the extent that one side overthrowing the other side would have been a very normal thing. As for the alleged threat to humanity, the big deal was to lead the demon race to retreat and stay in seclusion from then on. He didn't believe that the human race would still dare to go deeper into the Demon Emperor's Hall, which was full of dangers and still had the presence of a large number of elite demon races. With this thought, he wanted to command something else, but his mouth opened and he stopped before the words could come out. The golden scales above his eyebrows wrinkled a bit, and his face took on a cloudy look. You go down first. Finally, he said simply, dismissing Tiger Ao. Your Majesty? Tiger Ao noticed something strange about Gaby Taru and asked worriedly, but under a majestic gaze, he didn't say anything more. He gave a respectful farewell, and then walked slowly on. Only the look of worry in his eyes did not diminish, because their esteemed Demon Emperor Majesty seemed to be in a somewhat off state today, and his feeling was indeed not wrong. Gaby Taru did look preoccupied at the moment. Looking at the figure of Hubo leaving, Gaby Taru tapped his fingertips rhythmically on top of the imperial throne. You just said you have something important you want to tell this emperor? Tell me. To the empty hall, he spoke as if nothing had happened. Pop, 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 pop. With a sound of tapping on the floor, an old man stepped out of the darkness beside him. Behind him followed a figure dressed as a barbarian. If White Knight was here, he should be able to tell with his scent. This is the Oracle Church he talks about, and for some unknown reason, it actually came here to the demon race. That barbarian-dressed man was clearly the Hutcher who had suffered a loss at his hands in the first place, and that other old man was the high priest of the Oracle Church. That's right. After the old man faintly responded, the voice did not appear when his mouth opened again. This was the result of him using a secret technique to accurately transmit his voice into Gaby Taru's ears. As the old man provided more and more information, the expression on Gaby Taru's face gradually became more complicated, and finally even turned into a color of anger. Boo! In the end, this demon emperor of the demon race slammed the armrest, and no longer looked as calm as before. A layer of light gold color surfaced and appeared on his face, and there was some disbelief in his eyes in addition to the color of anger. Phoenix 9. Actually, humans, I want you to pay. Chapter 150, The Man Who Speaks Out of His Heart. The abnormality of the Demon Emperor Hall was not known to the outside world, and White Knight had not associated it with this place at all. However, just know that the Oracle is involved in this. He was pretty sure that the Oracle Church was definitely going to be unfavorable to the Great Shin country, taking great pains to introduce him inside the secret realm of the Cold family. Then just before he could go out, the human emperor's ruins opened early. That's quite a calculation. White Knight's eyelids twitched as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Was it knowing that he would definitely head to the human emperor's ruins in order to obtain the innate spirit seed? Have to admit it. Guessed right indeed. He had to go on the trip to the human emperor's ruins. Aside from the innate spirit species inside, he had absolutely no idea where else such a spirit would exist. So, wait for it. Oracle Church. After thinking it through, he no longer hesitated and directly activated the golden page in his hand. Since the human emperor's ruins must be visited, there was no time to waste, and one must go and return quickly. After the golden page was activated, a layer of light golden light wrapped it, and White Knight's figure slowly faded down. On the other hand, the Poseidon Temple. Within a palace decorated with all sorts of exotic treasures, Zhao Cheng sat on top of the dragon chair, frowning as he looked at the information that had just been sent back in his hands. I didn't realize that so-called Oracle Church had actually succeeded. Ever since the last time he fought with Long Shuyi and the others, he had never invaded the borders of the Great Qian country, because after the last engagement, he was sure of one thing. The person who had killed one of their Sea Dragon Palace's peak Imperial level elders was not Long Shuyi. Instead, it was another human. That was why he didn't act rashly when he wasn't clear about the bottom line of this celebrity race. Until the Oracle himself came to the door. He said that he had a way to transfer Long Shuyi and that human powerhouse named Unknown in order to achieve great things. According to this intelligence now, it should have worked, but just to be on the safe side, he'd better send someone out to check it out before he did. He's been sending out people for a while now, so we'll know if it's true or not soon enough. It didn't take long for the checkers to return. Palace Master, we've found out everything. The human race has indeed become much more heavily defended at the borders of the Great Qian country, and one can clearly detect an inexplicable fluctuation coming from nowhere. After a burst of reporting from the scouts, Zhao Cheng nodded indifferently. Yes, the information he had gotten was indeed similar to the information on hand, and the Oracle Church really hadn't lied to him. Then go down and get ready. This time we'll make the human race pay back with interest. At this time, inside the Divine Martial Hall, Hong Qianqiu and Cheng Daoi sat opposite each other. These movements in the outside world were already known to them as well, so both of them had a frowning look on their faces. The sea race and demon race side can't stand it anymore. Hong Qianqiu was the first to speak. Previously, both the preparations before the opening of the human emperor's ruins and some of the countermeasures were basically run by him. Now he's back and Long Shuyi is nowhere to be seen. It was because the human emperor's ruins had opened early. It was also unknown where the sea race and demon race had gotten the news from, and began to become restless. Taking advantage of the absence of Taoist White and Hall Master Long is indeed the best time to attack the Great Qian country. Cheng Daoi also agreed more with Hong Qianqiu's statement. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the current Great Qian country as unprecedentedly empty. The two strongest combatants left for the time being. The sea demons invaded at the same time. There's even the Oracle behind it. Arguably the biggest crisis before the descent of the extraterrestrial races, and the only two people who could carry the burden of defense were him and Hong Qianqiu. On this trip to the human emperor's ruins, only by night and Long Shuyi went. The imperial capital side was handled by Yin Qingcheng of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, while the two of them were in charge of this side. He felt that because of White Knight, more of the enemy's pressure should be on Divine Martial City's side. As for Divine Martial City's side, even if they barely added Hong Qianqiu, there were only two peak Imperial level combatants. Such a power is somewhat insufficient for the sea and demon races. Has Hall Master Hong realm stabilized? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask with some concern. Ever since such an accident, Hong Qianqiu had used a secret technique with great side effects to forcefully raise his cultivation to the late Imperial level. Together with the Divine Martial Hall's supreme treasure, it should have the strength of a peak Imperial level. This kind of strength should only last for a while, right? And if the time comes after that, there is even a risk of being knocked back to the king level. And knowing this, the realm has stabilized, and with the addition of this supreme treasure of the hourglass of reverse time, the peak of the Imperial level also has the power to fight. Hong Qianqiu didn't have any worries at all after boosting his strength by using a secret technique. In his opinion, even if he gave up his life, he had to help his elder brother to keep the huge foundation of the Great Qian Kingdom. Dropping realms and stuff, as long as it really came in handy, it wasn't a waste of effort, and that's what Cheng Daoi admired. In his place, he wouldn't necessarily be able to make it to this point, not to mention the pain brought about by forcibly raising the realm. It is very likely that one will fall directly below the king level and never even have the chance to go further. He asked himself if he had that kind of tolerance. Actually, there might not be a need for that. Maybe fellow Taoist White and the others will soon return from inside the ruins. In the end, that was all the comfort he could muster. Only Hong Qianqiu shook his head. This time when the human emperor's ruins opened early, the other party obviously had some preparations. It can't be that simple. Cheng Daoi smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It's not that he doesn't understand this, it's just that the pressure he's facing is too much and he can only comfort himself so much. On the contrary, is Dean Chang really going to give up the chance to step into the emperor realm? If it were now, it might still be too late. Hong Qianqiu's expression became serious as he asked earnestly. He had never felt that what he had done was anything to be praised, just the last bit of a useless remnant. Instead, Chang Daoi. But the opportunity to step into the Emperor realm was literally given up. Although this Divine Martial Academy's dean looked like he admired him, he was actually the one who admired Chang Daoi. The opportunity to become an emperor. The opportunity that all existences above the peak of the emperor level had been striving for all their lives. Even he thought it was a shame. There's no harm. I'm not gifted in the first place, so even if the opportunity is right in front of me, there's not much chance that I'll be able to step into that step. Chang Daoi obviously didn't feel anything. With a glib look, it would have been something he had decided to do earlier. He will be the one to guard the great Qian kingdom. Moreover, the imperial capital's Dean Yan was able to resist the temptation. There's no reason I would lose to him. A figure with white-inch hair came to mind inside his mind, and he immediately let out a cold snort. Hearing such words, Hong Qianqiu just smiled. Inwardly inside, he was unimpressed. How could anyone not care about the temptation of becoming an emperor? He's also just a man who talks out of his ass. Chang Daoi was. Yan Qingcheng, who is far away from the imperial capital, is also. Chapter 151, The Strongest Undercard. Such a topic silenced the atmosphere inside the room. It was a while before they started talking about things like defense deployment. This discussion was a long one. If this time, most of the Divine Martial Hall's inventory is expected to be used up entirely, so hopefully we can improve our chances of victory by a few points. Hong Qianqiu summarized with some emotion. All he could do had been done, and the rest was left to fate. However, he couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw that Chang Daoi's side was still relatively calm. Could it be that the Divine Martial Academy still had some underhanded cards that he didn't know about? Dean Chang took the liberty of asking, could it be that there are still any backhanders? Communicate if it's convenient, or make some preparations, he asked cautiously. His bottom line has basically been stated. Although a series of recent events have shown that there should be some problems within the country of Deqian, otherwise the intelligence could not have been exposed so thoroughly. But, under these circumstances, the only person he could trust was probably Chang Daoi. If even the dean of the Divine Martial Academy, whom he knew better, couldn't believe it, the great Qian country deserved to be completely overthrown. So he felt that if Dean Chang, if he had any undercurrents, it would be best for both sides to communicate before making some preparations. It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that it's a shame to say. Chang Daoi was a bit embarrassed, but he still didn't push back and picked up an item in his hand. This is. Hong Qianqiu froze for a moment, then frowned. This thing, he had already seen it since Chang Daoi came here. He just didn't expect this to actually be his bottom card, and it looks somewhat familiar. This is fellow Daoist White Saber. Chang Daoi didn't sell out and spoke directly. What? The White Hall Master's saber? After hearing Chang Daoi's reply, Hong Qianqiu directly lost his voice and came out. It does look quite a bit like a knife. It's not like I haven't seen White Knight saber before. It should be wood-colored. And this one, it's black and red. So he was a little confused. Dean Chang, are you sure? He asked, his gaze moving away from the top of the staff blade to look at Chang Daoi. Yes indeed. This was handed to me personally by Daoist White. Chang Daoi recalled the scene at that time. White Knight just touched the top of the long blade, and the originally wood-colored long blade instantly turned black and red in color. And after doing this, White Knight surprisingly looked a little tired. One didn't know what divine ability had been exerted, but it had caused a half-step Emperor realm existence to feel so much pressure. And that was the preparation White Knight made. It was also used as one of his bottom cards at this time. Originally, he had felt a bit puzzled. After all, although the blade was indeed strong, it also depended on who was using it. Until he gently pulled the long blade out a fraction of an inch. It almost led to a catastrophe. Can I take a look? Hong Qianqiu looked puzzled and somewhat disbelieving. Why not? Chang Daoi directly handed over the long sword. After all, the look of him and this hall master Hong at the beginning were not different. Understandably, Hong Qianqiu took the long sword from Chang Daoi and measured it carefully. The color had changed, but it did look exactly like the long sword held by White Knight. It looks a little plain. It's just like the long knives you see everywhere. Nothing special. It wasn't even as good as the standardized longsword within the Divine Martial Hall, and no special aura could be detected at all. However, since Chang Daoi had taken it out so solemnly, there must be another mystery. Put it this way, is it inside the long knives? With that in mind, he gently rested his palm on top of the hilt of the blade and exerted a slight force. Wait, no! Chang Daoi had already picked up his teacup, and when he saw Hong Qianqiu's action, he immediately sprayed out a mouthful of tea and shouted out. However, it was too late. Ka! A faint voice came out. What? Seeing Chang Daoi's shocked appearance, Hong Qianqiu froze for a moment, not knowing what it meant. However, The next second he realized. A sudden pinprick of sensation came to the front of his neck, while his inner instincts kept warning him, if you don't blink away, it's going to die. No good. In the nick of time, a wind pressure fell from the sky to lower his body. Almost simultaneously, he felt something cut close to his scalp. Put! A sound of something being chopped open and then slowly sliding as if it were slipping away rang in his ears, until I heard a boom. A large patch of sunlight came in. Only after a long time did Hong Qianqiu dare to slowly raise his head. He glanced at the top of the Divine Warrior Hall, which was already empty, and had an unobstructed view of the sky outside. Couldn't help but touch the top of his head and pinch off a handful of broken hair. That attack just now, it was only an inch away from his head. He opened his mouth slightly and looked at the long sword in his hand, unable to hold back a hint of fear in his eyes. Just now, there was really a feeling of death coming. If Cheng Daoi hadn't stopped him, he might have really been buried here somehow. By now, the long knife had been resheathed, resuming its original flat and unimpressive appearance. If it wasn't for the disappearing roof, and the tingling sensation above his neck that he still felt to this day, he would have thought that everything that had just happened was an illusion. He couldn't help but look across the room and saw Cheng Daoi, who also had a look of fear on his face. Dean Cheng, this is the Whitehall Master's saber? He raised the long knife in his hand with a heartfelt gesture. His other palm was far away, completely afraid to touch the hilt again. Simply outrageous. Just a trace of energy leaking out from inside the long knife nearly accounted for the two of them here. No, that's right. Cheng Daoi wiped the cold sweat above his forehead. Careless. It should have been expected that Hong Qianqiu would also have this curiosity and pull out his long sword. Luckily, he stopped it just in time. The energy inside was only leaking out a little bit, and it was not even comparable to what he had pulled out last time. Last time, if it wasn't for the presence of White Knight, it was estimated that this cold family and a few of them would have ceased to exist. So, this time, if the Palace Master of the Sea Dragon Palace or the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan comes, it's not like they don't have the power to fight against it. Indeed, Hong Qianqiu looked at the long sword in his hand with complicated eyes, agreeing very much with Cheng Daoi's words. Such an attack could already pose a threat to them, and that was just a little bit of gentle plucking, if at full strength. When he thought about it, he actually looked a bit eager to try. If he thought that White Knight wasn't here and let his guard down, surprise might work wonders. However, such a powerful force was not yet in one's grasp, so one would think that it couldn't be that simple. So there can't be no limit to the number of attacks, can there? Chapter 152 Eligibility. Only one strike. Cheng Daoi nodded and held out a finger. This was the caveat that White Knight had spoken to him about at the time, that the energy inside this long sword could be wielded at most once. One time. Hong Qianqiu frowned. One time is a bit less than that. However, it wasn't like it couldn't be delayed until White Knight and the others returned if it was applied properly. It can indeed only be used as the most important undercard, even if there was no energy inside. Based on the strength of this long blade alone, it was even more powerful than a peak Imperial level spirit weapon. It's not a small boost, either. With the Whitehall Master's saber, the chances of winning are 3 more points. Still, we have to plan for it. Then the two began to discuss it again, and with the commotion caused here, other than the Divine Martial Hall and the people in the surrounding area having felt something strange, there wasn't anyone who knew what had actually happened here. And since this place was on the uppermost floor of the Divine Martial Hall, there were no casualties other than the roof being chopped open and falling down. At this point, only then is everything ready. It's just that I don't know how. It is over at the Human Emperor's ruins. The two looked at each other with some concern. The Human Emperor's ruins hadn't been opened for a long time, and if it wasn't for the emergence of the once-in-a-century Great Change, the method to open it wouldn't even be found. Right now, no one knew what was inside, and even the records inside the Human Emperor's handwritten notes were not very complete. I hope that by Night and Long Shui, the two top human battle forces, can be irrevocably come back in peace. At this moment, inside the Human Emperor's ruins, White Knight wasn't surprised to be teleported here. It was just that the scene here surprised him a bit. Here is actually unexpectedly somewhat familiar. It was clearly the first time I had ever been to this place, and that familiarity was purely because the scene here was one he had seen not too long ago. This is a palace. It was exactly the same as that illusion created by the Ice Phoenix earlier. The difference is only that one is physical and the other is illusory. This should be the body of that illusion. White Knight looked at his surroundings and pondered slightly for a moment. No wonder that Ice Phoenix was able to create such an environment. It turned out that such a place originally existed in reality. Put it this way, this Ice Phoenix has been here before? And, suddenly, he remembered a problem. That knife. He was nearly decapitated by it inside the illusion, and even the knife he himself used. Isn't it here too? Thinking, he sensed around and found the knife. On top of the magnificent chair where the woman transformed by the Ice Phoenix once sat, such a knife was clearly present. The body was as black as ink, similar to the one seen inside the illusion before, only this one came with a sheath, and the power is not even comparable. Although it felt like the long sword should be in a sealed state, the aura that leaked out was also deep and ominous. It doesn't look like something from this realm. White Knight couldn't help but speak up. What I just didn't expect was that after saying this sentence, I suddenly felt something strange around me. Who is it? He frowned and suddenly asked. Good insight. And very keen perception. A middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the immortal palace, exclaiming two sentences of praise one after another. Then, above the high seat, a translucent figure suddenly appeared in front of it. A very bookish middle-aged man, who looked surprisingly similar in temperament to Long Shuyi. Or, it was Long Shuyi who deliberately imitated this man. Are you the human emperor? White Knight surveyed the situation and made a guess. Not bad, obviously. It really did give him the right guess. And the figure above revealed an admiring gaze and responded. And it wasn't unreasonable for White Knight to guess so. Inside the human emperor's ruins, if one were to say that there was someone who was able to lay such a backhand, it would undoubtedly be the human emperor. And he scrutinized the vapors above him. A simple white robe, obviously not adorned with any special items, but it gave him a feeling of vastness. Those eyes are full of stars inside. It can't be an ordinary person who can have this kind of aura. Then, there is only the legendary human emperor. It was just that I didn't expect to actually see the projected doppelganger of the former human emperor here. That's right, the fall of the human emperor was already a fact, and what appeared here was nothing more than a projected detachment. It must be some kind of guidance for those of them who came inside the ruins. Your Excellency didn't appear out of the blue for nothing, did you? So, he asked directly, and then raised his head slightly, waiting for a response. It seems that you have already seen where I come from. The silhouette revealed a smile, but did not respond positively. As to what purpose? You might want to take another guess? Take a guess. White Knight wasn't chagrined at such an attitude from the void. Only the corners of his mouth under the mask curled up slightly. Since it was called the human emperor's ruins, there was nothing left to guess. It's nothing more than treasures, opportunities, and legacies. First, White Knight slowly stretched out a finger. That long knife up there looks good, but it's dangerous. And your Excellency might remind me to choose carefully. Speaking of which, the void raised an eyebrow, clearly more than approving of this speculation. However, White Knight ignored the strange appearance of the silhouette and continued to extend a second finger. Second, your Excellency should have some kind of legacy here. Wondering if I'm qualified. Snap. Just as White Knight's words fell, a sound of applause came from the silhouette above. It was clearly just an illusory doppelganger, but it actually managed to exist in the same way as a real physical body. Just this point made Bai look a few points higher at this former emperor realm existence amongst the human race, worthy of being a human emperor in the past. The clapping stopped, and the shadowy figure gave way, revealing the long blade behind it. Your guesses, by and large, are not wrong, like this one. Since you can tell that this long knife is different, why don't you make another guess as to where it came from? This is the demon race's demon weapon. The silhouette had only just finished speaking when White Knight directly blurted out. Inside such a long time, he had already known why this long knife gave him that feeling. What is stained on it should be the devil's scent. Really good insight. The void couldn't help but marvel once again. To say what I guessed before, anyone with a quick mind can basically guess a lot. As for this long knife in a sealed state, if one did not possess a strong perception ability, coupled with having seen the demon race with their own eyes, it was basically impossible to tell where this item came from. Therefore, he was now appreciating this person more and more. And another thing, this person really wasn't wrong. His appearance this time was originally to test those who entered the relics to see if they possessed the qualifications for the inheritance. Chapter 153. Now that you've seen where this blade comes from, do you think you can handle it? The silhouette's two palms were placed into each other amongst the cuffs, and his tone began to become serious. It was a sign that he was starting to get into a state of appraisal. And after hearing this, White Knight just shook his head. What? You don't think you can handle it? After seeing this person shake his head, the void couldn't help but ask. No, I just don't think I need to. After hearing White Knight's explanation, the silhouette froze for a moment. This was the first time he had shown such an expression since entering the middle of this immortal palace. I can't believe I don't need. Could it be that he didn't see the power of this long sword? His eyes glanced slightly at the long blade that was as black as ink. It is indeed possible. After all, the long knives were in a sealed state, so the average person shouldn't be able to tell. Do you know what kind of long knife this is? So, he added a question. I know. This should be an imperial artifact. After receiving the answer, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his translucent figure trembled a bit. This man, surprisingly, he really did see the origin of this long knife completely. That's right. This is something that was left behind after beheading a demon emperor realm in the past. His expression instantly became grave, both for his former great enemy and for the respect he had for this descendant of the celebrity race. It seemed that he had somewhat underestimated this junior. It was a thought that popped up inside what little consciousness he had left. After all, it wasn't the body, and it didn't have the ability to tell the depths of this person at a glance. I didn't realize it was far beyond his expectations. Honestly, you're not the first person to see this long knife, but it's still the first person to be able to clearly see that this is an imperial artifact. This was why he felt he had somewhat underestimated the man. There were definitely more than this batch of human races that had entered the human emperor's ruins, but no one had ever truly discerned the origin of this object. It was just that White Knight didn't really care about these words of his. If it were anyone else, after being praised like this for a while, they might have gotten a little flustered. These were the words of the legendary Emperor of Man himself. White Knight would not, and it was not a pretense. It's just a matter of saying what's truest in your heart. The devil race's imperial weapon? He doesn't need to. Even the strongest of blades would not be able to exert a stronger effect in his hands than that of his own staff blade. The staff sword that had been warmed up for years had long since become no ordinary weapon. The other blades were tools to him, things that assisted him in facilitating the use of the power of the laws, and the staff knife is blood and blood in general, hand and foot. So he did just say what was on his mind, only to be somewhat surprised in the eyes of this human emperor's shadow. The void did seem more surprised as well. After all, something like an imperial artifact wasn't something everyone could refuse, even if this imperial weapon was in danger of going out of control. Moreover, listening to this person's tone, he actually had the certainty of harnessing this long sword, and I don't know if it's true or not. It was just this situation that still made him look a few eyes higher at this descendant of the celebrity race, but is just about as good as it gets. He had seen countless talented people, and it wasn't enough to make him lose his temper. Let's just say that this is a talented prospect. In that case, it seems that the rest of the test doesn't need to go on at all. With this, one was fully qualified to receive the inheritance. So, great. This insight and heart is really good. You have gained my approval. After a brief compliment, he paused to speak again. As for your other guess, I can give you the answer now. That's right. This time, when I appeared here, I did have the intention of selecting a candidate for the inheritance, and obviously, you are fully qualified for this. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and a light golden-colored aperture suddenly appeared in front of White Knight. Walk in. It will lead you to the place of the inheritance test. To this point, the sound never came out again. White Knight sensed it and realized that the shadowy figure already had his hands behind his back, in a manner that was waiting for him to walk inside the circle of light. He surveyed the circle of light in front of him. It did appear to be a teleportation spell formation, with a not-so-weak spatial fluctuation emanating from it. I don't know if it is a self-contained function inside this palace, or this human emperor's shadow casually laid down. If the latter is the case, one could only say that this human emperor was stronger than he had imagined. He didn't doubt that the aperture teleportation would be followed by a trap. This silhouette was the human emperor's projected doppelganger, which he had confirmed with his own eyes. The titular human emperor, an existence that even Long Shuyi and the others held in high esteem. If you can only play these small tricks, you don't deserve to be called a human emperor. After all, among the few information records, the human emperor was indeed an existence worthy of admiration. Even this relic, and the inheritance inside the relic, was merely laid down to prevent the human race from losing their last chance to step into the emperor realm. The person who had personally made a move to hide this realm in the first place was the human emperor, and this is what this man left behind. As for the so-called inheritance, it should also be true. He had heard Long Shuyi say something similar before, and Long Shuyi should be rushing towards the inheritance this time when he entered inside the relic. The legacy of the human emperor. Ah, White Knight sighed inside his head. This was a legacy left behind by a true emperor realm, and it's still a powerhouse amongst the emperor realm. It was just that the best legacy was not what he wanted. All he wanted was just the spirit that could awaken Xiao Yu. Therefore, he did not respond to the void's gesture, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Before I do, can I ask a question? Originally, when he saw that White Knight hadn't responded to the silhouette for so long, he had already noticed something strange about him, And at this point, after hearing his question, he wasn't surprised. There was silence for a good while before the void spat out a word slowly. Say, I want to know if there's an innate spirit seed spirit item inside the inheritance. Innate spirit seed? The silhouette's eyes narrowed. I can't believe it's this thing. As a projected doppelganger inside the relics, he rightfully deserved to know whatever was here. It also included this innate spirit seed. This item was, indeed, one of the few most precious items inside the relic. But, instead, it pales in comparison to the entire legacy. So, you entered the relics with the purpose of this thing? That's right, White Knight answered out unapologetically, adding a sentence at the end. Or if your excellency knows where this item is. Grateful. For a moment, the silhouette fell silent once again. It took a long time before the words came back out, an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, there is no such spirit inside the inheritance, and while this object does exist within the ruins, nowadays I don't know where it is. Yeah, White Knight responded indifferently, with no unusual look on his face. It does seem a bit of a shame. He opened his eyes slightly, revealing a grayish color, and looked at the circle of light in front of him. With this circle of light, one only needed to take a step forward to enter the inheritance land, receiving the inheritance of an emperor realm existence. However, he only looked for a moment, and then without hesitation, he turned around and slowly walked towards the exit. Are you not traveling to receive the inheritance? Seeing White Knight in this state, the Void Shadow couldn't help but ask. That won't be necessary. White Knight paused for a moment to speak indifferently, then walked outside without looking back. Chapter 154, Someone Better Than Me. Watching this descendant of the celebrity race leave, the Void Shadow didn't stop it. He could tell that this person wasn't pretending to not care about the human emperor's inheritance. Rather, it really didn't feel necessary. Is it finding your way? He looked at the background of the man's departure and made a guess inside his remaining consciousness. Although the strength of the main body was not something he possessed, but the insight and whatnot was still there. The talent of this son is strong. He's going to take back his previous thoughts. Within the many geniuses he had seen, this person was also at the top of the list. If you do find your way, it was that when the main body was alive, the talent was going to be inferior to him. If he remembered correctly, the realm this person was in should have been masked from law fluctuations. To be able to independently comprehend the power of the laws even under these circumstances, genius was no longer enough to describe it. I just don't know what such an existence was doing coming inside the ruins. This person should totally already have the qualification of not relying on relics to do so. It is the so-called supreme treasure spiritual object innate spirit seed. Should not be of much use to this person. Pity. He wouldn't have minded helping out a bit. After all, the stronger such a person was, the more beneficial it would be for the human race. For such a gifted person to be on the side of the human race could only be said to be a blessing for the human race. The blood demon's son has a successor. In the end, he still recognized White Knight. That's why he has a good attitude and is happy to help this person. He didn't know why this descendant of the celebrity clan disregarded the inheritance in front of him and instead asked about this spirit item, but it was obvious to him that this person had an unexpected desire for the innate spirit seed. This was a look that hadn't even been revealed when he recognized that imperial artifact. Only though, there was really nothing he could do about it. He was just a projected body with self-awareness, not a body, nor was he omniscient. There were some things that he couldn't do. That innate spirit seed should have already given birth to a consciousness, and it was long gone. So, let's get started. He withdrew his gaze and his body began to slowly fade away. A total of 3 people came in inside the relic this time, and besides this person just now, there was another more suitable inheritor. That's why he didn't retain it. That celebrity is more suited to his heritage, and a third person beyond that. As he was about to disappear, the light in his eyes flashed brilliantly for a moment, only to end up doing nothing. Barbarians. I didn't expect a person who came out of a barbaric land in the district to actually come here. It was just that even if he knew the origin of this barbarian, he wouldn't personally obstruct this person. As a human emperor, he still had this bit of temperament. Although I don't know what method this barbarian used to get the qualification to enter the human emperor's relics. At his level, there are still some things he doesn't care to do. Now that we're here, it's every man for himself. Thinking that, his body completely disappeared within the palace. Has it started? White Knight, who had already come outside, looked back as if he had sensed something. Since this human emperor's silhouette had disappeared, it must be time to start the inheritance. After all, Long Shuyi was a more suitable candidate than him in every aspect. As for himself, indeed it is not necessary. He already has his own path. What's needed is just to keep building up along the way. Tap. White Knight turned back and took a step forward. The footsteps were firm, just like the goal of his trip. What he was looking for was always only one thing, the innate spirit seed. Wherever this thing is hidden, he'll also be looking inside the ruins, inch by inch. On the other side, inside an ancient tower, Long Shuyi looked at the silhouette in front of him and respectfully saluted. Elder Human Emperor, no need to be polite. The silhouette waved his hand indifferently. You deserve a lot of credit for the human race being able to hold out until now. Speaking of which, it's still me who's guilty of being the one to blame for all of you. Don't dare for the void to take such an attitude. Long Shuyi had absolutely no intention of being disrespectful. After all, the deeds of the human emperor had been celebrated for a long time, and he was ashamed of himself. Enough of this nonsense. The legacy is ready to begin. Are you ready? The Void Shadow clearly had no intention of continuing to review the past and asked directly. The past is the past. Let bygones be bygones. It's the control of the moment that counts. The future of the human race would ultimately be left in the hands of the younger generation. Seniors, only. At a time like this, Long Shuyi was also a bit hesitant. Any concerns? Just say so. Yes. The responsible look inside Long Shuyi's eyes flickered. Although the inheritance of the Emperor realm was close at hand, as long as he opened his mouth all was his. But, if before, he wouldn't have hesitated. Only with increased strength could the human race be better guarded from the midst of the chaotic world. Now he hesitated, because he found a better candidate than him. Inside the human race, there is another person who should have come inside the ruins with the late generation. The latecomer thinks, this person may be more suitable than me to receive the inheritance of senior. For the inheritance of the Emperor realm, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. Especially for him, if he missed this opportunity, he might never have the chance to take that step again in the future. But compared to the future of the human race, it was all worth it. At least, that's what he thought. There was a moment of silence in the high tower. Only after a long time did the human emperor's silhouette narrow its eyes. So it is. You're talking about a human descendant with a bloody mask, aren't you? Senior you. Long Shuyi froze for a moment, not expecting White Knight's traits to be said at once. That's right. This person I have already met. The silhouette slowly placed his hands behind his back, his face recalling something. An astonishing talent indeed. But, he refused. Rejected? Long Shuyi's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat incredulous. Surprisingly, refused. This was the legacy of the Emperor realm. Something that countless Emperor-level existences dreamed of. White Knight actually refused. Even if White Knight has already comprehended the power of the law, isn't it easier after accepting the inheritance? Suddenly, his thoughts came to a screeching halt. Yes, inside his mind, a young figure suddenly appeared. This choice would only be unsurprising if it were White Knight. This is the steady, reliable and confident White Knight. People like this, how is it possible to have doubts about your path? In that case, I understand. So, are you ready? After hearing the words from the void, Long Shuyi raised his head slightly, his eyes becoming firm again. It's ready. Then the legacy begins. Chapter 155, The Simple Truth. The fact that the inheritance had already begun was not known to White Knight. At that moment, he came to a place where a waterfall was and stopped. And the reason he stopped was because he met someone who took him quite by surprise. Barbarians. Jiang Shan. White Knight couldn't help but open his eyes slightly and spoke one word at a time. The barbarian who was once killed by his own hand actually appeared here now. Inside the ruins of this human emperor. The same face, the same aura. He was sure he wouldn't be mistaken before he recognized it. Even if this person's aura was only at the peak of the imperial level at this moment, it was enough to know that this person was a barbarian. Thinking that, a layer of black and red domineering aura slowly covered the top of his palm. Wait, I didn't mean any harm. Kang Shang hurriedly shouted out when he saw how this man, who had struck him down once, was actually about to do something as soon as he saw him. At the same time, he raised his hands to show that he meant no harm. He clearly recognized that the former being faced this man. There wasn't an ounce of power to fight back. Not to mention, he wasn't as strong as he used to be. Definitely couldn't block this person's strike. So, he simply and directly conceded. Only, it didn't look like this person wanted to hear this nonsense from him. Scary strong as always. The sentiment flashed quickly inside his head, and then the words flew out of his mouth. There is a message about your people and the oracle. Is your excellency interested? Boom! As his words fell, a huge fist wind directly cut off the water flow around him. A black and red fist came to a steady stop in front of him. Gulp! Even if he was psychologically sound, he couldn't help but feel his heart racing in the face of the threat of death that was so close at hand. If he hadn't spoken quickly enough, he had no doubt that the fist would have probably hit him directly in the head. It's like smashing unresisting bugs with a single punch is like that. Luckily, he made the right bet. Tell me about it. White Knight spoke indifferently, but didn't retract his fist. Instead, he changed his fist into a claw and grabbed on top of Jiang Shang's neck to lift him up. Ahem! The tightness coming from the top of his neck made Kong Shang cough twice. It was indeed the right bet, but it wasn't alright. This man is still so difficult to deal with. A condition. He struggled to get out a few words, but before the latter could be said, an even greater force came from the top of his neck, to not be able to breathe. Speak, or die. White Knight's palms had absolutely no intention of relaxing down. While he was concerned about what was going on in the real world, he wouldn't take threats. Only after seeing Jiang Shang's eyes indicate his agreement did he loosen his grip slightly. Cough, cough. After a violent coughing fit, Kong Shang finally slowed down. Come to life. It was the first thought that appeared after he got a breath of fresh air. Immediately afterward, that thought was startled away by the murderous intent locked onto him, for he realized that his life and death were still in the hands of this man. The sea race, as well as the demon race, should be attacking the Great Qin country at this time now. Under the icy killing intent, he directly told what he knew, and the reason he was so honest was not only because of the threat of death, but also because a means of preserving his life still required preparation time. Originally, this tactic was used to cope with the ferocity inside the relics, but I didn't expect, but just survive. The only thing that matters is being alive. That's why he didn't hesitate to give out his information, and it's clear that the words clearly had an effect. The man was in a state of contemplation. Good chance. Aha! He suddenly let out a muffled grunt, and an unusually powerful oppressive force came from his body. The body can't move, although I don't know what life preservation means you have, but if you move, I will kill you. White Knight's clear and cold voice came over, which had a point of being confused, though the news he got from this person did shock him a bit, but that's as far as it goes. Instead, he was more concerned about one thing than what was happening in the real world right now. It was because of this very thing that he didn't immediately strike, not because he was discouraged by the words just now. He had known for a long time that the Oracle Church would take advantage of this opportunity to mess things up, and such an outcome wasn't a surprise. With Chung Dowie and the others outside, as well as the backhand he left behind, he thought that he would be able to hold out for a while. Just wait until he finds the innate spirit seed, and the hope of finding this spiritual object lies in this barbarian in his hands. Answer me a question and let you live if it's the answer I want. The clear and cold voice came, and the voice that originally seemed horrible to Jiang Shang now actually felt unexpectedly good. I thought this one was really coming back to haunt me. There's actually a silver lining. Your Excellency, please. Noticing that the palm above his neck had loosened, he spoke hurriedly. You are tainted with the scent of spirits. Where? White Knight sensed carefully and voiced his question. That's right. That was why he had kept this man alive until now. It was because Jiang Shang's body had a refreshing aura of spirituality. This kind of aura was something that he had never encountered before inside the long time he had come to the ruins. Definitely the top of the line spirit. And most likely, it was the innate spirit seed he was looking for. Therefore, he had to know the whereabouts of this spirit, and for that reason, he could even let this person live. Spirit? Spirit's breath? Kong Shang froze for a moment, not expecting this. He did come across a spirit to come, and it was the kind of spirit that wasn't mortal at first glance. Even a hint of consciousness has been born. He had also followed the trail of this spirit to come here, and he didn't expect to be so unlucky to actually meet this man again. If only this, he really did know, and even had a way to track this spirit, because he's left his mark. I do know where it is. I can even teach Your Excellency the method of tracking. But, Your Excellency will keep your promise and let me go. Yes. After getting the desired answer, Kong Shang sighed in relief. Although the man's somewhat dry agreement was a bit hard for him to believe, he could only tell the truth. After all, what happened to the previous resistance was still fresh in his mind. So, he told how he came across the spirit, and the characteristics of the spirit, with the method of tracking attached. It didn't take long, and as the last bite fell, he looked at the human somewhat apprehensively. Even though he felt that this person should not go back on his word, he couldn't help but be a little worried. Just to his surprise, the palm above his neck was removed directly after getting his answer. Tap. Jiang Shang re-stood on the ground, staring blankly at the celebrity who had already turned to leave. He was in a bit of disbelief that he had been let off the hook just like that, but after thinking it over, he smiled a little to himself. What's not to believe? He couldn't help but have a complicated look on his face as he looked into the distance for a long time. But it's just his own life, and he doesn't care enough to let this man go back on his word. What a simple truth. Chapter 156 To Return or Not to Return. White Knight had already left from the waterfall and had indeed spared the barbarian. It was just a leaky fish within the barbarian race, not worthy of making him eat his words. As long as the information from its mouth is not false, the authenticity of the intelligence could easily be verified with his strength. All the signs proved that Kong Shan was indeed not lying. So, he spared the man, as he had said he would. That's all. Instead of wasting it on such a trivial matter, it would be better to find the trace of this spirit item as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, he followed the ability to track marks imparted by Jiang Shang and arrived at a glowing green area. Here, it looks like it should be a medicinal field, and in the center of the medicinal field, there is a light mass with a light green glow that is slowly moving. At this time, in the real world, within the country of Dakian, the information that Kong Shang spoke out at that time was indeed correct. The sea race and the demon race had already pressed in with their armies. Even more so, the situation is less favorable than one might think. Cheng Daoi's face was ugly as he looked at the countless enemies in the middle of the high sky. The situation was still unexpected. For one thing, I didn't expect the sea race and demon race to come out in almost full force. The other is, it's amazing how many of their setups above the border didn't work as well as they should have. So much so that they had been beaten back, and were now forced to rely on Divine Martial City for defense, even being beaten to it. Here, it's the Divine Warrior Academy. The great formations within the academy had been fully deployed, operating at any cost, and next to it lies a seriously injured and unconscious figure, which is clearly the Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall, Hong Qianqiu. Even though Hong Qianqiu had the strength of a late imperial level, and even carried the supreme treasure, the hourglass of reverse time, he was still momentarily inattentive, and was struck by the backstabbing and seriously injured, because the highest combatants of the sea race and the demon race had all arrived here. Above the Divine Martial Academy, see Dragon Palace Master Zhao Qing, Demon Emperor Gaby Bottle of the Demon Emperor Hall, two existences at the limit of imperial level strength. At this moment, he was on top of the Grand Formation, quietly watching the other henchmen attacking the Divine Martial Academy's Grand Formation. Even though such a formation was casually breakable for these two, but it was like teasing a mouse, with no intention of striking at all, as if trying to watch the despair displayed by the human elites inside as they gradually approached death. And indeed desperate enough, Cheng Daoi's gaze retracted from above and looked around. Surrounding them are the Divine Martial Guards, Dark Martial Guards who are ready to die, as well as the instructors and students inside the academy. Those death wish emojis are great. He was the only one left in the battlefield above the imperial level now. The enemy, however, was two emperor level limits accompanied by a host of emperor and king level existences. The gap, it's too big. The gap in strength was no longer something that could be bridged by willpower. The war, too, happened so suddenly, without even having time to react. He was already being pressurized to this place. At one time he had quite a bit of certainty that he could hold out until White Knights and the others returned. But now if one can only do the best one can do. The long knife was gripped tightly in his hand, giving him a slight sense of security, and then he took 2 steps forward. Dean! Su Yunling suddenly shouted from behind. With such a great enemy outside, Dean actually looked like he was going to fight to the death, making her unable to resist speaking out to stop it for a moment. The difference in strength was so great that she couldn't think of any chance of winning. Obviously, this situation was also understood by Cheng Daoi. If I can't come back, can escape a few is a few. Cheng Daoi didn't turn around, but gave a brief explanation. What should have been accounted for was already accounted for. It's just being re-emphasized now. As long as these people were able to escape and hold on until the two of them, White Knight and Long Shui, returned, there was still a chance of survival. And yourself, this is the time to step up to the plate. After saying that, ignoring the strange gazes behind him, he directly rose into the air. Su Yunling stretched out her palms and ultimately failed to say anything more. How could she not know what Dean was thinking? Escape? And where can I run to? His eyes looked at the Dean who had already left the big formation, and there was some bitterness in his eyes. At this moment, Cheng Daoi had already arrived in front of both the sea race as well as the demon race. He looked at Zhao Chang and then at Demon Emperor Gaby Teru, with no expression on his face. It all came in such a hurry, but he wasn't completely helpless to fight back. His strongest card, too, had not yet been used. Humans. Zhao Qing's eyes narrowed as he watched Cheng Daoi, alone, actually stay in front of them without fear. Before that, the last human who had stood before them in such a grand manner was by now lying on the ground below. However, he didn't do anything rash. If it was just a human at the peak of the imperial level, it wasn't worth treating him solemnly, but now at a time like this, it was better to be cautious when one still dared to strut in front of them. After all, the depth of the human race was still not to be underestimated. On the other hand, the demon race's demon emperor Gaby-Teru was thinking pretty much the same thing. Currently it was just a matter of taking advantage of the absence of the human who had once cut through his boundaries to be able to attack here in one fell swoop. But he is not very confident in being able to take down the Dakian country so easily. After all, that human. Thinking about it, he didn't think any further. Honestly, if that person was here, he felt that even if the Sea Clan were here as well, he wouldn't feel much security at all. But just if. The fact of the matter now is that this person is not present, and they were about to overthrow one of the last peak Imperial level combatants of the human race, even though it was quite possible that the human was now seen to be most likely just here to stall for time. At the bottom, the other humans from the Divine Martial Academy had already escaped one after another. This kind of movement obviously could not escape his senses. However, he didn't stop it. It's all just an exercise in futility. Even if he escaped for a while, what could he do? It was just a little delay for death to come. Settling down, he began to silently size up the human. The strength was indeed the peak of the Imperial level no less. Not the one just now who looked like he was still forcibly elevated in the realm. The one thing to look out for is presumably if the person has something strange on their hands. For example, an hourglass held in the hand of that celebrity just now. If this human had something like this now, it could really cause them some trouble. But, apparently not. He saw a long knife on the man. This knife. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the knife. The knife gave him a familiar feeling. It always felt like he had seen it somewhere. However, as he pondered, the human spoke. I'll cut the crap. I just ask. You see, race and demon race have committed a crime against my human race without any reason. To return or not to return? Chapter 157, or together. To refund or not to refund? Ha! What a big mouth. The first to speak was Zhao Qing of the Sea Clan. Right now they could be said to be in a position of victory, and the human race was merely dying, and actually dared to speak to them in such a tone. Just by you, a human at the peak of the Imperial level, you dare to talk to me like that? With that said, Zhao Qing's Emperor level limit pressure directly descended over. Aha! Chang Dawi gritted his teeth and stabilized his stance. Even if this burst of aura pressure that came to his face was like a flooding beast, he did not take half a step back. From the time he came into the air, he knew. One can no longer back up. One step back is all it takes. Humph, don't know what's good for you. Seeing this situation, the demon race's Gaby-Teru didn't just stand by and watch, bound to teach this human race a profound lesson. So with a wave of his hand, a burst of pressure that was also at the limit of the Imperial level covered over. Crap! Chang Daoi's pupils suddenly shrunk, having noticed the movement on Gaby-Teru's side when the sound rang out. An existence at the limit of the Emperor level already made it difficult for him to resist. Plus another existence at the same level, how could he possibly resist? Only, even then, he couldn't back off. Just as he clenched his teeth, wanting to resist without resorting to casting any secret arts, he suddenly remembered something and directly raised the long sword in his hand. Swish! It was as if a crowded stream of water had leaked out all of a sudden, and the pressure was instantly relieved. Useful! And it was more useful than expected. This long blade that White Knight had handed over to him had actually directly cut down the pressure of the two Emperor level limits by a large margin. It actually works pretty well. Chang Dawi froze for a moment and couldn't help but look at the long sword in his hand a few more times. This blade, it was stronger than he thought. This effect alone was already comparable to a peak Imperial level spirit weapon. That's good. In that case, he had a few more points of confidence in his heart. And not far away, two of the topmost combatants of the sea race and demon race frowned at this moment. Two Imperial level limit pressures were actually blocked so easily? Unbelieving. The two increased their power again, but the effect was still similar. Seeing this, the two of them simply withdrew the pressure directly. They had both realized that just these little tactics didn't seem to bother the human much anymore. What is this? Zhao Chang frowned tightly and couldn't help but say. With his knowledge, he could totally see that the pressure that was able to block him and Gaby-Teru was mostly related to what the human had in his hands. Sure enough, there are indeed a lot of strange human things. Just, is that a knife? With this doubt in mind, he subconsciously looked over at the demon race's side and his heart thumped. The demon emperor of the demon clan. The face seems a little off. Gaby-Teru, you recognize this thing? So he sent his voice directly inside Gaby-Teru's mind through some special way. Nope, just didn't realize this human actually had such tactics. On the other hand, Gaby-Teru responded in much the same way. After hearing the response, a hint of skepticism flashed under Zhao Qing's eyes, and when he looked over again, he found that Gaby Taru's expression had already returned to its normal appearance. However, he was pretty sure that what he had just seen was indeed not an illusion. Gaby Taru should have recognized something in this human's hand. It's just hidden, after all. Although at this time, they see race and demon race had a tendency to join forces. They were ultimately different communities and it was impossible for them to be unsuspecting. What in the world actually made Gaby Taru show such an expression? Zhao Qing withdrew his gaze and resumed sizing up the human over there. And the long knife-like thing. This thing had been sensed by him an unknown number of times a long time ago, but he couldn't see anything. A poofy look. But something that can make Gaby Taru lose his temper obviously can't be that simple. General, be cautious. What? Is that all you have? Cheng Dui couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as he took in the faces of the two foreigners. Don't know what happened, but it looks like things are moving in a good direction. However, that alone is not enough. So, he's going to add more fuel to the fire. The strongest existences of the sea race and demon race are just like this? Human, don't be too arrogant. Zhao Qing's eyes narrowed, clearly unable to resist such a taunt. But, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced in the direction of Gaby Taru's side, and after seeing that Gaby Taru hadn't moved much, he didn't act rashly. Such behavior Jaibatsu had long been in the eye of the beholder. Old fox, Gaby Taru cursed. He had only revealed his abnormality for a short while, but he was actually discovered by Zhao Qing. And getting so cautious, one must know that the human that appeared before was the one who Zhao Qing had taken the lead on. By now, Zhao Qing should have realized that something was wrong. Something is indeed wrong. The long knife that the human held in his hand gave him a very familiar feeling. Having just resisted his pressure, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this blade the same one that had cut through the boundary he had laid at that time? Although the looks look a little different, the scent shouldn't be wrong. To be honest, originally, when he saw this long knife, he almost had an urge to just turn around and leave. But when you think about it, it's not right. If this knife is on this strange human, doesn't it just mean that the man is not here? Ha! Bluff! Gaby Taru inwardly sneered in disbelief. Even if the knife is good, it depends on who's using it. Of course, thinking that way, it would be impossible for him to make the first move to test the waters. Still, the scene is set. Now it's just a matter of time before your human race is destroyed. So don't obediently bind your hands and surrender. Ha! Cheng Dui laughed lightly twice, his contempt undisguised. The two of you talk a good game of spectacle, but to overthrow my human race, go ahead and try. After saying that, he even moved forward some distance, while his palm gently rested on top of the hilt of the blade. This distance was dangerous, and it was hard to dodge if the sea race and demon race attacked, but looking at him in this emboldened manner, Zhao Cheng and Gaby Taru both hesitated instead. That knife. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. The two looked at each other, both seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes. I've heard that the two of you are highly powerful, and even though I'm only at the peak of the imperial level, I'd like to learn from you. As they hesitated, the human's voice continued to come out. Only, they remained silent. Which one of you is going to go first? Or is it all together? Of course, I don't mind. I just don't know the two. Ha! Chapter 158, Greater Terror. Cheng Dui even snorted twice after he finished speaking. The mockery within the voice was undisguised, causing both Zhao Cheng and Gaby Taru to turn ugly. Dead to the world. This human is still so arrogant? Is it a fight to the death? Or is it emboldened? Dean. Inside the Divine Martial Academy, Su Yunling and the others looked at the dean above, who was facing a desperate situation alone, and their hearts couldn't help but follow suit. Because this situation can be described as a touch-and-go situation, it was just that it surprised them a bit. There was a stalemate like this for quite some time, and neither the people of the sea race nor the demon race made any movement, because the two of them, Zhao Cheng, couldn't figure out what was going on right now. Neither of them dared to act rashly. As for the slightly weaker men under his hand, there was absolutely no need to send them out, but they were just going to send them to their deaths, and they could not test the depths. And although Cheng Daoi's palm was already resting on top of the hilt of his sword, he was slow to draw it, because he's happy to do so, too. His intention was to stall for time, or just be able to scare the sea race and demon race away. Therefore, the enemy does not move and he does not move. As long as we can hold on until White Knight and the others come back, there is a ray of life. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked away from the two hesitant Fae. If, indeed, these two dare to strike out in person, it's actually right on the money. It would be best if both of them struck at him at the same time, so that the power of a single blow contained within the long blade could be utilized to its best advantage. However, it's clear that this idea won't materialize. After Zhao Cheng and Gaby Teru looked at each other, they didn't walk up together, but instead stepped back slightly in two different directions. These two, it's all very discreet. Luckily, the distance back wasn't very far, and was still within Chang Daoi's attack range. After all, it would be a joke to say that a hallowed existence at the limit of the Emperor level was really intimidated and retreated in front of one of his Emperor level peaks. And this stalemate certainly can't last long. Even if the two of them couldn't see anything, they would definitely make a move to test the waters. After some more time, Chang Daoi began to be vigilant. The two from the Sea and Demon clans. It's finally time to press on. Ascending Dragon. The one who made the first move was Zhao Cheng. He suddenly shouted and waved his hand, and a green dragon compressed purely from water flow appeared out of thin air before opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Chang Daoi. Whether this human had any cards or not would have to be tried to find out. Only, when he had just attacked out, he suddenly saw the corners of that human's mouth slightly curved up. A bad feeling inexplicably emerges from the heart. Your Majesty, why the sudden retreat from a great form? At this moment, Gaby Teru was retreating to the Sunset Mountain range with the demon race under his command, and Tiger Boy couldn't help but ask. Tiger Boyle didn't follow to the Divine Martial Academy at that time, but rather met them halfway, so he didn't know what was going on. He was a bit puzzled as he watched His Majesty the Demon Emperor's hasty retreat. Don't ask, hurry up. Aha! Gaby Teru moved over and over again to look at Tiger Simmons and was about to say something when he suddenly stifled a grunt. But, in the end, he didn't hold back a mouthful of golden blood that spewed out. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Tiger Boyle instantly changed his face and hurriedly wanted to go over to assist. At the same time, inside his mind, he was frantically guessing what had happened on this trip to the Divine Martial Academy. So much so that even their Demon Emperor Majesty looked injured. Isn't that a win? However, before that question could be answered, Gaby Teru reached out and blocked Tiger Boom. This seat is fine. Quickly, leave the Great Qian country. Don't stop. Gaby Teru didn't stop walking, and after just briefly wiping the corners of his mouth, he hurried away from the spot. Inside his mind, he was still recalling the scene of that long knife coming out of its sheath, and to this day, his heart was still palpitating. Only, this fear didn't last long before he forced it down again, because there are greater horrors to follow. However, just as they were almost entering the Sunset Mountain range, a strange change occurred. Put! A soft sound came, causing all the demon clans to stop in their tracks. Demon Emperor Gaby Teru was stunned at the sudden appearance of something in front of him. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he couldn't stop the look of fear in his eyes, because this fell out of thin air. It was the same long knife that the human had held in his hand in the first place, but that human is probably out of action, and now this knife suddenly appears here. Tap! Just as Gaby Teru was thinking about something, a figure fell from the air. Eyes subconsciously looked over, and a wave of despair surged through him. When that human merely pulled out his long sword, the aftermath of the attack injured him, and now, the owner of this long knife arrived in person. This latest figure to appear exuded a frightening aura that pressed down on the many demon clans, unable to raise their heads. Blood-stained robe, red mask. It was clearly White Knight, who had returned from inside the ruins at an unknown time. At this time, the Divine Martial Academy had already resumed its usual hustle and bustle. Crowds of people who had taken refuge appeared one after another, and all of them looked into the air with an incredulous look. There, besides a standing figure, there was also a huge spatial rift that could not be seen at first glance. In the middle of the crowd's gaze, a figure suddenly appeared with a swish. White Knight slowly fell from the air and arrived in front of Chang Daoi. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and he didn't deliberately wipe away the blood that had stained him. He just quietly looked at this old man in front of him. Chang Daoi was also covered in blood, but it was his own. The eyes, which were open, were just a little lax in pupil. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a breath of life present, it would even be as if it had died. It's settled, White Knight spoke indifferently. Then, as if hearing it, the figure in front of him slowly dropped downward with a roll of his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he stabilized Chang Daoi's body, and White Knight began to land down. The next day, inside the Divine Martial Hall, I just want to know why the Great Qian Kingdom's defenses were breached so easily, White Knight asked coldly as he sat on top of his chair, his hands propped up on his staff blade. If he hadn't been worried about the safety of the outside of the ruins and forcefully ripped through the space to come out, perhaps the Great Qian country would have ceased to exist, not to mention the Divine Martial Academy, and Xiao Yu who was inside. In the face of his questioning, Long Shui, who had already returned, and Hong Qianxiu, who was carrying a bruise, both fell silent. Only after a long time did Hong Qianxiu slowly utter a name. Chief Secretary. The chief secretary has colluded with the oracle. Chapter 159, Human Emperor's Calendar, concluded. I'll handle this matter. Long Shui opened his mouth and responded. At this time, the aura of his body had obviously strengthened a lot, and there was something indefinable inside his eyes. Half-step Emperor Realm. Long Shui has also touched this threshold. Therefore, he wanted to handle this matter personally and give everyone an explanation. At this moment, even he was suppressing extreme anger. They were stabbed in the back by one of their own when they were going through all the trouble of trying to fend off an attack from a foreign enemy. The reasons are funny to say the least. It is actually to eradicate the divine martial palace and have the chief secretary herself control the great Qian kingdom? It really is ridiculous in the extreme. In this matter, he didn't even have the face to let White Knight personally take action. So, yes, White Knight nodded, barely calming down. As for that other thing, just me, the culprit of all things, Oracle Church. It's time to settle the score. And this is a long, long time. 888 years of the new calendar of the human emperor. The Church of the Oracle is destroyed. The heads of all the members of the organization were piled up into a mountain peak, and the head of its leader, the high priest, was hung at the entrance of the Divine Martial Academy for 3 days as a warning to others. In the same year, an earth-shattering battle took place out of nowhere, which could be clearly sensed even within the country of Dakian. The inner reasons for this are known only to a few and have not spread. It was rumored that an Emperor Realm existence had personally taken action. After that commotion, there were only a few people who knew that there was a delay in the appearance of one person. The only thing brought back to the maiden was a staff knife. The young girl stared blankly at the familiar staff blade for a long time. I'd rather you weren't so powerful. Finally, the mouth just mumbled something and he never smiled again. 890 years of the new calendar of the Emperor of Man. The world has changed drastically. Demonic energy has infested the land, and extraterrestrial races have attacked in force, with the demon race leading the way. The human race gave up most of their territory, contracted their strength, and tried their best to resist, but they were losing ground. The year 895 of the new calendar of the Emperor of Man. The human race was struggling to hold on based on the last 2 cities, with Shenwu City facing the greatest pressure. The demonic Emperor Realm has personally struck out. The Divine Martial Hall Master raised the power of the human race to forcefully take the final step into the Emperor Realm and rise up to defend the enemy. But seriously injured and defeated, the entire clan wailed. A young girl, faced with such a desperate situation, could not bear to give up, and carrying her staff and sword in her hand, she went out of the city to defend the enemy. With the peak of the king level, he angrily cut down 2 emperor-level demonic devils. He ultimately lost to a peak imperial-level demon. When she was in danger, a heartfelt figure appeared in the young girl's blurred eyes. When the staff blade returned to the figure's hand, the young girl finally couldn't hold on to the strength of her heart and broke down and cried. 896 years of the new calendar of the Emperor of Man. The devils were defeated. 2 of the 3 demon emperors have been beheaded. The rest of the foreign races withdrew as much as they could, and the human race fought back. The pursuit lasted a full 6 months. I heard that inside that year, all the rain that fell was red. Mother, you write such interesting stories. Are there any more? Inside a small mountain village, a little girl with a pilled head innocently looked at another woman. No more. How many times have you watched it? Don't you get tired of it? The woman took the time to say as she manipulated the needle and thread in her hands. It's not tiresome. The little girl looked like she obviously couldn't get enough. Mother, what is the blood demon son you talked about in your story? It's so powerful. Why do you ask so many questions? When your father comes back, why don't you get the dishes ready? Oh, seeing her own mother's stern face, the little girl beamed and reluctantly left the table. If only Pops could be that good. A figure on crutches appeared inside her mind, but it's also satisfying. I've heard from Grandpa Debo and the others that Pops is super awesome too. I don't know which ferocious beast I fought back today, if you eat it, or that rabbit is better. It's so cute, but so delicious. OMG, so torn. Thoughts drifted gradually with the spit, long after they had drifted off to wherever they had been before. Crunch! The door made of bamboo was pushed open and a figure walked in. White. Aha! White Knight responded, unable to hold back a smile. Duck! Duck! The staff blade in his hand tapped forward rhythmically a few times before it was smoothly taken aside by Koiki while taking over the ferocious beast in Shirayuki's hand. However, what made Xiaoyu a little surprised was that besides a small rabbit, there was another small thing. Uncle Debeo insisted on shoving it into my hands. White Knight explained. It's really, in fact, without having to be said. Xiaoyu could also guess it, and could only laugh bitterly twice. Let's eat. White Knight smiled back and then tried to walk towards the table. However, it was tugged by you. By the way, you suddenly asked, not knowing what she had remembered. What's wrong? At that time, I didn't embarrass you, did I? White Knight slightly opened his eyes, revealing a grayish color while recalling something. He knew what Koyuki was talking about. It should have been the time when he had once decapitated an imperial-ranked demon with his king-level strength. He'd heard Ro muttering about it a lot lately, so he wasn't surprised. Just, that time White Knight was suddenly a bit emotional, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses under Xiaoyu's questioning. White, no, it was great, said the man, causing even you to stifle a smile. Dad, hurry up and eat, or watch you all get full. Ro came out with the dishes and couldn't help but mutter a couple of words as she watched the two of them being mushy. Today, Xiao Ro is so good. White Knight didn't get angry, but instead laughed twice. Turning his head, his eyes seemed to look into the distance. Quickly though, he turned back to Koyuki and pulled on her arm, the corners of his mouth quirking up slightly. Then, eat, concluded. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Jihu. Today's headlines, tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of find.